In the midst of summer's fullness, a deluge unexpectedly inundated the city, trapping Xia Xiaoman in a crowded subway on her journey home. As she emerged back onto the surface, the metropolis had transformed into a vast ocean, heralding the onset of calamity. Chapter 1. The Deluge. On June 4th, at 6:30 p.m., aboard Metro Line 2 in the floating city, Xia Xiaoman sat drowsily on a bench, her backpack cradled in her lap. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. These young people today have no decency. They can't even offer their seat to the elderly. All that education seems to have gone to waste. Xia Xiaoman opened her eyes to see an elderly woman clad in a white and blue dance outfit, before promptly shutting them again, ignoring her. "I'm talking to you. Stop pretending to sleep." The old woman prodded Xia Xiaoman with her toe. With a slow, deliberate motion, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a craft knife from her bag, fixing a piercing gaze on the woman while rotating the blade in her hand. The elderly lady, taken aback by the unsettling intensity in Xia Xiaoman's eyes and the sharp knife she held, fell silent. Just as peace returned, the subway erupted with a shrill alarm. Xia Xiaoman sprang to her feet, surveying her surroundings. The other passengers wore expressions of confusion, glancing around in bewilderment. Outside the train, the inky darkness of the tunnel enveloped them, and nothing seemed amiss within the carriage. Just as everyone assumed the alarm was a mere malfunction, the train came to a sudden halt. "What's going on? Why has the subway stopped?" Someone inquired, but no one had an answer. The lights within the carriage flickered erratically until, with a final pop, they extinguished entirely, plunging the compartment into darkness. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the passengers as they hastily pulled out their phones, seeking to call for help. Xia Xiaoman, feeling an unsettling sensation, thought she could hear the sound of water splashing. Water, it's seeping in." A woman screamed, retreating in panic while pointing at the door where water was steadily infiltrating. The other passengers gasped in horror, scrambling towards the sides in a desperate attempt to distance themselves from the encroaching flood. Xia Xiaoman illuminated the scene with her phone, revealing torrents of water gushing through the gap in the door. Her expression turned grave as she sought out the emergency hammer, ready to smash the window. Just as she raised her arm, someone seized her by the wrist. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't smash it. If you break the window, all the water outside will rush in." Xia Xiaoman forcefully wrenched her arm free. "If we don't break the window, we will surely drown in this carriage. If we smash it open and swim through the tunnel, we might find a chance of survival." The man who had stopped her replied, "But not everyone here can swim." He gestured to the passengers around them. "Look at all the elderly, the ill, and the children. If you break the window, what will happen to those who cannot swim?" Furrowing her brow, Xia Xiaoman countered, "Then what do you propose we do? Are we to simply await our demise? The space is confined, and the air is becoming scarce. The flood continues to pour in. The carriage has already accumulated a layer of water. It won't be long before we are completely submerged. At that point, we will all be trapped in here to tea this moment," some passengers in the carriage with low psychological resilience had already burst into tears. One suggested, "Let us seek out the train conductor. Perhaps he can find a way to contact someone to bring the train to a stop at the station." As soon as the words left his lips, someone retorted, "You truly are a genius to think of such a solution. If the conductor had any means to resolve this, do you believe the train would still be stranded here? Even a mere thought would reveal that the train must be malfunctioning and cannot start, which is why we find ourselves halted midway." Xia Xiaoman moved to the door, pressing her phone against the window to capture the outside scene. "The water outside reaches approximately to my thighs. If we break a window and escape now, we might still have a chance to survive. For those who cannot swim, they can climb atop the train to await rescue. Those who can swim might navigate along the tunnel walls towards the platform. Once we locate rescuers, we can inform them of the train's halted position." "No, we cannot shatter the window." A lanky man blocked Xia Xiaoman's path. "Who knows if you will even remember us after you escape? Moreover, if the flood does not surpass the roof of the train, we shall be left to await our demise. In this confined carriage, at least we can prolong our survival." Xia Xiaoman pointed sarcastically at the rushing floodwater. "Are you truly certain that remaining inside the carriage guarantees your safety?" The lanky man's expression shifted, and he suddenly seized a passenger's luggage, using it to barricade the door. "The subway staff must be aware of our predicament. They're surely on their way to rescue us. Let's find a way to seal the gaps in the door, preventing the water from flooding in. If we can hold out, we should be able to withstand until help arrives." Some were persuaded by the man's claims and began to take out their luggage, using it to block the door. However, this method proved futile. The water surged in through every crevice, and within mere minutes, the water inside the carriage had risen above their ankles. Due to heightened anxiety and fear, some passengers experienced nausea and fainting spells. Others trembled as they recorded their last words on their phones. As the water outside continued to rise, Xia Xiaoman refused to wait idly for death. Just as she was about to forcefully break a window, the makeshift hammer in her hand was suddenly snatched. Awesome individuals possess a kind heart, incessantly shouting for the elderly, young, and infirm to be allowed to exit first. Yet, in truth, only a select few genuinely extend their assistance to these vulnerable souls. After departing from the train carriage, Xia Xiaoman steadily made her way along the platform. Having traversed a certain distance, the floodwaters reached her chest. Consequently, she opted to swim, as it would expedite her progress. After navigating the tunnel for nearly half an hour, a blinding light suddenly appeared ahead. 5 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman was rescued. She informed the rescue personnel of the train's halted location and a number of affected individuals. Promptly, the rescuers arranged for several additional kayaks based on her account. With the aid of the rescue team, Xia Xiaoman and the others successfully returned to the surface. As she gazed around, all she could see were towering buildings and an expanse of water. "Little sister, come over here. Hurry." Not far away, a soldier rowing a kayak waved her over. Xia Xiaoman waded through the water, and the other survivors aboard the kayak helped her climb onto the vessel. "Little sister, where is your home?" the soldier inquired. "Number 3, Funan Avenue, Jiangshan Huaqing." Nearby, a middle-aged man, upon hearing the name of the place, exclaimed with excitement, "I live there as well. Comrade, the boat is already full, so please take me and this young lady back to our community first." "No, Jiangshan Huaqing is too far. Take me back first. My house is just around the corner." The soldier paid no heed to their bickering. Based on the addresses provided, he had already plotted the most efficient route. Adhering to his plan, he transported each survivor to their respective destinations, picking up 2 more along the way who were headed in the same direction. The rain fell in torrents, with substantial droplets crashing down, and various debris floated upon the surface of the water. The vehicles on the streets were overturned by the floodwaters. Many shops along the roadside had their doors flung open by the force of the debris in the flood, with their contents swept out into the deluge. After enduring over 2 hours in the rain, Xia Xiaoman finally managed to return to her community. Chapter 2. Flood. Xia Xiaoman's home is situated in a remote mountain village in Yuhai City. Her parents, who hold a preference for sons over daughters, compelled her to abandon her education and work to support her younger brother after she completed junior high. Yet, the family was not impoverished. They could easily afford her high school tuition. Raised by her grandfather, Xia Xiaoman inherited his indomitable spirit, never having learned to submit meekly to adversity. Following her grandfather's passing, she was returned to her parents' home. Each time her parents struck her, she retaliated by beating her brother, Xia Xiaoman. As long as she was not mortally harmed, she was determined to transfer any punishment onto her brother. Xia Xiaoman, possessing considerable strength, often left her brother half dead after these encounters. After a few such incidents, her parents, fearful of her wrath, ceased their physical reprimands. When her parents concealed her household registration book to prevent her from enrolling in high school, Xia Xiaoman resorted to binding her brother and hiding him away, vowing to reveal his whereabouts only after they registered her for school. Upon completing the college entrance examination and turning 18, her parents concocted another scheme, aiming to marry her off to an elderly widower. In defiance, Xia Xiaoman barricaded all the doors and windows of their home one night and set the house ablaze. Her parents awakened, choking on smoke, only to find her menacingly brandishing a torch. Terrified, they ultimately promised to grant her an independent household registration and to cease their interference in her marriage and childbirth. With her newly acquired household registration and identification card in hand, Xia Xiaoman departed the mountain village, never to return. She pursued her studies in the city of Fuqing, juggling part-time work alongside her education. To facilitate her employment, she rented a 2-bedroom apartment in Jiangshan Huaqing. The adjacent room, once occupied, became vacant when the previous tenant prospered and moved to a larger flat near the subway station. Rather than relocating, she opted to rent the adjoining room as well, relishing the solitude of living alone. Jiangshan Huaqing is an older complex, rising only 8 stories and accessible solely by stairs. Its location is less than ideal, with a notably long incline at the entrance. Rumor has it that 2 elderly residents had suffered fatal falls on this slope, leading some to believe that the complex possesses poor feng shui. Nevertheless, the affordable rent, 800 yuan per month for a 2-bedroom apartment, was a significant draw. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman took a shower and changed into fresh clothing, settling at the edge of her bed to check her phone messages. she had few friends. Not out of a lack of desire for companionship, but rather due to the scarcity of time. Prior to university, she devoted countless hours to studying, and upon returning home, was met with an endless array of household chores. Now, as a university student, she balanced her studies with part-time jobs, leaving her scarcely any time for rest, let alone friendships. The messages illuminating her phone were solely from her employers, informing her of the flooding that had inundated the stores, thus canceling work for the following day, with further scheduling to be determined. As Xia Xiaoman replied to each message, she extended her right hand, and in the next moment, a cream-filled bun materialized before her. Until the age of 12, she had lived with her grandfather, who had left her a thumb-sized jade gourd upon his passing. On an outing to gather pigweed, Xia Xiaoman inadvertently cut her hand. Simultaneously, the rope around her neck snapped, causing her jade gourd to tumble to the ground. As she reached to retrieve the jade gourd, her blood dripped onto it, and it immediately radiated a dazzling light. When Xia Xiaoman opened her eyes again, she found herself endowed with a vast space. This space, boundless and shrouded in darkness, was a realm where time stood still. Objects placed within remained unchanged upon retrieval, the sole limitation being the prohibition of living beings. For 2 years during her university studies, Xia Xiaoman worked at a bakery, diligently collecting the bakery's near-expired bread each evening and stashing it away in her space. Now, the quantity of bread accumulated was sufficient to open 3 bakeries. As she tore open a packaging with her teeth and savored the bread, she perused online news. The flood was not a sudden occurrence. In the days leading up to it, the floating city had been beset by torrential rain. Today, the flood surged forth unexpectedly due to the dilapidated dam in the upstream city of Nanxia, where loosened gates allowed a deluge to cascade downwards. Within mere hours, the floating city was submerged. The internet was inundated with information about the flood. Xia Xiaoman keenly observed that numerous regions were experiencing floods this year. In her province alone, 4 cities had been affected, and it appeared that 2 more were destined to suffer similar fates. Across other provinces, many areas had also been inundated. A cursory glance revealed at least 6 regions grappling with flooding. She checked the weather forecast, noting that much of the southern region was enduring heavy rain, while the northern weather was equally abnormal, with hail and snow persisting in June. As her phone alerted her to the impending arrival of a significant storm tomorrow, an unsettling feeling crept into her heart. The sky outside had dimmed, and the community management messaged in the group chat that, due to the flooding, the electric box on the first floor was damaged and power would be temporarily unavailable. Lying in bed with her eyes closed, Xia Xiaoman reflected on her savings over the past 2 years. Having never experienced a full meal in her childhood, once she earned some money, her purchases were not for beautiful clothes or shoes, but rather for various food items. Her greatest passion was to stroll through supermarkets at night, acquiring discounted food or redeeming snacks with her loyalty points. Whenever she encountered particularly enticing discounts, she would purchase in abundance. For she had her space and feared not the spoilage of food. Within her space, aside from the over 20,000 yuan she had saved for tuition, lay the food she had stockpiled over the past 2 years. Though Xia Xiaoman lacked food, she was in dire need of medications and essential living supplies. If the flood did not recede soon, she would need to find a way to obtain these necessities as a precaution. The phone rang, and upon checking her device, she noticed an unfamiliar number calling. After pressing the answer button, a man's gravelly voice echoed through. "Hello, is this Xia Xiaoman?" Furrowing her brow, she inquired. "Who are you?" "I am Yuangang. Are you Xia Xiaoman?" Xia Xiaoman responded with a soft, "Oh, the village secretary. What can I do for you?" She holds a faint memory of the village secretary. Back then, her parents refused to allow her to attend high school. When she tied up Xia Haoming and tossed him down the mountain, Yuangang arrived at her home as a mediator, persuading her parents to let her pursue her education. Later, when she enrolled in university, Yuangang even slipped her 200 yuan. To repay this debt, Xia Xiaoman left her contact information with him. "Xiaoman, there has been a catastrophic flood. Your parents' home has been buried by a landslide from the mountain. Would you like to come back and take a look?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. "What about my parents? Were they buried as well?" "No, they had just gone to the town to pick up your younger brother and narrowly escaped disaster." "Oh, then please inform me once they have been buried." Yuangang clicked his tongue. "You little girl, how can you be so heartless? If I weren't heartless, I would be a mother of 3 by now." Yuangang was merely a mediator, sympathizing with the unfortunate, unable to discern right from wrong. Xia Xiaoman, disinterested in further banter, reminded him, out of gratitude for his past aid, to stock up on supplies, and then ended the call. The next morning, relentless rain continued, and the water had already risen to the 2nd floor. Xia Xiaoman opened her phone to check for updates from the outside world. In just one night, she received numerous alerts warning of severe rainstorms. The network signal was weak, and after a considerable wait, she managed to access the news webpage. The top 10 trending topics were all related to natural disasters, 7 reports on the torrential rains and floods in the south, 1 on a sudden hailstorm in a city in the north, and 2 about a celebrity donating to disaster relief. Upon discovering that several cities upstream from Floating City were experiencing unprecedented rainfall and flooding, an unsettling feeling gripped Xia Xiaoman more intensely. As she gazed at the glaring word disaster flashing across her phone, she took out a notebook and meticulously researched the current natural calamities occurring both domestically and abroad. The more she searched, the more alarmed she became. Within just a few days, various regions had suffered different degrees of natural disasters. It seemed that domestic channels might be intentionally suppressing such information, as reports of calamities were scarce. However, on international platforms, videos and discussions about disasters were rampant. Many were proclaiming apocalyptic theories, suggesting that the frequent natural disasters were a warning from God, signaling the imminent end of times. Setting her phone aside, Xia Xiaoman stared contemplatively at the vast expanse of water outside. After a lengthy period of reflection, she changed her clothes and resolved to venture out to salvage supplies. Chapter 3. The Zero-Cost Supermarket. After a day and night of relentless rescue efforts, the individuals trapped outside have largely been returned home by the rescue teams. Those residing on lower floors, under the guidance of the local neighborhood committee, have either sought refuge on higher floors in the homes of others or turned to relatives for shelter. The rescue teams have commenced a new round of aid distribution. While some individuals are accustomed to stockpiling food at home, others rarely cook. Now, stranded by the flood, they find themselves without sustenance, awaiting the arrival of provisions from the rescue teams. In the morning, a message circulated in the property management group, revealing that a reliable source indicated the rescue teams would deliver instant noodles at noon. The group erupted in cheers, praising the rescue teams for their dependability in recognizing their plight. Xia Xiaoman has always understood a fundamental truth: one must not place their hopes in others. Natural disasters have struck across the nation, and while Xia country's resource reserves are substantial, they cannot accommodate every plea for help. Furthermore, the extent of devastation in Floating City is immense, with nearly the entire city submerged. The number of rescue personnel is limited, tasked with both rescuing individuals from the flood and relocating tenants from lower floors. It is uncertain how long it will take for the military to deliver aid. Rather than remain idle at home, Xia Xiaoman preferred to venture out in search of supplies. A medium-sized supermarket lies diagonally across from her residential community. Situated on the second floor, its stock is likely untouched by the floodwaters. The relentless downpour unleashed torrential raindrops that struck painfully against her skin. Clad in light clothing, Xia Xiaoman took a deep breath and plunged into the frigid water, which enveloped her entire body, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The continuous rain obstructed her vision, while debris floated in the flood, battering against her. Determined, Xia Xiaoman gritted her teeth, carefully avoiding the floating obstacles and utilizing the streetlights and partially submerged walls to propel herself towards the supermarket. After approximately half an hour of struggle, she finally reached the store, albeit with the water rising to her knees. Given the current intensity of the rain, if it persisted into the night, the supermarket would likely be entirely submerged. Rather than allow the contents to be lost to the flood, she resolved to secure everything within her space to prevent waste. The supermarket's roller shutter was locked, and upon surveying her surroundings, she noted the absence of electricity and the extinguished red light of the camera. Grabbing a fire axe, she struck the lock repeatedly until it shattered. Upon entry, she encountered a small mountain of milk, beverages, and gift boxes. With a swift motion, she collected everything into her space, leaving even the items that had been soaked by the flood behind, planning to inspect them later to determine their edibility. As she moved through the aisles, she gathered an array of frozen delicacies: hot pot meatballs, shrimp paste, squid, chicken wings, beef, fish, frozen dumplings, bread, and steamed buns. She also collected various types of noodles, including egg noodles, wheat noodles, spinach noodles, sweet potato vermicelli, buckwheat noodles, large bowl noodles, bamboo shoot noodles, and alkaline noodles. Bags of vacuum-sealed rice, glutinous rice flour, sticky rice flour, starch, and clear flour were also swept into her inventory, along with an assortment of seasonings and snacks, completely emptying the shelves in her wake. The placement of daily necessities was rather far back. As Xia Xiaoman gathered all the sanitary napkins and tissues from the shelves into her space, along with other essentials such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, laundry detergent, shower gel, and shampoo. This supermarket also offered some underwear, clothing, and bedding. Xia Xiaoman collected everything, keeping what was suitable for her use, while anything unsuitable could later be resold at a stall. She felt no psychological burden in emptying the supermarket. After being there for just over an hour, the water level had already risen to her waist. If she did not clear out the supermarket, would she leave everything to be submerged? Having thoroughly looted the supermarket, Xia Xiaoman dived to the first floor in search of a pharmacy. She recalled that there was a pharmacy at the entrance of the first floor. Though she was uncertain if the medications inside had been washed away by the flood, the supermarket had swimming caps and goggles, which she donned as she submerged herself. The pharmacy's glass door had been forced open by the floodwaters. Upon swimming into the pharmacy, she found it in utter disarray, yet noticed a small door tightly shut. Presuming it led to a storage room, she surfaced to catch her breath and then dove back under, using a fire axe to forcibly break the door. After switching her breath several times, Xia Xiaoman finally smashed it open. As she had surmised, it was indeed a storeroom filled with boxes of medicine. Without time to inspect the contents, she hastily collected everything into her space, planning to sort through it later at home. With both the medications and daily supplies secured, the next challenge was to figure out how to cook without gas. The community had installed gas lines 2 years prior, but the owner of the gas cylinder shop had closed down due to poor business. There were no stores selling gas cylinders within a 10-mile radius, and Xia Xiaoman was momentarily at a loss for a solution to this dilemma. Returning to the community, it was already past 11. To avoid drawing attention, Xia Xiaoman picked up 2 large branches on her way home, pretending her outing was to gather firewood. Residing in room 701, she had previously complained about the height of the building and the absence of an elevator, as she had to climb the stairs daily. Now, however, she felt fortunate for living on a higher floor. As she dragged the heavy wood up the stairs, she passed the 6th floor when the door of room 603 opened, revealing a girl in overalls. Xia Xiaoman, what are you doing with those 2 pieces of wood? Glancing up, she recognized her classmate Qin. This community was not far from their school, and the rent was affordable, making it a popular choice for many students. Qin and her boyfriend lived in 603. The gas at home ran out, so I'm bringing back some wood to cook. Oh, are you not worried that your landlord will find out and come after you? Qin scratched her head. In these special circumstances, it's fine as long as the landlord doesn't notice. Suddenly, laughter erupted from 603, causing Xia Xiaoman to instinctively glance behind Qin. With an awkward smile, Qin explained, my boyfriend's friend's house was flooded, so he is temporarily staying with us. Xia Xiaoman remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement as she continued dragging the branches home. Upon reaching her doorstep, just as she retrieved her keys, the bespectacled man from apartment 702 emerged to glance at her. He mistakenly assumed a rescue team had arrived, muttering under his breath. His gaze scrutinized Xia Xiaoman from head to toe, his lascivious eyes lingering on her slender waist. Beautiful lady, do you live alone? Xia Xiaoman remained silent, preoccupied with opening her door and dragging a branch inside. Allow me to assist you. 2 hands make the task lighter, he insisted, eagerly approaching her to lift the end of the branch, attempting to carry it into her abode. Xia Xiaoman did not protest. Once the branch was inside, she swiftly turned and executed a spinning kick, striking the man squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground, clutching his chest, struggling for breath. You cough? Are you out of your mind? I was merely trying to help you with the branch, and you retaliate. He seethed, blood rising in his throat. Xia Xiaoman scoffed. Keep your distance from me. If you dare approach again, I shall have no mercy. Who do you think you are, to command me to leave? He retorted, rising to his feet and seizing a nearby branch, intent on striking her. Clenching her fists, Xia Xiaoman delivered a decisive punch to his face, then seized his hair, forcefully driving his head into the ground several times. Scum, a wretch who only thinks with his lower half. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your intentions in my home? Trash. Chapter 4. Life is more precious than money. Now is not the time to accumulate wealth within the confines of the space. Supplies were heaped into small mountains. The medications obtained from the pharmacy's warehouse were relatively complete. Cold relief, Huanglian Qingre Jidu pills, ibuprofen, vitamin C silver willow tablets, Chuanbei loquat syrup, Jiji syrup, digestive tablets, compound licorice tablets, watermelon frost lozenges. All these common remedies were present. She inspected a bottle of Jiji syrup, which had a screw cap, and noticed some residual stains at the opening. Fortunately, the bottle was sealed with a layer of tin foil, ensuring that the contents remained uncontaminated. The pills wrapped in tin foil were also intact. Only a few bottles without foil had been tainted. Various ointments for external injuries, as well as alcohol, antiseptic solutions. Yunanbayo, gauze, hydrogen peroxide, and iodine solutions were all in abundance. However, some of the alcohol had been contaminated by floodwaters, which she intended to reserve for future use as a fuel for alcohol lamps or for cleaning stubborn stains. Medical supplies, including masks and thermometers, were present, with several boxes of contraceptive items. The masks were all sealed, and fortunately, they remained uncontaminated. The thermometers, however, had been thoroughly soaked, but could be cleaned for reuse. Traditional Chinese medicinal herbs were also available, though many had been ruined by the water. The remaining ones, which she did not recognize, were of no use to her. She planned to sell them to the pharmacy when the opportunity arose. The bounty from the supermarket was quite impressive. It appeared that the food and daily necessities collected would suffice for her for decades. In high spirits, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a large chicken leg from her space, something she had long desired but hesitated to purchase. While savoring the delicious morsel, she checked the messages on her phone. Egg yolk sauce 504. Wasn't someone supposed to deliver supplies at noon today? It's already 12 o'clock, and no one has come yet? Lin 403. Same here. I'm nearly starving. Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to help? I can pay. Upon reading this, Xia Xiaoman felt a moment of internal conflict but decided that life was more important than money. Now was not the time to think of profits. As she continued to relish the savory chicken leg, she resumed reading the messages in the property group. Susiu 303. Uncles and aunties, brothers and sisters, I seek refuge. The water downstairs is about to flood the second floor, and it's likely to reach my home by afternoon. Is there anyone with a spare room who could lend it to me for a couple of days? Hua Xiao 801. Sister, there is still space at my house. Add me on WeChat for a private chat. Lin 403. Please, I beg you all, give this poor brother some food. I'm willing to pay 10 times the price. Brother Bin 603. There is a supermarket across the community. Why don't we go there and look for some food? Egg yolk sauce 504. Let us not. The flood outside is so severe, and there are so many floating objects in the water. What if someone drowns or gets injured? Ong 703. It's pouring rain and thundering outside. It's too dangerous to go out. Let us stay put and wait. The rescue team 1T abandoned us. Perhaps due to trust in the rescue team, no one in the group suggested going out to seek supplies any further. Xia Xiaoman switched pages to check the news published online. During her time scavenging for supplies, 2 more cities in the province succumbed to flooding, and the situation in neighboring areas was scarcely any better. Recalling the words of the village secretary from yesterday, Xia Xiaoman decided to check on the situation back home. The village had been partially buried by a mudslide, with the remaining inhabitants being relocated by rescue teams to a school in the town for temporary shelter. In a video circulating online, soldiers from the People's Liberation Army were seen braving the rain as they dug through the earth, attempting to rescue those entombed in the debris. Xia Xiaoman let out a heavy sigh, switching her phone's interface to return to the messaging app. The class group chat was flooded with messages, reaching a staggering 99 notifications, as classmates shared their own experiences of the deluge. Most students in the class resided in dormitories, and some had posted videos of the campus submerged in water. In the footage, the floodwaters had already inundated the 3rd floor of the dormitory, forcing students on the 13th floor to be relocated to higher vacant dorms. Those unable to find accommodation were directed to the academic building. In the video, the students maintained a remarkably optimistic demeanor. This was their first encounter with such a flood, and to them, it felt like an exhilarating and novel adventure. Some audacious students even performed dives from the balcony, seemingly unfazed by the murky waters, frolicking with youthful abandon. After receiving a reprimand from their teacher, they sheepishly climbed back up to apologize. There were also kind-hearted classmates who generously shared their snacks, gathering with roommates to enjoy treats and play cards, relishing a moment of tranquility amidst the chaos. Naturally, some selfless individuals volunteered for rescue efforts, assisting in the relocation of faculty and students and safeguarding important books and materials. As her phone alerted her to a low battery, Xia Xiaoman powered it down and retrieved a portable charger. After consuming a couple of bread rolls to satiate her hunger, she fetched 3 ice chests from the supermarket and barricaded the door before feeling at ease enough to retreat to her bedroom for a nap. It had been a long time since she had the luxury of waking up naturally, and when she finally roused, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. She turned on her phone and noticed a friend request. Hello, I'm Sun Qing, a civil engineering major at Floating City University. May I add you as a friend? Xia Xiaoman clicked on Sun Qing's profile, revealing a short-haired, striking young woman. She recognized Sun Qing, who seemed to reside in the same community but in a different building. Once, while returning home from a night shift, she had been followed, and Sun Qing had fortuitously passed by, greeting her to scare off her pursuer. After considering it for a moment, Xia Xiaoman accepted the friend request. Hello, this is Sun Qing. Any particular reason for reaching out? I apologize, but my apartment on the 3rd floor has been flooded. I wanted to inquire if there are any vacant rooms in your building. Room 704 is currently unoccupied. Thank you. Could you provide the landlord's contact information? All 4 units on that floor belong to the same landlord. The community had just opened, and the landlord, noticing the smaller room sizes, had purchased 4 units as an investment for rental purposes. Xia Xiaoman sent the landlord's number to Sun Qing and then switched pages to check for updates in the property management group. After noon, the property management group fell silent. likely due to the depletion of battery life on their phones, with a power outage lasting a full day and night. And considering the frequency with which young people engage with their devices, it seemed that unless one possessed a portable charger, their phones must have long since powered down. Around 4 in the afternoon, the sound of a loudspeaker echoed through the building. Xia Xiaoman opened her door just in time to encounter the bespectacled man exiting. He shot her a glare, but upon seeing Xia Xiaoman raise her fist, he promptly dashed down the stairs. A wise man avoids conflict with a woman, after all. Xia Xiaoman descended the stairs as well, the loudspeaker announcing that residents were to gather on the 3rd floor to collect emergency supplies. The staircase leading to the 3rd floor was crowded with people awaiting their provisions. Before she could approach, Xia Xiaoman spotted Sun Qing, who was carrying large bags. Sun Qing noticed her too and flashed a bright smile. "Hello, I'm Sun Qing," she said, gesturing to the girl beside her with a bun hairstyle. "This is my friend, Yu Xiaojie." Yu Xiaojie shyly smiled at Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman nodded in acknowledgement. "I'm Xia Xiaoman. How did you get here?" Sun Qing replied with a grin. "We were lucky to encounter the rescue team distributing supplies when we stepped out, and we asked them to bring us along. Let us not linger. We need to take our luggage upstairs. You should go collect your supplies," Sun Qing said as she and Yu Xiaojie headed upstairs. On their way, they crossed paths with the bespectacled man, who feigned an intention to assist Yu Xiaojie with her belongings, attempting to touch her hand, only to be subtly evaded by her. When Xia Xiaoman returned with her supplies and ascended the stairs, she discovered the bespectacled man leaning against the wall by the 6th floor. Chapter 5, not only cold-blooded and unfeeling, but also ruthlessly destructive. The rescue personnel distributed emergency supplies consisting of 3 bags of instant noodles and 10 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. This meager provision was intended to last for 5 days, and unless any unforeseen events occurred, the rescuers would not return for the next 5 days. Xia Xiaoman had no concerns about food or drink and found herself idly passing time at home. Such leisurely moments had become a rarity since her grandfather's passing. Her days were typically filled with endless chores or relentless work. Restless and unable to remain idle, Xia Xiaoman tidied her home, trying to make space wherever possible. She cleared an area and took out 2 large branches she had brought back earlier that morning. With a fire axe, she chopped the branches into logs of similar lengths, propping them up in a corner of the room to dry. Outside, the wind picked up, and the darkened sky loomed ominously over the land, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, followed by the deafening roar of thunder. The floodwaters had risen to the 3rd floor, completely submerging the supermarket across the street. On the 3rd day of the deluge, fewer office workers and students felt relief at being free from their usual responsibilities. The relentless torrential rain and the rising floodwaters instilled a sense of unease among the populace. Upon opening her phone, Xia Xiaoman was met with a deluge of reports detailing the devastation across various regions: heavy rains in the south, hailstorms in the north. Even abroad, calamities were rampant, with tornadoes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis striking in unison. It seemed as if the blue planet were ailing, beset by disasters all at once. A rhythmic knocking echoed through the air. Xia Xiaoman peered through the peephole and saw Qin Yali standing anxiously at her door, her face marred by distinct handprints. After a moment's hesitation, she opened the door, inquiring if there was something the matter. Qin Yali turned her head, her voice quivering with suppressed sobs. "Xia Xiaoman, may I stay at your home for a couple of days? I had a fight with my boyfriend, and he kicked me out. I have nowhere else to go." Tears streamed down her face like rain on a withered flower. Xia Xiaoman glanced at her empty hands, devoid of even a bag. "I'm sorry, but I cannot accommodate you." Taken aback by the rejection, Qin Yali stammered. "Why not? We are classmates. Can't you let me stay for just a couple of days out of compassion? Once the rescue team arrives, I will leave immediately." Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes. "I am neither your father nor your mother. To me, you are merely a somewhat familiar stranger. Why should I allow a stranger to stay in my home? I am not out of my mind. Moreover, you come empty-handed, intending to mooch off me? Your calculations are rather audacious." Qin Yali, feeling wronged, burst into tears. "Xia Xiaoman, you are being unreasonable. I simply wish to find shelter, and if you refuse, why must you slander me? Fine. Let me be perfectly clear. I do not wish to offer you a place to stay. Kindly leave my doorstep at once." Xia Xiaoman gestured for her to depart. With reddened eyes, Qin Yali glared at her. "Xia Xiaoman, how can you be so cold-blooded and unfeeling, refusing to help a classmate?" "I am not only cold-blooded and unfeeling, but I also possess a ruthless disposition. Would you care to test that?" Xia Xiaoman clenched her fist and declared. Qin Li's expression shifted, uncertain whether Xia Xiaoman was merely intimidating her or genuinely intended to strike. At that moment, the bespectacled man from room 702, having eavesdropped for an undisclosed duration, abruptly flung open the door and exclaimed, "Beautiful lady, do you lack a place to stay? You are welcome to my abode. I reside here alone." He He concluded with a couple of flirtatious glances directed at Xia, though his shattered glasses rendered his advances somewhat dubious, akin to a spasm of his eyelids. Xia, repulsed, took a step back, asserting, "No, thank you. I shall return to comfort my boyfriend," seemingly wary of further entanglement with the bespectacled man. Her departure was marked by a hasty gait. The man, regretfully gazing at her retreating figure, instinctively turned his attention to Xia Xiaoman, only to hastily shut the door upon witnessing her raised fist, as if a predator lurked outside. Once the door was secured, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a packet of potato chips from her space. Just as she opened it, a loud knock resonated on the door. She hastily returned the chips to her space and peered through the peephole to ascertain the visitor's identity before opening the door. Sun Qing greeted her with a radiant smile. "Hello, are you interested in joining us for a little treasure hunt?" "Treasure hunt? What do you mean?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. Sun Qing refrained from a direct reply, asking, "Are you free now? Can we chat at my place?" "Certainly, just a moment while I fetch my key," Xia Xiaoman responded, intrigued by the notion of a treasure hunt. Sun Qing's rented apartment mirrored Xia Xiaoman's own, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room. Upon entering the living room, Xia Xiaoman observed Yi Xiaojia clad in a tank top and shorts, performing push-ups, her muscles taut and exuding vigor. Upon noticing Xia Xiaoman's presence, Yi Xiaojia ceased her workout and stood up, her sweat-soaked tank top clinging to her form, revealing hints of her defined abdominal muscles. Sun Qing closed the door behind her and remarked, "Xiaojia is a champion in Sanda, having trained since the age of 6, dedicating herself to practice daily." Xia Xiaoman expressed her surprise. Yi Xiaojia appeared delicate, hardly the image of a martial arts expert. Yi Xiaojia smiled shyly without uttering a word. Sun Qing gestured for Xia Xiaoman to take a seat and addressed her directly. "Xiaoman, regarding the treasure hunt I mentioned, we aim to retrieve some useful items from the water. Would you care to join us?" Xia Xiaoman did not respond immediately, questioning, "Why do you intend to salvage items from the water? If you are in need, perhaps you could consult the rescue team. They should be willing to assist with reasonable requests. In the short term, we can indeed rely on the rescue team. However, if we remain trapped in the building for an extended period, their resources will inevitably be depleted," Sun Qing explained, producing a sheet of paper and indicating the information inscribed upon it. "This is the data I gathered while the phone and computer still had power. 3 cities upstream of Floating City have already experienced flooding. Should the rain persist, 7 cities, including the 3 already affected, will succumb to inundation." The names of these 7 cities were inscribed on the paper, interconnected by lines. At the end of this line, it points directly towards the submerged city. Our city lies downstream. With the upstream flooded, our situation downstream is hardly any better. According to the information I have gathered, the southern regions are expected to experience extensive rainfall over the next 40 days, characterized by torrential downpours. This implies that our submerged city will remain in a state of inundation for the foreseeable future. Sun Qing's expression was grave. This 40-day forecast is limited as weather predictions can only extend that far. Should the extraordinary rains persist beyond these 40 days, we may find ourselves trapped within our buildings for an even longer duration. Therefore, I intend to seize the opportunity while the flood has just begun, and the water level is not excessively deep, to salvage some useful items from the depths. Chapter 6. A Plan for Departure. Floating City is an industrial metropolis currently grappling with the devastating aftermath of a flood, which has inundated its granaries while neighboring cities suffer similarly. Although supplies are still being distributed, it is evident that they will soon dwindle to nothing. As Sun Qing covertly scavenges for items from other stores, a flicker of guilt tugs at her conscience. Yet, she believes that in dire times, one must prioritize survival. If she and Yi Xiaojie do not prepare for the future, they may soon find themselves facing starvation. To alleviate any psychological burden on Xiaoman, Sun Qing reassures her, "Xiaoman, you need not worry excessively. We will only salvage items submerged in the water. We shall leave everything else untouched. Those items, having been soaked, cannot be sold. Rather than allowing them to remain submerged, it is far better for us to repurpose them." With a clear conscience, Xiaoman inquires, "When shall we go?" Having consulted the weather forecast earlier, she surmises that inclement weather will persist, motivating her to venture to the supermarket for a zero-cost acquisition amidst the thunderstorm. Sun Qing glances outside at the tempest, gale-force winds, torrential rain, and flashes of lightning enveloping the sky in darkness. Venturing out in such conditions would be tantamount to courting disaster. She purses her lips and replies, "Indeed, today's weather is not conducive for our efforts. I do not intend to go out just yet. We must prepare first. At the very least, we should construct a raft to navigate the waters." Xiaoman nods, eager to hear their plan. "What do you propose? Could you elaborate?" "Certainly." Sun Qing responds with a smile. "I am an outdoor enthusiast, having dabbled in rock climbing, diving, and hiking. There is a large outdoor equipment store at Xinbai Mall, which offers all manner of gear for ascending to the heavens or plunging into the depths. However, our community is quite distant from the mall, and swimming there may exhaust our strength. Therefore, Xia and I plan to dismantle the bedboards from our home and tie them to some buoyant objects to fashion a raft that will carry us to Xinbai Mall in search of diving equipment. Once we acquire the necessary gear, salvaging supplies will become significantly easier. She pauses momentarily before adding, moreover, I recall that the store stocks inflatable kayaks. The advertisements declare they can be folded to the size of a backpack, making them conveniently portable. In this dire situation, both diving equipment and kayaks are essential for survival. Xiaoman's heart races with excitement. All right, when do you plan to act? If you lack enough boards, I have an extra bedboard on my end. We shall proceed once the rain subsides a bit. According to the forecast, the winds will lessen tomorrow, Sun Qing states, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation as she glances at Xiaoman. Noticing her friend's unease, Xiaoman furrows her brow. Is there something else on your mind? Sun Qing hesitates before revealing, the door lock at my home has been forcibly broken. If both Xiaojie and I are absent, I fear someone may sneak in. As the water levels continue to rise, the number of vacant apartments in the building is dwindling. Once the water reaches the 4th floor, residents may come knocking, seeking refuge. In the event that the residents discover their home unoccupied, they might forcibly invade it or steal their belongings, which would result in dire consequences. Xia Xiaoman felt helpless regarding this matter, as she too harbored concerns about it. Each door in the building appeared identical, and a determined individual could easily pick the lock with minimal effort. Why don't one of you stay home to guard the place? Xia Xiaoman suggested. Glancing at Sun Qing. Sun Qing hesitated. Given the harsh circumstances, she was reluctant to separate from her companion. It was Xiaojie, who had been silent until now, who spoke up. We could ask the delivery guy from across the hall to help watch the house. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. You mean the delivery man from 703? Yi Xiaojie nodded. He seems like a good person. A few days ago, during our move, he even helped us carry our luggage. The delivery man, named Zhou Qiuyang, had a cold demeanor but a warm heart. He often fed the stray cats in the neighborhood. Xia Xiaoman was familiar with him, as he had a knack for acquiring food delivery coupons from various sources, some of which offered significant discounts, allowing her to purchase meals worth over 10 yuan for just 2. To obtain these coupons, she had added him as a friend, hoping he would share more channels with her when he had the time. How about we invite the guy from across the hall to join us in gathering supplies? Sun Qing proposed. Xia Xiaoman nonchalantly nodded. It wasn't her place to dictate who should join, as long as she received her fair share. She was indifferent to the number of participants. However, if the distribution of supplies was inequitable, she would not hesitate to utilize her space to consume all the resources. Sun Qing was decisive. Having settled on a candidate, she promptly went to fetch Zhou Qiuyang. A few minutes later, she returned with him and repeated the request she had conveyed to Xia Xiaoman. Upon learning that his task was to guard the house, Zhou Qiuyang's expression shifted. Are you sure you want a man like me to stay home? Fearing that Zhou Qiuyang might seize her opportunity for a zero-cost purchase, Xia Xiaoman affirmed, absolutely. The task of guarding may seem simple, but it is fraught with danger. All residents of the building could attempt to break in. With you watching, they would be less inclined to act. If any of us 3 remain behind, they might underestimate us, thinking we are easy targets. Sun Qing and Yu Xiaojie nodded in tacit agreement. They were all unwilling to stay behind as sentinels. Xia Xiaoman's reasoning was sound and her analysis clear. Reluctantly, Zhou Qiuyang consented to remain behind to guard. After 2 days of effort, they fashioned a wooden raft capable of supporting 3 individuals using 3 planks and an assortment of empty bottles and plastic items. By this time, 5 days had passed since the last distribution of rescue supplies, and all the residents' phones were dead. Even if they had power, they might not have signal. Many were uncertain whether the rescue team would arrive that day, prompting them to go door to door in search of food early in the morning. As Xia Xiaoman and her group descended with the raft, they encountered Qin Yali and her boyfriend, who were also out seeking supplies. Xia Xiaoman, are you all heading out? Before Xia Xiaoman could utter a word, Sun Qing, with an air of impatience, exclaimed, Can you two not exhibit a modicum of awareness? Do you not see us carrying things down the stairs? Why are you blocking the stairway? If you intend to ascend, do so promptly. I shall create a narrow passage for you. If not, then be on your way and do not obstruct our path. Qin Yali's expression stiffened momentarily. I am engaged in conversation with my friend. What concern is it of yours? Xia Xiaoman, taken aback, retorted, Who is your friend? A good dog does not block the way. Step aside at once. Hey, you inch, whom are you addressing? Qin Yali's boyfriend glared menacingly at Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman's countenance turned cold as she retrieved a fire axe from her lower back and struck it forcefully against the stair railing. With a resounding crash, concrete debris scattered. I said to let me pass. Do you comprehend human speech? Qin Yali and her boyfriend, unnerved by Xia Xiaoman's ominous demeanor, instinctively retreated several paces, leaning against the wall. Rendered speechless, with determination, Xia Xiaoman and her companions successfully maneuvered the wooden raft down 3 flights. After a brief trial on the ground, confirming the raft's buoyancy, they donned their raincoats and set forth. As she paddled the raft, Sun Qing called out exuberantly, "Xiaoman, I never anticipated your audacity to wield an axe and strike without hesitation." Xia Xiaoman replied with a smile, "Circumstances compel one to be resolute. If one does not exhibit a fierce spirit, others will trample upon you." If she did not possess a measure of ferocity, how would she have the opportunity to pursue her education? The barefoot fear not those in shoes. After all, her life is but a single thread. Whoever dares to bully her shall find her equally willing to fight back. Chapter 7. The perils of overindulgence. Navigating a wooden raft through the urban landscape is no trifling endeavor. Beneath the city streets lie numerous drainage outlets, each forming a small whirlpool. For Xia Xiaoman and her companions, this was their inaugural attempt at rafting, and mastering the course proved challenging. A moment's inattention could see them ensnared in the swirling currents, spinning helplessly in place. After a laborious 4 hours of paddling, they encountered several rescue teams along the way. Each team, upon sighting them, approached with genuine concern, inquiring about their destination and offering assistance. Fearing to disclose their true purpose of scavenging supplies from Xinbai Mall, they feigned a need for firewood due to a lack of gas at home. Xinbai Mall, towering in the city center, occupies a low-lying area adjacent to the river. Upon their arrival, the mall had already succumbed to flooding up to the 3rd floor. Unlike typical buildings, each floor of Xinbai Mall boasts a height of 4.5 meters, surpassing the standard residential floor height by 1.5 meters. With the mall inundated to the 3rd floor, it was estimated that surrounding residences would be submerged up to the 45th floor. Xia Xiaoman and her friends circumnavigated the mall, eventually locating a ground-level window adjacent to the roadside, revealing a restaurant within. Seizing her axe, Xia Xiaoman swung with vigor, striking the glass with force. The resilience of state-manufactured glass was evident, as it took 2 blows before a serpentine crack appeared. Upon shattering the glass, Xia Xiaoman was the first to climb inside. Urging her companions to follow quickly, the residents across the street might have witnessed their act of vandalism and could soon arrive to claim whatever treasures they found. At the sound of this warning, Sun Qing hastened her pace, tugging Yu Xiaojie along as they scrambled through the window, securing the raft with a rope beneath a table before following Xia Xiaoman. The restaurant's front door was locked, and while Xia Xiaoman contemplated a forceful entry, Sun Qing swiftly intervened, retrieving 2 pieces of wire from her backpack. After a brief tinkering, the lock clicked open. Observing Sun Qing's adeptness with unlocking mechanisms, Xia Xiaoman's expression shifted. "You can pick locks? Why resort to breaking down the door of room 704? With a chuckle, Sun Qing replied, "I possess only rudimentary skills. I can open doors that aren't double-locked. Room 704 had 3 locks engaged. Without a key, I couldn't manage it." Xia Xiaoman resolved to ensure her own front door was secured upon her return. Currently, they were on the 4th floor of the mall, while Sun Qing mentioned that the outdoor equipment store was located on the 2nd floor. Among the trio, Xia Xiaoman was the most proficient swimmer. Yu Xiaojie tied a rope around Xia Xiaoman's waist, while she donned swimming goggles and a waterproof flashlight before plunging into the depths. After several dives, Xia Xiaoman finally discovered the outdoor equipment store. The 1st floor of the mall had been ravaged by floodwaters, damaging numerous storefronts, while the 2nd floor was only partially submerged, leaving the shops above relatively unscathed. With determination, Xia Xiaoman forcefully breached the door, disregarding the contents within as she hastily gathered everything into her storage space. Just as she felt her breath running short, she tugged at the rope around her waist, signaling Sun Qing and Yu Xiaojie to hoist her back to the surface. As she emerged, she retrieved several items resembling diving equipment from her storage to show Sun Qing for identification. Upon realizing they were not diving gear, Xia Xiaoman once more submerged, intent on collecting the remaining items from the outdoor equipment store. This outdoor equipment store truly lives up to its reputation as the most comprehensive establishment. Xia Xiaoman dived in and out of the water 8 times before successfully collecting all the items within the store. On her first dive, she emerged with several bundles of climbing rope and carabiners, instructing Sun Qing and Yu Xiaojie to thread the carabiners onto the climbing rope. During her second plunge, she brought down the rope adorned with carabiners, securing various items from the store to it before signaling Sun Qing and Yu Xiaojie to hoist it back up. By her final ascent, a considerable stockpile of supplies had accumulated behind Sun Qing and her companions. Removing her goggles, Xia Xiaoman gasped, "Sun Qing, fetch the kayak. We must leave swiftly." Enveloped in joy, Sun Qing appeared puzzled. Are we leaving now? There are still many shops here. Wouldn't it be a pity to depart just like this? One cannot bite off more than one can chew, Xia Xiaoman replied while organizing the salvage supplies. There are only 3 of us. It would be a feat to transport this load back. If we attempt to retrieve more, we simply cannot carry it. Moreover, nearly an hour has elapsed since we arrived at this mall. In that time, the residents across the way could have fashioned a vessel and come over. If we delay further, we may not even manage to take this minimal haul. Upon hearing Xia Xiaoman's words, Sun Qing recalled the watchful residents across the mall, quickly rummaging for the kayak and preparing to inflate it. The amount of items they had gathered was substantial, rendering a single 2-person kayak insufficient. After preparing 3 kayaks, the group hastily transferred the supplies onto them. During the process, Sun Qing spotted individuals in the distance already paddling over on a makeshift raft. In her urgency, she abandoned the raft entirely, urging Xia Xiaoman and Yi Xiaojie to leave promptly after loading the last of the supplies. Having paddled a fair distance, Sun Qing glanced back to see her raft being commandeered, a pang of regret striking her heart. However, upon turning to behold the kayaks brimming with supplies, she felt a sense of solace wash over her. The kayaks proved to be more manageable than the raft, and the return journey took the group just over 2 hours. Upon arriving at the foot of their apartment complex, they found the residents gathered at the stairwell, possibly awaiting relief supplies. Xia Xiaoman squinted and advised, "Do not approach too closely, wait outside. I will go inside to find Zhou Qiuyang for assistance." Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie nodded, cautioning Xia Xiaoman to be careful. Alone, Xia Xiaoman swam into the building. As she ascended the staircase, an elderly lady called out, "Young girl, you must be here to deliver supplies for the rescue team. Why aren't you bringing the items over?" Her feigned innocence barely concealed her greed. Ignoring her, Xia Xiaoman stepped past and continued upstairs. The elderly woman reached out to grab her, exclaiming, "Hey, young girl, don't leave. Hurry and have your companions bring the relief supplies. We've been hungry all day." Nearly losing her balance from the woman's grip, Xia Xiaoman's expression darkened. She forcefully shook off the woman, retorting, "If your mind is muddled, keep silent, lest others discover your intellectual shortcomings. The rescue team wears red vests and carries boxes of instant noodles. Do my companions and I appear to be in vests or bearing noodles? Why don't you share your family's gold instead?" The elderly woman nearly stumbled to the ground as she was dismissed, prompting her husband to express his displeasure. In a condescending tone, he admonished, "You impudent girl. Why must you speak so harshly and resort to violence? You show no respect for your elders or care for the young. If you are not part of the rescue team, then simply state that. Do you truly believe we would covet anything from a mere girl like you?" Other residents joined in the chorus of condemnation, asserting, "She merely mistook you for the rescue team. A simple explanation would suffice. Must you resort to violence?" A collective of individuals stood resolutely, occupying the moral high ground as they chastised Xia Xiaoman, as if she had committed an unforgivable transgression. Chapter 8. Seizing supplies. These hypocritical individuals, vocally criticizing Xia Xiaoman for her arrogance, fixated their gazes upon the 3 inflatable kayaks. Their thoughts were palpable, even discernible through the layers of pretense. Xia Xiaoman anticipated that the residents of the building would covet her supplies, which is why she instructed Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie to refrain from approaching the staircase, just as she was about to draw her axe. Intending to assert her authority, Zhou Qiuyang poked his head out from above and called down, "Xia Xiaoman, are you the only one returning?" His voice attracted the attention of many. The elderly lady glanced between Xia Xiaoman and Zhou Qiuyang, inquiring, "Xiaoyang, do you know this girl?" Zhou Qiuyang hurried down the stairs, disregarding the old woman, and approached Xia Xiaoman, asking, "Where are the others? You should go help bring Yi Xiaojie over here." Xia Xiaoman stepped aside. Zhou Qiuyang nodded, leaping into the water with vigor, swimming towards the kayak where Yi Xiaojie was situated, propelling it forward as he swam. As they neared the stairs, several hands reached out towards the kayak. Xia Xiaoman brandished her axe, striking the back of the elderly lady's hand with precision. The woman recoiled with a yelp, exclaiming, "Ah, my hand. It feels as if it will break." Xia Xiaoman regarded her with a cold stare, warning, "If you dare to touch my belongings again, I shall not hesitate to sever your hand." "You've gone too far, Xia Xiaoman. How can you strike someone so casually?" Qin Yali rushed down the stairs to shield the elderly lady, adding, "You have brought back so many supplies. Can't you spare us a little? We can pay for it if necessary. Must you resort to violence?" The other onlookers, emboldened by her outcry, began a fresh round of moral condemnation against Xia Xiaoman. Qin Yali's boyfriend and several companions approached, exclaiming, "What is with all this nonsense? We outnumber you. Let us just seize it. Whoever grabs it first, it belongs to them." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yu Xiaojie sprinted forward, brandishing her trekking pole and striking him squarely on the kneecap. With a deft twist of her wrist, she swung the pole at the legs of two others, sending them crashing to the ground, clutching their shins. Clapping enthusiastically, Sun Qing, who had just arrived at the staircase with her kayak, exclaimed, "Xiaojie, that was incredible. So impressive." At Sun Qing's praise, Xiaojie's previously stoic expression softened, a shy smile breaking through. Sun Qing leapt from her kayak, joining Xiaojie, draping an arm around her shoulder while brandishing the trekking pole towards the onlookers, declaring, "My Xiaojie has trained in martial arts since childhood. Those who wish to take our supplies should consider whether they possess the skill to spar with her." The crowd fell silent, the only sounds being the soft groans of those Xiaojie had bested. "If you lack the courage, what are you doing lingering here? Haven't you heard that good dogs do not block the path?" Though the spectators were unwilling, they indeed lacked the courage to confront her. Quietly retreating a few steps to clear a path, Zhou Qiuyang carried the last package of supplies upstairs and secured the door, saying, "You all acted too impulsively today, offending everyone in the building. Please be more cautious in the future." After a moment's thought, he added, "And be careful while at home as well." Sun Qing shrugged nonchalantly. "It's fine. After all, we won't be residing here for long." Zhou Qiuyang paused momentarily. "Are you all planning to move?" Xia Xiaoman's expression turned grave. "It's not that we wish to depart, but rather that we are compelled to leave. The flooding in the city has become quite severe. Although the rain has lessened over the past couple of days, the water level is still rising, albeit at a slower pace than during the initial days. However, the rain shows no sign of relenting, and it is only a matter of time before it reaches our 7th floor. Today, she had ventured out with Sun Qing and Xiaojie, fully aware of the dire situation engulfing the floating city. If fortune favored them, it would take perhaps 10 to 15 days for the water to reach their level. But if misfortune struck, the upstream cities could open the floodgates. Or the gates themselves might fail under the torrential downpour, resulting in a sudden surge that could reach their floor overnight. In any case, they had to vacate the building. Unless the skies cleared. Enough with the grim talk. Let us hastily distribute the supplies. Sun Qing exclaimed with a hint of excitement as she organized the provisions. For 130-liter camouflage backpacks, for 80-liter medium-sized backpacks, 8 complete sets of diving gear, oxygen tanks, a portable barbecue grill, a 2-person tent, a gas stove, inflatable mattresses, portable sleeping bags, an alcohol stove, emergency thermal blankets, multifunctional knives, and safety hammers. Time was of the essence. Xia Xiaoman endeavored to gather everything that Sun Qing and the others would require, ensuring that each item was in sufficient quantity for 4 people. She made an effort to procure extra supplies of commonly used consumables, such as oxygen tanks, alcohol stoves, and gas stoves. Sun Qing divided the items into 4 portions, 1 for each person. Zhou Qiuyang felt somewhat embarrassed. "I will just take a set of diving gear. You all have divided everything else. I haven't contributed anything, and it feels unfair to take so much. Take it. If you feel guilty, you can look after our home next time we go out to scavenge." Sun Qing replied with a smile. "We've certainly offended that bunch in the building today. When we venture out next time, they will undoubtedly come knocking on our door. So you must guard our home well." Zhou Qiuyang suddenly felt overwhelmed. "Perhaps we should move now. I know of a newly opened residential complex that has yet to sell many units. The building is complete, and the doors and windows are installed. We could relocate there," he suggested. Sun Qing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Let us wait and see how the authorities respond. The rain continues to pour, and they won't allow the public to drown in the flood. There will surely be corresponding policies." Xia Xiaoman agreed. "No need to rush. The community is conveniently located near shops and supermarkets, making it easier for us to gather supplies from here." After distributing the provisions, Xia Xiaoman dragged her share back home. After a long day of rowing, her arms felt sore and swollen. She used the gas stove to boil a pot of hot water to cleanse her body. Retrieving a medicinal patch from her supplies that she had salvaged from the water, she tore open the packaging and applied it to her arm to alleviate the muscle soreness. That evening, she enjoyed a warm meal of dumplings and 2 char siu buns. In a state between sleep and wakefulness, she was abruptly awakened by a horrific scream. Xia Xiaoman sat up abruptly in bed, barefoot, and rushed out of her bedroom, standing at the doorway of the living room, straining her ears to catch the sounds outside. Chapter 9. Breaking and How Dare You Break Into My Home? If you dare to steal my resources, I will ensure your demise. Steal? Huh? Why have you stopped? Were you not just bold moments ago? You claimed you would eliminate us. What's stopping you now? Are you lacking the courage to carry out your threats? Sun Qing's loud voice resonated through the door, accompanied by unfamiliar cries of distress. Xia Xiaoman stored away a pile of heavy objects blocking the entrance into her space and squinted through the peephole to observe outside. 5 individuals were tightly bound with ropes. Kneeling in the corner of the corridor, Sun Qing paced back and forth with a flashlight in one hand and a stick in the other. occasionally swinging the stick at one of the captives. Xia Xiaoman opened the door and inquired, Sun Qing, what is happening? Sun Qing turned her head. Did I wake you? These individuals attempted to stealthily enter my home to steal. Xiao Jia managed to take one of them down. I was just educating them on the consequences of thievery. After securing the door, Xia Xiaoman approached for a closer look. The 5 thieves were residents from the 6th floor, each sporting bruised faces, their heads bowed in silence. Xia Xiaoman glanced and asked, Where's Xiao Jia? Sun Qing pointed towards the interior. She is inside, tending to Zhou Qiuyang's wounds. These 5 petty thieves originally intended to rob Xia Xiaoman's apartment, believing her solitary residence would make for an easier target. However, they were unprepared for the formidable lock on her door. After much effort, they managed to pick the lock, only to find the door seemingly blocked from within. Resorting to a secondary plan, they opted to invade Sun Qing's home, which had previously been broken into and could easily be forced open. Yet, they did not anticipate that Sun Qing and Yishao Jia had placed a glass cup behind the door. The moment the door was pushed open, the cup shattered on the floor, producing a sharp, resonant crack. Sun Qing and Yishao Jia were instantly awakened, and with remarkable teamwork, they subdued the 5 intruders within minutes. Zhou Qiuyang from across the hall, drawn by the commotion, rushed to assist, but was mistakenly identified by Yishao Jia as another thief. She grabbed his hair and slammed his head against the table corner, causing a gash that bled profusely. When Xia Xiaoman entered, she found Yishao Jia looking remorseful as she bandaged Zhou Qiuyang's wound. Did you suffer a concussion? Xia Xiaoman asked, eyeing Zhou Qiuyang's expression of irritation. No, just a superficial cut, he replied, somewhat annoyed by Xia Xiaoman's gleeful demeanor. Xia Xiaoman couldn't suppress her laughter. You were quite pathetic. Not only did you fail to assist, but you also ended up being taken down by Xiao Jia. It was my fault for not recognizing him, which led to the accidental injury, Yishao Jia said, her guilt palpable. In the darkness, who could see clearly? Xia Xiaoman offered some comfort and tentatively asked Xiao Jia, Is it easy to learn combat skills? Yishao Jia paused for a moment. It's manageable, but it requires consistent practice. Could you teach me? I wish to learn some self-defense techniques, Xia Xiaoman expressed, feeling a surge of determination. While she possessed considerable strength, she lacked the knowledge to channel it effectively. The attitudes displayed by those individuals in the building today indicated that society is far from secure, at least in their own residence. The likelihood of needing to defend oneself would likely increase over time. She wanted to be well prepared for such eventualities, even if she could not overpower an opponent. She at least wanted the ability to escape. Yishao Jia nodded, Sure, I have been teaching a Qing martial arts these past few days. If you are interested, you can join us for some practice. Zhou Qiuyang responded, Then I shall join as well. Just then, Sun Qing, who had just entered, casually inquired, What are we learning? Xia Xiaoman smiled and replied, We have agreed with Xiao Jia to begin learning Sanda together starting tomorrow. That's wonderful. Finally, I won't be the only one enduring this, she said, taking a few sips of water before adding, By the way, those thieves just mentioned that the rescue team has tea come today, and they have no food at home, which is why they resorted to stealing. What do you think? Why has the rescue team arrived? Zhou Qiuyang conjectured, They must have been delayed by some matters. I read online that a massive tsunami struck the coastal areas, sweeping many people away. Our city isn't too far from the coast, so perhaps the rescue team went there to provide assistance and hence couldn't come here today. Wait, Sun Qing interrupted, raising a hand. You said you saw this online? Does your house still have electricity? Zhou Qiuyang nodded. We have a battery backup. You have a battery backup? Sun Qing exclaimed, nearly shrieking with excitement. Zhou Qiuyang chuckled and nodded again. He often delivered takeout, and since there were no charging stations in his community, he had to remove his electric bike's battery daily to charge it at home. To make things easier, he purchased several spare batteries so he could use them if he forgot to charge the primary one. After the power outage in the community, he modified his setup to charge his phone with these batteries or connect them to an electric kettle to boil water for instant noodles. Sun Qing's eyes sparkled with envy. Brother, Yang, could I possibly borrow some of your electricity to charge my phone? Of course, I'll bring you a battery later, he replied. Glancing at Xia Xiaoman, do you need one too? I have extras. Xia Xiaoman nodded. I want you to take it for free. I'll bring you some dried crusts in return. The bakery often had leftover crusts from making sandwiches, which they dried and sold, though few people bought them. Most of them ended up back at her home. Properly sealed, the dried crusts could last for at least 3 months without spoiling. Zhou Qiuyang accepted without hesitation. He had no habit of stockpiling food at home, and the instant noodles provided by the rescue team had already been consumed. Currently, food was his most pressing need. A bag of crusts could easily suffice for a meal for an adult. Xia Xiaoman exchanged 5 bags of crusts for a battery and returned home. Upon waking up the next morning, She opened her fully charged phone, and the notification chimes echoed like a symphony. The signal, weak and faltering, resembled a dying breath, more intake than output. After waiting a long while for a news article to load, the content gradually appeared, while images and videos remained inaccessible. Floods ravaged the southern regions, while northern areas also faced relentless natural disasters. An island surrounded by seawater experienced a magnitude 9 earthquake, causing it to shatter into pieces as if torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Simultaneously, the island's volcano erupted uncontrollably. Flames soared into the sky, billowing smoke engulfed everything, and lava gushed forth like a fiery dragon, illuminating the heavens with its scorching brilliance. The volcanic ash enveloped the sky, obscuring the sun and delivering an even more devastating blow to the already shattered island. Immediately following this, a colossal tsunami, triggered by the earthquake, surged forth. Like a ferocious beast, the tsunami approached with astonishing speed, devouring the island in the blink of an eye. The satellite imagery, which took 5 minutes to render, revealed that the location where the island once stood had transformed into a vast expanse of ocean. The coastal regions of the Summer Nation, in close proximity to the island, were also affected by aftershocks in the relentless tsunami. Chapter 10. Underwater Salvage in Times of Crisis. The call for aid resonates far and wide. Yet, now it is the collective that faces adversity, prompting only those closest to the coastal regions to muster their efforts and assist. Floating City has temporarily dispatched 50,000 personnel to the coastal areas, resulting in a shortage of hands to distribute relief supplies. With provisions at home dwindling and rescue teams yet to arrive, many find themselves restless indoors, devising various means to create tools for navigating the water. Some dismantle wardrobes to construct rafts, others wrap barrels with duct tape, while some even bring out their inflatable swimming pools. Peering down from the balcony, one can see throngs of individuals braving the torrential rain in search of sustenance. A rhythmic knocking resounds at the door. "Xiaoman, it's me." Upon hearing Sun Qing's voice, Xiaoman, as is her habit, glances through the peephole before opening the door. "You're up early? What about those thieves?" Sun Qing shakes her head, uncertain. "They must have been rescued by their accomplices. I dealt with them last night, tying them up in the corridor. But I left them unattended. This morning, only a few ropes remained. Are you going out with us later?" Sun Qing inquires. "Where are you headed?" Xiaoman asks. "To the supermarket across the community. We have diving equipment, enabling us to retrieve supplies from beneath the water." Xiaoman furrows her brow, questioning the obsession with the supermarket across the street. "I noticed many residents have ventured out. They might also be heading to that supermarket. I suggest we seek a less populated area for safety." After a brief contemplation, Sun Qing agrees. "Then let us go to the department store at the corner. It's a bit farther than the supermarket across the community, so there should be fewer people. The supermarket on the street has residents living above it. They may not permit us to salvage," Xiaoman reflects. "Why don't you head back for now? I'll tidy up and join you later to discuss our plans." Sun Qing nods in agreement, recognizing the awkwardness of discussing salvage plans with a dubious neighbor living at 702. After freshening up, Xiaoman consumes 2 pieces of bread and dons athletic attire before stepping out. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie have already invited Xiaoyang to join them, and the three gather around an iPad to examine nearby maps. "Xiaoman, come here." Sun Qing beckons. "We've just concluded our discussion. We can head to Wanhui Plaza." The plaza boasts a supermarket on the basement level, with numerous restaurants on the upper floors. According to regulations, restaurants exceeding 300 square meters or seating more than 150 are not permitted to install natural gas, Sun Qing explains. Thus, these restaurants might still have gas canisters. Xiaoman raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "How do you know this?" Sun Qing replies with a proud smile. "My family owns a restaurant, so I'm well informed." Wanhui Plaza, equipped with gas canisters and a supermarket, is conveniently located not too far from the community, typically a 10-minute drive or a 40-minute walk. Moreover, the vicinity is surrounded by shops, devoid of residential areas, alleviating concerns of being spotted while salvaging supplies from the mall. This outing features the trio of Xiaoman, Sun Qing, and Yi Xiaojie once more. Yesterday, they managed to offend everyone in the building. Before stepping out, they transferred their valuable belongings to Zhou Qiuyang's residence. At least, that was the FAAD. Only they knew the true whereabouts of their prized possessions. After all, their acquaintance with Zhou Qiuyang was not intimate enough to entrust him with crucial supplies. Many individuals likely went without receiving relief supplies yesterday. On their way to Wanhui Square, Xia Xiaoman and her companions observed numerous people utilizing various watercraft to salvage materials. The three of them squeezed into a 2-person kayak, swiftly paddling towards Wanhui Square amidst envious glances from all directions. After a day spent rowing, their arms were sore and blisters had formed on their palms. Nevertheless, they did not utter a word of pain, nor did they cease their efforts, gritting their teeth and paddling with determination. Upon reaching One-Way Square, they maneuvered their kayak around the mall, searching for an entry point. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoman pointed to a spot and exclaimed, "Aching, there's a hole in that window. Let's go take a look." Sun Qing paddled towards the opening with ease. Xia Xiaoman examined the edges of the hole and remarked, "It appears to be a man-made opening. There may be others inside. We should proceed with caution." Beyond the floor-to-ceiling window lay a boutique selling kipayos, with exquisite garments adorned with intricate patterns hanging on the walls. However, Xia Xiaoman and her friends paid them no heed as they pushed their kayak into the mall's interior. Upon entering, they spotted two men guarding a pile of supplies, their eyes warily fixed on Xia Xiaoman and her companions. Casting a glance at the men, Xia Xiaoman pointed to the farthest corner and said, "Let us head over there. You two stay in the corridor and keep watch while I dive down." Sun Qing nodded in agreement, aware that Xia Xiaoman was the most capable swimmer among them. After donning her diving gear and adjusting it, Xia Xiaoman leaped into the water. The two men observed her enviously, their greed evident in their eyes. The supplies they guarded had been salvaged from the upper floors that were not yet submerged. With diving equipment, they could also retrieve materials from the flooded lower levels. Sun Qing noticed the two men whispering to each other and quietly warned, "Xiaojia, if anyone comes to seize the supplies, and we can't overpower them, jump into the water. We have diving gear and can escape underwater. Don't risk your life for a few supplies." Yi Xiaojia nodded, gripping her climbing stick tightly. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman submerged and activated her waterproof flashlight. The supermarket was located in the basement, and floodwaters had ravaged most of the shops on the ground floor, leaving the supermarket similarly affected. Fortunately, the surrounding walls had contained much of the chaos, allowing the items in the basement to remain relatively undisturbed, albeit in disarray, necessitating some time to locate supplies. They had previously agreed that, due to their limited manpower, they would only take essential items: salt, sugar, food, medicine, sanitary pads, and gas canisters. Anything else they could manage would be a bonus, but if not, it would have to be left behind. Xia Xiaoman had initially thought these items would be difficult to find. She swam to the supermarket and upon entering, discovered a plethora of vacuum-sealed, lightweight items floating gracefully from the ceiling. She meticulously gathered these objects, and halfway through her endeavor, her gaze fell upon a vast array of well-packaged sanitary napkins and tampons. Summer Xiaoman retrieved an oversized garbage bag, punctured a few holes at the bottom, and then discarded all the sanitary products into the bag. After filling two large bags to the brim, Summer Xiaoman paused, placing the two bags of hygiene items into her space, intending to retrieve them when she ascended once more. Chapter 11. Someone comes to pick the peaches. The vacuum-sealed sugar and salt, with minimal air inside, settled at the bottom. Xia Xiaoman scoured the vicinity of the seasoning aisle and soon discovered dozens of bags of various brands of salt and sugar. After a thorough exploration of the supermarket, she had gathered nearly all the edible items, including 2 boxes of water purification tablets. These were invaluable. Once the bottled water was depleted, the purification tablets would be essential for providing clean water. The supermarket's warehouse door was firmly locked. After a few attempts to pry it open, Xia Xiaoman conceded defeat. She secured the pre-packaged supplies onto her climbing rope, and, once everything was fastened, she tugged the rope 3 times with conviction. Sun Qing received Xia Xiaoman's signal and immediately began to pull the supplies inch by inch from the water's surface. As she hoisted the first rope, Sun Qing motioned for Yu Xiaojia to step aside, asserting, "I will handle the rope. You keep watch and prevent anyone from getting too close. There's a watermelon knife on the rope. Take it." The watermelon knife had been intentionally affixed by Xia Xiaoman. With such a bounty being drawn from the water, it was inevitable that others would covet it. Yi Xiaojia and Sun Qing were armed only with 2 climbing poles, insufficient for defense. Thus the addition of 4 watermelon knives was prudent. The knives in the supermarket were relatively short, measuring less than 40 centimeters. But their superior material made them sharp enough to be more lethal than the climbing poles. Yu Xiaojia tucked the climbing pole at her lower back, wielding 2 watermelon knives as she vigilantly scanned their surroundings. In the distance, 2 men observed the supplies being pulled up, whispering to each other with their heads bowed. Before long, one of them abruptly departed, heading upstairs. Xia Xiaoman had prepared 5 climbing ropes laden with carabiners, fastening all the items securely before she swam to the surface. Upon climbing up to the corridor, Sun Qing hurriedly assisted her in removing the diving gear. "Xiaoman, someone is coming to plunder. Do you still have a knife? Are 4 knives not sufficient for the 2 of you?" Xia Xiaoman gasped in response. "Xiaojia and I are fine, but what about you?" Sun Qing inquired. Without answering, Xia Xiaoman produced a fire axe from behind her waist. Sun Qing frowned. The axe was cumbersome. Why not switch to something lighter? Xia Xiaoman shook her head, insisting, "No need. I'm accustomed to wielding an axe." Before university, she had hewn firewood from the mountains, splitting logs one by one. Some stout timber could only be cleaved with an axe. Compared to wielding these lightweight knives, she preferred the heft of the axe. The sounds of hurried footsteps grew increasingly closer as the man who had left returned with 7 or 8 others in tow. To prevent Xia Xiaoman and her companions from escaping, the 8 men dispersed, approached from the right corridor while the remaining 4, along with the one guarding the supplies, encircled from the left. "I'll take the left. You two handle the right," Xia Xiaoman stated, gripping her knives and staring ahead with an impassive expression. The gleaming blades did little to deter the assailants. "Little girl, do you know how to use a knife? Your brother was playing with knives before you were even born. Wise up and drop what you have. The farther you can roll, the better. Out of consideration for your youth, I'll let you go this time. But if you don't comply, don't blame me for being merciless." In this day and age, the drowning of 1 or 2 individuals is hardly a rare occurrence. It is no wonder that these few individuals set their sights on Xia Xiaoman and her companions. They arrived at the mall early, prying at locks for hours, only to discover a meager supply of uneaten food in the restaurant, insufficient for their group of 9. Dressed in diving gear, Xia Xiaoman emerged from the water with a substantial bounty. Who could blame them for feeling envious? Despite their smaller numbers, they could not afford to lose their bravado. Sun Qin shouted at the top of her lungs, "If you have the guts, come up and take it. Are you too cowardly to make a move?" With a defiant spirit, the leader brandished a knife and charged forward. Xia Xiaoman turned to Sun Qin and asked, "Are you a martial arts expert?" Sun Qin replied, "Not at all." Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. "So, despite not being a martial artist, you are still so arrogant?" As the 4 adversaries advanced, Xia Xiaoman seized a large bag filled with salt, spun around twice, and hurled it at them. The bag struck the 4, causing them to tumble to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Xiaoman rushed in and slammed the back of her axe against one of their spines. Sun Qin raised her knife. But after a moment of internal conflict, she sheathed it and instead clenched her fist to strike at a man's temple. He fell heavily to the ground, motionless as if lifeless. Yi Xiaojia adopted a strategy of stillness. She remained unmoving while the enemy did, but when they stirred, she swiftly struck back with her blade. Her petite frame made it difficult for the untrained assailants to land a hit on her. In swift movements, she inflicted cuts upon the 5, ensuring her strikes were controlled, resulting only in superficial wounds that caused considerable pain. The echoes of their anguished cries reverberated through the empty mall. Among the 9, Yi Xiaojia had injured 5. Xia Xiaoman had incapacitated 2, and the remaining 2 were rendered unconscious by Sun Qing's bare fists. "Didn't you claim to be unskilled in martial arts?" Sun Qing nodded. "Indeed, I am not a martial artist. However, I have trained in boxing. I met Xiaojia at the boxing gym. She is my junior." Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. "Who were you threatening to drown earlier?" Sun Qing glared at the leader, clenching her fists. The man, clutching his wounded abdomen, blustered, "Don't act recklessly. Before you arrived, I sent word for my brothers to come. If you dare to harm me, they will undoubtedly retaliate." Sun Qin feigned fear. "Oh, I'm so scared. I will have you all drowned, and we shall see whether your brothers arrive faster than your demise." As Xia Xiaoman tied up the 2 unconscious individuals, the leader panicked, realizing that murder is a crime. "You can't kill me," he pleaded. Xia Xiaoman scoffed. "Now you realize killing is illegal? When you threatened to drown us, why didn't you mention that?" "I was just joking, merely trying to frighten you. I am a law-abiding citizen. I would never commit murder." With a sigh of resignation, the man knelt before them. "3 dear sisters, have mercy. I have a wife and children waiting for my return." Xia Xiaoman remained silent, hastening her actions until, in no time, all 9 individuals were securely bound to the railing. Sun Qing inspected the supplies collected by the group, which consisted solely of rice, flour, and condiments hoarded from the restaurant. "I will search upstairs for the gas canister. You all tidy up the supplies. Once we locate the gas canister, we shall return," she instructed. Having a relatively good understanding of the restaurant's layout, she could swiftly locate the kitchen to acquire the gas canister. Xia Xiaoman and Yi Xiaojia worked together to haul up the supplies that were still soaking in water. The quantity of supplies was overwhelming. 3 inflatable boats would scarcely suffice to accommodate them all. Upon hearing Yi Xiaojia's remarks, Xia Xiaoman approached the group and inquired, "Hey, how did you get here?" The leader's eyes darted around, and he lowered his head, feigning ignorance. Xia Xiaoman, growing impatient, clicked her tongue, drew a multifunctional dagger, and plunged it into his thigh. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, pierced the air. "Ow." Chapter 12. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Behind the reception desk of the Qipao shop lies a spacious and lengthy warehouse, where, upon closer inspection, one might discern the presence of a speedboat. Upon seeing the vessel, Xia Xiaoman sensed something amiss. "Where did you acquire that speedboat?" she demanded. pressing a knife against the throat of the man in charge. The man stammered, I found it. Found it? Where? I should go find one myself. She retorted, the blade edging closer, leaving a crimson mark on his neck. The man, pale with fear, replied, it was in my neighborhood. I saw the speedboat washed into a corner, abandoned, so I took it for my own use. Yi Xiaojia, noticing Xia Xiaoman's unease, inquired, what's wrong, Xiaoman? In a swift motion, Xia Xiaoman plunged the knife into the man's shoulder, revealing 2 blood-stained life vests with knife marks on the speedboat. Yi Xiaojia's expression shifted dramatically as she yanked the man's hair, demanding, did you kill the rescuers? No, I don't understand what you were saying. He denied vehemently. Understanding is irrelevant. Comprehension is sufficient. Xia Xiaoman cast them into the water one by one, suspending them by a rope, leaving only their heads above the surface. Faced with the threat of drowning, it wasn't long before the truth emerged. Please, don't kill me. The people were killed by them. It has nothing to do with me. These individuals were nothing more than lazy gamblers. A few days prior, the rain had been light, and they concocted a scheme to seek gold at a jewelry store, hoping for a windfall. Lacking watercraft, they resorted to swimming to the store. En route, they encountered rescue personnel who, believing them to be victims, brought them aboard the speedboat. However, greed took over. They brandished their small knives and murdered 2 rescuers. Having returned to the mall, their intent was to raid the jewelry store on the first floor, but without diving equipment, they could not access it. Instead, they sought food to take back. Little did they anticipate an encounter with Xia Xiaoman and her violent, deranged companions. Upon learning of the murder of the rescuers, Yi Xiaojie asked, should we contact the authorities? Xia Xiaoman shook her head. At this moment, the emergency line may not even connect. Even if it does, they might not arrive in time. What are you discussing? Hurry and come help. Sun Qing called out, struggling to carry a gas canister. Forget them for now. We need to find supplies, Xia Xiaoman declared, abandoning the conversation to assist Sun Qing with the gas canister. The mall, including the basement level, stood 9 stories tall. And currently, the upper floors beyond the 5th remained unscathed by the flood. Once Xia Xiaoman gathered the supplies, she assigned Yu Xiaojie to guard the spot and followed Sun Qing upstairs to transport the gas canisters. The restaurants on the upper levels had been pried open by those miscreants, and Sun Qing intended to collect 6 canisters, 2 from each establishment, ensuring they would be useful until the waters receded. Seizing a moment of distraction, Xia Xiaoman darted to a couple more restaurants, securing 7 or 8 gas canisters. As they prepared to leave the mall, Sun Qing pried open a women's clothing store on the 5th floor, retrieving several sets of clothing, shoes, socks, and undergarments. The damp weather rendered their home's laundry unfit for wear. Without a few extra outfits, both she and Yi Xiaojie would have to endure their days in wet garments. Upon leaving the shop, she gazed at the store's name for half a minute, committing it to memory, with the intention of returning to patronize it once the floodwaters receded. The inflatable boat, designed to accommodate 6 individuals, was rather cumbersome. Xiaomian and 2 others worked tirelessly together, hauling, pushing, and tugging, expending considerable effort before finally extracting the vessel. 3 kayaks laden with supplies were securely tethered to the rear of the boat. Once everything was in place, Sun Qing started the engine, slowly dragging the kayaks towards the community. Hey, wait, don't leave us. The desperate cries of those stranded in the water echoed around them. Xiaomian gently nudged the dazed Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie. Let us go. We mustn't involve ourselves with them. Sun Qing hesitated. If we leave, won't they drown? Although the rain was not as torrential as in previous days, the water level continued to rise, and it would not be long before those individuals were submerged. Xiaomian thought to herself that if they drowned, it would serve them right. After all, they were murderers. However, fearing that Sun Qing might perceive her as callous, she suggested, if you wish to help them, then do so. After we deliver the supplies back to the community, you can call or take the boat to find Uncle Mao and report them. Of course, she had no intention of involving herself in such matters. Her life experiences taught her that showing mercy to adversaries was, in essence, cruelty to oneself. If Sun Qing wished to extend kindness to their foes, the subsequent consequences would be hers to bear. In this society governed by law, those who commit crimes would face justice. However, should they take matters into their own hands and kill them, they could find themselves imprisoned. Sun Qing disembarked from the boat. I have my phone. I'll take pictures of them. After we return the supplies, I'll set out to find the rescue team. She captured images of the individuals and, after severing their ropes, departed. With the inflatable boat, Xiaomian and her companions were able to return to the community with ease, liberating their hands. Along the way, they garnered numerous envious glances. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xiaomian ascended the stairs to summon Shou Qiuyang to assist with the supplies. Perhaps most residents had ventured out to salvage their belongings, as she encountered very few people during her ascent. successfully transporting the supplies home. Sun Qing navigated the boat to seek assistance from the rescue team, while Xiaomian and the others gathered in the 7th-floor corridor to distribute the provisions. Just as they finished dividing the supplies, Sun Qing returned, not long after leaving the community. She had encountered a rescue team distributing materials and relayed the incident of the individuals committing murder and theft, transmitting the photographs before being escorted back. Zhou Qiuyang seized upon a critical point. Their SA rescue team delivering supplies? Sun Qing nodded yes. The rescue team indicated that tomorrow there will be severe convective weather, with extraordinary rainfall that could be more terrifying than the flooding we experienced. More terrifying than the flood? Zhou Qiuyang's face was etched with concern. The floodwaters had risen to the 3rd floor within a week. If the severe weather persisted for another week, it was possible that even the 7th floor would succumb to inundation. I don't know. I hope we won't be flooded. Sun Qing grimaced as she carried supplies back inside, exclaiming, "Oh no. The house is full of water." Zhou Qiuyang was about to explain that it might be due to flood backflow when Sun Qing's frantic voice echoed again. What on earth? So many cockroaches. Oh my goodness. A rat. No, 2 rats. Such large creatures. Dead rats, don't run. I will catch you. Chapter 13. The onset of severe convection in a flurry of chaos. Several large black rats scurried out from Sun Qing's room. Xia Xiaoman felt an ominous premonition creeping into her heart. Upon opening the door, her eyes were met with a pool of filthy water. In the dim light, cockroaches the size of a thumb scuttled into crevices, while occasional shadowy figures darted past. Zhou Qiuyang, where did you say the newly opened apartments are located? She inquired, yearning to relocate, as she had no desire to remain in this dreadful place. Morning Sun Community, over by Nanjiang Middle Road, he replied. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, realizing the distance was considerable. It would take over an hour by bus to travel from the community to Nanjiang Middle Road. Even if one were to paddle a kayak, it would require at least 3 to 4 hours, and that was under the condition of smooth sailing and minimal supplies. Yu Xiaojie discerned Xia Xiaoman's intentions. Are you contemplating moving now? Nodding, Xia Xiaoman replied, if the coming days bring torrential rain, our floor will inevitably be submerged, and the residents below will come up. With a high population and scarce resources, it was inevitable that those from below would target their few households. Against many, even the strongest will falter. If the residents band together, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to protect our supplies, and we may even lose our lives. Sun Qing, pushed to the brink by the relentless onslaught of cockroaches and rats, declared, I agree to move. Let us do so immediately. With so many belongings, how can we move? Zhou Qiuyang asked. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xiaojie suggested, we can inflate the air mattress, placing the heavier items upon it. Smaller items can be secured in sealed bags, bound with rope to the kayak. Sun Qing nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed swiftly. Otherwise, we shall be entangled with the returning residents. Each person hurried back to their respective rooms, deftly gathering their belongings. Halfway through their preparations, the rescue team arrived with loudspeakers, announcing for everyone to come downstairs to collect supplies. Xia Xiaoman and her companions chose to remain, racing against time to pack their possessions. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated in their ears, causing the very house to tremble in response. Xia Xiaoman dashed to the balcony. Outside, the sky was shrouded in darkness, while fierce winds whipped up colossal waves of floodwater. Those who had ventured out to salvage their belongings were clinging desperately to makeshift rafts, bobbing helplessly in the tumultuous waves. The relentless rain pounded against the windows, and the howling wind seeped through the cracks, producing a shrill sound akin to a whistling kettle. Within minutes, the windowsill overflowed with water, unable to drain fast enough, and the deluge surged into the room. The water cascaded from the sill like a waterfall onto the balcony. Goodness, wasn't it supposed to be severe convection tomorrow? Why is there thunder and lightning along with torrential rain now? Is there no respite? Sun Qing's frustrated voice echoed from the corridor. Xia Xiaoman, are you going to collect the rescue supplies? Given the treacherous weather outside, moving was hardly feasible. The rescue team had not yet departed, providing the perfect opportunity to gather supplies. Zhou Qiuyang volunteered to stay on the 7th floor to keep watch, planning to join Xia Xiaoman and the others after they retrieved the supplies. As they approached the 4th floor, where the supplies were to be distributed, Xia Xiaoman was met with the sound of anguished cries. You are the rescue team. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. My husband is still out there. Please help him. I beg you. My son is merely 3 years old. He cannot endure life without his father. I implore you, please save him. A young mother knelt before the rescuers, weeping and pleading for them to venture out and assist. The rescuers wore expressions of distress. It was not that they were indifferent, but rather that it was genuinely impossible to help. The winds outside were too fierce. Any boat launched would be overturned. What do you mean it's impossible to save him? It seems you simply lack the will. If you are so afraid of death, what use are you as a rescuer? A towering man shoved the rescuer's shoulder, exclaiming, "Coward! If you refuse to save him, I shall go myself. Hand me the speedboat. I shall go save him." The rescuers, pushed to their limits, urged them to be reasonable. The storm is too severe. If the speedboat is launched, it will be capsized immediately. In that case, not only will you fail to rescue anyone, but you may also lose your own lives. Do not make a futile sacrifice. Despite the rescuers' heartfelt entreaties, no one was willing to listen. After a few shoves, the residents, witnessing the rescuers' reluctance to resist, forcefully seized the speedboat. 4 or 5 individuals lifted the speedboat and carried it outside. However, as soon as the boat touched the water, a sudden gust of wind overturned it. The individuals clung desperately to the boat, but were swept away several meters, and by the time they realized what had happened, they had been engulfed by the tumultuous waters. The rescuers shouted to save them, but it was already too late. Within minutes, the few who had clung to the speedboat vanished into the curtain of rain. The rescuers, filled with regret, struck their thighs, lamenting, "I told you not to go out, yet you refused to listen. Now look what has happened." Silence enveloped the scene. Those who had been the loudest in their demands quietly withdrew from the crowd, fearful of attracting trouble. When personal interests are not at stake, many are eager to play the hero. Yet, once their own safety is threatened, they flee as if faced with a plague. The young mother was nearly fainting from her tears, but the onlookers had just witnessed the terrifying fury of the storm. None dared to suggest going out to search for anyone. "Can we still receive rescue supplies?" A voice broke the gloom, Xia Xiaoman's. The crowd gradually recalled their purpose for gathering on the 4th floor, inquiring whether they could obtain supplies. The relief supplies consisted of instant noodles and bottled water, 5 large packs of noodles, each containing 5 small bags, sufficient for 7 days, along with 7 bottles of 500 milliliters of water. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman stored all her supplies in a safe space. Floodwaters surged from the drains, compounded by the seepage from the windows, and her home had already become inundated. She had no intention of cleaning the accumulating water, for it was futile. The drains continued to gurgle and overflow. Even attempting to use a plunger would not suffice, as water from the windows relentlessly flowed in. Since it was impossible to clean up, she decided against it altogether, merely placing a few tattered curtains at the bedroom door to prevent the water from entering. Aside from a bed, the bedroom contained nothing else. The wardrobe had also been stored away in her safe space, in the vacant bedroom. The absence of hiding spots rendered the cockroaches and mice vulnerable. Without any effort, Xia Xiaoman swiftly eliminated the pests that plagued her sanctuary. Once her task was complete, it was already time for dinner. She retrieved a gas stove from her storage space, placed a small clay pot atop it, and prepared to cook a package of spicy and pungent snail noodles. As the water reached a boil, she added several of her favorite hot pot meatballs and succulent beef slices. The enticing aroma of the fragrant yet odorous snail noodles whetted her appetite. The humid air and rain effectively masked the scent, a delightful advantage of rainy days. Chapter 14. Seeking shelter. The potent convective weather, capable of attracting attention from above, was indeed extraordinary. Throughout the night, the kettle on the windowsill screeched incessantly. Xia Xiaoman found herself in a restless slumber, the intermittent rumble of thunder almost inducing a heart attack. The spicy meal from the previous evening left her stomach in disarray. After attending to her personal hygiene with a black plastic bag, she tied it securely and discarded it in the corner of the balcony. After freshening up, she had a bowl of light wontons before heading to room 704 to practice sanda with Xiaojie. As she opened the door, she was met with a throng of people crowding the hallway. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoman swiftly shut the door with a resounding bang, simultaneously retrieving 2 solid wooden wardrobes from her space to barricade the entrance. Almost immediately, a cacophony of knocking ensued. "Young lady, please open the door. I'm Uncle Wang from room 402. Our home has been flooded, and we seek shelter for a couple of days. I can pay rent. I can pay too. 500 a day. I have cash. Please, little sister, just open the door for a moment. We can discuss this." 500? How dare you say that? I'll offer 1,000, 1,000 a day. Get lost. Can you even produce that amount right now? Anyone can write a blank check. I could offer 10,000 a day. Beautiful girl, don't listen to them. They are just trying to deceive you with empty promises. I have gold. Just let me stay for a few days, and the gold is yours. The voices outside clamored in a frenzy, all pleading for shelter. Xia Xiaoman felt a wave of frustration wash over her as she pulled out her phone to inquire about the situation with Sun Qing and the others outside. Upon unlocking her device, she discovered there was no signal, not even the capability to send a text. As she grappled with her predicament, she heard a rhythmic knocking at the balcony window. Sensing something amiss, Xia Xiaoman approached the balcony to find that it was Shou Qiuyang from room 703, tapping on her window with a broom. Their balconies shared the same wall, separated by a mere 2 to 3 meters. Upon opening the balcony window, rain immediately drenched her, rendering her a soggy mess. Zhou Qiuyang cupped his hands around his mouth, forming a makeshift megaphone. Don't open the door. The 4th floor is flooded. The hallway is filled with residents from there. The storm raged with ferocity, accompanied by thunder, and it took 2 repetitions before Xia Xiaoman comprehended his warning. She politely inquired, "How are you and Sun Qing faring?" They attempted to force their way into Sun Qing's home last night, but she and Yishao Jie gave them a good beating, so they learned their lesson. I barricaded my door with the refrigerator, so they cannot get in. Upon hearing Zhou Qiuyang's words, Xia Xiaoman scratched her head, reflecting that she hadn't slept deeply last night either. How had she missed the sounds of the struggle? Perhaps the items piled at her door had muffled the noise. Room 702 has been taken over by the bullies from 404. Those men look fierce and intimidating. Be cautious when you venture out. Zhou Qiuyang shared the grim news before hastily closing the window, fearing a lightning strike. With a sigh, Xia Xiaoman resigned herself to the fact that she could not leave and would have to find amusement within her home. The altercation from the previous night had made her acutely aware of her own capabilities. In the past, back in her village, she often relied on her strength to engage in fights with peers her age. Without anyone to protect her, she fought recklessly, while the villagers dared not use lethal force, allowing her to beat others until they cried out in despair. However, the outside world was different. When interests were at stake, they could easily end her life. It was only yesterday that she recognized the disparity after witnessing Yishao Jie and Sun Qing's swift and decisive skills. Unable to venture out to learn self-defense from Yishao Jie, Xia Xiaoman resolved to train at home. In the morning, she performed high leg raises, jumping jacks, and horse stance to strengthen her lower body. In the afternoon, she did push-ups, lifted water bottles, and practiced handstands to build her arm strength. In the evening, she engaged in planks and crunches to enhance her core. With her arms sore and her calf muscles stiff, she resorted to rubbing medicinal alcohol for relief and applied ointments to soothe her discomfort. As long as she could endure, she would push herself to the limit. When exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her, she recalled the time in high school when her parents sold her to an old bachelor as a bride, and she gritted her teeth, vowing to persevere, determined never to return to that small mountain village. Throughout the day, she sweated profusely, expelling all the dampness accumulated within her body. Suddenly, the sky seemed to tear open, unleashing a torrential downpour, cascading like a waterfall. The streets transformed into surging rivers, with massive waves crashing against the walls. The flood rose at an alarming rate, reaching the 5th floor within a mere day. In the dead of night, Xia Xiaoman was awakened by a frantic knocking at the door. Xia Xiaoman, I know you're inside. It's Qin Yali. Please open the door. The 5th floor is flooded, and I have nowhere to stay. Can I stay at your place for a few days? Qin Yali persistently repeated her plea. Taking a deep breath, Xia Xiaoman shouted back, My home is also flooded. Can't you see the water seeping out from under my door? Try asking someone on the upper floors. There is no room here. The 8th floor is unreachable. They've installed an iron gate at the stairway, so we can only go to the 7th floor, came Qin Yali's reply. Xia Xiaoman thought to herself, how cunning. The 8th floor quietly installed a gate. Had I known, I would have done the same. Still knocking, Qin Yali continued, Xia Xiaoman, if you want tea, let me stay. Could you at least lend me a pack of sanitary pads? I have my period. As a fellow woman, Xia Xiaoman understood the pain of being without sanitary supplies during menstruation. She remembered her own experience in middle school when her parents refused to buy pads, forcing her to use thick toilet paper in her underwear, often staining her clothes. Her classmates laughed behind her back when they saw the bloodstains. The memory left a bittersweet ache in her heart. Having endured the rain, she thought, why not tear apart the umbrella? Regretfully, she replied, I'm sorry. I have irregular periods. I just had mine last month, and the next one isn't due for another 2 months, so I don't have any pads at home. You can use some tissues instead. Qin Yali exclaimed, how can I use tissues? Xia Xiaoman, can't you show a little sympathy? We're both women. Can't you lend me just 1 pack of pads? Xia Xiaoman remained resolute. I am cold-hearted and devoid of compassion. I want to give you even a single pad, let alone a whole pack. Jokingly, the corridor outside was bustling with people. She could guarantee that the moment she opened the door, Qin Yali would immediately barge in. Moreover, she distinctly recalled that at the beginning of the month, Qin Yali had ordered a whole box of sanitary pads online, presumably stockpiling for the shopping festival. How could she possibly have exhausted them so quickly? Such a heavy flow could not consume that many. Qin Yali was infuriated by Xia Xiaoman's impenetrable demeanor, cursing and angrily kicking the door. Unbothered, Xia Xiaoman darted to the balcony, using a stick to tap on the window of Unit 703. Urging Zhou Qiuyang to inform Sun Qing not to be deceived by Qin Yali under the pretense of borrowing sanitary pads. Chapter 15. The first signs of the apocalypse in a world on the brink of collapse. The kindness among women shone through, even in dire circumstances. When sanitary napkins were scarce, they willingly offered their supplies to one another. However, some took advantage of this goodwill to deceive others. Just after Shou Qiuyang relayed this to Sun Qing and her companions, Qin Yali approached them with the same rhetoric and excuses, although Sun Qing hesitated to open the door. Her compassion as a woman prevented her from allowing Qin Yali to suffer with blood-stained garments. Thus, she slid a few sanitary napkins through the crack of the door. No sooner had she done so than the door was violently battered, as if someone intended to force their way in. Sun Qing and Yi Shao Jia quickly moved the sofa and table to barricade the entrance. Sun Qing felt utterly frustrated. It was infuriating to be deceived under such pretenses. As the night wore on, Xia Xiaoman dared not sleep nor engage in any strenuous activity, given the current rate of the rising floodwaters. It would not be long before the residents of the 6th floor would seek refuge above. The 8th floor had installed iron gates, and all the tenants in the building would inevitably crowd into the corridor of the 7th floor. At that point, they would either attempt to invade the 7th floor apartments or forcibly dismantle the iron gates on the 8th floor. Regardless of the outcome, she resolved to stretch and prepare her body for any impending crisis, ensuring she had ample time to respond to any emergencies that might arise. Outside, the wind howled ferociously, causing the glass of the balcony windows to tremble violently. The security grills and escape windows creaked ominously, creating an unsettling illusion that the entire building was swaying. Suddenly, a tremendous crash startled Xia Xiaoman. The sound emanated from the balcony, and as she moved to investigate, another loud bang ensued. In the darkness, something struck the balcony, shattering the glass and sending shards cascading to the ground. A fierce gust of wind rushed through the breach, whipping her hair into disarray. After standing frozen for a moment, Xia Xiaoman cautiously approached the balcony. The outer security grille was dented, and one of the window panes lay shattered, with a relentless stream of rainwater pouring in through the opening. After observing the damaged yet steadfast window for a brief moment, she made a decision. She raised her hand and shattered all the balcony windows. If she did not break the glass, she risked severe injury should the panes suddenly collapse while she was on the balcony. Suddenly, a light flickered on in an apartment across the way. Xia Xiaoman pondered who could possibly have surplus supplies to waste illuminating their home. Before long, she realized something was amiss. 3 short flashes, 3 long flashes. 3 short flashes, an SOS signal for help. Narrowing her eyes, Xia Xiaoman attempted to discern the nature of the distress on the opposite building. However, the darkness and torrential rain obscured her view, leaving her unable to see anything. Delving into her consciousness, she rummaged through her belongings until she unearthed a pair of binoculars. Though not on par with professional-grade optics, they would suffice for getting a clearer view of the neighboring structure. The individual signaling for help wielded a flashlight, hiding in the shadows, making it impossible for Xia Xiaoman to discern their features. Suddenly, it appeared that the person sensed a noise, and they whipped around, promptly striking the figure that had appeared behind them with the flashlight. Through the lens of her telescope, Xia Xiaoman observed 2 figures grappling with one another. In a fleeting moment, one individual was seized and hurled out of the window, vanishing instantly into the floodwaters below. The assailant, wielding a flashlight, cast a furtive glance around before surreptitiously closing the window, extinguishing the light that had briefly illuminated the scene. Witnessing such a heinous act, Xia Xiaoman's sense of vigilance heightened as she stationed herself by the door, ever watchful of the outside, desperate to avoid the same fate of being cast into the raging waters. As time trickled by, the inky sky gradually faded into a muted gray tinged with a hint of white. The tempest continued unabated, punctuated by the occasional crack of thunder. Xia Xiaoman had never encountered such relentless rain, and she couldn't help but recall the excitement of students she had seen online the previous week, now wondering if that exhilaration still lingered within them. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the room. Ah, murder! Murder! Startled, Xia Xiaoman cleared the obstruction at the door and pressed her eye against the peephole. Shut up, you filthy woman. Keep screaming, and I'll put you to death. In the dimly lit corridor, a burly man had seized a woman by her collar, delivering 2 resounding slaps across her face. The other occupants in the corridor, paralyzed by fear, cowered in silence like turtles retreating into their shells. Another bald man dragged a lifeless body toward the far end of the corridor. A zone obscured from Xia Xiaoman's view, yet she surmised that he intended to discard the corpse from the window at the corridor's end. As the bald man disposed of the second body, Xia Xiaoman realized with horror that the deceased was one of the aid workers who had distributed supplies just 2 days prior. The burly man awaited the bald man's completion of this grim task, eager to uncover the hidden provisions of the aid worker and divide them equally. He tore open a package of instant noodles, biting into the dry cake, and surveyed the corridor's inhabitants with a predatory gaze. Hey, do you all wish to live? The people in the corridor exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the man's intentions. He continued, the flood has already inundated half of the 5th floor. And I estimate that by tomorrow or the day after, it will reach the 7th. We are trapped on the 7th floor. And it is only a matter of time before we drown. If you wish to survive, we must devise a plan to dismantle the iron door to the 8th floor and seek refuge there together. If you refuse, his fierce gaze swept over them. I can send you to your deaths right now. A palpable fear gripped the timid individuals who swallowed their objections, previously voiced as, let's wait a bit longer. The corridor was narrow, and Xia Xiaoman pressed her ear against the door, capturing every word of the burly man's scheme. Just as a sigh of relief escaped her, a male voice suddenly interjected, Brother, what shall we do about those 3 households on the 7th floor? 701 and 704 are home to my girlfriend's classmates, college students. Both beautiful and pure. They even have a kayak and a plethora of food. Xia Xiaoman shifted her vantage point and finally recognized the speaker as Qin Yali's boyfriend. He whispered conspiratorially to the burly man, with Qin Yali nodding in agreement. As a glimmer of greed surfaced on the burly man's face, in her heart, Xia Xiaoman cursed both Qin Yali and her boyfriend 1,000 times over. All heavy objects were barricaded at the entrance, and Xia Xiaoman rushed to the balcony, vigorously striking the security grate of room 703 with a stick. As Zhou Qiuyang finally emerged, she shouted at him to promptly inform Sun Qing and the others to guard the door. Upon returning indoors, a tremendous crashing sound erupted as the heavy objects at the entrance shifted slightly with each impact. Clutching a watermelon knife firmly in her hands, Xia Xiaoman positioned herself beside the door, patiently waiting. This attempt to breach the door was unlike the previous ones. The assailants outside were resolute in their intention to force it open, relentlessly colliding against it for 5 to 6 minutes without pause. With a click, the door lock began to loosen. Xia Xiaoman stealthily edged toward the wall, keeping a keen eye on the doorway. Another impact resonated, and the door was forced open just wide enough to reveal a gap the width of a thumb. Counting down in her mind, she prepared to strike as the next blow approached, plunging her knife through the narrow opening. Ah, my hand. Blood spurted onto the door as a significant chunk of flesh was severed from the left arm of the lead assailant. The individuals behind him were paralyzed with shock, breaking into a cold sweat as they instinctively recoiled. Chapter 16. In a turbulent era, do not pretend to be kind inside the room. Xia Xiaoman expressionlessly wiped the blood from her knife. What a bunch of fools. Why hide? Kick the door down. As soon as the burly man's voice fell, the group outside began to kick the door. Timing her move, Xia Xiaoman unlocked the door and, just as the next person raised their foot to kick, she swiftly cleared the obstruction from the doorway. In the next moment, a figure stumbled inside. Quick on her feet, Xia Xiaoman slammed the door shut, securing it, and brandished an axe, launching a fierce assault on the intruder. The person, realizing the danger, nimbly dodged several of her strikes. Upon seeing the murderous glint in Xia Xiaoman's eyes, he hastily pleaded for mercy. Don't kill me. I was forced into this. It's not my fault. Please let me go. With no weapon in hand, he fled in panic, pursued by Xia Xiaoman throughout the room. She hurled the axe, striking him in the back, and then leaped to retrieve it for another blow. It was her first kill, and her inexperience showed. Xia Xiaoman struck the man 7 or 8 times with the axe before he finally succumbed. Just then, the burly man and a bald-headed thug burst through the door, only to find Xia Xiaoman standing in the center of the living room, the axe in her hand and blood splattered across half her face. A closer inspection revealed that her hand trembled slightly. She was not a cold-blooded killer, and fear accompanied her first act of murder. Seeing the terrifying look in Xia Xiaoman's eyes, the bald man hesitated. Brother Zhang, should we go in? That woman is a lunatic. So what if she's crazy? A lunatic is still a woman, and she is all alone. Are we really afraid of just her? Ignoring the warning, the burly man pushed aside the barrier at the door, attempting to enter the room. Xia Xiaoman exhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to vomit, and drew a watermelon knife from behind her waist. With a knife in her left hand and the axe in her right, she slowly approached the threshold. The burly man gave her a provocative glare, and she began to inch forward, searching for an advantageous angle. Suddenly, she halted and flung the watermelon knife forward. The man instinctively dodged, and at that moment, Xia Xiaoman summoned all her strength to hurl the axe. It struck true, embedding itself firmly in the man's head. Throwing axes had been her signature move since childhood. When her parents denied her sufficient food, she resorted to gathering small birds or wild rabbits to roast when hunger struck. Her method of capturing these creatures was to throw the axe and slay her prey. After not having practiced for 2 or 3 years, she was surprised at her accuracy. The bald man turned pale, frozen in place. Seeing Xia Xiaoman draw another watermelon knife, he hurriedly pushed the people behind him forward and retreated swiftly. The others who squeezed inside were met with the sight of their comrade, the axe lodged in his skull, and they nearly soiled themselves in terror, turning to flee. The notion of a beautiful female university student or any material possessions paled in comparison to the instinct for survival. The door, once forcibly opened, was now slammed shut again. Xia Xiaoman stood still for a moment, the metallic scent of blood filling her nostrils, the sensation of the axe biting into flesh replaying in her mind. Ultimately, she could no longer hold back and leaned against the wall, expelling the bile from her stomach. After an indeterminate period, Xia Xiaoman was drawn to the rhythmic clanging sound, leading her to the balcony. Zhou Qiuyang's voice boomed, "Xia Xiaoman, are you all right? Are you hurt?" She intended to assure him that she was unscathed. But as she opened her mouth, she realized her throat was severely hoarse, rendering her almost voiceless. Instead, she merely tapped on the security bars to signal that she was fine. Zhou Qiuyang's interruption alleviated her distress, and with a surge of nausea, she discarded the two corpses out of the window. After cleaning the blood and cold sweat from her face and changing into a fresh outfit, Xia Xiaoman lay on her bed, attempting to empty her mind. It was utterly madness. She had taken a life. She wondered if she would be apprehended and imprisoned after the flood receded. Drifting into a light slumber, she awoke to find the sky outside darkening once more, and her stomach convulsed in protest. With little appetite, she hastily consumed a pack of biscuits to quell her hunger. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps echoed from the rooftop, accompanied by the sounds of furniture being pushed and pulled. Realizing something, she cleared the items blocking her door and peered through the peephole. The individuals who had been crouching in the corridor had vanished. The door to room 702 was ajar, revealing an empty interior, seemingly devoid of inhabitants. Xia Xiaoman rapped on the balcony of room 703, and after a prolonged wait, Zhou Qiuyang finally appeared. "The people in the corridor are gone." "Do you know where they went?" she inquired. He pointed upstairs and repeated himself several times before she comprehended that everyone had fled to the 8th floor. It was at that moment that Xia Xiaoman observed the floodwaters had risen to the 6th floor, just a few meters below the balcony. Casting a glance at the raging storm outside, she cautiously returned to the door, ensuring no one was present before gripping her axe tightly and stepping out on tiptoe. Upon reaching room 704, she knocked. "Sun Qing, it's Xia Xiaoman. Please open the door. I need to discuss something with you." After a considerable wait, Sun Qing opened the door slightly. "How did you come out?" "Hurry inside." "Wait," Xia Xiaoman said, moving to knock on the door of room 703. Not long after, she returned with Zhou Qiuyang to room 704. Inside, she was met with indescribable groans and cries. Sun Qing, noticing her bewildered expression, sighed in resignation. "Those bastards are up there misusing people." Zhou Qiuyang frowned. "A bunch of scum." Xia Xiaoman paused, then grasped the meaning of Sun Qing's words. "Do you want to go upstairs to help?" Her inquiry cast a heavy silence over Sun Qing, Yi Xiaojie, and Zhou Qiuyang. Sun Qing slowly shook her head. "There are too many of them. We wouldn't be able to assist much and might get into trouble ourselves." "You might think I'm cold-blooded for saying this." Zhou Qiuyang inhaled deeply. "The 8th floor's installation of a door at the stairway without notifying us indicates they have no desire to ally with us. When the ruckus occurred on the 7th floor, the 8th floor did not descend to assist us. Therefore, now that trouble has befallen them, I cannot repay malice with kindness. Those individuals are scoundrels, but neither can the people from the 8th floor be deemed virtuous. I can understand their reluctance to risk coming down to help. However, conversely, the 8th floor is suffering. It is unreasonable to expect him to take risks to assist them, as he is not so magnanimous." Yu Shaojie nodded in agreement, stating that in chaotic times, one should not feign benevolence. Listening to the conversation among the three, Xia Xiaoman silently breathed a sigh of relief. She feared that these individuals might impulsively decide to act as impassioned youths, given their reluctance to help those on the 8th floor. "Let us deliberate on how to escape from this place. The water level has already risen to the 6th floor, and by tomorrow evening at the latest, it will submerge the 7th floor. If we do not leave, we will either drown or have to contend with the inhabitants of the 8th floor for territory." Sun Qing wore a worried frown, remarking that the wind outside is too fierce. "We might barely manage to step outside before being swept away by the gales." Chapter 17. Moving the tempest raged through the rain, scattering droplets in every direction. Venturing outside at this moment would be tantamount to courting death. Xia Xiaoman remarked, "I didn't sleep at all last night. I noticed that around 7 or 8 in the morning, the wind outside was noticeably weaker than it was in the evening. We should seize this opportunity to leave while the winds are gentle. Strong convection varies in intensity throughout the day. Even the thunder gods need a respite. I too have observed that during these days, the winds in the daytime are significantly milder than at night, and the rainfall is not as heavy." Zhou Qiuyang, Alone at home with little to occupy his mind, found himself staring vacantly at the tumultuous weather outside, having already noted the daytime calmness. However, he had not considered the notion of braving the storm to relocate, thus refraining from sharing this observation with his neighbors. Sun Qing glanced at Xia, noting her lack of dissent, and declared, "Let us assess the situation in the morning. If the winds are mild, we shall depart together." Relatively speaking, Sun Qing preferred the perilous endeavor of moving over competing for territory on the 8th floor. It was not out of fear of confronting the 8th floor's occupants, rather. She felt that the 8th floor was equally unsafe. If the flood continued to rise, even if they seized the 8th floor, they could not escape the necessity of relocating. Thus, it would be wiser to move directly. The four of them resolved to head to the Qianyang community, with the decision to settle their contingent upon the circumstances of the following day. Should they encounter a suitable refuge along the way, they might pause. Otherwise, the Qianyang community would be their final option. By 7 in the morning, the winds and rain gradually diminished. Xia Xiaoman, who had been vigilantly monitoring the weather, upon noticing the reduced wind, promptly knocked on Xia Xiaoman's balcony to inform her before hastening to notify Sun Qing and the others. In the span of a night, the water level had risen several meters, with half a meter of water pooling on the corridor windowsill. 15 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman and the others began to release their kayak from the corridor window. The winds were still quite strong, and as soon as the kayak was set afloat, a fierce gust swept it several meters away. Fortunately, they had secured the kayak with a rope in advance. Zhou Qiuyang tugged on the rope to bring it back. Xia Xiaoman tossed some supplies onto the kayak to weigh it down, preventing it from drifting away. The three families had amassed a considerable amount of supplies, and after half an hour of diligent packing, they finally boarded the kayak to leave the community. They were rather fortunate that the direction they were heading aligned with the wind, allowing them to glide forward with minimal effort. Their substantial cargo, including several inflatable mattresses tethered behind, provided sufficient weight to keep the kayak from capsizing. Someone ahead. Zhou Qiuyang pointed to a figure floating in the water not far away. Before Xia Xiaoman could discern clearly, Yishao Jie remarked, "It's a corpse. The body is bloated." Zhou Qiuyang's complexion paled instantly. Silently, he steered the kayak away, circumventing the lifeless form. Numerous individuals were crammed at the windows on either side of the street, pleading for help. Xia Xiaoman and her companions chose to ignore them, resolutely focused on navigating their vessel in search of a safe haven. While passing through several high-rise residential complexes, they found the crowds overwhelming. The four outsiders, burdened with an array of supplies, felt akin to sheep entering a den of wolves. Beyond the residential areas, they encountered a few office buildings, which seemed to be occupied, likely by rescue teams facilitating the relocation of individuals amidst the severe weather conditions. Summer Xiaoman and her companions were dissatisfied with the high-rises they had encountered along the way and ended up at the Qianyang community. This complex consisted of bare apartments, lacking any fixtures aside from doors and windows. Perhaps this was the reason the rescue teams had not designated it as a relocation site. The place was eerily empty, with only a handful of new owners who had moved in after renovating their units. They selected a building close to the road and moved into a unit on the balcony. The structure boasted 25 floors, with the first 2 levels occupied by shops, which had already been submerged up to the 7th floor. After multiple trips, they finally transported all their supplies to the 13th floor. This level was neither too high nor too low, ensuring that rising floodwaters could not reach it. Several floors separated them from the water, and the humidity was considerably less oppressive. The apartment's layout consisted of 2 stairwells serving 4 units. The northern room featured 4 bedrooms and 2 living areas, but the strong winds had blown off the balcony door and the windows. The southern unit, albeit smaller with 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, remained shielded from the wind and was relatively dry. Zhou Qiuyang volunteered to occupy the northern room 1, allowing Summer Xiaoman and Sun Qing to take rooms 3 and 4 on the southern side. Sun Qing managed to unlock the door using a piece of wire without damaging the lock, enabling it to function normally. Summer Xiaoman secured the door and retrieved a broom from her supplies to clean the room. The bare apartment was coated in dust, and after sweeping several times, she finally cleared away the grime and debris. After airing out the inflatable mattress, she prepared ingredients for lunch. Having subsisted on noodles and buns for several days, she craved rice. With limited ingredients, she used a clay pot to steam a batch of rice, adding 2 sticks of Cantonese sausage as it neared completion, along with an egg placed in the center, drizzled with soy sauce. Covering the pot, she poured a ring of peanut oil on the lid and let it simmer for a few minutes, resulting in a fragrant clay pot rice. The only shortcoming was the absence of vegetables. With a sigh, she retrieved an unopened jar of pickled radish, adding a few chopsticks worth to the pot as a substitute for greens. After a hearty meal and a 2-hour rest, Summer Xiaoman knocked on the door of room 1303. Sun Qing, groggy from her nap, answered, Xiaoman, is something the matter? Nothing serious. I just wanted to practice some sparring with Xiaojie. Haven't you rested yet? Yawning. Sun Qing replied that she had long been awake but felt sore and reluctant to get up, instead spending time on her phone. Summer Xiaoman was surprised. You still have signal on your phone? No, I lost signal on the day of the severe weather, but I downloaded some offline games. So I played those to pass the time. She shifted aside to let Summer Xiaoman enter. Inside, Sun Qing and her companions had neatly organized their supplies. And the floor and walls showed little dust, indicating they had been cleaned. Xiaojie was collecting rainwater on the balcony when she noticed Xiaomian Xia enter and greeted her with a nod. Why are you collecting water? Xiaomian inquired. For flushing the toilet, washing up, and doing laundry. Don't you collect rainwater? Sun Qing looked at Xiaomian with curiosity. Indeed, Xiaomian did not collect rainwater. She used plastic bags for the toilet, relied on bottled water from her storage for washing, and discarded dirty clothes into her space, planning to wash them later when life became more convenient. She seldom used water and had never considered rainwater collection. However, Sun Qing's reminder sparked the thought that she might benefit from collecting more rainwater. Water bills in the city were not inexpensive, costing her several dozen yuan each month. If she could gather more rainwater and utilize it, she could save a considerable amount on her water expenses. The more she pondered, the more feasible it seemed. Later, she decided to devise a rainwater collection system, but for now, she would focus on learning combat skills from Xiaojie. Chapter 18. The new neighbors Xiaojie, from a tender age, was notably shorter than her peers, yet possessed a delicate and charming appearance. In her childhood, she garnered the affection of many male classmates who wished to play alongside her. However, the innocence of youth often led these boys to resort to misguided attempts to capture her attention, such as tugging at her hair or placing caterpillars on her desk to startle her. Concerned about the bullying she faced in kindergarten, Xiaojie's parents, through her teacher's feedback, enrolled her in Sanda training to empower her to defend herself. Initially, she was somewhat resistant to the idea, but over time, her fondness for martial arts blossomed. She explored various martial arts from across the nation and even dabbled in boxing from abroad, though her expertise lay primarily in Sanda. Perhaps as a consequence of her prolonged martial arts practice, Xiaojie's demeanor was notably composed. Rather than immediately instructing Xiaoman in Sanda, she chose to engage in a sparring session with her first. After this exchange, she discerned her strengths and weaknesses. Xiaoman possessed considerable strength and stability, but lacked practical experience and agility, with her techniques appearing somewhat haphazard. While it was unrealistic to rapidly enhance her agility, Xiaojie proposed to teach her about acupoints. The human body contains 720 acupoints, and striking the Zhongmen acupoint beneath the ribs could render one momentarily powerless, causing even breathing to become painful. A blow to the temple could induce dizziness and unconsciousness, while striking the ermine acupoint would similarly lead to disorientation and fainting. Xiaojie diligently instructed Xiaoman on the acupoints of the human body, detailing which strikes could induce fainting, which could sap strength, and which would amplify pain. Xiaoman was earnest in her studies, returning midway to fetch a notebook and pen for note-taking. Halfway through their session, Shou Qiuyang joined them for learning. Xiaojie and Sun Qing assumed the roles of instructors, with one explaining the techniques while the other served as a model for Xiaojie to illustrate the acupoints. In just a few days, Xiaoman reaped immense benefits from their training. Xiaojie dedicated an hour each day to theoretical instruction, followed by 2 hours of physical training, with the remaining time devoted to repetitive practice of the techniques she imparted. In the final hour, she would have Xiaoman spar with Shou Qiuyang, not a mere exhibition of skill, but a genuine contest, each strike landing with palpable impact. Since commencing her Sanda training, Xiaoman bore a constant array of bruises. On the third day since their move to the Qinyan community, the winds had noticeably calmed, and the rainfall had reduced significantly, transforming the weather into a gentle, nurturing drizzle compared to the tumultuous conditions of previous days. After completing a round of physical training, Shou Qiuyang sat against the wall to rest, remarking on the improved weather. Shall we venture outside? He suggested. Lacking enthusiasm for an outing, Xiaoman felt content with the supplies she possessed in her space. Sun Qing and Xiaojie also shared a reluctance to leave, reasoning that with the rain subsiding, it would not be long before the floodwaters receded, making it prudent to wait before venturing out. However, considering that they had previously gone out while leaving Shou Qiuyang alone to guard their home, it seemed somewhat inconsiderate to deny his desire to explore now that he wished to go out. After deliberation, they agreed. Xiaoman would stay home in the afternoon while the others would take a stroll to see if they could encounter a rescue team and gather information on the current situation. In the solitude of her home, with no entertainment to occupy her, Xia Xiaoman diligently practiced all the techniques taught to her by Yi Xiaojia. After a strenuous session, she took a brief respite of 10 minutes before resuming her training. As evening approached at 6 o'clock, with the sky dimming, Sun Qing and the others had yet to return. Standing on the balcony of room 1302, she scanned the surroundings with binoculars, but their figures eluded her sight, stirring a sense of unease within her. As the clock neared 8, a faint light flickered on the street below. After observing for a while, she confirmed it was indeed Sun Qing and her companions, prompting her to descend and greet them. To be cautious, she secured an axe and a watermelon knife at her waist. Throughout the day, the floodwaters had receded significantly, retreating from the 9th floor to just 10 centimeters below the 8th. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Xia Xiaoman heard Sun Qing's hoarse voice cautioning, "Be careful." First bring Lingling up. A flashlight illuminated the balcony, revealing a 5- or 6-year-old girl being carried inside by a man. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. Had the neighbors displayed such kindness? How had they returned with not one, but 2, no, 3 individuals? After the girl was brought in, the man returned to carry a boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. "Xiaoman, come help." Sun Qing's voice snapped her back to reality as she approached the balcony to assist with the supplies. Upon seeing the condition of Sun Qing and the others, her brow furrowed in concern. "What on earth happened to you? Why are you all injured?" Sun Qing had bandages wrapped around her shoulder and left arm, blood seeping through the fabric. Her neck was bruised, evidently from being choked, explaining her hoarse voice. Shou Qiuyang bore bandages on his back, his pallor alarming, as if he might faint at any moment. The least injured among them was Yi Xiaojia, who had sustained a cut on her right leg, the wound unbandaged. Looking pale from exposure to rainwater, Sun Qing managed a strained smile. "We encountered a robbery. Thank goodness for our coach. Otherwise, we might not have made it back." "Your voice may be damaged. Speak less," she advised, as the man referred to as coach lifted Sun Qing and placed her on the balcony railing. Xia Xiaoman supported her down, followed closely by Yi Xiaojia. Zhou Qiuyang, gravely injured, was unable to move. The coach carefully hoisted him onto his back and gingerly placed him down on the balcony. "You must be Xia Xiaoman. Please take them upstairs first. I will handle the rest here," the coach instructed before turning to climb back out to retrieve more supplies. Xia Xiaoman glanced at Sun Qing and the others. "As Yu Xiaojia explained, he is our boxing coach, when Jianfeng, and these are his children, when Su, and when Ling coach when is decent. He wants to take our supplies. If you're truly concerned, you can first take Wen Su and Ling upstairs. With their father present, he cannot abscond with the supplies." Xia Xiaoman felt no fear regarding Wen Jianfeng taking their provisions, as they belonged to Sun Qing and the others, who had no qualms. Why should she? Sun Qing's injuries were to her arm and shoulder, and she did not require assistance to walk. Yi Xiaojia's leg was injured, but not severely. She could still manage to move despite the pain. The only one unable to move was Zhou Qiuyang. He appeared to be suffering from severe blood loss, his entire being enveloped in a haze of dizziness. Not only could he not walk, but he lacked even the strength to rise. Xia Xiaoman knelt before him, effortlessly lifting him onto her back, and addressed the bewildered twins standing nearby. "Come on, little ones." The twins glanced at their father, and upon receiving Wen Jianfeng's approval, they eagerly followed in Xia Xiaoman's wake. Chapter 19. Neighbors unexpectedly injured. Shou Qiuyang sustained grave injuries. A deep knife wound on his back revealed bone, with flesh grotesquely flayed. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, recognizing that such an injury necessitated suturing. "Did you not seek the rescue team? Were you able to ascertain the whereabouts of any doctors?" Yu Xiaojia shook her head. "After the injury, we endeavored to locate the rescue team, but to no avail. We feared that prolonged exposure to the rain would be too much for Shou Qiuyang, so we decided to bring him back first. If we had suturing materials, I could attempt to stitch his wounds. Alas, my suturing kit is at school." Xia Xiaoman's eyes brightened. "Are you a medical student?" "Not quite. I am studying veterinary medicine. Previously, I purchased a suture kit to practice surgical techniques, which contains sutures. Although the quality is somewhat inferior, they can still be used after proper sterilization. I have sutures," she declared. "Just a moment, I shall retrieve them for you." Xia Xiaoman dashed back into the house. She recalled that in the pharmacy warehouse she had discovered underwater, one of the small boxes contained sutures. Yu Xiaojia examined the sutures she brought back. They were 1-2 ARC 412 cosmetic sutures, packaged in 10 small pouches, each sealed individually. Though they provided a decent level of isolation, she nonetheless sterilized them with boiling water before proceeding with the suturing. She refrained from inquiring further about Xia Xiaoman's possession of sutures. Such items were not particularly rare. Outdoor enthusiasts and individuals in hazardous professions often kept some at home. Sun Qing had previously purchased a pack, but lost it during a hiking expedition, while Xia Xiaoman possessed a plethora of medicinal supplies. She did not indiscriminately extract all the necessary items, opting instead to provide only the sutures. Iodophor and Yunnan Baiyao powder were pulled together by the families of Sun Qing and Wen Jianfeng. Zhou Qiuyang had provided anti-inflammatory medication. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed he alone would require it, as both Sun Qing and Yu Xiaojie were in relatively good condition. After attending to the wound, Xia Xiaoman, in a generous spirit, prepared a pot of noodles. The noodles belonged to Sun Qing, while the seasonings and gas were from Zhou Qiuyang's household. Xia Xiaoman contributed 2 cans of luncheon meat. During the cooking process, Yu Xiaojie briefly recounted how they had sustained their injuries. We ventured out of the community for over an hour and encountered 2 rescue personnel. They informed us that the entire nation is suffering from the disaster, and that there are insufficient rescue resources in Xia country, urging the public to initiate self-rescue efforts. The grain depot in Fuqing has been submerged, leading to food shortages. There is currently no capacity for the free distribution of food. Instead, they encourage individuals to wade in and salvage supplies, which can be exchanged at aid stations for food. The statements made by the rescue personnel, while ostensibly aimed at managing food distribution through the exchange of salvaged goods due to the food scarcity in Fuqing, were, in truth, a strategy to rally the community in the collection of resources, expediting post-disaster recovery. Simultaneously, it diverted the populace's attention from merely relying on external aid, prompting them to adopt self-sufficient measures to retrieve resources. Naturally, these thoughts were merely Yu Xiaojie's conjectures, as such sentiments would not be expressed by the rescue personnel themselves. Understanding the necessity of self-reliance in salvaging resources, we contemplated that since we were already out, we might as well retrieve some supplies before returning. This endeavor nearly cost us our lives. Although the violent storms had subsided and the floodwaters had receded somewhat, the water level remained alarmingly high. Typically, supermarkets and shops are located on the 1st or 2nd floors, occasionally extending to the 3rd or 4th. However, the water now reached the 6th or 7th floors, making a zero-cost shopping venture practically impossible without diving equipment. The primary objective for Yu Xiaojie and her companions was to gather intelligence. Hence, they were not equipped with diving gear. Like many others, they resorted to salvaging items that floated on the surface. Numerous individuals, having received word of the situation, had ventured out to collect resources, not just Yu Xiaojie and her group. In the eyes of those paddling makeshift rafts, the sight of Yu Xiaojie and her companions in a kayak was particularly conspicuous. Being so noticeable inevitably drew attention, and upon entering an office building, they were besieged, outnumbered and facing a group of robust young men. Even if Sun Qing and Yu Xiaojie were skilled fighters, they could not evade injury. Just as Sun Qing was on the verge of being strangled with a rope, when Jianfeng fortuitously arrived at the office building in search of supplies. Hearing the commotion, he initially hesitated to intervene but turned back upon hearing Yu Xiaojie call out Sun Qing's name, concerned that it might indeed be his disciple in danger. He returned to the building and, upon confirming it was Sun Qing, sprang into action to rescue them. The assailants were severely beaten by Sun Qing and the others, and when Jianfeng, with relative ease, managed to drive them away. Noticing that Sun Qing and her companions had sustained serious injuries, he decided to take them to his home nearby for treatment. During the bandaging process, trouble arose when his wife's brother and his family came to cause a scene. When Jianfeng's wife had suffered poor health since giving birth, passing away when their twins were 3 years old, her family epitomized the patriarchal mindset, treating daughters merely as vessels for procreation. However, possessing a resolute character, she had refused to become a financial support for her family after entering the workforce, providing only a fixed amount of support to her parents each month, perhaps due to never having her own room as a child. She had worked tirelessly to save money and purchased a home for herself, which is where Jianfeng's family currently resides. When her brother's house was inundated, he shamelessly came to Jianfeng's home, claiming that since his sister had passed, he deserved to inherit the property. Enraged, when Jianfeng promptly delivered a sound thrashing to his brother-in-law, leaving him bloodied, Xia Xiaoman expressed her confusion, asking why they would move if they were capable of driving people away. The reason, when Jianfeng explained, was that the building was on the verge of collapse. Feeling despondent, he noted that the house had been built many years ago and had been submerged for an extended period, leading to its precarious tilt. That residence brimmed with memories of his wife and children, and unless absolutely necessary, he could not bear to leave. While escorting Sun Qing and her companions back home, he observed the house's alarming slant. Continuing to reside there could pose a danger. He was indifferent about his own safety, but he had 2 children to consider. Yu Xiaojie suggested, "I thought since the coach has nowhere to go, and we have so many vacant rooms here, it would be ideal for him to stay with us temporarily." Xia Xiaoman nodded, expressing her approval. "That's wonderful. This means our 13th floor will be fully occupied." After hearing the sequence of events, she found herself harboring no aversion towards the Jianfeng family. After all, Wen Jianfeng, accompanied by his 2 children, must be feeling apprehensive as well. Although no supplies were distributed tonight, the items they brought back were belongings of the Wen family. Despite the lack of provisions, she had gleaned a significant piece of information. Floating City was encouraging its citizens to salvage supplies. This implied that starting tomorrow, she could freely indulge in her underwater ventures without any financial constraints. Chapter 20. The underwater supermarket. That night, Zhou Qiuyang indeed developed a fever. Given his severe injuries and exposure to the rain, it was entirely reasonable for inflammation to cause a rise in temperature. The following morning, Xia Xiaoman encountered Wen Jianfeng, who appeared exhausted as he emerged from Zhou Qiuyang's residence, revealing that he had cared for Qiuyang throughout the night. Noticing a pack of instant noodles in Xia Xiaoman's hand, Wen Jianfeng inquired, "Are you preparing breakfast for Xiaoyang?" "Yes," Xia Xiaoman replied. He is in such a state, he wants to be able to cook for himself. Sick individuals should not consume instant noodles, as they are too heating. "I've prepared some congee. You may take the noodles back." Xia Xiaoman was somewhat taken aback. "You can cook?" Wen Jianfeng chuckled. "Cooking is not a difficult task. My culinary skills are quite commendable. Perhaps I shall demonstrate them to you someday." Xia Xiaoman paused, as her perception had been that men neither could nor needed to cook. Domestic duties were traditionally deemed the responsibility of women, a notion instilled in her by her mother since childhood. However, she did not subscribe to this belief nor wish to emulate her mother, which motivated her to escape from that small mountain village with unwavering determination. "Are you planning to salvage supplies later?" Upon hearing Wen Jianfeng's question, Xia Xiaoman snapped back to reality. "You haven't slept all night, and you still have the energy to go out and salvage?" Wen Jianfeng nodded. "It's nothing. I used to stay up late frequently. Our pantry is nearly empty, and I need to find some food for Ling Ling and the others." "All right. I'll return home for breakfast, and we'll gather in half an hour. We must act swiftly in our salvage efforts. The entire city is scavenging, and if we delay, we may find nothing left." Initially, Xia Xiaoman intended to lend her spare diving equipment to Wen Jianfeng, but to her surprise, he had already borrowed a set from Sun Qing. Wen Jianfeng entrusted the twins to Sun Qing's care and, equipped with diving gear and a kayak, set out with Xia Xiaoman. Prior to their departure, they had discussed their route. With their diving equipment, they could access depths unreachable by others, thus avoiding aimless searches for floating debris. They unanimously decided to head towards the supermarket closest to Qiyang community. This was a large international brand supermarket, sprawling over 20,000 square meters, encompassing all essentials for eating, wearing, living, and traveling, a veritable treasure trove for salvage. The floodwaters had receded to the 7th floor, from which Xia Xiaoman and Wen Jianfeng made their exit via the balcony. After paddling the kayak for over an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. A considerable number of people had gathered at the supermarket. Upon their arrival, they observed 7 or 8 makeshift rafts, 3 kayaks, a rubber fishing boat, and a speedboat floating on the water. It was evident that others also possessed diving equipment. The operators of the speedboat, the fishing boat, and one of the kayaks were similarly equipped. Tethered to the speedboat was a large wooden raft, laden with recently salvaged supplies, indicating that they had been here for quite some time. Several groups of individuals were eyeing the speedboat with keen interest, yet those aboard showed no signs of alarm. Instead, they smiled provocatively at the others. When Jianfeng whispered, "Xiaoman, once I'm in the water, do your best to stay within the crowd. If anyone attempts to seize our kayak, steer it into the crowd, creating chaos so we can escape. If one cannot retain the kayak, then it must be relinquished. Personal safety takes precedence." Xia Xiaoman, however, was unwilling to forfeit the opportunity of a zero-cost acquisition beneath the water's surface. "Coach," she insisted, "I am an adept swimmer with prior experience in submersion. I believe I am safer underwater than on the surface." Wen Jianfeng, wearing an expression of disapproval, countered, "No. There will be many individuals in the water. If you venture forth alone with diving equipment, your mobility will be hindered, and should you be besieged, it could easily lead to peril. Rest assured, I shall not encounter any mishap." Xia Xiaoman disregarded Wen Jianfeng's objections, donned her diving gear, and plunged into the depths. Indeed, the underwater realm was bustling. As soon as she submerged, she spotted 2 or 3 individuals ascending while grasping objects, likely having discovered some treasure they were eager to deliver. Xia Xiaoman chose not to engage with them and swam directly towards the supermarket entrance. Before she could reach it, she noticed 2 figures guarding the entrance, preventing others from entering. Concurrently, she sensed an unsettling ripple in the water behind her. Upon glancing back, she saw a shadow that had stealthily encircled her, attempting to seize her oxygen tank. Noticing that the assailant bore no tools, Xia Xiaoman swiftly pivoted, propelling herself towards him while brandishing a sharp knife retrieved from her spatial storage, aimed at the shadow's throat. The individual, taken aback by her sudden advance, barely comprehended the situation before a sharp pain pierced his neck, transforming the murky water into a crimson mist. Xia Xiaoman forcefully kicked him away and swam aside, intending to locate an alternative entrance to the supermarket. In the distance, the Shadow's accomplice, witnessing the descent of his comrade, recognized the blunder and hastily swam towards Xia Xiaoman. Aware of her pursuer, she remained unhurried, finding an unguarded entrance where she paused to attune herself to the water's movements. After waiting for around 10 seconds, she unsheathed the axe strapped to her thigh, abruptly turning to swing it downwards. The adversary, possessing remarkable reflexes, evaded the blow by sidestepping. Xia Xiaoman swung the axe again, but the water's resistance hindered her, and before she could complete her strike, her hand was seized by her opponent. Utilizing the momentum of his grip, Xia Xiaoman leaned forward while her left hand retrieved a watermelon knife from her spatial storage, plunging it into his neck. With the threat neutralized, she pried open the supermarket's grand door and entered. This supermarket, constructed only a few years prior, was built with sturdy materials, having withstood prolonged submersion without collapsing. Its supplies remained trapped within. As she opened the door, the debris blocking the entrance rushed forth in a chaotic flurry. Xia Xiaoman grasped a floating package. Inspecting its contents, snacks such as puffed foods, potato chips, and popcorn chicken, she did not make a concerted effort to collect these items, instead casually tossing a handful into her spatial storage. Once the floating debris cleared, she slipped inside. The primary objective of this underwater venture was to locate the warehouse, as its contents would prove far more valuable than the trifling snacks, which were cumbersome to gather and insufficient for sustenance. The supermarket was expansive, and as Xia Xiaoman was unfamiliar with its layout, she searched diligently until she finally discovered a warehouse. While prying open the lock, she noticed lights flickering in the distance, indicating that someone was approaching. Undeterred, she continued her efforts to unlock the door. Before long, the light gradually approached her. When the figure was merely a dozen meters away, Xia Xiaoman raised her axe and pointed towards the distant shelves, signaling him to stay away and seek supplies elsewhere. Yet, the individual seemed oblivious to her gesture, continuing his unrelenting advance towards her location. Chapter 21. The underwater supermarket's free purchase. Xia Xiaoman's axe was itching with anticipation, her gaze firmly fixed on the approaching figure. Just as she braced herself for a confrontation, the individual gestured for a pause while swimming closer. Filled with confusion, Xia Xiaoman pondered the intentions of the stranger. As the person neared, they pointed at the door lock, producing 2 iron wires from their clothing and mimicking the action of unlocking a door. Suddenly enlightened, Xia Xiaoman retreated a few paces, gesturing for the individual to proceed with the task of prying open the door. However, the stranger waved a hand dismissively, indicating a desire to avoid being an unpaid laborer. After much gesturing, they insisted on having the privilege of selecting their items first. Only after the door was opened could Xia Xiaoman choose her goods. Nodding in agreement, Xia Xiaoman acknowledged that once the stranger selected, everything within the warehouse would ultimately belong to her. With the terms established, the individual set to work on the lock. There was a significant distinction between the professional and the amateur. While Xia Xiaoman struggled for over 10 minutes without success, the stranger managed to unlock the door in under 2. Upon entering, the individual discovered a collection of toiletries, including shower gel and shampoo. After taking 2 bottles and deeming them too cumbersome, they cast them aside and swam out, uninspired. Xia Xiaoman entered to ascertain the contents and, like the stranger, emerged empty-handed. The individual, assuming Xia Xiaoman was uninterested in such items, thought little of it, and together they proceeded to search for the next warehouse. The subsequent warehouse contained fruit, which had spoiled after being submerged for over 2 weeks. The moment the door was opened, a nauseating flood of murky water, reminiscent of excrement, greeted them, nearly prompting the two to retch. The third warehouse housed beverages. Xia Xiaoman recalled news reports stating that drinks exposed to water were unsafe to consume, as contaminated liquid could seep in through the screw caps. Thus, she rejected all of them. The lockpicker, however, was inclined to take some, but the weight proved too burdensome, and with a reluctant glance, they turned to seek the next warehouse. The fourth warehouse held cigarettes and alcohol. While the cigarettes were ruined, the alcohol was well sealed and appeared to be intact, thanks to its double-layer protection. Once the lockpicker had made their selections, Xia Xiaoman collected all the remaining bottles of alcohol into her space. After 4 consecutive searches yielded no desired supplies, Xia Xiaoman halted the lockpicker, gesturing around them, indicating the need to locate the food or grain and oil sections. Warehouses containing such essentials should be nearby. The lockpicker found her reasoning compelling, and together they set forth to explore the food area. With a clear objective, their search became significantly easier, and soon they arrived at the food section. The lockpicker, brimming with excitement, pointed animatedly at the area, ready to swim over, but Xia Xiaoman swiftly grasped their arm, pressing them down behind a shelf while signaling for the lockpicker to extinguish the light above them. Though initially perplexed, the lockpicker complied and turned off the light. Moments later, 3 or 4 individuals appeared in the food area, wielding a fishing net into which they tossed the supplies they gathered. Once the net was full, they collaborated to pull it away. As the group swam further away, Xia Xiaoman patted the lockpicker's shoulder, urging him to follow swiftly. Indeed, there exists a warehouse in this food zone. The door of the warehouse is somewhat deformed from being battered, presumably by those individuals who, after futile attempts to force it open, resorted to scavenging the items on the shelves. Xia Xiaoman urged the man to hasten his efforts in prying the lock, as that group could return at any moment. Once the warehouse door was finally forced open, the man eagerly rushed inside. This warehouse was significantly larger than the 4 he had previously breached, filled with rows of rice, flour, oils, and an array of canned seasonings. He was dazzled by the selection, making several trips to carry out supplies. However, during his 8th round, Xia Xiaoman, growing impatient, gestured at him. "Are you able to carry all that?" "Enough is enough." The man, undeterred, gestured back. "Help me carry some. If it weren't for me prying open the door, you might not have found any supplies at all. Consider this a reward for my efforts." Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, abandoning their agreement to pursue her own exploration of the warehouse. The man, displeased, grabbed her leg, preventing her entry. Infuriated, Xia Xiaoman kicked him away. Just then, the group that had previously scavenged a fishing net reappeared, their excitement palpable as they spotted the open warehouse and swam towards it. Sensing trouble, the man who had pried the lock grabbed his supplies and attempted to flee. Suddenly, an arrow shot through the air, striking the very supplies he was carrying. Startled, he dropped his goods and ran. As a second arrow flew towards him, he unhesitatingly swam in Xia Xiaoman's direction, clearly intending to use her as a shield. Amused, Xia Xiaoman remarked on his audacity, questioning why he sought her assistance if he possessed such remarkable skills. The group wielded a fish spear, and as Xia Xiaoman turned to evade it and prepare for a counterattack, she felt a sudden tug from behind. Turning to look, she was astonished to see that the man had yanked her oxygen tank away. In a desperate situation, she disregarded retaliation, holding her breath as she swiftly swam into the warehouse and locked the door behind her. Outside, upon seeing Xia Xiaoman enter the warehouse, the man immediately turned to flee. The group split into pairs, with 2 pursuing the man and the other 2 remaining to guard the entrance. They believed Xia Xiaoman lacked an oxygen tank and would soon have to exit, so they waited by the door. Unbeknownst to them, upon entering the warehouse, Xia Xiaoman promptly retrieved a new oxygen tank from her space to replace the old one. Once she regained her breath, she moved all the shelves to block the door and leisurely began to store the supplies in her space. The warehouse door trembled with the force of those outside repeatedly attempting to break it down. After securing the supplies, Xia Xiaoman approached the door, waiting for the waves to settle before quietly retrieving the items that had been used as a blockade. She then stealthily unlocked the door and swam above it, positioning herself upside down, her feet hooked onto the ceiling. Once settled, she extracted a watermelon knife from her space and inserted it into the door's gap, prying it open just enough. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a shadow swam in from outside. As the shadow approached the threshold of the door, Xia Xiaoman propelled herself forcefully with her feet, gripping a watermelon knife tightly in her hand. She raised the knife and plunged it into the shadow's neck, tightening her grip as the blade swiftly embedded itself within. A torrent of crimson gushed forth, although she was unable to breathe through her nose. Xia Xiaoman seemed to perceive the overpowering scent of blood. Outside the warehouse, the other 3 individuals witnessed their companion being dispatched in an instant, and they instinctively retreated a short distance, their vigilance heightened. The trio speculated about Xia Xiaoman's concealed position, deliberating their strategy for several moments. Approximately 2 minutes later, they simultaneously advanced towards the warehouse, one of them stealthily aiming a spear gun upwards. Chapter 22. The underwater supermarket's free shopping. Xia Xiaoman found herself in a spacious warehouse, its double doors wide enough to accommodate 4 individuals simultaneously. At this moment, she crouched above the threshold of the doors. After a brief wait of approximately 5 minutes, both doors were forcefully kicked open, and a figure swiftly entered, aiming a weapon directly at her without uttering a word. Anticipating such an action, Xia Xiaoman had already prepared herself as the doors swung open. She summoned a considerable weight and a number of shells from her spatial storage. As the assailant swam in and turned to shoot, they were confronted by an array of shelves obstructing their path. The projectile was thwarted by the very shelf she had summoned. By the time they realized their predicament and attempted to flee, the shelves had effectively sealed their escape, trapping them entirely. Xia Xiaoman activated a spotlight, piercing through the gaps between the shelves to locate the 3 individuals. Armed with a long pole topped with a dagger, she thrust it through the openings towards them. Once she confirmed their demise, she retracted the shelves and began to scavenge for spoils. The diving gear of the assailants remained intact, albeit second-hand, and certainly valuable. The spear gun, a formidable weapon for underwater assaults, was particularly noteworthy and should not be wasted. Additionally, she acquired a fishing net, which the trio had utilized for gathering supplies. Though modest in size, it was adequate for her needs. Continuing her exploration of the supermarket, she failed to locate the lock-picking device but did stumble upon the pharmaceuticals section, where she secured a bounty of medications. Other supplies were either too waterlogged to be salvaged or of little practical use, such as pots and pans. She deemed a few spare sets sufficient for her spatial storage, rendering further collection unnecessary. After a thorough search yielded little of value, Xia Xiaoman decided to depart. Along the way, she encountered several groups of people. However, they seemed disinterested in her presence, likely due to her lack of visible loot. Emerging from the water's surface, Xia Xiaoman noted a shift in the situation above. Those aboard the assault boat wore grave expressions as they scrutinized the water's surface, while individuals who had previously kept their distance began to converge towards the craft. Meanwhile, another group in kayaks appeared to be on the verge of encirclement. The rubber fishing boat had seemingly changed hands, as several corpses bobbed in the murky waters, the crimson streaks staining the otherwise turbid liquid. When Jianfeng, who had been advised to remain close to the crowd, was now isolated, calmly seated in his kayak as if he were a fisherman, observing the unfolding chaos. Xia Xiaoman pinpointed his location and submerged once more, swimming towards him. With a splash, she broke the surface, only to find herself face-to-face with Wen Jianfeng's blade. Caught off guard, she barely registered the threat before it was sheathed again. Xiaoman, my apologies. I mistook you for an assailant. I'm truly sorry, Wen Jianfeng said, his expression filled with regret as he extended a hand to help her aboard. Xia Xiaoman removed her diving equipment. Coach Wen, didn't you say it was safer to stay among the crowd? Why are you out here alone? Wen Jianfeng assisted her in stowing her gear and, as he paddled, explained, after you entered the water. The group in kayaks began to argue with those on the assault boat. The individuals aboard the assault boat exhibit an excessive assertiveness, standing guard at the supermarket entrance and preventing others from entering. Armed with a spear gun, they display an arrogant and domineering demeanor, resulting in a fierce altercation between the two factions. Eventually, circumstances shifted. It appeared that two members from the kayak group had gone missing, and they firmly blamed the assault boat crew for the disappearance, leading to a near confrontation. However, before long, the assault boat personnel also failed to return. They speculated that the kayak group had clandestinely intervened, prompting a physical clash between the two parties. Xia Xiaoman mused, if my instincts are correct, the two individuals who initially trailed me must belong to the kayak group, while the four who perished later were likely from the assault boat. She then inquired, what transpired afterward? Why did the fighting cease? Wen Jianfeng gestured towards the rubber fishing boat, explaining that some sought to benefit from the chaos, unaware that they themselves would become the prey. The group aboard the rubber boat intended to seize the opportunity while the assault boat crew engaged in conflict. But they were unexpectedly countered, allowing others to profit from the situation. Others likely believed both the assault and kayak groups had incurred losses, thus perceiving an opportunity to capture either vessel, which prompted them to gradually approach, preparing for an ambush. It dawned on both factions that should they engage in battle, the ultimate beneficiaries would be the onlookers, leading them to lower their flags and halt the conflict. Did you encounter any incidents underwater? You weren't injured, were you? When Jianfeng inquired, Xia Xiaoman shook her head. No, I concealed a cache of supplies. She pointed to a relatively secluded area not far off, suggesting, let us quietly retrieve them and make our escape. When Jianfeng expressed his surprise, I assumed you had found nothing. With so many diving and some harboring ill intentions, it's remarkable that you returned unscathed, let alone having stashed away supplies. Silently navigating to the designated location, Xia Xiaoman produced 4 climbing ropes adorned with clips and handed them to Wen Jianfeng before diving into the water to retrieve a fishing net filled with provisions. Upon resurfacing, she instructed Wen Jianfeng to test if he could haul the supplies aboard. Wen Jianfeng tugged at the net, nearly losing his balance in the kayak, exclaiming, how much did you manage to gather? This is exceedingly heavy. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. It's quite a lot. We need to inflate the spare kayak and air mattress. With these, we should be able to transport the supplies. When Jianfeng glanced at the crowd in the distance, that won't do. It's too conspicuous. After contemplating, Xia Xiaoman submerged again, and shortly after, she emerged with a spear gun. If anyone attempts to steal our supplies, we shall use this. When Jianfeng's eyes widened in astonishment, where did you acquire that? That is of no concern to you, as long as it's useful. Xia Xiaoman replied, climbing aboard the kayak and retrieving several inflatable mattresses along with a folded kayak from her bag. In the distance, Some in the crowd observed as Xia Xiaoman and her companion layered and secured the air mattresses together to create a makeshift flotation device. Subsequently assembling another kayak and fastening the flotation device between the two kayaks. Those with quick wits immediately surmised that Xia Xiaoman and her companions had procured supplies. Otherwise, why would they create such a commotion? Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman once again submerged herself in the water. The fishing net was overly laden, and when Jianfeng found himself unable to haul it up, reluctantly, she decided to lighten the load, drawing the supplies up in multiple trips. Observers nearby, catching sight of the abundant supplies, began to entertain ulterior motives. When Jianfeng, noticing the approaching figures, refrained from vocally reprimanding them, remaining focused on his task of retrieving the supplies. Just as the leading raft drew within 5 meters of him, when Jianfeng suddenly released the rope and, with deftness, unsheathed his small knife, flinging it towards the individuals on the raft. Chapter 23. New neighbors. Professional boxers possess formidable strength. Aside from his boxing practice, when Jianfeng's greatest passion is playing darts, this marked his first experience of wielding a real blade against a living target. The thrown knife found its mark, embedding itself in the thigh of his opponent, eliciting a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Those who had contemplated approaching were instantly halted in their tracks. With a cold, sweeping gaze, when Jianfeng surveyed the onlookers, warning them that should they advance a mere meter closer, the knife would find its way from their thighs to their heads. Under the weight of his undeniable power, none dared to make a reckless move. Yet, they did not disperse. Instead, they surrounded him as they had previously encircled the speedboat. Estimating that the supplies had nearly filled the floating board and kayak, Xia Xiaoman resurfaced. Upon witnessing the throng around her, she momentarily froze. However, seeing when Jianfeng's unruffled demeanor brought her a sense of relief. A reliable teammate is indeed a treasure. Just as she was about to climb aboard the kayak, when Jianfeng suddenly brandished a small knife and hurled it in the direction behind her. A cry of agony erupted from behind, and Xia Xiaoman turned to see a man tumbling into the water from the wooden raft, vibrant red staining the water. This man had intended to ambush Xia Xiaoman with a wooden stick, thinking that when Jianfeng would panic upon witnessing his companion's attack, thus providing him an opportunity to seize the supplies. Little did he realize that as soon as he extended the stick, he was met with a knife plunged into his chest, leading to his swift descent into the depths. Witnessing this scene, several would-be aggressors reconsidered their intentions and retreated into the crowd, biding their time. Xia Xiaoman ascended the kayak, shedding her diving gear, and brandished a spear gun with an air of defiance. All of you, get lost. A bunch of freeloaders. Why are you staring at us instead of diving for the abundant supplies below? Step back, or I'll send you to meet the king of hell. The spectators exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to retreat first. Growing impatient, Xia Xiaoman leveled her spear gun, aiming at the nearest wooden raft. The individuals on the raft, upon realizing they were being targeted, hastily paddled backward, pleading, "Don't shoot. We're leaving right away." With a leader emerging, the others quickly lost their bravado and obediently retreated. After all, several kayaks and a speedboat lay behind them, with the latter boasting even more supplies. Once the onlookers had distanced themselves, Xia Xiaoman lowered her spear gun and beckoned Wen Jianfeng to hasten their departure. What had taken just over an hour to reach took nearly 3 to 4 hours to return to their community. They encountered 5 robbery attempts along the way. Yet these were merely 1 or 2 small rafts with few individuals. When Jianfeng demonstrated his knife-throwing skill, scaring them off, inspired by his prowess, Xia Xiaoman resolved to learn from him upon their return, recognizing it as a vital survival skill. Upon arriving back at the community, the floodwaters had receded to the 6th floor and a half, creating an awkward predicament. With Wen Jianfeng's assistance, Xia Xiaoman managed to grab hold of the railing on the 7th floor balcony to climb up, as she guarded the supplies at the entrance. When Jianfeng took charge of transporting the goods to the 13th floor. As when Jianfeng departed with a bag of supplies, Xia Xiaoman heard footsteps descending from the upper floor. She presumed that Sun Qing had noticed their return and was coming down to assist. Raising her gaze towards the entrance, she was met with the sight of 2 unfamiliar faces. Xia Xiaoman instinctively moved her right hand towards her waist, eyeing the newcomers warily. "Who are you?" "Hello, sister. My name is Xiao Yuan, and this is my friend Su Ran. We just moved in today." The youth with silver-gray hair approached with a smile. "Sister, do you need help carrying all those things upstairs? My friend and I can assist you." Xia Xiaoman's expression remained cold. "Get lost. You look as frail as a chick. How could you possibly help me with these supplies? I would believe you might steal them instead." Xiao Yuan's face stiffened momentarily. "Sister, please rest assured, we mean no harm. We genuinely just want to help. Don't call me sister. I have no weakling brother like you." Upon witnessing Xia Xiaoman's disdainful gaze, Xiao Yuan's lips twitched as he forced a smile. Since you don't require our assistance, we shall take our leave. Feeling dejected, Xiao Zhiyuan turned away, his downcast demeanor prompting curiosity from onlookers about Xia Xiaoman's treatment of him. When Wen Jianfeng descended, he observed Xiao Zhiyuan's forlorn figure, yet chose not to inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement before swiftly making his way downstairs. Xiao Zhiyuan could no longer maintain his facade, kicking the wall in frustration, then glaring fiercely at Su Ran. Why didn't you speak up just now? Did you not see how many supplies those people had? If you had backed me up, perhaps we could have infiltrated their group and avoided the daily scavenging for food. A flicker of derision crossed Su Ran's eyes. Do you really think they are fools? That they would allow you to join them simply because you utter a few words? Xiao Zhiyuan scoffed. That would still be better than you remaining silent like a mute. Disinterested in engaging with this dim-witted individual, Su Ran sauntered back to his room. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman, upon seeing Wen Jianfeng come down, inquired, Coach, did you encounter two men on your way down? Wen Jianfeng nodded. I did. According to Qing, they moved in just below us shortly after we left. They seem rather slick-tongued, not the sort one would trust easily, Xia Xiaoman contemplated before stating. We should find a way to replace the lock on the fire door with our own, so that no one can enter the 13th floor uninvited. Wen Jianfeng agreed. All right. I will see how to manage that this afternoon. Their recent outing had yielded a significant amount of supplies, and it took Wen Jianfeng over 10 trips to transport everything. Given that only Xia Xiaoman and Wen Jianfeng had gone out, with Xia Xiaoman exerting the most effort, they divided the spoils in a 4-to-6 ratio, with Xia Xiaoman receiving the larger share. Additionally, they each set aside a small portion for Sun Qing and the others as a form of house-sitting fee, a customary arrangement among them. After distributing the supplies, Xia Xiaoman returned to her room, hastily eating a little and then taking a shower before succumbing to sleep. The exertion from diving, combined with dragging back so many supplies, had left her utterly exhausted. Within 5 minutes of lying on her bed, she slipped into a deep slumber. When she next opened her eyes, twilight had already descended. Xia Xiaoman, in a state of drowsiness, suddenly recalled the need to change the door lock, and with a jolt, she sat upright. Ouch, the pain. Her entire body ached, particularly her thigh muscles and arms, which felt both sore and swollen. It was at this moment she realized she had forgotten to apply the medicinal alcohol and adhesive patches before going to bed. Just as she was about to rise, a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed from outside. Xia Xiaoman paused for a moment, then mustered her strength to stand and hurriedly dashed out of the bedroom. Chapter 24. The naive Xiao Zhiyu, a chilling scream reverberated through the building. After pressing her ear against the door for a moment to ascertain that the sound did not emanate from the hallway, Xia Xiaoman cautiously opened the door. Next door, in room 1303, Sun Qing and Yishao Jia also quietly opened their door. Noticing the corridor was deserted, they ventured out to investigate, straining to discern the source of the anguished cries. Armed with knives, the two traversed the dimly lit hallway, only to be startled when Wen Jianfeng opened his door. What are you doing? Patrolling? Sun Qing offered an awkward smile. No, we heard a scream and wanted to find out where it came from. There's no need to search. Wen Jianfeng replied. Two groups of people have come downstairs. It seems they are embroiled in a conflict. Residing in room 2, with a balcony that overlooked the street. He had replaced the lock on the fire door of the safety passage around 3 in the afternoon, going out to the balcony to observe the water level. He had noticed a group entering from the 6th floor, while simultaneously spotting another group loitering in the distance. He deduced that the latter would likely approach, so he remained vigilant on the balcony. Sure enough, around 4 in the afternoon, the distant group made their move. The first group that entered was well supplied and opted for a lower floor, settling on the 10th. The second group seemed to deliberately position themselves close to the first, choosing the 11th floor. When Jianfeng observed someone on the 10th floor balcony fetching water, assuming it was from the first group. When the second group reached the 11th floor, they peered down to spy on the 10th floor, inadvertently catching his gaze. The subsequent group likely followed the first, hoping to seize their supplies. Sun Qing, feeling anxious, queried, what if they come up here and start a fight? There are only 5 of us on this floor, and 3 are injured. If a brawl ensues, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. When Jianfeng shook his head, I am uncertain. However, even if they do come up, there is no need for excessive concern. The numbers are roughly equal on both sides, 7 or 8 people. A skirmish will likely result in injuries on both ends. We might not necessarily lose. The epicenter of the altercation was likely near room 2, close to Wen Jianfeng's door, where the sounds of combat and shouting could be distinctly heard. The group was fully attuned to the noises below when suddenly the fire door rattled as someone attempted to unlock it. After a couple of futile twists of the handle, the individual outside switched to knocking. Hey, is anyone in there? Could you please open the door and let us in? Brother, sister, Please open the door. It's Xiaojiu. Something has happened downstairs. There's a fight, and someone has been killed. I implore you, open the door and let us in. The distinct falsetto of Xiaojiu echoed from outside. Xia Xiaoman felt exasperated. Was this person a reincarnation of a falsetto master? So adept at it. Sun Qing chuckled. Should we let them in? Wen Jianfeng pondered for a moment before responding. Personally, I would recommend allowing them entry. I met those two yesterday. Although they harbor some ulterior motives, their gaze is clear, and they do not seem to be malicious. The most crucial reason is that we are simply too few. 7 individuals were present, among whom 1 was severely injured, 2 sustained minor injuries, and there were 2 children. The only ones capable of taking action were myself and Xiaoman. We decided to let them in. Whatever needed to be addressed could be handled by them first. Xiaoman understood that when Jianfeng intended for Xiaojian and Su Ran to serve as expendable pawns. She shrugged, indicating her lack of objections. 2 feeble individuals, should they dare to stir trouble, they would be swiftly dealt with and discarded. As I opened the door, Xiaojian and Su Ran entered, each dragging a suitcase behind them. Sun Qing expressed her surprise, inquiring, "You two only brought 2 suitcases? Where are your supplies?" Xiaojian nodded, replying, "We live in a dormitory and possess nothing apart from personal necessities." Sun Qing responded, "All 4 rooms here are occupied. If you have no objections, you may stay in the corridor." Just as Xiaojian was about to protest, Sun Qing added, "If you do mind, you are free to leave now." Xiaojian pursed his lips, scanning the area before choosing the timid and introverted Yu Xiaojie to appeal to. "Sister, I have practiced Sanda since childhood. If you wish to avoid a beating, you should remain silent." Yu Xiaojie maintained an indifferent expression. Xiaojian turned to Xiaoman. She sincerely replied, "I have been chopping wood since I was young, wielding an axe with great finesse. Would you like to give it a try?" Xiaojian responded, "Thank you for the invitation, but I shall decline." Sun Qing chuckled, playfully patting Xiaojian as she added, "Sister, I have trained in boxing since childhood. 1 punch could obliterate your little head." Xiaojian thoroughly deflated, retreating to a corner of the corridor, appearing pitiful and helpless. Su Ran did not engage in any antics. He politely expressed his gratitude and selected a spot to organize his belongings. Downstairs, the sounds of a scuffle persisted for over 20 minutes. Following its conclusion, 8 or 9 corpses lay sprawled on the ground below. The atmosphere in the building grew quiet, as the assailants downstairs must have suffered significant losses, thus refraining from causing further trouble for them. At 8 p.m., Xiaoman planned to check on Qiu Yang in room 1301. Upon opening the door, a ghastly pale face appeared in the corridor. Xiaoman instinctively tightened her grip on the axe at her waist, ready to hurl it, when one of the ghosts silently. Su Ran remained. It is often said that a dog that does not bark may bite. One cannot ascertain whether it will target outsiders or those within its own circle. Zhou Qiuyang lay bedridden for an entire day, his fever oscillating, leaving him somewhat dehydrated. The wound's inflammation varied in severity, and whether he could endure it was solely dependent on his own resilience. Yi Xiaojie reapplied the medication and provided him with a double dose of anti-inflammatory drugs, hoping he would pull through. The following day, Xia Xiaoman and Wen Jianfeng chose not to venture out. In the early hours of the previous night, a new group had arrived in the building. To leave now would be perilous. Should anyone attempt to seize supplies in their absence, Sun Qing and the others would struggle to defend themselves. Bored at home, Xia Xiaoman sought to learn the art of throwing knives from Wen Jianfeng. While she struck the target precisely with an axe, her aim with the throwing knives was lacking. The knives were significantly lighter and had a different weight distribution. Each time she threw a knife, she instinctively employed the technique used for the axe, resulting in her consistently missing the mark. Wen Jianfeng briefly explained the techniques for throwing knives before leaving her to practice alone. Mastery of throwing knives lies in the familiarity of the hand. Techniques may assist the thrower in quickly finding their rhythm, but to achieve precision, one must practice diligently. Chapter 25. Survival of the fittest. Alas, yet another miss. Haha, Sister Xiaoman, you are truly inept. The twin, Wen Su, crouched nearby, mercilessly mocking. Xia Xiaoman shot him a fierce glance. Laugh all you want, and I shall tell your father that you are slacking off. Wen Su pouted in dissatisfaction. Humph. All you do is tell tales, you little snitch. Brother, you mustn't use such language. Father will be angry, chimed in Wen Ling, her cherubic face stern. Unable to resist, Xia Xiaoman affectionately pinched her cheek. Ah, our Lingling is so thoughtful and adorable. Having witnessed the chaos and brutality of the outside world, Wen Jianfeng insisted that the twins practice martial arts after moving to Qingyang community. Wen Ling, with her calm demeanor, was able to settle into her stances. In contrast, Wen Su, ever playful and lively, would manage to maintain his stance for half an hour, only to squander the next 10 minutes showing off, followed by 10 minutes of pestering Wen Ling. and the remaining 10 minutes incessantly asking if the time was up. After spending an entire morning practicing throwing knives at the Wen family home, Wen Su endured 3 beatings from his father, each one well-deserved. Upon returning from assisting Zhou Qiuyang with personal hygiene matters, Wen Jianfeng was incensed to find his son making faces in front of his daughter. Wen Su, do you wish to part with your backside? I instructed you to practice your stances, and what are you doing here? He marched over, hoisted Wen Su up, and delivered a series of smacks to his rear. Wen Su yelped, casting a pleading glance towards Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman glanced at the sky. It was getting late, and lunchtime was approaching. With that, she vanished in a flash. In the corridor, Xiao Zhiyu was stealthily crouched beside the fire door. Xia Xiaoman aimed a kick at his backside. What mischief are you up to? Xiao Zhiyu stumbled awkwardly, hurriedly signaling for silence, whispering, I just heard some commotion outside. Commotion outside? Xia Xiaoman pressed her ear against the fire door. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as something heavy struck the door, causing her to retreat several paces. Drawing a hatchet from her waist, she called out, Who is out there? Ah, there's a woman inside. Hurry, break the door down. A shrill voice clamored from outside, followed by a barrage of pounding on the door. The sounds drew Wen Jianfeng, Sun Qing, and Yu Shaojie out of their rooms. Seeing them, Xiao Zhiyu felt as if he had spotted a savior. What should we do? There are people banging on the door. They're trying to break in. Silence. Xia Xiaoman shot him an admonishing glare, turning back to the room to retrieve 2 iron rods, tossing one to him, and Su ran. You two, take positions on either side of the door. If anyone comes in, strike. Xiao Zhiyu protested. No, I can't. I don't know how to fight. Xia Xiaoman, growing impatient, kicked him lightly. Either follow my orders, or I shall throw you out of the window right now. Those who recognize the situation are the true wise ones. Thus, Xiao Zhiyu, begrudgingly clutching the iron rod, took his place beside the door, while Su Ran stood obediently. The fire door opened from the outside, and the lock, installed by Wen Jianfeng, was on the inside. No matter how forcefully they struck, the intruders would be unable to break the lock. However, the assailant did not strike the lock, but rather the hinges of the door. After approximately 10 minutes of relentless assault, the hinges were utterly destroyed, and the heavy fire door crashed to the ground. Ah, behold 3 stunning beauties, appearing rather youthful. Surely they are inexperienced. The crude voice of a lewd man with yellowed teeth approached Xia Xiaoman and her companions, disregarding the gleaming watermelon knife and axe they held. As he stepped into the corridor, 2 iron rods swung towards him simultaneously, one aimed at his head and the other at his abdomen. Suddenly, Wen Jianfeng appeared, taking a couple of steps back before leaping forward and delivering a powerful kick to the lewd man's chest. The man did not even have the chance to scream before he was knocked unconscious, inadvertently causing his companion behind him to stumble and fall. Xia Xiaoman wielded the axe as if it were a hammer, striking at the joints and acupoints with all the techniques she had learned from Yu Shaojie, rendering her assailant's limbs unresponsive. Sun Qing, though limited to one arm, proved more than capable of handling these untrained fighters. Having faced life and death, her strikes were devoid of mercy, each blow piercing to the bone. Yi Shaojie, nimble as ever, seemed unscathed as she deftly maneuvered through the crowd, finding openings to stab her enemies. Even the seemingly frail Su Ran quietly approached the battlefield, delivering a fierce blow to one of the adversaries. In stark contrast, Xiao Zhiyu appeared utterly useless, his hands trembling as though afflicted by Parkinson's disease, struggling to maintain a grip on the iron rod. Hearing the commotion, Wen Su curiously opened the door, and upon seeing the child darting out, Xiao Zhiyu was nearly struck with fear, yanking Wen Su's arm to pull him back inside. Go back. Don't come out. There's a fight outside. Be careful not to get hurt. However, Wen Su, ever disobedient, squeezed through the crack in the door, declaring, I'm not afraid. My daddy will protect me. Move aside. I'm going to find my dad. Stop being such a troublesome child and get back inside. Xiao Zhiyu was both frightened and furious, gripping Wen Su's collar to prevent him from leaving. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as an object smashed against the corridor wall, followed by a flash of cold steel as an axe embedded itself directly into the head of that object. Xiao Zhiyu's face turned pale as he instinctively covered Wen Su's eyes. The sounds of battle gradually subsided as Xia Xiaoman slowly emerged from the hallway, expressionless as she stepped over the lifeless body, yanking the axe free. Vivid red blood dripped from the axe's tip, and Xiao Zhiyu, overwhelmed with anxiety, nearly forgot to breathe. Now utterly convinced that Xia Xiaoman's earlier threat to kill him with an axe was no idle boast. Remove your hand. Let him see. When Jianfeng's voice suddenly broke through, Xiao Zhiyu snapped back to reality, gazing at him in confusion. As he wiped the blood from his face, when Jianfeng remarked, the world has changed. Su and Ling Ling must become familiar with the current rules of survival. Observing now will prepare them to respond calmly in future crises. Xiao Zhiyu felt a pang of sympathy, They were so young. But the villains wanted to spare them simply because of their age. Left speechless, Xiao Zhiyu reluctantly lowered his hand. When Su was finally able to see again, his gaze landing on the blood-soaked corpse, prompting him to scream and attempt to retreat back into the room, only to be firmly held in place by Wen Jianfeng. Xiao Zhiyu muttered under his breath, deeming his father nothing short of a devil. In the relentless struggle for existence, survival of the fittest reigns supreme. If one fails to adapt swiftly to this brutal world, their fate may be far grimmer than that of the lifeless body sprawled upon the ground. After delivering this profound wisdom, Xia Xiaoman kicked him lightly and proceeded to assist in moving the corpse, discarding it with little regard. Move the corpse. Xiao Zhiyu exclaimed in horror. I refuse. The sight of a corpse renders my legs weak. What about this? A blood-stained axe lay ominously before him. Xiao Zhiyu. Chapter 26. Better to instill fear than to suffer oppression. Having secured the perimeter, how could they neglect to gather the spoils of victory? After properly disposing of the bodies, they left Yu Xiaojie to guard the premises while the others descended to retrieve the supplies from the intruders. To their astonishment, since last night, several groups had infiltrated the building, yet only the 11th floor was under watch. Upon breaching the 11th floor, Xia Xiaoman and her companions uncovered the truth. This group had arrived at the complex around 8 or 9 in the morning, systematically overpowering everyone who had previously entered until they reached the 11th floor. The original residents of the 11th floor had engaged in a fierce battle with those from the 10th floor the previous day. The 10th floor had been decimated, but the 11th floor had sustained significant injuries as well. Thus, when this new group appeared, the 11th floor occupants were unprepared to resist and were swiftly bound. Seizing the opportunity presented by the abundant resources on the 11th floor, the intruders converted it into their stronghold, confining the captured individuals there. As Xia Xiaoman and her team stormed in, they found that the thugs guarding the hostages had just finished tormenting a girl who resembled a broken doll. Enraged by the sight, Xia Xiaoman swung her axe, striking one of the men squarely in the face. Sun Qing, equally furious, disregarded her injured hand and landed a punch that sent blood streaming from the man's nose. Any father witnessing such brutality could not remain passive. When Jianfeng delivered a powerful kick that sent the assailant crashing to the ground, grasping his hair and forcefully slamming his head against the floor until blood flowed freely. Recognizing her lack of combat prowess, Su Ran took refuge nearby, wielding a blunt instrument. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Zhiyu removed his shirt to drape it over the girl, then picked up a stick to strike down a man knocked to the ground by Sun Qing. With only a handful of guards remaining on the 11th floor, within 10 minutes, all of them lay incapacitated, their fates uncertain. Can you still move? If so, gather your belongings and set them aside. Otherwise, I shall take everything. Xia Xiaoman gazed impassively at the bruised hostages. If they could reclaim their supplies, even those severely injured could manage to move. The hostages gingerly selected 1 or 2 of their belongings, and as they realized that Xia Xiaoman and her companions were indeed indifferent to their plight, their pace quickened, escalating into a scramble for resources. Xia Xiaoman stood at the entrance to the fire escape, brandishing her axe, while the others, though uncertain of her intentions, rallied behind her in support. Once the hostages had finished sorting through their possessions, Xia Xiaoman approached a young couple, stating, "You may select 1/3 from this pile of supplies." The man, indignant at her words, began to protest, but the woman restrained him. "Why can we only take 1/3? She inquired, her emotions relatively composed. "With patience," Xia Xiaoman replied, "Without us, both you and your boyfriend would have perished at their hands. 2 lives equate to 3 portions of supplies. I take 2. Which is hardly unreasonable, is it?" The woman nodded, tugged on her boyfriend's sleeve, and collected her belongings before departing. The next was a family of 4. Xia Xiaoman fished out a pack containing 5 small bags of instant noodles from the pile and tossed it to them. "Take this and leave." The elderly woman was displeased, exclaiming, "How could you do this? We have so many supplies, and you only give us a single packet of flour." Xia Xiaoman, her face cold, retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? You have chosen only the finest items, rice, flour, and canned goods, yet not a single daily necessity. Do you eat with your hands?" She reiterated, "I'll say it again, leave." The axe had already been unsheathed, though not everyone possessed the wit to discern the threat. The old woman persisted. "The used daily necessities are downstairs. These are the items that were stolen from us. Believe it or not." Without further ado, Xia Xiaoman snatched back the instant noodles and swung the axe towards the old woman's elbow, eliciting a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The old woman's husband and children reached out to see Xia Xiaoman, but Sun Qing and Wen Jianfeng simultaneously kicked them away. The beaten family of 4 departed in disgrace. Among the remaining 2 families, one respectfully accepted the quarter of supplies allocated by Xia Xiaoman, while the other chose not to select anything. "We don't have much to begin with, and you saved my daughter. It is only right that we give you these supplies, spoke the mother of the bullied girl. Xia Xiaoman refused their supplies, believing that the couple needed the few bags of instant noodles more than they did. The girl's mother expressed her gratitude, helping her daughter into her clothes and silently departing. Wait, Xiao Zhiyu picked up a bloodied knife and handed it to the mother for self-defense. The mother thanked him once more, leading her nowadays daughter away into the stairwell. Xiao Zhiyu gazed vacantly at the stairwell. Sun Qing nudged him, asking, "What are you staring at? Still thinking about that girl?" Xiao Zhiyu was momentarily taken aback, comprehending Sun Qing's insinuation, his face flushing. "What nonsense are you spouting? I merely saw that lady and was reminded of my mother." Sun Qing clicked her tongue. "If you missed your mother, then go back and see her. In a couple of days, I'll take you to find the rescue team so they can send you home." "No need," Xiao Zhiyu replied curtly, silently organizing the supplies. Unwilling to pursue the topic further, they had moved most of the supplies, leaving a small portion for their former neighbors on the 11th floor, not out of goodwill, but rather out of indifference to further complications. The hotels in Floating City were already filled to capacity due to government arrangements. Survivors from lower-lying homes or those unable to reside in their houses for other reasons sought refuge on higher floors. With so many vacant apartments in Qinyang community, high up and easily visible from a distance, the thought of eliminating or driving away the residents on the 11th floor seemed futile. New occupants would inevitably arrive. It was better to retain this battered group of individuals who had witnessed the brutality of their methods, as they would think twice before provoking them again. In contrast, a fresh batch of newcomers would likely stir trouble regularly. The security door had been smashed, and without tools, it could not be repaired. After much discussion, they decided to relocate to the 15th floor, creating distance from the 11th. Xiao Zhiyu and Su Ran shamelessly joined in the move. Xiao Zhiyu had spent considerable time buttering up Zhou Qiuyang, finally securing permission to move into apartment 1501, bringing Su Ran along as well. After a peaceful night, 2 more families moved into the building. The 2 families likely heard from other residents about the remarkable feats accomplished by Xia Xiaoman and her companions. Upon seeing them descend the stairs, they hastily retreated into their homes, afraid to emerge. Better to instill fear than to be subjected to oppression. Xia Xiaoman and her companions were quite pleased with the reactions of the others in the building. This was precisely the effect they desired, for otherwise, they would not have dared venture out to gather supplies. With the addition of 2 free laborers to their team, Xia Xiaoman and Wen Jianfeng conferred and, at the break of dawn, set out with Xiao Zhiyuan and Su Ran to scavenge for resources. This time, they chose a location not far from their residence, at the end of the street directly across from their community. Chapter 27. It is not a lack of will, but a lack of ability to rob originally. There were no shops on this street. However, following the establishment of the Qinyang community, 7 or 8 stores selling renovation materials emerged. Seizing the opportunity, someone opened a small supermarket and a breakfast shop here. Adjacent to the small supermarket was a restaurant offering brunch, where Zhou Qiuyang had once picked up takeout, making him somewhat familiar with the area. Compared to previous excursions, the underwater supplies were scarce, leaving Xia Xiaoman with little desire to dive. When Jianfeng took Su Ran into the water, while she and Xiao Zhiyu remained in a kayak, keeping watch, the small supermarket had suffered from the flood. With its entrance shattered and its interior in disarray, a thick layer of mud settled beneath. Nevertheless, the supermarket featured a loft filled with a variety of goods. The assortment was eclectic, ranging from needles and bubblegum to buckets, bathtubs, and suitcases. Adhering to the principle of waste reduction, Wen Jianfeng and Su Ran collected whatever they could find, filling their fishing net to the brim. The net contained an array of items, buckets in various sizes, vegetable baskets, basins, and hangers, along with stacks of plastic stools, and an assortment of toothpaste, shower gel, and shampoo. The food collection was equally impressive, featuring 2 pounds of cake flour, yeast-infused bread flour, vacuum-sealed white rice, black rice, purple rice, noodles, egg noodles, and buckwheat noodles. Spices, oils, salt, soy sauce, and seasoning packets were gathered to be checked later for flood contamination. Instant noodles, turkey noodles, river snail rice noodles, hot and sour noodles, mixed noodles, self-heating hot pots, and self-heating rice all were discarded into the fishing net upon sight. The variety of snacks was endless: spicy strips, hot chips, hot dogs, ham sausages, spicy duck necks, dried fish, chicken wings, chicken legs, salted eggs, candies, biscuits, and beef cubes. When Jianfeng and Su Ran's approach to gathering supplies differed from Xia Xiaoman's, while Xia Xiaoman picked only the more substantial items, overlooking the tiny bits tucked away in corners, when Jianfeng and Su Ran wasted nothing. They made every effort to retrieve usable and edible goods, even those trapped beneath shelves. In that small supermarket, they managed to collect 2 large nets of supplies. On their final dive, when Jianfeng and Su Ran discovered 3 gas canisters and a gas stove in the neighboring fast food restaurant, few people were aware of this supermarket's existence. Even those who did lacked diving equipment to salvage the goods. During the salvage operation, several groups came to observe, and some attempted to dive, but all returned empty-handed. A few individuals considered staying behind to loot, but Xia Xiaoman brandished her spear gun, causing them to disperse within minutes. Upon returning to the community, the water level had receded to the level of the 5th floor. As they moved the supplies inside, Xia Xiaoman stood watching the items while the other 3 carried them upstairs. Just as they departed, a wooden raft approached, and a family of 3 climbed over the railing into the building. Spotting the bags of chips on the floor, a little boy broke free from his mother's grasp, dashed to Xia Xiaoman, snatched several bags of chips, and turned to flee. Xia Xiaoman swiftly grabbed the back of his collar, and before she could speak, the child's mother screamed, "What are you doing? Let go of my son." The woman rushed at her with claws bared, and in a reflexive motion, Xia Xiaoman kicked her away. "What do you think you're doing? Why are you hitting someone?" The man glared at Xia Xiaoman while supporting his wife, with an innocent expression. She retorted, "Your wife was about to attack me. Should I not retaliate and just stand there to be struck? If you hadn't tried to seize my son, my wife wouldn't have come after you. Let my son go." The man asserted defiantly, "Your son stole from me. Who else should I apprehend?" He continued dismissively, "It's just a few bags of chips. How can an adult like you stoop to quarreling with a child? Lele, come here." The young boy, feeling bolstered by his parents, thrashed wildly to escape their grasp and repeatedly kicked at Xia Xiaoman. At the end of her patience, Xia Xiaoman delivered a swift slap, leaving 5 distinct marks on the boy's face, causing him to burst into tears. "How dare you strike my son? I'll take you on," the man exclaimed furiously. His son being his Achilles heel, off limits to anyone. He raised his fist to strike Xia Xiaoman, and the woman rushed to assist him. Xia Xiaoman drew an axe, pressing it against the boy's neck. "Come on, if you dare," she challenged. She would not be trifled with. They were all trying to seize her possessions. With a hostage in her grasp, the couple hesitated to act. "Killing will land you in prison. Let my son go," the woman pleaded, tears brimming in her eyes. Xia Xiaoman scoffed, "Then go ahead and call the police. Let's see whether your son dies first or I get arrested." "You," the woman, furious, thought to herself that this wretched person had taken merely a few bags of chips but was so deranged that even a child was not spared. Once the storm passed, she would make sure to report this vile individual. At that moment, 4 people descended from upstairs. The couple, seeing them as potential saviors, pointed at Xia Xiaoman, exclaiming, "Help us. This woman has stolen our supplies and captured our son. Please, apprehend her, and I will share half of the supplies with you." Xia Xiaoman cast a fleeting glance at the 4, who immediately shook their heads vigorously. "We don't know her. We were just passing by and will leave shortly. Please continue your game, madam." They were not foolish. They had witnessed her cleave a man's head in 2 with that very axe the previous day and dared not provoke this female tyrant. They wished they could rewind time to moments before to slap themselves for coming down at such an inopportune moment. What if they disrupted her and faced her wrath? The couple stood dumbfounded, bewildered by this girl's background and why these 4 were so cowardly. Just then, when Jianfeng and his companions arrived, upon seeing the gathering crowd, Xiao Zhiyu rushed to Xia Xiaoman's side, pulling a clothes-drying pole from the pile of supplies. "What are you planning to do? Robbing supplies?" The innocent quartet retreated to the wall, insisting, "We had no intention of stealing. We were merely passing through." "What is going on?" When Jianfeng inquired, looking at Xia Xiaoman pointed her axe at the couple, declaring that these 2 scoundrels intended to seize their supplies. Observing that the girl had someone to protect her, the couple no longer dared to act as aggressively as before. They softened their tone and explained, "It's all a misunderstanding. My son has been starving for several days, and upon entering, he saw some chips on the ground and took a few bags. We never intended to steal this young girl's belongings. We can return the chips without complaint, and we won't hold it against you for assaulting my son and wife." Xia Xiaoman scoffed, recalling how they had just tried to incite their gang to loot their supplies. How swiftly they had changed their tune. The man chuckled foolishly, saying, "Little girl, we were merely joking. We didn't actually steal anything." They had stolen, but rather lacked the capability to do so. Chapter 28. 2 pieces of news. As the family of 3 entered the building, they had scarcely settled when they were promptly ushered out. Before their expulsion, Xia Xiaoman, considering the plight of the innocent quartet, generously permitted them to each take an item from the family's stockpile. Was she being stingy? In such a case, she chose to be magnanimous, bestowing upon others what she deemed unworthy. The meager possessions held no allure for her, yet they were of great interest to the others. The unsuspecting quartet, thrilled by this unexpected fortune, rummaged through the couple's supplies for quite some time, ultimately absconding with all the food they had concealed. The couple, unable to voice their indignation, departed on their makeshift raft, likely never to return. Upon returning to the 15th floor, they distributed the acquired supplies and retreated to their rooms for some rest. At 2 p.m., they diligently attended lessons in flying knives at Wen Jianfeng's residence, followed by training in combat with Yi Xiao Jia at 4, and then returned home around 7 to prepare dinner. This routine persisted for 3 consecutive days. As more residents filled the building, 3 individuals sustained injuries, leading Xia Xiaoman and her companions to refrain from venturing too far in search of supplies, instead lingering nearby the community. Once they had exhausted their search for food, they turned their attention to construction materials, securing a batch of wire mesh, which they meticulously cut and affixed to balconies and windows to deter intrusions. When Jianfeng discovered a welding machine and spent the following days tinkering with it, if successfully repaired, it would enable them to weld the salvaged iron door in front of the fire escape, thus fortifying their defenses on the 15th floor. Over the course of 3 days, the water level receded to halfway up the 2nd floor. At this height, those with decent swimming skills could dive down and retrieve supplies from the 1st floor without the need for diving gear. During these days, residents frequently ventured out in search of provisions. Some returned laden with goods, others bore injuries, while a few simply did not return. With the water level diminished significantly, rescue operations could finally resume. Standing on the balcony, one could occasionally glimpse rescuers in inflatable boats, shouting through loudspeakers. Those trapped for an extended period waved and shouted from their windows, some calling for help, others expressing gratitude, while a few voiced their frustration over the delayed rescue efforts. Residents within the building also raised their voices to attract the attention of the rescuers. The rescue teams arrived without supplies, inundated by an unprecedented flood that submerged the city. Countless resources remained submerged, rendering it impossible to allocate sufficient aid for distribution. The rescuers brought only a thin wooden board marked with 2 messages written in waterproof ink, which was affixed to the 3rd floor for all survivors to see as they entered and exited the building. One message stated that Floating City had established multiple relief and trading points. The homeless were encouraged to proceed to the relief points, where personnel would arrange accommodations based on individual circumstances. Vulnerable groups, including the injured and ill, could also visit the relief points, if unable to make the journey themselves. They could intercept rescuers on their way, who would escort them to safety. Medical stations would be available at the relief points to provide free treatment for those in need. The trading points had also been organized, with the value of various items meticulously calculated. Each trading point was situated within 100 meters of a relief point, with designated personnel patrolling to ensure safety from theft. In another piece of news, all veterans are urged to report to the nearest relief center accompanied by their families to participate in the disaster relief efforts in Floating City, where their families will be accommodated. As the notification was just issued, various watercraft began to appear on the streets, all heading towards the relief or trading points. Several households in the building were seen leaving with large bundles, seemingly intent on reaching the relief center. Over the past few days, they had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies, ensuring they would not suffer from hunger or thirst for at least 10 days to half a month. However, these individuals, raised in a civilized society, were accustomed to the comforts of drinking milk tea and dining on Western cuisine in clean environments. After nearly a month of tumultuous wandering, they were eager to return to their previous lives. In their minds, following the nation and the party meant the return to a civilized society was imminent. Therefore, even though life in the building was bearable, they felt compelled to venture to the relief center, constantly monitoring the developments in Floating City, eager to be among the first to reintegrate into a civilized society. When Jianfeng was absorbed in the second piece of news displayed on the board, Xia Xiaoman inquired, "Coach, are you a veteran?" "No," he replied. "My parents wanted me to enlist, but I chose to pursue boxing instead and missed the opportunity to serve." His words were laden with unfulfilled longing. Had he served, he could now accompany a Su and Ling Ling to the relief center. Entrusting one's children to anyone is never as reassuring as placing them under the protection of the state. "My mother is a veteran," Su Ran suddenly interjected. "Are you planning to go to the relief center now?" Xiao Zhiyuan added. "Would you really leave me here alone?" Su Ran shot him a glare. "You lost my ID. Even if I went to the relief center, I couldn't prove I am my mother's son." Xiao Zhiyuan sheepishly touched his nose. "I didn't do it on purpose." Su Ran rolled her eyes. Had it been intentional, she would have surely given him a good thrashing. Upon returning to the 15th floor, a group gathered at Zhou Qiuyang's home, recounting the 2 messages from Floating City. "Do you all wish to go to the relief center?" Xia Xiaoman asked. Xiao Zhiyuan appeared hesitant, realizing many would likely want to go, but the living conditions there might be subpar. Sun Qing remarked, "But they have a medical station. If we fall ill or get injured, we can seek help immediately." This injury had made her acutely aware of the importance of medical assistance. as Zhou Qiuyang had nearly succumbed to an infected wound. Yu Xiaojie rationally analyzed, the relief center will be crowded and chaotic. Bringing so many supplies will certainly attract unwanted attention. Yet, being at the relief center would allow them to receive timely updates about developments in Floating City. In their current isolated location, they would be a step behind in receiving any news. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Jianfeng suggested, "We could donate some supplies for free and request the relief center staff to assign us a more secure and less populated area. It is human nature for the staff, who also have families to care for, to accept some form of incentive to ensure their loved ones are better off." Zhou Qiuyang agreed to go to the relief center. Having been injured in the recent attack, he believed that proximity to the medical station would be the safest option for preserving his life. Su Ran remained indifferent. His parents had returned to their hometown before the flood, a place 100,000 miles away from Floating City, and he had no knowledge of their circumstances. He was solitary here, without any relatives, free to go wherever he pleased. Xia Xiaoman was reluctant to visit the relief station, as it was often crowded with disputes, and she wished to avoid frequent quarrels and fights. With differing opinions, Xia Xiaoman suggested, "Let us first assess the conditions at the relief station. If the living arrangements are satisfactory, we shall relocate there." Sun Qing nodded in agreement. "Then this afternoon, I will accompany Xiao Jie to the relief station to take a look." Chapter 29, the conference topic, to relocate to the relief center or not. The flood surged swiftly and just as rapidly receded. In a mere few days, the waters had retreated to the second floor, leading one to believe that perhaps in no time, the world would revert to its former civilized state. After practicing with the flying knives, Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie had yet to return, prompting Xia Xiaoman to take a stance on the balcony, simultaneously observing the weather outside. Suddenly, dark clouds began to roll in from the distance, and the gray sky was gradually enveloped in darkness. The wind intensified, creating rippling waves upon the water's surface. A flash of white light illuminated the pitch-black sky, soon followed by a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the floating city. A rapid series of knocks echoed at the door. "Xiaoman, can you come out and lend a hand? Sun Qing and the others are downstairs. However, the winds are too fierce. They were blown away as they approached the building. Please assist us in pulling the kayak." Upon hearing Wen Jianfeng's voice, Xia Xiaoman ceased her practice and opened the door. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie were vigorously paddling, yet each time they drew close to the balcony railing of the third floor, the kayak was blown off course by the wind, retreating further instead of advancing. After several attempts, despite the building being within arm's reach, they remained unable to return. Accompanying Wen Jianfeng to the third floor, Xia Xiaoman deftly tossed a pre-prepared climbing rope overboard, which was tied at one end to a water-filled mineral water bottle. Utilizing gravity, she successfully cast it onto the kayak in one motion. Yi Xiaojie grasped the rope tightly, while Sun Qing spread her limbs to stabilize the kayak against capsizing. Together with Wen Jianfeng, Xia Xiaoman pulled the kayak back to safety. Finally returning to the building, Sun Qing exhaled deeply, relieved to have made it back. "Why were you gone for so long? Is the relief center far from here?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. Sun Qing pursed her lips, explaining that she had inquired about the situation of her parents and Xiao Jie's parents from the relief center staff. Both she and Yu Xiaojie were from out of town, studying here, and had been unable to contact their families throughout the prolonged flooding, leaving them unaware of their loved ones' circumstances. During their visit to the relief center, they aimed to glean information regarding their hometowns. Like Sun Qing and Yu Xiaojie, many were seeking information about their hometowns, and the two spent considerable time searching for staff to assist them. Sun Qing's hometown, located in the north, had been besieged by hail and heavy rain, submerging vehicles and trapping everyone indoors. They were unable to venture out to salvage supplies as others had. Yi Xiaojie's home was in a neighboring city, similarly afflicted by flooding. From the rescue efforts in the floating city, Sun Qing and her companions had surmised that the situation in Xia country was likely dire. Xia country, including the reserves, possessed at least 20 million troops. Coupled with firefighters, auxiliary police, and volunteers, there should have been ample resources to assist the floating city. Yet, since the disaster struck, the floating city had not received any external aid. Rather, it had called upon retired military personnel to participate in the rescue efforts. What did this indicate? It suggested that the disaster's impact was widespread, leaving no spare hands available for the floating city. Thus, Sun Qing and Yu Xiaojie had mentally prepared themselves for the possibility that their hometowns were also affected by the calamity, although they could not escape the worry for their family's safety. Returning to the year 1503, having finished her bath and donned a fresh set of clothes, Sun Qing summoned everyone to convene at Zhou Qiuyang's residence. The agenda for this meeting was to deliberate on the necessity of relocating to the relief center. This time, Wen Jianfeng brought along his two children, who were permitted only to observe, without the right to speak. Xiao Xiaoman eagerly inquired, Sister Qing. How far is the relief center from here? It must be about an hour's journey, right? He was particularly concerned about the distance, if it were too far. Even a severed hand would not suffice to transport the substantial supplies to the relief center. Sun Qing shook her head wearily. Do not entertain thoughts of moving to the relief center. Trust me, you would not wish to reside there. The relief center was situated in a hotel that had been compromised by floodwaters, rendering the drainage system completely clogged. Long before reaching the center, one could see the vicinity littered with refuse. As they approached the hotel, the stench of urine assaulted the senses, so pungent that even blocking one's nose could not entirely mask the foul odor. At that moment, Sun Qing contemplated turning back, but she endured the noxious smell. Driven by a desire to inquire about her hometown's conditions, inside the hotel, there was some semblance of management, and the corridors were relatively clean. However, the rooms were appallingly filthy. With a surfeit of disaster victims, the relief center was filled to capacity, with at least 8 individuals assigned to each room, and larger rooms accommodating 10 to 12. The air was damp and oppressive, and the once pristine white bedding provided by the hotel had turned a grimy black, glistening with an oily sheen. The occupants appeared lifeless, huddled together in a state of numbness, awaiting the distribution of food by the staff. The relief center resembled a den of beggars, where individuals did nothing but wait for the staff to bestow their meager rations. The food consisted of round cakes, each about the size of a fist, with 2 servings per person daily. Sun Qing inquired of the staff about these cakes, learning that they were concocted from food salvaged from the water, mixed with a modicum of water to form a dough. For instance, today's haul included vacuum-sealed bags of cake, bread, biscuits, and puffed snacks. The staff would tear open these packages, discard the contents into a basin, add a little cool boiled water, and knead the mixture into semi-dry round cakes. The flavor of these cakes depended entirely on what had been salvaged the previous day, yet without exception, each day's offering was so unpalatable that it prompted existential doubts. 2 of these cakes would barely satisfy a normal person's hunger. Xiao Xiaoman struggled to envision a meal consisting solely of 2 cakes, suspecting he would starve into a mere wisp of a figure. Xia Xiaoman remarked, 2 cakes per meal may stave off death, but they hardly suffice to fill one's belly. This is the bare minimum for survival. Xiao Xiaoman suddenly grasped the implication. Oh, now I understand. No wonder the notice stated that only the homeless and those facing dire straits should go to the relief center. It merely prevents starvation but does not provide sustenance. Those seeking to fill their bellies will find themselves perpetually hungry, if one is already struggling to survive. The relief center at least ensures they do not succumb to starvation. Sun Qing nodded in agreement. Thus, we are ill-suited for the relief center. It is far too filthy and chaotic. We should avoid it unless absolutely necessary. Even now, it seems we cannot go there even if we wished. When Jianfeng gazed out toward the balcony, noting the wind had picked up again, uncertain of how long this gust would persist, Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. The wind was inconsequential as long as the rainfall remained modest. However, if the deluge were to be as torrential as before, Floating City would inevitably revert to its submerged state. Chapter 30. Suicide is an act of weakness in evading reality. The sky appeared as though it had been punctured by a great hole, unleashing a torrential downpour that rendered the world a blinding white. The windows of the building were poorly constructed by the developers, having been shattered and blown apart during the violent storm. Rainwater surged through the window and balcony, swiftly forming a puddle on the floor. Observing the watermarks below, Xia Xiaoman felt an oppressive weight in her heart. She had a foreboding sense that she might reside in this dwelling for an extended period. Nevertheless, it was her temporary sanctuary, and she resolved to arrange it to ensure her comfort. The space lacked windows but was cluttered with cling film. By hammering a nail into each corner of the window frame and intertwining wires, she fashioned a makeshift window covered with cling film. A few small water diversion strips were tossed outside, creating a translucent yet rainproof barrier. Good methods ought to be shared. After successfully crafting a prototype window, Xia Xiaoman promptly ventured out to impart her newfound knowledge to her neighbors, alleviating their woes of rain-soaked homes. All the neighbors procured supplies from the supermarket and possessed cling film, though their quantities paled in comparison to Xia Xiaoman's. Consequently, their windows were relatively flimsy. Upon arriving at apartment 1501 to share her technique, she sensed something was awry. Su Ran and Shou Qiuyang were present, but the usual chatter of Xiao Zhiyu was conspicuously absent. Where is Xiao Zhiyu? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Su Ran gestured with her chin. He is in his room, crying. Curiosity piqued, Xia Xiaoman asked, did you all bully him? That has nothing to do with us, Su Ran clarified. This morning, Xiao Zhiyu was idly curious about the rising water levels and went downstairs. On his way back, he heard screams from the 9th floor and went to investigate. The door of 904 was ajar. The mother and daughter residing there had perished. Not long ago, that mother and daughter had been victimized by a perpetrator. In a moment of compassion, Xiao Zhiyu had given them a knife for self-defense. Over the past few days, a foul stench had emanated from their floor, and today it became unbearable. When they forcibly opened the door to 904, they discovered the tragic scene of the mother and daughter's suicide. Both had met their end in a similar manner, severing their carotid arteries trapped within the confines of the building by the tempestuous weather. Xia Xiaoman found herself unable to remain idle. In the morning, she practiced knife throwing and boxing at room 1502, followed by learning Sanda in the afternoon, engaging in practical combat drills. In the evening, she diligently worked on her physical fitness at home, reviewing the knowledge she had acquired throughout the day. The soft, flabby flesh on her body gradually transformed into firm muscle, enhancing her agility to the point where she could exchange blows with even Wen Jianfeng. While Xia Xiaoman busied herself refining her skills, the two high school students from room 1501 and an injured companion, feeling restless, resorted to sprouting bean seedlings using salvaged curtain fabric and a basin. Fortune smiled upon them, as their endeavor proved successful, allowing the entire 15th floor to relish fresh vegetables. After providing bean sprouts free of charge on 2 occasions, room 1501 initiated a trading scheme, requiring supplies in exchange for the sprouts. Xia Xiaoman and her companions did not resent this move. They understood the principle of reciprocity, exchanging goods when possible, as they had not yet reached a stage of communal sharing. Having completed a successful transaction, the trio from room 1501 became increasingly enthusiastic about sprouting beans. They cultivated mung beans, soybeans, and peanuts, each with varying prices. Xiao Zhiyu had emerged from the shadow of the deceased mother and daughter, energetically promoting his bean sprouts, hoping that Xia Xiaoman and her friends would consume his sprouts for every meal. Despite the abundance of sprouts, room 1501 had no intention of selling to others in the building. The adage possessing wealth brings peril held true. If word spread about their thriving business, others would surmise their ample resources, making them targets. For safety's sake, the sprouts could only be consumed within the confines of their 15th floor. The storm did not linger long, lasting merely 4 days. Prior to the tempest, the residents had stockpiled sufficient supplies, thus no incidents of theft occurred during this brief period. In the span of 4 days, the water level rose to the 5th floor. When the wind subsided, Sun Qing inquired whether they should venture out to seek supplies. "You all may go. I shall remain to guard the home," Xia Xiaoman replied, lacking any desire to venture outside. Having experienced 2 storms, the submerged resources were likely muddied, making it challenging to pinpoint a location for gathering supplies as before. Furthermore, her spatial storage was filled with ample provisions sufficient for a lifetime. There was nothing she lacked. And even if there were, retrieving it would be futile. Items such as large generators, dehumidifiers, and dryers had all been rendered useless by the water. Salvaging them would not yield any benefit. Likewise, fuels like gasoline and diesel remained buried beneath the ground at gas stations, out of her reach. Off-road vehicles and RVs were beyond consideration, as they too lay submerged and inoperable. With no particular resources to seek, she opted to stay behind and allow others the opportunity to search. Sun Qing and Yishao Jie had recovered from their injuries, making it an apt time for them to explore. Xiao Zhiyu and Su Ran, having the least supplies, joined them in the quest for resources. When Jianfeng aimed to retrieve a few window panes, for the makeshift plastic wrap provided insufficient protection against the wind, and Ling Ling had developed a cough after being exposed for 2 days. With 5 fewer people, the atmosphere on the 15th floor grew notably quieter. With the best line of sight from room 1502, Xia Xiaoman took advantage of their absence to train, ensuring the twins diligently maintained their stances under her watchful gaze. Chapter 31. The Plank Trap. Sister Xiaoman, there are people, many people coming. When Su exclaimed, perched on the balcony railing, pointing toward the street, Xia Xiaoman yanked at his collar and delivered a swift slap to his backside. "You've grown bold. Who told you to climb the railing? If you wanted to dive, I would have thrown you down myself." Knowing she was merely trying to scare him, when Su showed no fear, he wriggled his body and said, "Oh, Sister Xiaoman, don't pull me." Look outside the community, a great number of people are approaching. Outside, several wooden rafts accompanied by 3 kayaks and 2 speedboats moved in unison, resembling a well-drilled fleet as they neatly entered the community. Behind them trailed a few scattered rafts. The fleet headed straight for Building 12, while the other rafts dispersed, seeking their desired buildings. Xia Xiaoman observed for a considerable time. The group was clearly united and laden with supplies. In addition to the mountains of goods piled on the rafts, they were also dragging numerous items underwater. After the speedboats docked, they pulled several nets of supplies from beneath the water. Among the scattered teams, 5 rafts and 2 kayaks entered Building 13 in staggered succession. Judging by their reactions after entering, they too were likely part of the same group, possibly intent on seizing the resources of those in Building 12. The remaining individuals seemed to have been drawn in by these two factions. Some genuinely sought a place to settle, while others were merely looking for opportunities to scavenge. Two batches of people had also arrived at Building 3, where Xia Xiaoman was located. One group included elderly individuals and children, while the other consisted of young men and women. The global disaster had long been foreseen by doomsayers. The chaotic conditions at the relief points instilled a persistent sense of unease, with the floodwaters suddenly rising again. One couldn't help but wonder if civilization could ever be restored. Some who firmly believed that their country would not fall began to waver in their convictions. As the wind settled, those trapped began to emerge, searching for suitable places to reside, and the once quiet water surface buzzed with activity once more. The floating city, with its tall buildings, was neither overly abundant nor scarce, should one wish to accommodate all citizens above the 7th floor. It was evident that the high rises could not suffice. Buildings near the city center were packed, and the newly opened Morning Sun community quickly became a coveted location. Watching the rafts enter the community, Xia Xiaoman contemplated how to fortify the defenses on the 15th floor. When Jianfeng had repaired the welding machine, and during the days they were trapped inside the building, he had enlisted Xiao Jiu and Su Ran to help install an iron door. The fire door frame could only support 2 doors. Adding another was simply unfeasible. Electrifying the door was also impossible, as the battery used during the installation of the door had been depleted by the welding machine. With no option to enhance the door, she decided to set traps in the hallway. 10 minutes later, having gathered the necessary materials, Xia Xiaoman crouched in the corridor, hammering away. The twins, with their legs bound by sandbags, were skipping rope on the other side of the hallway. Lingling completed 100 jumps, took a 2-minute break, and squatted in front of her. Sister Xiaoman, what are you making? Without lifting her head, Xia Xiaoman replied, setting a trap. Lingling, ever the curious child, asked, what is a trap? I know. When Su hastily responded, explaining that a trap is essentially a deep pit covered with a few leaves. When someone steps onto the leaves, they will fall into the pit. This is how Bald Chong captured Barrier. Xia Xiaoman gave him a thumbs up, praising his cleverness. Now, take this and dig the pit to set the trap. When Su, flattered by the compliment, beamed with delight and eagerly took the entrenching tool Xia Xiaoman handed him, running off to dig. However, before he could even start, Ling Ling sensed something was amiss. Brother, you're so silly. This is the floor. You can't dig a pit here. When Su was taken aback, but Bald Chang does it this way. Reality is not like animation. And you are not Bald Chang, Xia Xiaoman remarked, playfully flicking his forehead. The trap I want to make is called a board spike. Ling Ling tilted her head. Sister Xiaoman, there are no boards here. Xia Xiaoman gently rubbed her little face. Board spikes is merely a name. It doesn't have to be made of actual boards. Since she didn't have suitable wooden boards in her space, she opted to use a slotted shelf board instead. The dimensions of the shelf board were comparable to those of a fire door, and lacking proper long nails and wooden spikes, she substituted them with a fruit knife, scissors, and forks, securing them in the holes of the shelf board with iron wire and glue. Altogether, there were hundreds of holes on the board, once fashioned into board spikes. They would be suspended above the corridor, ready to impale anyone who intruded when the rope was untied. Xia Xiaoman meticulously explained how to set up the board spike trap. Although the twins were too young to remember all the details, she hoped they could retain at least a fragment of knowledge to safeguard themselves in the absence of adults in the future. Just as she finished her explanation, a rhythmic knocking echoed from outside the door. Sister, open the door, we're back. Upon hearing Xiao Zhiyuan's voice, Xia Xiaoman rose to open the door. Xiao Zhiyuan didn't even step inside. He dropped a pile of supplies and turned to leave. Xia Xiaoman frowned. Why the rush? Did you bring back a lot of supplies today? Not much, thankfully. Uncle Wen needs to recruit some younger brothers, and I'm off to assist him. Xiao Zhiyuan hurriedly replied before dashing away. Xia Xiaoman was puzzled. Recruiting younger brothers? Are newcomers coming to the 15th floor again? Moments later, sounds of a dispute resonated through the corridor. The voices grew closer, and Xia Xiaoman peeked outside to see Wen Jianfeng and Su Ran carrying supplies upstairs, followed by several individuals chattering animatedly. That family is truly outrageous. The elder one acts high and mighty, while the younger ones throw tantrums. The woman is unreasonable, and the man is fiercely aggressive, quick to resort to violence. Indeed, that family shows no sense of reason. I had just placed the supplies I retrieved on the balcony, intending to bring them back inside later when their unruly child dragged them away. You all just witnessed it. That family even stole your belongings. Aren't you going to do something about it? Big brother, if you think there aren't enough people, I can join you. I want to let you face them alone. The crowd chimed in, leaving Xia Xiaoman utterly confused. What do you mean by facing them alone? Coach, who are you planning to confront? When Jianfeng sighed, reluctant to speak, beside him, Su Ran swiftly elucidated. A group of unreasonable individuals has invaded the building, stationed on the 5th floor, seizing other supplies. These individuals are the victims of the theft, seeking our assistance to reclaim their belongings. Xia Xiaoman pondered, am I still in a daze? Why would the residents of the building turn to them for help? Do they appear to be easy targets? Chapter 32. Seeking wood on the 15th floor. The notorious reputation of a cold-blooded killer was well known among the residents of the building. However, perhaps on that fateful day when the 15th floor unleashed its wrath, it also inadvertently saved their lives, resulting in a peculiar blend of fear and respect towards it. Subconsciously, they had come to regard the 15th floor as the authoritative leader of the building. When an unruly family emerged, it was the prerogative and duty of the leader to expel them in order to maintain peace within the premises. Thus, upon their return, when Jianfeng and his companions found themselves besieged by the residents, who implored him to remove the miscreants, several young individuals clamored to join the 15th floor, eager to uphold order. One Jianfeng, disinclined to resort to force, found it difficult to act against those who were merely pestering him with their demands. After several unsuccessful attempts to reason with them, he chose to ignore their incessant chatter and focused on carrying supplies back. Xia Xiaoman, aware of the unfolding situation, quickly discerned that these individuals sought to leverage the 15th floor as a scapegoat, hoping to enlist them as free muscle for their cause. Su ran. Is there any more material left downstairs? Xia Xiaoman inquired, lowering her voice. There are still over 20 window panes and a dozen PVC pipes, came the reply. Xia Xiaoman nodded, clearing her throat. Understood. Your request is clear. You wish for us to evict that family and reclaim your stolen supplies. Perhaps you also desire some compensation from them to demonstrate that our building is not to be trifled with. The residents eagerly agreed, their intentions transparent even from 2 streets away. Xia Xiaoman smiled. Very well, your demands are reasonable. However, we still have a substantial amount of supplies to transport. By the time we finish, we may lack the strength to act. Shall we not wait until tomorrow to recover our energy? That won't do. The longer we wait, the fewer supplies we will recover. What if the 15th floor changes its mind by tomorrow? Seizing the moment, one of them volunteered, no need for such complications. We can assist with the moving. It will be done in no time. Despite feigning reluctance, they pressed when Jianfeng and Su ran to lead them downstairs, eager to offer their free labor. Su ran, realizing the urgency, grabbed Wen Jianfeng's arm and led the group downstairs, with many hands making light work. They swiftly transported the windows and pipes back upstairs, while Xia Xiaoman organized the supplies into the corridor. The residents patiently awaited Xia Xiaoman's completion of the task. Upon transporting the final pipe, a loud clang echoed as the fire door was shut, followed by the second iron door slamming shut. A group of individuals outside was left dumbfounded, banging on the door in a frenzy. What is going on? Why have you closed the door? Weren't we supposed to chase them out? Open the door. Are you toying with us? Hurry up and let us in. Their voices grew increasingly agitated. In an instant, the door swung open, revealing a spear gun aimed squarely at them. Xia Xiaoman steadied the weapon, addressing them with a fierce glare. Did you truly believe we would become your pawns, merely for a few flattering words? You think you hold any significance? You have 5 seconds. After that, if you remain here, do not blame me for being ungracious. The faces of the group in the corridor fluctuated between pallor and a sickly hue. How outrageous. The 15th floor is utterly inhumane. If they refuse to help, that is one thing, but to toy with others is entirely another. They trick people into laboring for free and now threaten them with a spear gun. Such behavior is beneath contempt. It is no wonder they can commit murder without a flicker of remorse. Cursing inwardly, I descended the stairs, careful not to linger a moment longer, fearful that a single misstep might result in being pierced by the spear gun. In less than 5 seconds, the corridor was deserted. Xiaoxiu gave a thumbs up. Sister Xiaoman, you're incredible. With that move, you've managed to offend everyone in the building. Sun Qing laughed heartily. Your sister Xiaoman has a talent for making enemies. When we lived in Jiashan Garden, she single-handedly managed to upset the entire building. Xia Xiaoman cast them a glance. Would you rather offend people or become a fool? Wen Jianfeng shook his head with amusement. Whether we offend them or not, it makes no difference. Everyone in this building knows we have abundant supplies on the 15th floor. Even if we don't anger them, they want to wish us well. The ones who had gone out returned, and after a brief respite post-lunch, everyone gathered in the corridor to craft traps. Xia Xiaoman's ideas were sound, but the shelving boards lacked sufficient weight to inflict serious harm upon impact. When Jianfeng modified the shelving by affixing several bottles filled with rainwater to increase the weight, ensuring that when the board fell, the nails would pierce. Once the traps were complete, they proceeded to install the windows they had brought up. Prior to retrieving the windows, Su Ran had already measured the dimensions, ensuring each window could be fitted perfectly. Before long, Only a pile of water pipes remained in the corridor. What do you plan to do with these pipes? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Su Ran explained. They have numerous uses. They can be fashioned into rafts, utilized for collecting rainwater, or even cut and combined to create beds. It would be a waste to leave them submerged. It is better to bring them home for our own use since they don't add much weight. By the way, Sister Xiaoman, we discussed with Uncle when the possibility of going out tomorrow to fetch some wood. Are you coming? Xia Xiaoman pondered for a moment. Sure. My gas is nearly depleted, so gathering some wood would be beneficial. Aren't you all going to salvage other supplies? Xiao Zhiyu's face fell. We couldn't find anything worthwhile. Everything underwater is scattered. We spent half the day fishing without any useful finds, which is why we are focusing on these building materials. Since we aren't likely to recover much else, we might as well specifically seek out wood. Currently, everyone is concentrating on finding food. So there are relatively fewer people looking for wood. When Jianfeng recalled a factory that specialized in making wardrobes, he had selected materials from there when he got married. The next day, Yi Xiaojie stayed home with the twins and Xiaoyang while the others set off to find wood. As they exited the community, a speedboat zoomed by, splashing water and drenching Xia Xiaoman and her companions. Xiao Zhiyu wiped the water from his face and exclaimed angrily, "Who are these people? So arrogant!" Sister Xiaoman. "Let us take them down." Xia Xiaoman responded, "You're being ridiculous. I might just take you down first." Under the deathly gaze of Xia Xiaoman, Xiao Zhiyuan dared not boast any longer. Instead, he gestured a zipping motion near his mouth. Sun Qing fixed her eyes on the speedboat disappearing at the end of the street and remarked, "Xiaoman, were those newcomers just now?" The speedboat was moving so swiftly. They must possess quite a few valuable items. Xia Xiaoman immediately grasped the implication that they indeed had many treasures, which had already attracted attention even before arriving at the community. Sun Qing added meaningfully, "Perhaps we should observe for a while. There might be an opportunity to seize something worthwhile." Chapter 33. The flock of ducks. When Jianfeng mentioned that the factory was somewhat distant, taking nearly 2 hours to reach their destination, Xia Xiaoman held little hope for the factory, as such establishments typically stored lumber on the ground floor. With a month of flooding, the likelihood of the wood being washed away was quite high. She doubted any timber remained inside. The only reason she followed to the factory was that when Jianfeng had indicated its proximity to the countryside and the mountains, even if the factory was empty, they could find a way to procure some wood from the mountains. Indeed, the factory was desolate, devoid of any lumber, all of it swept away. However, the nearby mountains had caught a significant amount of timber, which bobbed along the riverbank. "What do you see over there? That white, plump thing, could it be a pig?" The keen-eyed Xiao Zhiyu pointed to a pale mass among the logs. The thought of succulent pork excited him, prompting him to urge Su Ran to paddle the kayak toward it. Sun Qing smirked slightly. Even if it were a pig, it appeared to be one that had drowned. "Why are you so excited?" Xiao Zhiyu, diligently paddling, retorted, "Perhaps I'm lucky enough to encounter a freshly drowned pig. It should still be edible." He and Su Ran were in the same kayak, youthful and vigorous. So much so that they could overlook the ache in their arms as they paddled swiftly to the vicinity of the white object. As they pushed aside nearby logs with their paddles, the full shape of the object gradually emerged. Xiao Zhiyu's pupils dilated, and the color drained from his face. He attempted to scream, but his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. Noticing his prolonged silence, Su Ran, supporting him by the shoulder, leaned out to sea. Upon doing so, he too froze in place. Having gathered 2 bundles of wood, Sun Qing noticed their immobility and assumed they were slacking off. She picked up a piece of wood to throw at them, her reprimanding words unspoken, when suddenly, Su Ran and Xiao Zhiyu collapsed together, unleashing a high-pitched chorus of screams. "Help! Help!" Xia Xiaoman, alarmed by their outburst, paddled over anxiously. "What is going on? Have you encountered a water snake?" The 2 boys, their eyes red with fear, trembled as Su Ran stuttered, "Dead. Dead people. There's a corpse." Xia Xiaoman replied, "Could you 2 behave normally? We've moved 7 or 8 bodies already. Why fear one more drowned corpse?" "Sister, this one is different. It's terrifying. Help me. My hands feel weak. I can't move." Xiao Zhiyu was on the verge of tears. As a minor, why was he subjected to such sights? Xia Xiaoman's curiosity was piqued. What could be so horrifying that it frightened both boys so? Using her paddle to clear the obstructing logs, a white mass, resembling a hulking green giant, came into view. The corpse was grotesquely swollen, akin to a 500 or 600-pound behemoth, with lips turned inside out, tongue protruding, and eyes bulging, fixated on them. Not only had Xiao Zhiyu never seen anything like it, but even Xia Xiaoman felt a shiver run down her spine. Sun Qing glanced at it, her face paling. "Stay back. That's a giant corpse. It might explode." "Explode?" Xia Xiaoman immediately paddled the kayak back to a safe distance. "Xiao Zhiyu, Kong, sister, please don't go. Save us. Don't leave us here. It was still Wen Jianfeng who could not bear to watch, using or to push their kayak away. After death, the putrid bacteria residing within the body proliferate uncontrollably, producing copious amounts of foul gases that inflate the corpse to an extreme extent. When the accumulation of these gases becomes excessive, the skin can no longer withstand the pressure and ruptures, akin to a balloon bursting. Sun Qing, an enthusiast of mystery novels, educated them on this matter and advised, thus, if you encounter a corpse swollen like a giant, endeavor to keep your distance. When a corpse bursts, fluids will splatter everywhere. These fluids contain a multitude of pathogens, and a mere brush against them may lead to illness. Sister Qing, should we continue to stay here gathering wood? Xiao Zhiyu felt that the area was saturated with the putrid waters of decaying bodies. Sun Qing cast him a sidelong glance. What are you afraid of? The bacteria in the water are diluted. They won't kill you. Quickly, gather the wood. If I catch you slacking off, I will deal with you when we return. Xiao Zhiyu thought to himself, this explanation is rather far-fetched. Bacteria in water would only breed more bacteria. How could they possibly dilute? With insufficient strength to confront others. He resigned to diligently collecting wood. There were countless logs blocked by the mountains. A casual grab could yield 2 or 3 pieces. Xiaoman, did you bring the binoculars? What is that white thing over there? Upon hearing Sun Qing mention something white, Xiao Zhiyu immediately recalled the earlier sighting of a giant and lowered his head to earnestly gather kindling. Xiaoman retrieved the binoculars and looked in the direction pointed out by Sun Qing, spotting several white dots darting through the underbrush along the bank. It seems to be ducks. Yes, it's a flock of white ducks. Hurry, stop collecting wood. Let us catch the ducks. She put down the binoculars, seized the oar, and vigorously began to paddle. The others, upon hearing about the ducks, excitedly moved closer to the group of white ducks. The ducks, frolicking and foraging in the water, spotted the approaching figures and quickly swam ashore to escape. Xiaoman and her companions followed them onto the land, armed with a fishing net intended for collecting supplies, encircling and trapping the ducks with ease. These ducks were likely raised by local villagers, and there were evidently more than just these few. After searching the mountains for a while, Xiaoman and her companions discovered several more nests of ducks. By around 2 in the afternoon, they counted the ducks they had caught, over 300 in total. Typically, a small-scale duck farm would have about 500 to 600 ducks, while a large-scale operation could have thousands. Xiaoman suspected that there were still more ducks in the nearby hills, but with insufficient manpower and limited time, they had only managed to find over 300. How are we going to get so many ducks back? Sun Qing inquired. Su Ran suggested, these ducks can swim. We could loop a rope around their necks and lead them back. Xiaoman nearly burst into laughter at the naivety of the child. Do you think we are walking dogs? You can't just put a leash on the ducks. To bring all these ducks back alive would require them to be silenced. Otherwise, the quacking might attract unnecessary trouble. Sun Qing nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, the quacking of ducks is quite loud. If we attempt to bring them back alive, we might encounter thieves before we even reach the 15th floor. However, should we not retain a few to take back for breeding? Once these ducks lay their eggs and hatch ducklings, we shall no longer fret about a lack of meat on the 15th floor. Do not entertain such thoughts. These are specifically raised white hens, designated for sale. Even if they were to lay eggs, they would be entirely unfertilized, incapable of yielding any ducklings. With a single statement from Xia Xiaoman, Sun Qing's aspirations for breeding were abruptly curtailed. Sun Qing sighed and resigned herself. Perhaps it is best to just slaughter them all. Chapter 34. Handling ducks when venturing outdoors. It is prudent to carry an abundance of bags. In order to gather more supplies, Xia Xiaoman and her companions each packed numerous bags of various sizes. With a swift stroke, they severed the ducks' throats. And with a deft twist, Xiao Zhiyu carefully caught the flowing blood in the bags he retrieved. After draining the blood from one duck, Xia Xiaoman swiftly moved on to the next, executing the task with precision. Sun Qing and Su Ran demonstrated excellent teamwork, one dispatching the ducks while the other collected the blood. Wen Jianfeng took charge of properly storing the processed ducks. The act of slaughtering a duck took mere seconds. Yet the process of bleeding them out was a lengthy endeavor. By the time they finished around 5 in the afternoon, the group had successfully killed and prepared all the ducks. On the 15th floor, Yishao Jie paced anxiously on the balcony of room 1502, glancing intermittently through binoculars into the darkening distance as the daylight faded and Sun Qing and the others had yet to return. The twins, resembling a pair of stone sentinels, clutched the railing and peered outside, occasionally asking Yishao Jie when their father would return. The concern for Xia Xiaoman and her group extended beyond Yishao Jie. Many residents in the building were keenly aware of the happenings on the 15th floor, and in the shadows, they stirred restlessly. Finally, just as some were poised to force their way onto the 15th floor, Xia Xiaoman and her companions arrived, dragging a mountain of supplies. As the onlookers beheld the haul, envy ignited in their eyes. However, upon realizing that the load consisted predominantly of wood, their spirits were somewhat lifted, reassured that the 15th floor was not always so fortunate. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the wooden facade lay over 300 ducks. As the crowd began to dwindle, Xia Xiaoman found herself troubled by how to disperse the remaining onlookers. Suddenly, Sun Qing barked, "What are you doing? Put that down." A trio, 2 elderly individuals and a child, clutched the freshly acquired wood and attempted to flee. Sun Qing intercepted them, reaching out to reclaim the wood, but before her hand could touch it, the elderly woman let out a couple of pained cries and dramatically fell to the ground. The child, immediately caught up in the scene, wailed for his grandmother. The elderly man pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Qing and exclaimed, "You wretched girl. Is it just for a few pieces of wood that you would resort to violence against an old woman? Are you even human?" With a stern expression, Sun Qing retorted, "Don't play the victim here. Drop the goods. Just because I don't hit the elderly doesn't mean I won't strike women and children." At this, the elderly man instinctively shielded his daughter-in-law and grandson, indignantly declaring, "What victimhood? Who do you think you are to claim that? I saw you strike my wife. You'd better compensate us." Grandmother, Grandpa, save me." Hearing his grandson's cries, the elderly man turned swiftly, forgetting the wood at his feet, and tumbled down in a clumsy heap. Xia Xiaoman seized the opportunity to lift the little boy by the neck, hurling him onto the woman, who was left dazed and starry-eyed from the impact. The elderly woman, who had been feigning unconsciousness on the ground, sprang up with renewed vigor, shouting, "You cursed wretch! How dare you strike my grandson? If anything happens to him, you'll regret it." My leg, my leg." Xia Xiaoman forcefully stamped her foot on the elderly woman's calf, causing her fragile bone structure to fracture under the pressure. At that moment, a man emerged from the crowd, furious, cursing vehemently for daring to strike his mother. Faced with the elderly and children, Sun Qing hesitated, but when confronting the man, she clenched her fist and struck him squarely in the abdomen. As he doubled over in pain, she swiftly followed up with an elbow strike. The man collapsed to the ground without even a sound of protest. Witnessing the scene unfold, the onlookers discreetly dispersed, fearful of becoming collateral damage. The family soon realized that Xia Xiaoman and her companions were not to be trifled with, and they hastily assisted one another in their retreat. Xia Xiaoman made no attempt to stop them. Once the crowd had cleared, her group, using wooden crates, transported all the ducks back to the 15th floor. Once they secured the stairwell door, the allocation of supplies commenced on the 15th floor. 5 individuals ventured out, each receiving 70 ducks, leaving behind 16. Yi Xiaojie took 10 for household expenses and decided to cook 6 for a communal meal. Xiao Zhiyuan and Su Ran, in their exuberance, claimed a total of 140 ducks. Laughing foolishly, oblivious to an impending concern, Wen Jianfeng interjected, "With so many ducks, how do you plan to preserve them?" Xiao Zhiyuan's smile faltered as he realized their predicament. Without a refrigerator, how could they store such a bounty without it spoiling? Xia Xiaoman, with a cheerful demeanor, suggested a straightforward solution. Simply clean the ducks, rub them with salt for flavor, and smoke them over a fire until they become dried duck. She added, "I have plenty of salt available. It's reasonably priced, 5 packets of salt for 1 duck. What do you say?" Xiao Zhiyuan found the tables had turned. Just days prior, he had exploited Xia Xiaoman's resources with bean sprouts, and now the roles had reversed. After a brief discussion, Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie agreed to trade 30 ducks for salt, leaving 50 ducks for smoking. Unfamiliar with the process of smoking ducks, they were uncertain about the quantity of firewood required and the technique involved. If they failed, the ducks would go to waste. It seemed wiser to exchange some for salt and smoke the remainder gradually. Additionally, smoking the ducks would necessitate a considerable amount of firewood and space, neither of which they possessed in abundance. They decided that 50 ducks would suffice. Xiao Zhiyuan and Su Ran conferred with Shou Qiuyang, and the trio unanimously decided to keep 60 ducks, each taking responsibility for 20. The remainder would be exchanged for other supplies, not necessarily salt. Wen Jianfeng opted not to trade. He felt that 70 ducks, while appearing plentiful for one person, could be consumed quickly. Moreover, he was well-versed in various methods of preparing ducks and was confident in his ability to preserve them as different types of dried meat. In contrast, he harbored concerns for Xia Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, can you manage so many ducks alone?" With 180 ducks, he doubted his own capacity to process them all swiftly. Xia Xiaoman nodded reassuringly. "No worries. I've often slaughtered chickens and ducks before. I can handle one in 10 minutes. She added, "By the way, if you don't want the duck intestines and offal, we could save them for fishing downstairs. I spotted some fish swimming in the water earlier." "Fish in the water?" Xiao Zhiyuan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Surprisingly, Su Ran reminded him that it was not just fish in the water, but also corpses. Xiao Zhiyu's gaze instantly dimmed. He thought to himself, never mind, I cannot contend with fish that have grown on the remains of the dead. I shall opt for roast duck instead. What does it matter? You do not consume the fish's entrails. If it truly bothers you, we can simply sever the fish's head and indulge only in the flesh. Sun Qing also noticed the sizable fish in the water, each larger than her arm, weighing at least 10 to 20 pounds. Such substantial fish should not go to waste. They are perfect for fish fillet porridge, grilled fish, steamed fish, or spicy boiled fish. It would be a tremendous pity to let them slip away. Chapter 35. Fishing. Xiao Zhiyuan and Su Ran exchanged 80 ducks for a box of salt, along with some rice, flour, and beans. Sun Qing traded exclusively for salt, intending to save some for future salted fish, as it was quite late. When Jianfeng cooked and portioned the duck blood, while Xia Xiaoman took her share back to her room, she stored all the ducks piled in the living room into her space, nibbled on a few snacks, and fetched a bucket of rainwater from the balcony to boil for processing the ducks. Xia Xiaoman had no intention of turning all the ducks into smoked delicacies. Instead, she hung 40 ducks in the living room to smoke, while the remaining ones were cleaned and stored for future cooking. The ducks were not particularly plump, having been swept away by the flood before reaching market weight, and the cleaned ones weighed only about 2 pounds each. Busy until dawn, she finally finished processing the 40 ducks, lazily leaving some down feathers intact and opting to singe them off with fire. After all, she did not consume the skin, and could simply cut it away later when she was ready to eat. In the morning, Xia Xiaoman sat on the balcony, washing the duck intestines and gizzards with rainwater. Around 10 o'clock, she got up and headed to room 1501. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by 3 pairs of panda eyes. Xia Xiaoman inquired, "Did you all go thieving last night?" Su Ran yawned and replied, "No, we were plucking duck feathers until 4 in the morning, then hung the ducks, made a fire to smoke them, and cleaned the innards, busy until now." Seeing the neatly hung, glossy ducks in the living room, Xia Xiaoman was deeply impressed. "You all truly have time on your hands to pluck the feathers so cleanly. If you'd like, I could provide supplies to hire you to help me with the feather plucking." Xiao Zhiyuan shook his head vigorously, saying, No, I can't earn money from such hard work. I never want to pluck duck feathers again in my life. By the way," he added, "we've processed the 6 extra ducks from yesterday. What should we do with them?" The 6 ducks were salted, and Xia Xiaoman selected 2 for beer duck, planning to consult Coach regarding the others, as he was more adept in the culinary arts. Just then, when Jianfeng entered, immediately noticing the pristine ducks. "Who plucked these feathers so cleanly?" he asked. Xiao Zhiyuan puffed out his chest with pride. "Clean, right? The 3 of us worked all night to get them this way." When Jianfeng patted his shoulder and chuckled, "Young people can endure. Next time, don't be so foolish to pluck. Singeing the down feathers with fire can save a lot of time." "Huh, you can use fire?" Xiao Zhiyuan looked bewildered. "Wouldn't tea that cooked the ducks?" Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but tease. "You silly fool. Coach meant to singe the down, not to toss the ducks into the fire." Xiao Zhiyuan, lacking common sense, was left speechless. As for the 6 ducks, they decided on 2 for beer duck, 2 for spicy braised duck, 1 for duck soup, and 1 for 3-cup duck, with the innards sliced and stir-fried. They all had the necessary seasonings, although their side dishes were somewhat lacking, which did not detract from the flavor. Suddenly wealthy, the silly duo took charge of all the white rice, and a group gathered in room 1501 for a grand duck feast, eating until their mouths were slick with oil. Several individuals remained unperturbed by the scent wafting through the building, as the upper floors were unoccupied, and it was not until 2 or 3 levels below that anyone resided. By the time the aroma reached the lower floors, it had already dissipated in the moisture-laden air. Once the ducks at home were adequately smoked, we would venture into the mountains, where we might even discover some elusive ducks. Xia Xiaoman teasingly glanced at Xiao Zhiyu, recalling his earlier declaration of never wishing to pluck duck feathers again. Yet here he was, contemplating a trip to catch ducks in the mountains. Xiao Zhiyu, feeling exasperated, expressed his disdain for such conversation killers. "Even without pursuing ducks, we could certainly gather some wild vegetables from the mountains." The edible offerings in the hills were plentiful, ensuring that our expedition would not be in vain. Sun Qing inquired if he recognized wild vegetables. Xiao Zhiyu nodded affirmatively, revealing that he often watched videos of others foraging for wild greens, such as wild onions, water celery, shepherd's purse, and dandelions. Just yesterday, while catching ducks, he had spotted a patch of wild onions, but had been too preoccupied to collect any. One Jianfeng suggested that they should indeed venture into the mountains the following day, leaving 2 individuals behind to oversee the smoking of the ducks. Xia Xiaoman volunteered to remain, as she still had some ducks to process. "I wish to go out," stated Shou Qiuyang. Having spent half a month nursing his injuries, he had grown weary of relying on past provisions. As an ordinary person, witnessing Xia Xiaoman and the others return with such a bounty of ducks stirred feelings of envy within him. His wounds had scabbed over, and with careful movement, they should remain intact. Sun Qing, perhaps empathetic to his plight, offered, "Then I shall stay as well. Coincidentally, I am not feeling well and would prefer to rest at home for a couple of days." The next day, when Jianfeng led the group outside while Sun Qing prepared the wood for smoking the ducks and packed a small bag of duck entrails before heading downstairs to fish, Xia Xiaoman remained at home, tending to the ducks in the processing area. Around noon, Sun Qing knocked on her door, saying, "Xiaoman, don't bother cooking. Come to my place for fish." Xia Xiaoman responded affirmatively, tidied up the litter on the floor, and brought along a box of self-heating spicy hot pot. Upon arriving at 1503, Xia Xiaoman's eyes widened in astonishment. "Did you catch all these fish?" The living room boasted 3 large basins, each filled with 7 or 8 fish as thick as an arm, while the twins frolicked around one of the basins. Sun Qing nodded. "Yes. These fish are quite easy to catch. I can hook one in under 2 minutes with duck entrails." Xia Xiaoman felt a pang of envy. "I shall go fishing this afternoon." "You must go early," Sun Qing advised. "This morning, someone saw me catching fish, and rather than searching for supplies, they took a stick and stationed themselves by the 5th floor window to fish. By the time I left, all the good fishing spots on the 5th floor were nearly occupied." "What do they use to fish without duck entrails?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. "Some use rat meat, while others use rice balls." "Do the fish actually eat those?" "Not really. I fished all morning, and only 2 people managed to catch anything." Sun Qing had previously wondered why there were so few people fishing in the community. It turned out they lacked the necessary tools. Devoting so much effort to catch fish does not guarantee success, whereas foraging for supplies might yield some results. "Xiaoman, do you know how to gut fish?" Sun Qing found herself at a loss when faced with the grass carp. Summer Xiaoman stepped forward, wielding a kitchen knife, and struck decisively at the fish's head. The fish instantly succumbed, quietly awaiting Summer Xiaoman's ministrations. After scraping off the scales, she meticulously opened the belly, extracting the entrails, and then raised the knife to score the fish's flesh on both sides. Just as she made the first incision, Summer Xiaoman realized something was amiss. Did the grass carp possess a bloodline? Sun Qing looked utterly perplexed, uncertain of what a bloodline entailed. Just as Summer Xiaoman was about to elucidate, a slender, red-black, unidentified creature began to wriggle its way out from the incision on the fish's back. Chapter 36. The hairworm seeing the creature that emerged from the fish. Xia Xiaoman recoiled in terror, taking a significant step back. Regaining her composure, she hurried to the balcony and repeatedly washed her hands with rainwater. Sun Qing observed her frantic actions, her heart racing with anxiety. What could be wrong with the fish? Just as Xia Xiaoman was about to respond, she noticed the twins still playing with the fish in the basin and urgently called out, "Asu, Ling Ling, stop playing. That fish has worms on it. Come wash your hands quickly." The twins, relatively obedient, acknowledged her and scampered over to wash their hands beside Xia Xiaoman. Sun Qing, bewildered, inquired, "Worms on the fish? What kind of worms?" "Hairworms," Xia Xiaoman replied. "What just emerged from the fish is a hairworm. I once saw someone back home catch a fish infested with hairworms. When they opened the belly, a writhing mass of hairworms was inside." The mere memory of that day sent shivers down Xia Xiaoman's spine, for hairworms can also parasitize humans. "Sun Qing, I am uncertain whether high temperatures can eradicate hairworms, but I strongly advise you to dispose of all these fish, just to be safe." The knowledge of parasites residing within the fish rendered Sun Qing too apprehensive to eat. The thought of hairworms potentially residing within humans made her hands itch, causing her to wonder if she too had been infested. Together with Xia Xiaoman, they disposed of the fish from the basin downstairs, washed their hands with body wash, and soaked them in disinfectant for half a minute, which provided Sun Qing with a modicum of reassurance. How terrifying it is to find parasites in the water. Will we still go into the water in the future? The image of being surrounded by parasites underwater sent goosebumps cascading down her arms. Xia Xiaoman contemplated the situation and concluded it would be best to avoid entering the water, opting instead to search for resources at the water's surface. Recently, the heavy winds and rains had caused the floods to be quite turbulent, and the proliferation of bacteria and parasites in the water required time to develop. After a month, the bacterial and parasitic presence in the water would have significantly increased, rendering it unsuitable for swimming. Currently, everyone on the 15th floor had enough supplies to last for a while. Even without diving into the water for resources, they could manage quite well. The grand fish feast was off the table, so Sun Qing prepared a pot of self-heating spicy hot pot using the ingredients Xia Xiaoman had brought, along with sweet potato vermicelli and some leftover duck blood. The twins, unaccustomed to such spicy food, exclaimed how hot it was while continually stuffing their mouths with vermicelli and duck blood. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air, startling Ling Ling, who jumped, causing her spoonful of duck blood to fall onto the table. Su, looking down, slurped loudly, and the duck blood vanished in an instant. Ling Ling pouted, "Sister Xiaoman. Brother ate my duck blood." Xia Xiaoman seized Su and declared to Ling Ling, "Quick, finish all of your brother's duck blood. Don't leave him a single piece." "Ah, Sister Xiaoman, you are biased." Su protested, writhing in protest. "I'm not biased. Both Ling Ling and I are girls. If I don't favor her, who should I favor?" The three childish antics were truly a sight to behold. Sun Qing stepped out onto the balcony to glance at the sky. There was no thunder. So where did that sound come from? After searching for a while without discerning anything amiss, she turned to return to her meal. Just as she settled onto her chair, a thunderous sound erupted once more. "What is happening? Has someone set off fireworks?" Sun Qing inquired, her face a mask of bewilderment. "I'll go fetch my binoculars for a better look." Xia Xiaoman released Su and retreated indoors, returning to the balcony equipped with the binoculars. Observing the community, everything appeared normal until, just as she was about to lower the binoculars, she spotted several makeshift rafts emerging from Building 13. The individuals aboard were in a state of panic, as if being pursued by dogs. After a brief wait of 7 or 8 minutes, a speedboat appeared, circling the rafts. After 2 laps, the boat halted, and one man brandished a handgun, aiming it at those on the rafts. Noticing Xia Xiaoman's increasingly grave expression, Sun Qing anxiously asked, "Xiaoman, do you see anything?" The inhabitants of Building 12 seemed to have inexplicably surrounded those from Building 13, brandishing firearms. No sooner had the words left her lips than a gunshot rang out, striking a middle-aged man on the first raft in the chest, plunging him into the water. Sun Qing's complexion paled. Who were these people, and how did they possess firearms? Xia Xiaoman shook her head, uncertain of the identities of the individuals from Building 12. But she was certain they were far from benevolent. After eliminating their leader, the occupants of Building 12 did not relent against the remaining individuals. They threatened those on the rafts at gunpoint, compelling them to leap into the water, while others wielded sticks, striking anyone who surfaced. The boat operator had bound a man to the vessel's rear, speeding away and deliberately veering sharply, slamming the bound man against the wall. Such individuals, deriving amusement from cruelty, were unmistakably nefarious, even to those who had not encountered them directly. Furrowing her brow, Sun Qing pondered, "This group is in our community. Should we consider relocating?" No matter how strong one's fist, it could not withstand a bullet. In the face of such desperate individuals, avoidance seemed the wisest course. Xia Xiaoman deliberated, suggesting they wait for the others to return for a discussion. Relocating was no trivial matter. They had amassed an abundance of supplies. If they were to move, it would undoubtedly attract attention, even under the cover of night, risking discovery. Should the occupants of Building 12 learn of their considerable stockpile, the likelihood of a robbery would be high. Whether they chose to relocate or stay, meticulous preparation was essential. When Jianfeng and his group returned around 4 p.m., bringing back not only firewood and wild vegetables but also several bamboo shoots of considerable size. As they unloaded the supplies, Xiaojiu exclaimed eagerly, "Uncle Wen said he would prepare pickled bamboo shoots for us. Once they are ready, he'll make pickled duck with them. What about the fish you caught?" "Let me see. Once the bamboo shoots are ready, we can also make pickled fish slices." At the mention of fish, Sun Qing's expression soured. "Don't even mention it. The fish were infested with nematodes and are inedible. After spending all morning fishing, I had to release them all." "Nematodes? Are they parasites? Are there any in the water?" "There likely are. We need to be cautious when going into the water. Avoid it whenever possible." Xiaojiu gasped in horror. "What should I do? I went into the water today. Oh no, I might be infected with parasites." Frightened by his own thoughts, Xiaojiu's face turned pale. "This won't do. I must take a bath, heating the water to eradicate any parasites." With that, he hurriedly went to collect rainwater and, while waiting for it to boil, rummaged through cupboards in search of anti-parasitic medication. Unsatisfied with just one pill, he consumed another. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman had little time to concern herself with his antics. She recounted to Wen Jianfeng the events she had witnessed at Building 12, involving a shooting and the brutal murder at Building 13. Now, they faced 2 choices. The first was to stealthily transport supplies out of the community under the cover of darkness. The second was to remain and fortify their defenses on their floor. Which option do you choose? Chapter 37. Relying on oneself, Xia Xiaoman was reluctant to leave the community. Finding a suitable place to live was no easy task. After spending so much time on this floor, with all the doors and windows installed, she could not bear to depart. When Jianfeng shared her sentiments, suggesting that they stay, as the dangers outside might not be less than those within the community. Moreover, they could hardly find a better residence than this one. Shou Qiuyang chimed in, expressing his unwillingness to leave. It was a pity to abandon their hard-won stability. Sun Qing sighed, acknowledging the peril of remaining behind. The residents of their building were well aware of their ample supplies, and if word spread, the group from Building 12 would surely come after them. Su Ran refrained from making a decision, stating she would follow their lead. If they chose to stay, she would stay. If they decided to leave, she would leave with them. Yi Xiaojia raised a question. Why don't we seek assistance from professionals? What do you mean? Zhou Qiuyang inquired. Sun Qing's eyes lit up. Xiaojia, are you suggesting we enlist the help of rescue personnel? Yi Xiaojia nodded. While rescue personnel might overlook other issues, they would certainly report any firearms found, leading to an official response to manage the situation. China had strict gun control laws, although societal order had collapsed. Authorities would act swiftly to prevent factions from forming and to reclaim weapons. Xia Xiaoman proposed a dual approach. Let us prepare on both fronts. I will hide some emergency supplies outside. If an urgent situation arises necessitating our departure from the community, we will still have a portion of our emergency supplies. While I am out hiding the supplies, I will also notify the rescue personnel. You all should focus on strengthening the defenses on the 15th floor. When Jianfeng nodded in agreement. All right, I'll pack an emergency bag for you now. The others also expressed their support for Xia Xiaoman's plan. 20 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman set out with 6 emergency bags. After distancing herself from the community, she found a secluded spot to conceal the bags in her space before paddling towards the rescue point. As she rounded a bend, a thick rope suddenly emerged from the water, capsizing her kayak. Xia Xiaoman was momentarily disoriented and submerged. Taozi quickly pulled the boat over. Damn it, it's empty. There is nothing. Getting a kayak is still better than nothing. Don't dawdle. Hurry and bring me the kayak. Okay, As Taozi reached for the kayak, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his lower back, blood rising from beneath the water. Before he could comprehend the situation, another wave of agony struck. This time in his left lower back. Blood surged forth, mingling with the murky water, leaving Taozi paralyzed by pain, sweat beading on his forehead as dizziness overtook him. The last thing he saw before succumbing to darkness was an axe spinning swiftly, embedding itself in the leader's neck, the leader's eyes wide open in death. Xia Xiaoman managed to swim ashore, pulling the axe free, glancing around to ensure no one was in sight. She stowed the kayak and retreated to a corner where she took out water from her space to wash herself and change into fresh clothes. During these extraordinary times, one must remain vigilant. The thought of parasites infiltrating one's body is no trivial matter. They continued to row, and by the time they reached the rescue point, it was already past 6 in the evening, with darkness enveloping the sky. Upon locating the rescue personnel, Xia Xiaoman succinctly recounted the harrowing incident involving gunfire at Building 12. The rescuers noted down the address meticulously, assuring her that they would report it to their superiors. However, they could not provide a definitive answer regarding whether or when assistance would be dispatched. Upon returning to the community, it was nearly 8 o'clock. As Xia Xiaoman entered, an unsettling stillness engulfed her. The atmosphere felt too quiet for this hour, typically filled with the aromas of dinner being prepared, the soft glow of lights emanating from windows, and the gentle hum of domestic life. Yet, this evening, only a few windows in the entire building flickered with light, and the sounds of family chatter were conspicuously absent. Xia Xiaoman extinguished her flashlight and cautiously navigated her kayak back to Building 3, securing the vessel before stealthily ascending to the 15th floor. She knocked on the door with utmost care, tapping out a sequence of signals, until a voice from within finally responded, "Xiaoman, is that you?" It was Sun Qing. Xia Xiaoman lowered her voice, replying, "Yes, it's me, Sun Qing. Please open the door." Only after confirming it was indeed her did Sun Qing unlock the door. "Did you encounter any strangers on your way back?" Sun Qing inquired. Xia Xiaoman shook her head. "No. What transpired while I was gone? Why is the community so silent? How could it not be quiet? People from Building 12 are threatening every building, claiming they are protecting the area. To continue residing here, one must pay a protection fee, 30 jin of grain per person." Xia Xiaoman questioned, "Does paying 30 jin absolve one of further payments?" How naive. 30 jin is merely the fee for 1 month. Afterward, another 30 jin is required. Failure to pay results in expulsion from the community. Frowning, Xia Xiaoman remarked, "That is utterly tyrannical. No one is resisting." Sun Qing nodded. "There are some. Just the other day, an elderly man was beaten for refusing to hand over our wood. When he heard about the 30 jin, he threw himself on the ground in despair, using every trick in the book. In the end, both his legs were broken. The child suffered a head injury, and the woman was subjected to repeated assaults. Seeing this, others dared not defy them." Xia Xiaoman sighed. "So they haven't discovered us here? Every household in the community has been searched. When they came to her door, it was the coach who managed to send them away." Worried, Sun Qing continued, "Tomorrow they will come to collect the grain. 30 jin, Just thinking about it pains me. Shall we leave tonight then? Sun Qing shook her head. We can't. Those scoundrels have stationed guards in each building. If anyone attempts to leave, they will be immediately detected. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. There are guards in the building? I didn't see anyone when I arrived. They must be hiding. Sun Qing replied with relief. Fortunately, you left early. Had you been delayed, you might have been intercepted, preventing you from informing the rescue personnel about these developments. Xia Xiaoman remained indifferent, feeling that being stopped was of little consequence. At worst, she could seek out the rescue personnel tomorrow while scavenging for supplies. Indeed, it would be prudent to inform the rescuers as early as possible, allowing them to prepare adequately. After exchanging information with Sun Qing, Xia Xiaoman returned home and lay wearily on the inflatable mattress. The attitude of the rescue team today left her uncertain about whether anyone would come to address the situation with the residents of Building 12. Relying on others was less dependable than relying on oneself. She sifted through the supplies in her space with determination, gathering a collection of items with the intention of crafting some formidable weapons. Chapter 38. Never suffer a loss. The floor of the room was meticulously arranged with various brands of insecticides, chili oil, and toilet disinfectant sprays. Xia Xiaoman scrutinized the ingredient lists and instructions, selecting the most pungent concoctions to create a new type of self-defense spray against wolves. Following this, she stored away the bottles and jars, substituting them with high-concentration alcohol, glass bottles, and cotton. After several experiments, she discovered the suitable proportions and crafted 50 Molotov cocktails. Observing the neatly arranged bottles, Xia Xiaoman felt a sense of relief, and her appetite soon followed. She retrieved some hot dry noodles from her space, prepared them with 2 grilled sausages and a marinated egg, completing a simple yet satisfying dinner and late-night snack. The next day, before 7 a.m., a group of ruffians from Building 12 stood guard, forbidding anyone from leaving without paying a protection fee. Wen Jianfeng contemplated paying the fee once to buy time for the authorities to intervene, so he had prepared provisions early in the morning. Others shared similar thoughts, gathering in the corridor with their supplies by 7:30 a.m. Is Xia Xiaoman still not awake? Wen Jianfeng inquired. Sun Qing yawned. I'll go check. Just as she was about to knock, the door of room 1504 swung open, revealing Xia Xiaoman, who was dragging 2 boxes filled with bottles and jars. Sun Qing assisted her with 1 box. What on earth are these? They're collecting food, and you bring these bottles. They might not want them. Whether they want them or not, they will have to take them. If they dare to steal from me, Xia Xiaoman, I will ensure they regret it. Xia Xiaoman declared through gritted teeth, adamant about not being taken advantage of. Yi Xiaojia noticed something amiss and picked up one of the Molotov cocktails, sniffing it. Is this filled with white liquor or alcohol? Both, Xia Xiaoman replied, igniting the cotton at the bottle's mouth and throwing it to the ground, achieving a similar effect to a Molotov cocktail. She then picked up another bottle. This contains my homemade self-defense spray, which includes insecticide, chili oil, and disinfectant. Spraying it in someone's eyes will leave them severely incapacitated. I have worked hard to gather my supplies. I cannot simply hand them over. If you are willing, let us take action together and eliminate those scoundrels. If not, I will head to the 16th floor. If someone comes, just tell them I have severed ties with you and move to the 16th floor. This won't do. Sun Qing was the first to oppose. We are a team. We cannot simply split apart. Xiaojiu concurred. Yes, Sister Xiaoman. We are in this together. We cannot easily abandon you. Su Ran spoke up with the Molotov cocktails. We may be able to resist. Qiu Yang chuckled. I have a worthless life. You can do whatever you wish. Yi Xiaojie, being more rational, cautioned. We are uncertain about how many guns they possess and whether they have other weapons. If we are to confront them, I suggest we conserve our strength. Let us refrain from using the Molotov cocktails until they draw their firearms. Everyone expressed their opinions, leaving only Wen Jianfeng in a state of internal conflict. He felt torn. If he were alone, he might take the risk to fight back, but he had children to consider. The twins are still so young. What if something goes wrong? Xia Xiaoman perceived his concerns. Taking risks does not always guarantee success, and I have already contemplated an alternative. We possess climbing ropes, which we shall affix to the balcony. Should the situation turn unfavorable, we can descend the rope and submerge ourselves in the water to escape. With a contingency plan in place, when Jianfeng hesitated for a moment before agreeing to join the others in their venture, each person returned home to secure climbing ropes, binding 2 for each, ensuring that if someone mistakenly entered the wrong apartment, a backup rope would be available. The protection fee was collected from the lower floors upwards. Given the uncertainty regarding the number of occupants in each household, the initial collection of the protection fee was conducted personally by the residents of Building 12, who visited each apartment to confirm the headcount and prevent any false reporting. By the time they reached the 15th floor, it was already past 9 in the morning. 7 individuals ascended from Building 3 to collect the protection fee, but only 3 made it to the 15th floor. 2 remained downstairs guarding the supplies while the other 2, after collecting the fees, took turns monitoring the individuals delivering the supplies to the ground floor. The leader kicked the door and shouted, "Hey, open up. We're here to collect the protection fee." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp dagger was plunged into his neck. The 2 men following him stood wide-eyed, unable to react before daggers pierced their chests in succession. They cried out in agony, yet it was too late. The fire door burst open, and Xia Xiaoman swiftly charged towards the 2 men, delivering a fatal strike to their throats. Xiao Zhiyu and the others quickly emerged, dragging the 3 corpses inside and shutting the door behind them in a seamless motion, all accomplished in under 5 minutes. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 2 tasked with transporting the protection fee ascended the stairs. Observing the vacant doorway, they felt a sense of unease, scrutinizing the plaque on the wall, confirming it was indeed the 15th floor. But where had everyone gone? Just as they contemplated knocking to inquire if their companions were inside, a dagger and an axe were hurled towards them from behind. Another 2 anguished screams echoed, prompting those inside to swiftly open the fire door. Xia Xiaoman, concealed within, advanced once more with her blade, and before the 2 could comprehend the situation, they too met their demise. Hidden around the corner on the 16th floor, Xia Xiaoman quietly asked, "Shouldn't we return now? It seems clear." When Jianfeng nodded, "Let us go. I estimate that within an hour, those from Building 12 will likely launch an assault on us." Upon returning to the 15th floor, Xia Xiaoman examined the 5 corpses, finding none of them armed. Yu Xiaojie nodded. The lack of firearms among those sent to collect the protection fees indicated that their resources were indeed scarce. Xia Xiaoman rose. "I will watch the movements of Building 12 from the balcony. Xiao Zhiyu, you and Su Ran dispose of these bodies." Xiao Zhiyu acquiesced, and, together with Su Ran, began to move the corpses. The balcony of 1504 faced south, directly across from Building 12, allowing for a clear view with binoculars. Perhaps news had not yet reached them, for Building 12 remained still. Meanwhile, individuals from other buildings gradually transported supplies to the kayaks, preparing to return to Building 12. After about half an hour, a 7-person kayak emerged from Building 12, docking beneath Building 3. Xia Xiaoman called out behind her, "Someone is coming, 7 people." Sun Qing responded, urging everyone to prepare for battle. Xia Xiaoman did not venture outside. She remained on the balcony, intently observing Building 12. Noticing that no one else emerged from the building, she finally set down her binoculars and made her way to the corridor. It is likely that among these 7 individuals, one may be armed. Otherwise, they would not have sent such a small group. Everyone must exercise caution. Chapter 39. Unexpectedly, in her lifetime, she would also experience a gunfight. On the 15th floor of Building 3, there were mountains of supplies, tender college students, and 2 fair-skinned youths. When Chen Matzi was informed yesterday about the protection fees for Building 3, he overheard this information from the residents, assigned to collect protection fees from Building 7. He felt somewhat displeased. After all, Building 7 was filled with second-hand goods from married individuals. How could that compare to the untamed charm of untainted college students? As for the rumors that the 15th floor of Building 3 was filled with merciless fiends, Chen Matzi scoffed at the notion. Calling them fiends was akin to brandishing a sword before Guangong. Leading a group of underlings, Chen Matzi ascended to the 15th floor, casting a knowing glance at his followers. His intent was clear. One of them forcefully pounded on the heavy fire door, shouting, "Hey, those inside. If you open the door and plead for mercy now, my brother Matzi is magnanimous and can spare your lives." He continued to shout, "If you remain obstinate, do not blame us for being impolite." After several calls, there was no response from within. Growing impatient, Chen Matzi waved his hand, urging, "Use the chainsaw, quicker. I'm in a hurry to return for lunch." As his words fell, one of his subordinates seized the diesel chainsaw and forcibly began to breach the door. Hearing the roar of the chainsaw, Shou Qiuyang lowered his voice, remarking, "Those outside seem to possess abundant resources, even a chainsaw." Xia Xiaoman rubbed her hands together, exclaiming, "That chainsaw is ours." The fire door had been reinforced by Wen Jianfeng, and it took Chen Matzi and his crew about 10 minutes of sawing before the door began to yield. With a resounding crash, the fire door collapsed. Just as Chen Matzi was about to command his subordinates to storm inside, a scalding, pungent liquid was splashed onto his face. The spray was too small, only effective at close range. Su Ran proposed to mix the liquid from the spray into boiling water, preparing to douse the adversaries with hot water once the fire door was opened. The water was freshly boiled, and upon being splashed, Chen Matzi and his crew instantly resembled cooked shrimp, turning red and steaming. Heart-wrenching screams erupted from Building 3 as the residents hastily shut their doors, fearing they would be compelled to join in the cries. In agony, Chen Matzi writhed on the ground, unable to open his eyes. Once the liquid in the bucket was exhausted, Xiaojiu rushed inside to refill it. This time, it was merely hot water. And he and Su Ran endured the searing heat in their palms, working together to lift the bucket and pour it outside. Those outside were akin to shrimp thrown into boiling water, writhing in pain. "Ah, I will kill you. Kill you all." Shinmatsu was nearly driven mad with rage. The intensity of his pain only fueled his fury. With his eyes closed, he groped for the gun tucked behind his waist, pulled it out, and began to fire indiscriminately. Seeing him draw his weapon, Wen Jianfeng kicked aside the two fools standing in the doorway and hastily took cover behind the wall. The deafening gunfire erupted, and Xia Xiaoman witnessed bullets embedding into the opposite wall, her heart racing uncontrollably. Little did she know, in her lifetime, she would also encounter a gunfight. After firing 7 bullets, Xia Xiaoman felt a persistent ringing in her ears. She saw Wen Jianfeng speaking to her, but the words were inaudible. Ignoring the chaos, she lit a Molotov cocktail, swiftly turned, and dashed to the iron gate, tossing the incendiary device through a gap before rolling to the side and landing next to Wen Jianfeng. Finally, she could discern Wen Jianfeng's words. "You were too reckless. I told you not to act impulsively, yet you rushed in. If they have a second gun, your life could very well be forfeit." Xia Xiaoman rubbed her ears, still ringing from the noise, now inundated with the sounds of agonized screams. Outside, Shinmatsu and his companions writhed and twisted like dying fish, desperately trying to extinguish the flames consuming them. Yi Xiaojie discreetly glanced over, noticing that a handgun was still clutched in her hand, and signaled to Wen Jianfeng. He retrieved a dagger, carefully assessing several angles before launching it through the gap in the iron gate. Shinmatsu felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down at the knife embedded in him, realizing his fate was sealed, he gritted his teeth against the agony, staggered to his feet, and attempted to reload the handgun. Making his way to the iron gate, he thought to himself that even in death, he would drag someone down with him. Just as his hand touched the iron gate, it slowly creaked open. A flicker of hope ignited within him, and he let out a chilling laugh, grateful for the chance to exact revenge before his demise. However, that smile froze as a massive wooden plank hurtled towards him. With a sickening sound, Chunmatsu was impaled by the plank's sharp edge. Sun Qing kicked the plank along with Chunmatsu to the ground, and then, stepping onto the board, raised a machete to slice the throats of the remaining adversaries. Xia Xiaoman promptly snatched the gun from Chunmatsu's grasp. Wen Jianfeng, wary of her inexperience, took the gun away, admonishing her, "Don't move recklessly. Be careful not to fire accidentally. Let's clear the battlefield first, and later, I will teach you how to handle a firearm." Acknowledging his authority, Xia Xiaoman nodded, realizing her unfamiliarity with guns. After the weapon was confiscated, she sought out a chainsaw. After using the chainsaw, Shinmatsu had left it on the stairs leading to the 16th floor, unharmed by boiling water, still operational. "Ugh, this person's hands are scalded," Xiaojiu remarked, disdainfully tugging at the corpse's clothing. Shou Qiuyang glanced over and commented, "The method of scalding with boiling water is quite effective. If more people from Building 12 come, we could stand in the hallway with buckets and pour boiling water down on anyone approaching." Xia Xiaoman agreed. "Our fire door is gone. Instead of hiding in the corridor waiting for them, it would be more effective to prepare more boiling water in the hallway. Let us pour a bucket on anyone who arrives. They may not die, but they will surely suffer." Once the battlefield was cleared, Xia Xiaoman took a pair of binoculars and stepped onto the balcony. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted. She turned to flee, but after a few steps, sensed something amiss. The noise did not emanate from the hallway, but rather from the community outside. Returning to the balcony, she saw 5 or 6 8-person assault boats surrounding Building 12. Raising the binoculars, she realized that the boats were filled with armed special police officers. Xia Xiaoman was somewhat taken aback. She had assumed that no personnel would be dispatched from above, yet she was surprised by the considerable number that had mobilized. The armed police, highly trained, swiftly infiltrated Building 12, leaving 5 or 6 individuals stationed to secure the area. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, akin to the resounding crackle of fireworks during the New Year celebrations. Judging by the sound, what they had previously termed a gunfight was, in the presence of professionals, nearly a child's play. Xia Xiaoman observed individuals leaping from the balcony, only to be met with the cold steel of a gun pressed against their heads by the armed police. In less than an hour, the experts had either neutralized or apprehended the villains within Building 12, successfully rescuing 7 or 8 underage boys and girls in the process. Chapter 40. Raising a stone only to smash one's own foot. The 12th building faced total destruction as an entire fleet of supplies was evacuated. Some dared to seek out the armed police, demanding the return of their protection fees. Xiaojiu watched enviously and suggested to Su Ran, "Why don't we take advantage of the chaos and snag a bag of grain for ourselves?" Su Ran recoiled in disdain, maintaining a cautious distance of a meter. If you wish to court death, do not drag me into it. Anyone who paid the protection fee has a record. Do you really believe the armed police will simply return the supplies to you? Alas, what a pity. There are countless treasures within the 12th building. And I had hoped to procure a speedboat as well. Xiao Xiu lamented, his spirits dampened. Zhou Qiuyang delivered a harsh blow to his aspirations. With your frail physique, how can you even dream of the 12th building supplies? Over 20 were captured alive, and an estimated 40 to 50 were killed. I bet that if you enter the 12th building upright, you'll have to come out horizontally. Xiao Xiu thought to himself, such humorless individuals are unworthy of my company. He turned away, fuming, to untie the climbing rope on the balcony. 2 minutes later, Xiao Xiu emerged in a state of panic. It's over. We have raised a stone only to smash our own foot. That ungrateful pack of white-eyed wolves has brought the armed police to deal with us. When Jianfeng grasped his arm, what do you mean by deal with us? Clarify. I was just on the balcony untying the rope when I saw people from our building intercept the speedboat. They were pointing excitedly in our direction, and before long, that speedboat was at our doorstep. They must be coming up here now. They were on the 15th floor, and in a sense, they had all engaged in murder, arson, and plundering, making them no different in the eyes of others than the people from the 12th building. The more Xiao Xiu thought about it, the more anxious he became. What should we do? Will we be captured? Suddenly, Su Ran smacked her hand, which had gone numb from the impact. Xiao Xiu clutched his swollen face in disbelief as he gazed at Su Ran, while the others looked equally bewildered. Su Ran, what on earth is wrong with you? Why did you hit me? I'll sever ties with you. Xiao Xiu protested, on the verge of tears, as he had not done anything to deserve this. Su Ran remained calm. People are visual creatures. As long as we appear pitiful enough, onlookers will instinctively lean in our favor. Still feeling aggrieved, Xiao Xiu retorted. Then why did you hit me? And so hard. My face is definitely swollen now. Xia Xiaoman silently turned her head away. Indeed, the blow had been severe. And Xiao Xiu's face was visibly swollen like a steamed bun. Su Ran, with unwavering conviction, stated, how can we feign pity without any visible injuries? Then why don't you hit yourself? Xiao Xiu glared at her. I can't bring myself to do that. Yanggu, you help me out. Su Ran had already devised a plan, with 3 women present, all exhibiting a propensity for violence, and Uncle Wen being a boxing coach, Shou Qiuyang, with comparatively lower combat prowess, was the most suitable candidate for assistance. There's no need. Xiao Xiu interrupted Shou Qiuyang. This is a trivial matter. I can handle it myself. Su Ran's expression tightened, sensing impending trouble. Just as she prepared to flee, Xiao Xiu leaped up, delivering a flying kick, and then lunged at Su Ran, swinging his fists with great fervor. Observe the intensity. It appears to carry a hint of personal vendetta. Su Ran endured a barrage of blows, yet he rose in defiance, transforming a one-sided assault into a mutual brawl. Xia Xiaoman, unable to bear the sight of these two fools, turned to Wen Jianfeng and said, Coach, let us take down the wooden boards and hide them in my home. Wen Jianfeng nodded in agreement, and amidst a flurry of activity, they hastily arranged the scene, concealing all hazardous items. By the time the downstairs residents arrived with armed police, aside from the sawed-off fire door, there were no signs of a struggle. The bullet holes in the wall were obscured by wood. Hello, is anyone inside? Please come and open the door. The sound of the iron gate being pounded echoed, causing the twins to burst into loud wails. Wah, Daddy, the bad people are here again. Ling Ling is scared. The individuals outside, hearing Ling Ling's pitiful and helpless cries, felt their hearts tug at the sound of her sobs. Wah, Daddy, help. The bad people are coming to steal our supplies. If Ling Ling's cries were that of a delicate poet, Ah Su's cries were those of a bold warrior. When Jianfeng, visibly exasperated, covered Ah Su's mouth and warned, Stop howling. Keep your head down, or if I catch you smirking, you shall face dire consequences. Ah Su, indignant, thought his wails were loud enough to be heard outside. Yet, in a bid to save himself, he obediently fell silent. Seizing the initiative was paramount. Only then could they strategize effectively. The 2 armed police officers, upon hearing the children's cries, exchanged doubtful glances with the survivors behind them. A neighbor from room 1003 shouted, There are 2 children on the 15th floor. And their father looks menacing. He is certainly no good. Once, my daughter-in-law was on the stairs, and he secretly followed her, touching her backside. Within the corridor, everyone turned their gaze toward Wen Jianfeng. Is this true? Wen Jianfeng felt utterly despairing. By all that is righteous. It was merely an instance where his daughter-in-law stumbled while moving supplies upstairs, and he had merely given her a gentle push to prevent her from falling. An older gentleman chimed in, There isn't a decent person on the 15th floor. The women there are all ruthless. One woman, wielding an axe, took a liking to my son. When he refused her advances, she hurled the axe at him. Thankfully, he was swift enough to escape, or he might have lost his life. Inside the door, all eyes turned once more, this time towards Xia Xiaoman. Sun Qing winked at her, saying, "Well, sister, you certainly have an appetite. You consume everything." Xia Xiaoman thought. When did I express interest in men? This is nothing but a blatant slander. Unable to endure the absurdity any longer, Xia Xiaoman dabbed her eyes with ginger water, adjusted her collar, and cautiously peeked outside. The public's perception was astute. As soon as she emerged, someone pointed at the iron gate and shouted, "The female tyrant is out. Comrades, this is the female tyrant who stole our supplies." The two armed police turned around to see a girl, half their height, crying profusely, her collar torn, revealing her delicate collarbone, as well as glaring red marks on her neck. This is the female tyrant? She is clearly a victim of bullying. The residents who had followed were utterly astonished. Who was this woman? The one wielding an axe, merciless in her actions? Xia Xiaoman sobbed and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to our 15th floor?" The armed police, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched their heads and replied, "Well, according to reports from the public, it was stated that you had previously committed murder and seized their supplies. We came to investigate this matter." Before Xia Xiaoman could respond, Sun Qing interjected, "Nonsense. Who stole their supplies? It was they who bullied us, harassing us constantly due to our youth." Chapter 41. Each side has its own reasoning. Sun Qing, robust in stature, was ill-suited for the role of a delicate flower. She fashioned the gauze previously wrapped around her hand into a makeshift bandage for her leg, feigning a limp. The armed police, observing the juxtaposition of the seemingly frail and the injured, began to waver in their resolve. However, the onlookers behind them were not willing to let this opportunity slip away. By summoning the armed police, they effectively severed ties with the 15th floor. Failure to act against it would invite the wrath and retribution of its residents. Comrades, do not be deceived by their treachery. They are nothing but ruthless demons, unflinching in their malevolence. One voice cried out. Indeed, downstairs lie the bodies they recently discarded, all grotesquely mutilated. Another added, "If you doubt us, feel free to investigate. You might uncover their instruments of crime." Oh dear, these people are truly merciless. I reside on the 9th floor, and I awoke to the chilling screams echoing from above. The wails were ghastly. I can scarcely fathom how those on the 15th floor could inflict such torment. It's utterly horrifying. In the corridor, voices clamored, each echoing the alleged misdeeds of the 15th floor, painting its inhabitants as irredeemable villains deserving of the most severe punishment. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman, administering saline solution, discreetly observed the faces of those in the corridor, committing them to memory. You are all spouting nonsense. If we were truly as wicked as you claim, why would we spare your lives and allow you to slander us? Her voice trembled, infused with a hint of sorrow that rendered her words less abrasive. You accuse us of stealing your supplies. Yet, how could our fire door be pried open while yours remain intact? From the shadows, Xiao Zhiyu limped forward, eager to seize the narrative. Sister Xiaoman is right. Gentlemen, do not become pawns in their game. It is they who are pilfering supplies. He pointed an accusatory finger at the crowd, indignation etched across his face. These shameless beasts are envious of our kayaks and diving gear. And upon witnessing our haul of supplies, they seek to rob us. We previously resided on the 13th floor, but we were compelled to move to the 15th after these brutes vandalized our fire door in their greed. Should you doubt our account, inspect the 13th floor. The door bears the scars of their attempts to break in. The onlookers were taken aback, realizing that there were those even more adept at distorting the truth than themselves. Their faces contorted with rage. What utter nonsense! The door to the 13th floor was clearly forced open by others, and you have eliminated those individuals. Truly, it was a case of each side asserting its own righteousness. The two armed police, overwhelmed by the clamor, found their heads spinning. At that moment, Lingling, her eyes swollen from tears, emerged, exclaiming, "Sister Xiaoman, Father says if the bad people outside attempt to steal our belongings, we should relinquish them. Safety is more important than supplies." With that, Lingling gazed up at the two armed police, her innocent eyes wide. "Uncles, if you take the supplies, could you please refrain from bullying Sister Xiaoman? And please do not harm Brother Xiaoyu and Brother Xiaoran, all right?" Gazing into Lingling's innocent eyes, a wave of guilt washed over the two armed police. Suren wiped the blood from his face and approached Lingling, offering her comfort. "Lingling, be obedient and return home to shut the door properly. Your older siblings will take care of things here." Lingling let out a heart-wrenching wail, clinging to Suren and weeping bitterly. The police officer felt a surge of guilt and hurriedly reassured her, "Little sister, I promise I won't harm your brother. Nor will I bully your sister. Please, stop crying." The emotional weight of a child's sorrow was immense, and the officer's heart immediately gravitated towards the 15th floor. The situation there was dire. Two men had been beaten to a pulp, their faces and bodies marred with injuries, while the women bore no better fate. and the children appeared emaciated. One side was frail and vulnerable, while the other comprised numerous robust adults. The identity of the disadvantaged was abundantly clear. Once Ling Ling ceased her crying, the officer cast a stern gaze at the group behind him. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims that the residents of this floor stole your supplies? Upon noticing that the individuals were about to launch into another lengthy explanation, he interjected, "Do not present me with irrelevant tales. I require concrete evidence, such as photographs or videos that can unequivocally prove that the inhabitants of this floor pilfered your goods. Do you have such proof?" The occupants of Unit 1002 muttered among themselves, incredulous. Isn't this absurd? With no electricity, how could there possibly be photos or videos? The officer maintained his composure, stating, "Since there is no evidence, your actions are tantamount to filing a false report." What do you mean by false report? The people on the 15th floor did indeed steal our supplies. How can that be classified as a false report? Then present your evidence. Let the facts speak for themselves. The two officers felt profoundly exhausted. In the wake of a natural disaster, societal order had disintegrated, and each day was filled with an overwhelming array of tasks. If not for their recent crackdown on a gang, which left them wary that the residents of the 15th floor might be accomplices, they would not have even bothered to come here. Such endless disputes could unfold thousands of times a day, and if they were to address each instance, they would never find respite. After reprimanding the individuals in the hallway and dispersing them, the officers advised Xia Xiaoman and her companions to remain vigilant, cautioning them not to overstep their bounds. Compassion for the weak is genuine, but it does not imply that they are oblivious to the subtle schemes of Xia Xiaoman and her friends. Rather, they chose not to expose them. Once the officers departed, Xia Xiaoman and her companions finally relaxed. That was close. Thankfully, the two officers were reasonable, or we would have been in serious trouble, Xiao Zhiyu remarked, his heart still racing. Xia Xiaoman wearily wiped her face. Let us tidy up and reset the trap. What about the fire door? Sun Qing inquired. Wen Jianfeng replied, I will bring the fire door from the 13th floor here and place it in front of the iron gate for concealment. Given the current limitations, we will find a way to install the fire door later when the opportunity arises. By the time they had organized the 15th floor, the officers had already departed the community with the supplies confiscated from Building 12. Watching the retreating figures grow distant, Xia Xiaoman put away her binoculars. Everyone should rest well during lunch to conserve energy. This afternoon, we will need strength to visit our good neighbors. Zhou Qiuyang paused for a moment. Are you planning to confront them or seize their supplies? If we're going to take supplies, count me in. Xiao Zhiyuan wore an expression of exhilaration, for he had long harbored disdain for the group of individuals in the building. When Jianfeng expressed some reservations, noting that just recently the inhabitants of Building 12 had been apprehended, and it would be unwise for them to engage in such audacious acts. Yet, Xia Xiaoman offered him a reassuring glance, asserting that the armed police would arrive, as she had meticulously informed them about the presence of firearms in Building 12. Our intentions are not to take lives, but merely to seize supplies. The authorities would not intervene in such matters. If every act of robbery prompted a response from above, the disaster relief efforts in Floating City would be rendered untenable, for there simply would not be enough personnel to manage the situation effectively. Chapter 42. The humid weather being bullied at home. Who could endure such indignity? Since the residents of the building claimed that the 15th floor had seized their supplies, she decided to affirm this accusation and fulfill their desires. Gathering her spirits, Xia Xiaoman armed herself with an axe and, accompanied by Sun Qin and others, began to raid each household for provisions. The residents were well aware that the 15th floor would not spare them, yet they were taken aback by the swiftness of the retaliation. Just this morning, the armed police had apprehended the residents of Building 12, and by afternoon, the 15th floor was already at their doorstep demanding supplies. How audacious, truly outrageous. However, no one dared to resist. Those who attempted to fight back were swiftly dealt with. Xia Xiaoman and her companions were not excessively ruthless, taking only 20 pounds of grain from each household as a lesson for those who had conspired against them. Following this episode, the residents became notably more subdued, daring only to whisper about the 15th floor behind closed doors. When encountering members from the 15th floor, they would lower their heads and scurry away, resembling timid quails. Life returned to a semblance of tranquility. The next day, when Jianfeng and his group ventured to the mountain where they had previously sought ducks for supplies, Xia Xiaoman remained behind to guard their home and tend to the ducks in her space. Managing over 100 ducks was no simple task. Without her spatial abilities, they would likely have spoiled. At 11:30, she went to apartment 1502 to prepare lunch for the twins using the ingredients provided by Wen Jianfeng. During the meal, Wen Su squirmed as if plagued by fleas, nearly toppling his bowl to the floor. With a stern expression, Xia Xiaoman admonished, Su, sit properly and eat your meal. Do not provoke me into slapping you. When Su pouted in distress, Sister Xiaoman, I'm so itchy. You must be itching in your rear. Despite her teasing, Xia Xiaoman set down her utensils and lifted Wen Su's shirt. Upon doing so, she noticed his fair back was covered in red welts. How did you get so many red bumps? Does your father know? Wen Su shook his head, indicating he did not. After pondering for a moment, Xia Xiaoman returned home to fetch a bottle of cooling ointment to apply to the welts. Concerned about contagion, she lifted Wen Ling's shirt to inspect her as well, feeling somewhat relieved when she found no such symptoms on her. Later that evening, around 7, a motorboat arrived in the community, towing several kayaks and wooden rafts. The noise of the motor was quite loud, prompting residents to peek outside, fearing a return of the troublesome individuals from Building 12. When the motorboat anchored in front of Building 3, the onlookers felt reassured enough to return indoors. Xia Xiaoman, however, was oblivious to the commotion below. Since around 4 o'clock, when Su had been suffering from severe diarrhea, leaving him utterly drained. Lacking medical expertise, she had given him a few tablets of abdominal relief, but the effects were minimal. Witnessing Wen Su's pallid complexion, Xia Xiaoman was overwhelmed with anxiety. Just then, a commotion at the door caught her attention. Gripping her axe, she approached the corridor cautiously. Sister Xiaoman, we're back. Hurry and open the door. Upon hearing Xiao Zhiyu's cheerful voice, Xia Xiaoman secured the axe at her waist and hurried to open the door. Why are you back so late? Where are Coach Wen and Xiao Jie? They're downstairs, Xiao Zhiyu replied excitedly. Sister, you won't believe what we brought back this time. You will be utterly astonished when you see it. Xia Xiaoman was not in the mood to engage in a game of guessing with him. You stay here. I will go find Xiao Jie and the coach, she declared before rushing downstairs. Xiao Zhiyuan scratched his head in confusion, wondering what had happened to cause such urgency. Downstairs, Wen Jianfeng and Yi Xiaojia were in the midst of transferring supplies from the raft into the building. As Xia Xiaoman dashed down, she called out to them, Coach, Su is ill. You must return and check on him. Upon hearing that his son was unwell, Wen Jianfeng immediately dropped what he was carrying and hurried upstairs. Xiaojia, you should also return. You have some medical knowledge and might be able to help. Su developed a rash and began experiencing diarrhea at around 4 p.m. He seems quite weak now. Before I came down, I checked his forehead and felt he had a slight fever. Xia Xiaoman quickly informed Yi Xiaojia about Wen Su's condition to prepare her. Yi Xiaojia took note and promptly ascended the stairs. Sun Qing, who was some distance away, could not hear their conversation clearly. Seeing Yi Xiaojia and Wen Jianfeng leave, she casually inquired about the situation. Upon learning from Xia Xiaoman that Wen Su had a rash, she remarked it could be due to excessive humidity, leading to a rash. In this weather, not just Su, even I, an adult, struggle. Sun Qing sighed in dismay, lamenting the dampness that forced her to wear clothes that were only half dry, which had even caused her some gynecological issues. Xia Xiaoman remained silent before the flood intensified. She had gathered a stash of supplies, including many undergarments and clothes. Although they were of a more mature style, at least they were dry, relieving her of such concerns. Didn't we bring back a lot of sanitary pads? You could use them daily. After all, they're not really necessary, she suggested. Sun Qing shook her head, stating that staying indoors was manageable, but going outside with a pad would be uncomfortable. In this heavy rain, even wearing a raincoat is futile. The rain seeps through the pad, and only those who have experienced it know the discomfort. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Come, let me show you the wonderful things we brought back, Sun Qing said as she lifted the rain cover off a kayak. Xia Xiaoman gazed at the square machine inside and speculated, is it a generator? Smart. How did you guess? Have you seen one before? Sun Qing asked. Xia Xiaoman shook her head, admitting she hadn't but could deduce it. What else could excite you all but a generator? Where did you acquire it? Sun Qing chuckled. We liberated it. Around 3 in the afternoon, after we finished organizing the supplies and were heading back. Xiao Zhiyuan insisted on finding a place to relieve himself rather than doing so in the kayak. The only person he feared on the 15th floor was Xia Xiaoman. He believed she would actually carry out her threats. With no one to restrain him, Wen Jianfeng, exasperated by Xiao Zhiyuan's antics, found a secluded alley for him to do his business. During this time, Xiao Zhiyuan witnessed a group of individuals hiding supplies. Once they left, he relayed this information to Wen Jianfeng and the others, and they deliberated before deciding to acquire the stash for themselves. Sun Qing patted the inflatable boat, contemplating how those individuals had procured such an abundance of valuable items. In addition to the generator and the inflatable boat, there was a considerable quantity of diesel and gasoline, hard currency that was nearly impossible to source outside. After a brief pause, she continued, however, the coach mentioned that we cannot keep the inflatable boat. We plan to deliver it to the rescue point later. Cannot keep it? What do you mean? She pondered. This inflatable boat was far too heavy and cumbersome. We could not possibly carry it up to the 15th floor. Leaving it downstairs would undoubtedly invite theft, making it more prudent to offer it to the rescue point as a favor. Xia Xiaoman understood, dismissing the issue with confidence. Such a trivial matter, leave it to me. The location where I concealed the emergency supplies was rather obscure. I will maneuver the inflatable boat there, and no one will ever discover it. She chuckled softly, thinking. After all the effort it took to acquire this inflatable boat, complete with fuel, there is no way I would relinquish it so easily. Chapter 43, The Blocked Messages. The speedboat raced across the water, with Xia Xiaoman gripping the steering wheel firmly as she navigated to a secluded spot to stow the vessel away. Subsequently, she retrieved a kayak and paddled slowly toward the residential complex. Upon returning to the 15th floor, she encountered Yi Xiaojia just as she exited apartment 1502. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoman, Yi Xiaojia updated her on the situation regarding Wensu. The boy was fine, merely suffering from excessive humidity in his body, resulting in eczema and diarrhea, which would resolve with a couple of days' rest. Xia Xiaoman nodded, realizing that the energetic boy, who seemed to bounce around with vigor, was actually in worse shape than Ling Ling. With a smile, Yi Xiaojia remarked that Ling Ling diligently completed the tasks assigned by her coach, sweating more than Wensu, which was why she did not have the same level of humidity in her body. Exercising and sweating was one of the methods to expel excess moisture. Xia Xiaoman mischievously inquired if she had mentioned this to the coach. Understanding her intent, Yi Xiaojia replied that the coach had been as grim as a pot's bottom upon hearing it. Once Wensu recovered, he would surely face the consequences of his actions. Xia Xiaoman burst into laughter, agreeing that it was about time to discipline him. Otherwise, he would think he could soar. After a long day of exertion, everyone was utterly fatigued. They hastily organized their supplies before retreating to their rooms for rest. The following day, no one ventured outside. Instead, they remained in the building, tinkering with the generator. This diesel generator, showing signs of wear, had likely been in use for a year or two. The wires had been meticulously untangled and neatly tied beside the generator. After more than 2 hours of study, they finally managed to install and successfully start the generator. When Jianfeng promptly connected the welding machine and reinstalled the fire door, the absence of the fire door had left the 15th floor feeling less secure, and now, with the door restored, they felt considerably safer. Xia Xiaoman and Sun Qing charged the batteries purchased from Qiuyang and also charged their phones. After a prolonged silence, their phones finally powered on again. Although there was no signal, the sight of the familiar interface was exhilarating. Xia Xiaoman opened her phone to find the latest messages, including one from the bakery manager inquiring about her safety and informing her that she need not report for work. Despite the flood having occurred just over a month ago, it felt as though a lifetime had passed. Bored, she idly scrolled through her intercepted messages when suddenly she spotted one from a number in her hometown. Opening it, she was met with a torrent of emotions. The message was from her father, detailing the calamity that had struck on the day the flood broke out. When her brother's school was inundated, the teachers had made every effort to evacuate the students and ensure their safety, yet some were swept away by the floodwaters. Tragically, her brother had been among those lost. Her parents had gone to retrieve him from school, but returned empty-handed, not even with his body. In the message, her father lamented that they were left with only her as their child, urging her to set aside past grievances and return home to pay her respects to her brother with a proper funeral. On the day the message was sent, she had been trapped in her rented apartment due to the flood. Having blocked her parents' numbers, she had missed this heartbreaking message. Xia Xiaoman did not harbor strong feelings for her brother, Xia Haoming. In her childhood ignorance, she had even harbored resentment toward him, feeling overshadowed by their parents' favoritism toward her brother, which often led her to seek trouble with him. As she matured, she came to realize that it was not her younger brother's fault. Ultimately, it stemmed from their parents' favoritism. Xia Haoming had done her no wrong. Rather, it was she who frequently wielded him as a means to threaten their parents. She never contemplated the brevity of Xia Haoming's life, who had departed quietly in the midst of his vibrant youth. Xia Xiaoman felt a profound sorrow over Xia Haoming's passing, yet when her parents insisted she return home, she promptly deleted their message. Only after losing their son did they remember they had a daughter. Alone in the world, she faced a deluge, receiving not a single word of concern, and they expected her to return. How could she go back? Fly back, perhaps? Not only was she trapped in her rented room, but even if she could return, she would absolutely refuse to do so. She could guarantee that upon her return, she would be sold to a decrepit old man by that unscrupulous couple. Casting her phone aside, Xia Xiaoman began to stretch her body, committing to a daily regimen of exercise. She aimed to hone her skills, lest she be captured and forced into a life as a concubine, rendered incapable of resistance. The following day, she drove the speedboat back downstairs to pick up Wen Jianfeng and the others, navigating towards the city. Equipped with a generator and various electrical tools, she sought valuable items to salvage, such as rice cookers, microwaves, lamps, hairdryers, and fans. These items were relatively common, found in most households, and even in companies that prioritized employee break areas. After circling for a while, she encountered high-rise buildings that were now inhabited, compelling her to venture further afield. The speedboat was not particularly swift. Even with a dozen barrels of gasoline, Xia Xiaoman was reluctant to waste fuel by flooring the accelerator. Frugality was the key principle. Hey, Xiaoman, it seems there is no one over there. Sun Qing pointed towards a distant building with a tilted V-shaped sign. Xia Xiaoman sharply turned the steering wheel to head in that direction. As they approached the building, individuals on makeshift rafts and kayaks began to converge, blocking the speedboat's path. Do not come any closer. This is our territory. The people on the raft shouted, brandishing their paddles with a fierce demeanor. Sun Qing, raising her voice, retorted, did that building bear your name? How can it be your territory? The individuals on the raft paused, glancing back at the building. Are you headed to the office building, or are you here to fish? Sun Qing was at a loss for words. Do we look like we're here to fish? The 8-person speedboat was already carrying 6 people, leaving no room for any fish. Realizing their misunderstanding, the raft dwellers waved to their companions, clearing a path. My apologies. I thought you were here to fish. You can go to the office building, but fishing is not allowed here. Sun Qing replied with a nod, muttering under her breath. Why are these people so anxious about fish? What is so great about those infected by parasites? Xia Xiaoman chuckled. Not all fish are infested. Perhaps some remain untainted. Shall we catch a few fish to check when we return to the community? Xiao Zhiyu inquired. Sun Qing grimaced in refusal. If you want to fish, do it yourself. Don't drag me into it. When Jianfeng remarked, you may not even have the opportunity to catch fish. This morning, many residents were busy fishing in the community. By the time we return, the fish in the water will likely have been entirely caught. In times of scarcity, sustaining life necessitates resourcefulness and frugality. After enduring 2 floods, it has become increasingly challenging to find supplies underwater. Witnessing others pull out large fish weighing 20 to 30 kilograms ignites a sense of longing and desire. During my first attempt at fishing, my lack of experience led to a flurry of confusion, and it was entirely normal not to catch a single fish throughout the morning. However, with practice, one learns to discover effective methods for fishing. Observing Sun Qing haul in dozens of large fish in just one morning, the residents of the building, unwilling to fall behind, have taken to fishing over the past few days. The aroma of grilled fish has frequently wafted through the community. Yet, having seen the parasites within the fish, Sun Qing and her companions are hesitant to indulge in the aquatic catch. With ample resources at hand, they choose not to risk consuming fish that may harbor parasites. Chapter 44. Searching for supplies in the office building unimpeded, they arrived at the office building. Sun Qing remained in place, observing the speedboat, while Xia Xiaoman handed her a pistol for self-defense. Over the past 2 days, when Jianfeng had instructed all personnel on the 15th floor in the use of firearms, the pistol contained only 7 rounds. It was imperative to avoid firing unless absolutely necessary. The windows of the office building had been shattered from the outside, and the office lay in disarray, clearly having been ransacked. The structure, towering at 36 stories, had 7 floors submerged in water, leaving 29 above the surface. However, perhaps due to the building's considerable age or inadequate foundation, it leaned precariously to the left. Consequently, the government had not assigned anyone to reside there, and others dared not linger within its walls. Given the numerous floors and their expansive areas, I suggested that we divide our efforts in search of supplies. If we encounter strangers, we should strive to avoid conflict and regroup with our teammates first. After some contemplation, Xia Xiaoman added, I possess considerable strength and agility. I will search the uppermost 6 floors, while the coach will oversee the lowest 6. For the intervening 17 floors, Shou Qiuyang, Xiao Zhiyu, and Su Ran, you 3 may allocate yourselves as you see fit. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, feel free to come upstairs to find me or descend to seek the coach's assistance. Given their limited combat prowess, Zhou Qiuyang, Xiao Zhiyu, and Su Ran would remain relatively safe on the intermediate floors. Without any dissent, the 5 of us ascended separately. Xia Xiaoman dashed to the top floor. In an office building that had already been visited, there was no need to pry open doors as each one stood ajar. Upon reaching the pinnacle, she was greeted by an opulent sight, adorned with an array of resplendent decorations, with even the walls and ceilings embellished with lavish carvings. The aesthetic sense of the executive was rather gaudy, yet she found it appealing. In this era, who does not favor items that gleam with gold? Upon entering, a corridor unveiled itself, carpeted underfoot, flanked by greenery on either side, accompanied by 2 sets of European-style tables and chairs. Xia Xiaoman lifted the carpet, revealing it to be relatively clean. Once rolled up, it could be laid in her home, sparing her from walking on concrete. The two sets of furniture appeared to be of commendable quality, and she deemed them worthy of storage, knowing that should they become unsightly, they could be chopped for firewood. At the end of the corridor, to the right, lay the chairman's office, decorated in a traditional Chinese style. Inside was a striking array of mahogany furniture, with intricate carvings adorning the tables and chairs. Xia Xiaoman attempted to lift one of the tables, exerting all her strength just to raise it. Her strength was equivalent to that of two grown men, underscoring the table's immense weight. She was thoroughly satisfied with the set, as it could serve as a bed and, in critical moments, be used as a weapon. The office desk, inlaid with marble, was not something an ordinary person could easily manage. It represented an excellent tool for defense, warranting storage. Several bottles of fine liquor lay shattered on the floor from the shelf behind the desk, a true waste of valuable resources. Adjacent to the shelf was a hidden door leading to the chairman's lounge, which had been thoroughly ransacked, with all valuable items taken. Upon feeling the mattress, she found it to be of good quality, perfectly suited to her needs for a bed. All items, including spare blankets and pillows from the cabinet, were collected. She bore no disdain for using the chairman's previously owned items, as a fresh set of linens would suffice. Having departed the office, she entered a second room, the reception hall. The reception area had also been rummaged through, yet it remained largely intact. The coffee machine, microwave, refrigerator, water dispenser, and water purifier were all present. Xia Xiaoman resembled a locust swarm, sweeping up everything from chairs and tables to toothpicks, tissues, and garbage bags. Anything that could be taken was collected into her space. In the third room, the conference room, the lengthy conference table, resilient and robust, seemed too valuable to abandon here. The upper floors housed various executive offices, conference rooms, and reception areas, while the 35th floor was designated for ordinary workers' offices. Each cubicle had been thoroughly searched, with valuables and consumables pilfered. Xia Xiaoman seized a large garbage bag and tossed in anything useful she encountered: books, magazines, notebooks, knowing these would serve her in the absence of toilet paper. She also gathered water-based pens, small rulers, and erasers. Although uncertain of their utility, they occupied little space, so she collected them regardless. From the female workstations, she gathered ibuprofen, sunscreen spray, hair ties, sanitary napkins, anti-mosquito mox ointment, and small blankets, all of which were packed away. The 34th and 36th floors belonged to the same planning company, yielding a hodgepodge of supplies, though quite a number of household appliances were collected from the top floor. The 33rd floor housed an animation company, filled with numerous figurines, some towering taller than Xia Xiaoman herself. Although these items served little practical purpose, they were pleasing to the eye and worth keeping in her space for leisurely viewing. The 32nd floor belonged to a trendy live streaming company, and judging by the garments in the clothing room, it appeared to specialize in producing borderline content. Each outfit was made of scant fabric, so poor in quality that it hardly sufficed as cleaning rags. The 30th and 31st floors were occupied by the same company, primarily engaged in overseas food trade. The ground was littered with food packaging, yet the actual food had already been taken. Xia Xiaoman discovered 2 plasma refrigerators in this company, touted for their ability to operate normally even during power outages. Each refrigerator was equipped with a 4.2W battery, utilizing a combination of solar energy and battery power to maintain refrigeration for over 10 days and freezing for over 4 days, even without electricity. She recognized these refrigerators from when the bakery manager had mentioned them. For those in the food industry, summer power outages posed a significant threat. Once the power was cut, food within the refrigerator would quickly spoil. The manager had long contemplated purchasing this refrigerator, but its steep price had deterred him. This company likely acquired these refrigerators to mitigate the risks of power failure, investing in 2 units. After more than a month of outages, the refrigerators had ceased operation. However, should an opportunity to restore power arise, these 2 refrigerators could prove invaluable. Even if she could not utilize them herself, they could be sold, lent to friends, or discreetly used for storing supplies. Descending a few more floors, she explored levels already searched by Qiu Yang but found nothing of value. Dragging her 2 large bags of assorted tissues, notebooks, and appliances downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, when Jianfeng had already organized the supplies they had gathered, packing 3 fully loaded inflatable kayaks. They loaded Xia Xiaoman's provisions as well, and the group set off in a motorboat, towing their supplies back to the community. Upon reaching the 15th floor, they each opened their collected provisions. I discovered a shop selling exquisite quilts, featuring a plethora of high-quality down comforters, silk quilts, and wool blankets. Feel free to select whichever you fancy. Xiao Zhiyu produced a series of compressed bundles from his bag. Sun Qing and the others were unreserved, each choosing 2 comforters. Su Ran also presented the supplies he had gathered. However, his findings from the telemarketing layers yielded little of value. The items he displayed were quite similar to those of Xia Xiaoman, with the sole distinction being that her collection included several electrical appliances. Well, cough. These are the supplies I managed to find in these bags. Please take a look and feel free to take whatever you desire. When Jianfeng's expression appeared somewhat strained as he unceremoniously dropped several large bags before the group. Chapter 45. Using children as bait, Su Ran opened the bag to take a glance. His face instantly flushed crimson, and he promptly sealed it shut. Xiao Zhiyuan, noticing his reaction, was consumed by curiosity. Why is your face so red? What is in the bag? Su Ran swiftly swatted away his hand, admonishing, do not pry. It is not something you can make use of. Not something I can use? What could that possibly be? Xiao Zhiyuan's intrigue deepened. Sun Qing, too, was curious. She opened another bag, rummaging through it until she extracted a pair of deep gray boxer shorts. I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just underwear. Here you go. She casually tossed it to Xiao Zhiyuan. His eyes lit up. Wonderful. My underwear in the suitcase is nearly worn out. Let me see if there are other styles. With that, he opened the bag he had snatched from Su Ran. Oh, isn't this just underwear? As Xiao Zhiyuan reached in to retrieve the contents, Su Ran could no longer contain himself and delivered a swift slap to his head. You fool, those are women's lingerie. What do you intend to do with them? Women's lingerie? Sun Qing's eyes widened. Before Xiao Zhiyuan could react, she yanked the bag from his grasp. Indeed, they are. What a stroke of luck. With gratitude, she looked towards Wen Jianfeng. Coach, from this day forth, you shall be my beloved coach. Should you need anything, I, Sun Qing, will not hesitate to assist. Wen Jianfeng, who had felt a bit awkward, found that discomfort dissipating with her sudden interjection. I recently discovered a company that specializes in lingerie. Their warehouse is stocked with an abundance of inventory, which I managed to acquire entirely. The bag contained a myriad of styles: silk, pure cotton, sports bras, seamless underwear. Available in sizes small, medium, and large, even children's underwear. Xiao Zhiyuan contributed a cotton sheet, spreading it on the ground to empty the bag of its contents, allowing everyone to select their desired pieces, while Wen Jianfeng planned to take the remainder back, perhaps to sell later. Xia Xiaoman chose several sports bras and seamless underwear, lamenting that her stash consisted solely of more matronly designs that were less comfortable. The morning had been fruitful, and upon waking from their afternoon slumber, they ventured once more into the city. This time, they sought out buildings that were leaning perilously close to collapse rather than aimlessly searching for uninhabited high-rises. The supplies found in this manner were somewhat scattered, yet comparatively more rewarding than foraging beneath the water's surface. As the sun dipped below the horizon around 6, the group, still hungry for more, returned to their community in a speedboat. Without the need for manual rowing, the others relaxed on the rear seats, engaging in light conversation about the afternoon's discoveries, with Wen Jianfeng at the helm. Sun Qi was the most animated, a smile gracing her face. Thank goodness I have sharp eyes. I spotted this community. Many residents engage in e-commerce, and we were fortunate to stumble upon a clothing vendor. 5 large bags of clothing. Once we return, we can share them, ensuring we won't have to worry about what to wear again, she exclaimed. Zhou Qiuyang added with a grin. I found a shop selling shoes. They had numerous sample pairs that looked quite nice, although they were all men's shoes. Sun Qing waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. It rains every day. Aside from flip-flops and sandals, other shoes are of no use to me. Xiao Zhiyuan chuckled. Sister Qing, guess what I've brought back? Spit it out. Ding ding ding. The ocean gemstone repair mask. He pulled out 2 exquisitely packaged boxes of masks from his bag, handing one to Sun Qing and the other to Xia Xiaoman. This mask is exorbitantly priced, costing over 400 for a single piece, and more than 2,000 for a box of 6, more precious than gold. The 2 sisters held them, determined to maintain their skincare even in a flood. Xia Xiaoman declined his generosity. You keep it. I'm too lazy even to use cleanser or toner. If it were something like a demolition essence, I might have some interest. Especially after my cheeks cracked in winter, I don't want to suffer that again. Sun Qing also showed no interest in this trinket. I don't fancy such frivolous items. Take it back. Huh? You both don't want such a wonderful thing? Su Ran, unable to bear his foolishness, remarked disdainfully. What a time to be treating skincare like egg whites. Be careful not to attract some pervert. Xiao Zhiyuan retorted. You're the one attracting perverts. After saying this, he fell into a sullen mood, muttering, are we all destined to live like this from now on? Xiao Zhiyuan still held some hope of returning to a civilized society. The Xian nation, with its formidable strength, had risen to be among the top 3 global powers in just under 50 years of liberation, daring to stand up to America. It was merely a flood. He was reluctant to believe that civilization would vanish entirely and felt certain that the Xian nation would rise again soon. Zhou Qiuyang patted his shoulder in consolation, but suddenly noticed something amiss. Coach, did we take a wrong turn? Why did the speedboat veer off course? Wen Jianfeng, without looking back, replied, "There's a child in the water." Upon hearing this, everyone straightened up, craning their necks to see in the direction when Jianfeng indicated. Indeed, a child was flailing in the water, about to call for help before submerging again. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. How could a child be out here alone? Could it be a trap? In the evening, when people were returning with supplies, it seemed odd for a child to be drowning alone. When Jianfeng stated firmly, "Whether it's a trap or not, that child is about to drown, and I cannot just stand by and watch." He himself had a child, and if his own were in danger, he would hope someone would risk their safety to save them. Hearing this, Xia Xiaoman understood that no matter what, when Jianfeng was determined to go, since she could not stop him, she prepared herself. The speedboat surged across the water as when Jianfeng pressed the accelerator. Suddenly, a rope as thick as a wrist emerged from beneath the water. Caught off guard, when Jianfeng was ensnared and plunged into the water, Zhou Qiuyang, Sun Qing, and Xiao Zhiyuan were also struck by the rope around their necks and chests, sequentially falling into the water. The speedboat, now unmanned, hurtled forward with Xia Xiaoman and Su Ran, colliding with the struggling child, a wide spatter of blood blooming on the boat's surface. As when Jianfeng resurfaced, he was greeted by a harrowing sight that instantly brought tears to his eyes. Drawing the dagger from his waist, he scanned the surroundings in search of the orchestrator of this sinister plot. "Beware of the depths," Xia Xiaoman shouted urgently, kneeling on the bow of the speedboat. From her vantage point, she discerned several dark figures lurking beneath the surface, stealthily approaching when Jianfeng and Sun Qing. Just as one ominous silhouette was about to swim behind Sun Qing, Xia Xiaoman swiftly drew her pistol, chambered around, and fired at the shadowy figure. The thunderous gunshot startled the submerged assailants. Sun Qing, alerted by the commotion behind her, immediately turned to witness a burst of crimson emerging from the water. Without a moment's hesitation, she unsheathed her machete and, disregarding the fate of the submerged individuals, plunged the blade downwards with fierce determination 4 or 5 times to ensure the threat was extinguished before seeking out the other lurking shadows. Chapter 46. A landscape of desolation. Puddles of fresh blood spread across the surface of the water. When Jianfeng, armed with a dagger, plunged into the depths to engage in a fierce struggle with the shadowy figure beneath the waves, Xiao Zhiyu, fully aware of his limitations, realized that he could not compete with others on the surface, let alone underwater. He quickly turned and swam towards the speedboat, climbing aboard with Su Ran's assistance. "Su Ran, start the speedboat and go help Sister Qing." Xiao Zhiyu gasped. "We cannot," Xia Xiaoman cautioned, her gaze fixed on the figures lining the banks. There were numerous ropes in the water, and should the speedboat be activated, they would undoubtedly pull the ropes up. On either side of the riverbank stood 5 or 6 individuals, each wielding long bamboo poles, intent on forcing Xia Xiaoman and her companions into the water. Xia Xiaoman dodged one of the poles and drew a dagger from her waist. After so much practice with her flying knives, it was time to showcase her skills. 5 knives flew from her hand in rapid succession, each cutting through the air with a glint of cold light, striking their targets with unerring accuracy. 3 of the blades, swift as venomous serpents, pierced 3 individuals directly. The injured cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground in misery. Another 5 knives, as quick as lightning, were unleashed, hitting 2 more adversaries. It became evident to the assailants that Xia Xiaoman posed the greatest threat. Disregarding her companions, they directed all their bamboo poles at her. Though Xiao Zhiyu and Su Ran possessed lesser combat abilities, their youthful vigor and quick wits allowed them to maneuver the speedboat back and forth. As the bamboo poles came dangerously close to striking, they advanced the speedboat 2 or 3 meters, causing the poles to miss. When the next assault came, they skillfully retreated another 2 or 3 meters, evading the attack. Their movements were not extensive, and even if the adversaries managed to pull the ropes, the impact would be minimal, inflicting no harm upon them. The speedboat danced around the bamboo poles, infuriating the assailants on shore, who longed to swim over and exact revenge on Xiao Zhiyu and Su Ran. With successive throws of her flying knives, Xia Xiaoman increased the number of injured on the banks. Observing that half of her companions in the water had been either killed or wounded, she realized that they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle and signaled for retreat. Within mere minutes, the surrounding figures vanished. The proficiency displayed in this process indicated that it was not their first encounter with such circumstances. Xia Xiaoman remained on high alert, her vigilance unwavering. When Jianfeng swam close to the speedboat, retrieving a child and bringing him aboard, Sun Qing inspected the child's wounds, finding a bruise on the back of his head, multiple contusions on his body, and his legs tightly bound by ropes. "Coach, this child is already dead." When Jianfeng's eyes reddened, "I know," he replied softly. "Let us take him back. I will ensure he is laid to rest tomorrow." The child was of a similar age to Lingling, and he could not bear the thought of leaving him to be devoured by fish. On their return journey, the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. the group devoid of any desire for conversation. What kind of world had descended into such chaos that a child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, could be used as bait? Just over a month ago, they had shouted slogans of peace and friendship. In that brief span, the world had been irrevocably transformed, akin to a hell on earth, where all that met the eye was devastation. One could scarcely imagine whether the figures before them were truly human, exploiting the goodwill of others for one's own gain. Zhou Qiuyang had long been acquainted with the harsh realities of society and had developed a certain resilience. However, for the still impressionable high school students, Su Ran and Xiao Zhiyu, the situation was utterly appalling. What sort of vile person could conceive of using 5 or 6-year-old children as bait? Even the most basic of creatures understand the imperative to protect their young. These individuals, however, are beneath even the basest of animals. When Jianfeng was engulfed in profound guilt, pondering if he had been more vigilant, perhaps he could have saved that child. He had set out to rescue someone, only to end up causing harm. Xia Xiaoman absent-mindedly twirled the dagger in her hand, staring intently ahead. Fully aware it was a trap, she chose to plunge forward regardless, perhaps due to her lack of empathy and her somewhat cold demeanor. She found it difficult to comprehend when Jianfeng's irrational impulse to rush in and save the child upon seeing him. Such behavior was fraught with peril. Silence enveloped them as they returned to the 15th floor, hastily distributing supplies before retreating to their respective quarters. The following day, they opted not to venture into the city but instead returned to the hill where they had previously captured ducks. When Jianfeng buried the child's body atop the mountain while the others foraged for edible wild vegetables, the abundant rainfall had fostered a thriving growth of greens. Sun Qing, Xiao Zhiyu, and the others eagerly dug for wild onions and bamboo shoots. Xia Xiaoman, however, felt little interest. After 18 years of subsisting on wild vegetables, her enthusiasm had long since waned. The mountain was strewn with broken branches, likely dislodged by the violent winds during a storm. Xia Xiaoman chopped the wood into manageable pieces, extracting a third to store in her space. With each small accumulation, the wood would suffice for her needs over the next 2 to 3 months. Suddenly, a cry rang out. A snake! There's a snake! Xia Xiaoman looked up in response to the voice, just as Su Ran stumbled backward in panic and fell to the ground. Xiao Zhiyu, closest to him, rushed forward to kick the snake away, then knelt to roll up Su Ran's pant leg and forcefully expel the venom. It's okay, just get the poison out. You want to die. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. After all, they were merely teenagers, not yet adults, with fragile emotional resilience. Su Ran was already terrified. Witnessing Xiao Zhiyu's distress made his face drain of color as he trembled, his voice quaking with fear. Am I going to die? Sun Qing, Zhou Qiuyang, and one Jianfeng rushed over, their expressions grim upon seeing the fang marks on his leg. Su Ran's fear escalated, his calves shaking uncontrollably as tears streamed down his cheeks. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Hey, was it the snake that bit you? Su Ran turned to see Xia Xiaoman holding a long, patterned brown snake. Before he could respond, Xiao Zhiyu eagerly nodded. Yes. That's the one I kicked away. This is a water snake. It's non-venomous. You want to die? Xia Xiaoman reassured him, brandishing her knife to sever the snake's head and expertly skin it right there. Xiao Zhiyu was astonished. Sister, have you practiced this? Xia Xiaoman nodded. Of course. This was a treat for me when I was younger. Xiao Zhiyu gave her a thumbs up. Excellent. After a moment of relief, Su Ran felt her calves were fine and proceeded to search for wild vegetables. However, this time he exercised greater caution. Each time he approached a thicket, he would first tap the ground with a stick. Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a non-venomous snake, yet he knew that luck might not favor him again. So prudence was paramount. Chapter 47. Recurrent fever. The sky was overcast, and the rain had persisted for 24 hours without ceasing. Xiao Zhiyu sat beside Su Ran at the stern of the speedboat. With the continuous downpour, one could scarcely recall a wedding of the Dragon King that lasted this long. What wedding? Zhou Qiuyang inquired, unable to hear clearly. Xiao Zhiyu clarified, in my hometown, it's said that when it rains, it's the Dragon King marrying off his daughter. Sun Qing chuckled, such superstitions. If the Dragon King truly had a daughter to marry off, how many daughters must he have? It would take more than a month to finish the wedding. Xiao Zhiyu chuckled awkwardly and turned to chat with Su Ran, but noticed that his complexion appeared somewhat abnormal. Su Ran, are you all right? Your face is so pale. You haven't been poisoned by a snake, have you? Upon hearing his words, Sun Qing and Xia Xiaoman turned their attention to Su Ran. Su Ran's complexion was deathly pale, his hands pressed against his forehead. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow and lifted his pant leg, noticing that the 2 bite marks had stopped bleeding, and the surrounding skin seemed normal, not indicative of snake venom. Su Ran brushed her hand away. Sister Xiaoman, I assure you, I'm all right. Perhaps I've just been caught in the rain for too long and have a slight fever. A fever? Let me check. Xiao Zhiyu removed his hand from Su Ran's forehead and placed his own there instead, confirming that he was indeed warm. Sun Qing interjected. Then we should hurry back. There are antipyretics at home. Take a couple, and tomorrow you should stay in and recuperate until you're well. Coach, could you drive a bit faster? Su Ran is sick with a fever. When Jianfeng nodded and accelerated towards the community. Upon returning, Su Ran was already feeling faint. Barely able to stand. Shou Qiuyang carried him home, and with Xiao Zhiyu's assistance, they changed him into dry clothes and administered fever and cold medication. After taking the medicine, Su Ran fell into a deep slumber. Around 4 in the afternoon, as his fever subsided, Su Ran returned to his lively self, energetically assisting in chopping firewood. Xiao Zhiyu mockingly taunted, "Brother, you're not cut out for this. You barely endured a little rain before collapsing. Sister Xiaoman and the others are still going strong." "A man cannot be deemed weak," Su Ran retorted. "How can you say that? Let us see you withstand a snake bite and then endure the rain. Once bitten, you'd likely fall to the ground. Weakness is weakness. Stop making excuses," Xiao Zhiyu teased, pulling a face that incited Su Ran to chase him with a firewood axe for quite some time. Zhou Qiuyang returned from Unit 1502 and, upon seeing the two boys frolicking, called out, "Stop playing. The coach has prepared snake soup. Let us go eat." Xia Xiaoman could only grill the snake, resulting in a dish that was both fishy and unpalatable. To avoid wasting the good meat, she entrusted the snake to Wen Jianfeng for proper preparation. The others, witnessing this, pulled out their own ingredients, requesting Chef Wen to handle them as well. One dish turned into 2, and soon they decided to prepare a feast together. After consuming a steaming bowl of snake soup, warmth enveloped them from within. Xiao Zhiyu served Su Ran a helping of cold purslane, urging, "Eat more of this. It clears heat and detoxifies. Why aren't you eating? I wasn't bitten by a snake. It seems you want me to eat more wild vegetables while you keep all the meat for yourself," Su Ran quipped. Xiao Zhiyu clicked his tongue, remarking, "Look at you. Why is your heart so dark? I am merely expressing genuine concern for you." Su Ran shot him a glance, remaining silent, clearly displaying her distrust. With these two clowns entertaining each other, the atmosphere was quite pleasant, and the group lingered over their meal for nearly 2 hours before dispersing. Just as they were about to leave, Su Ran, who was walking ahead, suddenly collapsed backward. Xia Xiaoman promptly reached out to support her, helping her to sit down. "What happened? She hasn't even had a drink. How could she fall?" Xiao Zhiyu asked anxiously. Xia Xiaoman felt Su Ran's forehead, which was burning hot. Yi Xiaojie examined Su Ran with a grave expression, sensing that something was amiss. It seemed more than just a common cold or fever. "What should we do?" Xiao Zhiyu inquired. "We need to take her to the medical station. They have professional doctors there. I can handle simple fevers and colds, but anything more complicated is beyond me," Xia Xiaoman replied. When Jianfeng stood up and declared, "I will take her there now. I will accompany you. I'll go fetch the rescue boat. Coach, please carry Su Ran downstairs," Xia Xiaoman said before hastily descending the stairs. She found a secluded spot to retrieve the rescue boat from her storage space and quickly drove it back to the community, picking up when Jianfeng and Su Ran to head to the nearest aid station. The route to the aid station was a well-trodden main road, typically devoid of ambushes. As the rescue team routinely traversed it for their missions, they reached the aid station without any hindrance. Xia Xiaoman remained with the rescue boat while Wen Jianfeng carried Su Ran to find the medical station. As time ticked by, Xia Xiaoman waited for over an hour on the boat without seeing Wen Jianfeng emerge. After another hour, the personnel at the aid station had all retired for the night. And still, no one appeared. Having digested their dinner, Xia Xiaoman rummaged through her bag, unwrapped a piece of chocolate, and popped it into her mouth. She lost count of how many pieces she consumed, leaving a trail of wrappers around the rescue boat. Fortunately, in the dead of night, no one noticed. Otherwise, she would have surely attracted attention. Finally, just past 4 in the morning, when Jianfeng and Su Ran emerged. Su Ran was considerably more alert, yet her complexion remained pallid. Xia Xiaoman, full of concern, asked, "How is she? Is everything all right?" When Jianfeng shook his head, suggesting they should return first and discuss it later. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman and the others had not yet returned, leaving Sun Qing and the rest anxious and unable to sleep. They settled on the balcony of room 1502, gazing out into the community, awaiting their return. At around 5 o'clock, Xia Xiaoman and the others finally came back. Su Ran's face was as pale as if dusted with powder, and when Jianfeng's expression was equally grim, while Xia Xiaoman appeared slightly better. Observing their faces, Xiao Zhiyu felt a sense of unease. "How did it go? What did the doctor say?" Su Ran, lacking the energy to speak, merely shook her head and sat aside. Wen Jianfeng sighed, his face serious as he stated, "The doctor examined her and said Su Ran likely has schistosomiasis. Schistosomiasis? What kind of illness is that? Does it mean there are blood-sucking worms in her body? Sun Qing asked. When Jianfeng shook his head, I'm not quite sure either. The doctor mentioned that there has been a recent surge in cases, and the medical station is overwhelmed. I accompanied Su Ran to the medical station, where a throng of people filled the space, leaving scarcely a spot to place our feet. We endured a lengthy wait of nearly 2 hours in line, and the consultation itself was protracted. Yi Xiaojia elucidated that schistosomiasis is a parasitic disease. The eggs of the schistosome are commonly found in contaminated water. Following a flood, the effluent from sewage pits merges with floodwaters, allowing the schistosome eggs to hatch into larvae. These larvae are minuscule and can penetrate the human body through minute wounds to establish parasitism. Generally, once infected with schistosomiasis, there is an incubation period of approximately 40 days, after which symptoms such as fever, allergic reactions, and digestive disturbances may ensue. The thought of having schistosomes residing within one's body sent a shiver down Xiaojiu's spine. He anxiously inquired, Sister Xiaojia, how is schistosomiasis treated? What measures can be taken for its prevention? Moreover, how can one ascertain whether they are already infected and within the incubation period? Chapter 48. Schistosomiasis. Schistosomiasis may sound unfamiliar, but it is commonly referred to as big belly disease, a relatively prevalent ailment. Yi Xiaojia elucidated that early treatment for this condition is quite straightforward. A dose of anti-parasitic medication can effectively cure it, if one remains apprehensive. A visit to the hospital for an examination of the liver and spleen can ascertain whether the parasites have been eradicated. When Jianfeng interjected, affirming that the physician had advised the same, to take the anti-parasitic medication as soon as possible if it is available, Xiaoyu frowned and asked, why the long faces? I assumed something serious had occurred. The medical station had run out of anti-parasitic medication, leaving many patients without any means for treatment. After a thorough examination, the doctor administered a dose of vitamin C to Su Ran and sent them on their way, remarking that remaining at the medical station would be futile without medication, as there was little the doctor could do. I have 6 pills of the anti-parasitic medication left from last time. That should suffice, right? Xiaoyu suggested. When Jianfeng shook his head, expressing uncertainty, the doctor had advised taking a larger quantity, as schistosomiasis is notoriously difficult to treat. His concern extended not only to Su Ran, but also to his own potential exposure, given that he had frequently been in the water lately, raising the risk of infection. Without sufficient anti-parasitic medication, noticing the somber mood, Xia Xiaoman interjected. Why do you all look so glum? We have plenty of anti-parasitic medication. It should be enough for all of us. Upon hearing this, when Jianfeng, Su Ran, and Xiaoxiu turned to her in unison, perplexed by her claim. What do you mean, you have anti-parasitic medication? Not just my home. Each of you must have some as well, she replied confidently. When Jianfeng, confused, asked, I have anti-parasitic medication at home? I haven't seen any. Xia Xiaoman stood up, urging, retrieve the medication we divided last time. I'll help you find it. Trusting her certainty, when Jianfeng returned to his room and pulled out a large bag, Xia Xiaoman emptied its contents, sifting through until she selected 4 or 5 bottles of tablets. When Jianfeng picked up one of the bottles and read aloud the inscription, Praziquantel, is this the anti-parasitic medication? Indeed, if you don't believe me, you can ask Yi Xiaojia, she affirmed. These medications had been salvaged from the international supermarket. Their original packaging damaged by water, so they were unpackaged to reduce weight. However, to prevent any misuse, she had preserved the instructions, noting the names and functions of the medications. Yi Xiaojia examined the label on the bottle and nodded in confirmation. This is indeed the anti-parasitic medication. Hearing this, Xiaoxiu rummaged through his supplies, initially believing he possessed only 1 box of anti-parasitic medication. To his surprise, he unearthed 5 bottles of Praziquantel. He approached Yi Xiaojia with one of the bottles. Sister Xiaojia, if one is not infected with schistosomiasis, can they still take the anti-parasitic medication? Yes. This medication has minimal side effects. A preventive dose is acceptable, she replied. He recalled hearing that some enthusiasts of sashimi would keep a supply of anti-parasitic medication on hand, taking it once a year to prevent parasitic infections, learning that there would be no adverse effects from taking the medication. When Jianfeng promptly administered a pill to Su and Ling Ling, although the others had not witnessed it firsthand, he had seen the severe consequences of infection up close. Individuals vomiting blood and urinating blood, a sight that was chilling to contemplate. After Xia Xiaoman returned, she took deworming medication. She had previously been unaware that schistosomes could penetrate the body through wounds, a truly terrifying thought. The filthy waters flowed everywhere, creating a repugnant environment. A moment's inattention could grant parasites an opportunity to invade. The number of individuals infected with parasites was rising, prompting Floating City to take this issue seriously. As Su Ran's health began to improve, rescue personnel came to the community to post a notice. The announcement was entirely about parasites, primarily aimed at educating the public about the types of parasites present in floodwaters, how they infest the human body, and the various harms they can cause. Furthermore, it informed everyone that the government had captured a fish from the water for dissection and research, discovering that most fish in the water were infected with parasites. The message urged people not to salvage fish from the water to avoid parasitic infections. The news spread quickly, and even from several floors away. The residents could be heard lamenting their plight. You tell me there are parasites in the water when I go scavenging for supplies. And now you say the fish are also infested when I try to catch them. How can one survive without succumbing to these parasites? Some chose to abandon all caution, reasoning that they had already consumed so much fish that one more wouldn't make a difference. If I don't eat fish, I starve. If I do, I might contract a parasitic disease and die. Since the outcome is the same, I might as well choose to be a glutton. Others, fearing they might already harbor parasites, scoured for and paid exorbitant prices for deworming medication. The woman from apartment 1003, who had slandered Wen Jianfeng for touching her daughter-in-law, managed to acquire 2 boxes of deworming pills in exchange for 100 pounds of grain. She brought them home, and after her daughter-in-law took one, she immediately began to foam at the mouth, nearly causing the woman to faint with fright. It was later discovered that the pills were not deworming medication at all, but rather effervescent tablets. Realizing she had been deceived, the woman rushed to confront the fraudsters, but they had long since fled, leaving her to seethe with anger at home every day. Upon hearing about this incident, Xia Xiaoman mused that the seller of fake medicine was quite the character. Of all the substitutes, they had chosen effervescent tablets, which would reveal their deceit with just 1 dose. It would have been better to sell vitamin C or calcium tablets. The uproar surrounding parasites caused many to be wary, hesitant to venture out for supplies, and some even refrained from leaving their homes. Xia Xiaoman and her companions were similarly cautious, particularly because someone on their floor had already fallen victim. For several consecutive days, they remained indoors, diligently taking deworming medication, waiting for Su Ran to fully recover to reassure them of the medication's efficacy. After several days of rest, would they venture out tomorrow? Sun Qing inquired. Xia Xiaoman shrugged. It's up to you. I'm fine with anything. Then let's go. They decided. Let's search the high rises in the city. Perhaps we can find some supplies. They agreed on a time, and the next morning at 8:30, Xia Xiaoman brought the inflatable boat to the ground floor. Today, Wen Jianfeng did not come, as Lingling had caught a cold, and he was worried, opting to stay home to care for his daughter. Su Ran also remained behind, still recovering and feeling weak, concerned that going out in the rain might lead to another cold. Navigating a speedboat through the urban landscape, they stumbled upon an aged residential complex, where 2 or 3 buildings exhibited signs of leaning. Yu Jia volunteered to remain with the speedboat, while the others ventured into the buildings to search for supplies. The residents had long since vacated. Xia Xiaoman meticulously scoured each unit for provisions, yet after inspecting 5 or 6 homes, she found little of value. The previous occupants had left no stone unturned, dismantling even the bed frames, with only damp, moldy clothing remaining in the wardrobes, and the kitchens housing merely heavy, fragile dishes. After a thorough search, they managed to retrieve a few electric stoves, a slow cooker, a clay pot, a pressure cooker, and a folding lounge chair. Sun Qing and her companions also returned with meager findings, their bags far from full. Shall we explore other areas? Sun Qing inquired. The scarcity of resources rendered their expedition hardly worth the fuel spent. Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Certainly. There is still ample time to seek supplies elsewhere. Chapter 49. The storm returns. Numerous houses were damaged in the flooding. Summer Xiaoman piloted the inflatable boat for a short distance before discovering an uninhabited hotel. One of the pillars had fractured, giving the impression that the building was on the verge of collapse. The supplies within the hotel were scarce. Food and drink were likely submerged on the lower floors. The upper levels housed guest rooms, and aside from blankets, pillows, and disposable toiletries, Summer could not conceive of any additional provisions. Thus, she volunteered to remain behind to guard the boat, while the others searched for supplies. On one inflatable boat laden with goods, there was only a petite woman, making her conspicuously noticeable. After Sun Qing and the others had departed for over 10 minutes, several kayaks slowly approached Summer. Hey, beautiful, are you alone? Would you care to join us? The leader shouted. Summer cast a cold glance at them, withdrawing her pistol from her waist. Get lost, she commanded. The leader dismissed her threat, smirking. Oh, come on, beautiful, what's the fun in a toy gun? How about we let you play with the real deal? Play as long as you want. Take as many as you like. He lewdly gestured, mocking her. As the kayaks drew nearer, Summer swiftly chambered around, aiming at the leader's groin, and gently squeezed the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the leader clutched his groin in agony, while the kayak began to deflate, sending his companions into a panic. The occupants of the other kayaks froze momentarily. Upon seeing Summer aiming her weapon at them, they hastily turned to flee, indifferent to whether their leader survived. They were merely a rabble gathered for transient gain. And when faced with danger, they abandoned their comrade without hesitation. The onlookers, witnessing Summer's decisive action, quickly dispersed. This young woman was not someone they could overpower. With the threat diminished, Summer retrieved a piece of candy from her bag, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth, leisurely awaiting Sun Qing and the others to return with supplies. As anticipated, the hotel contained little of value. Sun Qing and her group managed to salvage some relatively clean blankets, intending to replace their worn ones, along with disposable toiletries and a few decent hairdryers. Once the supplies were secured, Summer steered the inflatable boat back to the community. Sun Qing sighed, lamenting the diminishing availability of resources in the city. It might be more fruitful to venture into the mountains, where wild vegetables could still be found. How about we go to the mountains tomorrow? Suggested Xia Xiaoman. Xiaojiu proposed, if we're heading to the mountains, let us choose a different one. We've already harvested all the wild vegetables from the previous mountain. Just as Sun Qing was about to agree, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated, prompting her to instinctively look up. In the distance, a dark line was swiftly spreading across the horizon, and her expression shifted dramatically. Look over there. She pointed to the sky. The group followed her gaze, observing that the dark line seemed poised to cleave the sky in two. Within mere minutes, it thickened, and the atmosphere crackled with electric energy. Oh my! A tempest approaches once more. Dear sister, hasten to steer the boat back to the community, quickly. Xiao Zhiyuan exclaimed with palpable excitement, nearly reaching for the throttle himself. Xia Xiaoman regained her focus, promptly turning the throttle down. With a roar, the speedboat surged forth, gliding swiftly across the surface of the water. Dark clouds loomed ominously, trailing closely behind Xia Xiaoman and her companions. Every few seconds, a thunderclap echoed, seemingly urging Xia Xiaoman to quicken her pace. If she did not hurry, she would be struck by the impending storm. The wind intensified rapidly, and rain lashed against their faces, cold and stinging. They rushed back to the community just before the deluge struck. As Xia Xiaoman prepared to conceal the speedboat, Sun Qing urgently intercepted her, insisting that they abandon the boat. Once the storm hit, no matter how well it was hidden, it would be swept away by the rising waters. Come on, we must go. It's all right. The place where I hide it is untraceable, and the flood cannot displace it. Having finally procured the speedboat and fuel, which could serve as their primary means of transportation in the future, she was reluctant to relinquish it so easily. Ignoring the protests, Xia Xiaoman piloted the speedboat out of the community. A few minutes later, she returned paddling a kayak. Sun Qing, worried for her safety, had refrained from boarding the boat. Upon her return, she reached out to pull Xia Xiaoman upstairs, also securing the kayak. Just as they ascended to the 15th floor, the dark clouds enveloped the sky above them. Although it was just past noon, the scene was akin to the dead of night, devoid of any light. Xia Xiaoman changed out of her damp clothes, and as she emerged from the living room, a flash of white light illuminated the space, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. The sound of rain intensified outside, transforming into a steady patter. Having weathered 2 storms already, Xia Xiaoman remained composed. She dried her hair, checked on the smoked duck, and stored it away, preparing to make lunch. Given the dampness of the rainy day, she decided to cook something spicy to dispel the humidity. Boiling a packet of sour and spicy noodles, she supplemented it with a bundle of sweet potato starch noodles, tossing in a few strands of foraged wild vegetables for good measure. Lunch was soon ready. After a hearty meal, she retired to rest. Upon awakening, the wind and rain persisted. The downpour was substantial, and in the time it took her to nap, the water had already risen to the 6th floor. Xia Xiaoman remained unfazed, stretching her limbs before commencing her daily physical training. As long as the water did not reach the 15th floor, she was indifferent to how fiercely it rained. Just as she anticipated the storm would last for another 3 to 5 days, the rain ceased. Indeed, it had stopped, not merely diminished. Early in the morning, Xiao Zhiyuan's wails jolted Xia Xiaoman from her slumber. Groggily opening the door, she was prepared to scold him, only to find him pounding his chest and stomping his feet in a frenzy. Ah, the rain has finally stopped. The sun has emerged. How wonderful. Oh, radiant sun. How I adore you. Xia Xiaoman blinked in disbelief. The sun was out? She rushed to the balcony where the city lay submerged, the blinding sunlight dancing upon the water's surface. The rain truly had ceased. Xia Xiaoman widened her eyes in astonishment, never expecting to witness such a scene in her lifetime. She had thought she would only know days filled with rain. When Jianfeng was also roused, bringing the twins along with him. When Su emulated Xiaojiu, loudly declaring his affection towards the sun from the balcony. Sun Qing and Xia Xiaoman were on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the prospect of finally escaping their hellish existence. Everyone erupted in cheers, enveloped in a euphoric celebration. Although the flood still raged, the cessation of rain and the emergence of the sun heralded the arrival of hope. Chapter 50. The sun shines brightly with the sun shining brightly. The long-awaited freedom to dry bedding has finally arrived. After 2 months of incessant rain, clothing, quilts, shoes, and socks have become damp, with some items beginning to develop mildew. Following a collective cheer, everyone returned home, ready to wash and hang out their long-accumulated laundry. Before departing, when Jianfeng cautioned, "Do not get overly excited and deplete all the water at home. The floodwaters have not yet fully receded, and we must remain confined for a while longer. If we run out of water, we will have none left to use." The 4 families on the 15th floor had installed rainwater collection devices. However, these devices lacked faucets to block the water pipes, causing a continuous flow whenever it rained. Observing the persistent stream of water, residents instinctively grabbed containers to collect it. Consequently, each family's balcony was filled with an assortment of buckets, bottles, and basins for convenient access to water. Once a container was full, they would replace it with another, only allowing the excess to drain from the balcony when all containers were filled. Upon hearing Wen Jianfeng's reminder, the group realized it was not the time to squander rainwater. Sun Qing, feeling agitated, rubbed her face and declared, "Fine, I'll just wash a couple of undergarments to conserve water. Who knows how many days it will be before we can use tap water again." Xiao Xiaoman shrugged, "Then I won't wash anything. I'll just hang my clothes and quilts out to dry. I still have garments to change into." Xiao Yang proposed, "I'll go downstairs and fetch some water for washing." "That water is filthy," Xiao Xiaoman replied disdainfully. "Residents have been disposing of their household waste and excrement in it, and it likely harbors parasites." Observing their glum expressions, Xia Xiaoman interjected, "Why fret over doing laundry? If you're hesitant to use water from home, why not take the inflatable boat to a nearby pond and wash there? Then bring the clothes back? The flood waters haven't receded completely, but we can still go out. We could use the boat, a raft, or even a kayak." Sun Qing raised an eyebrow. "Wouldn't that be a bit extravagant, using a boat just to wash clothes? Then let's use a kayak. As long as you have enough energy left to paddle after washing," Xia Xiaoman suggested. Sun Qing quickly conceded, "All right, let's take the inflatable boat then. If we don't go now, who knows when we might get the chance again." Xiao Zhiyuan clapped his hands. "Let us pack our things and head out. We can also gather some wild vegetables and pick up a bit of firewood on the way." Yi Xiaojia stayed home to watch over the twins, while Sun Qing helped her with laundry, and the others set out. As they descended the stairs, Sun Qing worried that the inflatable boat might be swept away by the wind and waves, but to her surprise, Xia Xiaoman successfully brought it back. The rain-soaked mountains and forests were tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the calls of birds. They found the small pond where they had previously gathered wild vegetables and each chose a spot to wash their clothes. This pond was essentially a low-lying depression filled to the brim with rainwater, resembling a small water body. With an excess of bedding to wash, the morning proved insufficient, and they agreed to remain until they had completed their laundry, returning only when they were finished. At the outset of their washing endeavor, the atmosphere was rather lighthearted, filled with laughter and chatter among the group. However, after 2 hours, silence enveloped them. Even the most loquacious among them, Xiao Xiu, found himself too weary to engage in conversation. The branches surrounding the water pond gradually became adorned with an array of garments. As dusk approached, the group returned, carrying their freshly laundered clothes and sheets. Seated in the inflatable boat, a gentle evening breeze swept through, alleviating the heat, yet bringing with it a faint, unpleasant odor. Xiao Xiu pinched his nose, exclaiming, "How foul it is! How can it be so odorous?" Xiao Yang remarked, "It must be the sweltering heat. The flood waters are rather filthy, and under the sun, the stench intensifies." Sun Qing nodded in agreement, confessing, "Indeed, it is quite hot today. I suspect my neck and arms are sunburned." "Sister Qing, you needn't speculate. You are undoubtedly sunburned," Su Ran affirmed confidently. "Your neck and arms are unusually red. It would be wise to apply some after-sun lotion or aloe vera gel when we return." Xiaomian also noted her sunburn, pointing out the distinct demarcation on her neck. "Really? Is that so?" Summer Xiaomian inquired, touching her neck. "No wonder it feels so fiery. I thought it was just the heat." Having spent summers laboring in the fields without ever suffering sunburn, merely turning into a darkened hue, she realized that perhaps her skin had become more sensitive over the past 2 years of not engaging in agricultural work. Sun Qing, counting the days, recalled that the flood began in early June, and now it should be August. No wonder it felt so sweltering. Xiao Zhiyu sighed, lamenting, "The temperature has risen too swiftly. Just yesterday, wearing a short-sleeved shirt felt slightly chilly, yet today I am drenched in perspiration." I estimate the temperature to be at least 35 degrees. Surain countered, it's definitely above 38 degrees. There is no way 35 degrees would cause sunburn. Amidst their lively debate, they soon arrived back at the community. With no rain and the sun shining brightly, the floodwaters receded at an astonishing rate. Before they left, the water level was at the 6th floor. Upon their return, it had already diminished to the 4th. At this rate, it seemed likely that the waters would completely recede by tomorrow or the day after. The freshly exposed floors, now under the relentless sun, emanated a potent stench. As they approached the 4th floor, the foul odor was so overwhelming that it was nearly blinding. After several mental preparations, they finally gathered the courage to step onto the 4th floor, which was coated in a layer of muck. Xiao, while ascending the stairs, brushed the sticky mud off his feet. I refuse to go out tomorrow. No, rather, I shall not step outside until the floodwaters have entirely receded and the muck below has been thoroughly cleaned. It's far too filthy and repugnant. Surain raised his hand in agreement, stating, I second that. Sun Qing nodded, adding, I shan't venture out either. Everything I need is at home. The others, though silent, mirrored their disdain for the muck below with their expressions. Upon returning home, they hung all the freshly cleaned clothes and sheets on the balcony, and if that was insufficient, they draped them over the windows. When asked why they didn't set up a rack on the rooftop to hang the clothes, they reflected on the uncertainty. Though the rain had ceased and the floodwaters had receded, no one could predict how long it would be before they could safely venture out, nor how long it would take to restore their society to its former civility. Before the various industries of the Summer Nation embarked on the revitalization of production, garments and bedding were considered essential commodities, hanging clothing and linens on rooftops accessible to all. One could confidently assume that what was just placed there a moment ago might vanish the next instant. Gazing out of the window, one could observe that every household within the community had garments draped over their balconies and windows. It is precisely during such times that vigilance must not wane. Chapter 51. Clearing the sludge the following morning, the flood receded to the 3rd floor. After a night of fermentation, the stench from below had intensified. Residents on the lower floors were overwhelmed by the foul odor and began to gather their belongings to move upstairs as soon as dawn broke. Xia Xiaoman awoke to the commotion outside, initially mistaking it for someone attempting to break in. Upon opening her door, she discovered that her neighbors were moving. Noticing her presence, they hastily clarified, fearing she might misunderstand, that the odor downstairs was unbearable, and they intended to stay upstairs for a couple of days until the floodwaters fully receded. Summer nodded and closed the door again. Just as she was about to return to her room, the door of the neighboring apartment 1503 swung open, revealing a heap of items piled in the corridor. Rubbing her eyes, she asked, Are you moving as well? Sun Qing turned back, Not at all. Xiaojie and I are just tidying up our place. Once the floodwaters have cleared, we'll return to our respective homes. We had no choice but to move here initially. But now that we are leaving, we must do our utmost to restore the apartment. While most matters were manageable, she lamented the soot that had blackened the ceiling during their duck smoking sessions. With a heavy sigh, she pondered whether the developers would demand compensation upon seeing the state of their apartments. Summer dismissed the concern, remarking that whether the developers were even alive was uncertain. Even if they were, by the time they returned to manage the property again, they would have already departed, leaving them without anyone to pursue for damages. Sun Qing nodded, acknowledging the logic, yet insisted that the house still required tidying up, airing out, and dispelling the humidity. The flood receded far more swiftly than Summer had anticipated. By 3 in the afternoon, the waters had entirely drained away, revealing a thick layer of sludge and debris beneath, along with fish writhing and twisting in the muck. The sludge was approximately 5 meters deep, with a significant portion of the 2nd floor submerged in filth and refuse. Upon witnessing the thick layer of sludge and garbage below, it was evident that they would be trapped in the building for the foreseeable future. The soft, wet sludge rendered walking on it impossible. Summer retrieved her dried clothes and stored them indoors, securely closing the doors and windows to shut out the noxious fumes. Let us just stay in, she resolved, reassured by her ample supplies of food and drink. The weather was stifling, and after practicing a series of martial arts moves in her tank top and shorts, she was drenched in sweat, her hair dripping. Finding her hair bothersome, she decided to trim her already short locks further, stopping only when she could manage a small ponytail. Sometimes, she contemplated cutting her hair as short as Sun Qing's, but she feared that short hair would feel even hotter against her ears. Thus, she opted to tie it all up for a cooler sensation. As she admired her new hairstyle, a voice called out from outside, Xiaojiu. She opened the door to see him engaged in conversation with someone at the emergency exit. Xiaojiu, who has arrived? Summer inquired, walking towards him. He pointed outside, indicating a few familiar faces among the neighbors who were discussing the possibility of excavating the sludge below to create a pathway. In apartment 1201, The elderly gentleman greeted Xia Xiaoman with a polite smile, introducing himself as Hu, and inviting her to call him Old Hu. The floodwaters outside had receded, leaving behind a landscape marred by mud. Previously, during the deluge, their limited capabilities rendered them unable to assist the nation, as self-preservation was their primary concern. However, with the waters now withdrawn, they could spontaneously organize efforts to aid in the cleanup of the mud and floating city, facilitating the swift reconstruction of their community. This endeavor would also benefit them personally, allowing them to leave their buildings sooner and reunite with their loved ones. Old Hu eloquently articulated the myriad advantages of mud removal from both national and individual perspectives, painting the task as a noble endeavor. A few individuals trailing behind him occasionally chimed in, voicing support for his views, even dismissing the actions taken by the 15th floor during the flood. Their display of unity and camaraderie felt unsettlingly eerie. With the sun emerging, the long-lost morality of the people reappeared, akin to a swarm of demons donning human skins, eager to re-enter civilized society. Xia Xiaoman, however, did not acquiesce to the proposal of descending to clear the mud. It was not that she was unwilling to contribute to post-disaster recovery, but rather that the conditions below were excessively filthy and foul-smelling. Venturing down to engage in mud removal would expose her to toxic fumes, detrimental to her health. If they were to embark on such a task, it would be prudent to wait another 4 or 5 days until the sun dried the mud and dissipated the stench. Xia Xiaoman's considerations were sound. Yet Old Hu disagreed, arguing that waiting for the mud to dry would make it more difficult to clean. "Young lady, you mustn't shy away from hardship," he insisted. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, retorting, "Fine, it seems I'm the one afraid of hardship. If you wish to clear the mud, go ahead without us. We are all young, and we all fear toil." Old Hu clicked his tongue, admonishing her, "This attitude is unacceptable. We are a collective." "Who are you calling a collective? Did you not just mention that it was a spontaneous organization? It's voluntary. If the 15th floor is unwilling, seek assistance elsewhere." With that, Xia Xiaoman shut the door, enveloping herself in silence. What a lunatic, attempting to manipulate her. Did he not realize who she was? If she were so easily swayed, she would have long followed the example of Aunt Wang from the village, obediently heeding her parents and marrying some old man for the sake of her family. "Sister, are we really not going to clear the mud?" asked Xiao Zhiyu. Xia Xiaoman countered, "Do you wish to go? Then you may go alone. I do not restrict your freedom." Xiao Zhiyu shook his head. "No? I just thought it would be inappropriate if the entire building participated in the cleanup, and we did not. See, this is what it means to be manipulated. While the entire building subsists on meager rations, you feasting on rice and duck is even worse. Shouldn't you share some of your provisions with the others in the building?" The mention of food jolted Xiao Zhiyu back to reality. No. Our 15th floor prides itself on being unique. We must differ from the others in the building. They excavate their sludge while we indulge in our duck legs. Both 1501 and 1504 refrained from digging into the mire, whereas 1502 and 1503 ventured downstairs only to be greeted by an overpowering stench, ultimately abandoning their intentions of digging into the sludge. Chapter 52. A collective effort in disaster relief. A thick layer of sludge emanated a foul odor. As the sun barely peeked over the horizon, residents of the building gathered their tools to commence the arduous task of clearing the muck. After finishing her breakfast, Xia Xiaoman, as was her custom, made her way to Wen Jianfeng's residence to practice knife throwing and boxing. Xiao Jinze, Zhu Yuyang, and a few others were also present. Standing side by side on the balcony, firmly adopting a horse stance facing the community square, Xiao Zhiyu's legs trembled uncontrollably, reminiscent of Parkinson's disease. In an effort to distract himself, he engaged in conversation with the nearby Su Ran. "Wow, there are quite a number of people excavating the sludge. It seems that every building has individuals out there digging away," he remarked. "You're not even helping with the digging, so why fret so much? Just be quiet." Su Ran retorted quickly, taking a deep breath to steady herself as she gritted her teeth and maintained her stance. Xia Xiaoman approached them, straightening her back as she slowly crouched down to join them in the stance. "Do you think they wish to dig through the sludge? If it weren't absolutely necessary, who would willingly engage in such a filthy and repugnant task?" "Absolutely necessary? What do you mean?" Xiao Zhiyu inquired. Nearby, Zhou Qiuyang interjected. "Perhaps there are compelling reasons that necessitate going outside, which is why they endure the stench to clear the sludge." Xia Xiaoman fixed her gaze ahead. "Not everyone has the luxury of not worrying about food like we do. The residents of this building are unlikely to face immediate food shortages, but water is another matter. The reason they had an adequate supply of water was that during their initial search for supplies, when Jianfeng tirelessly retrieved every basin and bucket from the supermarket loft, together, the 4 families had shared a considerable number of containers, filling them with water, thus alleviating their thirst. However, others might not possess such an abundance of containers. Their stored water might last only 3 to 5 days at most. A person can survive without food for a maximum of 7 days, but without water, the limit is merely 3. To preserve their lives, they had no choice but to dig through the sludge, clear the pathways, and seek out water sources. Otherwise, who would willingly engage in the grim task of clearing sludge that might hide decaying corpses? Xiao Zhiyu's perspective shifted. No wonder the building's residents were so eager. I was puzzled yesterday. Their transformation has been remarkably swift. Just a short while ago, they were selfishly attempting to seize our supplies, and now, with the rain ceased and the sun shining, they've become united, altruistic citizens contributing to the nation and the city. The contrast is stark. Xia Xiaoman shot him a disdainful glance. Brother, remember, the world is bustling, all for profit. Without any benefit, who would bother with you? Xiao Zhiyu frowned. Sister, don't be so mercenary. ISNT are gathering on the 15th floor a testament to true camaraderie forged in adversity? Xia Xiaoman. They say city dwellers are astute. How can you be so naive? To the assembly, who among them could claim their gathering was not motivated by self-interest? The areas cloaked in sludge extended beyond the community. Roads, parks, and the bases of buildings within the urban district were also enveloped in muck. And the city resembled a quagmire. As long as rain was not imminent, the disaster relief efforts commenced with haste, with shovels in hand. It was uncertain how long it would take to restore the city from its muddy plight. In the shortest possible time, government departments identified locations within the submerged city where excavators, bulldozers, loaders, and large trucks might be buried, arranging personnel to excavate and repair these substantial machines promptly. As for how to unearth these behemoths before the mud is dried, we are in the 21st century. As long as our resolve remains steadfast, solutions will invariably outnumber difficulties. By determining a destination and designating the shortest route, utilizing nearby structures as leverage, and constructing rope bridges, the soldiers of the Summer Nation would invariably find a way to reach their objectives and commence excavation, accomplishing their tasks in the briefest time frame. On the 6th day after the flood receded, the mud had thoroughly cracked under the sun, and the pungent stench that could permeate the air was gradually dissipating. Xia Xiaoman was at home practicing her kicking techniques when she suddenly heard someone announcing over a loudspeaker. Upon opening the door, the voice became clearer, seemingly urging all residents to descend from the building. On the 3rd floor, 4 soldiers clad in camouflage stood in formation, the leader holding a loudspeaker to relay the notification from the submerged city government. The entire city was affected by the disaster, and with no external assistance. The submerged city had to shoulder its burdens alone. The rescue operation was daunting and manpower was insufficient. To expedite the disaster relief efforts and facilitate rapid reconstruction, the submerged city government called for the entire populace to participate in the rescue, working together to clear the mud and open roads. Xiao Zhiyu raised his hand to inquire. Hello, may I ask if this community participation in rescue efforts is mandatory or voluntary? The leading soldier glanced at Xiao Zhiyu, indicating that participation in the rescue was voluntary. However, those who engaged in the rescue operations and fulfilled their daily tasks would receive food and water free of charge. The mention of food and water instantly electrified the crowd, as these were their most pressing needs. Someone shouted, "Does fulfilling the daily task mean that there are specific requirements for the amount of mud each person must excavate?" The requirements were outlined according to age and gender. For males aged 18 to 35, a daily target of 80 cartloads of mud was established, while females were tasked with 70 cartloads. For those aged 36 to 50, males needed to excavate 60 cartloads, and females 50, for ages 51 to 60. The requirement was 50 cartloads. Xiao Zhiyu raised his hand once more, asking, "What about minors?" "We do not recommend minors participating in the excavation, however. If they insist, males aged 13 to 17 would need to excavate 50 cartloads per day, while females would need to manage 40. Children below the age of 13 are not permitted to participate to prevent exploitation of children for food and water. For ordinary minors, if both parents had passed away, they could go to a relief station where rescuers would arrange accommodation for these children, sparing them from the arduous labor required to obtain food. Excavating 80 cartloads of mud each day is not an insurmountable task. The cart is not large, under normal circumstances. One can fill a cart with mud in about 5 minutes, considering the time taken to push the mud to the unloading area and the unloading process. Completing a cartload of mud would take approximately 7 minutes. On average, each person would be working for about 10 hours a day. While this may seem lengthy, it is a remarkably brief duration compared to the time required by actual disaster relief personnel. Rescue personnel remain steadfast in their duties from dawn until dusk, seldom straying from their posts, with a minimum workday spanning at least 14 hours, and 16 hours being the norm. However, not everyone possesses the same spirit of devotion as these rescue workers. Upon completing the assigned task of excavating sludge, the leading military personnel encountered some individuals bargaining, saying, "Comrade, I have been feeling rather unwell these past couple of days. Might I be excused from some of the digging?" Another chimed in, "I too am feeling under the weather. Perhaps due to the foul odor lingering from our recent work, I still feel a bit dizzy." One lamented, "Before your arrival, we were consistently excavating sludge. Can the amount we have dug these past days be considered in the tally, so we might exchange it for some water?" Another echoed the sentiment, "Indeed, comrade. Could you perhaps arrange for some water and food in return? My back is nearly breaking from the exertion of digging." The conversation gradually strayed from its original topic. When interests are at stake, many things can easily become distorted. Prior to the government's notification from Floating City, their sludge excavation was self-serving. However, once the notification was issued, their efforts took on a greater significance, now aimed at benefiting Floating City itself. The leading soldier did not acquiesce to their unreasonable demands, instead conveying the notification in full, affixing it to the wall, and guiding his comrades to the next building for further announcements. Chapter 53. Fetching Water. The notice board displayed detailed arrangements and procedures regarding the excavation of sludge. Participants were required to bring their own tools, as the supplies provided by the Floating City were limited and insufficient for distribution among the citizens. The excavation was scheduled for August 16th, which is tomorrow. Given the sweltering heat, to avoid the peak midday temperatures, attendees were to assemble at 5:30 a.m. for registration, with the digging commencing at 6 o'clock a.m. and concluding the morning session by 11 o'clock a.m. The afternoon work would resume at 2 o'clock p.m. and continue until 7 o'clock p.m. Those wishing to participate were required to present their identification cards. Alternatively, a household register could suffice. In the absence of both, individuals could provide their ID numbers, but forgetting the ID number would preclude registration. On the 15th floor, all residents gathered for a meeting in the communal area. Sun Qing was the first to speak, inquiring whether they were going to register for the sludge excavation tomorrow. Shou Qiuyang interjected, expressing concern that their household's water supply was nearly depleted, implying they might need to excavate sludge to procure water. Sun Qing sighed, acknowledging that her own water was also running low. Despite having stored a considerable amount, the two females in Unit 1503 consumed more water than their male counterparts. Wen Jianfeng remarked that his family still had a decent supply, but he foresaw a day when it would run out, necessitating early contemplation on future water solutions. Xia Xiaoman suggested they observe the situation for a day, to gauge how others fared with the excavation. If it proved not too arduous, they could register for the task. Otherwise, they might venture to the mountains to search for water sources, filling their containers instead. Currently, the sludge had dried and hardened under the sun, allowing for passage atop it. Traversing the sludge to the mountains in search of water should pose no significant challenge. When Jianfeng nodded in agreement, noting that fetching water from the mountains was indeed a favorable option, free from the constraints imposed by others. The following day, the majority of residents descended to register for the sludge excavation before dawn had fully broken. The sounds of digging echoed from below, with a clear objective in mind. The efforts differed markedly from previous attempts, where residents had toiled for 5 or 6 days to yield but a small pit, each wary of becoming the one who overexerted themselves. Now, with explicit quantity regulations in place, a substantial pit had emerged in just one day. Xia Xiaoman and her companions observed from their balcony throughout the day, quickly realizing that the task of digging sludge was indeed no simple endeavor. The difficulty did not stem from the act of digging itself, but rather from the unpredictable surprises that could arise during the process. One might unearth a plastic bag containing excrement, metallic refuse, or even the remains of a human body or fish, not to mention the possibility of discovering a long-buried luxury vehicle. In just a few days, the relentless sun had only dried the surface of the sludge, while the center remained moist. Uncovering a corpse would be akin to hitting the jackpot. The overpowering stench of decomposition would be unbearable for the average individual. Some bodies might even harbor thousands of writhing maggots, an image that could send shivers down the spine. As a result, the unanimous decision among the residents on the 15th floor was to prioritize fetching water from the mountains rather than participating in the sludge excavation. The Floating City employed food and water as leverage to entice citizens into assisting with the excavation efforts. However, if neither of these temptations holds any allure, it is unlikely that many would be inclined to delve into the mud. Xia Xiaoman and her companions merely sought to ensure their own comfort, with no intention of undermining the plans of the Floating City government. Boldly carrying buckets seemed rather presumptuous. Thus, they stuffed the collected mineral water bottles into their backpacks, intending to use them as a disguise to transport the water back to their community. Those left behind to witness their actions needed to possess considerable strength. Otherwise, should anyone attempt to storm the 15th floor, they would be unable to defend it. This time, the guardian left behind was Wen Jianfeng, who had a substantial supply of water at home and was not in a rush to venture out for more. At 6 in the morning, as the sun just began to rise, Xia Xiaoman and her companions hurried towards the duck-catching mountain, taking advantage of the cooler temperatures. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals clearing sludge and spotted several excavators and bulldozers diligently at work. While traveling up the mountain on a speedboat, they had not perceived the distance as daunting, but on foot, the outskirts revealed their true nature. After nearly 3 hours of trekking, they finally reached the base of the mountain. Xiao Zhiyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling the oppressive heat. Once we find a pond, I shall take a refreshing swim to cool off. This blazing sun is nearly exhausting me. After we fill our containers with water, you can swim. But I certainly do not wish to drink your bathwater. Xiao Zhiyuan teased, pulling Su Ran close and rubbing his sweat onto her. Who are we to each other that you should complain? Irritated, Su Ran picked up a stick and chased after Xiao Zhiyuan. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? A voice suddenly rang out from the woods, startling both Su Ran and Xiao Zhiyuan. Xia Xiaoman glanced up to see a scruffy middle-aged man standing beside a large tree, wielding a sickle, not wishing to provoke conflict. Xia Xiaoman spoke in a calm and friendly manner. Sir, we have come to the mountain in search of water. We will leave once we have filled our containers. The man, his demeanor stern, retorted, This is our village's territory. If you wish to find water, go elsewhere. Leave at once. Xiao Zhiyuan, feeling defiant, challenged. Since when did this mountain belong to your village? There are no signs indicating that. We merely seek to fetch some water. By what right do you demand we leave? Xiao Zhiyuan. Before the man could respond, Xia Xiaoman interjected, her tone firm. The gentleman has stated this is their village's territory. Why do you continue to argue? Hurry down. Despite his efforts to advocate for the group's interests, Xiao Zhiyuan felt unjustly scolded. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, someone covered his lips. Su Ran pulled him back forcefully. Brother, please refrain from speaking. We need to leave. Upon witnessing their compliance, the man ceased his aggressive posture. Once they had distanced themselves from the mountain, Su Ran finally released her grip on Xiao Zhiyuan. Regaining his freedom, he vented his frustrations. Sister Xiaoman, why must we leave? This vast mountain stands before us, and he claims it as his village's territory? Furthermore, he is alone. If it comes to it, we could simply fight him. I refuse to believe we cannot overcome a single individual. Sun Qing, Zhou Qiuyang, and Yi Xiaojie echoed similar sentiments, expressing their confusion regarding the need to retreat. Under the shade of a tree, Xia Xiaoman fanned herself and slowly elucidated, he is indeed a solitary figure. But how can you be certain there are not others lurking behind him? Xiao Zhiyuan countered, so what if there are? Even if there are others, we might still prevail. Xia Xiaoman sighed in resignation, recalling the man's clear pronouncement that the mountain was the territory of their village, emphasizing the significance of the village over the individual. You are all city dwellers and cannot fathom the unity of rural communities. It may seem that he stands alone on that mountain. Yet he could very well have the support of an entire village behind him. I am confident in overcoming him as an individual, but I harbor no such confidence against a collective. Sun Qing furrowed her brow. Xiaoman, are you perhaps overthinking this? It is possible he is the only one up there. Xia Xiaoman shook her head, her conviction unwavering. There was undoubtedly more than one man on that mountain. Chapter 54. The land of disputes in the mountains. Xia Xiaoman was certain that there was more than one individual on the mountain. After the appearance of the scruffy man, she meticulously surveyed her surroundings. For someone who had grown up in a mountain village, she could almost instinctively perceive the peculiarities of the forest. In the sunlight's reflection, Xia Xiaoman spotted several slender, transparent fishing lines, tools frequently employed by hunters to capture their prey alive. This indicated that the man had set numerous traps behind him. If they were to force their way up the mountain, they would likely fall victim to them. In addition to the traps, she noticed that many branches, severed by strong winds, hung perilously from the trees. Furthermore, a considerable amount of wild vegetables had been harvested from the roadside, and the nearby thorny brambles had been cleared away. All these signs suggested that there were indeed more individuals residing in the mountains than just the one before her. Most importantly, she observed that the man was holding a fishing line in his hand. She was uncertain what the other end of the line was connected to, but she knew that if Xiao Zhiyu advanced any further, he might be in peril. After explaining their reason for departing, Xia Xiaoman added, "The forest is the domain of the villagers. There is no need for us to confront them out of momentary frustration. There are other mountains with water sources." Xiao Zhiyu still appeared somewhat discontented. But isn't that rather domineering? A single village claiming an entire mountain. If that's the case, why don't we find a mountain to settle on, set up various traps, and then that mountain would belong to us? Yi Xiaojie shattered his fantasy with a single remark. There are snakes on the mountain. If you're not afraid of being bitten by one in your sleep, you may choose to reside there. Xiao Zhiyu replied. Perhaps I'll pass. Being the king of the mountains isn't as appealing as I imagined. After resting for a while, the group proceeded to another mountain. After more than an hour, they stumbled upon a small stream overgrown with weeds. Xiao Zhiyu's desire to swim was dashed, as the diminutive stream could not accommodate his height of 185 meters. On their way back, they passed the mountain they had traversed earlier and heard distant wails and cries. "Sister, did you bring the binoculars? I want to take a look." Xiao Zhiyu's curiosity was piqued. Xia Xiaoman handed him the binoculars that hung from the side of her backpack, cautioning, "Be careful not to break it." "We only found 5 binoculars from the outdoor supply store. I gave one each to Sun Qing and Qiuyang, leaving me with just 3. If one breaks, I'll have one less." Xiao Zhiyu paid her no mind, eagerly scanning the mountains with the binoculars in search of the source of the anguished cries, secretly hoping that it was the scruffy man who was in distress. However, contrary to his hopes, the cries did not belong to the man but to another group of individuals. Through the binoculars, he saw 3 people suspended from a tree, one of whom hung limply, presumably having been strangled. The other 2 were struggling fiercely, frantically clawing at the ropes around their necks. Below the tree, a dozen individuals were entangled in chaos. One group wielded axes, sickles, and hoes, while the other had lesser weapons, armed only with branches, wooden sticks, and short knives. Undoubtedly, the side with inferior weaponry was ruthlessly crushed. The villagers on the mountain mercilessly overpowered another wave of individuals, their anguished screams reverberating throughout the hills. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Xiao Zhiyuan was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Xia Xiaoman's insistence on his departure earlier, he might have been one of those gruesomely suspended from the trees. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he tossed the binoculars to Su Ran, who was drenched in sweat, perplexed by the sheer number of people venturing into the mountains without weapons. Was this not akin to courting death? Zhou Qiuyang pursed his lips, asserting that while they could deduce the need for a water source in the mountains, so too could others. It was entirely normal for individuals to come here. The absence of such was the true anomaly. Su Ran shook his head, finding it utterly terrifying. He had thought that the floods had receded, rendering such life and death struggles a thing of the past. He was astonished that a mere search for water could incite such violence. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman suddenly experienced a flash of realization. She glanced up at the glaring sun and then at the parched, cracked earth in the distance. A sense of unease creeping over her. This disquieting feeling had surfaced during the inundation as well. Noticing her agitation, Yi Shao Jie inquired, "What troubles you? Are you feeling faint from the heat?" Xia Xiaoman shook her head. "No, I just feel like the temperature has been excessively high these past few days. It's bearable, isn't it? Isn't that typical for the summer in Floating City?" Having spent over 2 years studying here, she had grown accustomed to the climate. Xia Xiaoman bit her lip, sensing something amiss with the weather, yet unable to pinpoint the exact issue. "Let us not linger. We should return. Be cautious, lest the villagers mistake you both for those they are confronting." Sun Qing's voice snapped Xia Xiaoman back to reality, prompting the group to hasten their departure from this perilous place. By 3 in the afternoon, upon returning to the community, they were so exhausted that they scarcely had the energy to speak, collapsing into their rooms for a much-needed slumber. Carrying heavy loads of water under the blazing sun for over 3 hours would wear anyone out. Yet, compared to digging through mud, fetching water from the mountains felt somewhat more favorable. Their expedition allowed them to secure enough water for the next 3 or 4 days, while a full day spent excavating mud yielded only a day's worth of food and water, with the arduousness of both tasks being comparable. Awakening around 8 in the evening, they were met with a knock on the door from the neighboring unit, 1503, inviting them to a dinner gathering at Wen Jianfeng's home half an hour later. Given their fatigue from carrying heavy water and trekking for 3 hours, Wen Jianfeng anticipated that they would barely be able to lift their arms upon waking. So he thoughtfully prepared dinner for everyone. Despite the late hour, the summer heat lingered, making the atmosphere stifling. Wen Jianfeng prepared a refreshing dish of tomato pasta, substituting fresh tomatoes with tomato sauce, complemented by a small plate of pickled bamboo shoots. Xia Xiaoman found herself utterly incapable of lifting her arms. Even a gentle brush against her shoulders caused her discomfort. She slumped against the wall like an elderly man, directing Ling Ling to roll the noodles with chopsticks and feed her. Ling Ling delighted in this feeding game, ensuring Xia Xiaoman was well fed before turning her attention to Xiao Zhiyuan. He was the loudest at the table, groaning with each mouthful, prompting Ling Ling, feeling pity for him, to offer him food as well. Sun Qing, panting heavily after finishing dinner, leaned against the wall and exclaimed, "This is utterly exhausting. Transporting water this way is simply too laborious. We must devise a more efficient method to convey water effortlessly," Su Ran suggested. The most effective approach would be the south to north water diversion project. The initial efforts may be arduous, but eventually, we could enjoy the luxury of water accessibility from the comfort of our homes. South to north water diversion? What method are we employing? Sun Qing inquired. Utilizing bamboo as a conduit, connecting it to the stream where we draw water today. Before he could finish, Xiao Zhiyu kicked him on the thigh, retorting, "Get lost. South to north water diversion. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens?" Su Ran chuckled and dodged, teasing, "You really lack a sense of humor. You can't even take a light-hearted joke." Afterward, he adopted a serious demeanor and said, "All right, enough of the banter. I know of a nearby location where there is a bike-sharing station. We could attempt to unearth a shared bicycle from there." Chapter 55. Exchange for transportation. Having access to transportation is indeed a commendable solution, as it facilitates the transportation of water and significantly reduces travel time. However, the idea of excavating shared bicycles seems rather implausible. Zhou Qiuyong inquired. "Are you certain that there are bicycles available at the shared bike stations? In the face of flooding that could displace vehicles weighing several tons by dozens of meters, can we truly expect a bicycle, weighing less than 100 pounds, to remain undisturbed amidst such chaos?" Su Ran pondered this concern and cautiously suggested, "Perhaps we could estimate how far the floodwaters might have carried the bicycles and dig in that approximate area. We might unearth a few shared bikes." Shou Qiuyong responded. "Is it really that arbitrary?" Yi Xiaojie interjected. "Have you forgotten that Floating City has established a trading point? We could take our supplies there and see if we might exchange them for transportation. Now that the floodwaters have receded, is the trading point still operational?" Xia Xiaoman remarked. "We will find out tomorrow," she continued. "The receding waters do not imply that Floating City no longer requires the collection of supplies. The process of post-disaster reconstruction is not a swift endeavor. Resources must be gathered to support the efforts until the city is fully restored." The following morning, when Jianfeng went to the trading point to inquire about the possibility of exchanging for transportation, around 2 o'clock, Xia Xiaoman heard a knock at the door. Assuming it was when Jianfeng returning, she opened the door only to find 2 small children. "Sister Xiaoman, my sister and I are hungry. Could you please boil us a pot of water?" When Su, visibly fatigued from hunger, had a forlorn expression on his small face, Xia Xiaoman gently ruffled their hair. "Where is your father?" "He hasn't returned yet," Ling Ling replied, her tone tinged with distress. The trading point was over an hour's walk from their residence, and considering when Jianfeng had left early, one would expect him to have returned by now. Xia Xiaoman felt a twinge of concern about when Jianfeng's whereabouts but concealed her worry to avoid alarming the 2 children. Before leaving home, when Jianfeng had prepared instant noodles for the twins in case of unforeseen circumstances, but he had forgotten to teach them how to cook. Consequently, the siblings found themselves staring blankly at the noodles, taking a hesitant bite that left their cheeks aching, prompting them to seek assistance outside. Just as Xia Xiaoman finished preparing the instant noodles for the twins, when Jianfeng returned. "Coach, why did you take so long? You look rather disheveled. Did you encounter a robbery on the way back?" When Jianfeng bore several scratches on his face and neck, his clothes torn, with marks on his arms suggesting a scuffle, he let out a wry smile, explaining that he had run into Ling Ling's relatives on the way back and had spent some time extricating himself from their company. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, questioning how a few ordinary individuals could occupy a professional boxer for 2 to 3 hours. This only indicated that he had refrained from resorting to violence. When Jianfeng's soft-heartedness was not a new occurrence, Xia Xiaoman had grown accustomed to it. Now that the floodwaters had receded, opportunities to seek supplies with when Jianfeng might diminish in the future. If he was soft-hearted, so be it, as long as it did not hinder her. "Have you inquired about the transportation? Can we exchange anything at the trading point?" When Jianfeng spoke up, stating that bicycles could be exchanged, with a limit of 1 per person, and they were rather expensive. One would need to trade 100 jin of grain for a single bicycle. If one wished to use other materials, their value would be assessed, and any goods amounting to the equivalent of 100 jin of grain could suffice for the exchange. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow and inquired further, asking if there were no cars or motorcycles available for trade. Aside from bicycles, no other forms of transportation can be exchanged. The government is also in need of such vehicles. Otherwise, they would not impose restrictions even on bicycles, he replied. Xia Xiaoman sighed, conceding that she would opt for a bicycle as it was certainly preferable to walking. 100 jin of grain is no trivial sum, Xiaoman. You should reflect carefully before making a decision. Do not act impulsively. If you were to directly exchange that grain for bottled water, you could acquire several hundred bottles. He noted, a bicycle could be useful before the city has fully recovered, but once it does, it may become entirely unnecessary. When Jianfeng continued, I believe that trading 100 jin of grain for a bicycle is less advantageous than spending a few dozen jin on water. By the time the water is used up, the city will likely have restored its utilities. That does seem reasonable. I shall ponder it further, she replied. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman organized her supplies, realizing that 100 jin of grain held little value for her, as she could easily exchange a few bottles of fine liquor for it. Yet, if it were possible, she would prefer to acquire a car, regardless of the higher cost. After much contemplation, she resolved to first procure a bicycle and perhaps seek a car at a later opportunity. With her decision to purchase a bicycle made, Xia Xiaoman began gathering the materials she would exchange. Suddenly, there came a series of urgent knocks at the door, loud enough to draw everyone out of their rooms. Xia Xiaoman called out, "Who is it? Why are you knocking?" Before long, a man's voice responded from outside. "Open the door. I bought apartments 1503 and 1504. Hurry. Let me in." Sun Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Xia Xiaoman. "Have our 2 apartments already been sold?" Xia Xiaoman replied, "How would I know?" "What should we do?" Sun Qing asked. Xia Xiaoman sighed. "Let's open the door and discuss it with the owner." She had contemplated numerous unexpected scenarios, yet never anticipated that the house she resided in had an owner. As she opened the fire door, which was separated by an iron gate, she found a family of 5 standing outside, 2 elderly individuals, 2 middle-aged adults, and a young man. Upon meeting, the middle-aged man, with an air of arrogance, commanded, "Open the door quickly, your delay has wasted my time." Xia Xiaoman regarded him coolly. "You just claimed that apartments 1503 and 1504 are yours. Do you have the property deed?" Confronted with her skepticism, the man's expression darkened instantly. "This is a pre-sale property. The deed has not yet been issued. Where do you expect me to find the deed now?" Sun Qing's eyes lit up with curiosity as she asked, "Then how will you prove that these 2 apartments belong to you? Who are you? Why should I have to prove anything to you?" "I purchased this property with real money, and it can be verified in the housing authorities system. Hurry and open the door, or I shall break it down." Xia Xiaoman maintained her icy demeanor. "Just because you assert the house is yours does not make it so. Without evidence, who would believe you? I could just as easily claim this house belongs to me." The elderly woman standing at the back immediately exclaimed, "Ah, I see it now, my son. These people have taken over our house and are reluctant to leave. No wonder they refuse to open the door for us. They fear that if we enter, they will have no place to reside." Chapter 56. The homeowner's arrival. A sharp and caustic voice echoed through the hallway as the new neighbors from upstairs, hearing the gossip, descended with shovels in hand, intending to indulge in the spectacle for a while before returning to their tasks. Those drawn to the commotion were eager for drama. Addressing the family with disdain, "They've lived on the 15th floor for a month and have replaced all the doors and windows. How could they possibly leave?" Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's eyes darted around, retorting, "What does it matter if they've installed new doors and windows? We purchased this house. It belongs to us. Open the door immediately, or I shall call the police and accuse you of trespassing." "Suit yourself," came the reply, "without evidence proving that these 2 apartments are yours. Do not expect me to open the door." With that, Xia Xiaoman forcefully shut the fire door. The family on the other side, infuriated, pounded and kicked the door in frustration. They felt as though they were being robbed. They had rightfully purchased the property, so why were they being denied entry? Why were they not allowed to reclaim their home? After venting their anger at the fire door, the family conferred for a while, and the middle-aged couple discreetly departed, leaving 2 elders and a young man to hold their ground. Inside apartment 1503, Sun Qing paced anxiously. The family outside seemed genuinely to have bought apartments 1503 and 1504. "What should we do? Should we move?" Xiao Zhiyuan pledged his loyalty. "Sister Qing, do not worry. If you decide to move, I will undoubtedly follow you to the ends of the earth." Su Ran nodded in agreement, asserting, "We are a team. We cannot afford to lose even one member." Sun Qing sighed, expressing her reluctance to relocate. After all, she had painstakingly transformed the bare apartment into a home, and she was loath to leave. Yi Xiaojie spoke up. "Moving is not an issue, but I fear we might end up in another place that is already occupied." Initially, they had thought all the apartments were bare shells, and since the complex had just opened, most should still be unsold. Who could have anticipated that they would be so unfortunate as to occupy 2 already owned units? Now, the thought of moving again only to find themselves in another sold property was daunting. When Jianfeng suggested, "Why don't you all move in with us? My house has 4 bedrooms, and I can free up 2. Xiao Yang's family also has 4 bedrooms. The boys can each take 1, and we could spare another." Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie exchanged hesitant glances, while Xia Xiaoman outright refused. "I am not accustomed to living with others." Holding her own space, she found it unsuitable to share too intimately with anyone, let alone cohabitate. Furthermore, she was genuinely unaccustomed to sharing a living space. It would rob her of her sense of security, making sleep elusive, as she would always feel threatened by her housemates. This habit was cultivated thanks to her parents, who had, during her high school years, stealthily entered her room during summer and winter breaks, attempting to abduct her and force her into marriage while she slept, leading to many nights of sudden awakenings. Rather than continue this transient lifestyle, it would be wiser to devise a permanent solution. Sun Qing looked towards Xia Xiaoman and inquired, what could be a permanent solution? Perhaps eliminating the homeowner? Xiao Zhiyuan interjected, that might not be feasible. Everyone in the building is aware that the homeowner has come looking for us. If we were to harm them, what would happen if they reported us? Xia Xiaoman's lips twitched. Do you truly regard me as a ruthless sorceress who would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Sun Qing and Xiao Zhiyu exchanged awkward smiles. With a sigh, Xia Xiaoman clarified, I meant to discuss with the homeowners about purchasing the property from them. That may prove difficult, Su Ren interjected. As you just witnessed. The family's demeanor does not suggest they are open to negotiation. Even if they were to agree to sell, they would likely demand an exorbitant price. Let's wait and see. Once they provide proof that these 2 apartments belong to them, we can discuss the purchase. Should they indeed ask for an outrageous sum? We will then implement our alternative plan. Xiao Zhiyu inquired, what is the alternative plan? Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. We will offer them a bit of leeway, accommodating their demands until we reach a satisfactory agreement for both parties. While violence may not resolve issues, it can certainly deal with those who create them. The homeowners stood guard at the entrance, and as Xia Xiaoman contemplated leaving, she opted instead to conduct physical training at home. Approximately an hour later, there was a knock at the fire door once more. Stepping outside, Xia Xiaoman observed Sun Qing nervously opening the corridor's fire door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a soldier standing at the threshold. Good day, I am looking for the residents of apartments 1503 and 1504. Xia Xiaoman approached and noticed the homeowners behind the soldier, wearing smug expressions. Rolling her eyes discreetly, she addressed the soldier. Hello, I am the current resident of 1504. How may I assist you? This gentleman, Mr. Ma, claims that he has purchased apartments 1503 and 1504 and wishes to move in, but since the properties are already occupied, he seeks to reclaim them. However, you have refused to cooperate and have kept them locked out. Is that correct? The soldier presented the facts without bias, merely recounting the situation. Xia Xiaoman replied, this family has indeed approached us, but we are uncertain of their legitimacy as homeowners. Therefore, we requested documentation to verify their ownership of these 2 properties. Yet, they have refused to provide any proof and have insisted on demanding entry. In today's world, where scams abound, we fear they may not have honorable intentions, hence our reluctance to open the door. As her words concluded, the elderly matriarch of the Ma family screeched. Who are you calling a bad person? I see you lot as the real villains, a group of bandits, with a few women living among a throng of men. Who knows what unsavory dealings you might have engaged in within our home, which is why you hesitate to vacate. Unjustly accused, Sun Qing was incensed and shouted. Crazy old woman, what nonsense are you spouting? The soldier, unable to tolerate the uproar, admonished, let us stick to the matter at hand and avoid irrelevant accusations. The young lady is right to request proof. In such tumultuous times, caution is warranted. The middle-aged man from the Ma family sheepishly rubbed his nose, stating, that documentation was washed away long ago, and I would need proof to retrieve it. The soldier frowned. Without relevant documentation, how can anyone ascertain that these 2 properties belong to you? But those 2 apartments truly are ours. I have invested my entire life savings into these 2 houses, hoping that when my son marries, we could combine the 2 residences and live together as a family. However, the middle-aged man surnamed Ma never anticipated that he would summon soldiers, yet still be unable to reclaim his own property. Seeing the situation turn dire, the elderly Mrs. Ma threw herself into a fit, weeping and lamenting the injustice of the world, exclaiming how her $1-million home was so brazenly seized, with no sense of fairness whatsoever. Chapter 57. Redeeming a bicycle. The commotion caused by the elderly Mrs. Ma was a spectacle that the soldiers had witnessed countless times during the flood disaster. With an authoritative tone, one of the soldiers firmly commanded, silence. This is not a marketplace where the loudest voice prevails. Currently, the city of Floating is undergoing post-disaster reconstruction. If you wish to reclaim your properties, you may do so once the network and electricity are restored, at which point you can consult the relevant departments to verify ownership of these 2 houses. You are free to decide whether to reclaim them or rent them out. However, without evidence of ownership, you cannot forcibly reclaim these properties. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Ma was ready to erupt once more, but before she could utter a word, the soldier continued, should you have any objections to this outcome, you may seek mediation at the assistance point. However, if anyone dares to cause a scene, do not blame me for sending you for labor reform. The city is currently in need of manpower, and even an 80-year-old woman can be assigned work. Feel free to test that. With the mention of elderly women being put to work, Mrs. Ma fell silent. After delivering his message, the soldier waited for a moment, observing the silence, and then left with a stern expression. He was primarily responsible for overseeing the progress of sludge removal in the community and had only stepped away from his duties to assist due to Mrs. Ma's insistence that someone had taken her house. As soon as the soldier departed, Xia seized the opportunity, slamming the door shut before the Ma family could react. As for seeking mediation at the assistance point, whoever wished to go could do so. She had no intention of attending. Had the Ma family approached her calmly from the outset to discuss their claim to the house, she would have been open to negotiating whether they would move or purchase the house with supplies, even without any proof. However, their initial attitude had been so overbearing and unreasonable that all rationality had been lost. With no one to assist in reclaiming the house, the Ma family moved to the 17th floor, pondering daily how to retrieve their property. Summer and her companions remained indifferent to their actions. The soldier had stated that only once the networks and electricity were restored could the Ma family consult the relevant departments to confirm ownership of the houses. Currently, the sludge and floating city had yet to be cleared, and it was uncertain when connectivity would be established. Thus, it seemed improbable for the Ma family to reclaim their property through legitimate means. Should they attempt to resort to illegitimate methods, the residents of the 15th floor would certainly teach them a lesson. After staying at home for 2 days and noticing no significant actions from the Ma family, Xia decided to head to the trading point to exchange a large bundle of items for a bicycle. Numerous items held a value equivalent to 100 pounds of grain, with medications being among them. She gathered the medicines she had no use for and took them to the trading point for the bicycle. For instance, the prostate relief capsules, dual-stoned urinary capsules, budesonide formoterol inhalation powder, and pramipexole hydrochloride tablets. These medications for treating prostate-related Parkinson's disease were entirely useless to her, and leaving them to languish in her storage felt wasteful. By bringing these medicines to the trading point, those in need of such specialized treatments could receive assistance, and in return, she could obtain what she desired. Upon witnessing the bicycles being removed by the staff, Xia Xiaoman was instantly reminded of her youth. She had assumed that, regardless of the circumstances, the exchange would involve tangible goods. Even if the bicycle was not a mountain bike, it should at least resemble a typical studentess bike. To her astonishment, it turned out to be a shared bicycle, and a defective one at that, lacking a basket. Nevertheless, a shared bicycle was still preferable to the 11 bus. The sludge enveloped the entire city. Some roads had been cleared, while others remained thickly coated with mud. At times, Xia Xiaoman would pause, shouldering the bicycle, and at other moments, she would ride it swiftly over the cracked mire. Upon returning to her residential complex, she hoisted the bicycle up the stairway. "Dad, look." Hearing the voice, Xia Xiaoman looked up to see Little Ma and Big Ma from the Ma family. The father and son duo each bore a substantial backpack, presumably on their way to a trading point for an exchange. Upon noticing Xia Xiaoman drenched in sweat, struggling with the bicycle, they exchanged a glance and suddenly charged at her. Reacting instinctively, Xia Xiaoman swung the bicycle at them and drew a small knife, aiming for Little Ma's head. Just as the knife was about to pierce Little Ma's eye, she remembered that several soldiers were downstairs organizing the mud excavation. Xia Xiaoman sheathed her knife and tightened her fists, delivering blows to the acupressure points on Little Ma's joints. "Ah, Dad, help me. Ah, save me," Little Ma cried out. Big Ma, witnessing his son being assaulted, attempted to rise to his aid, but Xia Xiaoman firmly pressed the bicycle down on him. "You scoundrel! Release my son! Help! Help! Murder!" Xia Xiaoman chuckled coldly. "What are you yelling for? You haven't even been hit yet." With that, she tossed the now helpless Little Ma aside, moved the bicycle, and proceeded to unleash a series of punches on Big Ma's neck. As she moved her limbs, the frustration within her dissipated, and she picked up the bicycle to head home. Little Ma and Big Ma lay on the ground, groaning for several minutes before shakily rising to seek out the soldiers to complain. The soldiers, already familiar with the Ma family's deceptive tactics, lifted their shirts to reveal no signs of injury. They reprimanded the duo and sent them away. Both father and son wore expressions of discontent. They had indeed been beaten, and their bones ached, yet there were no visible marks on their bodies. This was all thanks to Yi Xiaojia. Xia Xiaoman had learned from her the intricacies of human acupressure points and joints, understanding precisely where to strike to inflict pain without leaving a trace. She had anticipated that the Ma family would complain, so she was particularly cautious, targeting only the joints while ensuring no evidence remained. 5 days had elapsed since their last venture to transport water, and the supply at home was nearly exhausted. The community had cleared a road wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass. Xia Xiaoman and her companions planned to venture out once more for water. This time, Yi Xiaojie would remain behind to guard the house. When Jianfeng was reluctant to act against women and the elderly, and while Sun Qing was slightly more capable, it was only marginally so. Leaving the two of them at home, there was concern that the Ma family might cause trouble, and they feared that the pair would be unable to handle it. Yi Xiaojie appears soft and easily deceived, yet beneath her gentle exterior lies a heart of unwavering strength. capable of making difficult decisions even when it comes to children. Her presence brings a sense of reassurance to the group. Among the 6 engaged in the water-fetching endeavor, Xia Xiaoman finds herself the most at ease. She rides her bicycle to a shaded spot, taking a moment to rest as she awaits Sun Qing and the others to catch up before embarking on the journey to the next cool refuge. Sun Qing gazes at her with envious eyes, contemplating the idea of acquiring a bicycle upon their return, recognizing that such a possession, valued at the equivalent of 100 pounds of grain, is worth pursuing. Chapter 58. Explosive news. Having gained experience in transporting water, Xia Xiaoman and her companions circumvented a stretch of road, eventually arriving at the location where they had last filled their containers. It might have been an illusion, but the stream appeared somewhat diminished. After filling their containers, Xiao Zhiyuan suggested foraging for wild vegetables to supplement their vitamin and dietary fiber intake. Xia Xiaoman, lacking enthusiasm, opted to remain behind, guarding the bicycles and the filled water containers while the others ventured to gather greens. Once Xiao Zhiyuan and the others had ventured far, she retrieved several empty bottles and a bucket from her space to collect water. The sweltering heat instilled a sense of unease within her, as though something significant were about to transpire. Although her space was well stocked, the act of hoarding items within it brought her a measure of comfort. Thus, despite having ample rainwater, she felt compelled to gather stream water for storage. Approximately an hour later, Xiao Zhiyuan and his companions returned, arms laden with an assortment of wild vegetables. They secured the filled water containers to the bicycles, and the group leisurely pushed their bikes back to the community. With the weight of the water being borne by the bicycles, Xia Xiaoman and her friends were liberated from the burden, making their return far less arduous than before. Upon reaching the community, they still had energy to meander about. Sun Qing and Ni Xiaojie conferred briefly, then set out with 2 large bags of supplies to the trading point to exchange for bicycles. However, Zhou Qiuyang and his group hesitated to trade, as their supplies were scarce and they were reluctant to part with them. When Jian Feng dismissed the idea altogether, firmly believing that bicycles would soon become unnecessary. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman retreated to her room, resting on her bed for half an hour before commencing her daily training. She possessed an instinctive understanding and unwavering determination in certain aspects. In her youth, she recognized that education was her only escape from the mountain village, and regardless of others' opinions or the numerous challenges she faced, she persevered in her studies. Her efforts proved fruitful as she secured admission to university, liberating herself from the constraints of her 18 years in the small mountain village and exposing her to the vast and rich world beyond. Now, however, she discovered that the rules of the world had shifted. Reasoning through literature paled in comparison to the might of brute force. Strength had become the paramount principle of survival. Through rigorous training since the onset of the floods, the contours of her abdomen began to hint at defined muscles, while her arms and calves, though not particularly robust, revealed taut muscle fibers under exertion. Nevertheless, she contemplated that no matter how formidable her physical prowess, it would not shield her from a bullet. She needed to devise a means of acquiring weapons, particularly ranged ones, ideally a handgun. Even possessing a handgun without ammunition would suffice. Currently, she had only 4 bullets in her possession, and each use diminished her supply. As she pondered how to procure a handgun, a knock resounded at her living room door. "Xiaoman, are you free? Come to 1502 for a meeting." Hearing Sun Qing's voice, Xia Xiaoman acknowledged with a response, grabbing a towel to hastily wipe the sweat from her face and neck. In the living room of 1502, Sun Qing and the others found their respective places to sit. The oppressive heat caused sweat to bead even while seated, and the air was thick with the odor of perspiration, even if her teammates did not mind. One should be considerate enough to maintain a respectful distance to avoid overwhelming one another. "Jia Qing, what is the meeting about? Is there another announcement from the government?" Xiao Zhiyuan inquired. Sun Qing pressed her dry lips together, responding, "Something like that. When Xiao Jia and I went to exchange our bicycles, we took the opportunity to inquire about the situation in other provinces and cities. Some cities remain mired in disaster, while others, like ours, are engaged in post-disaster reconstruction. The staff informed us that for those whose homes are in distant places and whose hometowns are in a condition conducive to return, special vehicles can be arranged to take them home." "Take everyone home? Is that true? How will it be arranged?" Xiao Zhiyu exclaimed, gazing at Sun Qing with excitement. Sun Qing nodded, saying, "Yes, but the precondition is that your hometown must not have been affected by the disaster or must be in the midst of reconstruction. Only then will the staff arrange for your return. Currently, the only mode of transport available is by vehicle." Xiao Zhiyu frowned. "How am I supposed to know if my hometown has been affected? The relief and trading points provide daily updates on the disaster situation in other cities. But due to limited resources, they can only contact nearby cities. Information from farther afield is temporarily unavailable." Sun Qing took out a piece of paper. I have noted down the updates regarding the affected cities from the trading point. Take a look and see if your hometown is listed. Xiaoxiu and Su Ran leaned together to examine the paper. Noticing that Qiu Yang and Xiaoman remained still, Sun Qing inquired, "Aren't you two locals? Why not check on your hometown situation?" Qiu Yang smiled wryly. "I am the only one in my family. I consider the world my home." Xiaoman chimed in. "I am the sole head of my household according to the household register, with 0 family members." After the college entrance examination, she compelled her parents to give her a separate household. In a certain sense, she too is alone in her family. Sun Qing paused. "So you two are orphans?" Xiaoman's lips twitched. "Thank you, but I'm an adult now. I can't be considered an orphan, at most, a solitary individual." Sun Qing responded. "Isn't that essentially the same?" Su Ran's hometown is in a neighboring province, currently undergoing post-disaster reconstruction. However, his parents are abroad, and returning home would mean going alone. Whereas here he can at least stay with companions. Xiaoxiu's hometown is in the northern region, and its name does not appear on the paper, indicating that he is unaware of its current condition. Feeling dejected, he turned to Sun Qing and asked, "Sister Qing, does that mean I cannot return home if my hometown's name is not on the paper?" Sun Qing shot him a glance, "Of course. It means we do not know the situation there. If there is flooding, traveling there would be tantamount to courting death." Xiaoxiu sighed, "Sister, where is your home? Is your hometown listed on the paper?" Sun Qing shook her head. "My home is in the north, and it is not mentioned here." She paused before adding, "But there is a mention of Xiaojia's hometown. It is in Yuanqing, which is currently undergoing post-disaster reconstruction. Xiaojia and I plan to return to Yuanqing." This surprising revelation left Xiaoxiu and the others momentarily stunned. Xiaoman, however, remained largely unfazed. After all, every gathering must eventually come to an end. And she had no ties or attachments. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie clearly hailed from nurturing families, destined to leave in search of their own paths home. Xiaoxiu snapped back to reality, asking, "Why the sudden decision? When do you plan to leave?" Yi Xiaojie spoke, "Not so soon. The vehicles from the government are still under repair. Additionally, we need to gather more individuals to fill a car before we can depart." Xiaoxiu inquired, "Will it be complimentary for you to return?" He aimed to clarify the process of their return in advance, so that once news arrived from his hometown, he wouldn't be left anxiously waiting at home. Yi Xiaojie shook her head, explaining that to return home, one must purchase a ticket with supplies. Currently, they have yet to enumerate the exact amount of supplies required for a ticket, as this will be determined after assessing the vehicle's capacity upon its repair. They have already registered their names, identification numbers, and addresses at the trading point, and once arrangements for transportation are finalized, they will be notified to provide supplies for their tickets. Chapter 59. The Banquet of Separation. The world suffers from calamity, with farmlands left desolate and factories ceasing production. The nation is at a loss as to when it can resume its manufacturing endeavors. Until that time, every resource becomes exceedingly precious. The provision of transportation services for those returning home serves 2 purposes. Firstly, it allows for the gathering of information regarding conditions in various locales, facilitating connections with local governments. Secondly, it aids in the collection of additional resources. Those capable of affording a ticket indicate that they possess substantial supplies. Forcibly requisitioning the populace's goods may incite unnecessary discord. Thus, this indirect method of resource acquisition is more palatable to all. The departure date has yet to be confirmed, so Sun Qing and Yu Xiaojie begin to organize a portion of the supplies to avoid chaos later. "Is anyone there? Please open the door." A clear, melodious voice calls from outside. Xiaomian, having just finished her training, wipes her sweat with a towel as she walks to the door. Standing before her is a youthful woman with a charming countenance, displaying 2 delightful dimples as she smiles. "Hello, I'm Hu Qiao, a worker from the relief station. Here's my identification badge. We have been instructed to conduct a census of the current population in Floating City. We kindly ask for your cooperation." Xiaomian scrutinizes the badge carefully, confirming its authenticity before summoning her neighbors. After gathering the necessary information, Hu Qiao meticulously reviews each entry. "Which of you is Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie?" "I am Sun Qing. How may I assist you?" Hu Qiao responds, "You registered to return to Yuan City, correct?" Sun Qing nods, "Yes, I signed up at the trading point the day before yesterday. Will the bus be departing soon?" "It should be ready soon. The bus is scheduled to leave the day after tomorrow. Please take some time over the next couple of days to purchase your tickets at the trading point. If you have an excessive amount of supplies that are cumbersome to transport, you may request assistance from the trading point, and they will send someone to help you." Sun Qing's eyes brighten at the prospect of free assistance. "Really?" Hu Qiao offers a standard, polite smile. Transportation within a 5-kilometer radius for up to 50 kilograms of goods requires a fee of 10 pounds of grain. This is a standard rate, and precise calculations will be made based on the weight and distance involved. Sun Qing is taken aback. pondering what a dire situation Floating City has fallen into. Everything incurs a charge. A ticket to Yuan City requires the exchange of goods valued at 500 pounds of grain. Sun Qing, hailing from the north, finds it challenging to return home and decides to accompany Yi Xiaojie instead. During past winter and summer breaks, she frequently stayed at Yi Xiaojie's home and is well acquainted with her parents. The two must provide goods worth 1,000 pounds, nearly depleting the majority of Sun Qing's assets. Reluctant to spend money on hiring help for transporting their supplies, Sun Qing musters the courage to ask her friends from the 15th floor for assistance. As fate would have it, Xiaoman, burdened with a large package of goods, encounters Old Lady Ma and Xiao Ma returning from a food exchange. Upon spotting Xiaoman, Xiao Ma instinctively shrinks behind Old Lady Ma, feeling a wave of discomfort. Old Lady Ma, having never been struck, observes Xiaoman's large load and remarks sarcastically, "These women today are so idle, living off others while doing nothing. When food runs low, they simply haul their belongings to the trading point in exchange for sustenance, showing no regard for frugality. My dear, when you marry in the future, ensure you don't choose a woman like that. If you seek me, look for the young girl downstairs." Despite her tender age, she understands the necessity of venturing out to earn her keep, unlike those who merely await their demise. Little Ma failed to grasp that Old Lady Ma was subtly mocking Xia Xiaoman and her companions for their lack of industriousness, mistakenly believing her to be weaving an absurd connection. He muttered, "Grandma, that girl downstairs appears older than I am. Please do not meddle." Old Lady Ma was momentarily taken aback. "What do you know? The older ones are compassionate." A chuckle escaped Xia Xiaoman's lips. "Indeed. The elder ones not only show kindness but can also guide you to avoid unnecessary detours. The older the wife, the fewer the missteps. 70 or 80 years old is the most suitable. Old lady, why not introduce your old friends to your grandson? I trust your acquaintances would treat him well." Old Lady Ma's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. "What goes on in my family is none of your concern." "Indeed. Your family's affairs bear no relevance to me, but your obstruction in the stairway certainly does." Old Lady Ma huffed. "I will stand here. What can you do about it? This is not your home. I am old and weary. What harm is there in resting here for a while?" Xia Xiaoman smiled faintly and set down her belongings. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Little Ma attempted to pull Old Lady Ma away, but in the next moment, a hand seized his neck, followed by a relentless barrage of blows raining down upon him. Old Lady Ma shrieked, reaching out in an attempt to grasp Xia Xiaoman's hair. Yet, Xia Xiaoman seemed to possess a sixth sense. Before the grass could reach her, she delivered a swift kick that sent Old Lady Ma sprawling. After reducing Little Ma to a pitiful state, Xia Xiaoman dusted off her hands and departed with a flourish, carrying her supplies. Old Lady Ma trembled, pointing at her retreating figure, her face turning a shade of green with fury. "You wretched, despicable person. Oh, you infuriate me. Little Bao, let us find your father. He must deal with this insufferable wretch." Little Ma, feeling defeated, replied, "Grandma, she is a lunatic. Even my father and I together cannot overpower her. So we shall let it end like this?" Old Lady Ma's eyes glimmered red with indignation. "No, I cannot allow this to pass. Let us return home. I shall discuss this with your parents." Supporting her grandson, Old Lady Ma wobbled homeward, her demeanor forlorn and disheveled. The resources were limited, and the tickets provided by the trading post were exceedingly rudimentary. A mere slip of paper bearing only the vehicle's license plate number, departure location, and time, alongside the purchaser's name and identification number. All details were handwritten but bore a red stamp for authenticity. Upon securing their tickets, Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie felt a wave of relief wash over them. "We shall depart tomorrow. Shall we gather for dinner this evening?" Xiao Zhiyuan chimed in. "Excellent. We have yet to sample the smoked duck. I shall bring 2 for us to share." Xia Xiaoman interjected. "Then I shall take charge of the staple food." She was adept at baking bread and flatbreads and intended to prepare a larger batch for Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie to take along on their journey. When Jianfeng declared, "I shall provide the vegetables," his home was stocked with wild dried vegetables and pickled bamboo shoots. Sun Qing smiled. "With the staple, meat, and vegetables prepared, do we merely need to bring our appetites?" Shou Qiuyang smiled and said, "This meal is a farewell banquet for you. Your only responsibility is to eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves." Though their time together was brief, lasting merely over 2 months, the myriad experiences they shared during this period forged a bond that could be likened to that of sworn brothers. Suddenly, with 2 members of the group preparing to depart, a sense of melancholy and uncertainty enveloped the remaining companions. Chapter 60. Farewell. The gathering continued until the early hours, and as dawn approached, the group reluctantly retreated to their respective quarters. The bus to Yuanqing was scheduled to depart at 8:30 in the morning. Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie wished to avoid farewells, opting to prepare their belongings for departure around 6. Xiaomai, being a light sleeper, was roused by the slightest sound. Upon hearing the rustling outside her door, she sleepily opened it. "Are you leaving this early?" In the corridor, Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie were organizing their supplies. Startled by her voice, "Did we wake you?" they asked. Xiaomai shook her head. "No, I usually wake up around this time. Do you need any help?" "No. It's all packed," Yi Xiaojie replied, gesturing to several piles of supplies in the hallway. "These are for you, one for each of you." Xiaomai frowned. "You spent most of your savings on tickets, and you need these supplies more than we do. Take them all with you." Sun Qing interjected. "These items take up too much space. Even if we wanted to take them, we couldn't. We don't know what to exchange them for at the trading point. So it's better to leave them with you." The supplies in the hallway included blankets, appliances, batteries, various pots and pans, snacks, firewood, and empty water bottles, items that, while seemingly valueless, were quite precious in their current circumstances. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaomai suggested, "Take my bicycle with you. The bus won't drop you off at your doorstep, and you're unfamiliar with the safety in Yuanqing. Carrying so much could put you in danger without a means to escape. A bicycle can help transport your belongings and serve as a swift getaway if needed." Sun Qing shook her head. "No, it's too valuable. It's just a worn shared bike. It's not that precious. Take it. I'll have the driver secure it on the roof when the time comes," Xiaomai insisted, unwavering. Reluctantly, Sun Qing acquiesced, and they loaded the bicycle with their luggage before departing the community, slowly, with Yi Xiaojie. Around 7:30, Xiao Zhiyu and the others awoke, only to realize Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie had already left. They expressed their regret and debated whether to rush to the trading point to bid them farewell before the bus left. "Let it be," Xiaomai interjected. They left early to avoid the sorrow of goodbyes. Xiao Zhiyu looked despondent. "But if we don't say goodbye now, we may never have the chance to meet again." Their connection with Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie had been fleeting, and given the absence of electricity and internet, reuniting seemed nearly impossible. When Jianfeng remarked, "Didn't you exchange phone numbers? Once we have power and connectivity again, we can still keep in touch." With a sigh, Xiao Zhiyu replied, "It feels much quieter on the 15th floor without them." Su Ran shot him a disapproving glance. "Stop being so sentimental. Our water supply is running low. Are we going to fetch more soon?" Xiaomai added, "I've given my bicycle to Sun Qing and the others. I'll go out later to get another one for water fetching this afternoon." "Isn't the bicycle a limited edition? Do you still have a quota to purchase one?" Zhou Qiuyong inquired. Xia Xiaoman paused for a moment, having momentarily forgotten about the limitation. "Who among you will accompany me to register for a bicycle?" Xiao Zhiyuan raised his hand. "I shall go. I can also inquire about the situation back in my hometown." Having had a previous experience in purchasing a bicycle, this time it was quite smooth, and he acquired a regular bike complete with a rear seat. The endeavor to clear the mud persisted for nearly half a month, with the roads riddled with potholes, all bearing the marks of mud removal. Riding the bicycle was rather laborious, yet it was certainly preferable to traversing on foot. As they approached the entrance of the community, the two observed 3 small excavators and a loading vehicle sequentially entering the premises. "The excavators have arrived to clear the mud from our community. It seems the post-disaster reconstruction of Floating City will soon be underway," Xiao Zhiyuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. His gaze fixated on the machines upon entering the community. The excavators could eliminate most of the mud in the community. Yet certain corners and the mud trapped on the first and second floors would still require manual intervention. When Xi Xiaoman and the others returned with water in the afternoon, they noticed individuals attempting to excavate the mud from the first floor. When Jianfeng observed the excavators moving back and forth with contemplation, "Tomorrow, I intend to inquire outside to see if I can find suitable employment. Would you care to join me? Find a job? What kind of job can be found at this time?" Su Ran queried. "Many places have been cleaned up. They might require some plumbers and electricians to connect water and electricity. I wish to ask around. It's not prudent to remain idle at home," he replied. Resources at home will inevitably be depleted, and with 2 children to support, he could not afford to stay home indefinitely. Zhou Qiuyong interjected. "I possess some knowledge about plumbing and electricity. I will accompany you to inquire about job openings." Su Ran and Xiao Zhiyuan exchanged glances. "We shall join you. We can assist you both." "What about you, Xiaoman? Will you go out?" When Jianfeng asked, Xi Xiaoman shook her head. "You all go ahead. I am not versed in plumbing or electricity. I will stay behind to guard the house." Given the large population of Floating City, the government would likely prioritize hiring skilled workers in plumbing and electricity. She believed it would be somewhat challenging for Wen Jianfeng and the others to find employment. The following morning, when Jianfeng and the others prepared to leave in search of work, just as they were about to open the corridor door, a foul odor assailed their senses. Xiao Zhiyuan covered his mouth and nose. What a stench! Did they unearth a corpse downstairs? When Jianfeng wrinkled his nose. "It doesn't smell like a corpse. Shou Qiuyang held his breath as he opened the door, and the stench intensified. Upon seeing the floor covered in filth, they finally understood the source of the odor. Xiao Zhiyuan's face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Which scoundrel defecated in the corridor? Do they not have a toilet at home? If they have the audacity, let them come out. I swear I shall make them pay." Xia Xiaoman, while having breakfast, heard the commotion outside and opened the door. "What is going on? What happened?" Su Ran replied, "Sister Xiaoman, someone has thrown excrement in our corridor." Xia Xiaoman exclaimed in disbelief, "What audacity does that rascal have? Dare to defecate on our 15th floor?" When Jianfeng shook his head, uncertain, and upon opening the door, was greeted by a sight of excrement strewn across the ground. Xia Xiaoman narrowed her eyes, her mind swiftly identifying the perpetrator. "I know who did this," she declared. "You all go about your business. I shall take care of the mess at the entrance." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhiyuan immediately sensed her intent and cautioned, "Sister, be careful. There are several soldiers downstairs watching. Don't give them a reason to seize upon your actions." Xia Xiaoman smirked, "Rest assured, I have never left behind any incriminating evidence in my endeavors." Chapter 61. Harmful yet unbeneficial in the early morning. A tranquil neighborhood was abruptly disturbed by a series of resounding thuds. The resident of Unit 1704 cautiously opened a door just a crack and beheld a young girl from the 15th floor, wielding an axe with ferocious intent as she forcefully struck the door of Unit 1702. The vigor with which she assaulted the door suggested a desire to dismantle its occupant into pieces. With a thunderous crash, the door flew open, and Xia Xiaoman swaggered inside. Axe in hand, the 5 members of the Ma family were huddled in the living room, fully armed. Some held wooden sticks, while others brandished kitchen knives. The elder Mr. Ma, his face taut with tension, pointed a fruit knife at Xia Xiaoman and demanded, "What do you think you're doing, barging into someone's home at this hour?" Xia Xiaoman smirked, "What am I doing? What do you think I'm doing? Your family is quite revolting, unable to defeat me in combat or verbally. You resort to surreptitiously flinging filth onto our 15th floor. Who taught you such despicable tactics? Or is this method a family heirloom?" Mr. Ma's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly stammered, What filth? I don't understand what you're talking about." "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Your grandson does," Xia Xiaoman replied, flexing her wrists while her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ma. The boy, trembling with fear, wondered why he was always the target. "Stay away. I didn't throw any filth. I went to bed early last night." He instinctively cowered behind his parents, shaking uncontrollably. Seeing that Xia Xiaoman was about to strike, the elderly Mrs. Ma dashed toward the balcony, hoping to call for help from the soldier below. Before she could utter a sound, her thinning white hair was seized by Xia Xiaoman, who yanked her back forcefully, binding her hands with a white zip tie and discarding her aside. Her movements were so swift that the Ma family members had yet to comprehend the situation, only to witness Mrs. Ma sprawled on the ground, groaning as she struggled to rise. Upon seeing his wife being assaulted, Mr. Ma brandished his fruit knife and charged at Xia Xiaoman, exclaiming, "You beast! I'll fight you." Though Mr. Ma believed himself to be swift, to Xia Xiaoman, his pace resembled that of a leisurely stroll, full of vulnerabilities. In less than a minute, another elder had joined Mrs. Ma on the ground. The remaining 3 rushed forward together, but within 5 minutes, they too found their hands bound by Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman dragged the group to the 15th floor, forcefully kicking them into a pile of filth. "Clean this up. You will not leave until it's spotless. If it remains dirty, you shall stay here until your dying breath." Unfortunately for Mrs. Ma, she found herself face down, her mouth and nose smeared with excrement. Retching in disgust, entirely oblivious to Xia Xiaoman's commands, Mr. Ma, however, grasped the situation well, yet he continued to insist that they were not responsible for the filth. Xia Xiaoman, uninterested in their futile justifications, stepped over Xiao Ma's back and returned to the corridor, intending to fetch a stool to sit and observe them. As she prepared to leave, Xiao Ma, suppressing his nausea, called out, "Hey, we'll clean this up, but could you untie us? How can we clean otherwise?" Xia Xiaoman turned back with a smile. "How you clean is your own concern, not mine. You may choose to lick it clean. I see your grandmother quite enjoys it," as evidenced by the filth adorning her lips. As the words fell, the retching sounds from the elderly Mrs. Ma intensified. Young Ma's face shifted between shades of green and white, overwhelmed by a sense of despair and helplessness, while simultaneously grappling with a surge of resentment. "Grandma, please stop throwing up. We'll have to clean it up later." Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma kicked him, admonishing, "How can you speak to your grandmother like that? Show some respect." He cast a glance and noticed Xia Xiaoman entering the room, whispering urgently, "Hurry up and get up, while that witch is away. We must quickly go find someone for help." Young Ma was taken aback. "Dad, do you want to run away?" "Run away? I'm going to seek help. Do you truly want to clean up that girl's mess?" Young Ma fell silent for a moment. "If you want to run, go ahead. I want tea. That girl on the 15th floor would surely target him. If others fled, they might escape unscathed, but if he ran, he would undoubtedly be beaten to a pulp. Seeing him remain immobile, Mr. Ma, exasperated, said, "You useless fool. It would be better to have birthed a piece of charsiu. If you can't fight a woman, at least have the courage to seek help." I've never seen anyone so dense. Anger flared within young Ma, and he retorted, "Yes, I'm foolish. No matter how foolish I am, I at least know how to avoid danger. What about you? You clearly cannot handle the situation on the 15th floor. Yet you insist on provoking them. Can you honestly claim that this mess isn't you're doing? I've been beaten because of you and now must deal with this disgusting mess, and yet you dare to scold me?" Seeing his son and grandson quarreling, Old Man Ma hurriedly intervened. "Stop arguing. This is not the time for disputes. We must first resolve the issue." He was correct. The problem needed addressing. "How do you intend to resolve it?" Xia Xiaoman's voice cut through from behind them. Old Man Ma turned his head mechanically. How did you come back?" Xia Xiaoman set down the stool she had brought, leisurely taking a seat as she remarked, "Of course, I returned to witness you dogs tearing each other apart. So, are you not going to clean up? Do you wish for me to supervise you as you consume this filth piece by piece?" Young Ma remained silent, silently removing his shirt and using it to wipe the excrement off the floor. The others, angered yet unable to voice it, mimicked young Ma's actions, using their own clothes to clean up the mess. When their garments were thoroughly soiled, Xia Xiaoman compassionately tossed them a few ragged pieces of cloth to continue their task. Upon returning, when Jianfeng and his companions were greeted by the sight of 5 foul-smelling individuals half-kneeling on the ground, scrubbing the floor, while Xia Xiaoman sat on the stool like a landlady, casually tossing knives, Xiaojiu, recognizing the appearance of the 5, exclaimed, "I knew it was you who made this mess. There was but one staircase leading up and down, and they had made it so filthy. Didn't they feel disgusted while traversing it? If they possessed even a modicum of awareness, they would not engage in such self-destructive behavior." Xia Xiaoman added, "Go to 1702 and bring back their water. With it, you can wash the floor a few times, and the smell should dissipate." "No way," Mrs. Ma shrieked. "That water was exchanged for supplies. We cannot use it to clean the floor." Xia Xiaoman waved her hand at Xiaojiu, indicating that he need not concern himself with her. Xiaojiu responded affirmatively and swiftly ascended to the 17th floor, bringing down all the water hoarded by the Ma family. In front of the elderly matriarch Ma, Xia Xiaoman poured the water liberally over the door and the ground, cleansing away the residual filth. The old matriarch wept heartily, as if what Xia Xiaoman had spilled was not mere water, but rather her cherished elixir. Meanwhile, Mr. Ma and young Ma had grown numb to the situation. Seizing the opportunity presented by the clean water on the floor, they hurriedly wiped it down. Once assured that the ground and door were devoid of any grime, Xia Xiaoman allowed the Ma family to depart. Chapter 62. The first step in restoring agricultural production in the aftermath of the disaster. Reconstruction requires the removal of sludge and refuse, the filling of pits and depressions, and the repair of damaged roadbeds. It is also imperative to expedite the restoration of water and electricity facilities to ensure that residents can access these essential services as soon as possible. Such endeavors necessitate a considerable workforce to achieve completion. Wen Jianfeng, accompanied by the 3 young members of Team 1501, ventured out to gather information and secured a position assisting the electricians. Xia Xiaoman, curious, inquired, "How much material can you earn in a day by helping others?" Xiaoziyu hesitated. "Our purpose is to aid Fu City in its post-disaster reconstruction. The amount of material we earn is inconsequential." Xia Xiaoman regarded him skeptically. "You aren't planning to work for free, are you?" Xiaoziyu scratched his head and gazed at the sky, feigning ignorance. When Jianfeng interjected with a smile, "While we may lack the necessary skills, the person in charge over there mentioned that we could learn for a few days. Once we are proficient, we will be assigned to independently repair the water and electricity systems, at which point we will be compensated for our labor." He perceived this as an excellent learning opportunity. Previously, acquiring such knowledge would have required tuition fees. Xia Xiaoman was somewhat speechless. As long as you don't feel you're at a disadvantage, respect others' choices. "Xiaoman, tomorrow we all need to venture out. Could you kindly look after Ling Ling and Xiaosu?" When Jianfeng added, anticipating her refusal, "I will ensure their meals are arranged for the day. If they feel unwell or require assistance, please lend a hand. I will provide you with a guardianship fee of 2 pounds of grain for the day." After contemplating for a moment, Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement. The twins were well-behaved and unlikely to cause her any trouble. The following day, when Jianfeng and the entire Team 1501 set out for work, leaving the 15th floor remarkably quiet. After breakfast, Xia Xiaoman stood by the door of room 1502, listening intently to the sounds emanating from within. It was likely the twins practicing the martial arts techniques when Jianfeng had taught them. Throughout the day, the twins did not seek her assistance. The two little ones patiently remained at home, awaiting when Jianfeng's return, thus earning their 2 pounds of grain effortlessly. This 2 pounds, ostensibly a guardianship fee, also served as compensation for safeguarding the house. With everyone else out, it was necessary for at least one person to remain behind, which meant that Xia Xiaoman was confined to the house daily, unable to venture out. Therefore, she accepted the grain with a clear conscience. After 2 weeks of continuous outdoor work, Xiao Ziyu and his companions gradually became sun-kissed, a testament to the harshness of the sun outside. Around 7 in the evening, a rhythmic knocking echoed from the door. "Sister Xiaoman, open up. We're back." Upon opening the door, 4 sunburned figures entered. Xiao Ziyu flashed a bright smile. "Sister, come to our home for dinner later. We have good news to share." Xia Xiaoman nodded. "Sure, I'll come over in half an hour." After returning home and taking a shower, she selected a few commonly found canned goods from her space to bring to room 1501, when Jianfeng was already there, helping the twins prepare dinner. Upon seeing her arrival, Xiao Ziyu gestured for her to sit. "Sister, please have a seat. The meal will be ready shortly." With limited ingredients, they were unable to prepare an elaborate feast. A plate of pickled bamboo shoots stir-fried with smoked duck, a pot of rich tomato sauce, and 2 boxes of canned black bean mackerel brought by Xia Xiaoman for a delightful dinner. Xiao Ziyu, feeling famished, devoured a large bowl of noodles to satiate his hunger before slowing his pace, freeing his mouth to relay the news he had heard today to Xia Xiaoman. This recent flooding disaster has not only impacted industrial production but has also wrought significant losses upon agricultural endeavors. Xiao Ziyu swallowed his food and stated, "The government of Floating City announced today that they will temporarily requisition farmland from surrounding rural areas to cultivate grains and vegetables. Once Floating City fully resumes production, the land will be returned to the farmers." The villagers, who had previously claimed the mountains as their dominion, were reluctant to relinquish their fields and had monopolized the water sources on the mountains, only to be forcefully subdued and taken for re-education through labor. Observing the schadenfreude on Xiao Ziyu's face, Xia Xiaoman's lips twitched. "Is this what you call good news?" "No," Xiao Ziyu shook his head. "The good news I refer to is that the Floating City government, in an effort to stimulate agricultural production, is encouraging everyone to cultivate their own land. If you wish to farm, you may go to the trading point to select a plot for cultivation." Xia Xiaoman frowned. "We live in the city. How can we farm? Do you expect us to travel to the suburbs every day?" Su Ran interjected. "There are 2 options. The first is as you suggested, commuting daily to the suburbs to farm. The second is to relocate to the suburbs for farming." "Relocate to the suburbs? Are there houses available to live in?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. "There are none, but tents can be rented. The government has also arranged for personnel to farm in the suburbs, allowing us to stay near them to avoid concerns about potential theft," Su Ran explained. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. "Rent a tent? How much material is required?" "It's not expensive. The rental fee for a 2-person tent is 20 pounds of grain," he replied. Xia Xiaoman pressed further. "Will all the harvested grain go into our pockets?" Xiao Ziyu gave her a look that suggested her expectations were excessive. "The seeds, pesticides, and fertilizers are provided free of charge, but the harvested grain will be split 70-30. We keep 70% while the remaining 30 must be surrendered." Although the Floating City government aims to gather more resources, they understand the principle of moderation. A portion must be left for the populace, or else no one would be willing to work for them. "Are you all considering farming?" When Jianfeng spoke up, "In recent months, the world has faced calamities, and the value of food has surged. For at least the next 2 years, the grain trade will be profitable. Currently, there are no contracting fees for farming, and the government provides seeds, pesticides, and fertilizers at no cost. We can cultivate grain at minimal expense. If Floating City regains its former prosperity, selling this grain could yield substantial profits. Should we encounter another natural disaster or unforeseen events, this grain would serve as our safety net." Wen Jianfeng's plan was comprehensive, yet it overlooked a crucial factor. Xia Xiaoman pursed her lips and remarked, "The idea of stockpiling grain is commendable, but have you considered whether the current weather is suitable for farming? The heat is intense, and seedlings planted in the ground could perish from exposure. To ensure the survival and growth of the seedlings, daily irrigation is essential. This may be manageable for just an acre or 2, but what if we aim to cultivate several acres, excluding Lingling and Xiaoxiu, among the 5 of us? For must attend to their jobs. How am I to irrigate the fields alone?" The 4 gentlemen present, all natives of the city, were rendered speechless by Xiaomai's inquiry. Resembling a gourd with its mouth sealed shut, Xiaomai continued, "This is still under the assumption that there is water available. If the temperature soars to 30 or 40 degrees each day under relentless sunlight, even irrigating 3 times daily would scarcely yield any crops from the soil. All previous efforts would be rendered futile." After a moment of contemplation, when Jianfeng remarked, "This issue you raise has likely been anticipated by those in charge. The seeds provided to us must be resilient to both high temperatures and drought. Chapter 63. Inquiring about vehicle exchange. The crops that are resistant to high temperatures and drought are commonly maize, sorghum, and millet. Xia Xiaoman surmised that the authorities would not foolishly distribute rice seeds to everyone. However, even maize cultivation is not as simple as it seems. I would not recommend farming. The temperatures are excessively high. If we plant a small amount, there is no necessity for it. If we plant a large quantity, we would be overwhelmed. Unless we possess plowing machines, sowing machines, and harvesting machines. Xiao Zhiyuan and his companions had a naive understanding of agriculture. Believing that simply scattering seeds on the ground would yield a bountiful harvest months later, entirely oblivious to the arduous labor that lay behind it. When Jianfeng remained silent for a moment, suggesting, "Let us observe the first batch of seeds. If they flourish, we shall consider planting more. If not, we shall abandon the endeavor." Xiao Zhiyuan and Su Ren felt a twinge of disappointment, ready to embark on a grand undertaking that was abruptly halted before it even began. Despite not farming, Xiao Zhiyuan frequently sought information about others' agricultural endeavors. While he gathered little promising news regarding farming, he did learn about the current situation in his hometown. His home was in Yin City, separated from Fu City by 6 urban centers. He was astonished to discover that news from his hometown could reach him in Fu City. "Xiaoman, I've obtained news from my hometown. There was hail for 2 to 3 months, but it finally cleared up, and they are now engaged in post-disaster reconstruction." Xiao Zhiyuan's excited voice echoed through the 15th floor. Xia Xiaoman leaned against the doorframe, observing his exuberance, and inquired, "So, are you planning to return home? When will you leave?" Xiao Zhiyuan was momentarily taken aback, lost in joy and forgetting about his return. He glanced at Su Ran, noticing his gaze. Su Ran frowned and remarked, "What are you looking at me for? You'll have to figure out the travel expenses yourself. I have little in the way of supplies. So do not count on me." Xiao Zhiyuan thought he had misjudged Su Ran, who, it seemed, would be more than happy for him to leave sooner. "I haven't even inquired about the availability of transport home. I will ask at the trading point tomorrow." The distance from Yin City to Fu City was considerable, and the cost of a ticket was pricier than what Sun Qing and her companions paid to Yuan City. A single ticket required supplies equivalent to 700 jin of grain. This exorbitant price dissuaded Xiao Zhiyuan. Compared to the residents of the community, he was relatively affluent. But asking him to produce 700 jin of grain in one go was beyond his means. Understanding his predicament, when Jianfeng and Shou Qiuyang rummaged through their belongings and donated surplus supplies to Xiao Zhiyuan, Xia Xiaoman also contributed some miscellaneous items, such as extra utensils, ill-fitting clothing and shoes, or redundant electronic gadgets. With the assistance of his neighbors, Xiao Zhiyuan managed to procure a ticket home. On the day of his departure, he wept like a fool, repeatedly reciting his address and phone number, promising to maintain frequent communication once the signal was restored. After Xiao Zhiyuan's departure, the 15th floor fell into a deeper silence. Xia Xiaoman's only interaction with the outside world came when Jianfeng and the others returned from work, calling her to open the door for brief conversations, while the rest of her time was spent honing her skills at home. When Jianfeng and his companions were officially recognized as qualified electricians, the downstairs muck was completely cleared away. In the community, most individuals have shifted their focus to the streets, diligently clearing away the sludge, rising early and returning late. Reminiscent of the collective work ethos prevalent in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Simultaneously, agricultural development in the suburban countryside is flourishing, featuring government-organized farms, those contracted by affluent investors, as well as personal plots. The crops cultivated align closely with the initial speculations of Xia Xiaoman, primarily comprising corn, sorghum, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. The government and certain well-resourced landowners are also erecting greenhouses for vegetable cultivation. When Jianfeng, having inquired about the agricultural situation in the outskirts, felt a pang of regret for not persisting in his own farming endeavors. However, considering the insufficient manpower at home, he could only sigh in resignation. Gradually, the sludge is being cleared, and the visage of the city is beginning to re-emerge. Xia Xiaoman estimated that the time was ripe. As when Jianfeng and the others returned from work, she ventured out alone to the trading point. "Hello. May I inquire if it is possible to exchange goods for a vehicle?" The staff at the trading point scrutinized Xia Xiaoman with disdain. "Be gone. Do you think this is a few months ago? There are not that many cars available for purchase." Observing her frail stature, they scoffed at her naivete in hoping to buy a vehicle, likely unable to afford even a toy car. Having encountered such snobbishness before, Xia Xiaoman remained unfazed and brazenly pressed on. "Isn't the sludge in the city nearly cleared? Surely, many water-damaged cars have been salvaged. As I said, there are none. Even if there were, you wouldn't have any gasoline. Why are you asking so much when you can't afford it?" The staff impatiently ushered her away. Taking a deep breath, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a package of cured meat from her backpack. Sir, my father sent me to inquire. He said if there are cars available at a reasonable price, we could buy one. We can manage the gasoline ourselves. Upon seeing the layered cured meat, the staff swallowed hard, their tone softening considerably. Little sister, we truly have no cars for sale here. However, I know someone who has a few repaired water-damaged vehicles. If you don't mind, I can help connect you with him. Xia Xiaoman pushed the cured meat towards the staff. That would be very kind of you, sir. When can I expect to hear back? The staff swiftly pocketed the cured meat. Come back here tomorrow at this time, and I will have arranged a meeting for you. Xia Xiaoman nodded, glancing at the staff's name badge, Chen Guangli. No wonder he was so haughty. Ever since the flood receded, she had been yearning for a four-wheeled vehicle. During her quest to exchange for a bicycle, she had considered that if the trading point personnel could retrieve bicycles buried in the sludge for sale, it was also plausible that they could unearth and repair submerged cars for sale as well. At that time, the sludge clearance had just commenced. Even if a car was dug up, it would require time for cleaning and repairs. Thus, she had been meticulously calculating the timeline. And now that the sludge in the city was nearing completion, she surmised that quite a number of cars must have been unearthed and restored, prompting her return to the trading point to inquire about the possibility of exchanging for a vehicle. This matter was one she preferred to keep from Wen Jianfeng and the others. The resources required for such an exchange were considerable, and presenting a large quantity of goods might raise suspicions. Another reason is that the current public safety situation is not particularly favorable. Parking a newly acquired car in the residential area might result in theft. Therefore, she intends to store the vehicle in a secure location. If Wen Jianfeng and his associates were to discover that she has purchased a car, it would no longer be appropriate to keep it in such a space. This is why she chooses to discreetly handle this matter late at night. Chapter 64 Encountering an old acquaintance with her car troubles resolved. Xia Xiaoman pedaled home on her bicycle in high spirits. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from an alley and fell in front of her bike. To avoid tripping, Xia Xiaoman had no choice but to halt, just as she was about to maneuver her bike to leave. The unfortunate figure on the ground feebly lifted their head and exclaimed, "Help, someone is chasing me." Xia Xiaoman, is that you? Xia Xiaoman squinted at the person. And to her astonishment, it was an old acquaintance, Qin Yali. You're still alive? Qin Yali replied, if you can't speak kindly, then remain silent. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising emotions, she implored, Xia Xiaoman, could you please take me home? Someone is following me. Absolutely not. Xia Xiaoman coldly refused. Why not? Qin Yali's eyes reddened. We are classmates. Can't you lend me a hand? No, move aside. I need to go home. Seeing Xia Xiaoman's impassive expression, Qin Yali's anger flared, and after a moment of struggling to contain her feelings, she pleaded, Xiaoman, I beg you, just take me home. I can offer you 10 pounds of rice as a reward. Xia Xiaoman regarded her with skepticism. You can actually provide 10 pounds of rice? Qin Yali thought to herself, oh, endure it. I must endure. Once I trick Xia Xiaoman into going back with me, she will understand my strength. With a forced smile, she assured, rest assured. Not only 10 pounds, but I can manage 20 pounds of rice. Very well. Then it's settled at 20 pounds of rice. I will take you home. Just as Qin Yali was about to nod in agreement, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, 20 pounds of rice. Wasn't he at 10? Xia Xiaoman, with a glint of mischief, replied, you just claimed you have 20 pounds, which implies you are offering 20 pounds of rice to hire me to take you home. If you're unwilling, then forget it. It's late, and I'd rather not escort you. Qin Yali nearly choked in her frustration, gritting her teeth as she said, fine, 20 pounds it is. Xia Xiaoman lifted her chin and declared, then lead the way. Since the stage was set, she decided to delve deeper into the matter, while also seeking revenge against Qin Yali's boyfriend for betraying her family's circumstances. After all, a woman must avenge her grievances. I'll sit in the back and guide you, Qin Yali said, as she moved behind Xia Xiaoman, preparing to mount the bicycle. However, before her bottom could touch the seat, Xia Xiaoman pedaled away, leaving Qin Yali to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. Fuming, she scrambled to her feet and yelled, Xia Xiaoman, are you out of your mind? Xia Xiaoman paused, turned her head, and replied, my back seat is reserved for those I love. You are not someone I cherish, thus you lack the right to sit there. Qin Yali was left breathless with indignation. Are you deliberately toying with me? It's just a bicycle seat. What do you mean by someone you love? You simply don't want to escort me home. Xia Xiaoman feigned innocence. The back seat of a bicycle is equivalent to the passenger seat of a car, naturally. Only those I hold dear can sit there. I clearly suggested you lead the way, yet you insisted on sitting in the back. Who can you blame for that? Qin Yali endured and endured, her features contorted with frustration as she gritted her teeth and declared, fine, I will lead the way. You just keep up. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow in response, then you better run faster. I ride my bicycle quite swiftly. If I vanish, you'll have to find your own way home." Qin Yali remained silent. Thus, on a dark and windy night, a frail woman was pursued by a cyclist for over 20 minutes. Qin Yali finally brought Xia Xiaoman to a hillside villa, panting as she pointed to the residence. Huff, my home is right here. Thank you for bringing me back. Come inside, and I shall reward you with rice." Xia Xiaoman nodded. "All right, I understand. Please, do not speak any further. Your breath is heavy, and I fear you might faint if you continue." Qin Yali, how shameless of her to say that. Her breathlessness was a result of whom? Xia Xiaoman secured her bicycle and entered the villa with Qin Yali. Upon stepping inside, Qin Yali immediately locked the door behind them. Soon, the sound of a lighter flicked in the living room, and candlelight illuminated the space. Xia Xiaoman squinted, adjusting to the light, and then noticed a bald man seated prominently on the sofa, grinning at her. Another familiar face. He was the same bald man who had forcefully entered her room at Jiangshan Garden. Beside him were several acquaintances, all residents of Jiangshan Garden, including Qin Yali's boyfriend. Qin Yali's demeanor shifted dramatically, casting a venomous glare at Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman, did you ever foresee this day? Yao Ge, do you remember this woman? At Jiangshan Garden, she was the one who killed Changge. Despite having a wealth of supplies at home, she refused to share any with us. The bald man remained silent, taking a drag from his cigarette, exuding an air of contemplation. So, you killed Changge? What Changge? I don't know him. Xia Xiaoman replied, all the while discreetly assessing the positioning of each individual in the villa. Unwilling to speak the truth? You too, teach her some manners. When she learns to obey, then we shall let her go to entertain guests, the bald man instructed, pointing to two men. As those men approached Xia Xiaoman, Qin Yali wore a twisted smile. Unfazed, Xia Xiaoman swiftly drew two fruit knives from behind her waist and hurled them, each knife piercing the throats of the approaching men with precision. Witnessing his subordinates fall in an instant, the bald man as Xia Xiaoman attentively observed his movements during the Xiaoman festival. She noticed his intent to flee and swiftly hurled an axe. The bald man felt a searing pain atop his head. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing the demise of their leader, the others lost their anchor, scattering like headless flies in disarray. Some sought to escape, while others aimed to avenge their fallen leader by besieging Xia Xiaoman. Those attempting to flee were neither hindered by her nor could she restrain them. Against those who encircled her, she unleashed incendiary projectiles whenever they congregated, should they disperse. She pursued them one by one. The scene erupted into chaos, flames dancing amidst the cacophony of anguished screams and wails. 20 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman, wielding the bloodied axe, methodically prodded each corpse strewn upon the ground. Should any body exhibit a reaction, she would deliver another strike. If there was none, she would still strike to ensure no one feigned death. This act of delivering another blow was not superfluous, for after cleaving through 7 or 8 bodies, she indeed struck true upon one who was merely pretending to be lifeless. Chapter 65. The acquisition of gasoline. Qin Yali's legs were severely burned, and her back bore the mark of a vicious blow from Xia Xiaoman, causing her to emit a heart-wrenching wail of agony. Recognizing her as an acquaintance, Xia Xiaoman refrained from killing her immediately. I wish to understand where I have wronged you, to provoke me time and again, she remarked, genuinely perplexed. Despite having minimal interaction with Qin Yali at school, and even living in the same building without exchanging greetings, she could not fathom why Qin Yali harbored such animosity toward her. With tears streaming from the pain, Qin Yali lifted her head, her expression twisted in fury. You deserve this. Who asked you to be utterly devoid of compassion? I told you I broke up with my boyfriend and sought refuge at your place for a few days, yet you wouldn't even open the door. Do you realize that it is because of you that I am tormented by those brought by my ex? It is because of you that I have been treated like a mere gift to other men. Why is it that you suffer no consequences while I endure such humiliation? You, an orphaned wretch, how dare you live better than I do? Qin Yali's gaze was filled with venomous hatred. Her face contorted as if she wished to devour Xia Xiaoman alive. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, understanding fully. Since you harbor such hatred, continue to do so. May you relish the agony of your fleeting existence. She seized the axe and swung it at the next corpse, disregarding Qin Yali entirely. With her legs charred and a gaping wound on her back, even hospitalization would not guarantee Qin Yali's survival. Killing her outright would not suffice. Letting her suffer excruciatingly was far more satisfying. After delivering a blow to the corpse in the villa, the living room fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by Qin Yali's agonized moans and a faint whimper from an unknown corner. Following the delicate sound of whimpering, Xia Xiaoman cautiously descended into the basement, illuminating the space with a flashlight through a small window on the door. Inside, she found a group of young boys and girls clad in scanty clothing, some suspended by thick iron chains, others bound to beds, and a few wearing leather collars, forced to kneel on the floor. Equipping herself with a set of male attire, a cap, and a mask to ensure her anonymity, Xia Xiaoman raised her axe and smashed open the basement door. The noise startled the captives, their eyes widening in terror, while some trembled uncontrollably from fear. As she opened the door, she tossed a small knife at the girl with the collar and spoke in a hushed tone. "Those outside are either dead or have escaped. You may free yourselves." Without waiting for their reactions, she returned upstairs to search for spoils. Qin Yali, surprisingly resilient despite her injuries, was dragging herself toward the door. Xia Xiaoman, upon reaching the first floor and seeing her near the entrance, retrieved 2 forks from her bag and drove them into Qin Yali's hands, pinning her to the ground. "Ah, Xia Xiaoman, if you dare, just kill me." Qin Yali's face contorted in pain, yet Xia Xiaoman did not spare her a glance as she continued her search for treasures. The ability to eliminate adversaries was commendable. Upon opening the garage, an impeccably parked silver pickup truck came into view, albeit with some paint peeling. Xia Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with excitement as she glanced around to ensure the vicinity was deserted before promptly securing the truck within her spatial confines. The presence of a vehicle suggested the likelihood of gasoline reserves. Xia Xiaoman proceeded to search each room. On the first floor, 3 rooms lay in wait, 1 occupied, while the other 2 were brimming with various supplies. Cigarettes, alcohol, and food abounded, yet it was the other room that housed her most coveted resource, gasoline. Over 20 barrels awaited her, sufficient to sustain her for a considerable duration. After collecting all the supplies, her thoughts turned to the unfortunate souls in the basement. Leaving even a portion of these provisions for them was out of the question. With the government's presence, anyone with limbs would not face starvation. Saving those individuals without demanding recompense was a generous act in itself. How could she possibly spare resources for them? Many in this world were deserving of pity. Yet she was not a savior. The act of breaking open the basement door was the last remnant of her goodwill. Having finished gathering supplies from the first floor, Xia Xiaoman ascended to the second. This level also featured 4 rooms, 3 bedrooms, and a study filled with superior quality alcohol and food compared to the first floor. While her experience was limited and she could not identify the brands, the packaging alone suggested their high quality. The 2 secondary bedrooms yielded little of value, but the master bedroom boasted a safe. Xia Xiaoman forcefully opened it to discover a trove of gleaming gold, estimated to weigh several pounds. The third floor, transformed into a leisure area, offered little in terms of resources. After a thorough exploration, Xia Xiaoman resolved to depart. As she descended to the second floor, a chilling scream echoed from the living room. Gripping her axe tightly, she cautiously made her way downstairs. Inside the living room, a group of young men and women surrounded Qin Yali, one girl ruthlessly stabbing her with a knife. Realizing the screams belonged to Qin Yali, Xia Xiaoman's taut nerves relaxed slightly. One of the onlookers, noticing Xia Xiaoman's presence, trembled as he explained, "It was she who lured us here. She deserves this fate." Xia Xiaoman cast a glance at the near-lifeless Qin Yali, contemplating the necessity of dealing with the body before leaving, for a multitude of corpses could foster disease. With a parting remark, she strode towards the exit, retrieving her concealed bicycle to make her escape. The young man, momentarily stunned, soon returned to his malevolent demeanor, turning his gaze back to the wailing Qin Yali and joining in the brutal assault. The air thickened with the metallic scent of blood, and Qin Yali's heart-wrenching cries gradually weakened, soon vanishing into the night. By the time Xia Xiaoman returned home, it was past 10 o'clock. After a refreshing shower, she retrieved the potent spirits from her spatial storage. Today had seen a significant expenditure of Molotov cocktails, necessitating replenishment. Utilizing medical alcohol for such purposes felt wasteful. Yet she was fortunate to have discovered a substantial quantity of high-proof liquor, enough to craft hundreds of incendiary devices. As she poured the expensive spirits into transparent glass cups, one could only imagine the heartache of connoisseurs witnessing such extravagance. Engrossed in her task until the early hours, Xia Xiaoman finally lay down to rest. After a restful night, I awoke to find my entire body aching. Lifting my shirt to examine myself in the mirror, I discovered that I had endured several blows the previous night, and now all my wounds were swollen. I had been rather careless. Summer Xiaoman applied medicinal alcohol to my injuries, and for the spots on my back that I could not reach, I simply dabbed some alcohol on. "Xiaoman, are you up?" Su Ran's voice called from outside. I wiped my hands on a cloth and opened the door. As Su Ran caught a whiff of the strong medicinal scent, she expressed concern. "Sister, are you hurt?" I shook my head, explaining that I had strained my muscles during training yesterday. "Is there something urgent this early? I'm going to help Yang Gu transport water this afternoon. May I borrow your bicycle?" "Of course, I'll fetch it for you." I returned to my room, retrieved the bicycle, and hung several large oil containers from the handlebars. "Also, could you bring back a few bottles of water for me?" Su Ran nodded. "No problem. The water supply has yet to be connected, So to quench our thirst, we must labor for it. The government provides a meager amount, only 1,000 milliliters a day, to ensure a more abundant supply. We on the 15th floor have maintained the practice of transporting water every few days. Chapter 66. The water vendor in the suburban rural areas, following the requisition of farmland. The mountain springs have been diverted down the hills via ditches or pipes. Residents of the city can access water at any time without incurring any charges. Some astute individuals have filled numerous containers with water to sell in the city. Those with surplus grains at home, who are too indolent to venture down to the rural hills for water, opt to purchase it instead. The price is quite reasonable. Half a pound of grain for 1,000 milliliters of water, and any form of barter is acceptable. The vendors collect these goods, retaining what they can use and selling what they do not need alongside their water. The entrance of Qinyang community often sees vendors bustling with activity during rush hours, with stalls set up at the doorway. Xia Xiaoman was at home kneading dough for buns when she heard the sound of a loudspeaker outside, announcing, chicks for sale. 3 chicks for 5 pounds of grain. Clearance sale. Pausing her kneading, Xia Xiaoman quickly rose to open the door, striding outside to listen intently. The loudspeaker continued its call for chicks, confirming her hearing. She instructed the twins not to open the door for strangers and descended the stairs with a few bags of pearl rice she did not particularly favor. Fluffy chicks were nestled in a basket, while several robust men, towering at 6 feet tall, stood behind the basket wielding hoes, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. Passers-by interested in the chicks hesitated, daunted by the imposing figures. Xia Xiaoman disregarded the men, approaching the basket to inspect the chicks. How much for the chicks? She inquired. The leader, with a stoic expression, replied, 3 chicks for 5 pounds of grain. Can it be less? I would like to buy several. The man shook his head, stating it was already a bargain. Very well, I shall take 12 chicks. After Sun Qing and the others had departed, Unit 1503 had become vacant, making it the perfect opportunity to raise chickens. Selecting 12 lively chicks, Xia Xiaoman asked, do you have hens or eggs? What are the prices? The man shook his head. We do not sell hens or eggs. Fertile eggs can be used for hatching chicks, while infertile ones are either sold too cheaply, causing us losses, or sold too expensively, making them unaffordable for buyers. It is better to keep them for our own consumption. As for hens, they're their source of livelihood, so selling them is out of the question. Xia Xiaoman understood. If she were in their position, she too would be reluctant to sell. You are from the nearby village, right? Besides chickens, do you have any other agricultural products for sale? After a moment's hesitation, the man replied, would you be interested in rabbits? Wild rabbits? Or meat rabbits? Raised on our farm. Xia Xiaoman's eyes lit up. That sounds excellent. Both chickens and rabbits. The man pursed his lips, remaining silent. They had managed to keep the chickens and rabbits thanks to the swift actions of the village's old hunters, who had urged everyone to pack their belongings and flee to the mountains before the floods. However, such details would not be disclosed, lest they invite calamity upon the village. Meat rabbits are relatively expensive, priced at 5 pounds of grain each. If you are interested, I can bring them tomorrow at this time. All right. Please catch me 2 pairs of rabbits, and make sure they are healthy. I do not want any sickly ones. Having finalized the transaction, Xia Xiaoman carried the bag containing 12 chicks back home, only to encounter Su Ran and Qiu Yang returning. The 2 individuals appeared quite disheveled, their garments reduced to tattered rags, and their bodies bore numerous bruises. The bicycle and water bottle they had taken along were nowhere to be found, leaving them empty-handed upon their return. Didn't Tiu go to fetch water? Where is it? And what about my bicycle? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Su Ran forced a smile. Sister Xiaoman, I'm sorry, your bicycle was stolen. Who had the audacity to rob in broad daylight? Xia Xiaoman retorted. After more than a month of post-disaster reconstruction, the security in Floating City was considerably improved compared to the flood period. Few would dare to commit robbery during the day for fear of being apprehended by soldiers engaged in the rebuilding efforts. Su Ran, looking quite aggrieved, explained. I was returning with Brother Yang after getting water. An elderly woman mistook us for water sellers and insisted on purchasing a bottle. Despite our attempts to explain, she would not relent, and we reluctantly sold her a bottle of water. Just as we handed it to her, a group of people suddenly rushed over, claiming we had violated their rules by selling water on their turf. Without further ado, they assaulted us and seized our belongings. Furrowing her brow, Xia Xiaoman considered the implications of selling water in designated territories. While it might be understandable if Su Ran and the others had intended to usurp someone's livelihood, their actions were not premeditated. Having been assaulted and robbed was indeed a grave injustice. Where were you robbed? Where are those ruffians now? Su Ran pointed in a direction, stating, just over on the 4th street ahead. Xia Xiaoman tossed the chick she was carrying to Su Ran. Help me take this upstairs. Zhou Qiuyang, accompany me to take a look. When Su Ran realized she was intent on confronting them, he grasped her arm. Sister, there are many of them, over a dozen wielding poles. Don't act rashly. Let us discuss it once Uncle Wen returns. Stop wasting time with me. Safeguard my chick and bring it home. If you dare lose it, I shall twist your head off. Xia Xiaoman retorted, shaking off his grip and striding off with Shou Qiuyang. Anyone daring to steal her bicycle was clearly courting disaster. The group of vendors remained on the same street, intent on selling water, and it did not take long for Xia Xiaoman and Shou Qiuyang to locate them. The ruffians were parading her bicycle while hawking their wares. Xia Xiaoman approached, seizing the handlebars of her bicycle. The vendor, initially believing she was a prospective buyer, greeted her with a smile, but upon noticing Shou Qiuyang behind her, his demeanor shifted abruptly. What do you want? Haven't you had enough of a beating? Do you seek another? With a frosty expression, Xia Xiaoman declared, This bicycle belongs to me, and so does the water. You just took advantage of the elderly woman's entreaty and seized a bottle. You assaulted us and stole my bicycle without any justification. Do you not owe me an explanation? What explanation? Selling water on the street, whether intentional or not, is unacceptable. Daring to cause a ruckus on our turf warrants nothing less than a beating. Now, get lost. Don't impede our business. The vendor retorted arrogantly, completely dismissing Xia Xiaoman. With a steely gaze, Xia Xiaoman raised her foot and kicked the man before her with force. Taken by surprise, he stumbled sideways. The 3 or 4 individuals around them paused, astonished to see this petite woman take action. As they regained their composure, they beheld Xia Xiaoman, one hand grasping the man's hair while the other brandished a fruit knife, its blade pressed against his throat. Everyone step back, or I shall take his life this very moment. The captured man, however, remained defiant, shouting, Do not heed her. She is but a frail woman, too timid to even slaughter a chicken, let alone take a life. Xia Xiaoman let out a cold laugh, daring to question her. With little hesitation, she plunged the knife into the man's shoulder. Ah, you wretched, you truly mean to stab me. The man cried out in agony, and those nearby who had contemplated advancing halted in their tracks. Chapter 67. Acquiring a vehicle. The chilling edge of a blade pressed against his throat. The man felt a surge of fear and hurriedly urged his accomplice to retreat. His anguished cries drew the attention of nearby water vendors. As the crowd began to gather, Qiuyang's heart raced. He had not anticipated Xia Xiaoman's audacious act of seizing a hostage in broad daylight, believing instead that she would engage in a brawl against 10 adversaries. However, Xia Xiaoman was not so foolish. Even with her martial prowess, taking on a dozen burly men was an insurmountable challenge, unless she resorted to using a Molotov cocktail. Yet, in the midst of a bustling street, how could she employ such a tactic? The consequences of tossing a Molotov would lead to years of hard labor. Thus, securing a hostage appeared to be the more prudent course of action. Should they encounter soldiers, she could always resort to a feigned distraction to escape. Xia Xiaoman tugged at the man's hair, demanding that his companions keep their distance. Qiuyang, push the cart and load our water. Qiuyang complied, carefully maneuvering his bicycle to follow her closely. The duo advanced, one leading and the other following, gradually making their way toward the community. Noticing someone slipping away from the crowd, presumably to fetch soldiers or alert other accomplices, Xia Xiaoman remained unfazed. As long as she held a hostage, her safety was assured. Moments later, the individual who had fled returned, accompanied by a group, with the man who sold chicks at the forefront. The man appeared taken aback upon recognizing Xia Xiaoman as the instigator of the commotion. What is happening? He inquired. Before Xia Xiaoman could respond, the hostage in her grip cried out in desperation, Brother Ming, help! This lunatic is going to kill me. Xia Xiaoman's eardrums nearly shattered from the outburst. With an icy tone, she warned, Silence. If you utter another word, I will end your life right here. The hostage fell silent. She turned her gaze towards the crowd. Your people stole my cart and water, and they injured my companion. I sought to retrieve my belongings, but they refused, leaving me no choice but to resort to force. Ji Ming addressed the onlookers. Is what she says true? No, Brother Ming. They broke the rules by selling water on our turf first. Qiuyang vehemently countered. We were merely pushing a cart filled with water back to the community when we encountered an old woman who was being troublesome. You did not even inquire before you attacked, leaving us with no chance to defend ourselves. Ji Ming furrowed his brow and asked the bystanders, Is this the case? The onlookers hesitated, uncertain, as the cart brimmed with water. Who could ascertain the truth of their claims? Ji Ming's expression darkened. So, you simply witnessed someone pushing a cart of water and decided to seize it without a single question? How does that differ from robbery? The crowd seemed to quail before Ji Ming, who appeared increasingly displeased, leaving them reluctant to speak. Xia Xiaoman's eyes flashed with impatience. If you wish to discipline them, do so behind closed doors. For now, kindly step aside and do not obstruct the way. Ji Ming glanced at the hostage in her grasp. Indeed, we made an error in this matter. You may reclaim your cart and water, and I shall additionally provide you with 4 chicks as compensation. Will you consider releasing my companion? Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. What reason do I have to trust you? I have no need to deceive you. Prolonging this situation serves neither of our interests, and you surely do not wish for the soldiers to witness your violent actions. Would it not be prudent to resolve this matter swiftly? Xia Xiaoman shrugged, expressing her desire for a quick resolution, yet I find it exceedingly difficult to trust your character. Both parties remained obstinate, unwilling to concede any ground. Eventually, Ji Ming relented, asking if he could remain alone while requesting the others to leave. Certainly, Xia Xiaoman replied readily. With only one person left, even if she were to lose, she could still make her escape. Ji Ming gestured for those around them to depart. And once the crowd dispersed, leaving only him, Xia Xiaoman instructed Shou Qiuyang to retrieve the 4 chicks they had agreed upon before delivering the hostage to Ji Ming with a kick. Zhou Qiuyang, pushing a cart filled with water, trailed closely behind Xia Xiaoman, his eyes brimming with admiration. Xia Xiaoman possessed a courage that he lacked, despite being 2 years her senior, and he felt overshadowed by her audacity. Upon returning to the neighborhood, Shou Qiuyang finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Xiaoman, these chicks are for you. He had borrowed Xia Xiaoman's vehicle to transport water, but they had lost the car in the process, although they eventually reclaimed both the water and the vehicle. He felt too embarrassed to take credit for the 4 chicks, which were truly Xia Xiaoman's accomplishment. Without hesitation, she placed these 4 chicks alongside the 12 she already had. That evening, upon returning home from work, when Jianfeng learned of Zhou Qiuyang's mishap with the vehicle and subjected both men to a rigorous training session, insisting that Shou Qiuyang and Su Ren attend special training at his house every night after dinner. It was quite humiliating for 2 men to lose a car and require a girl to retrieve it. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman settled the chicks, hastily consumed a light meal to stave off hunger, and quietly left with her bag. At the trading point, Chen Guangli had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoman approach on her bicycle, he waved, Over here. What took you so long? I thought you had changed your mind about the purchase. I was delayed by some matters. Where's the vehicle owner? A single truck would not suffice. At least 2 vehicles should be prepared to ensure a backup in case of a breakdown. Wait a moment. I will take you there now, Chen Guangli replied, informing his colleague and storing away his ID badge as he led Xia Xiaoman down an alley. The alley grew increasingly narrow, and Xia Xiaoman discreetly moved her hand to her lower back. Suddenly, Chen Guangli halted and knocked on a nearby iron gate. Shortly thereafter, the gate swung open, revealing a man with a small ponytail. The man assessed Xia Xiaoman and inquired, Are you the one looking to buy a vehicle? Xia Xiaoman nodded, stating that while the price was negotiable, the quality of the vehicle was non-negotiable. The ponytail man asked no further questions, extinguishing his cigarette as he said, Follow me. Upon entering through the iron gate, they found themselves in a spacious courtyard filled with various vehicles, sedans, SUVs, off-road vehicles, vans, and business cars, a true cornucopia of options. Xia Xiaoman's gaze quickly settled on a black off-road vehicle. How much for this one? She asked. Leaning against the wall, the ponytail man lit another cigarette and replied, What can you offer? Cigarettes, alcohol, grain, gasoline. What will you pay? Chapter 68. Bullying her for her stature? The city was engulfed in a deluge, rendering nearly all vehicles inoperative, with only a few surviving amidst the rising waters and several elevated parking facilities. These vehicles, under stringent supervision by the floating city government prior to the flood's conclusion, were earmarked for transporting supplies once the crisis abated. Where there are people, there is corruption. The scarcity of vehicles in the floating city implied that selling them could yield substantial profits. Certain excavation workers colluded with personnel documenting vehicles, clandestinely purveying those excavated from the mire for repairs, subsequently reselling them to garner resources. The mechanic with a ponytail collaborated with Chen Guangli and another excavator operator to covertly transport the unearthed vehicles for repairs, sharing the acquired resources among themselves. The value of a single vehicle was exorbitant, designating specific goods for barter made selling the vehicles challenging, hence they agreed to accept any resources on offer. They would retain those they found useful, while the surplus could be exchanged by Chen Guangli, who worked at a trading point, facilitating a conversion of unnecessary goods into essentials. Xia Xiaoman pondered briefly and inquired, Could we trade with gold? Gold. Chen Guangli's eyes sparkled. How much gold do you possess? Xia Xiaoman refrained from answering first. Confirm if we can make the exchange. Indeed, the ponytail mechanic nodded. 5 pounds of gold for a vehicle. Xia Xiaoman frowned. That's exorbitant. In tumultuous times, gold's value only appreciates. Based on the market rate of over 500 per gram, 5 pounds equates to over 1 million. This vehicle isn't worth that much. At most 3 pounds of gold. The ponytail mechanic disagreed, asserting that while gold retains its value in chaotic times, Off-road vehicles were currently in high demand with limited availability. £3 was too little, and £5 was already a bottom-line price. Although Xia Xiaoman possessed over £10 of gold and could easily part with 5, she hesitated to pay such a steep price for a vehicle. If the floating city were to regain its former prosperity, those gold reserves would serve as her financial security. After extensive negotiations, she ultimately procured the off-road vehicle for £4 of gold, which included a complimentary canister of gasoline. Having obtained her driver's license during her freshman winter break, she was only accustomed to operating standard cars and had never driven an off-road vehicle before. She requested the ponytail mechanic to drive the vehicle to the alley's entrance, then took the wheel herself, accelerating back home. Xia Xiaoman had anticipated that Qin Guangli might react violently upon witnessing her, a woman, produce such a substantial sum of gold, yet to her surprise, the acquisition of the vehicle transpired without incident, and it was an off-road one at that. After parking the vehicle in a secluded spot and storing it safely, she pedaled her bicycle back to her residential complex, humming a cheerful tune. Upon returning home, it was already past 1 in the morning. After a quick wash-up, she retired for the night. The following morning, she was roused by a persistent chirping sound. Sitting up in bed, she momentarily lost herself in thought. Recalling that she had yet to feed the chicks she had brought home the previous day, she prepared a pot of mixed grain porridge, allowing it to cool before taking it to the chickens. The man named Ji Ming was quite astute, having offered only young hens for sale, with not a single rooster in sight, presumably to prevent anyone from breeding chicks. Xia Xiaoman paid it no mind, as her primary intention in raising chickens was for their eggs. As long as they were hens, that sufficed. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Xia Xiaoman descended the stairs, carrying 2 bags of rice, and found Ji Ming already setting up his stall. "Hello, did you bring the meat rabbits I ordered yesterday?" Ji Ming nodded and retrieved 4 juvenile rabbits from the basket. Xia Xiaoman inspected the 4 rabbits, confirmed they were in good condition, tossed some rice to Ji Ming, and grabbed the rabbits by their ears to head home. As she passed a couple, the woman pointed at the rabbits in Xia Xiaoman's hands and said in a sweet voice, "What adorable bunnies. Hey yo, I want a bunny too." "Don't worry, darling. It's just a few rabbits. I'll get them for you right now," replied the man named Ayo, a man with a crew cut, as he intercepted Xia Xiaoman. "Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear my girlfriend wants a bunny? Hand them over." Xia Xiaoman looked around, realizing she was alone. "Are you talking to me? Who else could I be talking to? Hurry and give me the rabbits for my girlfriend," Ayo said impatiently. Xia Xiaoman, perplexed, thought to herself, "Have you read too many domineering CEO novels? You think I should just hand them over because you asked? Who do you think you are? The richest person in the world? If you want a bunny, go buy one at the community entrance. Stop pretending to be a boss here, you fool." Ayo's face darkened at the ridicule. Clenching his fists, he ominously warned, "Stop talking nonsense, or you'll regret it. Hand over the rabbits, or I'll make you pay." With a sigh, Xia Xiaoman remarked, "Being short makes one an easy target, but if you want the rabbits, come and take them." Ayo, suspicious, glanced at her. Just moments ago, he had been aggressive, and now she was inviting him to take the rabbits? Seeing Xia Xiaoman clutching the rabbits with her small, frail frame, he figured she posed no real threat and approached her. Just as his hand reached for the rabbits, Xia Xiaoman swiftly kicked him between the legs. Ayo yelped in pain and crumpled to the ground, his face contorted in agony, unable to utter a word. Nearby men, witnessing the scene, instinctively covered their groins and hastened away from the chaotic scene. This woman was vicious. One kick and he might as well have shattered something. Best to avoid confrontation and leave swiftly. Ayo's girlfriend was momentarily stunned, but as she regained her composure and considered confronting Xia Xiaoman, she was frozen in her tracks by Xia Xiaoman's icy gaze. To resolve the matter, Xia Xiaoman contentedly continued her journey home with the rabbits. Rabbits are omnivores, so she confined the 4 in the smallest room, providing them with some oats and water before leaving them be. Just as she settled the rabbits, a loud knocking echoed at the door. "Xiaoman, are you home? Do you have a thermometer?" Xia Xiaoman opened the door to find Zhou Qiuyang, drenched in sweat. "What do you need a thermometer for? Are you running a fever?" "It's not me, it's Su Ran. He was feeling faint from the heat this afternoon and refused to rest. I just helped him up the stairs, and he nearly collapsed halfway. I touched his forehead, and he was burning up." Zhou Qiuyang wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly added, "Do you have a thermometer? I need to check how high his fever is." "Yes, you go check on Su Ran, and I'll grab the thermometer." Xia Xiaoman returned to her room, retrieving a thermometer and a pack of fever-reducing patches. When she arrived at 15:01, when Jianfeng was assisting Su Ran with physical cooling, diligently wiping her body with cool water, Xia Xiaoman handed over a fever-reducing patch, suggesting they apply one to lower her temperature, lest she be rendered senseless. Zhou Qiuyang took the patch, tore it open, and affixed it to Su Ran's forehead. "Is it caused by heat stroke? Has she taken any medicine to alleviate the heat? Xia Xiaoman inquired. She drank a vial of Huaxiang Jingqi water when she just returned, but then vomited it out. Observing Su Ran's pale, bloodless face, Zhou Qiuyang's brow furrowed in deep concern. Just a couple of days prior, someone from their work team had suffered heat stroke and convulsions. They had not even reached the medical station before losing their life. He wondered if Su Ran would be able to endure this ordeal. Chapter 69. Journey to the medical station. Sweat beads continuously trickled down Su Ran's forehead. His face flushed crimson, lips slightly purplish, and his breath came in rapid, feeble gasps. His consciousness was becoming increasingly hazy. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. Realizing his condition was dire, he needed to be taken to the medical station. However, when Jianfeng shook his head, concerned that the sweltering heat outside would exacerbate his plight, Xia Xiaoman countered, arguing that remaining in the stifling indoor air was not a viable solution either. Zhou Qiuyang suggested, "What if I inflate a kayak and fill it with water from home, allowing Su Ran to soak in cold water?" When Jianfeng replied sternly, "Do not act recklessly. Su Ran is already in distress. Suddenly immersing him in cold water may provoke further complications. We should first help him cool down physically by wiping his body." After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xiaoman stood up resolutely, declaring, "I will find a way to get a vehicle to drive him to the medical station. The journey won't take long, and it won't be as hot. Where can we find a vehicle at this hour?" Zhou Qiuyang inquired. But Xia Xiaoman did not respond. Instead, she hurried home to grab her backpack and swiftly descended the stairs. In just over 10 minutes, she discovered a secluded and dimly lit area, retrieving a pickup truck from her space and honking the horn upon reaching the ground. The prolonged honking drew the attention of several residents, who peeked out of their windows, curious about the ruckus caused by the vehicle. Although Zhou Qiuyang doubted Xia Xiaoman could procure a vehicle in such a brief time frame, he dashed to the balcony upon hearing the horn. The driver's side door of the pickup swung open, and Xia Xiaoman, one hand on the horn, leaned out to wave. Zhou Qiuyang's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Coach, Xiaoman actually got a truck, a pickup." Wen Jianfeng quickly sprinted out to the balcony, and upon seeing the pickup parked below, he urged Zhou Qiuyang, "Hurry. Carry Su Ran down. I'll stay back to guard the house. We must always have someone at home. The security situation is not yet stable enough to leave the doors unlocked. If we don't leave someone behind, we might return from the medical station to find our home completely ransacked." Zhou Qiuyang carefully hoisted Su Ran onto his back and jogged downstairs. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman examined the pickup, successfully locating the air conditioning switch. After a brief wait, a rush of cool air began to flow from the vents. By the time Zhou Qiuyang carried Su Ran down, the temperature inside the vehicle had already dropped. As he opened the door, a refreshing breeze greeted him, instantly clearing his mind. The truck had only 2 seats, so they placed Su Ran in the passenger seat and secured his seatbelt. Zhou Qiuyang climbed into the truck bed. Tapping on the roof, "Xiaoman, I'm in. You can drive now." Hearing his voice, Xia Xiaoman pressed on the accelerator and drove toward the medical station. Perhaps due to the comfort of the air conditioning, Su Ran regained some awareness, barely opening his eyes to glance around. "Sister, where did you get this vehicle?" Xia Xiaoman shot him a sidelong glance. "You need not concern yourself with where I acquired the vehicle. Just know that I spent a fortune to rent it in order to save your life. Once you recover, you are to work diligently to repay me." Su Ran managed a faint smile. "Xiaoman, if I survive this, you shall be regarded as my true sister. And all the resources I earn from working will be devoted to you." Xia Xiaoman smiled, truly insightful. "It was not in vain that I toiled to rent a car for you." The medical station was not too far, and with the road being relatively clear, Xia Xiaoman accelerated. As they approached the medical station, a figure suddenly dashed onto the road, prompting Xia Xiaoman to instinctively slam on the brakes. Su Ran, propelled by inertia, nearly smashed her head against the window, while Zhou Qiuyang in the back seat almost got thrown out. Xia Xiaoman's face turned ominously dark. Just as she was about to step out and discuss the situation, the person who had obstructed the vehicle suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading, "I am so sorry. Please, I beg you, save my daughter. Please take her to the medical station. I implore you." Xia Xiaoman frowned and unbuckled her seatbelt to exit the vehicle. The woman kneeling in the middle of the road cradled a 3- or 4-year-old girl in her arms. The child's face was unnaturally flushed, exhibiting symptoms far more severe than Su Ran's. Gazing at the tearful woman, Xia Xiaoman could not help but recall her own parents. If she were in such a dire condition, would her parents risk their own safety to flag down a car? The answer was no. It is often said that the misfortunes of childhood require a lifetime to heal. Xia Xiaoman did not subscribe to this notion. She believed that the scars of childhood misfortune could never truly heal, not even over the course of a lifetime. At this moment, witnessing the desperate mother pleading for her daughter, Xia Xiaoman knew she ought to refuse mercilessly, yet she allowed the mother and child to enter the car. She longed for the unconditional love that this little girl received from her mother. Just this once, she would soften her heart. She placed the little girl in Su Ran's arms and urged the woman to take a seat in the back. The woman nodded through her tears, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, and with Zhou Qiuyang's assistance, climbed into the rear compartment. An elderly man passing by noticed how easily Xia Xiaoman allowed someone to board the vehicle and approached with his cane, saying, "Hey, young lady. I also need to get to the medical station. Could you take me along?" This sparked a wave of requests, as 7 or 8 others nearby also asked to be taken to the medical station. With a stern expression, Xia Xiaoman drew an axe from her waist, declaring, "Get away from me. One more step forward, and I shall personally escort you to meet the King of Hell." As he stepped through the hotel entrance, a wave of cool air enveloped him from above. Zhou Qiuyang glanced upward, realizing it was the central air conditioning. While pondering the source of electricity for the medical station, a stern soldier approached him, asking, "Are you here for medical treatment? If not, please leave immediately." "Hello, my companion is suffering from heat stroke and has a fever. He is waiting outside. Do we need to register for a consultation? Where should we go to register?" Seeing that he was indeed seeking medical assistance, the soldier's expression softened slightly. Just as he was about to respond, a frantic figure burst through the door. Doctor, help. My son is vomiting blood. Please, help." Chapter 70. Heat stroke. Among the crowd, a man burst into the medical station, carrying a teenage boy on his back. The boy's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale, and his arms hung limply at his sides, occasionally convulsing, each spasm accompanied by a copious expulsion of blood. The soldier quickly rushed over to assist, simultaneously calling out to Zhou Qiuyang, "Head to the left side to register. Each patient may only have 2 accompanying family members. We cannot allow too many inside." After relaying this, the soldier guided the father and son toward the emergency room. Zhou Qiuyang followed the soldier's instructions and ventured a few steps inside, where the sight left him utterly astonished. The hotel lobby was teeming with people, the corridors crowded with patients and their families, and even the floor was occupied. A lengthy queue snaked its way at the registration area, stretching beyond sight. Nurses busily weaved through the throngs, providing assistance and care to the patients. Upon noticing a family accompanying an urgent case, they would swiftly rush to offer aid. After observing for a moment, Zhou Qiuyang stepped outside to inform Xia Xiaoman of the situation within the medical station, noting that it was air-conditioned, and suggested she park her vehicle in the hotel's underground parking lot, assuring her that with the soldier on guard, her car would be safe from theft. Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement. "All right, you carry Su Ran inside first. I will park the car and come find you." The underground parking lot was filled with vehicles, her pickup truck blending in inconspicuously among them. After securing her vehicle, she made her way back to the hotel lobby, quickly spotting Su Ran and Zhou Qiuyang. Upon her arrival, Zhou Qiuyang pushed Su Ran toward her, saying, "You should find a place to sit with Su Ran. There are still so many people ahead. We might have to wait an hour or 2. Xia Xiaoman nodded, assisting Su Ran to a vacant spot on the floor. As she surveyed the overcrowded lobby, she murmured, "How can there be so many people seeking medical attention? Is this the only medical station in the entire city? It seems most of them are suffering from heat stroke." Su Ran replied weakly, "Recently, I've heard my co-workers lamenting that working in the mud excavation has become increasingly perilous, with many succumbing to heat stroke and requiring hospitalization. Back then, I thought he was exaggerating. I never imagined so many would actually be affected." Having spent most of her days indoors, Xia Xiaoman was somewhat oblivious to the extent of the current heat wave's impact on the general populace. In contrast, Su Ran was acutely aware that, a fortnight prior, outdoor workers had their schedules adjusted, and wages had seen a slight increase, all changes precipitated by the sweltering weather. Yet, he and Zhou Qiuyang spent most of their time indoors, laying electrical wires. Even though they recognized the harsh conditions, they never anticipated the severity that would lead to such widespread illness. Over the 2 hours spent waiting to register, the medical station's doors remained perpetually open, with new arrivals every minute or 2. Some individuals with mild heat stroke symptoms managed to walk to the station unaided, while others, severely afflicted, convulsed, and bled, being carried in by their relatives. With the assistance of the soldiers, they were swiftly transported to the emergency room. Doctors and nurses raced against time to provide life-saving interventions, promptly diagnosing conditions and administering cooling treatments and intravenous fluids. The nurses worked in close coordination, monitoring vital signs and providing oxygen support as necessary. Despite the presence of air conditioning within the medical station, the doctors and nurses were drenched in sweat, their clothes so soaked that water could be wrung from them. The anguished cries of family members and the lamentations of patients echoed relentlessly through the air. The atmosphere in the medical station was fraught with tension and despair, Xia Xiaoman could scarcely recall how many individuals had been rushed into the emergency room since her arrival, nor how many had been wheeled out, shrouded in white cloth. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her. Xia Xiaoman looked up to see the mother who had blocked her path, cradling her daughter in her arms, whose eyes were tightly shut and breath had ceased. "Thank you for bringing my daughter to the hospital," the woman choked out, her gratitude punctuated by sobs. After a moment of composure, she removed a gold bracelet from her wrist and placed it before Xia Xiaoman, saying, "This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Xia Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback. "There's no need," she replied. "I was merely passing by the medical station." The woman shook her head, offering no further words, and gently cradled her daughter as she slowly departed from the station. Su Ran watched the woman's retreating figure for a considerable time before speaking up. "Xiaoman, she doesn't seem quite right. She appears to be in a dark place. Do you think she might?" Xia Xiaoman pressed her lips together. Every individual must take responsibility for their own life choices. If she chooses to succumb to despair, that remains her decision, and we cannot interfere with another's path. But that is a life at stake. Su Ran exclaimed, his heart heavy with compassion. Xia Xiaoman replied calmly. "And what of it? Some possess the fortitude to endure their suffering, while others, in their weakness, opt for release. These are their choices, and we have no authority to intervene." Su Ran opened his mouth to argue, but found no words and fell silent. After an additional half hour, the line for registration had still not reached Yang. Su Ran finally spoke. "Sister, I feel much better now. Perhaps we should head home." Compared to those who were spitting blood, his condition was not dire enough to warrant the waste of medical resources. Xia Xiaoman touched his forehead, noting that his fever had indeed subsided, likely due to the 2 or 3 hours spent in the cool air. "Are you certain your body can endure this?" If the porridge was somewhat excessive, prompting Xia Xiaoman to invite the twins from room 1502, and the 4 of them gathered for lunch. When Su was sweating profusely, fanning himself in the heat, Ling Ling, noticing his discomfort, dashed to the balcony and beckoned him. "Brother, come here. The breeze is stronger over here." Upon hearing the call, Xia Xiaoman instinctively glanced towards the balcony, and in that instant, she was taken aback. In the distance, a dark line on the horizon gradually expanded and approached, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, yet subtly distinct. Chapter 71. The locust plague. A dark mass loomed in the sky, resembling an immense curtain, accompanied by a cacophonous buzzing that resonated like thunder. When Su, with keen eyes, pointed towards the ominous clouds and exclaimed loudly, "Sister Xiaoman, there are swarms of insects approaching." Xiaoman and Su Ran abruptly leapt to their feet and rushed to the balcony, where countless small black dots filled the air. Su Ran's face turned pale with terror. "What on earth is that?" Xiaoman's expression mirrored his unease. "It's locusts." Ling Ling, when Su, hurry back and close all the doors and windows before returning. Ling Ling and when Su nodded in response, hastily making their way home to secure the windows and doors. Xiaoman also returned to ensure her own home was fortified before rushing to assist Ling Ling and the others in closing the windows. Once everything was secured, the group returned to room 1502. By then, the locusts had drawn near, densely covering the windows and the glass door of the balcony. The incessant buzzing filled their ears, sounding as if an aircraft was circling overhead. A wave of unease washed over Xiaoman. It was her first encounter with such a locust invasion. Ling Ling tugged at Xiaoman's arm, asking, "Sister Xiaoman, do you think these insects will harm Dad?" At the mention of Wenshu and Yangge not having returned, Su Ran suddenly felt a pang of worry. "Sister Xiaoman, what if they're in trouble?" Xiaoman reassured them, "Don't worry. The coach and Shou Qiuyang are quick-witted. They returned safely." A faint rustling sound interrupted their thoughts. Su Ran turned to see several locusts careening wildly through the living room. "Ah, sister, locusts are inside," she screamed, flailing her arms in panic. When Su and Ling Ling rushed to assist, Xiaoman brandished a watermelon knife, swiftly dispatching a locust that flew too close, exclaiming, "Didn't you secure the doors and windows?" "I did. I locked every window in the house," Su Ran replied, clearly distressed. She harbored a deep aversion to insects, especially flying ones. As Xiaoman wielded the knife to fend off the locusts, she began to search for the source of the intrusion. Before long, she discovered that the locusts had entered through the air conditioner vents and the exhaust outlets in the kitchen and bathroom. Realizing this flaw, Xiaoman felt an immediate urge to leave room 1501. The locusts came through the air conditioning and exhaust vents. They might have entered my home as well. I must check. You two stay here and keep an eye on the twins. Upon hearing Xiaoman's intention to depart, Su Ran extended her hands in protest. "Sister, please don't leave me. I'm scared of the insects." Xiaoman replied, "How can you, on the brink of adulthood, admit to such a fear? Look at Ling Ling. She can catch locusts with her bare hands." Su Ran, on the verge of tears, lamented, "I don't want to be afraid. but I simply am. Then seize this opportunity to build your courage, Xiaoman retorted, leaving without a backward glance. Upon returning home, she opened the door to find dozens of locusts hopping about in her living room. Closing the door behind her, she retrieved 2 electric fly swatters and deftly struck down 4 or 5 locusts in a swift motion. After a brief endeavor to clear the locusts from the living room, I entered the bedroom and discovered that the room housing the chickens was devoid of any locusts. As soon as a locust ventured into the chickens' quarters, the chicks swarmed around, pecking it clean. The rabbit room also had only a few locusts. Upon entering, I noticed that all 4 rabbits had their cheeks puffed out. One even had half a locust in its mouth. This sudden realization sparked a new idea. I retrieved a net to capture all the locusts that had flown into the room. These would serve as sustenance for the chicks and bunnies, and thus must not go to waste. However, the locusts were scarce in the room, prompting me to take out several snakeskin bags, propping them open with iron wires and suspending them outside on the balcony. I then wielded an electric mosquito racket above, causing the electrocution of many locusts that fell into the bags. Yet, this method proved ineffective. Within 5 minutes. The sheer number of locusts overwhelmed me, and I struggled to keep my eyes open amidst their chaotic flurry. After a brief period of capturing, my face, neck, and arms bore the marks of their incessant collisions. Though the pain was not severe, it was an insufferable itch and irritation. Contemplating my next move, I retrieved several fresh wild vegetables and some green cloth from my space, applying the vegetable juice onto the fabric. I then activated all the electric mosquito rackets, hanging them upside down on the balcony, and placed the vegetable-infused green cloth behind them to attract more locusts. Since locusts rely on smell and touch to locate food, the strong aroma of grass drew in a multitude of them. The balcony resounded with crackling sounds akin to fireworks, occasionally accompanied by the scent of something charred. Locust bodies rained down, creating a small mountain of them in no time. The electric mosquito rackets I had utilized were battery-operated, and whenever one ran out of power, I promptly replaced it to continue zapping the locusts. In my fervent pursuit of capturing them, I lost track of how long they had lingered outside. When I finally realized, I found that the locusts had been resting in the floating city for over 2 hours. Although I had not personally experienced a locust infestation, I had heard that they typically do not stay long, devouring crops before moving on to the next fertile patch of greenery. The fact that they had remained for over 2 hours made me fear that the roots of the grass below had likely been consumed as well. My heart sank with worry. After the locust plague, a food crisis was bound to follow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wen Jianfeng and Zhou Qiuyang, along with 3 other colleagues, took refuge in a building. They had been assigned to repair the electrical circuits there and had just finished measuring the necessary wire lengths when a swarm of locusts suddenly burst through the windows and doors. The sheer volume of locusts forced Wen Jianfeng to attempt an escape back to the community, but he had barely taken a step before being pushed back. Reluctantly, he and Zhou Qiuyang joined their 3 colleagues in a semi-enclosed tool room. "Ah, Brother Feng, help! There's a locust here!" cried Li Yue as she dove into Wen Jianfeng's arms. Zhou Qiuyang, quick on his feet, stepped in front of Wen Jianfeng, saying, "Sister Yue, at your age, how can you still be afraid of locusts? Haven't you caught anyone farming before?" Seeing that her objectives remained unfulfilled, Li Yue said with irritation, "I am a city dweller. I have neither farmed nor caught grasshoppers." Zhou Qiuyang smirked slightly. "That's perfect. Now you can catch a couple to play with. Grasshoppers may appear large, but they are hardly frightening. Even a child of 3 or 4 could easily catch one." Li Yue rolled her eyes, for she was certainly not afraid of grasshoppers. She merely sought an opportunity to interact more with Wen Jianfeng. However, Wen Jianfeng was perpetually accompanied by the oblivious Zhou Qiuyang, who seemed utterly lacking in perception. Each time she attempted to approach Wen Jianfeng, Zhou Qiuyang would invariably thwart her intentions. Chapter 72. The Locust Plague. Wen Jianfeng, though possessing an unremarkable visage, stood tall and exuded a commendable disposition, often lending a hand to those weaker than himself. In the eyes of Li Yue, such a character appeared relatively easy to manage and provided a sense of security. Hence, when she found herself assigned to the same group as Wen Jianfeng, she subtly sought to draw closer to him, hoping to secure a dependable man amidst the chaos of society. Zhou Qiuyang discerned Li Yue's intentions, and each time he observed her approaching Wen Jianfeng, he would devise various means to thwart her efforts to engage with him. To be fair, after working together for some time, it was clear that Li Yue approached her duties with seriousness. Her fiery temperament, while sometimes unreasonable, did not preclude her from rationality. Nevertheless, this calculated pursuit of Wen Jianfeng rendered him somewhat wary. Were Wen Jianfeng a solitary bachelor, he might have turned a blind eye. But the fact remained that he had 2 children. If Li Yue were merely seeking a long-term meal ticket, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow over the well-being of the twins. After all, they had affectionately referred to him as brother. and it was only right that he shield their father from undesirable entanglements. As the hours stretched on within the confines of the building, when Jianfeng's anxiety grew. Xiaoang, I shall venture outside to ascertain whether the locusts have diminished. You remain here. No sooner had he spoken than Li Wei eagerly interjected, Brother Feng, I shall accompany you. Shou Qiuyang swiftly grasped Li Wei's arm, cautioning, Sister Wei, Uncle Wen is anxious about his 2 children and is eager to return home. You, however, have no such urgency. What purpose would your excursion serve? The subtext was clear. With Wen Jianfeng already a father, it would be prudent for Sister Wei to cease her pursuit. Li Wei's lips twitched in irritation. It dawned on her that Shou Qiuyang was an impediment on her path to Wen Jianfeng. Brother Feng, I possess a means to facilitate your return. She was resolute. Having finally set her sights on a man, she refused to let him slip away. When Jianfeng paused, taken aback, you have a way for me to return? Li Wei nodded affirmatively. I previously ascended to the upper floors and noticed that 2 office partitions were constructed of aluminum, each adorned with finger-sized apertures. We could dismantle these panels, bind them into a square box with iron wire, and then conceal ourselves within it as we carry it away. This would prevent the locusts from entering while allowing us to observe the outside world through those openings. A spark of hope ignited within Wen Jianfeng, and he inquired eagerly, Wei, where are these panels located? I shall lead you there. Li Wei stepped out of the tool room, displaying not a hint of trepidation regarding the locusts outside. By 4 p.m., more than 3 hours had elapsed since the locusts first appeared. The vast swarm, having finally deemed it time to depart, left behind only a fraction of their ranks to linger. Xia Xiaoman, dressed in long sleeves and trousers, busied herself with clearing the balcony of the deceased locusts when suddenly a series of sharp knocks resounded at the outer door. As she approached to open it, she was surprised to find Su Ran had already taken the initiative to swing it open. Standing outside were the recently returned Wen Jianfeng and Zhou Qiuyang. Su Ran's face lit up with delight. How did you manage to return? I was contemplating waiting until the locusts had thinned out before venturing forth to find you. Zhou Qiuyang chuckled. With your slight frame, it would be wiser to refrain from going out. Be cautious not to succumb to heatstroke again. He, along with Wen Jianfeng and other colleagues, crafted an aluminum box from aluminum panels. The 5 of them slowly carried the aluminum box back home. Due to the considerable distance to their residence and the need to drop off other colleagues, their return was significantly delayed. Upon entering, Wen Jianfeng inquired, Is Lingling and Axu all right? Su Ran responded, They are fine. They have been with me all along, though I must admit I was somewhat worried about you. Nothing untoward happened on your way back, did it? Wen Jianfeng, eager to see his child, had no time to answer his question. Shou Qiuyang, while closing the fire door, remarked, We are fine, but the future remains uncertain. On our way back, we noticed that the newly sprouted grass and leaves along the roadside had been entirely consumed by locusts. Even some tinderwood and the roots of grass lying on the ground were thoroughly devoured. If the wild grass by the roadside suffered such devastation, the crops in the rural fields are likely to have been completely obliterated by the locusts as well. What does the complete consumption of crops by locusts signify? It indicates that to procure food, one must resort to replanting. However, replanting crops necessitates certain conditions. The weather cannot be excessively hot. With daily temperatures soaring to 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, it becomes exceedingly challenging for any crop to survive. Furthermore, there is the issue of water. After more than 2 months of sustained high temperatures, the streams in the mountains have noticeably diminished, raising concerns about whether there will be sufficient water for irrigation. The final concern is time. Even if the maturation period of the new crops is brief, it will still require at least 3 months. 3 months without harvest means only expenditure. Even the abundant reserves of Floating City cannot withstand such depletion. The emergence of locusts has made many acutely aware that a food crisis is looming once again, and the chaos witnessed during the floods may re-emerge. Shou Qiuyang could easily envision the state of disarray Floating City would be in after the locust disaster, leaving him uncertain whether he and Wen Jianfeng could continue their electrical work. In contrast to the furrowed brows of Shou Qiuyang and his companions, Xia Xiaoman maintained a relatively upbeat disposition. The sky was filled with locusts resembling chicken and rabbit feed. If she could gather all the locusts in the sky, she felt confident enough to establish a poultry farm. As dusk fell, the number of locusts in the sky diminished. Xia Xiaoman captured all the locusts that had invaded her home while contemplating how to approach her neighbors to enlist their help in collecting locusts. Before she could devise a plan, Floating City issued a notification overnight, announcing that the trading post would be purchasing locusts in bulk, offering 5 pounds of locusts in exchange for 1 pound of rice, commencing the next day. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. She had not anticipated the trading post would compete with her for business. Su Ran, perplexed, wondered what the trading post intended to do with the locusts. Did they intend to consume them? Xia Xiaoman grimaced slightly. Locusts during a plague are toxic, and consuming them excessively could be fatal. The trading post couldn't be so foolish as to buy locusts for their own consumption. So what was their purpose in acquiring such a large quantity of locusts? She had not heard of anyone in Floating City raising chickens on a large scale. Xia Xiaoman remarked, besides feeding chickens and ducks. Locusts can also be used in traditional medicine. When dried and crushed, they make excellent fertilizer when sprinkled into the soil. Su Ran shook her head, expressing her skepticism towards his assertions. I find your claims rather implausible. The trading post cannot possibly accommodate such an abundance of chickens and ducks for sustenance. It is impractical to utilize them in traditional medicine to such an extent, and the notion of drying and pulverizing them for fertilizer seems excessively cumbersome. It is far more convenient to use chemical fertilizers instead. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that the trading post required such a large quantity of locusts for consumption. Although he was uncertain as to who would partake in them, Xia Xiaoman was captivated by his imaginative reasoning, her heart wavering slightly. Could it be that the trading post truly intended to consume these locusts? Chapter 73. The Locust Plague. The dread and despair wrought by the locust plague enveloped the floating city like a dark cloud. Yet, before they could fully react, their attention was captured by a message from the trading point. 5 pounds of locusts could be exchanged for 1 pound of grain. With this announcement, the locusts outside transformed from mere pests into veritable commodities. Even before dawn, individuals wielding flashlights and torches ventured forth to capture the locusts. Xia Xiaoman joined the throngs in this endeavor, while others sought locusts for the sake of trade. Her motivation was solely to save a bit on feed for her chickens and rabbits. When Jianfeng and Shou Qiuyang also contemplated joining the locust hunt, but they had not received word of any work stoppage and needed to inquire with their superiors about whether they were still required to report for duty. On the 15th floor, only Su Ran and the twins remained, and Xia Xiaoman, concerned for Su Ran's capabilities and fearing a home invasion, opted to stay downstairs to catch locusts. If anything were to transpire at home, she could hear Su Ran's call from above, around 10 in the morning. When Jianfeng and Shou Qiuyang returned, have they halted work? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Shou Qiuyang shook his head. We were let go. The higher-ups declared that there were too many electricians and dismissed all of us non-professionals. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. Most of the electrical circuits in the floating city had yet to be connected. How could they not require electricians? Shou Qiuyang sighed. I discussed this with the coach, and we both suspect it is due to the locust plague. They might not be able to disperse wages or are prioritizing resources to combat the locust crisis, thus postponing repair plans for water and electricity. After finally securing a stable job, to be dismissed so soon left Shou Qiuyang deeply disheartened. Xia Xiaoman patted his arm in consolation. If you've lost your job, so be it. Right now, locusts are quite valuable. You can catch them to trade for supplies. Shou Qiuyang nodded, about to respond when suddenly, someone nearby pointed at the horizon, screaming, Holy moly! The locusts are back. They're coming again. A dense, dark mass loomed on the horizon, rapidly engulfing the floating city. Shou Qiuyang turned to witness this scene, his eyes widening in shock. Xia Xiaoman's expression shifted, and she dashed back into the building, urgently calling out to Shou Qiuyang, and when Jianfeng, what are you waiting for? Run! Regaining his senses, Shou Qiuyang noticed Xia Xiaoman had already entered the building and promptly followed suit with Wen Jianfeng. Just as they crossed the threshold, a torrent of locusts surged forth. Those who lagged behind were struck by the swarm, and soon their exposed skin was peppered with tiny bites. Xia Xiaoman sprinted to the 15th floor, covering her head with a cloth upon entering her home. She activated all the electric moswood. However, this batch of locusts was somewhat fewer than yesterday. After approximately 2 hours, the main horde of locusts migrated southward, leaving a small contingent behind to gnaw at the roots of trees. Xia Xiaoman, with one hand clutching a bun to her mouth and the other wielding a broom, swept the corpses of locusts on the balcony into a pile. Once she finished her meal, she retrieved a shovel to collect the locusts into a snakeskin bag, which she then discarded into her space. After clearing the balcony of the locust remains, she seized the opportunity, as the main army had just departed, and many locusts lingered outside. Xia Xiaoman secured 7 or 8 snakeskin bags around her waist and descended to capture more locusts. Before going downstairs, she greeted Wen Jianfeng, informing him of her intention to venture farther afield for her hunt. The residential area was teeming with individuals capturing locusts. She deemed it futile to remain there, preferring instead to embark on a more extensive sweep outside. The streets were also bustling with locust hunters, some wielding nets, others carrying basins, and still others with buckets and duvet covers. Upon noticing a person using a duvet cover to gather locusts, Xia Xiaoman discreetly moved to an unoccupied area and retrieved 2 average-quality duvet covers from her space. There was no other reason. Duvet covers had tremendous capacity, equating to 3 or 4 of her snakeskin bags. Everyone was absorbed in their pursuit of locusts. With little time to ponder the calamity that the locust plague would wreak upon humanity, nor did anyone dare to consider what awaited them once the locusts were captured. Perhaps it was not that no one thought of it. Rather, they feared to contemplate it. The phrase "where locusts pass, not a blade of grass grows" was not mere rhetoric. In the wake of the locust army, one could see not a trace of green. With even tree bark and tender branches stripped bare, no one dared to imagine the fate of a floating city devoid of sustenance. Their fervent efforts to capture locusts were, in truth, motivated by future considerations. While capturing locusts, Xia Xiaoman encountered a round-faced girl with an endearing appearance. This girl, terrified by the locusts, wept uncontrollably yet gritted her teeth to continue capturing them. If not for dire necessity, who would willingly confront that which they detest and fear? After an afternoon of toil, Xia Xiaoman had amassed 7 or 8 snakeskin bags and a full duvet cover of locusts. However, outwardly, she only dragged the duvet cover, concealing the bulging bags of locusts beneath it in her space. The duvet cover appeared voluminous, towering above Xia Xiaoman when upright. Yet its weight was modest, perhaps no more than 50 pounds. Thus, a full duvet cover of locusts could be exchanged for a maximum of 10 pounds of grain. Consequently, the exchange rate of 5 pounds of locusts for 1 pound of grain, while seemingly straightforward, was far from simple in practice. As Xia Xiaoman dragged the duvet cover full of locusts back to the community, she attracted many envious glances. Suddenly, a man lunged forward, reaching out to grasp her. Xia Xiaoman, caught off guard with the duvet cover laden with locusts in her hands, could not evade him in time and was seized. "Wife, why are you out here catching locusts alone? Come back with me. Our little treasure has woken up and keeps asking for his mother." Xia Xiaoman replied. "Who is your wife?" "Darling, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have upset you yesterday. Please don't be angry. Just come home with me." The man, disregarding her protests, pulled her toward a secluded alleyway. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow and forcefully shook off the man's grip. Yet he, possessing considerable strength, persisted in dragging her along. "Dear, please stop throwing a tantrum. Let us return home," he implored. Xia Xiaoman winced at the painful grip on her wrist and coldly retorted, "Release me. I am not your wife." Amidst their quarrel, several passers-by cast curious glances in their direction. The man, noticing their attention, offered an apologetic smile to the onlookers, saying, "I apologize. My wife and I are having a disagreement. Women can be like this, a trivial discontent, and they threaten to leave home." Hearing his fabrications, Xia Xiaoman narrowed her eyes slightly, discreetly shifting her hand to her lower back. Chapter 74. The trafficker sensing the nefarious intentions of the man grasping her. Xia Xiaoman stealthily withdrew an axe, summoning all her strength to strike him fiercely in the chest. The man let out a harrowing scream. As if struck by a heavy hammer, his body instinctively recoiling as he relinquished his grip on her. Undeterred, Xia Xiaoman raised the axe once more, delivering another powerful blow to his back. He collapsed heavily to the ground, his face contorted in pain, lying there for an extended period, unable to rise. Bystanders, witnessing such a brutal scene, hurriedly distanced themselves, fearful of being splattered with blood. A middle-aged woman emerged from a nearby box, urgently pointing at Xia Xiaoman, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing? How can you strike someone so indiscriminately?" Simultaneously, several young men appeared from the shadows, surrounding Xia Xiaoman with accusations. "You, young lady, have been excessively ruthless, causing him to spit blood. This is utterly lawless. Quick, apprehend her and take her to the aid station. Let the security team handle her. Such cruelty must not be tolerated." The onlookers, fueled by a sense of justice, regarded Xia Xiaoman as an irredeemable criminal. Some even reached out in an attempt to seize her, but she brandished the axe fiercely, forcing them back. "Why are you all so agitated? I was merely playfully tussling with my husband. Is it your place to meddle in our marital affairs, as if you all reside by the seaside?" The man lying on the ground, hearing her words, nearly coughed up more blood, hastily retorting, I am not her husband. Help me." Xia Xiaoman crouched down, tugging at his hair to compel him to raise his head. "Husband, have I not merely struck you a few times? Why are you so angry and unwilling to acknowledge our marriage? Just moments ago, you referred to me as your wife, claiming our son is waiting for me at home. What is it? Have you forgotten?" The onlookers were taken aback, and the middle-aged woman who had initially intervened regained her composure and remarked, "Even if he is your husband, you cannot treat him in this manner. It could lead to a fatal outcome." With a cold smile, Xia Xiaoman replied, "Madam, beating my husband falls under domestic violence, a matter beyond the jurisdiction of the security team. What authority do you possess to intervene? Even if I were to render him incapacitated and reliant on a catheter, that would still be domestic violence, and you have no say in it." With that, she seized one of the man's legs and dragged him away as if he were a corpse. The woman and the young men, witnessing this, became frantic and positioned themselves in front of Xia Xiaoman. "What are you planning to do? Where do you intend to take him?" Xia Xiaoman, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Naturally, I am taking my husband home." The man, terrified, began to struggle violently. "Let go of me. I am not your husband. Release me. I made a mistake. I do not know you." Despite his frantic attempts to escape, Xia Xiaoman had already struck him several times on the spine, leaving him in agony and devoid of strength. His struggles, akin to convulsions, proved futile. "He says he is not your husband. You cannot take him away." The woman and the young men blocked her path, determined not to let her pass. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, asserting, "He is not my husband. Could he possibly be yours? Just moments ago, everyone around us heard him admit with his own lips that I am his wife. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with those nearby." The passers-by, who had not strayed far, nodded in unison, confirming that Xia Xiaoman spoke the truth. Witnessing this scene, the elderly woman and several men exchanged glances, contemplating how to rescue their companion. However, the man could no longer contain himself, fearing that Xia Xiaoman would indeed drag him away and beat him senseless. He cried out in despair, "I am truly not her husband. I was lying. I merely intended to lure this woman to a secluded spot and abduct her. I am not her husband. I am a human trafficker. Yes, I am a trafficker. Quickly, summon the security team to apprehend me. I am a trafficker. I am not her husband." The trafficker was on the verge of collapse. Being caught by the security team would only lead to labor reform. But being seized by this madwoman would likely mean he would never see the light of day again. The elderly woman and the men blocking Xia Xiaoman's path turned pale upon hearing the trafficker's words. Two of the men tactically retreated, assuming a posture as if ready to flee at any moment. A smile graced Xia Xiaoman's face as she gently tapped the trafficker's cheek with her axe, saying, "So, you intended to capture me? Just you alone. Do you really think you can manage that? Do you have any accomplices?" As she spoke, her gaze darted between the elderly woman and the men, causing them to break into a cold sweat. The trafficker glanced at the others, about to deny the existence of any accomplices, when Xia Xiaoman's axe struck down upon his palm. The pain surged through him, and he trembled uncontrollably. His throat constricted as if stuffed with cotton, rendering him incapable of producing a sound. Xia Xiaoman sheathed her axe, her expression calm as she stated, "I have always detested deceit. Therefore, I implore you to think carefully before responding to my queries. If you dare to lie to me, the next blow will be aimed at your left hand." The elderly woman and the men turned ashen, hastily departing before the trafficker could utter a word of identification. Xia Xiaoman's eyes narrowed, and she hurled her axe towards the back of the elderly woman, then swiftly drew several fruit knives from her waist and launched them in succession. The knives seemed to possess a will of their own, striking true at the calves of the men, causing them and the elderly woman to collapse in a heap in the blink of an eye. The trafficker, witnessing this, realized that Xia Xiaoman had discerned the identity of his accomplices. Without a hint of resistance, he readily betrayed his comrades, exclaiming, "Those men are my associates. We had previously agreed that if we encountered a girl who resisted too fiercely, they would assist in dragging her away. Our hideout is located on the second floor of the shop at 17 Cultural Street. The girls we capture are either sold off or kept in the shop on the first floor to entertain clients." In a matter of moments, the trafficker divulged all his secrets. Understanding the situation, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a bundle of zip ties from her backpack and securely bound the group, then randomly selected a bystander to notify the security team. With the floods subsiding, Floating City had established a security team, assigning patrols to every area to oversee and assist with any incidents that arose. The security team is the busiest unit in the Floating City, besieged daily by a myriad of issues, yet they are woefully understaffed. Each day, they find themselves either addressing problems or en route to resolve them. Xia Xiaoman waited patiently for nearly an hour before two members of the security team finally arrived. After recounting the sequence of events and relaying the information gleaned from the trafficker, she hoisted the large quilt filled with locusts back home. Chapter 75, The Fire in the Community. Dragging a quilt filled with locusts home. Xia Xiaoman had not yet reached the entrance of the community when she noticed a thick plume of smoke rising from the direction of her residence. Startled, she hefted the quilt and sprinted forward. From behind, she resembled a large sack hastily moving on its own. Silently, she prayed that the fire would not engulf their building, and if misfortune did strike, that it would spare the 15th floor. Material possessions could be replaced, but the chickens and rabbits she had painstakingly cared for over the past 2 days must not perish in flames. With the locusts having consumed all edible resources, the loss of her livestock would be catastrophic. Replacing them would be uncertain and, even if possible, prohibitively expensive. Upon reaching the community entrance, Xia Xiaoman sighed in relief upon seeing that Building 3 was unscathed by smoke. "Xiaoman, you're back." Zhou Qiuyang approached, dragging a burlap sack. Noticing the bruise near his eye, Xia Xiaoman inquired, "What happened to your eye? Did you get into a fight?" Embarrassed, Xia Xiaoman scratched his head. Someone saw me carrying a large bag of locusts and secretly sabotaged me by slashing my sack. I ended up giving him a beating and took his sack. Mimicking Xia Xiaoman's earlier boldness, he had taken on two adversaries. Although he initially found himself at a disadvantage, he soon had them fleeing in all directions. However, he had sustained a beating himself and felt too sheepish to share the full details with Xia Xiaoman. Seeing that Xia Xiaoman had not suffered too greatly, Xia Xiaoman did not press further. She pointed towards the distant smoke and asked, "What is going on over there? Is there a fire?" Xia Xiaoman nodded. Yes. A child in Building 7, lacking understanding, thought the locusts could be eaten and, attempted to roast them. Unfortunately, he accidentally ignited the curtains. The weather is hot and dry. Even a spark can set a forest ablaze. Once the curtains caught fire, it took mere minutes for the furniture inside to ignite. By the time the child's guardians realized what was happening, the flames had spread throughout the entire floor. In a fit of anger, the adult publicly reprimanded the child, who, amidst tears, confessed to his craving for roasted locusts. As everyone was downstairs catching locusts, word of the incident spread rapidly throughout the community. Xia Xiaoman gazed anxiously at the billowing smoke from Building 7. Surely the flames won't reach us? Have the firefighters been called? Xia Xiaoman replied. Where would we even call the firefighters? The water pipes aren't operational. Even if they arrived, they would be powerless to assist. However, residents living near Building 7 had discreetly cleared away flammable materials from the vicinity, and others in the community had stationed people at their homes to extinguish any sparks that might drift in. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman felt a surge of concern. I must hurry home. There are still some cloths hanging on my balcony. If a spark drifts in or a flaming locust enters my home, all my hard-earned supplies will be lost. With that, she hoisted the bulging quilt and turned to leave. Xia Xiaoman chose not to return home, as Su Ran was there to watch over things, allowing him to focus on catching locusts below. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman looked out from the balcony and could clearly see the situation regarding the fire at Building 7. Thick, billowing black smoke surged from the 5th floor of Building 7, as the flames raged with alarming ferocity, rapidly engulfing the structure as if intent on consuming it whole. Residents who managed to escape stood below in a state of panic, their eyes fixated on the inferno, their faces etched with fear and despair. Some lamented their misfortune with cries of anguish, questioning why such calamities should befall them when life was already so arduous. The blaze had reduced their possessions to ashes. How would they sustain themselves henceforth? Others glared with indignation at the perpetrators responsible for the fire, hurling accusations and demanding restitution for their losses. Conversely, a few individuals quickly adjusted their mindsets, accepting their new reality of destitution, and turned their attention to catching locusts, hoping to exchange them for supplies to rebuild their lives. The merciless fire raged for a full day and night, with no firefighters arriving on the scene. Only the security team appeared, but their presence was limited to maintaining order, lacking any means to extinguish the flames. It was not for want of will, but rather a lack of resources. There was no water or firefighting equipment available. The intensity of the blaze necessitated waiting for it to extinguish itself. It was not until around 4 o'clock the following afternoon that the fire finally began to subside. Fortunately, no casualties occurred, nor did the flames spread to adjacent buildings. However, Summer Xiaoman found herself somewhat displeased by the influx of new residents from Building 7, as the upper floors were nearly filled to capacity. With an increase in population came an inevitable rise in discord. Not everyone possessed the virtue of kindness and goodwill, and many harbored their own ulterior motives. Take, for instance, the issue of personal waste. Previously, the upper floors had few occupants, and those who resided there understood that the 15th floor was not to be trifled with, often discarding their waste with careful consideration to avoid landing it on the balconies or windowsills below. The new tenants, however, lacked such decorum, casually tossing their refuse out the window without a second thought. Summer, residing on the southern side, was somewhat shielded, with only one balcony and several others obstructing her view, thus avoiding the unpleasantness. However, those like Wen Jianfeng and Shou Qiuyang, who lived on the northern side, faced a different predicament. When the wind blew, the waste discarded from above would inevitably taint their balcony with unspeakable filth. Despite several attempts to address the issue with their upstairs neighbors, their efforts yielded little success. Preferring to avoid conflict, both families chose to endure the situation. While they possessed the temperament to tolerate it, the residents below could not. Previously, although the occupants above would discard their waste, they had an unspoken agreement to aim for the flower beds in front of the building, often wrapping their refuse in bags or other materials. Yet the new arrivals displayed a shocking lack of consideration, discarding their waste in its raw form, resulting in a stench that pervaded the lower levels, rendering the pathways nearly impassable. Within days of the newcomers' arrival, the lower-floor residents unanimously resolved to oust them. For several consecutive days, the building echoed with the tumult of arguments and heated exchanges between the disgruntled lower-floor inhabitants and their new neighbors from Building 7. The residents of Building 7 feel deeply aggrieved. They do not wish to indiscriminately dispose of their waste. However, all their containers for such refuse were consumed by the devastating fire. With no resources at their disposal, they are left with no choice but to manage their waste in this rudimentary manner. Surely, they cannot be expected to accumulate such refuse within their homes. Chapter 76. Digging wells due to improper waste disposal. The residents of lower floors and the newly arrived neighbors found themselves at odds, often engaging in heated arguments whenever they crossed paths. However, it was not long before their energy for bickering waned. The sweltering heat rendered such disputes futile. Stepping outside without any sun protection for even 5 minutes would result in skin peeling away. Footwear with thin soles deterred any attempt to walk under the blazing sun, for fear of scorching one's feet. It is no exaggeration to say that as soon as the occupants of the upper floors discarded their waste, the flies had no time to savor a meal before being desiccated by the relentless sun. Though lacking a thermometer, one could easily deduce, by observing the waves of heat outside, that the temperature surpassed 40 degrees Celsius. In such oppressive weather, even remaining indoors resulted in a profuse sweat, leaving little energy for squabbles. At 4:30 in the morning, Suran knocked on door 1504, calling out, "Sister Xiaoman, are you ready? We're heading out to catch locusts." The high temperatures meant that the sun rose early. By 4:30, the horizon was already tinged with the pale light of dawn. Taking advantage of the relatively cooler morning to catch locusts reduced the risk of heat stroke. Xiaoman filled her cup with water, gulping down a substantial amount before grabbing a sack and stepping outside. After several consecutive days of hunting locusts, their numbers dwindled significantly. In the beginning, one could catch a large sack full, but now, filling a single bag was a cause for gratitude. Despite the scarcity of locusts, many braved the oppressive heat to continue the hunt. No one sought locusts for food anymore. They were traded solely for water. On the third day of the locust plague, authorities dispatched personnel to guard the mountain springs and streams, forbidding anyone from collecting water. As a result, the city witnessed its first public demonstration of resistance since its founding. Some citizens, unable to accept the brazen and tyrannical behavior of the authorities, demanded the reopening of the springs and the restoration of water access for the populace. This demonstration dissipated in less than half a day, as the authorities did not intervene. The protests ceased primarily because many participants fainted or suffered from heat exhaustion. While the freedom to access water was crucial, the preservation of life took precedence. Witnessing so many collapse, there was no need for the authorities to intervene. The remaining protesters disbanded and returned home, unable to fetch water themselves. They had no choice but to exchange resources at trading points for water or continue capturing locusts in hopes of obtaining it. Thus, despite the brutal heat that could prove fatal, many still ventured out to catch locusts, dressed in lightweight, moisture-wicking athletic wear. Xiaoman descended the stairs and wandered for a while before finally capturing over 20 scrawny locusts. Suddenly, cries of alarm echoed from a distance, and Xiaoman turned to see another person collapse. Observing the convulsions of the fallen individual, it seemed likely that they would not survive. Heat stroke, once manageable with prompt medical intervention, now posed a dire threat without ambulances. If luck favored one, a kind-hearted stranger might carry them to a medical station for treatment, possibly saving a life. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side this time. In the aftermath of the commotion, the first instinct of those in the community was to rush towards the fallen individual, eager to seize the bag that had slipped from their grasp, filled with locusts. Upon witnessing the bag being snatched away by another, the onlookers erupted in a flurry of curses, secretly resenting their own sluggishness that allowed another to seize the opportunity first. As for the individual sprawled on the ground, suffering from heat stroke, no one seemed to care about his fate. Su Ran, observing this scene, suddenly felt a chill of fear not of others, but of himself. In the past, he would have rushed forward without hesitation to assist, striving to provide comfort to the stricken individual, even if he could not save him. Yet now, he harbored no desire to help. Instead, upon seeing the man collapse, his instinctive reaction aligned with that of the crowd, a yearning to grasp the bag filled with locusts. Merely 6 months had passed since the calamity struck, and he had already transformed into such a selfish being. If the disaster were to endure longer, what sort of monster would he become? A vehicle approached, a well-drilling truck. Someone shouted this announcement, drawing the attention of the crowd as they began to move toward the outskirts of the community. Su Ran snapped back to reality, hearing the distant rumble of engines. Following the throng, he beheld 2 vehicles slowly making their way, one trailing the other, with one transporting a massive machine. Perhaps the weight of the machinery impeded their speed, for it took nearly 10 minutes for the vehicles to traverse a mere few hundred meters into the neighborhood. The residents gathered around the trucks, and it was only when the crew, wary of colliding with pedestrians, disembarked to clear the way that a path was opened for the vehicles to proceed to the community center. With the arrival of the well-drilling truck, many lost interest in capturing locusts, flocking instead to observe the staff at work. Xia Xiaoman abandoned her locust-catching endeavor, opting instead to stand on her balcony with binoculars, watching the others drill. The crew used instruments to locate a suitable spot for drilling, selecting a place and preparing to set up the machinery. Surrounded by towering buildings, drilling a deep well could potentially compromise the foundations of nearby structures, thus they were limited to wells no deeper than 100 meters. However, to ensure convenient access to water for the residents, after completing the internal wells, the crew sought an external location to drill a deep well. With the well completed, everyone anticipated the promise of water freedom. To their astonishment, the freshly drilled well was promptly sealed with a thick iron cover, secured with a chain as thick as a wrist. After the crew departed, some attempted to pry open the lock, but despite their efforts, it remained steadfast. Suran was perplexed. Why was the well locked? If they were not to have access to it, what was the purpose of drilling? Zhou Qiuyang, having grasped the schemes of the floating city, remarked, "Need you ask? They intend for us to exchange our supplies for the right to use the well or to purchase water quantities." Su Ran's lips twitched in disbelief. This was utterly outrageous. The authorities were clearly devising every possible means to exploit the supplies in their possession. It shouldn't be so extreme. Perhaps they merely wish to regulate our water usage, limiting how much we can draw daily, Meng Jianfeng speculated. Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement, realizing that if access to water required an exchange of supplies, many would be left to perish from thirst. Not every household is blessed with abundant resources. Take, for instance, the former residents of Building 7, who have been left destitute after their homes were consumed by flames. If access to water is contingent upon the provision of supplies, they may ultimately perish from thirst once the locusts have been eradicated. It is unlikely that the authorities would be so heartless. The previous stipulation that water could only be obtained in exchange for provisions was probably intended to conserve water resources and prevent waste. The following day, in what seemed to corroborate the conjectures of Wen Jianfeng and Xia Xiaoman, Floating City issued regulations regarding the use of wells. Chapter 77. Queuing for water. In the aftermath of the locust plague, the vegetation had been ravaged, leaving the land desolate. With the roots of trees no longer anchoring the soil, fierce winds began to wreak havoc, and under the relentless sun, water sources rapidly dwindled. To preserve the remaining water for the inhabitants of the floating city and prevent them from succumbing to thirst, all the mountain springs and streams had been requisitioned. Each day, individuals transported water tanks to gather what little water remained until the springs became completely dry. The mountain's water was not available for public consumption, so a solution had to be devised to address the community's hydration needs. Consequently, the floating city located 2 well drilling machines damaged by floods and worked tirelessly to restore them. Once repaired, the machines were immediately put into operation. Within days, the city had established a dozen new wells through continuous operation. However, to ensure a sustainable water supply, access to these wells was regulated. Officially designated hours for drawing water were set from 8 p.m. to midnight, allowing each individual one free opportunity to collect 2 liters of water per day. Should one desire additional water, a payment equivalent to 10 pounds of grain was required. Suran felt a profound disappointment. 2 liters were scarcely sufficient for his daily needs, let alone enough for bathing. He had not bathed since the mountain springs and streams were commandeered, and his body emitted an unbearable odor. The stubble on his chin had grown too long to shave, and he feared he would soon resemble a vagabond on the street. "Why do women get an extra liter of water for 7 days each month?" a disgruntled man exclaimed. "This is exceedingly unfair to us men. In this day and age, gender discrimination is intolerable," a nearby woman interjected. "The reason women receive an extra liter during those 7 days is due to their menstrual cycle, which necessitates additional water for hygiene and health. This is a biological necessity, not a matter of gender bias." The man frowned, retorting in a stiff tone, "What logic is this? We men have special needs as well. Why can't we be treated equally?" "Good sir, do you not understand? Women have their menstrual periods for 7 days each month and must maintain cleanliness to avoid gynecological issues. Do you also bleed for 7 days?" A fiery young woman shot back. The man remained unsatisfied, insisting, "But this is unfair to us men. We are limited to 2 liters daily, leaving us with no opportunity to cleanse ourselves, while you have 7 days for that." The debate over gender disparity in water allocation has been a long-standing issue, and soon a heated argument erupted among the onlookers regarding the water distribution. Some expressed no opposition to women receiving an extra liter during their menstrual cycle, yet argued that men should also be afforded equal treatment. Others contended that the inconveniences faced by women during their periods justified the additional water, suggesting it was unnecessary to belabor this point or to leverage women's needs to argue for their own water allocation, deeming such behavior unseemly. Additionally, some found alternative justifications, claiming elderly family members required extra water for personal hygiene or holding their children, asserting a need for more water due to increased demands. However, these antics were destined to lead nowhere. If those in power could be so easily swayed, how could there be instances of citizens openly protesting against the appropriation of stream water? As the clock struck 8 in the evening, residents of the community, enduring the sweltering heat, began to emerge from their homes, forming a long queue in front of the water well. Xia Xiaoman descended with 2 male companions from Unit 1501, and from a distance, she could see the lengthy line. Despite the late hour, the oppressive heat lingered in the air, making one feel as though they were trapped in a steamer. Some individuals in line fanned themselves, others wiped the sweat from their brows, while a few occasionally glanced ahead to gauge the progress. Conversation was scarce, as the stifling weather had drained their desire to speak. Xia Xiaoman wielded a hand fan to cool her neck. Although the breeze was hot, it was a welcome relief nonetheless. Suddenly, a burly man pushed his way in front of her. Xia Xiaoman nudged his calf with her water bucket and pointed at the sign beside them, stating, "Hey, we must queue in an orderly fashion. No cutting in line. Are you unable to read these 8 characters?" Just as the man was about to respond, the curly-haired woman who had been in line before Xia Xiaoman interjected, "He is my husband. We are together." Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, retorting, "Even if he were your father, it wouldn't matter. Go queue properly." The man frowned, saying, "Excuse me, beautiful. I'm just worried about my wife being alone while fetching water, so I'm cutting in just this once. I promise to queue properly next time. If you are concerned about your wife, then accompany her to the back and rejoin the line. Why do you have to cut in? If you cut, then others will too, and we may as well forget about fetching water altogether." Xia Xiaoman's tone grew increasingly vehement, drawing the attention of those around them. The man, feeling humiliated, raised his voice. "Why are you being so unreasonable? I said I'm accompanying my wife. You're a woman too. Wouldn't you fear fetching water alone? Can't you empathize? Fine. You claim to be accompanying your wife to fetch water, but when it's your turn, don't you dare collect any. If you do, I will smash your bucket to pieces in an instant. Go ahead and test me." With that, Xia Xiaoman brandished an axe from her waist, waving it menacingly in front of him. The man's face turned ashen, warning, "You wouldn't dare. The staff are watching. Try it if you want. Go ahead and challenge me." Xia Xiaoman twirled the axe nonchalantly, nearly losing grip and striking the man's water bucket multiple times. The man's heart raced. On one hand, he doubted she would truly act so recklessly in front of the staff, yet on the other, he feared this madwoman might indeed shatter his bucket without a second thought. After much internal conflict, he decided to take a gamble, doubting that this crazy woman would follow through with her threat. The onlookers were quietly preparing for the spectacle, especially the residents from the same building as Xia Xiaoman. While others may have been oblivious, they were acutely aware of Xia Xiaoman's reputation. She was a woman of her word, unyielding and fierce, unafraid to confront anyone, regardless of age or stature. As seconds turned into minutes, they waited nearly an hour before finally nearing the water well. As their turn approached, the man kept glancing back at Xia Xiaoman, anxious that this unpredictable woman might suddenly act out of character. Xia Xiaoman gazed intently at the water well, one hand wielding a hand fan to create a gentle breeze, while the other grasped a water bucket. The man who had cut in line felt a secret sense of relief. He mused to himself, how could someone so diminutive, barely taller than his own shoulder, dare to confront him? Surely, only a fool would raise their voice in his presence. Just as he prepared to extend the bucket as his wife finished filling it with water, a glimmer of cold light flashed by, and a fruit knife was firmly embedded in the top of the bucket. Chapter 78. Uninvited guest. The fruit knife was perfectly positioned, embedded just 2 centimeters from the bottom of the bucket, ensuring that any water filled would inevitably leak out. The man who had cut in line abruptly turned around, glaring furiously at Xia Xiaoman. "You lunatic, are you out of your mind? Why did you ruin my bucket?" Xia Xiaoman innocently raised a hand fan in one hand and the water bucket in the other, her expression utterly guileless. "Do I look like someone who could throw a fruit knife?" The man hesitated momentarily. "If it wasn't you, then who?" At that moment, Su Ran, who had been standing behind Xia Xiaoman, cheerfully dashed forward and snatched the knife from the bucket. "I'm sorry, this knife belongs to me. I was practicing throwing knives and accidentally tossed it out. You two are clearly in cahoots." The man's face turned a deep shade of anger as he seized the arm of a nearby staff member, indignantly exclaiming, "Are you going to handle this? These two have blatantly ruined my bucket in front of so many people. If you don't intervene, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands." The staff member remained impassive, If you have an issue, please resolve it elsewhere. Do not disrupt the water collection process. There are many people waiting behind you. We can't afford to halt everything for a trivial matter. Seeing the staff member's indifference, the man rolled up his sleeves, prepared to resort to violence. Just then, his wife stepped in front of him. Dear, let it go. There's no need to stoop to their level. My bucket can still hold water. We can fill it with your share. However, just as she finished speaking, a loud thud echoed as another fruit knife pierced the water bucket of a woman with curly hair, shattering their plans to use the same bucket. My bucket! The curly-haired woman shrieked, lifting the bucket and covering the leaking hole with her hand. Fuming with rage, the man clenched his fists and swung at Su Ran, who nimbly dodged, causing the man to stumble sideways. Seizing the opportunity while no one was obstructing her, Xia Xiaoman handed the bucket to the staff member to register her personal information in the date of water collection. Seeing her still focused on collecting water, the curly-haired woman rushed forward to grab Xia Xiaoman's hair. However, Zhou Qiuyang, who had been quietly waiting in line, immediately grasped the woman's hand and pushed her away. With Zhou Qiuyang and Su Ran blocking the couple, Xia Xiaoman successfully filled her bucket. After securing her water, Xia Xiaoman rushed out, taking over for Su Ran to intercept the line cutter, allowing Su Ran to collect water. The staff member watched closely. Xia Xiaoman refrained from using excessive force, but swiftly struck the joints near the man's knees with an axe, causing his calves to tingle and lose sensation, leading him to crash to the ground. Meanwhile, after Su Ran filled his bucket, he took over from Zhou Qiuyang to confront the curly-haired woman. Once Zhou Qiuyang finished collecting water, Su Ran pushed the woman to the ground, grabbed her bucket, and sprinted away. Zhou Qiuyang followed closely behind with his and Xia Xiaoman's water. Once they were a safe distance away, he shouted back to Xia Xiaoman to retreat. Frustrated by the failed attempt to collect water and the destruction of 2 buckets, the man pounded his chest in anger alongside his wife. He considered chasing after Xia Xiaoman, but feared that if he delayed too long, he would miss the opportunity to fill his bucket again. After much internal conflict, he ultimately decided that filling the bucket was the priority. The couple returned home, grumbling as they fetched a bottle and queued once more for water. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman and her companions ascended to the 15th floor, greeting Wen Jianfeng. A few moments later, Wen Jianfeng descended with the twins to fetch water. No sooner had he left than a knock echoed on the fire door. Xia Xiaoman, suspecting it was the couple returning, brandished an axe and opened the door, revealing a woman clad in dark attire. She flashed a broad smile, displaying a set of pearly white teeth. Hello, may I inquire if Wen Jianfeng resides here? Xia Xiaoman responded. Who are you? What business do you have with him? My name is Li Yuer, a colleague and friend of Fengge. I have a personal matter for which I seek his assistance. Colleague. This was news to her. Just as she was about to probe further, Zhou Qiuyang emerged, alerted by the commotion. Upon sighting Zhou Qiuyang, Li Yuer exclaimed with enthusiasm, Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, it's me, Sister Yuer. Sister Yuer? How did you find your way here? Zhou Qiuyang asked, astonished. Li Yuer laughed. You all filled out your home addresses at the station, and I came following the address you provided. I was relieved to see a girl open the door, as I initially feared I had come to the wrong place. Is Fengge home? He's downstairs fetching water. What do you need him for? Zhou Qiuyang inquired. Li Yuer chuckled shyly. I had a burglary at my previous residence. Around 7 o'clock. I went downstairs to queue for water, and upon returning, I spotted a shadow crawling past my window. Some of my belongings had been disturbed. I dread the thought of remaining there, so I wish to move in here, surrounded by acquaintances who could assist me should anything arise. Zhou Qiuyang furrowed his brow. Our building is nearly at full capacity. Perhaps you might check the other buildings for availability. I overheard you mentioning that there is a vacant unit on this floor. Is that not habitable? Li Yuer queried. Zhou Qiuyang felt a wave of panic. He had discussed with Su Ran how to handle the vacant 1503 during their whispered conversations. Not anticipating that Li Yuer would eavesdrop, how was he to respond? To say that someone occupied the unit would be a lie she could easily unearth. To claim it was unoccupied would invite her to forcibly move in. He cast a desperate glance at Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes internally, forcing a smile as she replied, that unit is reserved for raising chickens. It cannot accommodate residents. Li Yuer paused, then grinned. That's perfectly fine. I have few possessions and won't take up much space. You can use the living room for the chickens. I'll take the bedroom. Xia Xiaoman. Her audacity was remarkable, feigning ignorance to such blatant dismissal. Seeing Xia Xiaoman's discontent, Zhou Qiuyang quickly suggested, how about this? We can wait for the coach to return and consult him regarding your accommodation. Li Yuer readily agreed. Sure. I can wait. I'm not in a hurry. Zhou Qiuyang. She had even brought her luggage, yet still had the audacity to claim she was not in a rush. It is not solely the residents of the community who queue for water. Neighboring inhabitants also gather at the same location for this purpose. After nearly an hour of waiting, When Jianfeng finally arrived with the twins in tow, just as Zhou Qiuyang intended to discuss Li Yueru's situation with Jianfeng, he noticed Su pouting and shedding tears, while Lingling wiped her eyes, also reddened with the traces of sorrow. Chapter 79, The Proper Way to Address Misfortune. Having known the twins for quite some time, Xia Xiaoman had seldom witnessed them in tears. Even when faced with the onslaught of a locust invasion, the twins had remained dry-eyed, their tears merely glistening in their eyes. This was the first occasion she had seen them sobbing so heart-wrenchingly, both little ones gasping through their cries. Ling, why are you crying? Have you been bullied? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ling burst into tears, incoherently lamenting, Daddy is so mean. He gave our little fan to someone else. I hate Daddy. Su, too, cried out, I hate Daddy as well. I won't play with him anymore. Faced with the simultaneous disdain of his children. When Jianfeng awkwardly scratched his head in an attempt to explain, there were two younger children feeling quite hot. And when I saw them holding our fans and clamoring for them before he could finish, the voice of Li Yueru emerged from the shadows. Fengge, how could you do that? Those children demanded fans, yet you gave them away without your children's consent. What will you do next time they want something to eat or drink? Will you just give it away? Startled by her words, when Jianfeng's eyes widened. Li Yueru, what are you doing here? Waving her hand dismissively, she replied, we'll discuss that later. For now, let us address your decision to give away the fan without your children's permission. When Jianfeng sheepishly rubbed his nose. I thought we still had a few hand fans at home, so giving away two wouldn't matter. Before he could continue, Ling cried out. The fans at home aren't pretty. Mine has a bow. Su, equally aggrieved, added, mine is a superhero one. So cool. The two children became a tangled mess of tears, prompting Li Yueru to assertively grasp their hands. Come, tell Annie who took your fan, and I'll help you get it back. When Jianfeng furrowed his brow and blocked her path. Yueru, the fan has already been given away. It would be inappropriate to ask for it back now. What is inappropriate about it? By giving it away so easily, you're inviting others to view you as a pushover, which is truly unacceptable. After declaring this, Li Yueru led the twins downstairs. Concerned that she might confront someone and inadvertently harm the twins, Zhou Qiuyang hurriedly followed them, when Jianfeng trailed closely behind. Attempting to persuade Li Yueru and the twins to return, Xia Xiaoman silently watched when Jianfeng's retreating figure, contemplating whether she should relocate. His character starkly contrasted with his appearance. He was far too soft-hearted. Being a parent himself, he extended an unusual compassion towards other people's children, a trait that could potentially jeopardize her. Additionally, the floor they resided on was excessively high. Previously, it had not been a problem. The weather was milder, and climbing 15 flights felt like mere exercise. However, with the current oppressive heat, ascending the stairs felt akin to emerging from a sauna, leaving one drenched in sweat. For those with lesser physical endurance, half the climb could lead to heat exhaustion. She desired to find a stand-alone house to move into. With the rising temperatures, living on the ground floor would provide a cooler refuge. As the weather turned chilly, she decided to set up a makeshift stove to cook and warm herself, finding it far more comfortable than residing in the indecisive atmosphere of her current floor. An additional, significant reason for her discomfort was the proximity of her neighbors. Leaving her devoid of any personal space, she often refrained from indulging in her cravings for rich and flavorful dishes, fearing that the enticing aroma would attract unwanted attention. Despite having collected ample rainwater during the floods, she hesitated to bathe, worrying that being too clean might raise suspicions. She could only tolerate the discomfort long enough to wipe her body with a damp cloth. Surrounded by an abundance of resources, yet unable to relish them, left her in a state of distress. Half an hour later, Li Yueru returned proudly with the twins, each holding a hand fan. Their previous tears had transformed into laughter, for Li Yueru had successfully retrieved the fans for them. The twins, now swayed by her kindness, supported her request to move to room 1503, persuading Xia Xiaoman to agree to the relocation. Understanding that she would eventually need to move, Xia Xiaoman conceded, nodding in agreement to allow Li Yueru to occupy the 15th floor. The beds in 1503 were already prepared, and with a bit of organization, Li Yueru could soon settle in. The following day, with thoughts of fetching water early and searching for a suitable residence, Xia Xiaoman ventured out around 7 o'clock. Coincidentally, next door, Li Yueru was also preparing to leave. The latter greeted her warmly, and they descended together to fetch water. The day before, Li Yueru had smeared her face with black charcoal, obscuring her features from Xia Xiaoman's view. Now, however, the sweat had washed away the charcoal, revealing her delicate features. Li Yueru possessed a striking physique. Even clad in ordinary work attire, her form accentuated her ample bosom and slender waist. Xia Xiaoman found it perplexing that someone as attractive as Li Yueru would be drawn to Jianfeng, a man with 2 children. Suddenly, Li Yueru gasped. taking a couple of steps forward and nearly colliding with Xia Xiaoman. Steadying herself, she turned around to glare at the buzzcut man behind her, demanding to know if he had just touched her. His lewd gaze roamed over her chest as he smirked. Indeed, it was me. What of it? You're dressed so provocatively. Isn't it just an invitation to be touched? Fuming with indignation, Li Yui's anger flared, and she swiftly delivered a resounding slap while shouting. You are the one dressed provocatively. I'm in work attire. How dare you call me that? I could just as easily say your mouth deserves a beating. With that, she struck him again, and his cheeks instantly swelled with redness. How dare you lay a hand on me? If I don't turn you into a bruised mess today, I, Li, will write my name backward. As she hurled insults, Li Yue unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at the man. He finally regained his composure and attempted to retaliate, but just as his fist was about to connect with her, she suddenly darted away, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled heap, pulling at her hair and wailing. Help! Someone has assaulted me. There's a rogue about. Oh, the injustice. A grown man harassing a mere girl. Help! Rape! Someone help me. The buzz-cut man was utterly bewildered. He was the one who had been struck but had not shed a tear, yet this lunatic was the one crying first. After a short while, the staff, alerted by the commotion, approached the scene. There are matters that perhaps they can overlook, but the issue of sexual assault cannot be dismissed. It could cost lives. Li Wei's tears flowed like rain on a pear blossom, yet this did not detract from her resolve to seek justice, as she succinctly portrayed herself as the quintessential victim. The short-haired man, still in a daze, was forcibly escorted away by the staff under the pretext of inappropriate conduct towards a female colleague, and thus received a penalty of 5 days without access to complimentary water. Xia Xiaoman, who witnessed the entire scene, was left utterly astonished. Was this not the same woman who had expressed fear of thieves entering her home just the night before? Clearly, it appeared that it was the thief who would fear entering her abode. Chapter 80. House hunting. As the farce drew to a close and the staff departed, Li Wei swiftly wiped away her tears, neatly arranging her hair before picking up a bucket and joining the queue behind Xia Xiaoman. The bespectacled man standing behind Li Wei recoiled in fear at her approach, retreating 2 or 3 steps to maintain a safe distance. Ignoring the curious glances from those around her, Li Wei diligently wiped the traces of her tears and cautiously inquired, Xiaoman, I hope I did not frighten you just now. Xia Xiaoman shook her head. Such trivial scenes were hardly enough to intimidate her. She was merely somewhat taken aback. You helped Ling Ling and the others retrieve the fan yesterday. Did you not employ a similar tactic? Li Yue smiled as she replied, How could that be? The circumstances yesterday were entirely different. I simply snatched the fan and fled. They had 2 children with them and wanted to pursue me but were reluctant to abandon the children, so they could only stand there, helplessly staring. Considering that Xia Xiaoman was also a girl, albeit slender and petite, Li Yue earnestly advised, Xiaoman, as a young woman, you must exercise caution when out and about. If you ever encounter someone attempting to harass you, as in the earlier situation, where people surrounded us and the staff were nearby, do not hesitate to shout for help or even defend yourself. A wrongdoer would likely think twice when faced with witnesses. If you find yourself alone, however, remember not to resist too fiercely. Initially comply with their demands, even if it means enduring some violation. Your safety comes first, and everything else is secondary. Wait for an opportunity to either defeat them or escape. With a serious tone, Li Yue emphasized the importance of self-protection. Noting that we do not reside in a fully lawful society, many perceive single women as easy targets. We must learn to safeguard ourselves, avoid secluded areas, stay with the crowd, and ideally carry self-defense tools. Xia Xiaoman lifted her T-shirt to reveal her lower back. Sister Yue, are these the self-defense tools you mentioned? Li Yue's gaze fell upon the short-handled axe, 2 watermelon knives, and 6 fruit knives secured to Xia Xiaoman's waist. She pondered momentarily before asking, Isn't it uncomfortable to carry so much on your waist? Xia Xiaoman shook her head. I've grown accustomed to it. In addition to her waist, she had concealed small knives strapped to her calves and 2 multifunctional daggers in her pockets. Despite possessing a spatial cheat device, she preferred to keep an arsenal on her person, just in case something went awry with her space. Li Yue admired her preparedness, giving a thumbs up. It appeared that Xia Xiaoman's awareness of self-protection surpassed her own, rendering her admonitions unnecessary. After fetching the water, Xia Xiaoman carried her bicycle downstairs. As she passed the entrance of the community, she attracted curious glances from those lounging in the shade against the wall. With the aftermath of the locust invasion, temperatures steadily rose, and most people had lost their jobs, causing the city to come to a standstill, reminiscent of the chaos during the floods. Under the scorching midday sun, no one ventured out unless absolutely necessary, leaving the streets nearly deserted. As night fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, few dared to venture outside, fearing encounters with robbers or worse. Curiosity piqued among those who spotted a slender young girl cycling out into the night, engaging in light-hearted conversation beneath the walls. Several individuals exchanged glances, discreetly moving in the direction of Xia Xiaoman's departure, unbeknownst to her, who was being quietly observed. Xia Xiaoman followed her memories to a place likely to harbor villas or perhaps two-story houses. These modestly elevated homes, submerged in water for 2 months and subsequently buried in mud for another 2, had suffered considerable damage after being unearthed and exposed to the sun. After searching several locations, Xia Xiaoman found that either the houses were deemed unsafe or already occupied. Suddenly, she recalled the villa Qin Yali had taken her to and pedaled with renewed vigor toward that direction. After more than 40 minutes, she arrived at her destination. The villa lay in darkness, devoid of any signs of habitation. Securing her bicycle, Xia Xiaoman pushed open the grand door and illuminated her surroundings with a flashlight. The dried bloodstains on the floor and the scorch marks on the ceiling remained visible. Venturing a few steps inside, she discovered that the villa resembled a place ravaged by locusts, stripped of all movable possessions. The sofas and tables from the living room, the beds and curtains from the bedrooms, even the sliding door from the attic balcony had been dismantled and taken away. The entire villa stood as an empty shell. Xia Xiaoman had no doubt that had the main entrance not been damaged, it too would have been removed. To ensure her safety, she inquired with the neighbors on either side of the villa, confirming that it was indeed uninhabited before considering it as one of her potential options. The resident on the right side, perceiving Xia Xiaoman's intentions, kindly cautioned, "Young lady, that house has seen the demise of over a dozen individuals, and it is soaked in blood. I advise against moving in. You might encounter something sinister." Xia Xiaoman expressed polite thanks, but internally dismissed the warning. After all, what did it matter that lives had been lost there? Countless souls had perished in this land before the establishment of the Xia nation, and perhaps the very ground she stood upon was once a mass grave. Departing from the vacant villa, Xia Xiaoman wandered aimlessly for a while, seeking a location superior to the villa, which had too many flaws for her liking. The open balcony from the living room, the garage connecting to the basement and the living area, and the open balcony from the master bedroom on the second floor, all these features posed a security risk, making it far too easy for even an elderly man to trespass. In contrast to the villa, she favored self-built two-story houses surrounded by walls, with windows secured by burglar bars, offering a profound sense of safety. Yet, such self-built homes typically had owners, making them difficult to acquire. After meandering for a considerable time, a thought struck her. There was someone who might know of available accommodations. Half an hour later, Xia Xiaoman arrived at the transaction point. "Hello. May I inquire if Chen Guangli is present?" she asked. The staff member glanced at her, stating, "He is off today and will be on the day shift tomorrow." "What do you need him for?" "I wanted to ask him about available housing options. If he is not working today, I'll return tomorrow," Xia Xiaoman replied, turning to leave. "Wait, what kind of house are you looking for?" the staff member called out. "I have some listings available." Xia Xiaoman's eyes brightened as she turned to inquire, "Are there any two-story detached houses available?" "Ideally, I would prefer a self-built home." The staff member appeared troubled, explaining that nearly all the detached houses were already occupied. Xia Xiaoman quickly grasped the situation and pulled a box of luncheon meat from her bag, offering it as a gesture. The implication was clear. If most houses were occupied, there must still be some that were uninhabited. "Could you kindly share the specific locations of those houses with me? I don't mind if they are somewhat remote, as long as the structures are sturdy." Chapter 81. Watermoon Bay in the face of calamity. Some choose to go with the flow, becoming obedient marionettes. Others opt for perilous struggles, forging their own realms. Then there are those who endeavor to carve out a sanctuary amidst the chaos of the world. The staff tucked the canned meat that Xia Xiaoman had taken out into their embrace, whispering, "Do you know where Watermoon Bay in Yunli District is?" Xia Xiaoman nodded. She was indeed aware. 2 years ago, under the collective grievances of the homeowners, the property management of Watermoon Bay was dismissed, and a few recognized women from the community were appointed to oversee the management of the neighborhood. After a year, not only did the residents of Watermoon Bay no longer have to pay exorbitant management fees, but they also received the advertising revenue from the community elevators that rightfully belonged to them. This event even made it to the news in Floating City, causing quite a stir. Many communities sought to emulate Watermoon Bay. However, due to a lack of unity among the homeowners elsewhere, their attempts were largely unsuccessful. There are still 6 vacant villas at Watermoon Bay, each a standalone structure, albeit somewhat modest in size, measuring around 150 square meters. However, they come with a 100 square meter garden, which can be enclosed if one possesses ample resources. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, asking whether there were no self-built houses available. The staff shook their head, explaining, "As you mentioned, these are self-built houses, constructed by the homeowners themselves. As long as the owners are alive, the houses cannot remain vacant. The properties at Watermoon Bay are quite appealing. You may wish to visit and see for yourself before deciding whether to relocate. Suddenly recalling something, the staff stood up and said, I believe I have some images of the Watermoon Bay Villa area. Please wait a moment while I search for them. With that, he stepped into the back room, rummaging through boxes. A few minutes later, he emerged with an eco-friendly bag emblazoned with the image of Watermoon Bay Villas. Here, take a look. This is a promotional photo of the villa area. The design on the bag had faded significantly, yet the general outline of the villas was still discernible. The architectural style was an older model from years past, with the houses surrounded by gardens. The first floor lacked open balconies or garages, featuring only a few sizable windows and a rear door leading to the backyard. Each bedroom on the second floor boasted a private balcony, while the third floor had an attic-style ceiling without a balcony, only a skylight. Compared to the empty shell villas she had just viewed, the villas at Watermoon Bay offered better privacy. Should she decide to move there, it would suffice to seal half of the large windows on the first floor. What do you think? The villa isn't too shabby, is it? The staff inquired. Xia Xiaoman hesitated, then asked, with such appealing villas, why are there still 6 vacancies? The staff chuckled softly. Watermoon Bay is different from other places. Strangers wishing to reside here must pay rent and pass an interview conducted by our security department. Only upon successful completion of the interview and payment of rent can one move in. Xia Xiaoman appeared puzzled. I can understand paying rent, but what does the interview entail? The staff elaborated. During the heavy rains and flooding, a group of individuals attempted to rob Watermoon Bay. Many lives were lost during those days, and it is said that the water around Watermoon Bay was red for 3 entire days. Following that incident, Xia Bay prohibited outsiders from entering. Even rescue personnel were required to obtain permission from the security department to access the community. Subsequently, as the post-disaster reconstruction efforts gradually gained momentum and the security situation improved, Xia Bay eventually allowed outsiders to reside within the community. However, to prevent individuals with ulterior motives from infiltrating, every prospective resident had to undergo an interview and pay rent before moving in. Xia Xiaoman inquired, in other places, one can stay for free as long as the house is vacant. Why would anyone want to move into Xia Bay, where there are interviews and fees? Yet, there were indeed many who clamored to relocate to Xia Bay. The solidarity among its residents surpassed everyone's expectations. During the initial phase of the flood, the homeowners of Xia Bay were caught off guard and fell victim to others' opportunism, resulting in significant casualties. However, after the robbery incident, the community united once more. Within a mere few days, various teams were established: a salvage team, a repair team, a logistics management team, and a security patrol team. Residents, ranging from an 80-year-old grandmother to children as young as 5 or 6, were all mobilized to assist. Those adept at swimming joined the salvage team, venturing out daily to retrieve submerged items. The resourceful and skilled individuals became part of the repair team, constructing boats, rafts, or repairing electrical appliances retrieved from underwater. The elderly, infirm, and disabled joined the logistics management team, responsible for sorting and processing salvaged goods, drying items that needed it, and preparing ginger soup and hot water for those working outside, thus ensuring proper logistical support. The security patrol team, as the name implies, was tasked with maintaining safety within the community. Day and night, members of Xia Bay stood guard, a practice that continues to this day. Once the floods receded, Xia Bay promptly began clearing the sludge from the community while also establishing gardens within the area. Apart from the main thoroughfare, all other vacant spaces were piled high with mud. While others were still engaged in muck excavation, Xia Bay had already devised means to acquire seeds for planting. Once the crops were sown, they utilized their judgment to identify areas that might harbor hidden supplies, dispatching individuals to excavate the mud for valuable items, salvaging what could be used and repairing what could not, striving for self-sufficiency. Such a unified, amicable, and highly secure Xia Bay appeared to many as a rare paradise amidst the chaos of the floating city. Living in Xia Bay, one need not constantly be wary of one's neighbors or fear burglars in the dead of night. If one were wronged while outside, assistance from the security department was readily available. The staff elaborated on the conditions of Xia Bay, their faces unconsciously reflecting a sense of longing. Xia Xiaoman asked, "What is the monthly rent for Xia Bay?" The answer was uncertain, as most individuals were filtered out before even passing the interview. Xia Xiaoman replied, "Then why are you introducing me to Xia Bay? Do you think I could pass the interview?" The staff chuckled awkwardly, saying, "You are small and slender," which might evoke sympathy. Perhaps your chances of passing the interview would be greater. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes in exasperation, contemplating Xia Bay further. Are there any other housing options available? There are numerous vacant 2-story shops along Wholesale Street. yet they are all contiguous, which may not meet your criteria. Additionally, there is an empty 3-story kindergarten on Fumin Street, but the area is somewhat disordered, and I would not recommend residing there. The staff mentioned 5 or 6 locations in succession, but either the properties were unsuitable or the locations were less than ideal. After much deliberation, Xia Xiaoman was unable to find a residence that captured her fancy. After considerable contemplation, she resolved to visit Shuiwei Bay the following day. If the properties there did not meet her expectations, she would have no choice but to consider the vacant villas. Chapter 82. A flexible business mind emerging from the trading point. It was already past 1 in the morning, and the streets lay desolate. Under the moon's gentle illumination, Xia Xiaoman pedaled her bicycle slowly homeward. As she approached her residential complex, a sudden beam of blinding light pierced through the darkness, prompting Xia Xiaoman to instinctively squint and halt her ride. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed around her, drawing closer as shadowy figures encircled her. With a steely gaze, Xia Xiaoman swiftly lifted her bicycle and executed a powerful sweep, then hurled it at one of the dark silhouettes. In the next breath, she brandished an axe, skillfully navigating through the throng of shadows. The once silent alley erupted with a cacophony of anguished cries, rousing the nearby residents. Yet not a single soul ventured to inquire about the commotion outside. They merely sealed their doors and windows, pretending not to hear. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman mounted her bicycle once more and returned to her complex. Behind her, several lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the alley, blood pooling around them. Upon reaching home, she wiped her body with a damp cloth, changed into a tank top and shorts, and retreated to her room to sleep. In a hazy slumber, she awoke at 7, stirred by the oppressive heat. Rising from her bed, she glanced back to find an impression of a human shape left on the cool mat. After a moment's pause, she drew back a corner of the curtain, only to be met with a wave of scorching air, compelling her to let the curtain fall once more. The day was unbearably hot. The temperature outside soared to at least 40 or 50 degrees, and the indoor conditions were scarcely better. 4 of the chicks she had raised succumbed to the heat, leaving the remaining chicks and rabbits languid and uncertain of their survival. "Xiaoman, are you home?" came the voice of Su Ran. As she fanned herself while heading to the door, she thought, where else could I possibly be in such sweltering heat? Su Ran chuckled. "I saw you were out for quite a while last night, and thought you might not be home. Do you have any prickly heat powder?" "Prickly heat powder? Have you developed a rash?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. With a grimace, Su Ran nodded. "Yes, not just me. Yang Ge has it too. In this sweltering weather, without enough water to bathe, it's hard to avoid such skin irritations." After a moment's contemplation, Xia Xiaoman replied, "I don't have prickly heat powder, but I do have some floral water. You can apply that. It should help." Su Ran's face brightened. "Floral water will do. Thank you, sister." Xia Xiaoman retrieved 2 bottles of floral water for her, cautioning, "Use it sparingly. I don't have much left." Su Ran nodded. "Sister, Yang Ge and I managed to obtain a few broken fans, and one is nearly repaired. I'll bring it to you later." The generator that Xiao Zhiyu had brought back remained in the room he had previously occupied. Once they repaired the fan and charged the battery with the generator, they could briefly enjoy the luxury of a cooling breeze. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, Xia Xiaoman descended with Su Ran and Li Yue to fetch water. Su Ran, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "Sister Xiaoman, the fan is fixed. Yang Ge is testing it to see if it functions properly. If all goes well, I'll bring it to you when we return." Hearing this, Li Yue inquired, "You both can repair fans?" Su Ran nodded. "It was merely some trial and error. I didn't expect we would actually succeed." "Quite impressive. You could collect more broken appliances to repair, and once fixed, sell them to exchange for some resources." Upon hearing Li Yue's words, Su Ran hesitated, pondering whether anyone would actually buy appliances that currently lacked power. Li Yue, exasperated, replied, "Are you foolish? Just because they are not powered now, does it mean they will never have power again? Take advantage of the present moment when no one wants those damaged appliances, and acquire them at a low price to hone your skills. Once the power is restored, you can sell these repaired appliances at a premium. Otherwise, when the power is back, how will you amateurs compete with those who specialize in appliance repair?" Su Ran nodded thoughtfully. There was merit in her reasoning. "I will discuss this with Brother Yang." Li Yue shook her head in resignation, realizing that despite possessing skills, he did not know how to utilize them, destined to remain a mere laborer. Suddenly, she recalled something and leaned closer to Xia Xiaoman, asking, "Xiaoman, do you know where we can obtain some fabric?" Xia Xiaoman, puzzled, replied, "What kind of fabric?" "Any fabric will do, preferably something lightweight. I wish to cut it into vests and short sleeves." Li Yue pointed towards the crowd ahead. "Look, with water usage restricted, people cannot wash their clothes. Many are wearing the same garments repeatedly, and their clothes are practically worn out. We could collaborate to make some vests and short sleeves to sell, and I believe they would sell quite well." Are you interested? Xia Xiaoman paused for a moment, marveling at Li Yuer's quick wit. If it weren't for her impending move, she might have genuinely considered the partnership. Sister Yuer, I would love to collaborate. But we lack fabric, everything else is merely talk. Li Yuer sighed, acknowledging that while there were trading points available, the prices were too high to make clothing profitably. As she contemplated how to procure fabric, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, with several individuals seemingly startled, hastily retreating while glancing back. Li Yuer stood on tiptoe, straining to see, only to observe a crowd gathered, with 2 staff members pushing their way through. What happened up front? Su Ren inquired curiously. Li Yuer shook her head. There are too many people, I cannot see. Shortly after, a bloody woman was escorted away by one of the staff, while another dragged a male corpse, followed by 3 injured men. Once the staff moved away, Xia Xiaoman and the others pieced together the recent events from the surrounding discussions. The woman's name was Yuanli, and the deceased man was her husband, Zhang Yong. Before the calamity, Zhang Yong was a senior executive at a foreign enterprise, while Yuanli was a full-time housewife. Their harmonious life, with one managing external affairs and the other domestic matters, made them a model couple in the eyes of many. However, after the disaster, Zhang Yong, lacking any comprehension of basic survival needs, became utterly inept. He refrained from scavenging for resources, deeming such actions beneath his status, and refused to engage in muddy labor, believing it was work meant for migrant workers, far too undignified for an elite white-collar professional like himself. Zhang Yong, proud and indifferent, revels in his laziness. Yet Yuanli does not forsake him. Instead, she exhausts every means to procure sustenance for their survival. However, the restriction on water renders Zhang Yong incapable of maintaining a dignified existence. Consequently, he resorts to desperate measures to acquire more water, even willing to barter Yuanli's body. In his eyes, the full-time housewife Yuanli is dependent on his labor for their livelihood, equating her to his personal possession. The notion of exchanging Yuanli for a modicum of water seems to him entirely justifiable. Should she be irreparably damaged, he believes he could simply find another wife. For with his handsome visage and unparalleled academic accomplishments, securing a new partner would be effortless. Yuanli attempts to resist, yet each defiance results in brutal reprisals. It is only today that she seizes the opportunity to slay Zhang Yong and injure the men who had violated her. Chapter 83. Interview at Shuiwei Bay. The incident where Yuanli fatally stabbed her husband in the street quickly became a hot topic within the community. Some claimed that the man was utterly depraved, mistreating his wife, while others thought the woman was excessively cruel, taking a life with a single stroke. Yet, they all conspicuously overlooked the men who had assaulted Yuanli, considering them mere ordinary clients, not worthy of significant condemnation. However, shortly after Yuanli and the injured men were taken away, they were brought back to identify other clients lurking within the crowd. The initial few who had fled with buckets were all men who had previously violated Yuanli. Furthermore, in a bid to mitigate their culpability, these clients voluntarily revealed several locations within the community that they frequently patronized. One by one, they were identified, akin to unearthing potatoes, and several dens were swiftly uncovered. The women involved, some coerced and others willingly participating, were all taken away without exception. The victims were removed, and the perpetrators did not escape justice either. Staff members apprehended dozens of men from the crowd, the youngest merely 17 or 18, while the oldest were in their 50s or 60s. The sight of so many individuals being taken away ignited a frenzy within the community. They were utterly unprepared for the chaos and the hidden depravity residing in their midst. Su Ran stood in stunned silence, reflecting on the daily sight of a group of older men congregating beneath Building 9, realizing they were presumably queuing for illicit activities. Xiaoran, do not emulate those individuals. Be cautious, or you may suffer from deficiencies at a young age, Li Yuei warned with a concerned gaze. Su Ran's face flushed crimson. I have no interest in such matters. It's so hot. Who has the energy for that? If not for the need to fetch water, he would not have wanted to step outside at all. Following a significant crackdown on illicit activities, the community became markedly quieter. When Xia Xiaoman rode her bike out, she noticed the number of people seeking solace in the shade had diminished by half, with only a few elderly men and women fanning themselves while engaging in conversation or playing chess. Upon leaving the community and seeking a secluded spot, Xia Xiaoman retrieved her pickup truck from her space. Shuiwei Bay was too far. Biking there would require at least 2 hours. In such sweltering weather, even the fittest would struggle to endure a tower ride. Driving was far more convenient. After about an hour, Xia Xiaoman arrived at Shuiwei Bay. Before she could draw near the entrance, a neatly arranged line blocked her path. Hey, stop. No entry here, the leader shouted, brandishing a club menacingly at her vehicle. Xia Xiaoman parked and opened the door. Hello, may I inquire if there are any available apartments in your community? Jing Ge, it's a girl, murmured a bespectacled man beside the leader. Ugh, get lost. Seeing a woman makes you freeze up. It's no wonder you can only be the deputy leader. Jin Gu disdainfully pushed him aside, turning to Xia Xiaoman. What is your name, and where do you come from? Xia Xiaoman. I'm from Qingyang community. Isn't that place overcrowded? Xia Xiaoman replied, Qingyang community has become rather chaotic. I wish to find a more pleasant environment to reside in. Wang Shijin furrowed his brow and gestured towards the security kiosk beside the community, instructing, park the car there and accompany me for the interview. Only upon passing the interview may you move in. Xia Xiaoman nodded and parked the vehicle. Wang Shijin led her into the security kiosk, where a search was mandatory. If any dangerous items were found, she was to voluntarily place them on the table, to be returned upon exiting the community. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow and readily revealed the concealed weapons on her person. Wang Shijin's expression shifted as he witnessed her produce an axe from her lower back, along with 2 watermelon knives and 6 fruit knives. He was astonished that such a seemingly harmless young girl concealed so many weapons. Before he could fully process this revelation, he saw Xia Xiaoman crouch down, lifting her pant leg to extract 2 sharp fruit knives, followed by 2 multifunctional daggers from her pocket. Wang Shijin was taken aback, stammering. You certainly have a knack for concealment. With so many weapons, are you not afraid of injuring yourself? Xia Xiaoman smiled, assuring him, they're all sheathed, under normal circumstances. I won't harm myself. Wang Shijin nodded in admiration and called over an elderly lady to conduct the search, while he took the dangerous items away from the kiosk. The elderly lady thoroughly searched Xia Xiaoman, even inspecting the soles of her feet before allowing her to exit. Upon her emergence, Wang Shijin escorted her to the original property management office within the community, where they found an elderly woman wearing glasses. And Xing. This Miss Xia wishes to move into our community. Please make the necessary arrangements, he requested. Aunt Xing scrutinized Xia Xiaoman through her spectacles for a moment before saying, Come with me. Aunt Xing led Xia Xiaoman into a sealed office. The office resembled an interrogation room, sparsely furnished with only a table and 3 chairs, a desk lamp, a pen, and a notepad resting on the table. Please sit. I will return shortly, Aunt Xing stated before turning and locking the door behind her. Xia Xiaoman narrowed her eyes, crossed her legs, and discreetly retrieved a gun from her concealed space beneath her clothing. Approximately 5 minutes later, Aunt Xing returned, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Aunt Xing opened the notepad, flipped to a blank page, and pushed it towards Xia Xiaoman, instructing her to fill in her personal information, name, age, ID number, family members, current address, and reason for moving to Shuiwei Bay. Xia Xiaoman quietly stowed her handgun back in her concealed space and diligently filled out the information. A few minutes later, the elderly gentleman squinted at her responses, noting, Xia Xiaoman, the summer of abundance, a lovely name. Xia Xiaoman flashed a demure smile, replying, My grandfather chose it. I was born on the day of Xiaoman. The elderly gentleman nodded, his tone softening as he inquired, You listed none under family members. Are your relatives not around? Xia Xiaoman contemplated before responding in a manner of speaking, Yes, they are not in Floating City. Aunt Xing interjected, Do you have no friends? It might be daunting for a girl to live alone. If you have friends, you could invite them to join you. Xia Xiaoman replied, I have friends, but we are not close enough to cohabit. Aunt Xing pressed further, What if, due to unforeseen circumstances, a friend were to become homeless? Would you consider offering them shelter? I shall not, but I will offer information regarding available accommodations, allowing them to select where they wish to reside. If your friend were to sustain an injury and lacked resources, how would you respond? Xiaomai tugged at the corner of her lips. I am not a physician, but if a friend were gravely injured, I would transport him to a medical station. If the injury were minor, I would take him to a relief point. Aunt Xing nodded in satisfaction and then posed another question. Suppose you resided in Shuiwei Bay and encountered a band of over 100 robbers seeking to plunder. What actions would you undertake? If there were an opportunity to escape the community, I would flee to seek assistance from the security team. Should escape prove impossible, I would ascend to the rooftop to ignite a fire, creating thick smoke to signal for aid. If external assistance were unattainable, I would unite all residents of the community to confront the robbers together. Chapter 84. Tire blowout after being bombarded with a dozen questions. Xia Xiaoman began to discern the pattern of the inquiries posed at Shuiwei Bay. Questions regarding friends and family were designed to assess whether one was a Navi idealist. Inquiries about the robbery at Shuiwei Bay aimed to evaluate one's reaction to calamity and whether one was a self-centered individual, indifferent to the welfare of the community. The interrogation in the office was merely one facet of the interview process. Upon exiting the office, Aunt Xing took Xia Xiaoman on a stroll around the community. During their walk, Aunt Xing feigned a need to use the restroom and left. In her absence, a child suddenly appeared, crying and pleading for Xia Xiaoman's assistance in finding his mother. As soon as Xia Xiaoman approached within a meter of the child, he brandished a wooden knife and lunged at her, signaling the end of the interview. Xia Xiaoman refrained from allowing the child to come close and did not approach him. Instead, she instructed him to remain where he was, assuring him that Aunt Xing would return shortly to help him find his mother. The second test required Xia Xiaoman to carry the child while searching for his mother. During the search, a man wielding a knife abruptly confronted her. If Xia Xiaoman were to push the child forward as a shield or abandon him to flee, she would be deemed unqualified. Without hesitation, she delivered a powerful kick that sent the would-be robber sprawling. The final test sought to ascertain whether Xia Xiaoman harbored any greed. And Xing entrusted her to a well-meaning but somewhat simple-minded woman, who, within 10 minutes, referred to Xia Xiaoman as her sister and invited her to her home to admire her collection of gold jewelry. While the woman stepped away to fetch Xia Xiaoman a drink, the test hinged on whether Xia Xiaoman would succumb to temptation and steal the gold. Should she do so, she would be promptly expelled from the community. Faced with a large box filled with golden trinkets, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no desire. Nevertheless, Xia Xiaoman maintained her principles. While she would not hesitate to take from the wicked, she would not touch the belongings of ordinary people. By the time the test concluded, it was already past 11 o'clock. Aunt Xing escorted Xia Xiaoman back to the property management office and handed her a form detailing the available apartments and their corresponding rental fees. She was instructed to select her desired property, fill in her personal information, sign, and provide a fingerprint. Once the rent was paid the following day, she could move in. Xia Xiaoman had already surveyed the available apartments. She found one that caught her fancy, with a note indicating a monthly rent of 30 caddies of grain or the equivalent in goods. Xia Xiaoman frowned slightly. This rent seemed rather steep. Aunt Xing, peering over her reading glasses at the apartment number Xia Xiaoman had chosen, remarked that the villa was spacious, and thus a higher price was understandable. Why would you choose a villa when you're living alone? They are costly and challenging to maintain, she inquired. With a smile, Xia Xiaoman replied, I have a few chickens and rabbits. Living in an apartment would be quite inconvenient. She paused, then asked, by the way, Aunt Xing, why are there still so many vacant villas in the community? Doesn't anyone live there? Aunt Xing explained. Most residents of Shuiwei Bay are original owners who already have homes here. There is no need to move into a villa. Moreover, the number of villas is limited. And if one family occupies one, another will be displeased. No matter how they are allocated, someone will always be dissatisfied. Thus, they remain unoccupied and are rented out to earn a bit of grain. Xia Xiaoman nodded thoughtfully, realizing why there were still vacant villas in Shuiwei Bay. Initially, she had speculated whether there was something amiss with these properties. After completing the form, she retrieved her weapon from the security booth and drove home. Throughout the journey, she contemplated how to inform her neighbors about her impending move. Lost in her thoughts, a sudden loud bang jolted her, causing the car to shudder. Xia Xiaoman quickly applied the brakes and, once the vehicle came to a halt, she cautiously exited with her axe in hand. After surveying the surroundings and confirming there were no ambushes, she turned her attention to her pickup truck. Upon noticing the left front tire was flat, she scratched her head in frustration. This truck was likely a flood-damaged vehicle, and the spare tire had long been taken. Experiencing a flat tire at this moment, with no spare in sight, left her pondering where she could possibly get repairs done. Dejected, she stowed away the pickup and switched to her off-road vehicle to continue her journey home. The flat tire meant her moving plans for tomorrow were thwarted. She would have to wait for the pickup to be repaired before she could transport her belongings to Shuiwei Bay without raising suspicion. As her spirits sank further under the stifling heat, Xia Xiaoman tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. After enduring the night until just past 5, she heard the sound of a car engine outside. Rising, she stepped onto the balcony and spotted a military vehicle parked below. A few soldiers descended, clutching some papers, only to return empty-handed shortly after, heading off to their next destination. Since sleep eluded her, Xia Xiaoman changed into a shirt that emanated the scent of sweat and made her way downstairs. The sweltering weather had also kept many others awake. Before she reached the first floor, she could hear a cacophony of chatter drifting up the staircase. As she descended, she discovered a crowd gathered by the stairway, staring at a notice affixed to the wall. A cursory glance revealed the main points. The current temperature had soared to 56 degrees Celsius, with forecasts indicating it would rise further. Residents were advised to refrain from going outside between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. to avoid sunburn and heat stroke. The second announcement informed that the floating city had established indoor cultivation sites in various locations and was planning to convert the sports center into a solar power station. Currently recruiting workers. Survivors wishing to apply for jobs could register at the assistance center. The final notice warned of multiple criminal gangs operating in the floating city, robbing others and perpetrating violence against ordinary citizens. Any relevant information should be reported to the security team promptly. With these 3 messages released simultaneously, the crowd was left uncertain whether to lament the extreme weather, rejoice at the job opportunities, or fear the looming threat of criminal attacks. Xia Xiaoman found little interest in the other announcements but was particularly intrigued by the solar power station. With the sun blazing down, it seemed wasteful not to utilize solar energy. Inspired, she rushed upstairs to grab her bicycle, taking advantage of the milder morning sun to hasten her ride to the trading post. Chun Guangli, bleary-eyed and fanning himself with a handheld fan, was abruptly startled awake when someone slapped the table. "Brother Chen, good morning." Xia Xiaoman greeted cheerfully. Chen Guangli squinted at her familiar face and replied grumpily, "What brings you here so early in the morning?" Noticing the unusual tone in Chen Guangli's voice, Xia Xiaoman deduced that he might be upset due to not being consulted about the housing situation. With a smile, she said, "Brother Chun, I have a small favor to ask of you. Could you please see if it's convenient?" As she spoke, she retrieved 2 cans of fermented black bean fish from her bag and placed them before him. Chen Guangli glanced up, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he inquired, "Go ahead, what is it?" Lowering her voice, Xia Xiaoman replied, "Brother Chun, I have a pickup truck, but I've encountered a flat tire. I was wondering if your friend could repair it and what the cost might be." Chen Guangli clicked his tongue and remarked, "You, my dear girl, are quite well off. Why on earth are you still riding that old bicycle when you own a pickup?" Xia Xiaoman chuckled, "Brother Chen, you jest. It's actually a joint venture with friends." Chen Guangli, merely teasing her without further inquiry, responded, "Bring the truck to the same place we bought the vehicle around 10 p.m. We'll need to check if the necessary parts are available for the repair." Xia Xiaoman nodded. "All right, I'll drive over tonight. Additionally, I have one more request, Brother Chun. Would you be able to procure a solar power generator?" Chapter 85, The Scarcity of Generators in the Absence of a Reliable Power Supply. Solar generators assume an unparalleled significance. Chun Guangli gazed at Xia Xiaoman for an extended moment, exclaiming, "Sister, you truly possess an audacious imagination, aspiring to acquire a solar generator. Is it exceptionally difficult to obtain a generator?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. "Not merely difficult. Almost all generators in Floating City have been confiscated. Currently, engaging in the resale of generators could land one in a labor camp if apprehended," Chen Guangli replied, glancing around to ensure their privacy. Lowering his voice, he continued, "I heard that during the previous floods, someone concealed a diesel generator. Just as they were transporting it, they were caught by the authorities and are now serving time. What of the generator he hid? Was it discovered?" Chen Guangli shook his head. "No, it seems his accomplices managed to relocate it." A pang of anxiety gripped Xia Xiaoman. Could it possibly be the generator that Xiao Zhiyuan had brought back? If you genuinely require a generator, you might inquire in the black market. Perhaps you will find one. Chen Guangli suggested. "Where is the black market?" Xia Xiaoman asked. "Near Jennings Square. If you decide to go, it's advisable to take a couple of companions, as it can be rather chaotic," Chen Guangli kindly cautioned. Xia Xiaoman expressed her gratitude and sought additional information about the black market before hastening home to escape the scorching sun. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the enthusiastic voice of Su Ran. "Sister Xiaoman, you're back. Why did you venture out so early? Were you seeking employment?" "Not quite. I had other matters to attend to," Xia Xiaoman replied, deftly shifting the topic. "Are you and Shou Qiuyang planning to apply for jobs?" Su Ran nodded. "Yes, after sunset. I, along with Yang Gu, Uncle One, and Sister Yue, are heading to the relief center for job applications." "Sister, won't you join us? The indoor planting job is all conducted indoors and should not be overly strenuous." "I'm still undecided. Are you and Shou Qiuyang aiming for positions in indoor planting?" Xia Xiaoman asked. "We wish to apply for jobs in constructing solar power stations, but Yang Gu advised against us going, fearing we might suffer from heat stroke," Su Ran remarked, believing Zhou Qiuyang was being overly cautious. "The construction occurs from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m., entirely at night. As long as one is mindful, heat stroke shouldn't be an issue." Xia Xiaoman interjected, "In the long run, the indoor planting job appears to be more advantageous. Once the power station is established, fewer personnel will be required for maintenance, which may lead to layoffs. Conversely, indoor planting is a sustained project. Furthermore, if temperatures continue to soar, the project leaders may consider installing central air conditioning to maintain suitable conditions for plant growth. Therefore, the work environment in indoor planting will likely be more comfortable." Yang Gu shares this perspective, but the remuneration for the power station construction is considerably higher. Su Ran looked conflicted, unsure which position to pursue. Xia Xiaoman smiled. "You could apply for both. With so many people in Floating City and only 2 projects hiring, applying to just one may not guarantee you a position. It would be prudent to apply for both opportunities. Whichever one yields success, I shall pursue. If I am fortunate enough to secure both positions, I can deliberate on the choice later. Indeed, I shall inform Brother Yang." With that, Su Ran dashed back to the room to consult with Zhou Qiyang. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman returned home to tend to the chicks and rabbits, providing them with food and water. Subsequently, she retrieved a kayak filled with stream water from her space, disrobed, and reclined within it. Once the heat of summer dissipated, she stowed the kayak away and returned to her bed for a much-needed nap. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the area downstairs was teeming with individuals eager to finish their water collection promptly in order to attend to job applications at the assistance center. Xia Xiaoman, mindful of her plans to repair her vehicle at 10, took up her water bucket and descended to join the queue early. The line was extensive and tightly packed, and soon the oppressive odor of sweat enveloped her. Unable to endure it any longer, she retrieved a battery-operated handheld fan from her bag and directed it towards her face. Relishing the cool breeze. How delightful. A girl from the adjacent line stared intently at the fan. The girl's father, following her gaze, noticed Xia Xiaoman standing alone in line and approached her with a smile. Young lady, may I borrow your fan? My daughter suffers from a heart condition, and the air here is stifling. We would appreciate a little ventilation. Xia Xiaoman cast him a glance, remaining silent and feigning ignorance. The father, feeling awkward, wiped the sweat from his brow. An elderly man behind Xia Xiaoman could no longer contain himself and nudged her shoulder. Hey, she is speaking to you. A modicum of politeness wouldn't hurt. Furrowing her brow, Xia Xiaoman retorted coldly, touch me again, and I shall break your hand. How dare you speak to an elder in such a manner? At my age, I could very well be your grandfather. A little respect would be appreciated. Seeing that Xia Xiaoman was unresponsive, the elderly man continued, it's merely a broken fan. Someone with a heart condition could use it. And yet you refuse to lend it. How miserly of you. As he grumbled, the girl's father, acting as a mediator, remarked, Uncle, let it be. Young people today are often like this. She has only one fan, and it's understandable that she hesitates to share. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman rummaged through her backpack, producing another handheld fan. She held one in each hand, fanning herself while casting a defiant glance back at them. Did they think a few words would compel her to give up her fan? Not a chance. The girl, envious, felt tears pricking her eyes as she clutched her father's arm. Dad, I want a fan too. The father, caught in a dilemma, realized he could not force her to lend it, and reassured her, don't worry, this fan is quite small and doesn't provide much relief. Once I secure a job later, I shall buy you a larger fan from the market. But what use is a large fan when we have no electricity at home? The young woman, feeling aggrieved, shed tears. Her health had always been frail, and throughout her life, her parents had indulged her every desire. Now, she merely wished for a small fan. Yet her father evaded her request with excuses. An elderly man, witnessing this scene, felt compelled to provide a moral lesson. Lamenting the current generation's selfishness, how they wouldn't even spare one of their two fans for a sick person, displaying a cold and unfeeling demeanor. Xiaoman, observing the spectacle, thought to herself, these individuals surely relish their theatrics. So what if she is cold-hearted and unfeeling? They must learn to endure it. Chapter 86. Proposing a move. The weather was stifling, and the atmosphere was charged with restlessness. The group of individuals engaged in a cacophony of voices resembling a theatrical performance, each vying for attention. Those who reveled in the commotion listened with rapt interest, while others, feeling irritable, found the discordant clamor increasingly exasperating. Among them stood a tall man, his back covered in prickly heat, suffering both discomfort and annoyance. Frustrated by the incessant bickering, he bellowed for the parents and the elder to cease their noise. The father and daughter, taken aback by the man's imposing stature, fell silent, but their eyes continued to dart towards Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman felt a twinge of disappointment. Why didn't they engage in a physical altercation? If they had, she could have intervened, and it would have constituted a legitimate act of self-defense. Anyone injured in such a scenario would have brought it upon themselves. The wait in line was interminable and tedious. It took nearly an hour and a half before it was her turn to fetch water. As she carried her water back, a sudden shout erupted from the crowd. Someone's dead. They've killed someone. Xia Xiaoman instinctively turned towards the sound, spotting a group of people gathered nearby, their voices rife with speculation. As fate would have it, her path led her directly past the gathering. Approaching, she overheard the spectators debating fervently. How reckless. No matter what, one must not resort to violence. Now, someone has lost their life. The man who had cut in line had brought this upon himself. Everyone else had patiently waited their turn. Such uncivil behavior deserved a lesson. While cutting in line was indeed wrong, it should not have escalated to the point of fatality. Now the situation was dire. A life had been lost, and the perpetrator would face severe consequences. The crowd's discourse was incessant and divided. Some condemned the act of violence. Others believed the man deserved his fate for his transgression. A few remained indifferent, watching the unfolding drama without comment, and some, delighting in the chaos, hoped for an even greater spectacle. Peering through the throng, Xia Xiaoman caught a glimpse of the deceased, who happened to be the man who had previously jumped ahead of her in line. His wife wept by his side, her sorrow echoing like the cries of a madwoman. The commotion attracted the attention of two staff members who soon arrived to examine the body, confirming the man's demise. They proceeded to escort both the assailant and the deceased's family, along with the body, away from the scene. Upon returning to the 15th floor, Xia Xiaoman found Li Wei, Su Ran, and Shou Qiuyang had already returned from their job interviews. The smiles adorning their faces indicated their success. "Did you all secure the positions?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. Li Wei nodded with a grin. "We encountered some familiar faces, and they placed us in indoor planting roles." "Indoor planting sounds promising. Is the workplace far?" "When do you start?" Su Ran replied. "It's somewhat distant, located near Jiawang Shopping Mall. They're planning to clear out the entire area to make room for growing food. We begin work the day after tomorrow, starting with cleaning the mall before we set up for planting." The Jiawang Shopping Mall was a 40-minute to an hour's walk from their community, making the commute rather lengthy. Xia Xiaoman suggested, "You might consider purchasing 2 bicycles with rear seats. It would facilitate your daily commute." Shou Qiuyang chimed in. "Xiaoman, would you be willing to lend me your bicycle? Every month, I provide you with some food as rent." After a moment of silence, Xia Xiaoman lifted her head and said, "I may have to move in a few days. You can borrow my bicycle for a few days without paying rent." "Move," the three exclaimed in unison. Su Ran's eyes widened. "Sister Xiaoman, why do you want to move? Isn't living here good?" Li Wei's anxious voice chimed in. "Is it because I moved in?" "Xiaoman, if it's because of me, I can leave. I was just thinking of relocating closer to work." Xia Xiaoman shook her head. "No. My decision to move is due to personal reasons. The floor is too high. Climbing up and down 15 flights daily makes me sweat as much as carrying water. Moreover, living in an apartment complicates my ability to raise chickens and rabbits. The most pressing concern, however, is the local safety. Yesterday, there was an announcement about multiple criminal gangs wreaking havoc in Fuqing, and I worry they might come to Qinyang Community. Though Qinyang Community is somewhat remote, it has many new and old residents. To the eyes of these criminal gangs, perhaps Qinyang Community resembles a sheepfold in the wild, with its residents as lambs awaiting slaughter." Shou Qiuyang, feeling a sense of foreboding, immediately suggested, "Why don't we move together then? Our distance from the city center is a bit far. And the security team only patrols the community once a day. The city center is relatively safer." Su Ran nodded in agreement. "We are a community on the 15th floor. If we move, we should do so together. No one should be left behind." Xia Xiaoman interjected, "Shouldn't you first consult the coach's opinion?" "I'll ask him." After saying this, Shou Qiuyang turned and headed to 1502. Before long, when Jianfeng arrived at 1501 with the twins, inquiring, "Why the sudden decision to move?" Xia Xiaoman replied, "It's not sudden. Ever since the locust plague, I've been contemplating whether to relocate. I've been looking for housing these past few nights, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I might move to Shuiwei. Shuiwei? That's quite far," Shou Qiuyang frowned. Xia Xiaoman explained, "The security is much better there. There are patrols 24 hours a day. If you decide to move, I know of an available house, Villa 036 in Suihu Community. It's 3 stories tall, ample enough for your 3 families. However, many deaths occurred there recently, and the basement was once a place of ill repute. If you don't mind, it could be a suitable location and is relatively close to your workplaces." Shou Qiuyang felt somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed Xia Xiaoman had everything arranged and only informed him of the move when she was ready to leave, making him feel as though she had never considered them as friends. He wasn't angry, just a bit disheartened and despondent. Unaware of his discontent, Xia Xiaoman continued, "Should you decide to move, I can arrange a vehicle to help transport your belongings. One round trip would require 50 liters of gasoline. When I found the generator, there were several barrels of gasoline and diesel nearby, and when Jianfeng and the others each received 2 or 3 barrels, each containing 50 liters of gasoline. Apart from the gasoline consumed recently, the 3 of them should be able to gather approximately 50 liters of fuel. Currently, her fuel supply is not particularly deficient, but acquiring a bit more would certainly be advantageous." Chapter 87. A box of flour. Relocating is no trivial matter. After nearly an hour of deliberation, when Jianfeng and his companions remained undecided about whether to move, Xia Xiaoman had arranged to meet Chen Guangli at 10 o'clock for repairs, and as the time drew near, she rose to take her leave. The others also planned to descend for water, momentarily suspending the meeting. Cycling to a secluded, abandoned factory, Xia Xiaoman surveyed her surroundings and, finding no one, was about to retrieve her pickup truck from her spatial storage when she suddenly heard a faint whimpering. A tightness gripped her heart as she quickly drew her axe and strained to discern the source of the sound. After half a minute of listening, she pinpointed the direction, cautiously tiptoeing closer to the factory. Peering through the gaps in the structure, she found the interior shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. Yet the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. This indicated that someone within was either injured or deceased. Adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, Xia Xiaoman resolved to leave this perilous place. As she turned to depart, 2 SUVs sped toward her from a distance, cursing her misfortune under her breath. She stowed her bicycle and, just as the headlights illuminated her, slipped into the factory. Taking a few cautious steps inside, she stumbled over an unseen object, nearly losing her balance. Cough, help me. A feeble voice emanated from beneath her feet. Xia Xiaoman glanced down to see a man, bloodied and gazing at her with pleading eyes. He bore 2 gunshot wounds to his chest, clearly on the brink of death. After a brief moment of contemplation, she hoisted him up, pondering the lack of an escape route. With 2 vehicles approaching the main entrance, retreat was not an option. The man, his voice barely a whisper, pointed weakly in a direction. Back, the bathroom window. Just as Xia Xiaoman prepared to abandon the man and flee, he uttered, Take the box. What box? She inquired. The man remained silent, struggling to lift his hand and indicating a table that lay overturned. As the sounds of the approaching vehicles grew louder, Xia Xiaoman dashed to the table, lifting it with haste. The space beneath was empty. And just as she suspected the man was deceiving her, she noticed something amiss in the soil at the center. Rubbing her foot against the dirt, she soon uncovered the shell of a suitcase. Realizing the significance of the item hidden so meticulously, she felt a surge of excitement. With renewed determination, Xia Xiaoman abandoned the table, using both hands to excavate the earth surrounding the suitcase, finally grasping its handle and yanking it free. Is there anything else you need to take? She inquired. The man slowly shook his head. No more, go. All right, the suitcase is too heavy. I will toss it out first and return for you. With that, Xia Xiaoman hurriedly made her way to the bathroom, suitcase in tow. The man watched in despair as Xia Xiaoman abandoned him, his eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to rise but failing thrice. Meanwhile, the sounds of vehicles halting and voices conversing outside the factory echoed ominously. As despair gradually enveloped the man's eyes, just when he believed his fate was sealed, Xia Xiaoman suddenly emerged, seizing his arm and dragging him into the restroom. She flung open the window and, akin to discarding a sack, hurled him outside. Following closely, Xia Xiaoman leapt through the window, retrieved a cloth strip from her bag to blindfold the man, and then, conjuring a bicycle from her spatial realm, hoisted him onto the rear seat before hastily pedaling away. The path behind them was riddled with potholes, and after pedaling for over 10 minutes, she reached the main road. Finding a secluded spot, she gently set the man down and produced a box from her spatial storage, placing it beside him. Subsequently, Xia Xiaoman donned a mask and sought out the patrolling security team, informing them of the man's location and circumstances before departing on her bicycle. Sweating profusely and pedaling with fervor, she nearly sent sparks flying from her bike tires. What a stroke of misfortune. She had anticipated the box might contain something of value, only to discover it was filled with flour. Who possessed such extraordinary capabilities to extract so much flour at this time? This item, regardless of when found, was a veritable hot potato. As for the man, Xia Xiaoman remained uncertain whether he was an undercover agent or a trafficker of flour. Regardless of his identity, handing him over to the security team was undoubtedly the right course of action. Due to the delay caused by retrieving the flour, nearly an hour had elapsed by the time she arrived at the repair shop run by the man with the ponytail, her dilapidated pickup truck exceeding the deadline by over 30 minutes. Upon seeing her approach, Chen Guangli remarked with irritation, "We agreed on 10 o'clock. Why are you so late? If you don't hurry, we'll close up shop. Apologies for the delay. I encountered a minor issue on the way. Come, let us take a break with the smoke." Xia Xiaoman extracted 2 packs of cigarettes from her bag, offering one each to Chen Guangli and the ponytailed man. Upon noticing that Xia Xiaoman had gifted him a pack of Huanggalu, Chen Guangli's demeanor transformed, his face breaking into a broad smile. "Oh, how considerate. What trouble did you run into? Do you need my assistance?" "It was nothing serious. It's already resolved." Xia Xiaoman approached the flat tire, asking, "Could you please take a look at this? Is it reparable?" The ponytailed man, cigarette dangling from his lips, ambled over, scrutinizing the tire with a furrowed brow. A tire swap would suffice, but dealing with a pickup's tire can be quite challenging. In the aftermath of the disaster, vehicles like pickups, trucks, and cargo vehicles are in high demand, and their spare parts are rather scarce. Xia Xiaoman interjected, "As long as it can be repaired, I'm flexible on price. It would be ideal if you could also procure a few spare tires for me." Chen Guangli clicked his tongue. "You're quite greedy, aren't you? Securing a single wheel is commendable enough. You're asking for several spares." Xia Xiaoman smiled. "Isn't it prudent to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances?" If I experience another flat tire, at least I'll have wheels to replace it. Let us see what I can do. The ponytailed man replied. Come back to me at the same time in 3 days. I can guarantee the repair, but I cannot assure the availability of spare tires. Xia Xiaoman signaled an okay with her hand. The ponytailed man, having reached an agreement, returned to his own tasks, immersed in his work. Xia Xiaoman was still contemplating a visit to the black market. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Guangli, she graciously took her leave. During the day, she had inquired with Chan Guangli about the black market's hours of operation, which spanned from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. the following morning. This time frame marked the peak of activity at the black market. Chapter 88. An unexpected encounter in the black market. Xia Xiaoman initially envisioned the black market as a narrow, winding street adorned with various illicit advertisements and graffiti, where every passerby concealed an array of sharp weapons. However, the reality resembled an ordinary night market. With a spacious square filled with numerous stalls, there were vendors selling clothes, candles, and kitchenware. As she entered the night market, the enthusiastic stall owner beside her called out, "Young lady, would you like to see some necklaces? How about a bag? An LC brand bag for just 1 jean of grain, guaranteed authentic. Or I'll pay you 10 times back if it's fake. Beautiful lady, interested in clothing? Short sleeves for 50, long sleeves for 40. We have both long and short pants, all brand new and unworn. It's a clearance sale. Second-hand water bottles, high quality at low prices, first come, first served. While supplies last." The cacophony of shouts blended with the sounds of haggling, leaving no trace of the anticipated black market. After wandering around, Xia Xiaoman paused at a small stall and inquired, "How much for these seeds?" The drowsy proprietor, startled awake, stood upright and hesitated before replying. 1 jean of grain for a pack of seeds. The seeds on display were packaged vegetable seeds, and there was quite an assortment: cilantro, tomatoes, lettuce, cucumbers, green beans, bok choy, chili peppers, okra, pumpkins, zucchini. May I open a package to check? Xia Xiaoman asked. The preservation of seeds is crucial. Having undergone the trials of humid floods followed by intense heat, their viability was uncertain. The owner's face clouded with doubt. If you open it and decide against buying, it would be difficult for me to sell again. After contemplating, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a 1 jean bag of brown rice from her bag and tossed it to the owner. Then selected a pack of radish seeds to inspect. Satisfied with the quality, she queried, "Do you have other seeds?" "Yes, I have another bag." The owner pulled out a red plastic bag from beneath his stool. Xia Xiaoman estimated the number of bags of seeds on display and asked, "Do you only accept grain? What about other items? Gold is acceptable, or even water." The proprietor replied after a moment's thought, "If none of those work, I can also take sanitary pads." Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. Upon seeing her shocked expression, the owner quickly clarified, "Not for me, but for my wife and daughter." Understanding dawned on her. She had feared she had encountered a weirdo. "Then how about exchanging 1 night pad for a pack of seeds?" "Not enough," he retorted. 2 night pads or 3-day pads for a pack of seeds. If it's panty liners, 5 for 1. The owner's face flushed as he haggled nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After more than 2 months of flooding, the scarcity of sanitary items was more pressing than that of food. Both sanitary pads and toilet paper, which were not vacuum sealed, could not be used if soaked. Many resorted to tearing pages from books in the absence of toilet paper. If there were no books, they had to use rags. Without fabric, the only options left were to forego wiping altogether or sacrifice their shirts. When leaves were the only alternative, one faced the choice of either neglecting hygiene or foregoing clothing entirely. However, without sanitary pads, a woman endures great discomfort during her menstrual period. Those with nimble hands may learn to craft a makeshift menstrual belt, while the less dexterous are left to layer cloth beneath them. During times of flooding, the heat is not stifling, and although these 2 methods are inconvenient, they are bearable. Yet now, in this extreme heat, with thick fabric beneath her, even a normal person would struggle. The stall owner has 2 daughters and a wife, totaling 3, who require sanitary pads, thus he resolutely refuses to lower his prices. Seeing his stubbornness, Xia Xiaoman reluctantly agrees to his pricing for vegetable seeds, saying, "I do not have enough sanitary pads with me at the moment. I will bring the items around 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Please wait for me at the street corner." The square is bustling and chaotic, so it is best to avoid public transactions. After arranging the time with the owner, Xia Xiaoman continues to meander through the black market, searching for opportunities to purchase a generator. Suddenly, someone taps her shoulder. Instinctively, she grabs the hand that touched her and pulls it forward while simultaneously driving her elbow back. "Ah, ouch, Xia Xiaoman, it's me." Upon hearing the voice, Xia Xiaoman releases her grip and turns around to find it is Hu Yao, the vice monitor from her university class. "Long time no see," she exclaims. Hu Yao, rubbing his chest and grimacing, replies, "It's been a while. I didn't expect such a warm greeting upon our reunion. Xia Xiaoman chuckles awkwardly. You startled me when you tapped my shoulder from behind. I thought you were looking for trouble, so I reacted instinctively. Are you all right? I'm fine. But why are you alone in the black market? It's chaotic here. Be cautious of robbery. Xia Xiaoman glances around and reassures him. It seems fine to me. It looks similar to an ordinary night market. Huyo shakes his head in disbelief. Didn't you inquire about the black market before coming? It may seem orderly, but from the moment you step in, someone will be watching you. If you make substantial purchases and leave, you may find yourself followed, and at the right moment, your belongings could be taken from you. If you encounter a particularly ruthless individual, it could even cost you your life. Xia Xiaoman nods thoughtfully. It's all right. I haven't bought anything. So I should be fine. Not necessarily. If they can't rob you of your money, they might resort to something else. Hu Yao sighs. As we are classmates, I shall be your protector tonight. Do you have anything else you wish to buy? If not, I can escort you home. Xia Xiaoman squints and shakes her head. I was hoping to see if there were any generators for sale in the black market, but I haven't spotted any after wandering around. You wish to buy a generator? Hu Yao exclaims in surprise. Can you afford the price of a generator? Xia Xiaoman smiles wryly. Alone, I cannot. But I can collaborate with my neighbors to purchase one. Hu Yao chuckles. At this time, a generator is indeed a lifeline. It can power fans and air conditioners. Anyone who possesses a generator will likely keep it hidden. Why would they sell it? Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he adds, I know of a place that has installed solar-powered generators. If you could acquire that property, you would essentially get a generator for free. What do you mean? Xia Xiaoman gazed at Hu Yao with a smile that was both enigmatic and playful. Hu Yu glanced around to ensure they were unobserved and lowered his voice. Do you remember that chubby fellow, Luo, who confessed to you not long after the semester began? The one with glasses? Xia Xiaoman nodded. She certainly recalled him, the overweight boy who, after his unrequited love, had the audacity to slander her, claiming she earned money by spending weekends with him. Recently, Luo had fallen in with a character known as Leopard, frequently engaging in robberies targeting individuals emerging from the black market, amassing quite a collection of valuable items. My companions and I have been victims of his thievery on multiple occasions. As Hu Yu spoke, a surge of indignation rose within him. My friends and I have been surveilling him for the past few days and have pinpointed his residence, preparing to take action soon. If you are willing to join us in confronting Luo, I can assure you that, upon the successful completion of our endeavor, I will gift you the generator. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, realizing that the deputy class leader's eagerness to bond with her stemmed from this ulterior motive. Chapter 89. The most detested threat. The allure of solar generators was undeniably tempting, yet Xia Xiaoman was unwilling to take any risks. I am of timid disposition and incapable of such grand endeavors. You would do well to seek another, she declared. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Wait, Hu Yao interjected, blocking her path. Do not be afraid. How about this? You can invite Fatty Luo out on his own. Rest assured, my companions and I shall be lurking nearby. Should he act inappropriately, we will intervene to protect you. Xia Xiaoman felt a cold mirth in her heart, though her visage betrayed fear as she stammered. I cannot. I am too frightened. Please, find someone else. Upon receiving yet another refusal, Hu Yu furrowed his brow and seized her arm, pulling her into a narrow alley. Xia Xiaoman, we are classmates. If you help me lure Fatty Luo out, I will assist you in acquiring the generator. Would that not be mutually beneficial? I truly cannot. Please let me go, she murmured, her head bowed, shoulders quaking slightly, her voice tinged with tears. Hu Yao remained unwavering, his gaze fierce as he threatened, You shall go, whether you wish to or not. Do not refuse a toast, and instead suffer the consequences. Then, very well, Xia Xiaoman replied, her face a portrait of distress. Yet her eyes radiated a chilling resolve. Heaven offers a path you refuse to tread, yet you insist on storming hell's gates. She loathed being threatened more than anything in this world. Provoking her was akin to kicking against iron. Noticing her reluctant acquiescence, Hu Yao's expression softened slightly. Since you have agreed, come with me. I shall introduce you to my friends. After navigating the winding alleyways for over 10 minutes, they arrived at a dilapidated building. Upon opening the door, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped them, revealing 7 or 8 men gathered around, smoking and playing cards, their surroundings littered with ash and refuse. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, the men turned their gaze towards Xia Xiaoman, one of them exchanging knowing glances with Hu Yao. Brother Yao, this young lady is. Hu Yao led Xia Xiaoman inside, pushing aside the card table. This is my university classmate, Xia Xiaoman. I brought her to assist us in dealing with Fatty Luo. Just her? She could possibly confront Fatty Luo? One man scoffed. Brother Yao, surely you jest. Hu Yao shot him a sidelong glance. A beauty often distracts even the mightiest of heroes, while she may not confront Fatty Luo. Bringing him out alone should pose no issue. Another voice chimed in. Brother Yao, can this girl actually persuade Fatty Luo to come out? What if she turns on us midway? Hu Yao narrowed his eyes, darkly scrutinizing Xia Xiaoman. This was a worry he had yet to ponder thoroughly. Sensing his hesitation, another spoke up. How about you let me take her under my wing? Within 2 hours, I will ensure she is well trained. A lascivious grin spread across the man's face. I received a functional camera yesterday. I could capture a few high-definition portraits. If she dares to betray us, we shall expose the photographs for all to see. The men discussed their plans for her without a shred of consideration, treating her as though she were inconsequential. Xia Xiaoman maintained a stoic facade, struggling to resist the urge to draw the axe concealed at her back. Suppressing her anger, Xia Xiaoman pretended to be frightened, stammering, Hu Yao, you can rest assured. I won't betray. Hu Yao gazed at her for a while before suddenly laughing. Xiaoman, don't be so nervous. They are merely joking. It's quite late now. You should head upstairs to rest. I will discuss tomorrow's action plan with them. Xia Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback. Were they not acting today? Yes, we need to inform a few people to join us. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against Fat Luo. Hu Yao said as he led Xia Xiaoman to a small, windowless room on the second floor, locking her inside. After hearing the footsteps fade away, Xia Xiaoman sat in the corner, waiting for 10 minutes. Once she was certain that no one was outside, she retrieved a flashlight from her bag and meticulously examined every corner of the room. There were no cameras or any peeping holes, which allowed her to relax slightly. She took out a Snickers bar to stave off her hunger. Initially, she had planned to pay her rent at Shueihua Bay later, but it seemed she would have to wait until tomorrow or the day after. She wondered if being absent for 2 days would jeopardize her residency qualifications. Sorrowfully munching on snacks, she noticed the noise from downstairs was growing louder, as if many people had gathered for a party. Xia Xiaoman propped her chin on her hand. Waiting for a long time, even as dawn broke, no one came to find her. The sweltering heat in the confined space made the narrow room feel like a sauna. And as time passed, beads of sweat began to trickle down her brow. Since her confinement, Hu Yao had not sent anyone to bring her water or food. If it were an ordinary person, they would have suffocated long ago, with a tough battle awaiting her that night if she did not rest well. Her poor condition could easily be exploited. Xia Xiaoman blocked the door with a heavy marble and mahogany table, then took out an inflatable kayak filled with water to rest inside. At around 5 in the afternoon, she awoke, and there was still no movement outside the door. It felt as though she had been forgotten in the room. She hastily consumed a bit of food to quell her hunger, changed back into her dirty clothes from yesterday, and stowed away anything that did not belong in the room. Xia Xiaoman quietly waited in the corner for Hu Yao's arrival. After more than 2 hours, darkness enveloped the sky, and footsteps finally echoed outside the door. Hu Yao opened the door, tossing a bottle of water and addressed to Xia Xiaoman. Wipe yourself down and change into this, he instructed before shutting the door and leaving. Xia Xiaoman glanced at the dress, a tight-fitting, strapless bodycon gown that could neither conceal a weapon nor allow for agile movement. It was of no use to her. Discarding the dress aside, she twisted open the water bottle, splashed some on her hands to wash her face, and picked up her bag along with the dress as she made her way downstairs. The lower level was crowded with people, chattering animatedly about the night's operation. Each person was armed, some wielding 1-meter-long iron rods, others brandishing sharp kitchen knives or long-handled fire axes. Standing amidst the crowd, Hu Yao noticed that Xia Xiaoman was not wearing the dress, and his expression darkened immediately. Where's the dress? Why aren't you wearing it? Xia Xiaoman timidly shrugged her shoulders and softly explained, the dress is too large. It would fall to the ground the moment I put it on. Her petite frame rendered even an S-size dress to fit her like a larger size. The dress Hu Yao had given her was presumably a medium, and without needing to unzip it, she could easily slip inside, making it utterly ill-fitting. Hu Yao, tugging at the garment, laid it out for comparison and confirmed that it was indeed too big. Frustrated, he tossed the dress aside and declared, forget it. It shall be as it is. Follow me. He pulled at Xia Xiaoman's clothing and led the way to the front, with the others in the room trailing closely behind. A lively group advancing together from the alleyway, all heading in the same direction. Chapter 90, an unnamed title. The residence of the Rotund Man was but a short distance from the black market. Xia Xiaoman followed Hu Yao and his group for approximately 20 minutes until they arrived at a modest 4-story building. 2 individuals were stationed at the entrance, and a faint glow emanated from the upper windows. Hu Yao gestured towards the structure and whispered into Xia Xiaoman's ear, that is where the Rotund Man resides. I have gathered information that he made a significant haul yesterday and is resting at home today. You must find a way to lure him out here, while my brothers and I will remain on guard. Xia Xiaoman shivered slightly, inquiring, how am I to entice the Rotund Man? Figure it out yourself. In any case, I expect to see him emerge within an hour. Otherwise, I shall make your existence unbearable. Hu Yu threatened ominously. Xia Xiaoman inwardly rolled her eyes. Yet outwardly she acquiesced, moving at a snail's pace to the entrance of the building. The two guards, bored, were playing cards. Upon noticing her approach, they immediately dropped their game, picking up iron rods and pointing them at Xia Xiaoman. Hey, halt. No entry allowed here. Clutching her bag, she raised her head, feigning innocence. Excuse me, brothers, does Brother Luo reside here? Brother Luo? You mean the rotund man? Xia Xiaoman nodded. Yes, indeed. I am his university classmate, Xia Xiaoman, and I have a matter for which I seek his assistance. The guard scrutinized her for a moment before breaking into a suggestive smile. Ah, so you are a university classmate. Very well, wait here while I inform Brother Luo. The guard ascended the stairs, and after approximately 10 minutes, the rotund man ambled down. Shirtless, still harboring resentment over Xia Xiaoman's previous rejection, he greeted her with a sardonic tone. Well, is that not our esteemed classmate, Xia Xiaoman? What brings you here? Xia Xiaoman forced a smile, disinterested and engaging in banter. She abandoned her previous demeanor and stated bluntly, Do you think I wish to come? If it were not for Hu Yu compelling me, I would have no desire to involve myself in your affairs. Hu Yu sent you? What does that mean? Be clear. The rotund man's earlier nonchalance vanished, and he frowned, demanding clarity. Xia Xiaoman remained silent, gesturing towards the upper level. Let us discuss this upstairs. Hu Yao is nearby. The rotund man eyed her warily, hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside, allowing her passage. Upon entering the living room on the second floor, a wave of cool air greeted them. The table was strewn with bags of chips, duck necks, and chilled beer, prompting Xia Xiaoman to ponder the rotund man's comfortable lifestyle. She unabashedly seated herself on the sofa, leisurely enjoying the chips with her legs crossed. The rotund man's lips twitched. Who truly was the master of this abode? Yet at that moment, he chose not to contest her presence and pressed on. Xia Xiaoman, what did you mean when you said Hu Yao is nearby? Xia Xiaoman opened a bottle of chilled beer and took a sip, responding, literally, Hu Yao has over 20 men lying in wait nearby, preparing to eliminate you. The rotund man's expression hardened. How do you know this? Xia Xiaoman dithered, then spoke softly. Yesterday, I wandered into the black market. And in the midst of my excursion, I was captured by Hu Yao. He claimed that you harbor feelings for me and urged me to devise a means to approach you, to lure you to a secluded place where he intended to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Luo Pengxi's expression darkened, and he slammed his palm onto the table with fervor. That scoundrel Hu Yao. I once considered him a brother, and yet he plots my demise. Very well, we shall see who meets their end first. He glared fiercely at Xia Xiaoman. Where are Hu Yao and his associates hiding? I shall take care of him right now. Xia Xiaoman wiped the crumbs of chips from the corner of her mouth and inquired, Brother Peng, how do you plan to deal with him? With a flurry of blows. Luo Pengxi exclaimed, filled with rage. 20 or so individuals dare to provoke me. Hu Yao must be tired of living with my men. We could beat him to a pulp. Xia Xiaoman shook her head with a click of her tongue. Brother Peng, that approach is unwise. If you and your comrades march in a grand display to confront Hu Yao, he will surely flee at the sight of your numbers. I suggest that you accompany me to meet Hu Yao, while your brothers discreetly follow behind. Once Hu Yao shows himself, we can signal the brothers to pounce, ensnaring him in a trap. Luo Pengxi pondered this suggestion thoughtfully. Your plan has merit, but how can I trust that you and Hu Yao are not in cahoots? What if your intention is to lead me to him alone? Xia Xiaoman, exasperated, smacked her thigh. Oh, Brother Peng, how could I possibly be in league with Hu Yu? If I were, I would simply seduce you and dispatch you in your sleep. That would be far simpler. Luo Pengxi responded, very well. I shall place my trust in you this once. But beware, should you deceive me, you shall face dire consequences. Luo Pengxi instructed some of his underlings to exit through the back door, forming a surrounding formation to slowly approach Hu Yao's hideout. The remaining half of his men stealthily trailed behind him and Xia Xiaoman, ready to spring into action if danger arose. Having arranged his men, Luo Pengxi concealed 2 small knives on his person and confidently followed Xia Xiaoman outside. Meanwhile, Hu Yao grew anxious as he awaited Xia Xiaoman and Luo Pengxi's emergence, which had now taken half an hour. One of his subordinates spoke up. Brother Yao, is that woman trustworthy? Could she have been discovered? It shouldn't be the case. If they had been compromised, Luo Pengxi's side would not remain so calm. Let us wait a little longer. If no one appears within an hour, we shall devise an alternative plan. The scheme to ambush Luo Pengxi had been in preparation for quite some time, even without Xia Xiaoman's involvement today. He still intended to confront Luo Pengxi. Their enmity had brewed for long. Luo Pengxi merely aligned himself with a leader of some influence, frequently using the guise of protection to pilfer the hard-earned resources of others. Once or twice could be overlooked, but this had become a recurring theme, and on one occasion, one of Hu Yao's men had even been injured. Without neutralizing Luo Pengzi, Hu Yao and his crew would struggle to survive in the black market. 50 minutes passed. Yet Xia Xiaoman had not returned with Luo Pengzi. Hu Yao gritted his teeth and lowered his voice, saying, "Brothers, no more waiting. Prepare your weapons and disperse towards the buildings." Just as he issued the command, a man and a woman emerged from a distant building. Hu Yao immediately gestured for caution and urgently instructed, "Wait. Do not move recklessly. Fatty Luo is coming. Proceed according to plan." In the distance, Xia Xiaoman and Fatty Luo slowly approached, one following the other. While countless pairs of eyes in the darkness fixated intently upon them. Chapter 91. The arrival of the generator and air conditioner. As Xia Xiaoman and the corpulent Luo approached the encirclement, the concealed Hu Yao subtly gestured to his companions, prompting those lurking nearby to grip their weapons tightly, poised for action at any moment. On the opposite side, despite being aware of his allies' presence, Luo was palpably anxious. "Xiaoman, are you certain you are not deceiving me? Hu Yao is truly here?" Xia Xiaoman nodded affirmatively. "Just ahead. Brother Fat, be cautious. Do not meet your demise too soon." The treacherous undercurrents heightened Luo's anxiety, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Yet he maintained a facade of composure as he pressed onward. Suddenly, Luo caught sight of a figure flitting behind a mound of earth. "Who goes there? Step forth." Seeing his subordinate reveal their position, Hu Yao, no longer inclined to remain hidden, swaggered into view. "Luo, it has been a while." A cold smirk graced his lips, his tone laced with provocation. Upon Hu Yao's emergence, Luo's tension dissipated, replaced by a smug bravado. "Hu Yao, what brings you to my territory at this hour? Have you stumbled upon something of value to offer to me, your esteemed fat lord?" Hu Yao, recalling the moment Luo and his men pillaged their supplies, felt his expression twist with fury. "You insufferable glutton. After stealing our provisions, you dare be so brazen? Today marks your end. Brothers, assemble. Let us dispatch this glutton once and for all. No one shall dare to steal from us again." With his rallying cry, over 20 men armed with clubs and blades surged forward, swiftly encircling Luo and Xia Xiaoman. "You think this meager band can take me down?" Luo scoffed. "One death is all we need, and this number suffices. Charge." Hu Yu led the charge as his comrades wielded their weapons, launching an assault on Luo. At that moment, a throng of individuals erupted from all directions, encircling Hu Yao's faction in turn. Following Luo's command, his men, eyes alight with ferocity, charged into the fray, engaging in a tumultuous clash. The air filled with the cacophony of shouts and the clash of fist and feet. Beneath the moonlight, the two groups wrestled fiercely, each individual imbued with a palpable intent to kill. Recognizing that he had been ensnared by Xia Xiaoman's ruse, Hu Yao steeled himself, refusing to retreat. He could only endure alongside his brothers. Amidst the chaos, Hu Yao endured 2 cuts, the pain igniting a deeper rage within him, yearning to flay and consume Xia Xiaoman, the architect of his thwarted plans. As he dodged swinging clubs and blades, he scoured the battlefield for Luo and Xia Xiaoman. No matter the cost, he vowed to drag these 2 wretches into the abyss with him. Meanwhile, the object of his ire, Xia Xiaoman, skillfully evaded the onslaught, deftly slipping away from the battlefield and hastening towards Luo's residence. Given that Hu Yao's ambush site was not far from Luo's stronghold, Luo felt secure mobilizing all his forces against Hu Yao, leaving only 6 or 7 men to guard the rear. Should any trouble arise at the back, it would take but a few strides to return and offer support. As Xia Xiaoman departed, she had already discerned the precise locations where the 7 guards would be stationed, 2 at the entrance, 2 at the rear, and 1 each on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. The 2 individuals at the front had encountered her before, their memories of her lingering in the context of her vulnerability and her reliance on the protection of the plump man. Thus, they were largely unguarded. Xia Xiaoman effortlessly approached them, each hand wielding a fruit knife. In a flash of cold steel, she plunged the blades into their throats, achieving a flawless double kill. Immediately after, she circled to the back entrance, meticulously gauging her angle and distance before hurling 2 small knives. The moment the knives were released, Xia Xiaoman dashed forward. The 2 guards stationed at the back, struck by the blades, had yet to comprehend the situation when she was upon them, delivering a swift throat-cutting farewell to each. With the 4 downstairs dispatched, the 3 above, separated and isolated, posed little threat. Xia Xiaoman easily eliminated these 3 as well, then set about disassembling the solar generator and air conditioning unit belonging to the plump man. Time was of the essence. With only a handful of people under Hu Yao's command, she questioned whether they could withstand half an hour under the plump man's rule. Xia Xiaoman had neither the time nor the energy to meticulously dismantle the air conditioning unit and generator. Her objective was simply to detach these 2 items from the wall, leaving the finer details for her return. After securing the air conditioning unit and generator, she noted that the plump man and his crew had yet to return. prompting her to hastily gather the supplies locked in the warehouse, as well as those in the refrigerator and freezer of the living room. Having thoroughly plundered the plump man's stronghold, Xia Xiaoman stealthily made her way back to the ambush site where Hu Yu was to confront the plump man. Before she could draw near, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted her senses, accompanied by the cacophony of screams, curses, and shouts that persisted. Under the moonlight, she beheld the grotesque scene. The plump man and Hu Yao were locked in a frenzied battle, both drenched in blood, their features contorted in a bestial rage. Each bore multiple knife wounds, yet they seemed impervious to pain, continuing to roar and advance with their machetes. The ground was littered with corpses, severed limbs scattered about, while some victims had their intestines grotesquely protruding, half hanging from their bodies. Time seemed to lose meaning until Hu Yao, finally unable to endure any longer, collapsed into a pool of blood. Witnessing Hu Yao's demise, the plump man, still not satiated, rained down a flurry of blows upon him with his knife. At that moment, a flash of cold steel pierced through the air as a fruit knife lodged itself directly into the plump man's neck, instinctively clutching his throat. He stared in disbelief with wide eyes. He turned his body, desperately seeking to identify his assailant before succumbing to death, but the murderer had long since vanished. Having resolved the issues regarding the generator and air conditioning unit in one fell swoop, and additionally acquiring a refrigerator and freezer, Xia Xiaoman's spirits soared. Glancing at the time, she realized it was precisely when she had arranged to meet the stall owner for the exchange of seeds. Finding a secluded spot, she counted out the number of sanitary pads intended for the transaction and, with a heavy bag slung over her shoulder, made her way to the black market. The stall owner awaited her arrival at the agreed location. Upon seeing her approach, he opened his bag, presenting it to her. Count them. There are a total of 231 packs of seeds. Xia Xiaoman accepted the bag, tossing her backpack to him. You count as well and verify if the quantities match. Two individuals crouched in a corner, each counting their own goods. The stall owner meticulously counted sanitary pads, his complexion shifting from flushed to composed, treating the items as mere ordinary tissues. Onlookers, upon noticing them huddled away counting their possessions, initially speculated that they were handling something of great value. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered it was merely seeds and sanitary pads, swiftly losing interest. By the time the transaction was successfully completed and the seeds acquired, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. After a brief moment of indecision, Xiaomian resolved to first head to Shuiwei Bay to pay the rent before returning home, lest she risk losing her rental qualification. Chapter 92. Fire breaks out in the community as she approached Shuiwei Bay in her off-road vehicle. Xia Xiaoman sought a secluded spot to exchange her vehicle for a bicycle. She secured the prepared provisions onto the rear seat and pedaled her way to Shuiwei Bay. On her previous visit, she had arrived in a pickup truck, but this time, an off-road vehicle would be too conspicuous. Today, the individual overseeing the patrol at Shuiwei Bay was still Wang Shijin. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoman, his first inquiry was, "Where is your pickup truck? Has it been stolen?" Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, explaining that it had suffered a flat tire and was currently in for repairs, likely to be ready by tomorrow or the day after. "Once it's fixed, I'll bring it over," she added. Wang Shijin responded with a no, realizing it was merely a mechanical issue. "No wonder you didn't come yesterday. I thought you had decided against moving." He then suggested, "Let us go. I'll take you to pay the rent." The process was similar to her previous interview, requiring her to drop off any hazardous items at the security office before entering. Xia Xiaoman inquired, "Do I need to be searched every time I enter or exit the community?" Wang Shijin explained, "You are not yet a resident of Shuiwei Bay, so searches are mandatory for entry. Once you officially become one of us, this will no longer be necessary." Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement, relieved that the frequent searches would not be an ongoing inconvenience. The rental procedures went smoothly, during which she observed two groups of individuals who had failed their interviews. The first group consisted of a band of young people who, as Aunt Xing mentioned, faltered during the questioning phase. They were overly eager to display their camaraderie, pledging to assist friends in distress. Curious, Xia Xiaoman asked Aunt Xing if they were disqualified for being too altruistic. Aunt Xing shook her head, clarifying that their responses were seen as insincere, as they were too eager to portray themselves as benevolent. When I asked how they would respond if a friend were injured and starving, they claimed they would bring the friend home to recuperate. Xia Xiaoman's lips twitched at the thought. Just how affluent must these youths be to make such assertions? She then inquired about the second group and their reasons for failing the interview. Aunt Xing sighed, explaining that this family of four was quite pleasant but exhibited excessive kindness. While strolling through the community, a child had cried out for assistance in finding his mother, and without hesitation, they rushed to help, only to be playfully struck by the child wielding a wooden sword, resulting in their disqualification. Xia Xiaoman supported Shuiwei Bei's interview methodology but harbored a concern. Aunt Xing, if you aim to prevent overly accommodating individuals from moving in, Have you considered that such people may already reside in the community? And Xing smiled knowingly. Indeed. There are such individuals here. We will arrange for them to attend fraud prevention courses. If they refuse to cooperate, their neighbors will keep an eye on them, ensuring that their actions do not endanger the community. Isn't it too cumbersome? Why not just expel them from the community? Xia Xiaoman questioned, and Xing shook her head, stating, they have invested their hard-earned money into their homes. We have no right to remove them. If we were to employ forceful measures to evict them, they would unite and escalate the matter to higher authorities. Having been neighbors for quite some time, the residents of the community are well aware of who among them is benevolent and who is selfish. If they could have expelled those they found troublesome, they would have done so long ago. The formalities have been completed. Here is the key. Do take care of it. Should any issues arise with the property, feel free to approach the property management office at any time. Xia Xiaoman, tucking the key away, inquired, and Xing. The window on the first floor of the villa is rather large. May I dismantle it and reinstall it? And Xing nodded in agreement, saying, that is permissible. As long as the load-bearing walls remain untouched, you may alter everything else to your heart's content. Xia Xiaoman responded with an approving gesture and departed from Shuiwei Bay. Having spent a day and a night away from home, she wondered if her little chickens and rabbits had perished in her absence. Upon returning to the 15th floor, Xia Xiaoman was somewhat taken aback to find Su Ran, and when Jianfeng still awake, hearing the door open, they rushed out one by one. Sister Xiaoman, where have you been these past 2 days? You didn't return last night, and today you were nowhere to be seen. I was beginning to fear for your safety. Su Ran exclaimed, her face awash with concern. Li Yui chimed in, we were quite anxious all day. With the chaos outside, we feared you might have encountered trouble. Xiaoyang even suggested going out to look for you. Xia Xiaoman felt a wave of gratitude wash over her as she reassured them, I am perfectly fine. I ran into an old acquaintance last night and stayed at his home for a while, tending to some personal matters, which is why I returned so late. Shou Qiuyang sighed in relief. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. Please do not hesitate to share any issues with us. Do not bear them alone. Xia Xiaoman smiled gently. Everything has been resolved. You need not worry. When Jianfeng, noticing her fatigue, remarked, it's good to hear that. After being out for so long, you must be exhausted. Please head home and rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Xia Xiaoman nodded. All right then, I shall take my leave. Indeed, she felt weary. Ever since her encounter with Hu Yao the previous day, her nerves had been on edge, only beginning to relax once she reached the 15th floor. Upon arriving home, she first checked on her livestock, discovering that 4 of her chicks had perished from the heat, leaving her with merely 8 chickens and 4 rabbits. After feeding her remaining pets, Xia Xiaoman took a refreshing shower and quickly succumbed to slumber. In a state of drowsiness, she was suddenly jolted awake by a cacophony outside. Rubbing her eyes, she retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her space and slowly parted the curtains. Outside, the building across from her was engulfed in flames, the fierce fire rapidly consuming the entire structure. The air was filled with harrowing cries of anguish and pleas for help, a chilling symphony that sent shivers down her spine. The outdoor temperature soared above 60 degrees, the scorching air rendering it difficult to breathe. Those who had managed to escape from the building found themselves suffering under the relentless sun. Some rushed into other buildings for shade, while others succumbed to the heat, their exposed skin searing against the ground. A few individuals with better stamina attempted to pry open the well cover, desperately seeking water to extinguish the flames. Xia Xiaoman's expression grew grave as she observed the blazing edifice before her for a moment, then turned and knocked on the door of her neighbor in 1503. Li Wei was likely awakened by the anguished cries from outside, her countenance reflecting her distress. Xiaoman, what has happened? She inquired. Xiaoman replied, Building 5 is on fire. Li Wei nodded gravely. I have seen it. The flames are substantial and may spread towards us. The proximity of Building 5 to Building 3 heightened the risk of the fire encroaching upon them. She had been vigilantly observing the blaze and the situation of Building 3. Downstairs, 2 families had neglected to install windows, opting instead to merely drape curtains. In such sweltering weather, should embers land upon them, the risk of ignition was considerable. Xiaoman, recognizing the gravity of the situation, suggested, we should inform the instructors to prepare their evacuation bags. If the fire truly threatens us, we must leave everything behind and flee with only our survival packs. Chapter 93. Beneath the inferno the flames raged on, engulfing the entire building in a sea of fire. A scene reminiscent of the apocalypse's arrival. Xia Xiaoman and her companions hastily packed their escape bags and gathered on the balcony of room 1503 to observe the raging inferno outside. Even from several dozen meters away, they could feel the searing heat emanating from the flames. Those trapped on the rooftop, driven by desperation, cried out for help, but soon succumbed to the oppressive heat. Some, resigned to their fate, attempted to leap over the walls to escape, However, the instant their hands grazed the surface, they were met with excruciating burns. Heavens! What is she doing? Has she lost her mind? Li Yue's eyes widened as she gazed at the adjacent building. A woman cradled a child of 3 or 4 years old, attempting to cast the little one down from the rooftop. Su Ran gasped softly. Is she truly going to throw the child away? How heartless. She must wish for the child's demise to be less painful. When Jianfeng's gaze was fixed intently on the mother and daughter, his eyes glistening with a crimson hue. To leave the child on the rooftop meant facing 2 dreadful choices, to be roasted alive by the flames or to perish under the relentless sun. Regardless of the outcome, the agony prior to death would be unbearable. Only a leap from the building would promise an instantaneous end devoid of suffering. The mother, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly lifted her child, each time drawing back as the little one cried out for her. Listening to the child's pained pleas, the woman wept uncontrollably, gritting her teeth as she clutched her child tightly, enduring the searing pain as she climbed the wall and leapt off. The woman died on impact, while the child fell to the ground, crying out for her mother, only to begin uncontrollably vomiting due to the heat. I will save her. With that declaration, when Jianfeng dashed forward, Li Yue hurried after him, exclaiming, Feng Ge, don't go. That child has heat stroke. She won't survive. I have Huxiang Jingxi water. It might save her. Without pausing, when Jianfeng vanished into the corridor, the twins stared blankly at the empty doorway. Does this mean Daddy doesn't want us anymore? Lingling inquired, a note of hurt in her voice. Su Ran gently patted her head. No, your father has gone to save someone. He will be back shortly. Moments later, the child lost consciousness beside her mother. A few minutes passed, and when Jianfeng rushed back, cradling the child in his arms, Xia Xiaoman sighed. Contemplating the grim reality, a 3-year-old child without parental protection, even if saved now, how would she survive in this merciless world? The child's mother must have thought of her child's bleak prospects, prompting her desperate attempt to let go. Suddenly, Zhou Qiuyang spoke up. The wind has shifted. The fire is advancing towards Building 6. His expression darkened as he fixated on the flames dancing wildly in the breeze. Following his gaze, Xia Xiaoman noticed the fire in Building 5, stirred by the gentle wind, probing hungrily towards Building 6. The residents of Building 6 shouted in panic, some attempting to fan the flames away with cardboard and wooden boards. Su Ran observed this scene and asked, if the wind is blowing towards Building 6, does that mean it won't reach us? Xia Xiaoman shook her head, not necessarily. As long as the fire remains unextinguished, there is always the potential for it to reach us. Amidst the conversation, when Jianfeng had already returned with the child in his arms, while Li Yue murmured behind him, Brother Feng, sometimes your actions are too impulsive. You left the 2 children behind and rushed out without considering what might happen to you. What if something were to occur? What would Lingling and Axa do? The outside is perilous, with both extreme heat and raging flames. A moment's inattention could lead to heat stroke. Just look at how many have collapsed from heat exhaustion on the way. One person's face was so scorched by the ground that it was unrecognizable. Can you fathom how dangerous it was just moments ago? When Jianfeng, aware of his fault, remained silent, gently placing the child on the ground. He retrieved a bottle of water from the emergency kit and carefully poured it into the child's mouth. In the next instant, the child convulsed uncontrollably. The water not yet swallowed, mixed with blood, spewing forth. When Jianfeng set down the bottle, anxiously wiping the blood from the child's lips, yet no matter how he tried, the blood would not come off. After a moment of silence, Li Yue patted his shoulder, offering solace. Brother Feng, do not distress her further. Let her depart in peace. Perhaps the mother's initial choice was indeed the correct one. The child, choked by thick smoke, scorched by the blazing sun, fell to the ground, suffering burns, vomiting, convulsing, and bleeding, enduring immense suffering before passing away. In contrast, a direct death from the fall might have been her best option. The raging fire showed no mercy, continuing to consume everything in its path, and Building 6, after multiple trials against the flames, ultimately succumbed as well. However, Building 6 was more fortunate than Building 5. Before it was engulfed, the residents had gathered their belongings and were prepared to flee, resulting in only a few individuals with weaker constitutions collapsing from heat stroke during their escape. While the rest reached the nearby safe building unscathed, the inferno persisted unabated, and even as night fell, it showed no signs of extinguishing. Upon noticing the darkness, some rushed out to seek assistance from the security team, requesting the well cover to be removed to fetch water for extinguishing the flames. Zhou Qiuyang, Wen Jianfeng, and others participated in the firefighting efforts, while Xia Xiaoman stayed behind to guard the place, ensuring that no one took advantage of the chaos to steal supplies. Remarkably, shortly after Zhou Qiuyang and the others left, 2 strangers attempted to pry open the door. Hearing the sound of the door being forced, Xia Xiaoman swiftly opened it, delivering a thorough beating to the 2 intruders before binding them for Wen Su and Wen Ling to practice their punches. These two individuals had fled from Building 5, having lost all their possessions to the fire, which drove them to resort to theft while others were preoccupied with firefighting. After being used as human punching bags for over 2 hours, Li Yue returned supporting Su Ran, who appeared as pale as a sheet. Noticing Su Ran's condition, Xia Xiaoman inquired, "Has he succumbed to heat stroke again?" Li Yue nodded. Indeed, he nearly collapsed. Thankfully, Xiao Yang was quick to catch him. Otherwise, his delicate face might have been scorched by the ground. After speaking, she glanced at the two individuals who had been beaten. "What is the story with them?" Xia Xiaoman replied, "They are residents from Building 5 who attempted to break in and steal, but I apprehended them." Upon hearing this, Li Yue clenched her waist and scolded furiously, "You two ungrateful wretches. After I toiled tirelessly to assist you in extinguishing the flames of Building 5, you despicable creatures dare to steal my supplies." The primary motivation for extinguishing the fire stemmed from a fear of the flames spreading to their own building, yet outwardly, they presented themselves as helpers in the effort. It was infuriating that not only did these two refuse to aid in the firefighting, but they also seized the opportunity to pilfer resources while others were occupied. Thus, in addition to the twins, another individual joined the ranks of those practicing martial arts. Chapter 94. The absence of order amplifies the malice within humanity. The conflagration raged relentlessly throughout the day, mercilessly consuming all in its path. Only with the fall of night did the flames begin to subside. Yet, despite a marked reduction in intensity compared to the daylight hours, it still took over 3 hours to fully extinguish the fire. Due to the firefighting efforts, the time for fetching water extended until well past 11 o'clock. Xia Xiaoman descended to collect water, simultaneously delivering the two thieves to the security team still occupied with assessing the aftermath of the blaze. As she returned to the queue, she was taken aback to witness Li Yue confronting Wen Jianfeng with an unusual display of displeasure. "Xiaoman, I'll queue with you. It's nice to have company," Li Yue said, grabbing a bucket and joining Xia Xiaoman in line. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, inquisitively asking, "Sister Yue, have you had a falling out with the coach?" Li Yue, not one to conceal her emotions, immediately erupted with indignation. That big fool, Wen Jianfeng, saw a child with a burn on his arm and secretly handed him a tube of burn ointment. How generous of him. Has he considered how many people were burned today? What if they found out he had ointment on him? He may be a towering figure that no one dares to confront, but what about Ling Ling and Axu? What if someone resorts to violence to obtain the medicine for themselves? Moreover, the child's burn wasn't even severe. Puncturing the blister and ensuring the wound remains uncontaminated would suffice, requiring hardly a whole tube of ointment. When I tried to retrieve the ointment, he stopped me, insisting that I mind my own business. I was only trying to help him, and he accuses me of meddling. It truly infuriates me. Li Wei was nearly beside herself with rage, perspiration trickling down her brow. Xia Xiaoman found her distress amusing and pulled out a hand fan from her bag to cool her down. "Sister Wei, if you think the coach is so insufferable, why do you still wish to follow him? Your abilities are commendable. Even without a man, you could certainly thrive on your own." Gazing into the bustling crowd, Li Wei sighed wistfully. Living alone is not that simple. The world has changed. Single women living independently can easily become targets. A former co-worker of mine, also a single girl, suddenly stopped coming to work one day. The team leader went to her home and discovered that she had fallen victim to abuse and had died. I lack martial prowess and do not possess the cunning to devise traps. Aside from seeking a man for protection, I cannot conceive of another means to ensure my safety. Xia Xiaoman pressed her lips together, recalling that not everyone was as fortunate as she, blessed with innate strength and a spatial advantage. The absence of order magnifies the malevolence inherent in humanity. Single women, if they do not band together or seek the company of a strong protector, are indeed vulnerable to those with malicious intent. Sister Wei, you merely seek someone to safeguard you. It does not necessarily mean you must marry. Living next to the coach and Xiao Yang, commuting together, should deter anyone from causing you trouble. If anything arises, the coach and others would certainly lend a hand. Li Yue chuckled and shook her head. Indeed, you are still an unseasoned university student. Your perspective is refreshingly naive. Feng and the others have good hearts. I shamelessly accompany them to and from work daily, and they do not mind at all. However, I am not a family member of Feng Ge. If danger were to arise, he would not risk his safety to save a mere neighbor. Only by becoming family would I hold a place in his heart. At this point, Li Yue smiled shyly. Aware that calculating Feng Ge in such a manner was not particularly virtuous, yet her desire to survive prevailed. As long as Feng Ge was willing to protect me for a lifetime, I could promise to treat him and his children with unwavering kindness. I could even vow to never bear children of my own, regarding Ling Ling and Axu as my own flesh and blood. As long as she could live steadily in this seemingly apocalyptic world, she would care for nothing else. Xia Xiaoman sighed, remarking on the hardships of life. Your sentiments are not misguided. The fault lies with this world. However, have you considered pursuing a different target? The coach is rather obstinate. Li Yuer smirked and replied, not a chance. Feng Gu possesses formidable martial skills and a high level of physical prowess. His temperament is stable, rarely prone to anger. He respects women and does not doubt my abilities as an electrician simply because I am female. He is diligent, never negligent in his work. Aside from having a soft spot for children, he is nearly without significant flaws. No one is perfect. Compared to most men, Feng Gu is quite commendable. I am not a flawless individual myself, so what right do I have to demand perfection from others? With a sudden shift in tone, Li Yuer exclaimed with furrowed brows. But this time, when Jianfeng's foolishness was excessive, he actually claimed that I was meddling. Xiaoman, what would you do if you were in my position? Xia Xiaoman responded. How could she answer that? Such a situation was unlikely to occur to her. If it did, she might find herself sharpening her knives. Before she could formulate a response, Li Yuer abruptly thrust a bucket into Xiaoman's hands and dashed out with remarkable speed. Xiaoman followed her with her gaze. Witnessing that Li Yuer had indeed struck a nerve with Wen Jianfeng, several individuals who had suffered burns approached him, pleading on their knees for sympathy. All for a chance to obtain some burn ointment. Wen Jianfeng, though soft-hearted towards children, remained unyielding to others, coldly rejecting their pleas. Yet, they all perceived him as a compassionate individual beneath his stern exterior. After all, he had willingly come to the aid of a child. Thus, they were undeterred by his icy demeanor, displaying their injuries and persistently pleading for help. Although Li Yuer was still vexed with Wen Jianfeng, she instinctively rushed to his aid when she saw him besieged. With her fierce and assertive nature, she quickly silenced the crowd with her sharp tongue, deliberately redirecting their focus by claiming that there was only one tube of burn ointment, which had already been given to that child. However, that ointment was unopened and fully intact. Even if the child used it as a body lotion, it would not be exhausted in a short time. She urged the group to seek out that child's family for assistance. The burn ointment had been discreetly given to that family by Wen Jianfeng. If it had not been for their disclosure, this group would not have known about the ointment's existence. Regardless of whether the family acted intentionally or inadvertently, they must bear the consequences of their actions. Upon witnessing Li Yuer aiding Wen Jianfeng, Xia Xiaoman genuinely felt that he was unworthy of her. However, as they say, it takes two to tango. She had no right to intervene and could only respect their choices. Upon returning from fetching water, it was already past midnight. Buildings 5 and 6 had been reduced to ashes by the raging inferno. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness, as the homeless residents had already begun their search for targets while fetching water, eager and poised to take action. However, today marked the day when Xiaoman was to retrieve her vehicle. She was already an hour late beyond the agreed time. If she did not go, her pickup truck might fall into the hands of the unscrupulous Muage. Chapter 95, a fortuitous acquisition of a tricycle. Xia Xiaoman repeatedly urged Shou Qiuyang and Li Yuer, advising them to forego sleep if possible and to create some commotion tonight to deter those lurking in the shadows. Li Yuer, her face etched with concern, suggested, Xiaoman, perhaps you should refrain from going out tonight. It's quite perilous outside. Maybe wait until the residents of buildings 5 and 6 have departed in a couple of days before venturing out. Or I could accompany you. It would be safer with more people. Suren chimed in, Sister Xiaoman, I could accompany you as well. I am feeling much better, and it would be no trouble. Xia Xiaoman shook her head in refusal. With so many following, how can I utilize my space? No need. I can manage alone. If I bring you all along, I would have to divert my attention to your safety. Li Yuer's expression fell, jokingly saying, all right, we understand you think we would hinder you. We shall not accompany you. Just take care of yourself. Xia Xiaoman smiled. I will take my leave then. You all keep an eye on the situation in the building. When the fire occurred at Building 7, numerous vacant apartments were still available, yet it did not prevent conflicts from arising. Now that the community is nearly at full capacity, with Buildings 5 and 6 both aflame, many will be left homeless, undoubtedly prompting some to resort to theft or claim others' homes under the guise of seeking help. As Xia Xiaoman descended with her bicycle, she noticed a gathering of residents from Buildings 5 and 6 below, engaged in hushed discussions. Among them, a few cast greedy glances at her bicycle, their avarice palpable even as she distanced herself from the community. Upon arriving at Brother Maoi's repair shop, Xia Xiaoman anticipated a reprimand from Chen Guangli, only to find him and Brother Maoi leisurely sipping beer and munching on peanuts, seemingly enjoying life more than she was. Spotting her, Chen Guangli waved energetically, Sister, why are you so late? Come, join me for a drink. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. Had this sycophant undergone a transformation? Beer was not inexpensive, and yet, he was willing to share with her? Seizing the opportunity, she approached, her thirst intensified by the ride. Chen Guangli poured a mere tenth of beer into a cup, then filled it to the brim with water. Xia Xiaoman's lips twitched. Are you diluting the beer with water, or the water with beer? No wonder there's only one bottle on the table. Qin Guangli waved dismissively, just a taste. It's hard to come by good alcohol these days. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman reached into her bag and produced 2 bottles of fine liquor, placing them on the table. Qin Guangli's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Is that Macallan Blue Label whiskey? Is this for real? Xia Xiaoman nodded. It should be genuine. I obtained it from the bald man, and it has remained unopened on the shelf. If it were counterfeit, it would have been consumed long ago. Brother Mawei expressed interest. Is this payment for repairs? Xia Xiaoman affirmed. Yes, the repair fee plus 2 spare tires. Is that sufficient? To the average person, tobacco and alcohol might seem less valuable than a piece of meat. In certain circles, tobacco and alcohol are regarded as hard currencies, comparable to gold. Mawei paused for 2 seconds in silence, noting that few have a penchant for whiskey. Is there any baijiu? He inquired. The majority of people in Xia country have a preference for baijiu. Xia Xiaoman sighed, acknowledging that baijiu, with its higher alcohol content, serves a multitude of purposes beyond that of whiskey. Reluctant to present baijiu, she instead procured a bottle of whiskey. With a hint of reluctance, she extracted 2 smaller bottles of baijiu from her bag and asked, what about these 2 bottles? Mawei picked up one of the baijiu bottles, inspecting it. Though not of premium quality, it was decent enough, a 6-year-aged liquor with an alcohol content of 53 degrees. After securing the bottles, Mawei rose and declared, let us go. We need to check the vehicle for any issues. Upon witnessing him take the liquor, Qin Guangli hurriedly called out, Hey, Yang Wei, why did you take all the alcohol? Leave 1 bottle for me to taste. Mawei, upon hearing his full name, stiffened momentarily, then turned to glare at him, barking, shut up. If there is nothing else, scram. Qin Guangli, seemingly unfazed by his words, continued lounging on the chair, munching on peanuts and sipping his drink. After inspecting the pickup truck, Xia Xiaoman noted that Mawei's professional integrity was commendable. He had not only repaired the tires, but also fixed the flickering headlights, making good use of the 4 bottles of liquor she had given him. Just as she was about to drive away, she caught sight of a tricycle parked in the corner. Mawei, are you selling that tricycle? She asked. Hearing her call, Mawei's lips twitched. Being called Mawei was preferable to his full name. The wheels and chain are newly replaced. If you wish to purchase it, it's 1 bottle of baijiu, non-negotiable. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a 250-milliliter bottle of ordinary finjiu from her bag and tossed it to him. Mawei, noticing the downgrade in the quality of liquor, did not mind. He set the bottle aside to prevent Qin Guangli from pilfering it. After loading the tricycle and bicycle into the pickup truck, Xia Xiaoman bid farewell to Qin Guangli and drove away. Finding a secluded spot, she stored the pickup and tricycle in her space, then rode her bicycle home. Before she could reach her community, she noticed a crimson glow in the sky above. Upon approaching, she realized that yet again, a fire had broken out in her neighborhood. Xia Xiaoman felt numb. Was there some curse upon their community? While other neighborhoods also experienced fires, none faced the relentless recurrence that plagued hers. Worried about her home supplies being consumed by flames, she pedaled her bicycle with haste. Fortunately, Building 3 remained untouched, while Building 9 was engulfed in flames. The community was in chaos, with some rushing to extinguish the fire while others were furiously assaulting a group of over 20 individuals. As Xia Xiaoman passed by on her bicycle, she overheard that the fire was a result of arson. Residents of Buildings 5 and 6 found themselves homeless, knocking on doors in search of shelter. However, no one was foolish enough to offer refuge after experiencing looting during the floods. Some, filled with resentment, fueled by their own misfortunes, resorted to igniting Building 9. Initially, they had intended to set fire to other buildings in the community, but Xia Xiaoman contemplated the possibility that the residents of Buildings 5 and 6 might resort to robbery, theft, or feigning pity to elicit sympathy. Yet she never fathomed that such individuals would resort to arson. What kind of fool could conceive of such a self-destructive act? After shouldering her bicycle, she made her way back to the 15th floor, knocking at the door for an extended period before Su Ren finally rushed to answer. Observing him drenched in sweat, she casually inquired, "What have you all been doing? Why did it take so long to open the door?" Su Ren wiped the perspiration from his brow and replied, "We have been packing our belongings in preparation for the move. Sister Yui warned that the people in this community are mad. If we do not leave soon, we will inevitably meet a fiery demise." Chapter 96. The neighbors moved away. What a coincidence. Xia Xiaoman also plans to relocate in the next couple of days. Have you decided where to move? Su Ran nodded, affirming they had a plan. Didn't you mention there was an empty villa? We intend to move there tonight and start work tomorrow. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, wondering if that was too rushed. There is nothing over there, and aren't you going to scout the place first? What if someone else occupies the house? Uncle Wen packed his belongings and would check the villa later. If it was unoccupied, they would move in. If it was occupied, he would look for an available place near their workplace. The decision to move wasn't too sudden for Su Ran. Ever since Xia Xiaoman informed them of the vacant villa near their workplace, he and Shou Qiuyang had contemplated relocating. Morning Sun community was too distant from their jobs, making commuting inconvenient, and the arduous stair climbing upon returning home was exhausting for his slight frame. However, when Jianfeng and Li Yui had yet to express their opinions, making it difficult for him to propose the idea of moving, the thought of parting ways with Xia Xiaoman stirred a wave of reluctance within him. Sister Xiaoman, we're moving tonight. When will you be relocating? Do you need our assistance? Xia Xiaoman shook her head, assuring him she could manage on her own. But what about you? With so many belongings, how do you plan to move? Sister Yui mentioned that later, when she and uncle would scout the area, they would borrow a large cart from acquaintances, the kind used in workshops, which could transport a substantial amount of items at once. Xiaoman, are you truly sure you don't need our help? Shuiwei Bay is so far, and you have so much stuff, Su Ren expressed her concern. I really don't need it. I just went out to hire a professional moving team. They will help transport my belongings to Shuiwei Bay, so don't worry. Initially, Xia Xiaoman had been pondering excuses to drive her pickup truck back. But now, with Su Ran moving away, she wouldn't need to fabricate a reason. Once they relocated and stored their belongings, she could effortlessly move as well. Yet, Su Ran still felt uneasy. How about this, Sister Xiaoman? I'll wait here for a day with you. Once you've moved tomorrow, I'll leave. It's not safe for you to stay here alone, Xia Xiaoman replied. I appreciate your concern, but you really don't need to assist. You can't even handle Sister Yui. So I do have to worry about you if danger arose. Su Ran, that stings, sister. I'll leave you to it. I'll head back to pack. With that, he departed without looking back, leaving behind a lonely silhouette. Xia Xiaoman sighed, this kid is such a drama queen. Li Yui and their group decided to leave, partly due to the fear of potential arson in the future. What if they weren't fortunate enough to escape if the fire reached Building 3? Additionally, Building 3 was overly populated. Their building was nearly full, with many windows shattered during the floods by fierce winds, forcing residents to cover them with wooden boards or slightly thicker tarpaulins. From the balcony on the 15th floor, one could easily count 4 or 5 windows obscured by tarpaulins. If one window were to catch fire, the consequences would be dire. Given the numerous residents in the building, they could not compel others to remove the fabric and wood hanging from their windows, leaving them with no choice but to vacate. According to Xia Xiaoman's earlier description, the villa was a standalone 3-story house. Residing in such a detached villa, as long as they exercised a modicum of caution, they would be safe from fires originating in nearby villas or buildings. Weighing the pros and cons, Li Yui and her companions concluded that relocating, although cumbersome, was ultimately beneficial. However, the decision to move was made in haste, and it was only after a laborious effort that they managed to clear their belongings by 7 in the morning. Fortunately, that night, the community was preoccupied with firefighting, resulting in few witnesses to their departure. Otherwise, the sheer volume of their possessions would have incited envy among the majority of the residents. With 3 buildings ablaze, nearly half of the community found themselves homeless. Unbeknownst to them, an inconsiderate individual had disclosed that someone on the 15th floor was moving out, leading a throng to block the corridor, clamoring for Xia Xiaoman to open the door. Xia Xiaoman regretted not leaving immediately after Li Yui and the others had departed. She feared their return would raise suspicions upon finding the empty rooms. Thus, she intended to stay for one more day, only to find herself besieged. The sunlight outside was blinding, rendering any attempt to leave futile. The incessant knocking at the door made it impossible for the sleepless Xia Xiaoman to catch even a moment's rest. Aside from my unit, 1504. You are free to allocate the other 3 rooms as you wish. Do not disturb me, or you shall learn the consequences of provoking me. With that, Xia Xiaoman opened the fire door and swiftly retreated to secure her home, barricading it with heavy objects. Moments later, the corridor erupted with shouts and curses over the contest for rooms. After about half an hour, the commotion lessened, likely as some realized their futile attempts and chose to depart. Suddenly, the door was pounded upon. Hey, open up. How can you justify occupying such a large room all by yourself? Open the door and let me in. If you don't blame me for kicking it down. Xia Xiaoman sighed in resignation. She had anticipated that some would disregard her warning. Drawing the axe from her waist, she cleared the barricade and flung the door open. Say I shall go down myself. I shall go down myself. Xia Xiaoman huffed disdainfully, casting the person aside. Wasn't it said that they would go down alone? Begone. The individual, still trembling with trepidation, cast a fearful glance at Xia Xiaoman. They scrambled to rise. But just as they were about to stand, a kick sent them sprawling back to the ground. Did I permit you to stand? Crawl down on all fours. Xia Xiaoman brandished her axe, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon them. Chapter 97. Moving to Shuiwei Bay in times of natural calamity and chaos. To establish oneself and instill fear in others, one must act with ruthless decisiveness. Xia Xiaoman executed her actions with precision, taking the initiative with a single strike. Setting an example to deter others, and the effects were remarkably effective. Those who witnessed the two individuals crawling down the stairs like swine were instantly deterred from harboring thoughts of seizing her residence, huddling against the walls like quails. Frozen in place. News of the formidable woman in Unit 1504, known for her penchant for throwing individuals down when disagreements arose, swiftly spread throughout Building 3. Some of the original residents, upon hearing discussions about the 15th floor, recounted the infamous deeds of murder and body disposal during the flooding, allowing Xia Xiaoman to pass her days undisturbed. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, taking advantage of the fact that most residents had stepped out to fetch water, Xia Xiaoman quietly departed the community with her chicken and rabbit cages in tow. Finding a secluded spot, she retrieved her pickup truck from her spatial storage. Throwing a pile of supplies, along with a bicycle and a tricycle, into the back, she then drove towards Shuiwei Bay, having already paid her rent. She was officially a resident of Shuiwei Bay, thus she was not subjected to a personal search, though her vehicle was checked for hidden passengers. After Wang Shijin conducted a thorough inspection of the pickup and confirmed that Xia Xiaoman was alone, he opened the gate to allow her entry. Once she parked in the garage on the first floor of the villa, Xia Xiaoman let out a long sigh of relief, finally free to live without restraint. She unloaded curtains from the vehicle, covering all the windows in her home, and meticulously inspected the premises to ensure there were no secret doors or surveillance cameras. Only then did she feel secure enough to take out the solar generator. When she had dismantled the solar generator initially, she had left everything intact except for the nails and plugs fixed to the wall. The solar panels remained well connected to the generator. All she needed to do was secure the panels in a sunlit area and plug in the generator to ensure it operated correctly. The air conditioning unit and its external condenser were similarly connected. Once hung properly and powered, they would function seamlessly. With 8 solar panels in total, connecting them all could provide electricity for the entire house. However, the panels were quite large. If laid out on the balcony, only 4 could fit. The optimal solution would be to place all the solar panels on the roof. Yet, this would be conspicuous, as anyone merely glancing upward could easily spot them. After much deliberation, Xia Xiaoman resolved to install the solar panels on the rooftop. She could not allow the fear of others coveting her supplies to hinder her from utilizing the resources she had painstakingly gathered. Conveniently, there was a small attic above that could house the generator, complete with a skylight, making it easy to access the roof. Without further ado, Xia Xiaoman donned a spotlight and climbed to the rooftop to install the solar panels. The disassembly was simple. She merely needed to forcefully remove the nails. However, installation required utmost care, as she had to reshape the bent nails back to their original form before replacing them with new ones. After over an hour of labor, she finally secured the solar panels in place, her clothes drenched in sweat. Wringing them out would yield water. Noticing she still had time, Xia Xiaoman proceeded to install the air conditioning unit as well. By the time she completed the setup of all the appliances, the horizon was beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn. Xia Xiaoman activated the generator, and the electric hum instantly filled the air. The power strip fixed beside the air conditioner illuminated with a red light, followed by a chime as the air conditioner sprang to life. The generator still retained a considerable amount of charge before being dismantled, enough to sustain until the sun returned. Feeling the refreshing breeze from the air conditioner, Xia Xiaoman sighed in contentment. From this day forth, barring any extraordinary occurrences, she intended to luxuriate at home, indulging in cold air and snacks, embracing her leisurely lifestyle. Just as she was reveling in her thoughts, the cheerful chirps of chicks echoed from downstairs. Alas, she had forgotten to feed the chicks and the rabbits. Such was her busy existence, unable to escape labor even for a day. After feeding the chicks and rabbits, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a wooden board and secured half of the 4 large floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor, leaving the other half for illumination. Next, she strung fishing line across all the doors on the first floor, attaching a bell to the end of the line and hanging it in her bedroom on the second floor. Should anyone intrude on the first floor, the bell would chime. Having completed these tasks, Xia Xiaoman piled heavy objects at the door, allowing her to comfortably extract her kayak filled with water. Reclining atop it to soak while enjoying her snacks. Thanks to the air conditioning, she drifted into a delightful slumber. When she awoke, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Having scarcely eaten all day, Xia Xiaoman felt ravenous. She retrieved her induction cooker from her storage space to prepare hot pot. This flavor had been on her mind for quite some time. However, hot pot tends to emit a strong aroma, and she was aware that her neighbors would certainly catch a whiff. Now that she lived alone, with neighbors several dozen meters away, she felt liberated to eat whatever she pleased without fear of being detected. Xia Xiaoman took a smoked duck, cleaned it meticulously, and halved it before tossing it into the pot, along with several fish balls, wide noodles, kelp, and fish tofu. Once the duck was cooked and cooled, she grabbed the duck leg with her bare hands and savored it. After devouring one leg, tears streamed down her face from the spiciness, and upon sipping a chilled beer, she could only describe the experience as exhilarating. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Xia Xiaoman resumed organizing her supplies. The once empty house soon transformed into a lively space. The living room on the first floor was adorned with a few plastic tables and chairs, while the kitchen was equipped with a stove and utensils. In the adjacent room to her main bedroom, she housed the chicks and rabbits. Xia Xiaoman created a small opening in the main bedroom to transfer cool air to the neighboring room, ensuring the chicks and rabbits would not suffer from the heat. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door downstairs. Xia Xiaoman leaned out of the second-floor window to see Aunt Xing approaching, prompting her to hurry down and open the door. "Aunt Xing, what brings you here?" she inquired, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. Aunt Xing asked, "Xiaoman, do you have a generator at home?" Anticipating this question since deciding to install solar panels on the rooftop, she confidently nodded and admitted, "Yes, I have a solar-powered generator. What's the matter?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to inquire if you rent out electricity," Aunt Xing replied. "Rent electricity? How does that work?" Xia Xiaoman asked. Aunt Xing explained. "The family in Unit 603 of Building 8 rents electricity. Each time they charge a battery, they collect 3 gene of grain. For smaller electronics like phones or flashlights, it's half a gene per charge. What do you think of this pricing? If you find it reasonable, you can rent electricity at that rate." Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that there were others in the community with generators. Aunt Xing nodded. "Currently, including your household, there are a total of 6 families in the community with generators. In addition, our property management department possesses a diesel generator. However, the demand for electricity in the community is quite high, and the generators are insufficient. Among the 6 generators, aside from yours, only 2 are solar-powered, while the other 4 are diesel generators that require fuel consumption. If possible, I hope you could consider renting out electricity, alleviating the strain on the community's power supply." Chapter 98. Renting electricity. Xia Xiaoman readily agreed to rent out electricity. With 8 solar panels storing energy and no substantial electrical appliances at home, she found the excess electricity to be an utter waste. By renting it out, she could effortlessly earn supplies without leaving her abode. What could be more advantageous? However, she stipulated that she would only rent to those needing to charge batteries. Devices like mobile phones and flashlights would not be accepted. Aunt Xing furrowed her brow, concerned that only those needing battery charges might not yield many customers, as not every household possessed rechargeable batteries. Yet, this was precisely what Xia Xiaoman desired. She preferred minimal foot traffic in her home. "It's fine. I do not lack for supplies to eat," she reassured. "If someone wishes to rent, then they may. If not, it matters little to me." Seeing her determination, Aunt Xing chose not to contest further. "Very well. I shall speak to the residents in the community and direct them to your place for renting electricity." Xia Xiaoman nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, "By the way, Aunt Xing, do you know where I might procure building materials nearby? I am looking to acquire some cement and bricks to reconstruct the wall." The wall of her yard had been swept away during the flood and required rebuilding. Furthermore, several large windows on the first floor needed to be partially sealed. Currently, they were only temporarily covered with wood. "The building materials have mostly been removed by the authorities," Aunt Xing explained. "However, if you don't mind, you could salvage bricks from the collapsed old houses and dig some clay mixed with sand from the mountains. That could suffice for wall construction," Aunt Xing kindly advised. "Yet, I would suggest simply erecting a wooden fence. Building a wall requires significant water to mix the clay and sand. Where would you procure such an abundance of water?" Xia Xiaoman paused, realizing she had not yet contemplated this issue. "Aunt Xing, is there a well in our community?" she asked. Aunt Xing replied, "Recently, a well was drilled. Every night from 9 p.m. to midnight, personnel come to operate it, allowing each person to draw 2 liters of water." This was similar to the situation in Qingyang community, where not only residents, but also nearby inhabitants could access the well. In contrast, at Shuiwei Bay, only residents were permitted to draw water, resulting in an hour less of water availability compared to other locales. With Shuiwei Bay also imposing water usage restrictions if she were to rebuild the wall, she would have to rely on the water from her own space. After inquiring about the well's location and bidding farewell to Aunt Xing, Xia Xiaoman took her bucket and queued to collect water. While waiting in line, the distinct atmosphere of Shuiwei Bay compared to other communities became evident. In Qingyang community, the queues were often tumultuous, rife with disputes over cutting in line. Conversely, Shuiwei Bay exuded orderliness. Residents patiently waited without quarrels, greeting one another like familiar neighbors, sharing lighthearted conversations and laughter, creating a remarkably relaxed ambience. As Xia Xiaoman stood in line, listening to the chatter around her, her mood began to lighten. "Hey, young lady. Are you one of the new residents in the villa district?" A woman behind her tapped her shoulder. Xia Xiaoman instinctively tensed but nodded. "Yes, I moved in yesterday." The woman beamed warmly. "I heard you have a generator. Could I possibly borrow some electricity from you?" Just as Xia Xiaoman was about to decline, a short-haired woman from the adjacent line called out loudly, "Ma Guilian, do not bully the young lady. What do you mean by borrowing electricity? Can you return what you have borrowed? I tell you, Ma Guilian, if you dare to take advantage of others again, I will report you to the property management department and make you write a reflection in front of the entire community." Being pointed at, Ma Guilian's expression darkened as she awaited a reprimand from Zhao Yuting, who retorted, "Do you think that just because you entered the discipline committee you are now in a position of authority? Mind your own business. This is a mutual agreement. And even if you report it, it will be of no use." Faced with this blatant provocation, Zhao Yuting calmly took out her notebook. Upon seeing this, Ma Guilian's bravado evaporated, and in a flustered tone, she exclaimed, "Hey, Zhao Yuting, are you really going to report me? Are you serious? Over something so trivial?" Zhao Yuting ignored her, engrossed in her writing. Ma Guilian, now anxious, stammered, all right, I promise I won't take advantage of others anymore." Only then did Zhao Yuting pause, gaze intently at Ma Guilian for a couple of seconds, and then emphatically huffed as she tucked her notebook back into her pocket. Xia Xiaoman blinked in surprise. Was that all? No tussle or scuffle? The uncle ahead of her, noticing her astonished expression, kindly explained, "Young lady, our community arranges for 100 young adults to patrol in shifts each month. There are 25 in each team, 2 teams during the day and 2 at night, rotating every 2 weeks. These individuals patrol daily and do not have time to earn resources. Therefore, the property management department assigns unemployed women in the community to make handicrafts for sale in the black market or trading points. The resources earned are partially distributed to the patrollers as a form of salary, while the rest goes to the women crafting the goods. If someone is reported for personal issues or for actions detrimental to the community, they will have points deducted, reducing their distribution of resources." This implies that Ma Guilian was not merely afraid of public reprimand or Zhao Yuting, but rather terrified of losing points due to a report. Xia Xiaoman inquired, "What if someone who did not participate in crafting causes trouble? What punishment would they face?" The uncle gave her a knowing glance and replied, "They too would face point deductions. When the points are sufficiently reduced, appropriate penalties will be enforced based on the circumstances." Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. The property management department had not disclosed this information to her. Was it an oversight or a deliberate omission? Intuitively, she leaned towards the latter. The property management department was likely withholding this information, just as this uncle intentionally refrained from revealing the nature of the penalties, aiming to keep her in a state of unease. Even after passing the interview, it would take time for her to fully integrate into Shuiwei Bay. After fetching water and returning home, Xia Xiaoman tidied herself before heading to the property management office. She did not intend to cause trouble, but had important matters to attend to. Upon hearing Xia Xiaoman's request, Aunt Xing adjusted her glasses and scrutinized her with a curious gaze. "You say you want to hire someone to help you move bricks? Are you certain?" Xia Xiaoman nodded. "Yes, moving bricks alone is far too slow. It wasn't the moving that took time, but the effort required to clean the old bricks of debris. If she were to do it alone, she did not know how long it would take to finish." Aunt Xing sighed deeply and spoke earnestly, "My dear girl, the world today is not what it once was. Your lavish expenditure in hiring laborers for menial tasks could easily attract unwanted attention. Our community is not entirely safe." Xiaomian understood the misunderstanding and smiled gently. "Aunt Xing, I have no intention of using food to hire others, as my provisions are quite limited. I intend to employ these items instead." As she spoke, she retrieved 2 items from her bag, sanitary supplies and personal hygiene products. Chapter 99. Daily life at home. Sanitary products and contraceptive supplies may seem inconspicuous, yet they are items of urgent necessity for certain individuals. This insight was imparted to Xia Xiaoman by the seed vendor. Not everyone hoards an abundance of sanitary napkins as she does. Many women still rely on traditional methods to navigate their menstrual periods. Such issues remain beyond the purview of official assistance. With the scant supply of sanitary products at the trading point predominantly allocated to military families, hardly sufficient for their needs, contraceptive supplies are even scarcer, with few considering the retrieval of such items. In times of comfort, desires may flourish, and with the oppressive heat, some impetuous youths may find it challenging to restrain their impulses. However, the harsh environment is ill-suited for nurturing children, highlighting the intrinsic value of contraceptive supplies. While sanitary and contraceptive products may lack visibility, they are essential for certain demographics, and with these 2 items, Xia Xiaoman could easily enlist the help of 7 or 8 young laborers. Aunt Xing was entirely unprepared for Xia Xiaoman to present these items. How does one even trade for them? 50 bricks for a box of contraceptive or sanitary products, and I will provide a tricycle for their use. Xia Xiaoman was untroubled by the prospect of her tricycle being sold, though she employed resided in Shui and should anyone dare to sell her vehicle, she would ensure appropriate compensation in her own way. Aunt Xing nodded in agreement, stating she would discuss the matter with others in the community to gauge their interest. The demand for sanitary and contraceptive products exceeded Xia Xiaoman's expectations. Within merely 2 days, her yard brimmed with bricks. The residents of Shui conducted their tasks meticulously, ensuring each brick was impeccably clean. Xia Xiaoman hired them once more to transport sand and clay using the same items. When all materials were gathered, she traversed back and forth on her tricycle daily, hauling buckets of water and mud for wall construction. When inquired about the source of her water, Xia Xiaoman merely claimed it was procured with a few bottles of fine liquor and cigarettes. Upon hearing this, others, recognizing their inability to afford such luxuries, quickly quelled their curiosity. Life in Shui was exceedingly comfortable. There were no random provocateurs, no sudden blazes, and no incidents of theft. After erecting the walls and sealing the windows, Xia Xiaoman spent her days like a languid fish, exercising at home without venturing out for work. Thankfully, she could still procure resources by renting electricity. Otherwise, the community might speculate that her family possessed untold riches, as they never seemed to deplete their supplies. Unbeknownst to her, 2 months slipped by. As usual, Xia Xiaoman rose in the afternoon around 5:30, nibbling on some food and feeding the chickens and rabbits. At 6, she diligently practiced her sparring techniques, often lamenting why she hadn't acquired more books on martial arts. Now, she found it challenging to learn self-defense skills due to a lack of resources. Around 8 in the evening, Xia Xiaoman opened the gate to her yard and returned the fully charged batteries to their respective owners. While collecting debts, Wang Shijin entered with 2 large bags. Xiaoman, please check if these 2 bags contain the rent you paid. What rent? Xia Xiaoman, puzzled after reviewing the accounts, approached to inspect the contents. The 2 bags Wang had brought were indeed the rent she had submitted to the property management. These are my rent. Is there an issue with them? Wang Shijin wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, there is no problem with the items. And Xing asked me to return them to you. Return them to me? What does that mean? Am I no longer renting this place? Seeing her confusion, Wang Shijin quickly gestured to clarify. No, don't think too much into it. The rent is being returned because you have passed the property management's assessment and have officially become a member of Shui. From now on, you can reside in this apartment without paying rent. Xia Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is such good fortune really possible? Wang Shijin nodded. In truth, the interview is just the first hurdle to moving into Shui. The most crucial part is the 2 months of residency. If you perform well, you can truly remain here, and the rent will be refunded. However, if you behave poorly, such as instigating trouble, spreading gossip, or engaging in actions detrimental to the community, you will be promptly evicted. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, realizing that establishing herself in Shui would not be easy. So, have I passed? Wang Shijin affirmed. This is your rent for the 2 months. You may count it. If everything is in order, I will assist you in moving in. No need. I can manage myself. With that, Xia Xiaoman grabbed one of the large bags and swiftly returned to her room. Wow, Xiaoman, you're incredibly strong, Wang Shijin exclaimed, eyes wide. Those 2 bags weighed around 200 pounds, and even he, a strong man, found it somewhat challenging, yet Xia Xiaoman carried one in each hand with ease. She tossed the bags into the corner and, brushing her hands off, said with a hint of pride, it's just natural strength. You can't envy me. Wang Shijin gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Xia Xiaoman graciously accepted the compliment and, noticing he lingered, asked, is there anything else? Wang Shijin hesitated briefly before asking, could I rent your pickup truck for a few days? Xia Xiaoman frowned. Isn't there a few small trucks in the community? Why do you need to rent mine? The other trucks aren't sufficient, Wang Shijin replied, rubbing his nose. I'm changing shifts tomorrow and we'll have half a month off. I want to take my buddies to Yuanqing. Yuanqing was a coastal city, and recently, someone had returned from there with a shipment of dried fish, making a considerable profit. Since I'll be off work, I'd rather not stay idle at home, so I'm planning to visit Yuanqing and trade some goods. Upon hearing Yuanqing, Xia Xiaoman thought of her friends Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia, who had left. Yi Xiaojia's family was in Yuanqing. She wondered how they were doing now. How long does it take to drive to Yuanqing? Wang Shijin responded, if all goes smoothly, it should take us a maximum of 1 day to reach Yuanqing from here. I anticipate it will take around 2 days due to the recent floods, as many roads have collapsed, and we will need time to navigate a route. And how long do you plan to rent it for? Xia Xiaoman inquired. The journey will take approximately 4 days, considering the time spent on the transactions in Yuan City. Roughly around 10 to 15 days. Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall rent you the pickup truck. The rental fee is 20 caddies of grain per day. And you will need to arrange for your own fuel. A deposit of 10 caddies of gold must be paid up front. In the event that Wang Shijin and his companions encounter any mishap and fail to return the vehicle, I can at least utilize this gold to procure another truck from Ma Weiga. Chapter 100. Shui Weibei is a luscious prize, coveted by many. Wang Shijin could not muster 10 pounds of gold on his own, but with the help of his brothers and friends, he managed to scrape together a sum. Upon receiving the deposit, Xia Xiaoman cheerfully tossed him the car keys, stating that the rental was for half a month. Any delay would incur a 5% deduction from the deposit. Wang Shijin's lips twitched. 5% equated to half a pound of gold, truly a ruthless business tactic. Even more astute than his own. Rest assured, I shall return within the fortnight. I will not allow her to claim half a pound of my gold. On their journey to Yuanqing, Wang Shijin led a group of over 50. Nearly every vehicle in the community was commandeered for their expedition. From her balcony, as she observed a procession of cars slowly departing the compound, Xia Xiaoman realized the immense wealth of Shui Weibei. She had previously worried about attracting attention to her modest supplies upon moving here, but in the grand scheme of things, her resources were insignificant. After Wang Shijin's departure, the scrutiny at Shui Weibei intensified, with patrols occurring more frequently than before. Xia Xiaoman felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the heightened security awareness. If such high-quality protection were to persist, she could envision herself residing in Shui Weibei until the end of her days. At 9 o'clock that evening, Xia Xiaoman promptly set out with a bucket to fetch water. The sun had only just dipped below the horizon, leaving the air still warm. With a gentle breeze carrying a palpable heat, most residents preferred to collect water post 10 o'clock when the temperatures were more bearable, allowing them to lounge and chat in the garden afterward. However, Xia Xiaoman sought solitude, opting to fetch water at 9 to avoid the crowd. On her way back, her bucket unexpectedly collided with someone, spilling its contents across the ground. The individual who had bumped into her offered no apology, instead bolting away. A chill of anger washed over Xia Xiaoman as she brandished her axe, hurling it with precision, striking the man squarely on the knee. "Ah!" he cried out, collapsing to the ground. Just as Xia Xiaoman prepared to pursue him, a voice rang out behind her. "Stop. Don't run." Turning to glance back, she spotted 7 or 8 patrolling officers rushing towards her, armed with batons. In that moment, Xia Xiaoman deduced that the man was up to no upon hearing this. Xia Xiaoman hesitated for a moment, feeling a pang of regret. Is he not a resident of our community? No, he is here for an interview today. However, during the interview, we noticed something amiss. He was secretly sketching the layout of our community and the patrol routes. We suspect he may be affiliated with a gang or possibly sent by another community to gather intelligence. In the eyes of many, Shui Weibei is a prime target, a veritable feast that everyone wishes to partake in. Yet, due to the large number of residents here, these covetous individuals dare not act rashly. A few days ago, Wang Shijin led a substantial group away by car. Despite their careful choice of a time with sparse foot traffic, they were still detected. Consequently, some have dispatched personnel to investigate, seeking to uncover a breach for their invasion. The patrol officer sighed. In recent days, they had apprehended 4 individuals attempting to gather information. Each of these intruders was an adept actor, capable of deceiving the unwary with remarkable ease. Xia Xiaoman cast a sympathetic glance at him. "You must have had a difficult time at work. What do you intend to do with this person?" "We will take him to the property management office and wait until we ascertain who sent him before we, detain him." The officer quickly corrected himself, realizing that speaking of murder in front of a young lady or in the presence of a prisoner was decidedly inappropriate, as it would complicate any subsequent interrogation. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, choosing not to confront his words directly. "The water I just poured was knocked over by him. Could he compensate me for that before we proceed with the questioning?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the man, who lay on the ground in a pitiful state, suddenly sprang to life, slurring his protests. "You've already beaten me to a pulp, and you still want me to pay? I should be the one demanding compensation." The patrol officer kicked him in the back, admonishing, "Behave yourself. This is not a platform for you to speak." Afterward, he turned to Xia Xiaoman. "This fellow brought some supplies to feign a rental application. If you desire compensation, I can escort you to the property management office to file a claim." Xia Xiaoman nodded. "All right then, let us proceed to the property management office." Upon arriving, the patrol officer handed the man over to a gaunt elder. Xia Xiaoman immediately discerned that this elderly man was not ordinary. His commanding aura and piercing gaze suggested he was far from a typical old man. Once the man was out of earshot, Xia Xiaoman quietly inquired, "And Xing, who exactly is that old gentleman?" "Ah, he is one of the 3 chief managers of our community's property office, Luo Youqiang. Over 40 years ago, he participated in the last battle of our nation. single-handedly eliminating 124 enemies, Aunt Xing reminisced, her expression tinged with nostalgia. In his youth, he wielded a great blade with formidable prowess. Of those he vanquished, 43 fell beneath his sword. Xia Xiaoman's eyes widened in astonishment. The old man appeared so frail, composed of little more than bones. It was hard to believe he once wielded a great sword. Aunt Xing, how do you know so much about him? Aunt Xing chuckled softly. He and I were comrades. How could I not know? Really? Aunt Xing, you can wield a great blade too? Xia Xiaoman pretended to be surprised. Aunt Xing shook her head. I am a medic. I do not possess his martial skills, perhaps due to Xia Xiaoman's commendable performance over the past 2 months. Aunt Xing took the time to elaborate on the specifics of the community situation. Shuiwei Bay is not governed by a single individual, but is rather overseen by a triumvirate of ministers. In addition to Luo Youqiang and Aunt Xing, there is a woman named Chen Peiqiang. Luo Youqiang is entrusted with security matters, while Chen Peiqiang manages logistical allocations. Aunt Xing is responsible for various administrative duties and adeptly mediates the relationship between security and logistics. Luo Youqiang and Aunt Xing share a bond as comrades in arms, whereas Chen Peiqiang is the daughter of one of their fallen allies. Chapter 101. A visit from friends. The unique cohesion of Shuiwei Bay, unlike other communities, is attributed to the presence of a group of retired veterans. Before the calamity, the surviving veterans collaborated with Aunt Xing and Luo Youqiang to manage the property of the community. Following the disaster, as some of the ailing comrades departed this world one by one, their offspring stepped into their roles, continuing the guardianship of the community. This is how Shuiwei Bay has come to be as it is today. Among the patrolling team, many are the children of these veterans. For instance, Wang Shijin, whose older brothers serve in the military to protect the nation, chose to remain in the community as the youngest sibling, alleviating his brother's concerns and assisting Aunt Xing in managing the neighborhood. Moreover, Aunt Xing informed Xia Xiaoman that half of the products crafted by the logistics department would be procured by the military. Therefore, as long as one behaves and remains in Shuiwei Bay without causing any trouble, there is little risk of starvation. Now that you reside in Shuiwei Bay, you are one of us. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to communicate with us. We shall do our utmost to assist. However, should you engage in actions that harm Shuiwei Bay, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. Aunt Xing's words served as a warning to Xia Xiaoman, implying that even though she was privy to internal matters, she should not harbor any thoughts of disrupting the community. Xia Xiaoman smiled and replied, Aunt Xing, I have no grand ambitions in life. I simply wish to live a carefree existence. As long as no one wrongs me, I have no desire to meddle in others' affairs. Aunt Xing regarded her for a moment before shifting her gaze and producing a 10-kilogram vacuum-sealed bag of rice. Here, this is compensation for that bucket of water. Xia Xiaoman expressed her gratitude and took the rice home. Just as she exited the property management office, a patrolling officer approached her. Hey, are you Xia Xiaoman? Xia Xiaoman nodded at the unfamiliar face. Yes, what is the matter? The patrol officer gestured towards the entrance of the community. 2 people are looking for you. They claim to be your friends, one named Zhou Qiuyang and the other Su Ran. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. Why had Zhou Qiuyang and Su Ran suddenly come to find her? Following the officer to the entrance, she spotted Su Ran waving at her from a distance. She hurried over and asked, What brings you both here? With a smile, Su Ran replied, We came specifically to thank you and to share some good news. Sister Yui has married the coach. Xia Xiaoman was momentarily stunned. Sister Yui married the coach? So soon? Indeed. They even went to the office to obtain their marriage certificate. However, due to certain limitations, they couldn't get an official certificate. The office provided them with a marriage document instead, complete with a stamp and their fingerprints. Once conditions permit, they can exchange this document for a formal marriage certificate. Su Ran continued to chatter excitedly, leaving Xia Xiaoman wondering if he had somehow channeled Xiaoxiu, as he spoke so incessantly that she found no opportunity to interject. Finally, when he paused, Xia Xiaoman quickly suggested, Let us not linger here. Come to my home for a drink. With that, she led them to the security kiosk to register their information. While Shuiwei Bay does not permit outsiders to stay overnight, it allows relatives and friends to visit. However, there are time restrictions. Guests are permitted to remain for a maximum of 4 hours and must register their information, including the date and time of their visit. Upon entering the community, one is accompanied by a patrolling officer who strictly prohibits wandering aimlessly. During the registration of personal information, the officer inspects the items brought along. Su Ran noticed someone tampering with the fan he had modified and immediately intervened, saying, Do not touch that. The bottles on it are not securely attached. Be careful not to knock them off. Xia Xiaoman followed his gaze and shook her head, observing the fan adorned with 5 plastic bottles. Su Ran, what purpose do those bottles serve on the fan? Su Ran cautiously retrieved the fan and explained. I once saw someone online suggest that attaching water bottles to a fan would produce cooler air. Last month, I experimented with Brother Yang and found it indeed effective. Thus, I made one for you. The nearby patrol officer, overhearing this, interjected, attaching a few water bottles to a fan can really make it cooler? Is that true? Suran affirmed, absolutely. While it may not be as cool as an air conditioner, it is certainly more effective than a regular electric fan. The temperature of a gas decreases as the aperture narrows. By binding water bottles to the fan, the airflow produced is indeed cooler, based on this principle. The patrol officer, seemingly dubious yet intrigued by Su Ran's certainty, scrutinized the fan for an extended period. Once the information was registered, he assigned another officer to follow Su Ran and his companions inside, while he headed towards the property management office. Xia Xiaoman noticed his discreet actions but paid them no mind as she guided Su Ran and Xiaoyang back home. Upon seeing the tall walls surrounding Xia Xiaoman's residence, Su Ran and Xiaoyang expressed envy. Xiaoman, where did you procure so many bricks? We also wish to build a wall, but have been unable to find any suppliers of building materials despite our efforts. In the aftermath of the city's reconstruction, quality building materials had long been claimed by authorities, making it a challenge for them to source any. Xia Xiaoman replied, the bricks and sand used for the wall were salvaged from the debris of collapsed buildings. If you wish to build a wall, you might want to search for any nearby ruins. Xiaoyang pondered this, recalling that there seemed to be no collapsed buildings in his vicinity, though he remembered there were some near his workplace. Speaking of work, Xia Xiaoman casually inquired, how is your work in indoor cultivation progressing? Su Ran responded, it's going well. Brother Yang is diligent and has been promoted to team leader. Today, he was assigned to learn in the indoor cultivation area nearby, and since I had the day off, I accompanied him to bring you the fan. You can take back the oscillating fan you delivered last time. I am still using it. I have an air conditioner, so I do not need a fan, she replied. Su Ran placed the fan before her, insisting, this is a token of my gratitude that I have brought with great effort. You must accept it, Xiaoman. What gratitude? What do you mean? Xia Xiaoman asked, bewildered. Of course, I am thanking you for informing us about the vacant room, which inspired us to consider moving. We promptly left Xinyang community. Otherwise, Brother Yang and I might never have had the chance to see you, Su Ran stated earnestly. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Please clarify. Has there been another fire at Xinyang community? Su Ran shook her head, clarifying that it was not a fire but rather a robbery. Approximately half a month after Xia Xiaoman and the others vacated the Qingyang community, a gang known as the Qilang Gang unexpectedly invaded the neighborhood at 2 in the morning, wreaking havoc with fire, bloodshed, and plunder. The casualties among the residents were devastating, with more than half suffering injuries or fatalities. Had it not been for Xia Xiaoman's suggestion about the availability of vacant houses near their workplace, they might not have hastily resolved to relocate and would have been unfortunate victims of this calamity. Chapter 102, a gathering of old friends out of both sentiment and reason. Su Ran and the others felt compelled to express their gratitude to Xia Xiaoman. Since they possessed items that Xia Xiaoman already had, they decided to present their repaired and modified fan as a token of appreciation. Su Ran spoke up. I heard that when the Qilang Gang robbed the Qingyang community, they were armed with guns, resulting in the deaths of 7 or 8 members of the security team. The security team was dispatched? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Su Ran nodded. Yes. Someone nearby heard the gunfire and alerted the security team. Fortunately, they arrived promptly. Otherwise, the Qingyang community would have turned into a deserted area. The Qilang Gang's methods are brutal. Not only do they steal supplies, but they also derive pleasure from torturing and killing people. After the Qilang Gang was apprehended, witnesses reported seeing the corpse retrieval team working for 2 consecutive nights to collect the bodies from the Qingyang community, which illustrates the extent of the tragedy. Zhou Qiuyang interjected. After this incident, Sister Yui has been persistently urging the coach to marry her, possibly out of fear that no one would be there to protect her in such dire situations. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. The security there should be relatively decent, right? Sister Yui need not worry about such matters. Zhou Qiuyang nodded. The security is quite satisfactory. Given our proximity to the indoor planning area, 2 security teams patrol the vicinity. However, Sister Yui keeps insisting that someone is lurking near our house. Neither Su Ran nor I have seen anything. Perhaps Sister Yui is mistaken. Suddenly recalling something, he asked. Xiaoman, do you have time the day after tomorrow? Sister Yui mentioned that everyone is gathering for a meal to celebrate her marriage to the coach. To travel all that way just for a meal? Xia Xiaoman felt reluctant to attend. I might not be available the day after tomorrow. What a pity. I was hoping to finish the crossbow by then to present it to you, Su Ran said, a hint of disappointment evident in his voice. Xia Xiaoman blinked. What did you just say? A crossbow? Su Ran nodded eagerly. Yes. Last month, Sister Yui somehow acquired a blueprint for a crossbow. Yonggu and I examined it and found it manageable, so we sought out the materials to construct it. We finished the crossbow the day before yesterday, but there are still a few minor issues to resolve, which is why I didn't bring it today. He had already planned to gift the crossbow to Xia Xiaoman during the gathering. With the prospect of both food and a crossbow, Xia Xiaoman reconsidered. What I meant was that I might be a bit late on the day after tomorrow. Su Ran's eyes brightened. Arriving late is perfectly fine. As long as you can come. Xia Xiaoman nodded. All right then. I will aim to arrive around noon on the day after tomorrow, with ample time still at hand. The three continued their conversation, exchanging updates about their recent experiences. Zhou Qiuyang spoke most extensively about the developments at the indoor planting site. After 2 months, the indoor cultivation had officially commenced and was currently in the seedling stage, focusing on drought and heat-resistant high-yield crops, such as sorghum, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. While some vegetables were also being cultivated, the scale was modest. Zhou Qiuyang speculated that these vegetables were likely intended for the military or higher-ups, leaving little for the average citizen. There is one more matter that you might find intriguing. Zhou Qiuyang cast a glance at Xia Xiaoman, who stood in the indoor planting area. A small group of individuals would be assigned to cut locusts. Collect locusts? Are there still locusts to be gathered? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Perplexed. Not in the sense of collecting, but rather cutting, Zhou Qiuyang clarified. Those tasked with the locusts must sever their heads and intestines. And then the detached parts are dried and ground into powder for use as fertilizer. And what of the remaining locust bodies? Surely they are not intended for consumption? Xia Xiaoman questioned. Zhou Qiuyang pressed his lips together, stating that he had not heard of any plans to utilize locusts as food, though he speculated it might be the case. The toxic parts of the locust are the head and intestines. Once those are removed, the remaining body is surely not meant to be fed to chickens or ducks, is it? Xia Xiaoman, with a heavy heart, patted his shoulder, advising him to earn resources diligently lest he find himself in a position of resorting to eating locusts. Zhou Qiuyang replied, I'm not so destitute. After spending nearly 3 hours at Xia Xiaoman's home, Su Ran and Zhou Qiuyang finally took their leave. Life returned to its tranquil state, and Xia Xiaoman resumed her existence as a homebody. However, she was left wondering which fool had spread the tale of her extraordinary strength. In the absence of the internet and electricity, even trivial matters garnered excessive attention. The following day, as she opened the door to rent electricity, she found a throng of people waiting outside. 5 or 6 muscular men and 3 brawny women clamored for an arm wrestling match to determine who possessed greater strength. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, initially inclined to decline such a frivolous challenge, but suddenly realized that these individuals might serve as a means for her to hone her skills. Yi Xiaojie had once said that no amount of practice could replace a serious bout. Thus, in less than a day, rumors of Xia Xiaoman's prowess in combat, marked by a penchant for underhanded tactics, spread throughout the community. It was not her fault. The self-defense techniques taught by Yi Xiaojie had been primarily practical and accessible, taking into account her height, gender, and status as a novice. With prolonged practice, these techniques had become second nature, leading her to instinctively target vulnerable areas during sparring sessions. The advantage of these contests was that no one dared challenge her strength again, but the downside was that her reputation was utterly tarnished. While waiting in line for water, the men nearby instinctively shielded their groins from her presence. Before long, the day arrived for the promised dinner gathering. Prior to stepping out, Xia Xiaoman set numerous traps around her home, ensuring that no one could easily pilfer her solar energy before setting off on her bicycle. Upon arriving at the villa where Li Yuer was staying, the clock struck 1 in the morning. The villa looked entirely different from her previous visit. The damaged door had been repaired, the dried blood on the floor had been cleared away, and the signs of fire on the roof had vanished. Seeing her enter, Li Yuer warmly linked arms with her, exclaiming, "Ah, Xiaoman, you have finally arrived. I awaited you all night. Come, let us head to the 2nd floor. We will dine on the balcony, where it is much cooler." Xia Xiaoman smiled, following Li Yuer to the 2nd floor balcony, where the meal was prepared and ready for her to take her seat. Upon seeing her approach, the twins immediately rushed over, excitedly calling out to her as Sister Xiaoman. Xiaoman took out a bottle of red wine and a dozen cans of cola from her bag, declaring, "I've brought a bottle of wine and some beverages. Since we seldom gather, let us indulge in a toast." Li Yuer's words lamented the waste of resources. However, her pace in pouring the wine remained unhurried. She filled each glass, placing a can of drink before the 2 little ones as well. Just as Li Yuer was about to deliver a few opening remarks as the host of this gathering, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted from outside. Chapter 103. Encounter with the rescued. In the wake of a devastating flood, most cats and dogs perished, drowned in the calamity, while a scant few surviving strays fell prey to cruel hands, flayed and devoured. Those who once cherished pets faced this dire situation with varied responses. Some heartlessly consumed their animals, others, unable to care for them, abandoned them to wander. And a few remained steadfast, only to ultimately suffer the same fate of being stolen for sustenance. After the deluge, Xia Xiaoman and her companion seldom glimpsed any traces of cats or dogs. Thus, when the sudden sound of barking pierced the air, they were taken aback, hastily setting down their glasses and rushing to the balcony to investigate. Across the street, a group of uniformed, fully armed individuals, accompanied by several formidable German shepherds, surged into a nearby villa like a tempest. Li Yue exclaimed with excitement. I knew there was something suspicious about the occupants of that house. Look, the police and their dogs have arrived. No sooner had she spoken than the air erupted with the cacophony of gunfire and barking. The surrounding residents promptly secured their doors and windows, retreating into the safety of their homes, yet curiosity compelled them to peer through the cracks to witness the unfolding drama. Just as the onlookers anticipated a thrilling chase reminiscent of a gripping cop and robber film, the gunfire abruptly ceased. Moments later, tall, handsome officers escorted a group of disheartened individuals from the villa, unmistakably criminals. The German shepherds, however, strode proudly at the forefront, as if proclaiming their triumphant victory to all. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoman felt a gaze resting upon her. Squinting, she discerned a tall, imposing man in uniform staring intently at her. The familiarity struck her, and upon reflection, she recognized him as the individual she had encountered at the tin factory. The man inclined his head slightly towards Xia Xiaoman, exchanged a few hushed words with a colleague, then stepped away from the group, striding purposefully towards her. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he sought to express gratitude or revenge. Li Wei, noticing the man's attention on Xia Xiaoman, inquired, Do you know that person? Sort of. I assisted him with a minor favor once, Xia Xiaoman replied ambiguously. I'll descend to speak with him briefly. You all continue with your meal. With that, she turned and made her way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she found the man waiting at the entrance. You were the one who saved me? He asked. Xia Xiaoman nodded, retorting, and you must have a remarkable constitution. You survived 2 gunshot wounds. The man chuckled softly. I was wearing a bulletproof vest. I wasn't actually shot. Xia Xiaoman expressed her surprise, not shot. Then why were you so bloodied and near death? The man's lips twitched. The blood was someone else's. I fell from the 3rd floor, fracturing my leg and sustaining a mild concussion. I was dizzy and could scarcely stand. Xia Xiaoman's eyes widened in realization. She recalled dragging him by his leg for a considerable distance, and a twinge of guilt washed over her as she glanced at his long legs. The other party immediately discerned what Xia Xiaoman was contemplating and spoke. Rest assured, your act of dragging me along has not inflicted any secondary injury to my leg. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the man coldly added, however, Your abandonment of me on the street nearly allowed someone to take away the box containing the contraband. Xia Xiaoman blurted out, Impossible. I had barely left that street for 2 minutes before encountering the security team, to whom I reported your location. During that time, I saw no one entering that street. Observing Xia Xiaoman's eager defense, the man couldn't help but chuckle, his previously stern demeanor dissipating as he leaned against the doorframe, remarking, I was merely jesting. The drugs have already been destroyed. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, thinking they had not yet developed the camaraderie sufficient for jesting. Noticing her displeasure, the man adopted a serious tone. My name is Xie, and I thank you for saving me that day. Had you not appeared in time, that box of drugs could have harmed countless others. How is it that there are still drugs around? Weren't they supposed to be washed away by the floods? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Xie sighed. This batch was smuggled in from abroad before the natural disaster struck, and we have been relentlessly tracking its whereabouts. At last, we have managed to destroy this batch and apprehend the culprits. Furrowing her brow, Xia Xiaoman asked, Were those you just apprehended the ones responsible for trafficking this batch? Xie affirmed, That was merely one of their distribution points. There are likely others, and we are continuing our investigation. In times of natural disaster and chaos, your dedication to apprehending drug traffickers is commendable, Xia Xiaoman remarked, giving him a thumbs up. Xie replied solemnly, Even amidst calamity, we must never allow drugs to tarnish the soil of our homeland. Following this, he softened his tone, shifting the subject. You provided me with significant assistance last time, saving my life. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek me out at the office, or if you require any supplies, I can find a way to assist you as a token of gratitude for your life-saving deed. Xia Xiaoman sensed his reluctance to discuss work-related matters and refrained from further inquiry, responding candidly, What I currently need most is gasoline. Can you procure some? She lacked nothing in terms of basic necessities, but her reserves of gasoline were insufficient for her needs. Xie's lips twitched slightly. She presented him with a formidable challenge. Gasoline was a scarce resource, and its trade was currently prohibited. What about diesel? She inquired. Is there a difference between diesel and gasoline? Both are scarce resources, he replied. Xia Xiaoman regarded him with a hint of disdain. Then please tell me what supplies you can actually procure. Xia deliberated before tentatively suggesting. A stable job. How does that sound? Xia Xiaoman maintained a blank expression, unimpressed. With a plethora of supplies in her space, why would she ever consider working? Never mind. It seems you cannot offer anything of value. I shall leave the debt of gratitude for your life-saving deed pending, and perhaps call upon you to repay it in the future. With that, Xia Xiaoman turned and returned to her room. Xia was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to ask something, when teammates in the distance called for him to hurry back to the team. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xia glanced at the door number before turning and sprinting towards his teammates. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman returned to the balcony, where Li Wei exchanged knowing glances with her. Xiaoman, why did you come back so soon? Don't you want to chat a bit longer? Su Ran, with an inquisitive expression, chimed in. Sister Xiaoman, is that handsome guy pursuing you? Xia Xiaoman, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, you are overthinking it. That man is merely here to settle a debt. I am still young and have no intention of engaging in a romantic relationship for now. Her past experiences have made it difficult for her to open her heart to others and to trust them. Moreover, she holds little interest in men and even feels a degree of aversion towards intimate interactions with them. At one point, she even questioned whether she might be attracted to women, yet she felt indifferent towards them as well. Perhaps she simply has yet to encounter the right person. Chapter 104. The birth of the second-hand charging boss. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Ran presented the crafted crossbow to Xia Xiaoman. They had fashioned a crossbow, known for its long range and high damage, though it bore the singular drawback of being cumbersome to reload. Xia Xiaoman attempted to shoot a few arrows. Perhaps due to her prior practice with throwing knives, each arrow struck the target, albeit some rings away from the bullseye, indicating she required further practice. Su Ran and Shou Qiuyang had prepared 25 arrows for her, which should suffice unless faced with a large-scale riot. Having satisfied her hunger and thirst and equipped with the crossbow, Xia Xiaoman rose to bid farewell and return home as the evening grew late. Upon cycling back to her community, just as she was about to enter through the small gate, she noticed the patrol team dragging a few individuals towards her. Stepping back a few paces, she maneuvered her bicycle to the side to clear a path. The individuals being escorted had claimed they were visiting friends or relatives within the community. Once inside, they stubbornly refused to leave, forcing the patrol team to expel them. Such occurrences were commonplace at Shuiwei Bay, and Xia Xiaoman had long grown accustomed to them. Upon returning home, she retrieved some locusts from her space and tossed them into the feeding bowl for the chickens and rabbits. Before long, she heard the commotion of the chicks and rabbits emerging to feast on the locusts. As she observed, she noticed one rabbit appeared to have gained some weight. Grasping its ears, she lifted it to feel its belly, discovering small, peanut-sized lumps. At barely 3 months old, it was already pregnant, a most considerate creature. In light of the little doe's thoughtfulness, Xia Xiaoman prepared a luxurious single room for her, even dismantling a pillow to extract the cotton for the rabbit's nest. After tending to her animals, Xia Xiaoman took a refreshing shower, basking in the cool air of the air conditioner as she drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she checked on the little doe in its opulent quarters and, seeing it was adjusting well, added some extra food before returning to her room to exercise. Around 9 o'clock, Xia Xiaoman took a bucket to fetch water. Along the way, she noticed many residents streaming out of the community, piquing her curiosity. Stopping a passerby, she inquired, what is happening outside? Why is everyone leaving? They're holding a public execution at Tiananmen Square. If you go late, there won't be any space left. The individual replied anxiously before hastening away. A nearby woman added, I heard they captured over a dozen drug traffickers yesterday. Beyond their drug-related crimes, they have committed numerous heinous acts. Sentencing them to prison would be too lenient, so they decided on a public execution. Are you going? If you wish to attend, you must hurry. The execution starts at 10 o'clock, and if you're late, you won't see anything. Xia Xiaoman shook her head in refusal. Wasn't he merely spectating a murder? She herself had lost count of how many lives she had taken and felt no interest whatsoever. The inclination of the people of Xia to witness spectacle was ingrained in their very bones, aside from those bound by work commitments. The majority of the community flocked to Tiananmen Square to witness the execution. When she arrived at the well, there were but a few people in line for water. And it was Xia Xiaoman squinted her eyes. Who are you? The girl with the mushroom haircut pushed her bangs aside and leaned closer. I am Fu Baiwei. Don't you remember me? I was in the class next door. Our 2 classes used to organize programs together, and I even made sandwiches with you. Xia Xiaoman stared at her face for a long moment before recalling that she was the class beauty from the neighboring class. How did you change so much? I almost didn't recognize you. Fu Baiwei, once fair-skinned and stunningly tall, had now transformed with a mushroom haircut that obscured her features, wearing black-framed glasses and tattered clothing. It was hard to believe that such a person had once been the belle of the class before the calamity struck. Fu Baiwei forced a smile. Now, I dare not go out without a disguise. When did you move to this neighborhood? I haven't seen you around, Xia Xiaoman inquired. I moved here 2 months ago. What about you? Fu Baiwei replied. I was swept here by the flood during the deluge, and my boyfriend happened to rescue me, she added, revealing a sweet smile. Xia Xiaoman felt a chill run down her spine and replied nonchalantly, You certainly have good fortune. While others were submerged by the flood, you were swept right into your boyfriend's arms. Fu Baiwei blushed slightly. No. I was carried to Shuiwei Bay by the water. My boyfriend was out gathering supplies and saw me drowning, so he saved me. I found him handsome and decent, so I decided to give myself to him. Xia Xiaoman remained silent. Fu Baiwei continued, Xiaoman, which building and room do you live in? I don't know many people here. We could chat sometime. Building 12 in the villa area. Fu Baiwei paused. Building 12? Isn't that the new rental point that just appeared? You're the new resident with the solar power generator? Xia Xiaoman nodded. By chance, I managed to get a solar generator. That's amazing. I've always dreamed of having a generator. Fu Baiwei said with an envious glint in her eyes. In that case, I won't go to the Fong family for charging anymore. I'll come to your place instead and help you generate some profit. Xia Xiaoman replied with a smile. I only charge batteries there. I don't connect other electronic devices. Why not? Although charging phones and flashlights yields little profit, every bit counts. It adds up. The Fong family charges for these small items and earns over 10 pounds of food daily, 300 to 400 pounds a month. I don't have that much time to manage, Xia Xiaoman replied. She didn't lack supplies and saw no reason to shorten her training time just to earn a little food. That would be counterproductive. Fu Baiwei felt a twinge of regret and suggested, Xiaoman, since you're busy, how about this? You extend a power strip, and I'll help you rent out electricity. You can focus on your own matters. We can split the rent, with you taking the larger share. I assure you, you'll earn much more than you do now. Xia Xiaoman paused, considering the idea. It was indeed a clever one. She could save time on charging batteries while still receiving supplies. All right, I'll go back and figure out how to set it up. Tomorrow night at 8, come over to charge. As for the issue of insufficient electricity, she gave it no thought whatsoever. 8 solar panels merely served to charge a few small electronic devices, no matter how much Baiwei attempts to charge them. It is never sufficient. Chapter 105, The Return of the Yuan City Team. Fu Baiwei possessed a modicum of business acumen. As soon as Xia Xiaoman acquiesced, she promptly set about attracting clientele. On her inaugural day as a second-hand charging station proprietor, Fu Baiwei's performance was rather mediocre. Apart from a few regular patrons who frequented Xia Xiaoman's establishment for battery charging, there were scarcely any newcomers. The villa district was somewhat distant from the apartment buildings. And given that the rental prices for charging services were uniform across competitors, why would anyone choose to venture further? Within a single evening, Fu Baiwei discerned the underlying issue. The following day, she introduced a door-to-door service. Once the devices were fully charged, she would deliver them to the ground floor at predetermined intervals. This strategy proved somewhat effective, leading to an uptick in her sales. By the third day, she offered a simultaneous charging and gaming service. Unbeknownst to her, she procured several power strips and set up 4 or 5 small stools nearby, allowing a number of gaming enthusiasts to charge their devices while indulging in single-player games. In just a few days, Fu Baiwei employed a myriad of innovative approaches, enticing a third of the community's charging clientele to her service. The Shuiwei Bay community imposed no restrictions on commercial competition, provided it did not involve malicious tactics or sabotage. Thus, despite their seething resentment, the other electricity rental businesses dared not confront Xia Xiaoman and Fu Baiwei. Xia Xiaoman had initially harbored no concerns regarding insufficient power supply. Yet upon witnessing the throngs of people outside the villa, she could not help but worry whether the generator could endure the demand. Fortunately, Fu Baiwei was judicious, accepting only small orders that would not excessively deplete the power supply. Time swiftly passed, and the half-month period agreed upon with Wang Shijin was drawing near. Xia Xiaoman found herself in a quandary, wishing for Wang Shijin's timely return yet secretly hoping for a 2-day delay to secure a bit more gold, as her reserves were rather scant. However, her indecision was soon rendered moot, for not only did Wang Shijin return, but he did so 2 days ahead of schedule. Their convoy had increased by 2 vehicles since their departure, each laden with an abundance of supplies. Some vehicles were so packed that passengers had to sit atop the cargo, while others squeezed into the driver's cabin. The majority of residents in the community flocked to witness what treasures they had brought back from Yuan City. Xia Xiaoman joined them, eager to check on her pickup truck's condition. Wang Shijin spotted her immediately, patting the front of the truck with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Look, your vehicle. I've returned it in pristine condition. Xia Xiaoman glanced over the truck, noting its lack of damage, before her gaze shifted to the cargo bed. What on earth is all this? She inquired. Wang Shijin pointed out the contents, stating, this truck is filled with dried fish, cuttlefish, squid, small fish, and large ocean fish. He gestured toward the front vehicle and added, that one holds dried kelp, seaweed, shrimp shells, and sea salt. These are the main items we brought back, along with a few assorted supplies, such as swimming goggles, life rings, and some inflatable kayaks, just in case we encounter another torrential downpour. Wang Shijin was brimming with excitement. After sharing his haul with Xia Xiaoman, he encountered others and reiterated his earlier statements, continuously boasting about his achievements. In addition to discussing the items he had secured, Wang Shijin also elaborated on the circumstances in Yuan City. Yuan City has endured a cataclysmic tsunami, resulting in devastating casualties. In a city once bustling with millions, only 1/5 of the population remains. Fortunately, misfortune has not lingered over Yuan City indefinitely. Despite the drought, the city has not been plagued by locusts, and its proximity to the sea allows for fishing, thereby averting an immediate food crisis. Some may wonder why Yuan City, if so well stocked with provisions, does not extend support to us. However, the assertion that Yuan City is abundant in food is misleading. The absence of a food crisis does not equate to surplus. Wang Shijin elucidated that many fishing vessels were damaged to varying degrees following the tsunami, leaving few capable of setting sail. The seafood and seaweed they managed to salvage are merely sufficient for internal consumption within Yuan City. The bounty they have acquired comes from a few private fishing boats. Should the fish population dwindle or vanish, Yuan City too would face a food crisis. Xiagua stands as the most united nation on Blue Star. If Yuan City truly had surplus food, how could it neglect the plight of Floating City? As Wang Shijin boasted about the supplies he had brought back, Xia Xiaoman quietly withdrew from the crowd. After waiting for over 2 hours at home, Wang Shijin finally arrived with a truck that had been unloaded. Little girl. In the back of the truck, there's a bag of dried fish, a bag of kelp, and a bag of salted fish. Each weighing 100 pounds, 300 pounds of provisions in total. Do you wish to weigh them? No need, Xia Xiaoman replied, carefully inspecting the truck to ensure it was in good condition before tossing Wang Shijin a deposit of 10 pounds of gold. Are those seafood items meant for the black market? Wang Shijin weighed the gold, confirming its weight before responding. I'll keep a portion for myself, half will be traded, and the other half will be sold on the black market. Have you set the prices? How will you sell them? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Not yet. Are you interested in purchasing? Xia Xiaoman nodded, expressing a desire to buy some shrimp skins, sea cucumbers, and sea salt. Wang Shijin chuckled. You always choose the expensive items. These 3 are not cheap. I anticipate a rate of 3 pounds of white rice for 1 pound of shrimp skins. Is it really that expensive? Xia Xiaoman frowned, having intended to buy 50 to 60 pounds for future seafood porridge. If it's too costly, you can join us next time we head to Yuan City. Prices there are lower, 1 pound of shrimp skins for 1 pound of white rice. Yuan City, being coastal, rarely cultivates rice, and the white rice consumed is transported from other cities. The tsunami washed away much of this rice, leading to its current scarcity in Yuan City. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Xiaoman shook her head. Never mind. It's not worth the trip for a little food. Let me know when you finalize the prices. I'll buy 50 pounds of each. Wang Shijin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that these seafood items were not solely as to price, as discussions with others were required for finalization. The following evening, Wang Shijin transported a batch of seafood to the trading point. Approximately 3 hours later, he returned laden with an abundance of goods acquired through trade. There's rice, oil, salt, and various seasonings, as well as cloth, cotton, and pharmaceuticals. The onlookers, upon witnessing the convoy of supplies, were consumed by envy, their eyes turning a shade of crimson. This scene unfolds in Shuiwei Bay. Had it occurred in any other neighborhood, they would have long been besieged and robbed. The seafood intended for trade has been successfully exchanged for goods, and the following evening, Wang Shijin and his companions set forth to sell the remaining seafood in the black market. Chapter 106. Rectifying mischievous children. Shuiwei Bay maintains a fixed stall in the black market, where an array of seafood is displayed, immediately drawing a considerable crowd of onlookers. Floating City, being an inland metropolis, is notably deprived of marine delicacies, and currently, this is the sole establishment in the black market offering such fare. Furthermore, following the locust plague, the populace is acutely aware of the impending food crisis looming over Floating City. Once their reserves are depleted, they will be left to scramble for coarse grain cakes at the relief stations, which are rough enough to scrape one's throat. Consequently, food is a rare commodity in the black market, rendering the seafood stall at Shuiwei Bay a unique attraction. News of the availability of food at Shuiwei Bay prompts eager buyers to flock there. in just one night. A significant portion of the seafood has already been sold by Wang Shijin and his companions. The booming business at Shui Bei inevitably stirs envy and jealousy among onlookers. However, those lurking in the shadows dare not provoke Shui Bei lightly. The locals are well aware of Shui Bei's valor during the floods when they fought off bandits. Anyone contemplating ill intentions must prepare meticulously, lest they face retribution from Shui Bei. Thus, after several days of successful seafood sales, no one has dared to disrupt their operations. A clear testament to the advantages of possessing absolute strength. Observing Shui Bei's thriving lifestyle and bountiful provisions, an increasing number of individuals expressed a desire to relocate there. While Xia Xiaoman was out fetching water, she noted 4 or 5 groups waiting for interviews regarding residency. Upon returning with the water, she learned from Fu Wei that someone had moved into the adjacent villa number 13. Xia Xiaoman cast a glance at the neighboring residence, which was tightly sealed, obscuring any view within. Fu Wei beckoned her over with a finger, and Summer leaned in to inquire about the family next door. Is there something amiss with them? Fu Wei replied, I can't say for certain, but they appear quite affluent. They drove in with a small truck that contained a generator. Oh, when will I ever possess a generator? She lamented, reflecting on the days when electricity was abundant and the present reality of a citywide blackout. Furrowing her brow, Summer pondered the implications. Those who could procure a truck and a generator were likely not ordinary folk. Do you know where they came from? She asked. Fu Wei shook her head, suggesting the property management would have the records. She patted Summer's shoulder, reassuring her, don't worry. If there is any issue with that family, the property management will investigate. It's not our concern. Summer's lips twitched, pondering whether it truly was not her concern, especially since the family resided right next door. What if they seized the opportunity to steal her solar generator while she was away? Although she had yet to meet the neighbors, she habitually suspected the worst in others. Preparing for the worst-case scenario was essential for survival in perilous circumstances. In the subsequent days, Xia Xiaoman paid attention, both intentionally and inadvertently, to the circumstances of her neighbors. To her surprise, the occupants of the adjacent residence turned out to be a family of 4. She had assumed they might be solitary like herself, or perhaps a group of young people sharing the space. After observing for 5 or 6 days and noticing that the neighbor remained quietly at home, Xia Xiaoman ceased her attentions to the situation next door. At 8 in the evening, she stepped outside with a power strip in hand. Upon opening the door, she spotted Fu Baiwei approaching with a gentleman of refined appearance. Upon seeing her, Fu Baiwei hurriedly ran up, hand in hand with the man, and exclaimed, Xiaoman, allow me to introduce you to my boyfriend, Sun Haiyun. He works at the solar power station. She then turned to Sun Haiyun and added, Haiyun, this is my university classmate, Xia Xiaoman. Sun Haiyun nodded politely. Extending a bag he carried towards Xia Xiaoman. Thank you for taking care of Wei Wei during this time. This is a New Year's gift from the station. Wei Wei and I couldn't possibly consume it all, so we brought you a little something. Xia Xiaoman accepted the bag and glanced inside, discovering a package of dried vegetables and several red-wrapped biscuits adorned with double happiness symbols. She teased, a New Year's gift? Are you sure it isn't wedding candy? Fu Baiwei shot her a playful glare. This is indeed a New Year's gift. In just 2 days, it will be New Year's Eve on February 8th. How quickly the new year approaches. Xia Xiaoman exclaimed, reflecting on how, merely 8 months prior, the city had thrived with bustling activity. The contrast to the current stillness felt almost surreal. Suddenly, she felt a tight grip on the bag. Looking down, she was startled to find a little girl, unknown to her, tugging fiercely at the bag. When the child realized her efforts were futile, she resorted to tearing open the bag and attempting to flee with its contents. Xia Xiaoman swiftly seized the girl by the collar, lifting her off the ground, and sternly inquired, whose child are you? Who permitted you to steal? The unruly child, silent, began to wail at a high pitch, flailing her arms in a futile attempt to strike Xia Xiaoman. The noise pierced Xia Xiaoman's ears, and without hesitation, she delivered a sharp slap, commanding silence. If you make another sound, I will ensure you regret it. Momentarily stunned by the slap, the child burst into tears. Fu Baiwei frowned, suggesting that child seems to belong to the neighboring villa. Xia Xiaoman glanced toward the adjacent villa, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she saw the curtains on the second floor shift. Contemplating for a moment, she found a length of rope and bound the child at the entrance, fashioning a wooden sign to hang around her neck. Fu Baiwei read the sign aloud. I am a thief from villa number 13. My father suffers from sores. My mother has pus oozing from her feet, and my elder brother is a scoundrel. Please do not pity me, for I am simply a born miscreant. Huh, Xiaoman, you are truly talented. Fu Baiwei chuckled, while Sun Haiyun, upon reading the sign, couldn't help but laugh as well. But if you do this, the child's parents will surely come to cause a scene. Xia Xiaoman shrugged. unperturbed. Let them make a scene. It would be splendid if it escalates. Allowing the community to witness the fruits of their parenting. Sun Haiyan glanced at Fu Baiwei, who merely shrugged and urged him, "You needn't concern yourself with this. Just head back now. I must begin my own tasks." Sun Haiyan hesitated momentarily. "Let me stay to assist you. Just in case anything arises, I can lend a hand." "No. Aren't you supposed to return to the power station for overtime? Hurry back." After much persuasion, Baiwei finally managed to send Sun Haiyan away. Before long, customers came in one after another to charge their devices. Upon seeing a little girl tied at the entrance, they initially thought to scold the heartless individual responsible. However, after reading the words on the wooden sign, they all appeared as if struck blind, ignoring the unruly child and proceeding with their own business. Chapter 107. Why don't you call out? Is your voice not loud enough? It is not that these passers-by are heartless. Rather, they have learned to be prudent, understanding that they cannot extend kindness indiscriminately. The sign clearly states that this unruly child's home is right next door. Xia Xiaoman did not seal the child's lips. As long as she lets out a few cries, it is inconceivable that her parents would not hear. Moreover, a child of such stature cannot simply be absent from home without their parents being aware. A little logical reasoning makes it evident that this is impossible. Nor should one entertain the notion that perhaps the child is unloved by her family, left to starve, and thus resorted to thievery. Such an explanation is utterly implausible. Anyone with eyes can see that the child is neatly dressed. While not plump, she is certainly not emaciated, her cherubic face betraying that she has not gone hungry. To leave a child bound here is either an attempt to provoke passers-by into rescuing her, hoping for their benevolence to bring her home with food and drink, or a scheme to wait until the child can endure no longer, and then spring forth to extort money. After nearly 20 minutes of being tied up, the child could no longer bear it, weeping and begging Xia Xiaoman to release her. Xia Xiaoman, leisurely seated on a small stool and fanning herself, replied, "I would be happy to let you go, but only if you tell me who sent you to steal my bag." The cunning child, upon hearing this, huffed indignantly and retorted, "I want to tell you. You wicked woman, I'll call my daddy to beat you up. Then go ahead and call." "Is your voice too weak?" Xia Xiaoman responded. "Wait, I'll get you a loudspeaker." With that, she indeed returned with a small megaphone and thrust it before the child, saying, "Go on, shout. I've turned it to the maximum volume. Even if your father is deaf, he will hear you." Yet, upon seeing the loudspeaker, the child fell silent. However, her eyes, which should have sparkled with the innocence of childhood, glared at Xia Xiaoman with a venomous intensity. Fu Baiwei, observing the unsettling glare, could not help but furrow her brow. This child has been irreparably corrupted and will likely find it difficult to learn properly in the future. How could Aunt Xing allow them to move in? Xia Xiaoman remarked, "They must have disguised themselves too well. For the first few days after their arrival, they behaved quite obediently at home. After residing here for 7 or 8 days, they probably felt secure enough to reveal their true nature. Perhaps this unruly child's attempt to steal her bag was a test of the community's tolerance and attitude." As the two conversed, the patrol team arrived, questioning why the child was bound at the entrance. Xia Xiaoman pointed to the sign on the child, stating that at such a young age, she is already misbehaving and audaciously stealing from her. Her parents are right next door, and given the prolonged silence, it seems they have no intention of intervening. So I've taken it upon myself to discipline her. The patrol team exchanged glances, recognizing that while the child is indeed at fault, keeping her bound for an extended period is detrimental. They knocked on the door of the neighboring villa, urging the child's parents to come forth and resolve the matter. After a lengthy wait, the child's parents finally opened the door. Upon seeing them, the child burst into tears, crying, "Daddy, Mommy, alas, that wicked woman struck me and even bound me. Oh, mother, my face aches terribly. That vile woman hit me." The daughter cried out in complaint, and the woman, filled with concern, embraced her child in comfort. The man, seething with anger, glared at Xia Xiaoman, demanding, "Who are you? How dare you strike my daughter?" The couple's demeanor suggested they had only just learned of their daughter's misfortune. Xia Xiaoman scoffed, "Your precious daughter was robbing in broad daylight. Slapping her was a mere act of mercy. Had it been someone else, I would have twisted her head off." The couple, taken aback by Xia Xiaoman's audacity in front of the patrol team, turned pale with rage. The woman protested, "My daughter has always been obedient and sensible. How could she possibly engage in robbery? Do not slander her unjustly." The man echoed, "Exactly. My daughter is far too young to be involved in such acts." Determined to deny the truth, Xia Xiaoman smirked, "Whether it is slander or not, you know in your hearts. Do you need me to summon witnesses to confront you?" The mischievous boy's brother muttered quietly, "Who knows if your witnesses are colluding with you?" The patrol team interjected, "Enough. We are not here to witness your theatrics. Keep an eye on your child. It's rather negligent to let such a child roam outside without supervision. Hearing the patrol's words, the man immediately retorted, "Brother, my daughter was slapped by her and bound for nearly half an hour, and you simply intend to overlook it?" Just as the patrol was about to respond, Xia Xiaoman interjected, "Did you not just discover that your daughter was missing? How then do you know the duration of her captivity? Surely you haven't been lurking by the window on the second floor, have you?" The couple's faces changed, leaving them at a loss for words. The patrol officer, realizing the situation, admonished them to watch your own flesh and blood bound for half an hour without taking action. Are you fit to be parents? After receiving a stern reprimand, the couple begrudgingly forced the mischievous child to apologize to Xia Xiaoman. Following this incident, Xia Xiaoman expected the occupants of Villa 13 to behave more appropriately. However, the next day, the mischievous boy's brother appeared at her doorstep. When Xia Xiaoman stepped outside to fetch water, she spotted him sitting beside Fu Baiwei, diligently fanning her. With 2 question marks hovering above her head, Fu Baiwei signaled to Xia Xiaoman, indicating that she should not interfere. With free labor at her disposal, Fu Baiwei intended to make the most of it. Seeing that Fu Baiwei could handle the situation, Xia Xiaoman opted to leave the boy's brother wandering about her entrance. The boy's brother was kept busy by Fu Baiwei, who had him running errands as the new year approached. Many were eager to indulge during the holiday, sneaking supplies to charge their phones or gaming consoles. Fu Baiwei had initially worried about managing the workload, but unexpectedly found a willing helper at her doorstep. Throughout the night, the boy's brother remained tirelessly engaged, either charging devices or delivering them. After delivering appliances 7 or 8 times, the brother of the mischievous child finally succumbed to the heat. Baiwei Fu had no intention of causing any harm. Upon noticing the brother's pallor, she urged him to return home. Little did she expect that shortly after his departure, the child's mother would storm over, fiercely confronting Baiwei Fu. "You heartless woman! My son worked for you to the point of heat exhaustion, and you still have the audacity to flirt with other men here." Baiwei Fu was taken aback. How could her professional dealings be misconstrued as flirtation? Chapter 108. A festive occasion. As the new year approached, the atmosphere was filled with excitement. The mother of a mischievous child, noticing that Fu Baiwei remained seated, impatiently exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? My son has suffered from heat stroke. Aren't you going to check on him?" Fu Baiwei, taken aback, replied, "I don't even know him." "What is there to see? Don't know him?" the mother screeched. "If you don't know my son, then why did he help you with your work?" Fu Baiwei clarified. "Your son claimed that due to his sister's issues, my business was affected, so he voluntarily offered to help me as an apology on her behalf." "Impossible. My son said you have feelings for him, that you were his girlfriend, which is why he came to assist you. Now that he is unwell, you must come back with me to take care of him." Without waiting for a response, the woman seized Fu Baiwei's arm and began to drag her home. Fu Baiwei forcefully shook her off, retorting, "If you have a problem, seek help. Your son, with his face full of acne, resembles a toad. And you dare to claim that I like him? If he were to look in a mirror, he would see his own reflection. Being unattractive is one thing, but to have delusions of grandeur is another." Some onlookers, familiar with Fu Baiwei, mentioned that she had a boyfriend. This only fueled the woman's fury, causing her to scream like a boiling kettle. "Why didn't you mention you have a boyfriend earlier? Here you were toying with my son. A woman like you, so fickle in love, deserves to be punished." "Who deserves punishment?" came a chilling voice from behind, as Sun Haiyan, returning from work to meet his girlfriend, glared at her. Startled by the voice, the woman turned to see Sun Haiyun and immediately retorted, "What business is it of yours? Who are you to interrupt?" Fu Baiwei smiled and stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Sun Haiyun's. "I apologize. This is my boyfriend." The woman, intimidated by the taller Sun Haiyan, felt a pang of anxiety. Glancing at the second floor of her home, she noticed the curtains drawn and reluctantly stated, "Fine. We shall consider this a stroke of bad luck. But if I catch you attempting to seduce my son again, do not expect me to be gracious." With that, she stormed off, leaving Fu Baiwei and Sun Haiyun exchanging glances. Sun Haiyun inquired, "Is she out of her mind?" Fu Baiwei nodded, "Perhaps so. It seems the entire family is a bit unhinged." As the New Year's Eve approached, the time flew by. Xia Xiaoman had always cherished the new year. Not for the new clothes or the fireworks, but because it was the only time of the year when she could feast. All the leftover food from the family would find its way into her stomach. Given the opportunity, she would prepare a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner, ensuring she did not shortchange herself. Waking up at 5, she began preparations for the feast. Her skills in cooking large dishes were modest, yet her prowess in making dough rivaled that of a seasoned chef. In her rural hometown, she would help her family fry rice cakes and occasionally assist in making dumplings and wontons during the festive seasons. Upon arriving in Fuqing, she believed that mastering multiple skills would serve her well and sought to learn the art of bread making from the bakers in the local bakery. Thus, Whether it was a simple snack or an elaborate cake, she could create it as long as the ingredients were available. She needed 3 large bowls of dough, setting them aside to rise. During this time, Xia Xiaoman busied herself with preparing the fillings. Once the dough had risen, she crafted a large basin of sweet dumplings. The 2 other batches of dough, each with distinct colors, were rolled out, layered together, then rolled up and sliced. Once fried, they transformed into fragrant and crispy cat ears. One of her favorite snacks. After creating these 2 traditional treats, Xia Xiaoman brought forth a delectable spread, a plate of spicy and sour kelp strips, a dish of fermented black bean stewed dried fish, a pot of dried bamboo shoots braised with cured meat, and a pot of barley and old duck soup. Aware of the affluence in Shuiwei Bay, Xia Xiaoman made no effort to seal the windows, allowing the enticing aromas to waft outside. Just as she was about to indulge in this sumptuous New Year's Eve feast, the sudden wails of a child echoed from outside. Curious, Xia Xiaoman opened the balcony door and peered down to see a child rolling on the ground, crying, "I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow and, taking a whole duck leg, stepped onto the balcony. The child, spotting the duck leg in her hand, cried out even louder, "I want to eat meat. I want to eat chicken leg. I want to eat chicken leg." With a smile, Xia Xiaoman took a generous bite of the duck meat, savoring it while teasingly exclaiming, this chicken leg is so fragrant. The meat is tender and juicy, absolutely delicious." The child swallowed hard, fixated on the meat in her hand. Noticing the child had ceased her tantrum, Xia Xiaoman taunted, "Hey, you little brat. Why aren't you rolling around anymore? Keep crying, keep rolling. Your performance is quite entertaining." With a loud wail, the child was utterly devastated, her cries echoing loudly. Unlike her previous feigned sobs, this time tears and snot flowed freely. Observing from the shadows, the child's parents rushed out upon witnessing their daughter's heartfelt cries. The mother scooped her up, comforting her with concern, while the father glared at Xia Xiaoman, saying, "With all that food, what harm is there in sharing a bit with my daughter? How can you be so heartless?" Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, uninterested in engaging in a futile argument. "Stay as far away as possible. Don't linger by my doorstep and chatter. It's New Year's. Don't make me resort to harsh measures." The woman shot Xia Xiaoman a fierce glare, tugging her husband's arm, her voice sharp as she declared, "Let us go. It's just a chicken leg. What is so special about it? Who hasn't he eaten one? I see her staying home every day, yet she has so many resources. She must be sleeping with some wild man. Eating her meat makes me feel nauseous. Such a shameless woman." Her tone dripped with disdain and contempt, leaving an uncomfortable feeling in the air. Xia Xiaoman, seemingly unfazed, leisurely finished her duck leg, discarding the bone before retrieving an axe and strolling to the front of Villa 13. The family Xia Xiaoman raised her brow and strode in with an air of confidence, smashing anything that caught her eye. A man rushed forward to intervene, but Xia Xiaoman delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. Upon witnessing her husband being knocked down, a woman dashed into the kitchen, brandishing 2 kitchen knives as she emerged. Xia Xiaoman let out a cold laugh and swung an axe at the woman's waist. With just one strike, the woman collapsed, unable to rise. The remaining 2 were utterly useless. Xia Xiaoman's gaze swept over them, and the young boy immediately cowered behind his sister, displaying a cowardice that was utterly repulsive. Chapter 109. Community Layout Map. Xia Xiaoman's life creed is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend others. If one offends me, I shall retaliate with all my might. If I cannot overpower them, I shall strike from behind, delivering several blows until I prevail. After wreaking havoc in the living room, she finally felt a sense of relief. Gripping her axe, she intended to return home to savor the New Year's feast. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over her. While it was understandable that the 2 siblings cowered in fear around the corner on the 2nd floor, she could not comprehend why the injured couple preferred to climb upstairs rather than seek refuge behind cover. Recalling the swaying curtains she had observed earlier, Xia Xiaoman narrowed her eyes and strode purposefully up the stairs, axe in hand. The couple, upon seeing her approach, lunged at her, each grabbing tightly onto her legs, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? You shall not pass." Indeed, something was amiss. Xia Xiaoman delivered a swift kick to the woman, who stumbled away, while the man released her leg only to seize her waist, attempting to lift her and throw her down the stairs. In retaliation, Xia Xiaoman brought her axe down on his elbow, causing an immediate numbness to surge through his arm. As Xia Xiaoman prepared to ascend the 2nd floor, the man shouted desperately, "Son, stop her." The older boy clutched his younger sibling's shoulder, blocking the staircase like a basketball player feinting an opponent. Xia Xiaoman, with deft precision, jabbed her fingers into the boy's eyes, prompting a yelp as he crouched down, covering his face in pain. With that family finally behind her, Xia Xiaoman successfully reached the 2nd floor. Before long, she found herself in a bedroom where a layout map of Shui Bay lay on the table, clearly indicating the locations of patrol teams along with their timings and shift changes. Furthermore, she noted that the family had not brought many supplies, suggesting they were not planning to stay long-term. The generator, which had elicited envy from Fu Baiwei, was broken. It was no wonder they had not utilized any electricity in the days since their arrival. Bringing in a faulty generator was likely a facade, perhaps intended to mislead the residents of Shui Bay into believing they were affluent and seeking refuge due to fear of being targeted. After all, who would carry a generator unless they intended to stay for an extended period? Strangely enough, this ruse had not even raised Xia Xiaoman's suspicions regarding their true identity. She pondered if they had perhaps scavenged resources from elsewhere and fled to Shui Bay to evade their debts. When this family arrived at the community, they drove a truck laden with a generator, exuding an air of nouveau riche. Yet, since moving in, they had been as silent as chickens, rarely venturing outside, which elicited a sense of guilt in their demeanor. Thus, it was no wonder Xia Xiaoman harbored such thoughts. After securing the layout map, she descended the stairs, intending to report her findings to the property management. Just as she reached the bottom, the couple led a patrol team into the building, immediately distorting the truth. Look here. It's the new year, and this mad woman suddenly barged into my home, wreaking havoc. Just look at the state of my house, exclaimed the man, lifting his shirt to reveal bruises on his chest. This mad woman assaulted me. My chest still aches. The patrol members noticed the man's swollen chest, frowning as they turned to Xia Xiaoman and inquired, "Why did you strike him?" Before Xia Xiaoman could utter a word, the man eagerly exclaimed, "She wants my son to deliver some blueprints, but he refuses. In retaliation, she vandalized our home and threatened us to send the blueprints out. Look. The blueprints are still in her possession." Upon hearing the word blueprints, the expressions of the patrol team members instantly turned serious, their sharp gazes fixed on Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman chuckled lightly, clapping her hands as she remarked, "It has been a while since I witnessed such a captivating performance. To fabricate facts out of thin air is a talent worthy of the stage." "What fabrication? This is the truth," the man retorted vehemently. "You reside in Shui Bay. It's one thing not to care for it, but to betray it is utterly disgraceful. How can you call yourself human?" With righteous indignation, he continued, "You heartless wretch. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? We have treated you well in Shui Bay, yet you repay kindness with malice. You are nothing but an ungrateful ingrate." Suddenly, an axe struck his mouth, blood and broken teeth mingling together. The patrol team, caught off guard by the violence before them, sternly warned, "Do not act until the investigation is complete." Unperturbed, Xia Xiaoman unsheathed a fruit knife from her waist and leisurely approached the older brother of the troublesome child, determined to uncover the traitor by targeting those who feared for their lives. The mother of the troublesome child panicked, rushing forward to shield her son. "What are you doing? Murder is a crime," she exclaimed, then quickly turned to the patrol team, urging, "Why are you all still standing there? Hurry up and apprehend this lunatic." A few patrol members hesitated, contemplating intervening, but upon meeting their captain's stern gaze, they silently retreated. Xia Xiaoman coldly regarded the mother of the troublesome child, kicking her aside. As the older brother turned to flee upon seeing his mother kicked, he barely took a step before a searing pain shot through his shoulder. He fell to the ground with a cry, pitifully pleading, "Don't kill me. I don't know anything. It was my dad who drew the blueprints. It has nothing to do with me. I swear, I know nothing. Please, don't kill me." As the truth unraveled, the couple's faces turned as pale as paper. Xia Xiaoman methodically wiped the blood from her knife. "Now that the truth is revealed, the rest is up to you," she said, handing the blueprints to the patrol officer before picking up the axe and returning home. Meanwhile, the neighboring family of 4 was taken away, their belongings transported to the property management for inspection. The next time news of the family emerged was on the 3rd day of the new year when Fu Baiwei reopened her charging service. While assisting customers, she lamented, "I was puzzled as to why, despite my unkempt appearance, men still approached me. It turns out that family next door was hoping to become familiar enough with me to have me deliver their blueprints. They even tried to extract information about the community's weaknesses. The last time they had that troublesome child steal from you was also part of their scheme to manipulate you into helping them with their blueprints. Your actions have exceeded their expectations, which is why they have yet to come forth to retrieve the unruly child. Since Wang Shijin and his companions ventured to Yuanqing, the community has commenced sporadic inspections of the belongings of those venturing outside, with particular emphasis on scrutinizing the possessions of newly arrived residents." Chapter 110. The tornado. After the couple moved into the community, they painstakingly completed their blueprints, yet found themselves unable to send them out. Thus, they resorted to these inexplicable actions. Initially, they intended for their daughter to create a disturbance, then step in to apologize, hoping to forge a connection with Xia Xiaoman. However, Upon witnessing Xia Xiaoman's brutal behavior, they promptly altered their plans, deciding to wait until their daughter could no longer endure and then feign her fainting to reach the medical station. This way, they could conceal the blueprints on her person and avoid arousing suspicion. Unfortunately, this scheme was disrupted by a suddenly arriving patrol team, forcing them to send their eldest son to engage with Fu Baiwei, only to discover that she already had a boyfriend. On New Year's Eve, they had also deliberately sought trouble with me, looking for an opportunity to send the blueprints out, Xia Xiaoman inquired. Fu Baiwei shook her head. No? I heard from the property management that little brat was genuinely tempted by the meat from your home, sneaking out to steal some. Xia Xiaoman responded. I'm rather curious about what meat you cooked on New Year's Eve that could make a child cry for it. Fu Baiwei looked at her with keen interest. Just as Xia Xiaoman was about to answer, a sudden gust of wind swept through, filling her mouth with sand. She spat a couple of times and exclaimed, Why has the wind picked up so suddenly? Fu Baiwei squinted slightly, gazing up at the pitch-black night sky. There isn't even a glimmer of moonlight tonight. It seems it might rain. It doesn't resemble impending rain, Xia Xiaoman remarked, her expression grave as she scrutinized the sky. In the past 6 months, every shift in weather has heralded misfortune. I must remain cautious. The wind intensified, lifting sand, dirt, and debris into the air, swirling chaotically. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoman's eyes widened as she stared at the horizon. What on earth is that? In the distance, a black column connecting heaven and earth swept up various fragments at an astonishing speed. A tornado. It's a tornado. Run. Realizing the danger, Xia Xiaoman grabbed Fu Baiwei and dashed towards home. Fu Baiwei hesitated for a moment, shaking off her hand, and anxiously shouted, My boyfriend is still at the power station. He hasn't returned. Xia Xiaoman was at a loss for words, forcibly pulling her back inside. What are you thinking about boyfriends at a time like this? Can't you think rationally? Sun Haiyun is at the power station. They will surely arrange for them to take shelter there. What good is it to run out now? If you go out without finding Sun Haiyun, you'll be swept away by the tornado. After being scolded by Xia Xiaoman, Fu Baiwei calmed down slightly. So, what do we do now? Just hide in the house and not go out? Xia Xiaoman pondered for a couple of seconds, then, as she ran towards the attic, said, There is still time. Let us head to the rooftop and help me dismantle the solar generator and air conditioner. Once we secure those 2 items, we can hide in the basement until the tornado passes. In this house, everything could be discarded, but the generator and air conditioner were irreplaceable treasures for her survival. Having experienced a violent demolition once, Xia Xiaoman climbed to the rooftop, swiftly prying up nails with a hammer to dismantle the solar panels. As she removed the panels, she could distinctly feel the wind's intensity rapidly escalating, and when she was about to take down the last 2 panels, she nearly got blown off the roof. Meanwhile, the patrol team was ringing bells and using loudspeakers to repeatedly warn the residents about the impending tornado, urging everyone to stay indoors on the lower floors and avoid venturing outside. With Baiwei's assistance, they disassembled the solar panels and the air conditioning unit in less than 10 minutes. Wei, go to the kitchen downstairs and move the food to the basement. I'll pack the rabbits and chickens and join you shortly. After directing Baiwei, Xia Xiaoman stored the air conditioner and generator in a safe space before ushering the rabbits and chickens into cages to carry them down, to accommodate outsiders. She had stocked the kitchen with several boxes of instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and brown rice. The basement, however, housed vacuum-sealed rice, flour, and various supplies. Once Baiwei transferred the kitchen items to the basement, she quickly cleared a corner for the rabbits and chickens to prevent their waste from contaminating the provisions. After organizing the basement, Baiwei considered the electronic devices left outside and braved the strong winds to retrieve them. The wind howled ferociously, whisking away smaller electronic gadgets such as power banks, compact flashlights, and phones, leaving only larger, heavier appliances like batteries behind. Baiwei made 2 trips but ultimately had to abandon the remaining devices when the sandstorm made it impossible to keep her eyes open. Xia Xiaoman descended with 2 buckets of water and, noticing Baiwei's dusty appearance, inquired, Did you go out? You're covered in sand. Baiwei sighed despondently. I went out to salvage the electronics but only managed to bring back a few. The rest were swept away by the wind. Once the tornado passes, I might face substantial compensation costs. Why am I so unfortunate? Just when life was getting better, it feels like we're back to square one. Xia Xiaoman comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Don't be so pessimistic. Perhaps after the tornado has passed, you'll strike it rich. Baiwei looked at her quizzically. What do you mean? With such a powerful tornado, many items will be lifted into the sky. Once it subsides, there will surely be an abundance of materials scattered on the streets for you to collect. If you're quick enough, you could become wealthy overnight. Baiwei recognized Xia Xiaoman's jest and forced a smile. Well, we need to survive until the tornado leaves for that to happen. Just as the words left her mouth, a resounding crash echoed, as if something had struck the wall. Baiwei's face turned pale with fear. Is the tornado here? Will it blow the house away? Xia Xiaoman shook her head, uncertain. I don't know. Don't think too much. We're safe in the basement. Even if the tornado comes, we'll be fine. Though she spoke with reassurance, deep down, she too felt apprehensive, as this was her first encounter with a tornado. Nonetheless, they had no option but to remain in the basement. Whether a blessing or a curse, one could not escape fate. There is no escaping it. If it comes to it, she would rather face death. After 18 years, she would still be a valiant soul. It is a pity, however, that she had hoped to travel across the nation after graduating from university to behold the breathtaking landscapes of her homeland. Chapter 111. Tornado 1. Xia Xiaoman nestled in a corner, indulging in optimistic daydreams, while Fu Baiwei paced restlessly. Please stop wandering about. You're making my head spin, she complained. Annoyed by Xia Xiaoman's disdain for her movements, Fu Baiwei endured her agitation for 10 seconds before she could no longer remain seated. She moved to a corner and began to organize the items from the basement, meticulously arranging them. Seeing Fu Baiwei busily attending to her tasks, Xia Xiaoman remarked, You needn't rush. Just leave that bag of flour where it is. There's no need to stack it, as it will be hard to retrieve when I need it. In response, Fu Baiwei set down the flour and picked up pots and pans to tidy them instead. Xia Xiaoman was left speechless. How did I not realize before how industrious you are? You won't pause for even a minute. While organizing supplies, Fu Baiwei explained, That's just how I am. When I feel anxious, I seek out tasks to occupy myself. If I have nothing to do, my anxiety only intensifies, so please, don't mind me. Xia Xiaoman, puzzled, asked, What are you anxious about? We are safe here in the basement. Fu Baiwei's voice trembled as she confessed, I worry about Sun Haiyun. The moment the words left her lips, she could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. What if something happens to him? I can't fathom how I would go on living. After a moment of silence, Xia Xiaoman inquired, Do you care for your boyfriend so deeply? Fu Baiwei wiped her tears and shook her head. You don't understand. Ayun is the kindest person in my life. The one who has given me the courage to live on. There are 4 of us in my family, my parents, my younger sister, and me. My sister has a heart condition, and since childhood, my parents have always insisted that I prioritize her needs, allowing her to have the first choice in everything. As she cannot handle stress due to her fragile health, despite appearing cheerful and carefree at school, the moment I return home, I must refrain from speaking loudly or laughing, fearing that I might startle my sister. During the floods, our home ran out of food. I cannot swim, yet my parents forced me into the water to salvage supplies. It was while I was retrieving supplies that I was swept away by the currents. Her voice choked with emotion. She looked at Xia Xiaoman with reddened eyes. Do you know how my parents reacted when I was swept away? They desperately grabbed sticks to fish for supplies, trying to retrieve whatever they could. Fu Baiwei managed a bitter smile. You see, in my parents' eyes, I was less significant than a bag of supplies. Wiping her tears, she continued, At that moment, I felt utterly hopeless, allowing myself to be carried away by the flood, thinking that if I died, no one would care. It was Ayun who saved me, treating me with the utmost care as if I were family. My life belongs to him. Without him, I truly do not know what I would do in the future. She was not merely infatuated. Her feelings stemmed from the profound gratitude she felt for Sun Haiyun, the one who had rescued her. Xia Xiaoman pressed her lips together. Aware that she was not adept at offering comfort, she could only offer a dry reassurance. The power station is a key development project in Floating City. Your boyfriend is a high-caliber talent in this field. The authorities, keen to retain such talent, will surely relocate him to a safer place. You needn't worry excessively. As soon as the voice faded, a tremendous roar erupted outside, the sound of the tornado akin to a ferocious beast howling in rage, emitting a chilling wail that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Outside, the tornado mercilessly swept through the city, leaving devastation in its wake. Buildings were obliterated, and newly installed utility poles were uprooted in an instant, soaring into the sky in a spiraling dance. Those who had not managed to seek refuge indoors screamed in terror, desperately fleeing in search of safety. Yet, how could human speed compete with that of a tornado? Before they could even utter a cry for help, they were swept into the air. Even those residing in high-rise buildings were not spared. Both people and windows were torn away. Some structures, already precarious under torrential rains and scorching sun, collapsed instantaneously under the tornado's wrath. The aftermath of the tornado's passage left a scene of utter chaos, with numerous mangled bodies strewn across the ground, their limbs twisted and unrecognizable from their fall. This hellish ordeal persisted for over 2 hours. In the safety of a basement, Fu Baiwei listened intently for a long while before speaking. Xiaoman, do you think the wind outside has ceased? Xia Xiaoman strained her ears, then carefully opened the basement door. Suddenly, a loud crash startled her, prompting her to quickly shut the door again. Turning around, she saw Fu Baiwei hastily getting up and knocking over a small stool. After the brief scare, Xia Xiaoman opened the door once more, confirming that all was quiet outside before stepping out. Fu Baiwei dashed into the street, glancing around until she spotted the receding tornado on the horizon. She turned back to Xia Xiaoman and called out, "I'm going to the power station to find my boyfriend. Be careful." With that, she picked up a wooden stick, blown in from who knows where, and ran out of the neighborhood. Xia Xiaoman could only shake her head in exasperation. What was it about boyfriends? As if everyone had one. Well, she certainly did not. Nor did she feel the need for one. After watching Fu Baiwei leave, Xia Xiaoman turned to survey her own villa. To her dismay, the costly wall had collapsed. The attic was smashed by some unknown object, and a corner of the balcony on the second floor was ruined. Those of modest means would likely weep at the sight of such destruction. Sighing, Xia Xiaoman resigned herself to tidying up her home. The wall could wait to be rebuilt. But the attic needed attention. Otherwise, how could she install the generator? Fortunately, only the ceiling of the attic had been damaged, and the other areas remained intact, posing no threat to the load-bearing walls. The tornado had struck around noon, and by the time Xia Xiaoman finished cleaning the attic, daylight had returned. Feeling the scorching sunlight, she knew the intense heat had not yet passed, so she had no choice but to retreat back to the basement. The oppressive heat made even the basement feel stifling. The modified fan that Su Ran and the others had given her finally proved useful. She brought out the generator, connected it to the fan, and powered 2 table lamps for illumination. Upon turning on the lamps, Xia Xiaoman was astonished to discover that the pregnant rabbit had given birth. Likely while she had been busy in the attic. It was her first litter, comprising 3 robust kits, all thriving and energetically burrowing into their mother's embrace. Considering the stifling conditions of the basement, and fearing that the young rabbits might perish from the heat, Xia Xiaoman procured an ordinary electric fan and aimed it towards the litter of bunnies. After a night filled with trepidation, she hastily consumed a morsel before retiring for the evening. Her slumber was anything but tranquil, as she dreamed of being pursued by a colossal tornado. No matter how fervently she ran, escape eluded her, culminating in her being swept into the sky and meeting her demise. Upon awakening, she glanced at the clock, noting it was just past 1 in the afternoon. Unable to find rest, she rose to tidy up the second floor. The windows and doors on both the first and second floors had been either blown away by the wind or damaged, leaving the interior in disarray. Without proper window coverings, the oppressive heat from outside infiltrated the room. After merely half an hour of cleaning, her clothes clung to her like they had just been pulled from the wash, continuously dripping with perspiration. Suddenly, she felt faint, nearly collapsing to the ground. Realizing she was likely suffering from heat exhaustion, Xia Xiaoman leaned against the wall, gradually sinking to the floor, where she drank a bottle of herbal essence and placed several chilled beverages against her chest and forehead to cool down. After a respite of about 10 minutes, the dizziness began to alleviate slightly. Chapter 112. Tornado 2. The sweltering heat was unbearable. From 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. was the peak of the day's scorching temperatures. Xia Xiaoman considered her health to be relatively good, yet during this period, even remaining indoors in the shade could lead to heat stroke. She pondered about those whose homes had been ravaged by the tornado. Where could they possibly seek refuge to endure the day unscathed? Though she was not particularly concerned about the fates of others, she mused that if a significant number of individuals perished in such sweltering conditions, it might precipitate outbreaks of disease. After indulging in a myriad of thoughts, Xia Xiaoman felt somewhat better and leaned against the wall as she made her way back to the basement to enjoy the breeze from the fan. The generator had little power left. If she did not set it up properly that evening, she would be without even a fan the following day. With a sigh, she took a dose of her heat relief medicine and dozed off, drifting into a light slumber. When she awoke again, it was already past 6 in the evening. The external temperature remained alarmingly high. Even within the confines of her home, she could feel the oppressive heat bearing down upon her. After consuming a small meal to replenish her strength, Xia Xiaoman resumed her tidying efforts. Approaching the window in her bedroom, she caught a faint whiff of a foul odor, perhaps the stench of decay. Furrowing her brow, she realized there might be a corpse nearby. Since the sun had yet to set, she resolved to wait until nightfall to investigate. After a moment's reflection, she retrieved a mask from her storage space. A little discomfort was preferable to the risk of infection. She covered the doors and windows with curtains to block out the sunlight and shield her home from prying eyes. Then swiftly organized the room using her spatial abilities. Most of her essential supplies were stored in her space. The items left in her home were neither crucial nor numerous, allowing her to complete the task rather quickly. By around 8, after the sun had dipped below the horizon, the once chaotic house had been restored to order. Xia Xiaoman switched on a flashlight and ventured outside, circling her vicinity until she indeed discovered a corpse. The body lay face down, its skull shattered. brain matter strewn across the ground, and its limbs bore various injuries, indicating the individual had suffered greatly before death. It appeared that the person had been covered. Xia Xiaoman cast a glance at the densely scribbled notes in her notebook and inquired, "Are there many casualties in the community?" "Not excessively," came the reply. "Currently, the tally indicates that 17 individuals have perished, 4 of whom had just returned from outside and were tragically struck down by debris propelled by the fierce winds before they could reach home. 9 others, disregarding warnings, ventured onto their balconies to witness the tornado, only to be swept away along with the railings, plummeting to their deaths. The remainder succumbed to heatstroke." While Shuiwei Bay was not situated in the tornado's direct path, the nearby passage of the storm inflicted significant devastation and loss upon the community. Countless supplies, painstakingly amassed over time, were whisked away by the tempest. Many elderly residents, witnessing their fortunes obliterated overnight, were inevitably consumed by sorrow. The oppressive heat of the day, combined with their heightened emotions, predisposed them to heat-related illnesses. Wang Shijin documented the situation on Xia Xiaoman's end before taking his leave. Xia Xiaoman tidied up the collapsed wall, stacking usable bricks in a corner, then ascended to the attic to install the solar panels. Despite the substantial hole in the roof, the installation of the solar panels proceeded without hindrance. Around 10 p.m., Wang Shijin finally arrived, pushing a small cart. Upon seeing him, Xia Xiaoman approached with 2 shovels and a mask, saying, "The odor is quite overwhelming. You should wear a mask." Wang Shijin wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, "No need. It's too hot. Wearing a mask is uncomfortable." Heeding his words, Xia Xiaoman put away the mask, laid a piece of rag over the cart, and together with Wang Shijin, began transferring the bodies onto the cart. "To where will these bodies be taken?" she asked. Wang Shijin replied, "Authorities have dispatched personnel to dig a cremation pit in the western suburbs. The bodies will be transported to the street, where at 3 a.m. a vehicle will be dispatched specifically to collect the deceased and deliver them to the cremation site." The death toll from this tornado is staggering. The incineration of each body raises the question of when it will all be completed. Given the current environmental conditions, long-term storage of the deceased is untenable, hence the necessity to incinerate them collectively. Naturally, such a method of mass cremation is not easily comprehended or accepted by all. For families who have lost loved ones, the absence of even an urn for ashes seems a profound tragedy. Yet, what alternative exists? Without refrigeration, corpses would either mummify under the sweltering heat or decompose into a putrid mass. Some suggest conducting private cremations, handling the remains themselves. The government of Floating City wholeheartedly supports this notion, stating, "As long as you don't mind the inconvenience or the heat, feel free to conduct the cremation as you see fit." However, the vast majority lack the time or resources to arrange such funerals. The tornado has ravaged their homes, scattering their accumulated supplies. It is imperative to seize the moment and gather resources while they are still accessible rather than waiting for them to be entirely collected. The living must take precedence over the dead. With natural disasters recurring, even if bodies are gathered and graves established, who can foresee whether the next calamity will obliterate those resting places? Rather than obsessing over matters devoid of significance, it is far more prudent to prioritize the search for essential supplies. After the property management of Shuiwei Bay determined the number of casualties in the community, they granted the residents an hour to prepare. 1 hour later, those willing to venture out in search of supplies could assemble at the community square. Groups of 50 were designated to delineate their search areas for resources. Xia Xiaoman chose not to go to the square. She had no desire to seek out hardship, as she possessed a basement. If anyone inquired, she could assert that her supplies were stored in the basement, thus the disaster had not inflicted significant losses upon her. Whether others believed her was of no concern to her. Chapter 113. The refugee like Xiaojiu. The tornado arrived with an abrupt ferocity, departing with an elegant swiftness, leaving behind a scene that was nothing short of horrifying. In the aftermath of the disaster, the nascent indoor farming and power generation facilities in Floating City lay in ruins. The streets were strewn with shattered stones, debris, and remnants of destruction. In the vicinity of the tornado's path, lifeless bodies, having plummeted from great heights, were visible everywhere. Some had been flung against walls, crushed into a grotesque mess, blood and entrails splattered all around. These grim sights evoked a profound sense of humanity's insignificance and fragility in the face of nature's might. Yet, the survivors had no time to mourn. For the sake of survival, they needed to swiftly adjust their mindsets and scavenge for supplies. Amidst the rubble, a frail youth spotted a package of scattered biscuits not far away. Simultaneously, another man, also searching for provisions, noticed the same biscuits. Ignoring the man, the youth dashed forward, hastily scooping up the biscuits into his clothing and sprinting away. The man, witnessing someone daring to snatch away what was his, immediately intercepted the youth, exclaiming, "Hey, kid, put that down." The youth clutched the biscuits tightly, remaining silent. The man, seeing the boy's defiance, ceased his idle threats and swung a fist towards him. Although the boy appeared weak and fragile, his agility was remarkable. He deftly evaded the blow, delivering a swift kick to the man's groin before fleeing further. Suddenly, several individuals emerged at the intersection. The youth, running too swiftly to halt, collided forcefully with the chest of the leader. "Jean, this kid just stole our supplies," shouted the man in pursuit. The youth hurriedly protested, "I didn't steal anything. I found those biscuits first." Wang Shijin furrowed his brow and glared at the man, saying, "Didn't I make it clear before we left not to take from others? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Do you wish to be expelled from the community?" The man, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, unable to respond. Wang Shijin sighed and turned to the youth. "I apologize. It seems I failed to manage my people. Are you hurt? Do you need to visit the medical station?" Before the youth could respond, the man interjected, "He is not hurt at all. I didn't even hit him, and he nearly rendered me incapable." One of the onlookers jested, "Ha! Was your manhood already compromised by Xia Xiaoman?" The man, hearing this, grew furious, retorting, "Your manhood is compromised. During that competition, I merely blocked her kick." It was Zhang Quan who got hit and sneaked off to the medical station. While they continued their banter, they failed to notice the youth's expression had drastically changed. His face taut, he asked, "Are you referring to Xia Xiaoman, the woman about 1.5 meters tall who enjoys wielding an axe?" Wang Shijin narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "Do you know her?" "I do. Where is she now? What is your relationship with her? Why are you seeking her?" Wang Shijin pressed further. The youth licked his cracked lips, his voice hoarse as he replied, "My name is Xiao Yu. Xia Xiaoman owes me money, and I am here to collect." Wang Shijin scrutinized him for a long moment, and this explanation sounded utterly implausible. However, this lad is as thin as a twig. Even if he were troubled, Xia Xiaoman could easily topple him with a single punch. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. "Xia Xiaoman resides in Shuiwe Bay. If you wish to find her, simply go to Shuiwe Bay." Approximately half an hour later, the young man, Xiao Jiu, finally arrived at Shuiwe Bay. Following a thorough search, he was escorted to the property management office. Enqing placed a cup of water in front of him, but he hesitated to drink, sitting awkwardly in the chair with the cup cradled in his hands. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he finally saw Xia Xiaoman appear at the door. "Sister Xiaoman." Tears welled in his eyes, and with immense willpower, Xiao Jiu barely managed to suppress the urge to weep uncontrollably. At that moment, he looked alarmingly gaunt. His cheeks and eye sockets were deeply sunken, with only loose skin hanging from his frame, a stark contrast to his former self, who had been so vain and ostentatious. Xia Xiaoman stared at him in shock, incredulously asking, "Xiao Jiu, is that really you? How have you become so thin?" Xiao Jiu forced a smile and replied, "Something happened, and we ran out of supplies. It's nothing to worry about. A little weight loss is fine. I couldn't shed pounds even when I was heavier." This was no laughing matter. Xia Xiaoman sensed that he had endured some unfortunate events. Rather than pressing him for details, she turned to Aunt Xing and inquired, "Aunt Xing, is my friend's information registered?" Aunt Xing nodded, confirming that the registration was complete and that he could enter the community. Xia Xiaoman expressed her gratitude and led Xiao Jiu back home. Silence enveloped them on the way back. Once home, she went to the kitchen and tossed 2 packs of biscuits to Xiao Jiu. "Have these to ease your hunger. I'll prepare some noodles for you." Xiao Jiu quickly interjected, "Sister, there's no need for such trouble. I'm not hungry. I already consumed a whole pack of biscuits on the way." Ignoring his words, Xia Xiaoman busied herself in the kitchen preparing instant noodles. It wasn't that she was reluctant to offer him something better. Rather, instant noodles were quicker to prepare. In the living room, the one who had claimed he was not hungry could not help but salivate at the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, glancing towards it repeatedly. Unable to resist the temptation, Xiao Jiu opened the biscuits Xia Xiaoman had given him and nibbled slowly. After finishing 2 packs, he barely managed to quell his cravings. Just as he finished the biscuits, the noodles were ready. Placing the bowl on the table, Xia Xiaoman instructed, "First, eat your meal. We can talk afterward." Xiao Jiu, truly famished, could no longer contain himself. The delicious noodles were right before him. He picked up his chopsticks and stuffed a mouthful of noodles into his mouth, not even flinching as the heat reddened his lips. As he ate, tears streamed down his face, falling freely as he consumed the noodles, as if he were bearing an immense grievance. Xia Xiaoman asked nothing, rising to remain in the kitchen until Xiao Jiu had calmed down. Finally, she emerged, holding a glass of cool water, placing it before him. "Didn't you return to your hometown? When did you arrive in Fuqing?" she inquired. Xiao Jiu wiped his swollen eyes and answered honestly, "I just arrived in Fuqing 2 days ago. I had intended to seek you out yesterday, but I encountered a tornado." "Why have you suddenly returned to the floating city, appearing as though you were a refugee? What of your family?" Xia Xiaoman pressed on. Xiao Zhiyu's expression shifted. And with a voice tinged with emotion, he replied, I have no family. Chapter 114. Ruthless critique. Xiao Zhiyu's family resided in Yin City, several cities away from Floating City. When he learned he could return home, he was exuberant, akin to a fool, willing to expend his entire fortune on a ticket back to Yin City. Surely, his family must be there. Xia Xiaoman interjected, if you're unwilling to speak. That is understandable. Have you eaten enough? If not, I can prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Xiao Zhiyu shook his head. I am full. Sister Xiaoman. It's not that I do not wish to share. Rather, I am at a loss for words. He was born into a wealthy family but was deprived of competent parents. My parents were in a business marriage, and they divorced when I was 9. I want to live with my father. He was preoccupied with his company, neglecting me, while my mother busied herself with new relationships post-divorce, also disregarding me. Eventually, my mother remarried, and my father did the same. I became a mere specter in their lives. I aspired to join a boy band, yearning for the spotlight, to become a brilliant star, hoping to capture my parents' attention, even if just for a fleeting moment. After the natural disasters, my father acquired a farm. After returning from Floating City, I assisted him, and he treated me well. I believed we would continue this way until the locust plague struck, devastating the farm. In a bid to recover from the losses, my father sought to dig a private well, but lacked the resources to bribe the officials. He learned that the person overseeing the matter favored men and intended to send me. Xiao Zhiyu's expression darkened. To this day, he could not fathom why his biological father would treat him as a mere commodity. Had he not overheard his father's conversation? He might have found himself in a situation beyond comprehension. I fled to my mother's house after learning of my father's intentions. Xia Xiaoman frowned. Your mother is remarried. It's evident she would not take you in. What made you think to run to her? Xiao Zhiyu let out a bitter laugh. Sister Xiaoman. You see it clearly. Even an outsider like you can discern the truth. Yet I foolishly believed my mother would be kind to me. I stayed at her house for only 2 days before my stepsister falsely accused me of peeking at her while she changed. I was beaten by my stepfather and my stepsister's boyfriend and cast out of the house, while my mother merely watched with indifference, saying nothing to defend me. So, you returned alone because of being abandoned by your family? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Xiao Zhiyu shook his head. If that were the sole reason, I would not have journeyed back to Floating City. After being expelled from my mother's home, I found work in circuit repair and spent my breaks searching for supplies. Sister Xiaoman, you know I have always been fortunate. While scavenging for materials, I stumbled upon 2 gangs fighting and seized the opportunity to snatch a bag from them. Upon returning home and opening the bag, I discovered it was filled with gold, over 50 pounds, comprising gold bars and chains. Xia Xiaoman gazed at him surely. You did not reveal this gold to your parents? Xiao Zhiyu immediately retorted. How could that possibly be? Am I really that foolish? Xia Xiaoman remained silent. Yet her gaze conveyed a sense of disbelief. Xiao Zhiyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. However, the distraction provided by Xia Xiaoman alleviated some of the discomfort in his heart. He had hidden the gold he obtained, thinking it prudent not to place all his eggs in one basket, thus he concealed it in several different locations. Yet, his stepsister, for reasons unknown, encouraged her boyfriend to seize his resources upon learning he had earned provisions from work, claiming it was compensation for her emotional distress. During the attempted theft, one of his hiding spots was discovered. From that moment on, his life was incessantly disrupted by his mother's family. They harbored persistent doubts that he still possessed gold, causing them to create disturbances at his home every few days. Even after relocating, they found ways to track him down. The commotion eventually reached his father, who presented him with 2 choices, either to engage in a compromising arrangement or surrender the gold. Cornered by both families, he felt compelled to leave Yin City. However, apart from Yin City, he had only ever visited Fu City, where he had friends. After much contemplation, he decided to use the remaining hidden gold to secure a ride towards Fu City. Unfortunately, that ride turned out to be a rogue taxi, which abandoned him midway, lost and unfamiliar with the route. A journey that should have taken merely 3 days extended to nearly a month as he wandered aimlessly before finally spotting the signs for Fu City. Observing the pitiful state of Xiao Zhiyu, Xia Xiaoman emotionlessly uttered, "You deserve it." In her eyes, all that befell him was of his own making. Knowing well that his parents held him in disdain, he foolishly purchased a ticket to return home. Not only did he return, but he also provoked both his father and mother without the ability to evade their entanglements. To call him foolish would be an understatement, yet he exhibited a semblance of wisdom by hiding the gold in various places. Conversely, to label him intelligent seemed contradictory, as he possessed such wealth yet chose to take a rideshare instead of purchasing a vehicle to return to Fu City, abandoned by the driver. He failed to ask for directions, transforming a 3-day journey into nearly a month. Xia Xiaoman, astonished, marveled at the miracle of Xiao Zhiyu managing to find her. Being criticized by Xia Xiaoman, Xiao Zhiyu felt a sense of injustice. How was I to know that driver would leave me behind? He claimed he was heading to Fu City to find his daughter. Who could have guessed he would abandon me halfway? Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes. You should consider yourself fortunate. At least he didn't resort to violence. He merely left you stranded. Have you not seen how others behave during floods? You still had the audacity to travel with a gold ingot? Xiao Zhiyu fidgeted with his fingers. I had a knife hidden on me. If you dared to make a move, I would certainly fight back. Xia Xiaoman looked at him with disdain. With your frail physique, you think you could fight? Perhaps you could engage in a struggle, but fighting seems a stretch. All right, let us not dwell on the past. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? Without hesitation, Xiao Zhiyu replied, Of course, I will follow Sister Xiaoman. Wherever you direct me, I shall not stray. If you instruct me to stand, I will not sit. I advise you to relinquish your pursuit at once. Do not even entertain the notion of following me. Even residing in proximity to my home is unattainable. Xia Xiaoman elucidated. Shui Bei prohibits outsiders from staying overnight. Should you wish to enter, you must first undergo an interview with Shui Bei. I suggest you seek out Su Ran and the others, if they are still alive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhiyuan felt a pang of anxiety. What had happened to Su Ran and the others? Xia Xiaoman replied, There was a tornado last night, and I cannot ascertain whether it affected Su Ran's vicinity. If their location happened to be the epicenter of the tornado, it could very well be reduced to ruins by now. Xiao Zhiyuan sprang to his feet. I must go find them. Xiaoman, will you accompany me? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Xiaoman concluded, They are, after all, friends. Let us go. While time remains on our side. Chapter 115. A complete descent into hell. The streets were thronged with groups of people scavenging for supplies. Riding a bicycle was too slow and made one an easy target for robbery. Xia Xiaoman chose to drive her pickup truck this way. If she encountered anything valuable along the way, she could transport it directly. When Xiao Zhiyu saw the pickup, his eyes nearly bulged out. Sis, where did you acquire this vehicle? It's incredible. Xia Xiaoman replied, I exchanged it for 6 pounds of gold. If your gold hadn't been squandered, you could probably have something even more impressive than mine. Xiao Zhiyu, feeling a bit ridiculed, could only respond with silence. As they set off, Xia Xiaoman feigned forgetfulness, instructing Xiao Zhiyu to remain in the vehicle while she returned home to set up a few traps to deter any intruders during her absence. The scene on the street matched her expectations. Survivors banded together in search of supplies scattered by the winds. Some attempted to block the road as she drove by, eager to force her to stop. For those who wished for an early demise, Xia Xiaoman showed no mercy, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The cremation pits in the western suburbs were still warm. A few corpses were of little concern to her. Xiao Zhiyu understood Xia Xiaoman's ruthless nature, but he was unprepared for just how merciless she could be. 4 or 5 individuals formed a blockade at the intersection, yet she didn't flinch as she barreled through them. A group of angry pursuers followed, shouting and attempting to damage the vehicle, but Xia Xiaoman drove on without a backward glance. Before long, they passed through the epicenter of the tornado's wrath. The devastation was widespread. Most buildings lay in ruins, with only a handful of sturdy structures still standing. The road was obstructed by debris, forcing Xia Xiaoman to take a detour. Xiao Zhiyu gazed out the window, observing scattered groups scouring the rubble for resources. Upon hearing the vehicle, some turned to look, their expressions vacant and their eyes hollow. After a brief glance, they resumed their silent search amidst the debris. A tumult of emotions surged within Xiao Zhiyu. Before meeting Xia Xiaoman, he had been one of these lost souls. What had his expression been? Had he also wandered about like a lifeless husk, devoid of spirit? Though the tornado had only raged for a couple of hours, the death toll in Floating City rivaled that of the flood periods. The tornado's path had traversed 4 aid stations and 2 indoor farms, both gathering points where survival was nearly impossible. On their journey to Su Ran's residence, they would pass 2 aid stations, one of which had been ravaged by the tornado. Xia Xiaoman was unaware of the number of casualties at that station, but as she drove past, she observed hundreds of soldiers rummaging through the wreckage for bodies. In the minute or two they passed, more corpses were continuously loaded onto the morgue trucks. If the sweltering floating city was akin to a human hell, then, in the aftermath of the tornado, it had fully devolved into a true inferno. The ground was littered with debris, and the air was thick with the stench of death. Once so talkative, Xiao Zhiyu fell into silence upon witnessing the despairing scenes unfolding before him. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew heavy and oppressive, leaving both of them devoid of the desire to speak. As they drove silently to the community where Su Ran and the others resided, Xia Xiaoman felt a slight sense of relief upon seeing that the houses were still intact. Is that Sister Yui ahead? Xiao Zhiyuan pointed out. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman slowed the car and switched on the high beams, confirming that it was indeed Li Yui, surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals. Li Yui clutched a bulging snakeskin bag tightly, refusing to let go no matter how they struck or attempted to snatch it from her. Lacking formal training in combat, she resorted to scratching with her nails or biting with her teeth. While these methods might have been effective against one or two assailants, they proved futile against a larger group. Before long, she was knocked to the ground, her clothes torn, and multiple hands roamed over her body. With her eyes burning with fury, Li Yui struggled incessantly, but her arms were pinned down, rendering her helpless. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, causing her assailants to loosen their grip. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yui swiftly raised her hand to grasp the nearest man by the head, digging her nails into his eye. He let out a horrifying scream and pushed her away. Li Yui quickly climbed back to her feet, using all fours to cling to the man as she bit down hard onto his neck, pulling with all her might. The taste of blood flooded her mouth, mingling with the metallic tang of iron, yet she remained undeterred, spitting out the flesh only to bite down again. In that moment, Li Yui resembled a frenzied beast, devoid of rational thought, driven solely by the primal urge to annihilate her tormentors. After Xia Xiaoman and Xiao Zhiyuan subdued those who had tormented Li Yui, they turned to witness her ferocious assault and rushed forward to pull her away. "Sister Yui, stop biting. He's already dead," Xiao Zhiyuan gently reassured her, casting a furtive glance at her chest before turning away. Her clothes, long soaked in sweat, had become tattered, and in the struggle, they were completely shredded. Xia Xiaoman, noticing her exposed upper body, quickly grabbed the nearby snakeskin bag and placed it in her arms, before retrieving a cloth from the car to drape over her. Still reeling from the recent trauma, Li Yui had yet to regain her composure as Xia Xiaoman and Xiao Zhiyuan assisted her into the vehicle. Upon arriving at the villa, Xia Xiaoman knocked on the door, calling out, "Is anyone home?" "Ling Ling, Asu." After several unanswered calls, just as she contemplated whether to force the door open, it swung open from within. When Ling peered through the crack, confirming Xia Xiaoman's identity before flinging the door wide and leaping into her embrace. "Sister Xiaoman, it's really you. I've missed you so much." Xia Xiaoman affectionately ruffled her hair, inquiring, "Are your parents home?" When Ling shook her head, "No, they went out." Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, concerned about Wen Jianfeng's decision to leave the two children alone at such a time. With no time to ponder further, she first parked the car in the garage and helped Li Yui back to the room. Having regained her composure, Li Yui cleaned the blood from her mouth and dressed before descending the stairs. Upon observing Xia Xiaoman and Xiao Zhiyuan, who were playfully entangled with a crossbow downstairs, she managed a faint smile and inquired, "Xiaoman, what brings you here at this hour?" "And you, Xiaoyu, I thought you had returned to your hometown. When did you come back?" Xia Xiaoman replied. "Xiao Zhiyuan returned the day before yesterday. Shueihua Bay does not accommodate outsiders, so I brought him here to see if you needed any assistance." "Sister, where? What was happening just now? Why were you outside alone?" Where Coach and Su ran. Chapter 116. The psychology of luck. Reflecting on the recent events, Li Wei instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she remarked, "I truly do not know where Feng Ge and the others are." Although she worked alongside Wen Jianfeng and his team in the indoor planning area, they were stationed in different sections. She was in the ingredient area, Su Ran and Zhou Qiuyang were in the seedling area, while Wen Jianfeng was in the planting zone. When the tornado struck last night, she and her colleagues were directed by their supervisor to seek refuge in the ground floor warehouse. Little did they know that shortly after entering, a steel bar fell from outside, blocking the entrance. They remained trapped in the warehouse for an entire day, only managing to escape around 9 o'clock this evening. Fortunately, the warehouse was equipped with an exhaust fan to ensure ventilation. The upper floor, stacked with fertilizers, prevented the heat from penetrating, saving them from succumbing to the sweltering conditions. Yet, even so, it was an uncomfortable experience. Having gone without food or water for an entire day, many were on the verge of collapse, with several colleagues exhibiting symptoms of heat stroke. After emerging from the warehouse, she searched the indoor planning area for Su Ran and the others but found no trace of them. Fearing for the safety of the two children left alone at home, she decided to return. On her way back, she noticed several bottles, sheets, clothes, and some food scattered on the ground, blown there by the wind. Without a second thought, she picked up a snakeskin bag and collected supplies as she made her way home. Just as she was nearing her doorstep, she encountered a gang of ruffians. Xiaojiu spoke up, "Sister Wei, you are incredibly bold. Returning alone without a proper weapon is unwise." He felt foolish himself, aware that one should always carry a knife for protection. Had she possessed even a small blade, Sister Wei would not have had to resort to biting her attackers. Li Wei explained, "I usually carry a knife when I go out. However, there was an incident in the workshop recently where someone was fatally stabbed during a fight with a knife they brought, leading to strict prohibitions against carrying dangerous items. If one possesses such items, They must be surrendered to the security booth for safekeeping until the end of the shift. I intended to retrieve my knife from the booth on my way home, only to discover it was missing. I learned from a colleague that the security booth had been carried away by the tornado. On her way back, she had contemplated finding a suitable weapon. But her search yielded nothing useful. The larger stones were too heavy to wield, while the smaller ones were ineffective. She couldn't grip the thick wooden sticks steadily, and the thinner ones would break with a mere strike. After much effort, she finally found a steel bar, 7 to 8 meters long, but dragging it was exhausting. Considering she was just a few steps from home, she deemed it a better use of her time to hastily collect some supplies and return home rather than waste time searching for a self-defense weapon. As she entered the community, she breathed a sigh of relief, believing she was safe. However, just as she approached her front door, a pack of thugs suddenly appeared, attempting to seize her supplies and intimidate her. If only she could turn back time, she would slap herself for her greed and reckless pursuit of materials. Why not return home to arm herself before gathering supplies? Had it not been for Xia Xiaoman and her companion's timely intervention, she might have met a tragic end in the streets today. Everyone possesses a sense of luck, but Li Yuer has already learned her lesson. Xia Xiaoman, weary of discussing her, turned her attention to Ling. Has your father returned these past couple of days? Before Ling could respond, Su eagerly interjected. Father came back yesterday. Upon learning that Aunt Yuer was not at home, he went out again and has yet to return. Li Yuer's expression shifted upon hearing this. Just moments ago, when she was being bullied, her thoughts were consumed by Wen Jianfeng. She pondered whether he had returned home to enjoy a feast, questioning why he had not come to seek her. The thought of finally finding a man of interest, only to have him vanish in her time of need, tormented her. She even contemplated that if she survived this ordeal, she would ensure Wen Jianfeng faced dire consequences. Where did your father go looking for me? Li Yuer asked urgently. When Su shook his head in confusion, unaware of the answer, Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow and inquired, what about Su Ran and Zhou Qiuyang? Why are they not home? When Su replied honestly, brother Su Ran and brother A Yang went out to gather supplies. They instructed me and my sister to stay hidden and not to open the door regardless of who might knock. When Ling chimed in loudly, I only opened the door because I heard Sister Xiaoman's voice. Xia Xiaoman gently ruffled Wen Ling's hair, saying, next time, even if you hear my voice, do not open the door. What if a bad person imitates me? You and your brother would be in danger. Wen Ling obediently nodded, about to speak when a noise at the door caught their attention. They all turned to see Su Ran and Zhou Qiuyang sneaking in with a large bundle. Upon spotting Xiao Zhiyuan, Su Ran exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Zhiyuan, what are you doing back? Come help. This thing is incredibly heavy. Su Ran, you little rascal. Have you no regard for my condition? Look at how thin I've become, yet you still expect me to work. Despite his words, he rose to assist in lifting the load. Xia Xiaoman, resting her chin on her hand, asked with interest, Su Ran, what have you brought back? It's wrapped so thoroughly. With a mysterious smile, Su Ran untied the rope and flung aside the tarpaulin, revealing a 3-wheeled vehicle before the group. Xiao Zhiyuan clapped Su Ran on the back, exclaiming, Wow, Su Ran, you're impressive. You managed to find a 3-wheeler. Su Ran humbly replied, I can't take all the credit. This vehicle was discovered by Brother Yang. We checked it, and it can run, though it lacks gasoline. It was hidden in a small house. And it was only after the tornado blew the door off that Brother Yang spotted the vehicle inside. Xia Xiaoman remarked, It seems you were quite fortunate. You still have some gasoline on hand. Su Ran nodded in agreement, and then asked, Sister Xiaoman, what brings you here? Xia Xiaoman replied, I brought Xiao Zhiyuan over and wanted to check on your situation. You arrived just in time. Yesterday, a special police officer came looking for you, saying he had something to give you. Upon realizing you do not reside here, he asked us to pass it on to you. After Su Ran finished speaking, he turned before Xia Xiaoman could react, dashing upstairs to retrieve a package. Xia Xiaoman, puzzled, wondered, a special police officer? Could it be Xie? As she unzipped the bag and poured its contents out, Xia Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback. To her astonishment, there lay an electric baton, accompanied by 2 lithium batteries and a charger. Among the items, she also discovered a piece of paper, which she unfolded to reveal a series of assertive words. The battery is fully charged and can be recharged approximately 400 times with a monthly charge. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. Although she was uncertain as to why Xie had gifted her an electric baton, having an additional means of self-defense was certainly a boon. Chapter 117. Severe shortage of personnel. Xiao Zhiyu gazed longingly at the electric baton, nearly drooling with envy. Had he possessed such a tool, his circumstances would not have been so dire. Li Yue remarked, that detective is quite thoughtful, knowing how difficult it is to charge devices these days. He prepared 2 spare batteries. Xia Xiaoman smiled but refrained from responding, instead shifting the conversation. Shou Qiuyang. Do you know where the coach has gone? Shou Qiuyang replied affirmatively. He had heard that a group from the indoor planting site had relocated to a nearby residential building for refuge, not seeing Sister Yue at home. He presumed she had gone to the residential building and set off to find her. Upon hearing about Wen Jianfeng's whereabouts, Li Yue exhaled in relief. I will go out to find him now. Xiaoyang, could you please watch over Lingling and Asu? I shall return shortly. At this, Xiao Zhiyu immediately interjected, Sister Yue, perhaps you should reconsider going out. What if you encounter danger? Before he could finish, Li Yue interrupted, It's all right. I will take my bow and knife. I can handle any unruly creatures I might meet. Xia Xiaoman proposed, I will drive Sister Yue there. It's on the way back to Shui Bei. With Xia Xiaoman present, the others felt reassured and ceased to dissuade Li Yue. As they drove to the community entrance, they were greeted by the sight of a weary Wen Jianfeng. Li Yue immediately alighted from the car and rushed to embrace him, and once her emotions had settled somewhat, she took his hand and smiled at Xia Xiaoman. Seeing that they were unharmed, Xia Xiaoman departed. On her way back, she made a detour to Moage's repair shop, hoping to find a good deal. However, as she approached, she was met with a scene of flames and chaos, with figures wielding machetes and clubs engaged in violent conflict. Realizing there was no opportunity to seize, Xia Xiaoman swiftly turned around, eager to avoid entanglement and unnecessary disputes. Returning to the community, she spotted Fu Baiwei squatting at her doorstep from a distance. After parking in the garage, she exited the vehicle and inquired, What brings you here? Where is your boyfriend? Fu Baiwei replied, He has been dispatched for an emergency rescue at the power station. I was idle at home and thought to return the appliances left by previous clients. Why not join the others in the community to search for supplies? Xia Xiaoman asked. Fu Baiwei sighed. Ayun forbids me from going out, claiming it is far too perilous outside. Last night, I ventured alone to the power station to find Sun Haiyan, frightening him half to death. A tornado had obliterated the fragile order that had been painstakingly re-established in the floating city, resulting in rampant incidents of robbery and murder. As a woman, venturing outside could easily make her a target. However, the situation had been exceptional last night. She had disregarded her own safety. Yet, she was not foolish. On her way to the power station, she had not dared to stroll leisurely, instead jogging while clutching an iron rod. Any would-be assailants had barely conceived of their intentions before she had already distanced herself. Xia Xiaoman opened the door and stowed away the trap she had set before allowing Fu Baiwei to enter. As Fu Baiwei moved the batteries, she asked Xiaoman, Aren't you going out to gather supplies? Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Xiaoman replied, No, I still have food at home. The generator remains operational. When food supplies dwindle, I shall resort to renting power. Enduring the sweltering heat, I toiled throughout the night, yet could scarcely procure a meager amount of resources. Far less than what she salvaged during the floods. It was sheer folly for her to venture out. Fu Baiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, Your generator is still functional. How splendid. In a while, I can continue my venture as a second-hand charging mogul. Xia Xiaoman, in a teasing tone, replied, Do your best. My future sustenance depends entirely on you, whether I feast luxuriously or subsist on mere scraps. Fu Baiwei confidently patted her chest, assuring, Fear not. With me around, our charging enterprise shall surely thrive. The devastation wrought by the tornado was immense. The entire city's law enforcement was occupied with rescuing the injured and recovering the remains of the deceased. Regrettably, while some individuals refrained from alleviating the burden on Floating City, others exacerbated it. Brawls and thefts erupted everywhere, with bullies preying on the weak. The Floating City government was compelled to allocate a portion of its limited police force to quell these disturbances and maintain order. The shortage of personnel hindered the management of the water well issues. Some well covers had been whisked away by the tornado, leading nearby residents to frantically scramble for water, only to drink a few sips before dousing themselves, bathing at the well's edge. Meanwhile, other wells retained their intact covers. Yet the residents awaited the arrival of staff to open them, and in their desperation, some resorted to violently removing the covers to waste the well water freely. In Shui Bei, the residents were bound by property regulations. Despite their own thirst, they dared not dismantle the wells indiscriminately. Around 4 a.m, individuals finally arrived to open the wells. Xia Xiaoman received the news and set out with her bucket to fetch water, perhaps due to their unbearable thirst. The residents of Shui Bei displayed an unusual impatience while waiting in line, softly urging one another to hasten. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, drawing everyone's attention towards the source of the sound. A woman sat trembling on the ground, pointing towards the flower bed in sheer terror, shouting, There is a corpse. The queue murmured in indifference, Isn't it just a dead body? You can see one just a few steps outside the community. What is the fuss about? A few patrolling officers approached, intending to remove the body from the premises. However, upon arrival, they discovered the situation was not as they had imagined. They had presumed the body was blown in by the tornado, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was not lying on the ground, but rather buried within the flower bed, clearly the result of foul play. The woman had felt an urgent need while waiting in line and ran into the flower bed, seeking a place to relieve herself. As she stepped into the flower bed, she sensed something amiss. Upon digging through the top layer of soil, she uncovered a grotesque face. The corpse's eyelids had been sewn shut with thread, and its mouth had been grotesquely stretched into a smile, resembling a clown. A mere glance at the face revealed that this individual had not died a natural death. The patrol team unearthed the body, discovering a deep gash from the collarbone down to the abdomen, which had also been stitched up. One audacious individual pressed upon the corpse's abdomen, sensing that something round and firm resided within. The situation had exceeded their capacity to manage, prompting the patrol team to immediately notify the property management department. Shortly thereafter, Enxing arrived in the company of Luo Youqiang. Upon casting a glance at the body, the elder Luo instructed someone to seek out Chun Peiqiang from the logistics department. Given the meticulous stitching, it was likely that the logistics department had encountered something similar before. In times of natural disasters and societal upheaval, encountering a corpse is not particularly shocking. However, the sight of such an eerie body still evokes an unsettling chill. Those queuing for water engaged in fervent discussions, speculating about who might have committed the murder and concealed the body in the flower bed. Chapter 118. Unexpectedly becoming a wife of a husband in Shuiyue Bay, malicious murder is strictly prohibited. The perpetrator not only committed murder within its confines but also buried the body in a flower bed, displaying an audacity beyond measure. The property management immediately launched an investigation into the matter. However, without surveillance, blood detection equipment, or fingerprint analysis, identifying the culprit proved to be a daunting task. Yet, the murderer had no intention of evading capture. Upon the discovery of the corpse, they willingly approached the property management to confess the entire sequence of events surrounding the crime. The following evening, shortly after 8, Sun Haiyun brought a bag of vacuum-sealed rice to Xia Xiaoman as a token of gratitude for offering refuge to Fu Baiwei during the tempest that had recently beset them. Fu Baiwei accompanied him, and, upon seeing Xia Xiaoman, excitedly exclaimed, "Xiaoman, do you know what was found inside the belly of that corpse yesterday?" Xia Xiaoman, lacking the inclination to speculate, shook her head. Fu Baiwei, lowering her voice conspiratorially, replied, "The corpse had a human head inside. Quite grotesque, don't you think?" "A human head? Does that imply 2 victims? What about the other body?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. Fu Baiwei continued, "The other body was buried in the adjacent flower bed. When we arrived, we saw that the patrol team had already excavated the headless corpse." Furrowing her brow, Xia Xiaoman pondered who could have committed such a heinous act and buried the bodies within the community, an utterly unsettling thought. If it were her, she would have disposed of the bodies on the streets, trusting that a mortuary vehicle would come to collect them, rather than going through the trouble of burying them. Fu Baiwei explained, "The murderer is Hong Shuangyan, a resident of Building 16, Apartment 807. The corpse with the head is her husband, while the headless body belongs to her husband's childhood friend. It is said that before the calamity struck, her husband's friend had been over for drinks and ended up sleeping the entire day at her home. When he finally awoke, the roads outside were already flooded, so he remained there for safety. Hong Shuangyan has a generous disposition and does not mind minor inconveniences. Thus, even when her husband's friend visited frequently, she was unperturbed. After the disaster, considering that having an additional man at home could provide extra protection, she consented to let her husband's friend stay. The 3 of them coexisted peacefully, save for the occasional late-night revelries instigated by her husband's friend, which caused no significant discord among them. However, 2 days ago, as she left for work and stepped outside the community gate, she witnessed the approach of a tornado and promptly returned home. Upon her return, intending to call out her husband and his friend's names, she inadvertently overheard some unspeakably lewd moans. Initially, she suspected her husband might have brought a mistress home. But as she discreetly peered through the crack of the bedroom door, she was met with a scene of debauchery that made her wish to gouge her own eyes out. It was utterly revolting. Inside the room, her usually polite husband was on all fours beneath his friend, uttering words that were nauseating in their very nature. Fu Baiwei, relishing the tale, remarked, "I've heard from others that Hong Shuangyan's husband was originally gay. Before she married him, he frequently brought men home. It seems he eventually succumbed to the pressures of his family and married her." Xia Xiaoman clicked her tongue and remarked, "This Ms. Hong is truly unfortunate." Fu Baiwei nodded in agreement. Indeed, she inexplicably became a wife in name only, but thankfully, they have no children. Upon discovering her husband's affair with his childhood friend, Hong Shuangyan felt utterly cursed, having been deceived into a marriage with a double-dealing man. Yet, she did not find herself enraged to the point of murder. What she did not anticipate was that her husband, with whom she had shared a bed for over 3 years, could be so shameless. After she caught them in the act, they brazenly ceased their charade, openly displaying their affection in front of her. While a tempest raged, she cowered in a corner. While those two wretches embraced and sweetly exchanged loving words, declaring that if they were to die, they would do so together, as if bound by fate. Infuriated, Hong Shuangdian unleashed a torrent of curses, yet those two shameless individuals remained unfazed, their skin thicker than city walls. They even suggested that given the chaotic state of the world, it would be perilous for her, a single woman, to venture out alone. Instead, they proposed that the three of them continue living together harmoniously, and once times improved, she could bear a child for each of them, akin to some renowned figure abroad, forming a blissful family. To hell with that notion of a blissful family. Once the storm passed, she planned to dispatch those two wretches without hesitation. Xia Xiaoman questioned. For such scoundrels, why not simply dispose of them without the fuss of burying their bodies in the community? This query had always eluded her understanding. Hong Shuangdian recounted that upon returning home, the first words she heard were her husband's declaration to his friend. I adore you so much that I could just swallow you whole. Fu Baiwei dramatically mimicked his tone, leaving Xia Xiaoman utterly astounded. Continuing, Fu Baiwei stated, thus, Hong Shuangdian fulfilled her husband's wish by metaphorically stuffing his friend's head into his belly, out of a sense of vengeance. She was unwilling to allow her husband and his friend's bodies to be discarded in a cremation pit, as that would imply a shared grave for those two wretches. Consequently, she chose to bury the bodies within the community, as moving them elsewhere was simply impractical. When preparing for the burial, she recalled her husband's words about desiring to be buried together, so she interred him and the headless corpse in separate flower beds. This was to ensure that they would experience the irony of being so close, yet perpetually unable to unite. Xia Xiaoman wore a complex expression. Ms. Hong's vengeful spirit was quite formidable, unwilling to let go even in death. Fu Baiwei found some understanding for Hong Shuangdian. As anyone faced with being a mere vessel for reproduction after becoming a wife in name only would surely go mad. However, she was quite curious about how a single woman could have killed her husband and that man. The previously silent Sun Haiyun twitched at this remark, saying, Wei Wei, you really shouldn't be curious about such matters. Fu Baiwei raised an eyebrow. What? Are you afraid I might emulate Hong Shuangdian and kill you? Sun Haiyun smiled wryly. I've done nothing to wrong you. What is there to fear? Fu Baiwei let out a haughty snort, declaring, it is best this way. Should I discover any wrongdoing on your part, I shall be far more ruthless than Hong Shuangdian. At times, taking a life is not as arduous as one might conceive. Human existence is exceedingly fragile, with the heart and carotid artery serving as fatal vulnerabilities. Hong Shuangdian simply seized the opportunity to plunge a knife into the hearts of those two scoundrels while they lay dormant, leaving them no chance to utter a final word before their untimely demise. Chapter 119. An anonymous vote determines fate. The incident surrounding Hong Shuangdian's murder has stirred considerable commotion in Shuiwei Bay, not solely due to her peculiar handling of the body, but also owing to her dramatic life story. In this era, homosexuality remains a semi-taboo subject in Xia country. Some perceive it as normal, while others regard it as a mental disorder. Once one's sexual orientation is exposed, one swiftly becomes the center of attention, subject to rampant speculation. While fetching water, Xia Xiaoman noticed a table set up beside the water source, atop which rested a box. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that the property management had encountered a division of opinion regarding the handling of Hong Shuangdian. A faction believed that her actions, though grievous, were provoked by circumstances. And given her previously commendable behavior, they advocated for leniency. Conversely, another faction argued that murder and the subsequent concealment of the body, especially in such a grotesque manner, were intolerable and violated the established regulations of the property management. They proposed expelling Hong Shuangdian from the community to prevent any future violent incidents. The property management of Shuiwei Bay prides itself on fairness and impartiality. Thus, in light of the discord, they decided to let the residents vote anonymously on whether to allow Hong Shuangdian to stay or to expel her. Xia Xiaoman glanced at the setup and intended to abstain from voting. However, after taking a few steps away, she turned back, tore off a piece of notepaper, and inscribed the word stay. When Wan Shijin approached to cast his vote, he happened to witness her toss her crumpled paper into the box and casually inquired, What did you vote for? Stay or leave? Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoman replied candidly, I wrote stay. The ability to decisively eliminate adversaries and flawlessly execute two adult men is a skill that Mrs. Hong possesses. She is no less capable than any man. Wang Shijin was taken aback. His casual question had elicited a serious response from Xia Xiaoman. Nonetheless, he reflected on the fact that Hong Shuangdian had indeed breached the community's rules. Allowing her to remain might lead others to perceive the regulations as mere words, potentially resulting in future disregard for the rules. This posed a genuine concern, which is precisely why the property management resorted to a voting process. If the majority of the residents supported Mrs. Hong's stay, then the others would have little ground to invoke the community regulations, would they not? Xia Xiaoman regarded him thoughtfully. Wang Shijin sighed in resignation. You make a valid point. He then pinned stay on his own paper as well. Enqing admired Hong Shuangyan's audacity and decisiveness, proposing her inclusion in the patrol team. However, old Luo contended that without rules, there could be no order. If the regulations were bent for one individual, it would only encourage further disregard for the community's guidelines. Neither could persuade the other, which led to the decision for an anonymous vote. Upon returning home with water, Xia Xiaoman observed Wang Shijin holding a bucket at the intersection, seemingly awaiting someone. She casually asked, "Still not heading back? Are you waiting for the voting results?" Wang Shijin shook his head, replying, "I was waiting for you. I forgot to ask earlier, can I borrow your pickup for a few days? I plan to visit Yuanqing again." Now off to Yuanqing. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brows. The floating city was engulfed in chaos, making it an unfavorable time for venturing outside. Wang Shijin sighed helplessly. The destruction wrought by the tornado was catastrophic, leaving many residents in the community bereft of supplies swept away by the fierce winds. After conferring with his friends, they resolved to make several trips to Yuanqing, striving to recover the lost provisions. Scavenging through the ruins for supplies was not only arduous but also fraught with the risk of altercations with others. Even if they were numerous, they could not endure a constant barrage of conflicts throughout the day. After much contemplation, he concluded that engaging in the trade of buying and selling would be far more lucrative. A few days of labor would yield a substantial bounty of goods, vastly preferable to rummaging through debris. Xia Xiaoman reflected for a moment. She had no immediate need for a vehicle and nodded in agreement. Very well. The rental and deposit remain unchanged. Whenever you require the vehicle, simply bring the deposit and rental fee. Armed with the experience of their previous excursion, Wang Shijin was aware of which route would facilitate a smooth journey to Yuanqing, estimating that this trip would take around 7 days. Thus, he opted to rent the vehicle for 7 days. The following evening, shortly after 7, with the sun just dipping below the horizon and the evening glow still lingering, Wang Shijin hurried to Xia Xiaoman's residence to rent the vehicle, aiming to depart before 8:30. He feared that if they did not leave in time, they might not reach Yuanqing before dawn. Once Wang Shijin and his companions departed, the community was once again placed under strict guard. Simultaneously, the results of the anonymous vote regarding how to address Hong Shuangyan's situation emerged. Regrettably, there were few who agreed to let her remain. Had Hong Shuangyan, in a moment of emotional turmoil, killed the two vile men and discarded their bodies on the street, the community might have understood her actions as a response to provocation and would have considered allowing her to stay. However, her method of disposing of the bodies was deemed excessively extreme, instilling fear in most residents who were unwilling to allow her to remain. Apprehensive of her potential for further violence, the property management was compelled to act on the voting results, mandating that Hong Shuangyan vacate the community within 3 days. Upon learning of the vote's outcome, Fu Baiwei, indignant, sought out Xia Xiaoman to voice her grievances, asserting that the fault lay with the two scoundrels, not with Hong Shuangyan, and questioning the justification for her expulsion. Those who voted were equally unreasonable. As a woman, being cast out from the community left her with no viable means of survival. Was this not tantamount to driving her to despair? Xia Xiaoman smiled softly, remarking that everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. From the moment she committed murder and disposed of the bodies, she should have anticipated the repercussions of such actions being revealed, ultimately leading to her expulsion. Since she had acted, she must face the consequences. Xia Xiaoman also believed that Hong Shuangyan should not be expelled, not merely from a moral standpoint, but because she genuinely felt that Hong Shuangyan had potential worth nurturing. She might one day become a formidable ally in Shuiwei Bay. Fu Baiwei remained discontent, incessantly defending Hong Shuangyan. Xia Xiaoman, weary of her tirade, interjected, "Are you so idle every day? You keep coming to me. Are you not concerned that someone might steal your supplies?" Fu Baiwei, with an air of calm, responded, "Who would dare to steal from my home? Enqing and Uncle Luo live directly across from me. Any thief would circumvent our floor." Xia Xiaoman was well aware that 2 of the 3 department heads of the property management office resided near her home, which explained her audacity to wander freely outside her residence. Chapter 120. No egg left unbroken. With the resolution of the situation regarding Hong Shuangyan, the discussions among the residents regarding this matter have diminished significantly. Instead, they have turned their attention to what Wang Shijin might bring back from Yuanqing, or have begun to converse about the circumstances outside the community. Xia Xiaoman quietly stood in line to fetch water. Noticing that the aftermath of the recent turmoil seemed to have left the residents anxious and restless due to the scarcity of supplies. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sudden uproar of angry disputes erupted ahead, escalating swiftly into a physical altercation among several men. The patrolling team, alerted by the commotion, prepared to intervene when, unexpectedly, a cacophony of gong sounds reverberated through the air. All attention shifted to the source of the noise, including those embroiled in the brawl, who paused in confusion. A voice rang out, warning of approaching trouble. Brothers and sisters, arm yourselves and confront them. Before the words could settle, those in line abandoned their water buckets, drawing concealed knives and clubs, rushing towards the community entrance. Those without weapons hurried back home to fetch arms, calling upon those left behind to join them. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Xiaoman also returned home, slinging a backpack over her shoulders and joining the throng headed for the gate. The attackers were the infamous Luosha gang, harboring a long-standing grudge against Shui Bei. Prior to Shui Wei's emergence in the black market, nearly all stalls were obliged to pay protection fees to the Luosha gang. However, since Shui Bei began its operations, not only did they cease receiving these fees, but even those stalls frequently collaborating with Shui Bei found themselves exempt from payment. Attempting to intercept or assault Shui Bei, the Luosha gang had been thwarted time and again. Yesterday, upon witnessing several vehicles departing from Shui Bei, they speculated that Shui Bei was transporting goods to Yuanqing. Consequently, they rallied their forces, preparing to seize Shui Bei at once. Upon reaching the community entrance, Xia Xiaoman observed that the floodlights were already illuminating the area, where members of Shui Bei and the Luosha gang were locked in a fierce clash. Scanning her surroundings, she discerned that the third-floor balcony on the right side of the entrance provided an optimal vantage point, prompting her to dash up. Once atop, she spotted the old man Luo standing there. He cast a glance at her and inquired, "What brings you here at this hour?" Without a reply, Xia Xiaoman retrieved her crossbow from her bag, knocking an arrow and aiming it at the crowd below. After a moment's concentration, she asked, "Old man, which one is the leader on the opposite side?" Luo scrutinized her crossbow, remarking, "The range of that thing is too limited. You won't hit anything." Xia Xiaoman clicked her tongue, retorting, "Then tell me who I can hit." Unfazed, Luo narrowed his cloudy eyes, carefully observing the skirmish. Within half a minute, he pointed to a tall man not far away, clad in black with white trim. "See that one? Can you hit him?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Xiaoman pulled the trigger, the arrow whistling through the air and striking the man squarely in the back. Luo scoffed, "Your aim is woefully poor. Why shoot him in the back? Aim for his eyes." Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes. In the dim light of night, simply hitting the back was already a commendable feat. Incompetence is simply incompetence, and making countless excuses does not change that. "Stand aside, allow me." With this declaration, the old man Luo seized the crossbow from her grasp, aimed at the man in black, and, after a mere 10 seconds, released an arrow that struck true, piercing the man's eye. Xia Xiaoman was astonished. The old gentleman certainly had remarkable precision. With a proud expression, Luo boasted, "In my heyday, I wielded a revolver with such skill that each shot claimed a life. What is this crossbow to me? Just remnants of my past exploits." After speaking, he opened his hand to retrieve an arrow, declaring, "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess once more." Xia Xiaoman tightened her grip on her bag, aware that she only had 25 arrows left, having already expended 2. If all were used, she would be defenseless. Hearing this, the old man proclaimed with bravado, "What's an arrow or 2? Once we dispatch these foes, I shall have the logistics team craft 100 for you." Her eyes sparkled at this offer. Was it truly free? Luo cast a knowing glance her way, seeing through her intentions, and huffed in pride, "Do you think I lack such trivial supplies?" Instantly, Xia Xiaoman's spirit soared. She produced the remaining arrows from her bag, 23 in total. "Here they are. Please take your time. I shall descend to assist." At the entrance of the community, the residents of Shui Bei united to block those attempting to invade. They understood well that there can be no sanctuary beneath a collapsing roof. If they chose to remain idle, indulging in comfort at the back, once the entrance was breached, they would be the next to perish. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoman drew her axe, nimbly weaving through the crowd, relentlessly swinging the weapon to strike down those who dared to breach Shui Bei. The axe sliced through the air, creating fierce arcs, clashing against the enemy's weapons and sparking flames. The scene was chaotic. Some from Shui Bei wielded clubs, while others brandished knives, each person resolutely charging forward, pouring every ounce of strength into the battle to protect their home, with no one faltering. In that moment, the entrance of Shui Bei was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and clashing weapons. All became blinded by the fury of combat. The air thick with the scent of blood, Xia Xiaoman continued her relentless assault, blood splattering across her hair, face, and clothes. She had sustained several cuts. Yet she resembled a creature oblivious to pain, repeating the motions of striking and killing. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until suddenly, a voice rang out. Luo Tianzi is dead. Listen, members of the Luo Sha gang. Your leader has fallen. Lay down your weapons and depart, and Shui Wei will spare your lives. Persist in your foolishness, and do not blame us for annihilating you. Upon hearing that their leader had perished, the members of the Luo Sha gang were momentarily paralyzed. It was only when they saw Luo Tianzi's corpse underfoot that they truly believed in his demise. A collective silence enveloped them, and as they surveyed the battlefield littered with bodies, fear took hold, causing them to tightly grip their weapons and retreat. With no one to stop their departure, they turned and fled. Once one fled, the remaining members lacked the courage to continue the fight, and within mere minutes, the remnants of the Luo Sha gang scattered in disarray. Xia Xiaoman gripped the bloodied axe, her vigilance heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. Soon, she heard someone announce that those who were uninjured or lightly wounded should remain to tend to the battlefield, while the still living comrades on the ground were to be carried into the community. Those severely injured but able to walk were to make their way inside, while those unable to move should call for assistance. Xia Xiaoman glanced at her own wounds. They were not severe. Her arm bore a couple of cuts, and her back had been struck a few times, rendering her among the lightly injured. Although she held a fondness for Shui Wei, her attachment was not profound enough to compel her to fight desperately for it. Despite her recent ferocity in battle, she had been quietly observing the fray all along. She deliberately avoided the fiercest skirmishes, steering clear of those who fought with exceptional prowess, and instead sought out the weaker opponents to engage. Nevertheless, she had still sustained injuries, a testament to the intensity of the conflict she had faced. Chapter 121. The belligerent Xia Xiaoman following a fierce battle. The entrance of Shui Wei was littered with dismembered limbs, the ground saturated with blood, and the air thick with the pungent scent of carnage that lingered from afar. Xia Xiaoman joined the crowd in the arduous task of clearing the battlefield, toiling for over half an hour, until some individuals who had been out for work or scavenging for supplies returned upon hearing the grim news. The responsibility of cleaning up was entrusted to them, allowing the lightly injured to finally sit down and rest for a while. The property management department dispatched personnel to account for the numbers. That night, there were 362 lightly injured, 167 severely injured, and 93 fatalities. The death toll continued to rise slowly, as those gravely wounded faced imminent demise without urgent medical intervention. All vehicles in the community had been commandeered by Wang Shijin, prompting the property management to send representatives to communicate with their usual trading points, while simultaneously seeking assistance from medical stations to inform them of the casualties. Once vehicles were procured from the trading point, arrangements were swiftly made to transport all severely injured individuals to the medical station for treatment. Meanwhile, the lightly injured were attended to by the property management for wound cleaning and dressing. The Blood Demon Gang had coincidentally chosen the water-fetching time to unleash their brutality, and the workers responsible for opening the well witnessed the entire gruesome affair. Old Luo approached them, requesting that water be made available tonight without restriction, to aid in cleaning the wounds. Given Shui Wei's repeated provision of supplies at low prices to the trading points and military, the authorities acquiesced to Old Luo's request. With water at hand, the property management promptly heated water for the wounded to cleanse their injuries, preventing infection. The arrangements by the property management were meticulous. Within 3 hours, all severely injured patients were transported to the medical station, and the lightly injured had their wounds dressed. The bodies at the community entrance were piled up on the street, awaiting collection by the corpse transport, while the patrol team was reassembled to safeguard Shui Wei. Had it not been for the extensive bloodstains still evident at the entrance, one might have scarcely believed that a brutal conflict had transpired here just 3 hours prior. After tending to her wounds, Xia Xiaoman sought out Old Luo to retrieve her crossbow. However, he informed her that crafting arrows for the crossbow required testing, which meant she could not take it home just yet. Xia Xiaoman quickly discerned that the old man intended to replicate her crossbow, and indeed, those 100 free arrows were not so easily obtained. Nevertheless, she was unconcerned. The crossbow was merely one of her arsenal, and its temporary absence would not significantly impact her. Upon returning home, she fed her chickens and rabbits, then collapsed onto her bed, utterly fatigued. After several hours of labor, hunger gnawed at her, yet her appetite had waned. Unable to sleep due to her hunger, she hastily consumed a couple of pieces of bread before reluctantly drifting off to sleep, having just endured a brutal fight. It was hardly the opportune moment for rest, yet exhaustion overwhelmed her as she dozed off, her dreams filled with vivid scenes of combat. Awakening less than an hour later, she struggled to distinguish reality from the remnants of her dreams, momentarily believing she was still embroiled in battle. It took her some time to regain her composure. Her muscles ached all over, and the spots on her back where she had been struck throbbed painfully. Xia Xiaoman retrieved medicinal alcohol in an attempt to soothe her back. But after a prolonged effort, she only ended up with mud on her hands. Upon seeing the reddish-brown mud, she belatedly realized that the bloodstains on her face and body had yet to be cleansed, leaving her puzzled as to how she had managed to fall asleep in such a filthy state. With a sigh, Xia Xiaoman rose to fetch water, deciding against wasting the limited water supply for bathing today. She had anticipated that, given the recent fierce battle, few would venture out to draw water. To her surprise, a number of individuals were indeed collecting water, likely eager to take advantage of the unlimited supply. Suddenly, a hand patted her shoulder, prompting Xia Xiaoman to turn around sharply. Standing behind her was Fu Baiwei, her eyes widening at the sight of the cracked blood on her face. What happened to your face? Are you injured? Realizing it was Fu Baiwei who had tapped her shoulder, Xia Xiaoman's tense muscles relaxed somewhat as she explained, I got this during the fight. It's all someone else's blood. You went to fight? Fu Baiwei asked, her face a picture of confusion. Xia Xiaoman nodded. The people from the Luosha gang came over, and everyone in the neighborhood rushed to the entrance to confront them. You didn't know? Fu Baiwei shook her head. I was at the entrance too. But why did you go to fight? You haven't been trained. Xia Xiaoman frowned. What do you mean? Are untrained people not allowed to participate in fights? Upon hearing this, Fu Baiwei regarded her with a complex expression. You truly don't know? Everyone in the neighborhood is required to train with Grandpa Luo for half a month. After that, he evaluates each person. Those who score well can either join the patrol team or choose to seek employment elsewhere. With pride, she continued, my boyfriend received a top score, but he believes the resources earned from patrolling are minimal, so he opted to work at the power station instead. She elaborated, those with a good score become alternate patrollers. If a patroller encounters trouble, the property management selects someone from the alternates to fill in. The individuals guarding the entrance now are the alternates. Those with average scores carry on with their usual tasks, but must prioritize safeguarding the community in emergencies. As for those with poor scores, like me, awkward and clumsy, I was assigned to logistics. I assist in caring for the wounded and providing supplies during crises. Turning her gaze back to Xia Xiaoman, she remarked, I recall you weren't called for training by Grandpa Luo, so you shouldn't have been compelled to join the fight. You could have helped in logistics instead. Why did you foolishly rush out? Xia Xiaoman's mouth twitched. No one had informed her of such a regulation at Shuiwei Bay. Had she known she could avoid the fight, she would have certainly opted to watch the commotion from the logistics side. It was no wonder so many in the community, upon hearing of an attack on Shuiwei Bay, had instinctively drawn their weapons and rushed to the entrance. They were well aware of their roles. That old man Luo was cunning. Knowing she hadn't participated in the training, he let her charge into the crowd without a word of caution. Xia Xiaoman exclaimed indignantly, next time something like this happens, I'll just hide with you in the logistics department. Just as she finished speaking, a man standing in front of her turned around with a hearty laugh. Little girl, don't even think about hiding in the logistics department. Old Luo did not permit you to train, for he is aware that you possess the ability to effortlessly hurl an adult man through the air, and he is also cognizant of your undefeated record in martial contests. He remarked that with your exceptional prowess, there is no need for you to occupy a spot in the training roster. Xia Xiaoman was rendered speechless. Did he not fear that I might discover the presence of assailants within the community and remain in hiding out of fear? The man erupted into hearty laughter, asserting that such a combative spirit as yours would never cower like a quail. Xia Xiaoman retorted, this is slander, blatant slander. How could she possibly be deemed a bellicose individual? She is, in fact, an advocate for leisure. Chapter 122. A tornado strikes Yuanqing following the fierce battle with the Rakshasa gang. Those who had been secretly coveting the Water Moon Bay vanished without a trace. The violence and terror displayed during the confrontation between Water Moon Bay and the Rakshasa gang were too gruesome to ignore, despite bringing a contingent of several hundred. The Rakshasa gang failed to conquer Water Moon Bay, leaving the smaller factions too intimidated to act recklessly. With no disturbances, Water Moon Bay was afforded the opportunity to recuperate. Xia Xiaoman rested at home for 2 days. With air conditioning, she was spared the torment of sweat soaking her wounds, allowing the cuts on her arm to scab over within that brief period. Conversely, those without air conditioning suffered. Reports indicated that 6 or 7 individuals had to be sent to the medical station due to infected wounds. During these 2 days of idleness, Fu Baiwei frequently visited Xia Xiaoman, ostensibly to assist with changing her dressings and applying medicinal alcohol, though the true motivation was to enjoy the cool air. She was mindful of her presence, returning home at mealtimes and never arriving empty-handed, often helping to clean the droppings of chickens and rabbits. With little to do at home, Xia Xiaoman found herself bored. Her injured hand hindered her ability to practice martial arts, so she allowed Fu Baiwei to enjoy the air conditioning. When the mood struck her, she would invite Fu Baiwei to join her in playing cards to pass the time. You bring me food every day. Does your boyfriend have any objections? Fu Baiwei tossed a card onto the table and replied, what could he possibly object to? The supplies I bring are all from my own earnings. His supplies are safely stored away. This sparked a thought in Fu Baiwei. Xiaoman, would you be interested in entering a business venture with me? Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. What kind of business? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Selling cold drinks. You have a refrigerator. We can freeze some ice cubes. When people queue for water in the evening, we can toss the ice cubes into water bottles and sell them at the water collection point. We won't charge much, 1 cup of cold water for 1.5 cups of well water, given that most residents had lost their supplies to the winds. Extracting resources from them would not be easy. However, the community had recently lifted water restrictions, and many households still had water stored. In the sweltering heat, a cup of cold water could provide instant relief, and she believed many would be willing to exchange 1.5 cups of ordinary well water for it. This business proposition seemed like a surefire success, yet Xia Xiaoman declined without hesitation. Every household is tightening their belts. If others find out I have a refrigerator, I would become a target for resentment. Fu Baiwei frowned slightly, realizing her oversight. Cold water was not the same as electricity. The community had 7 or 8 generators, and her second-hand charging business would go unnoticed. However, selling cold water would undoubtedly incite jealousy. While Water Moon Bay presented a united front to the outside world, internal disputes and rivalries existed. After contemplating, Fu Baiwei suggested, then I'll find a way to get a refrigerator and rent your electricity to sell the cold water. This way, you won't attract attention. With 2 prominent leaders residing near her, Fu Baiwei felt secure that no one would dare to trouble her. Xia Xiaoman shrugged nonchalantly. Do as you wish. If you don't mind the hassle, go ahead. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn echoed outside. Xia Xiaoman approached the window and pulled back the curtains to take a glance. It was Wang Shijin returning. His countenance appeared somewhat more haggard than it had 7 days prior, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness, and his spirit seemed quite buoyant, evidently indicating a fruitful excursion. He had timed his return impeccably, as always. Xia Xiaoman tossed back 10 pounds of gold to him. Wang Shijin accepted the gold with a smile, remarking, I must return on time. If I am even a day late, you would deduct half a pound from my gold. Fu Baiwei cheerfully approached, saying, Brother Jean, it's merely half a pound of gold. You are already wealthy. Why fret over such a triviality? Do not speak nonsense. Where do you think my wealth comes from? He retorted, and then retrieved a bag made of snake skin from the car. Here, these are the dried fish I brought back from Yuanqing. You two can divide it amongst yourselves. Do I get a share? Fu Baiwei exclaimed in delight, opening the bag to find chunks of dried fish. Her expression of joy quickly faded as she remarked, Brother Jean, I'm not criticizing you, but could you not be so miserly? At least gift a whole fish. Wang Shijin shot her a sidelong glance. Do not be so picky. Yuanqing was also struck by a tornado, and these fragmentary fish pieces were swept ashore by the storm. Xia Xiaoman paused, surprised. A tornado occurred in Yuanqing too? Wang Shijin nodded. The reason we managed to bring back so much dried fish was indeed due to that tornado. Yuanqing was luckier than Fuqing. The tornado swept from sea to land, and the moment it approached the shore, Yuanqing had already spotted its presence. The local government promptly organized the populace to seek refuge in the nearest air raid shelters to avert mass casualties. Fortunately, the death toll in Yuanqing was minimal. Yet the destruction of buildings was severe, with numerous supplies being blown away. However, the fortunate twist was that the tornado also brought fish ashore. Those living near the coast swiftly collected the fish, cleaned them, and dried them. Due to the tornado's intervention, there were both whole fish and fragmented pieces on the shore. In these trying times, even the shattered fish pieces are eagerly sought after. Currently, nearly every household in Yuanqing possesses dried fish, and in comparison, other supplies are deemed far more precious. The goods we brought were snatched away within 2 days. Why did you return so late then? Fu Baiwei inquired. The journey to Yuanqing typically requires just 2 days for a round trip, plus some time for trading. Wang Shijin and his companions should have returned within 5 days at most, yet they had been absent for a full week. Wang Shijin explained. Just as we were preparing to return, members of the Yi family's fleet approached us with a business proposition. They wished to collaborate with us at Shuiwei Bay, proposing to deliver a batch of seafood to Fuqing every week. They intend to exchange a small portion of this seafood with us for supplies at a lower price. However, we are required to assist their personnel in penetrating the market of Fuqing to facilitate their transactions. Listening to this, Xia Xiaoman felt a sense of unease. If they intended to conduct business in Fuqing, how would Shuiwei Bay continue its seafood trade? Wasn't it evident that they were here to encroach upon the market? Before Wang Shijin could speak, Fu Baiwei remarked, What is there to fear? The floating city is vast. How could a single fleet from the Yi family monopolize the entire market? Our Shuiwei Bay has avenues beyond just the market. We have collaborations with the military and various trading posts. If these marine goods prove unsellable, we can simply offload them to the trading posts or the military. In any case, we shall not incur losses. Wang Shijin nodded in agreement, noting that the prices offered by the Yi family fleet were quite low. I have calculated meticulously that if we were to travel to Yuanqing ourselves, after deducting the round-trip fuel costs, vehicle rental, and labor, our profits would not be substantial. Collaborating with the Yi family fleet, while slightly diminishing our profit margins, simultaneously reduces our risk. Chapter 123, The Yi Family Fleet. The journey of the Yi family fleet to Yuan City for commerce is far from the simplicity one might envision. With an abundance of goods in tow, it is inevitable that they attract unwanted attention. During their inaugural trip to Yuan City, they encountered assaults on 4 separate occasions. Fortunately, Wang Shijin was accompanied by a sizable group, all of whom possessed some martial skills. Additionally, certain members of the team had relatives employed in Yuan City, which facilitated their safe return. Yet, one must ponder the adage, how can one stand by the river without getting wet? Who can assure that they will return unscathed on their next venture to Yuan City? The Yi family fleet demonstrates genuine intent, and upon our agreement to collaborate, they promptly arranged for a shipment of goods to accompany us on our return. A fifth of this cargo is designated for us at a discounted rate. Furthermore, should we at Shuiwei Bay wish to purchase items from them, we will benefit from a 20% discount. Their convoy awaits at the entrance of the community. Should you have any interests, feel free to peruse their offerings. The assortment of marine products is extensive. Wang Shijin deals primarily in affordable and commonplace fish, while he does not possess rarities such as exquisite lobsters or expensive shellfish. However, the Yi family fleet has brought a considerable selection of such items. Xia Xiaoman and Fu Baiwei, intrigued, followed Wang Shijin toward the community entrance. Along the way, Wang Shijin recounted the scenes he witnessed during their recent expedition to Yuan City. The devastation wrought by the tornado is truly disheartening. Following a tsunami, several skyscrapers in Yuan City have already collapsed, and the onslaught of a tornado has only exacerbated the plight of the city. Yuan City is abundant in seafood, yet it is severely lacking in housing. Currently, there exists a surplus of people and a deficit of homes. Upon our arrival, we found ourselves unable to secure accommodations. It was only due to Song Quan's uncle, who covertly arranged for us to stay in a bomb shelter for a few days, that we managed to evade the relentless sun. The willingness to collaborate with the Yi family fleet is partly motivated by this necessity. One cannot perpetually rely on connections to find refuge in a bomb shelter during each visit to Yuan City. Upon hearing this, Fu Baiwei's entrepreneurial spirit ignited. If I were to establish a hotel in Yuan City, wouldn't it be a lucrative venture? Wang Shijin chuckled. There is no need to go to Yuan City. You could profit handsomely by opening a hotel in Fuqing. Should you dare to embark on this endeavor, I would gladly introduce the Yi family fleet to your establishment. Fu Baiwei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. You must keep your word, no tricks. Wang Shijin was taken aback. Really? You genuinely wish to open a hotel? I'm contemplating the idea, but I shall observe the market first. If Fuqing flourishes, it may attract an increasing number of outsiders seeking to trade goods, making a hotel a promising venture. As the conversation unfolded, they arrived at the community entrance. There, 4 or 5 large trucks were parked, with individuals unloading bags of seafood, likely the goods intended for a favorable exchange with Shuiwei Bay. Wang Shijin gestured toward a figure surrounded by a throng of people. If you wish to make a purchase, seek out that person. She possesses the inventory list. Xia Xiaoman followed his, and upon recognizing the individual's countenance, she was momentarily frozen in place. Sun Qing, Xia Xiaoman exclaimed. As Sun Qing meticulously recorded the inventory, a familiar voice caught her attention. She paused, lifted her head, and scanned the surroundings. Ah, Xia Xiaoman, what brings you here? She exclaimed, attempting to weave through the crowd to reach Xia Xiaoman. However, the throng of people eager to purchase seafood proved too dense, and she could only helplessly call out, Xiaoman, please wait a moment. Once I finish my tasks, I will come find you. Xia Xiaoman nodded in acknowledgement. Nearby, Wang Shijin observed the friendly exchange and inquired, do you know someone from the Yi family fleet? Xia Xiaoman chuckled softly. I had no idea it would be such a coincidence. She was aware that Sun Qing had returned to Yuanqing with Yu Xiaojie, but was oblivious to the fact that she was associated with the Yi family fleet. Reflecting on Yu Xiaojie's surname, she asked, is there a woman named Yu Xiaojie in the Yi family fleet? The eldest daughter of the Yi family fleet is indeed named Yu Xiaojie. What is your connection to them? Wang Shijin regarded her with a complex expression. I suppose we are friends, Xia Xiaoman replied. I never anticipated that the Yi family fleet belonged to Yu Xiaojie's family. What an astonishing coincidence. Wang Shijin was at a loss for words. The Yi family fleet was not a recent establishment, it had gained renown several years prior. Yu Xiaojie's father and uncle had led the people of Yi village to form a fishing fleet, and at its zenith, the seafood throughout Yuanqing was sourced from the Yi family fleet. However, for reasons unknown, Xiaojia's father and uncle parted ways, leading to a division of the fleet. This internal strife allowed competitors to seize market share, gradually diminishing the fleet's reputation. Nonetheless, even in its decline, the Yi family fleet remained relatively well-known. As much of the seafood purchased in Yuansheng and our floating city had originated from them. Thus, Wang Shijin found it perplexing that Xia Xiaoman could be friends with Yi Xiaojia, yet remained unaware of her status as the Yi family fleet's eldest daughter. Xia Xiaoman shrugged. Yi Xiaojia is quite low-key. She hardly shares information about her family. It's understandable that I wouldn't know. Now, however, it dawned on her why Yi Xiaojia had pursued martial arts, including boxing and various other disciplines. After all, families without wealth rarely have the means to nurture such talents. As they conversed, Sun Qing finally finished her tasks. Xiaoman, how did you end up here? I thought you were still residing in the Qinyang community. I plan to visit you there after completing my business. What about the coach? Have they moved here as well? The coach doesn't reside here. Xia Xiaoman briefly recounted the events that transpired after she and Yi Xiaojia departed. Relieved to know that when Jianfeng and the others were safe, Sun Qing sighed. As long as everyone is well. The recent tornado was truly terrifying. Xiaojia and I were worried about your safety. Xia Xiaoman smiled. We are all doing well. What about you? How did you come to be transporting goods for the Yi family fleet? Well, I'm staying at Xiaojia's home. And it wouldn't be right to eat without contributing. I just happened to learn that the fleet was transporting a batch of goods to Floating City. So I volunteered to help and took the opportunity to see you all. Having said that, Sun Qing produced the cargo list. Take a look. This is the merchandise we brought this time. Let me know if anything catches your eye, and I shall procure some for you. Xia Xiaoman discreetly cast her a glance. Such an overt attempt to shift the topic suggested that Sun Qing's life under the roof of the Yi family was rather challenging. Chapter 124. The capriciousness of human hearts. The fickleness of human hearts is a timeless truth. Prior to the calamity, Sun Qing had visited the Yi family several times, where Ye's parents had extended their warm hospitality towards her. However, in the aftermath of disaster, with resources becoming increasingly scarce, the Yi family found themselves in a position where every additional mouth to feed meant a greater strain on their limited supplies. Moreover, the Yi family was not solely supported by Yi Xiaojia. She had an older brother as well. On her first day at the Yi residence, Sun Qing was met with a cordial reception, as Ye's parents were aware of the trials she had endured alongside Yi Xiaojia for several months. Yet, after a few days of staying with them, their demeanor towards her grew noticeably colder. Yi Dajia's subtle remarks hinted that they perceived her as a burden, nearly consuming their provisions without contributing. Although Yi Xiaojia wished to defend her friend, her resolve was insufficient, as she could only offer temporary refuge. Sun Qing bore no ill will towards the Yi family. She recognized that it was her own failure to comprehend the gravity of their situation. In times of disaster and turmoil, no household could afford to spare resources for others. Her reliance on their generosity would indeed incite resentment. Consequently, she proactively proposed to join the Yi family shipping crew, seeking to become self-sufficient. However, she chose not to discuss these matters with Xiaomian, as there was little to share. Despite the Yi family's altered attitude, they still provided her with a place to stay. In this chaotic world, aligning herself with the Yi shipping crew ensured that others would think twice before targeting her. As she continued to partake in their meals, she felt unqualified to criticize the Yi family. These few items appear satisfactory. The freshly caught and dried ones are acceptable, but this dried abalone is subpar. The workers have been negligent in their preparation. However, this squid is commendably fresh. Its tentacles still exhibit movement, and thus it should be preserved. Sun Qing remarked as she assessed the inventory. Her familiarity with the goods indicated that she had been engaged in this line of work for quite some time. Xiaomian pursed her lips, deciding to procure 10 pounds of the seafood that Sun Qing deemed satisfactory. Calculate how much rice this will cost, and I shall retrieve it from home. What do you mean retrieve? It was agreed that I would gift you these items. How can you accept my possessions? Sun Qing insisted, instructing the workers to prepare the seafood Xiaomian desired. Xiaomian frowned. You are also working for someone else. Are you not concerned about the opinions of those above you when you gift me such a quantity? She had requested over a dozen varieties of seafood, totaling nearly 200 pounds. If Sun Qing refused to accept her provisions, it would be challenging for her to justify the transaction to the Yi shipping crew. Sun Qing clicked her tongue. Rest assured, even in my most unfortunate state, I can make decisions regarding this quantity of seafood. Xiaomian remained skeptical, persistently insisting on a barter. Although she was eager to receive over 100 pounds of seafood for free, her remaining sense of morality urged her not to exploit Sun Qing's predicament. With a sigh of resignation, Sun Qing lowered her voice. Half of this batch of seafood belongs to me and Xiaojia. Even if I were to give it all away, no one would pursue the matter. You can take it without worry. Xiaoman paused, but what you and Xiaojie have procured still belongs to the Yi shipping crew. Does it not? Not entirely, Sun Qing clarified. Xiaojie and I aspire to establish our own shipping crew, but we currently lack sufficient resources. Thus, I am participating in this cargo operation, taking advantage of our visit to Floating City to discreetly transport some goods for sale. Life at home was not easy for Yi Xiaojie. Yi Dajie often made her feel unwelcome, subjecting her to daily barbs. Despite the affection of Yi's parents, they could not expel Yi Dajie from their household simply to appease her. Thus, Yi Xiaojie and Sun Qing were devising a plan to swiftly capitalize on the Yi family fleet, intending to extricate themselves from its grasp and evade the disdain of others. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman felt reassured and accepted the seafood that Sun Qing offered. I shall not accept your generosity without reciprocation. I have acquired a solar generator. And if you require it, you are welcome to charge here for free. Since Sun Qing refused to accept her supplies, Xia Xiaoman resolved to show her gratitude in a different manner. Sun Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she playfully patted Xia Xiaoman on the shoulder. My dear sister, it is no surprise that you managed to procure a solar generator. Just in time, I have several rechargeable spotlights and batteries that need charging. Please wait a moment while I fetch them. A few minutes later, Xia Xiaoman found herself in silence, staring at the 8 batteries and over 20 rechargeable spotlights before her. Is this what you meant by a few lights and batteries? Sun Qing sheepishly scratched her head. I can't help it. Technology advances at such a rapid pace that everything now requires charging. It's a challenge to find a conventional battery-operated lamp. Well then, Xiaoman, I must trouble you with these lights and batteries. No need to rush. Take your time charging them. You can retrieve them when I leave. Xia Xiaoman sighed in resignation. After all, the electricity at home was lying idle, and the sun would rise again the next day, replenishing the energy. After unloading the goods from the transaction with Shui Bei, Wang Shijin and his team helped the Yi family fleet find a suitable place to settle while strategizing on how to establish their footing in the black market the following day. Although the whirlwind had swept away most people's supplies, many had become overnight millionaires by scavenging materials in its aftermath. Thus, there were still plenty who could afford seafood. The Yi family fleet displayed their goods without needing to shout. A crowd soon gathered, drawn in by the enticing aroma. With the demise of the Rakshasa gang, the black market returned to a semblance of order, only to be seized by another faction that sought to capitalize on the chaos. This new gang, wary of Shui Wei's strength, watched enviously as the Yi family fleet thrived in selling seafood, feeling both jealousy and helplessness. In just a few days, Sun Qing had sold all the seafood she had brought. After spending a day reminiscing with Wen Jianfeng and gathering insights about the current state of Floating City, she proceeded to Shui Bei to retrieve the appliances she had entrusted to Xia Xiaoman for charging. As she bid farewell to Sun Qing and her companions, Xia Xiaoman headed to the property department to reclaim her crossbow and the 100 arrows that had been promised. Back at home, she tested the crossbow with an arrow, discovering that it had been slightly adjusted, allowing for a longer range and improved accuracy. Furthermore, the 100 arrows were of superior quality compared to those Su Ran had given her. Lending the crossbow out had proven to be a wise decision. Having sustained a hand injury recently, Xia Xiaoman had found herself with an abundance of idle time. Now, at last, she possessed something to occupy her. Before she knew it, she had lost track of time, playing with the crossbow until dawn. After a brief freshening up, she drew the curtains and donned a sleep mask, gradually drifting into slumber. She had completely adapted to a nocturnal lifestyle and quickly succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Xia Xiaoman removed her sleep mask and groggily made her way to the adjoining room to feed the chicks and rabbits. Just as she was about to turn back to her room for a meal, she suddenly paused, her gaze fixated on the curtains that shielded the sunlight. To insulate against the heat, she chose thick curtains for her window. Nevertheless, the scorching sunlight could still seep through. However, today, the curtains bore no trace of sunlight. The room was shrouded in darkness, so obscured that one could not see their own hand. Xiaoman cautiously approached the window, her heart pounding as she lifted the curtain. Outside was not the overcast day she had envisioned, nor was it the night. Instead, it was enveloped in a dense layer of yellowish-brown fog. Chapter 125. Red alert for haze. A dense, yellow-brown fog enveloped the city of Floating. Xia Xiaoman stood before the window, her brow furrowed as her mind raced through all the knowledge she had accumulated throughout her life. What was this thick fog? A sandstorm? Or perhaps haze? Or was it some sinister toxic mist? Born and raised in the South, she had never witnessed either a sandstorm or haze, rendering her unable to discern the nature of the dense fog outside. After a brief contemplation, Xia Xiaoman resolved to visit the property management office. Waiting idly was not in her nature. The personnel there possessed more experience than she did and might have insight into the origin of this fog. Having made up her mind, She retrieved a set of protective clothing from her storage space, donned a gas mask, and, armed with a flashlight, ventured into the fog towards the management office. The thick mist pervaded the atmosphere, with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. The flashlight, however, provided a modicum of illumination. Perhaps shielded by the fog, the temperature today was not as oppressive as it usually was. Clad in her protective gear, she could roam freely outside without fear of sunburn. Suddenly, she collided with someone. Ouch. Watch where you're going. I apologize. I couldn't see through the fog. Hearing voices emerging from the mist, Xia Xiaoman paused. Realizing she was not alone in her flight from the dense atmosphere. Cautiously, she approached the property management office, having spent 20 minutes since her departure. The windows were tightly shut. She knocked on the door and waited for a while before a voice called out. Who is it? Xia Xiaoman, owner of Villa number 12. Is there something I can inquire about? There was no indication of the door opening, so Xia Xiaoman asked through the barrier. A thick fog has suddenly appeared outside. Do you know what is happening? Upon finishing her query, the voice from within responded, that is not fog, it is haze. If you have no business here, return home quickly and ensure your doors and windows are tightly shut. Prolonged exposure to haze is detrimental to your health. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. So this dense fog was indeed haze. It was astonishing to witness such thick haze even in the south. Haze is composed of countless tiny particulate matter suspended in the air, reducing visibility. The formation of haze can result from pollutant emissions, as well as dry, windless weather conditions. Some particles within the haze are so minute that they are imperceptible to the naked eye. They can infiltrate the respiratory tract, causing symptoms such as coughing and wheezing, and may even adversely affect the cardiovascular system. Thus, haze not only diminishes visibility, but also poses health risks with excessive exposure. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman promptly turned off the air conditioning. The haze obstructed sunlight, rendering her solar-powered generator inoperative. Should such weather persist, depleting the generator's power would leave her without electricity. After shutting off the air conditioning, she unplugged the refrigerator and stored it away, preserving only a single lamp for illumination while securing all other electrical appliances. Subsequently, she took a piece of gauze and sealed all the drafty areas of her home, creating a barrier against the encroaching haze. Engaged in the task of sealing the windows and doors, a sudden blare of a horn echoed from outside. Attention, esteemed residents. The property management of Shuiwei Bay wishes to inform you that a red haze alert has been issued. Visibility is reduced to less than 10 meters. So please exercise caution when venturing outdoors. The haze contains minuscule particles that may enter the body with each breath, posing health risks. We urge all residents to don masks when going outside. Furthermore, members of the logistics department, please expedite the production of masks in Building 3. The announcement repeated incessantly, and Xia Xiaoman peered through the window, faintly discerning a few lights passing by her doorstep. As the lights receded into the distance, so too did the sound of the horn. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. It was still early evening, and visibility had already plummeted. What would it be like when darkness fell? Would it render everything invisible? Undoubtedly, the answer was no. At night, visibility would vanish entirely. Upon opening her door, she would see nothing. Even if the staff managed to open the manhole cover, the surrounding residents would be unable to locate the well. The entire night passed in silence throughout the community. Alone in her desolate abode, enveloped by the haze, Xia Xiaoman was inexplicably overcome by a sense of loneliness, as though she were forgotten by the world. Though she was not fond of commotion, she loathed this stifling silence even more. After a moment's reflection, she retrieved her phone from the space and played some music. She then took out the dried scallop meat and shrimp that Sun Qing had gifted her a few days prior, preparing to concoct a pot of seafood porridge to pass the time. With something to occupy her, her mind was freed from wandering thoughts, and the delicious aroma of the seafood porridge dispelled her inexplicable solitude. That night, the floating city was exceptionally quiet, as nearly all its inhabitants were confined to their homes by the haze, unable to step outside. As dawn broke, the scorching sun bathed the earth once more. Xia Xiaoman drew back the curtains, only to find the air still thick with haze. After a night had passed, the smog had not dissipated. In fact, it had intensified, with visibility reduced to under 5 meters. Xia Xiaoman sighed. It appeared that the haze would not clear any time soon. Lying in bed, restless at the thought of the oppressive haze outside, she decided to rise and practice with her crossbow, also to help adjust her internal clock. The hazy weather was unsuitable for nocturnal ventures. She needed to quickly revert to a routine of daytime productivity and nighttime slumber. As she practiced, a voice suddenly emerged from outside. Xia Xiaoman approached the window, but all she could see was a yellow-brown fog, obscuring her view. Had she reached 3 meters yet? Not quite. She took 2 more steps. Now she had. The voice abruptly ceased, and after a moment's thought, Xia Xiaoman called out. Is there anyone on the street? Yes. What is it? A male voice replied. Xia Xiaoman inquired. What are you doing out there? The man explained. We are installing neon lights and directional signs, placing a neon light every 3 meters and a sign at each intersection. If you need to go out, follow the neon lights to reach every part of the community. Xia Xiaoman further questioned, will we be able to access water today? I don't know, currently. We can't leave the community. We must wait for further instructions. If one finds themselves without water, they may later follow the neon lights to the property management office to procure some. On the day when water was not restricted, the property management office had stockpiled a considerable amount of water, prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Xiaoman nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. The 2 individuals responsible for the lighting installation consisted of one measuring distances with a tape, while the other affixed wooden poles adorned with neon lights at the designated intervals. Before long, the 2 departed from the villa area. Shuiwa Bay is neither excessively large nor particularly small. Equipping the entire community with neon lights proved to be quite a challenge. It took the property management a significant amount of time to gather the bulbs. And some incandescent lights were even painted in vibrant colors to serve as substitutes for neon lights. Around 1 in the afternoon, the neon lights leading the way at Shuiwei Bay were finally illuminated. Chapter 126. The female robber amidst the dense brown fog. Flickers of red, green, purple, and blue lights shimmered. Xia Xiaoman, well supplied, nestled comfortably at home, disinclined to venture outside. However, the others in the community were not so fortunate, with limited resources. Each day spent trapped indoors meant a day lost in the pursuit of sustenance. As the lights danced outside, many ventured out, hoping to scavenge for supplies or head to work. Yet upon reaching the gates of the community, they were met solely with the yellow haze, obscuring their vision entirely. Some tentatively stepped into the fog, but soon returned, shaking their heads in defeat. The mist was too thick. Within mere steps, they could no longer discern direction, making it all too easy to become lost. To get lost in such fog was a gamble, with good fortune. One might stumble upon a familiar structure and find their way back. But with ill fortune, a misstep could lead one into a deep pit, leaving them to despair, unheard by heaven or earth. Realizing their inability to leave the community, those who had ventured out returned in disappointment, and once again, tranquility enveloped the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman busied herself with the frozen chicken legs and wings she had procured for free from the supermarket. After thawing, cleaning, and marinating them, she coated them in batter and gently lowered them into hot oil, frying them until they turned a golden, crispy hue. Once all the chicken pieces had been fried, she prepared to double fry them when she detected a faint noise at the door. Quickly stowing away the frying pot and chicken, she grasped an axe and cautiously approached the entrance. Suddenly, the door was violently thrust open, and 4 tall women surged into the living room. Upon spotting Xia Xiaoman, they wasted no time, brandishing their machetes and lunging at her without hesitation. With a steely gaze, Xia Xiaoman gripped the axe firmly, parrying their strikes while retreating 2 steps to create distance. With her left hand stealthily moving to her lower back, she prepared to draw the concealed fruit knife. However, the agile assailants deftly evaded her throw. Frowning slightly, Xia Xiaoman recognized that these individuals were clearly seasoned fighters, presenting a formidable challenge. In a swift motion, she swung the axe with all her might and quickly retrieved an electric baton from her spatial pocket, swinging it vigorously. The baton's power exceeded her expectations. When one of the attackers' machetes clashed with it, a powerful electric surge caused the weapon to be instinctively flung aside. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Xiaoman tightened her grip on the baton and struck the assailants repeatedly until they lay unconscious on the floor. Breathing a sigh of relief at the sight of her vanquished foes, she was grateful for the electric baton. Otherwise, subduing them would have required considerable effort. Drawing her dagger, she prepared to send the 4 women to their demise. Just as she was about to slice one of their throats, a thought crossed her mind. Instead, she sheathed her knife and disarmed the women, severing their arms before binding them securely with rope. Having completed her task, Xia Xiaoman returned to the frying pot to continue preparing her chicken. When the 4 women eventually regained consciousness, they opened their eyes to find Xia Xiaoman seated before them, savoring a chicken leg dipped in ketchup while engrossed in a puzzle game. They swallowed in unison, and one among them, regaining her composure, struggled to free herself from the ropes. However, as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her arm, causing beads of cold sweat to form on her forehead. Hey, why have you tied us up? Xia Xiaoman appeared oblivious, fully engrossed in her puzzle. She had discovered this puzzle while searching for ketchup, and rather than inviting by way to play cards, she decided to occupy her time with it. Hey, are you deaf? Can't you hear me speaking? Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, retorting, be quiet, and do not disturb me while I am piecing this together. I won't be silent, if you have the courage. Go ahead and kill me. The provocateur glared defiantly at Xia Xiaoman. With a dismissive click of her tongue, Xia Xiaoman hastened to finish the chicken leg in her hand, then seized a small knife from the table, plunging it into the shoulder of the one who had spoken. Ah! The woman screamed in agony, "You wretched girl. If you have the guts, just kill me." The venomous words spilled forth. "If it weren't for the cattle prod, you would have been dead at my hands." Xia Xiaoman remained expressionless, her gaze unwavering, yet her hands did not cease their motions, twisting the knife in the wound. Initially, the woman cursed vehemently, but soon her cries devolved into shrieks and moans, her body trembling uncontrollably from the pain. The three other women lying beside her turned pale with fear. One, terrified of enduring such torture, pleaded, "Beautiful lady, the idea to rob was hers. I had no part in it. I was coerced." Before she could finish, the tortured woman bellowed, "Zhang Lanqin, how dare you betray me? Just wait. If I survive this, I will surely kill you." Zhang Lanqin averted her gaze, unable to meet her eyes, and continued to beg, "Please, seeing as we are all women, I implore you to spare us. We had no choice but to resort to such actions. I have 2 children at home who depend on me. If I die, they cannot survive. Please, I beg you. Let me go." The other 2 hesitated momentarily before joining in the pleas. "Sister, we are all forced into this. If it weren't for dire circumstances, we would never dare to commit robbery. Indeed, today is our first time doing such a thing. We never intended to kill anyone, merely to bring home some food, as our children are starving. Sister, you are beautiful and kind-hearted. Please show us mercy and let us go." As they spoke, tears began to flow freely, lamenting their unfortunate fate, claiming they had not encountered kind people in this world and were beset by calamity, their words dripping with self-pity. Xia Xiaoman yawned, wiped the grease from her hands, and coldly stated, "If you wish to leave, follow me." The 4 women exchanged glances, uncertain whether Xia Xiaoman genuinely intended to release them or had ulterior motives. Zhang Lanqin nervously inquired, "Sister, if you are truly letting us go, could you at least untie our ropes first?" Xia Xiaoman scoffed, "You think you can negotiate conditions with me? Who do you think you are? If you do not wish to leave, I can just as easily break your legs, ensuring that you cannot escape." After being threatened, Zhang Lanqin and the others fell silent, quietly trailing behind Xia Xiaoman. Donning a gas mask, Xia Xiaoman tugged at the rope, guiding them along the route indicated by the patrol signs toward the exit of the community. After approximately 15 minutes, Zhang Lanqin and her companions caught sight of the gates of Shuiwei Bay, finally believing that Xia Xiaoman genuinely intended to release them. Just as they thought they were about to escape Shuiwei Bay, a sudden chill enveloped their necks, and warm blood began to trickle down their chests. Zhang Lanqin's eyes widened in disbelief as she slowly turned her head to question Xia Xiaoman, but before she could utter a word, darkness enveloped her, extinguishing her breath entirely. Chapter 127. The intruder in the community. With a frigid gaze, Xia Xiaoman meticulously wiped the blade in her hand. She had instructed them to leave, but she had never promised that they would leave alive. Had it not been for the consideration that killing within her home would result in a bloody mess, necessitating her efforts to dispose of the bodies, she would have had no qualms about dragging these individuals to the entrance of the community. A few crocodile tears were not enough to soften her resolve. Did they think her a fool? Observing the ferocity with which these individuals wielded their machetes, it was evident that they were not novices in the art of murder. Had her skills been slightly inferior, it would likely have been her lying lifeless on the ground. Upon returning to the community, Xia Xiaoman knocked on the property management office's door and reported the intrusion and robbery. The personnel at the office immediately responded, promising to dispatch additional patrols. Moreover, she added, "Someone must be stationed at the entrance. I just came back, and there was no one to stop me." Entry and exit were alarmingly unrestricted. The staff at the property management looked astonished, exclaiming, "We have 20 guards stationed at the entrance. It is impossible that no one was there to intervene." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Xiaoman urged, "You must quickly rearrange personnel to check the entrance." With that, she turned on her heel and headed home. Initially believing that only a few thieves had stealthily entered, she now suspected that a considerable number had infiltrated Shuiwei Bay. Given the property management's reaction, the foggy weather rendered visibility perilously low. Remaining outside was exceedingly dangerous, as a steel blade could materialize from the mist at any moment. It was far safer to return home, where at least she could discern the location of her adversaries. Once inside, she meticulously inspected every nook and cranny of her abode, ensuring there were no anomalies. Subsequently, she placed heavy objects against every door and window as a barricade. Meanwhile, in the same Shuiwei Bay, Fu Baiwei found herself confined at home with nothing to occupy her time. She grasped the newly issued bow and arrows from the logistics department and aimed at the target. Although her combat prowess was lacking, her accuracy in archery was commendable. After merely a few days of practice, she could hit the bullseye, surpassing her companion Sun Haiyan in skill. After yet another round of target practice, where she triumphed over Sun Haiyan, Fu Baiwei exuberantly leaped in place, exclaiming, 10 rings. 10 rings. I scored another 10 rings. Grandpa Luo mentioned he would organize a shooting team once the fog clears. I am certain I will be selected. Sun Haiyan chuckled indulgently. Later, I shall fashion a moving target for you, suspending it from the ceiling so it swings back and forth, allowing you to practice further. Fu Baiwei nodded eagerly. Yes. I want to practice more and strive to become the captain of the shooting team. Sun Haiyan teased, if you become captain, you will bear significant responsibilities. With your penchant for acquiring resources, will you have time for that? Fu Baiwei nonchalantly replied, worry not. I will manage my time wisely. Even as captain, it will not hinder my endeavors to gather resources. Sun Haiyan smiled, poised to respond, when suddenly Fu Baiwei signaled for silence, causing him to immediately suppress his grin. The room fell into an abrupt stillness, and soon they heard faint movements from the doorway. Fu Baiwei gestured for Sun Haiyan to arm himself with the bow and approached the door cautiously. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was violently kicked open, and several figures burst in like phantoms. In instinctive reaction, Fu Baiwei and Sun Haiyan squeezed their triggers, and in the next heartbeat, two anguished cries rang out simultaneously. The crossbow bolt struck two of the intruders, yet two others remained unscathed. Upon glancing at their injured comrades and noticing they were not gravely harmed, the two unscathed attackers raised their machetes and ruthlessly charged at Fu Baiwei and Sun Haiyan. Recognizing her own lack of combat prowess, Fu Baiwei swiftly retreated after releasing a single arrow, allowing Sun Haiyan the space to maneuver. Meanwhile, she hastily knocked another arrow onto her crossbow. The two women assaulting Sun Haiyan were trained fighters, and their coordinated efforts left Sun Haiyan with no chance to retaliate. She could only dodge and divert their attention to protect Fu Baiwei from detection. As Fu Baiwei prepared to release her shot, aiming at one of the attackers, a sudden shout from the two women's accomplice alerted them to her movements. They dodged the incoming arrow and ceased their engagement with Sun Haiyan, turning instead to attack Fu Baiwei. Panic washed over Fu Baiwei, and she instinctively grabbed anything within reach to hurl at the assailants. At that moment, a large blade flew through the doorway, striking one of the attackers. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Haiyan picked up an arrow from the ground and dashed behind the other woman, thrusting the arrow forcefully into her neck. Still shaken, Fu Baiwei took a moment to collect herself before glancing toward the entrance. Grandpa Luo, was that you who threw the knife? Luo Yochi, holding a large blade with one hand, nodded solemnly. Upon entering, he extracted the embedded knife from the assailant's body, causing the attacker to scream in pain and lose consciousness. Unfazed, the old man addressed Fu Baiwei and the others. There seems to be trouble in the neighborhood. Haiyan, come with me to investigate outside. Wei Wei, stay here with your aunties, guarding the hallway with the crossbow. If you encounter any strangers, do not ask questions, just shoot to kill. The two girls nodded in agreement. Sun Haiyan collected two machetes from the fallen intruders and followed the old man outside, while Fu Baiwei dealt with the remaining assailants before joining the other women from her floor to secure the hallway. The sound of piercing screams echoed throughout Shuiwei Bay, shattering the tranquility brought on by the haze. After returning home, Xia Xiaoman remained shut in, and it was uncertain how much time had passed when a rhythmic knocking at the door broke the silence. Grasping an axe, she cautiously approached the door. Who is it? It's me, Wang Shijin. There are intruders in the neighborhood. Have you seen any strangers? Xia Xiaoman replied from behind the door, for women broke into my home. But I dealt with them. That's good to hear. You weren't harmed, were you? No. All right, I'll take my leave then. The footsteps gradually faded away. Once she was certain the outside was quiet, Xia Xiaoman stealthily crept to the door, peering through the crack to ensure no ambush awaited her before she returned to the living room. As night fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the outside world. Xia Xiaoman's taut nerves finally began to ease. With visibility nearly zero at night, even if intruders entered the community, it would be challenging for them to navigate toward the residential area, making it relatively safer than during daylight hours. Nevertheless, even so, Xia Xiaoman dared not to fully lower her guard. Before retiring for the night, she meticulously set several traps on the first floor, which provided her with a slight sense of reassurance. On the third day of the haze, it had diminished somewhat compared to the previous 2 days. Rising early, she gazed out of the window, observing the situation in the courtyard, estimating the visibility to be around 10 meters. Xia Xiaoman exhaled in relief. As long as visibility remained at 10 meters, there was no need to fear an ambush lurking within the fog. This distance was sufficient for her to respond swiftly in times of crisis. Chapter 128. Women's Shelter at Dawn. Dozens of corpses lay piled at the entrance of Shuiwei Bay, forming a small mountain of the deceased. Within the community, the number of patrolling officers had doubled, diligently alternating their rounds. As Xia Xiaoman stood by the window, observing the hazy atmosphere outside, she noticed the patrol team passing by 3 or 4 times. Around 10 o'clock, the patrol passed once more, this time equipped with a small loudspeaker that repeatedly announced the need for personnel to open the manholes, urging residents to bring containers for water. Having gone without water for 2 consecutive days, many had already depleted their household reserves. If they were unable to procure water today, they contemplated collectively petitioning the property management to allow them to pry open the manholes. Presumably, the authorities were concerned about the potential for dehydration. Having not opened the manholes for 2 days, thus, upon noting that the haze had lessened compared to the previous days, they sought to facilitate access to the water wells. Today's water collection would compensate for the previous day's shortages, prompting Xia Xiaoman to bring along a larger bucket. Following the signs to the water point, she faintly discerned a queue forming and quietly took her place at the end. Having been cooped up at home for 2 days, the queue was filled with familiar faces. And despite their masks, the residents engaged in lively conversations, which alleviated some of the oppressive atmosphere caused by the haze. Suddenly, she heard Fu Baiwei's voice. Looking ahead, she saw Fu Baiwei standing just 4 people in front of her. As Fu Baiwei turned to converse with someone behind her, their eyes unexpectedly met, and in an instant, she waved at Xia Xiaoman with delight. "Xiaoman, I almost didn't recognize you with that gas mask on," Fu Baiwei exclaimed, pulling Sun Haiyun away from the line to stand behind Xia Xiaoman. "Did you hear about the intruder in the community yesterday?" Xia Xiaoman nodded, aware of the commotion it had caused. "Indeed, it was quite a ruckus. Not to mention, my home was invaded by 4 women who nearly harmed me. Fortunately, Grandpa Luo intervened just in time," Fu Baiwei recounted, her voice tinged with lingering fear. Sun Haiyun playfully pinched her cheek. "You certainly haven't credited my contribution at all, have you?" Upon hearing this, Fu Baiwei quickly responded with a grin. "Oh, you're my boyfriend. Even if I don't say it, everyone knows you'd protect me. So there is no need to emphasize it, right?" Xia Xiaoman silently turned away, choosing to reject the display of affection. After a brief bout of playful banter with Sun Haiyun, Fu Baiwei continued. "Many people died in the community this time. I heard that all 20 patrolling officers stationed at the entrance were knocked out and killed yesterday." Xia Xiaoman paused, taken aback. "Knocked out? Is there such a thing as a knockout drug?" Fu Baiwei nodded. "Yes. Those intruders brought ether, which has a potent anesthetic effect. A single spray renders one dizzy and disoriented. The patrol officers at the entrance were overpowered by them." Furrowing her brow, Xia Xiaoman inquired, "Who were those intruders? Why were they all women, and why did they carry ether?" "I know this part," Fu Baiwei explained. "They are from the women's shelter. The flood submerged the floating city, and many who lost their homes were relocated to aid points with the assistance of the floating city government. The refuge point serves merely as a shelter, ensuring survival but offering little more. At this refuge, one neither starves nor finds sustenance. It provides accommodation, albeit under unsatisfactory conditions. The living environment resembles that of a beggar's den, with men and women cohabiting, leaving one uncertain whether the figure beside them is human or specter. Although the staff strive to segregate the genders, some individuals refuse to part from their kin or companions, rendering the policy effectively meaningless. In this squalid and chaotic milieu, the frail, elderly, and women become targets of bullying. It is commonplace for women to have their provisions seized, and for them to be subjected to violence. Do not inquire why the staff at the refuge are not informed. The personnel are few in number and exceedingly occupied. If a report is made, they may indeed expel the offenders from the refuge, yet this merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Once one group of aggressors is driven away, another will inevitably arise, and the new offenders, aware of any previous complaints, may retaliate with greater ferocity. In a bid for self-preservation, a woman named Li Bing established a women's shelter exclusively for females. Li Bing, a taekwondo instructor, was joined by individuals with diverse skills, medical students, swimming coaches, and business magnates. They leveraged their strengths to transform the shelter into a place no one dared to provoke. It is said that every woman who joined the shelter was required to learn self-defense from Li Bing, ensuring that they all possessed some basic combat skills. Xia Xiaoman pondered why Li Bing, who formed the shelter for self-defense, would resort to robbery in Shuiwei Bay. The answer lay in Li Bing's demise. Fu Baiwei sighed with regret, admitting she was unclear on the specifics of Li Bing's death. However, since her passing, the nature of combat training at the shelter had drastically shifted. Initially, Li Bing had encouraged self-defense for protection. Following her death, the women, emboldened by their newfound skills, began to oppress the vulnerable and seize others' resources. What began as a quest for vengeance against their oppressors gradually morphed into a pattern of robbery, as they founded a quicker means to acquire provisions, evolving into a band of female marauders. They are no longer referred to as a women's shelter, but have been dubbed Black Widows. Xia Xiaoman was at a loss for words. Was this what it meant for victims to become perpetrators? Fu Baiwei nodded. Perhaps it was indeed so. Yet, do not underestimate them simply because they are women. They are formidable. When they venture out to rob, they seize what they can, if they are overpowered. They are not above employing seduction to lure their adversaries into a false sense of security before striking back. How do you know all this? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Our neighbor in Building 16, Room 1201, met her demise in such a manner. Yesterday, he and his brother had already captured those women, unable to resist a mere flirtation. They intended to engage in a heinous act, only to find themselves both meeting their demise. It is said that when the neighbor rushed to their aid, they were completely undressed. TSK, what a disgrace to our Watermoon Bay. Fu Baiwei wore a look of disdain. Xia Xiaoman remarked, I truly cannot comprehend this. Is it impossible to live without the company of women? In this day and age, how can one not control their baser instincts? They brought this fate upon themselves. Chapter 129. Persisting amidst the haze following the Black Widow's attack on Shuiwei Bay, the Property Management Department intensified security measures, doubling the number of patrollers and swiftly forming several shooting teams. Fu Baiwei successfully became a member of the shooting team, yet regrettably, she did not attain the position of captain. While her aim was commendable, her reflexes were somewhat lacking, rendering her more suitable for the role of vice captain, assisting the captain in coordinating the team. With the presence of the shooting team and the increased patrols, the safety of Shuiwei Bay soared, deterring any nefarious individuals from daring to intrude. Consequently, Xia Xiaoman resumed her leisurely existence. Aside from her daily regimen of martial arts training and practicing with her bow and crossbow, her remaining hours were spent either preparing sumptuous meals or indulging in puzzle games, leading a life of ease and contentment. Most importantly, even in the smog-laden weather, her solar generator remained operational, albeit with a significantly reduced output. However, as long as she refrained from excessive use of electrical appliances, she could comfortably sustain her basic needs. In the sultry atmosphere, she relished the cool embrace of the air conditioning, sipped chilled beverages, savored crispy chicken legs, and engaged in relaxing puzzle activities. Her days were more enjoyable than before the calamity struck. Just as she completed a puzzle and contemplated searching for more, she was suddenly called by her name from outside. Peering through the door's crack, she saw Wang Shijin and opened the door, inquiring, Captain Wang. To what do I owe the pleasure? Wang Shijin, fanning himself, replied, the Yi family fleet has arrived. Sun Qing is looking for you. Do you wish to step out and meet her? Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. Sun Qing is here? How did she manage to come in such dense haze? By car. Of course. Is there no haze on their side? Xia Xiaoman asked. Sun Qing explained that the coastal areas of Yuanqing were relatively clear, with only a slight haze inland, which intensified only as they approached Floating City. On the third day of the haze, visibility gradually improved. Initially around 10 meters, it had now increased to over 10 meters, peaking at 20 meters during the midday sun. Cautiously driving, they could still reach Floating City without taking a wrong turn. Upon arriving at the community entrance, Xia Xiaoman saw Sun Qing directing her subordinates to unload seafood from the vehicle that had been traded with Shuiwei Bay. As Xia Xiaoman approached, Sun Qing pulled her aside. Here, I brought you something special, live fish, transported in seawater. Sun Qing indicated a semi-sealed bucket. If the weather had been as hot as it was earlier, the fish would have turned into soup by the time they arrived. Bubbling soup at that. Opening the bucket, Xia Xiaoman discovered 7 or 8 fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds each. Though she could not identify the species, given her previous circumstances, she had never had the luxury of consuming sea fish. Yet, these appeared quite plump, promising delightful flavors. Thank you for sending me fish all the way in this haze, she said. Sun Qing chuckled. What is there to thank? It's just a few fish. There are plenty in the sea. Next week, I'll bring you some fresh lobsters and needlefish. Next week, will you be coming again? Such weather renders driving perilous, does it not? Indeed, it poses certain dangers. On our journey to Floating City, there were individuals who, taking advantage of the hazy conditions that obscured visibility, deliberately lay beneath our wheels in an attempt to fabricate an accident. Subsequently, without hesitation, she allowed the vehicle to roll over them. If one seeks death, then let them be escorted on their journey. Having navigated the tumultuous world for some time, Sun Qing had unknowingly retracted her once tender heart, becoming resolute and decisive, gradually aligning herself with Yi Xiaojia. Given the treacherous conditions, do you still intend to come next week? Asked Xia Xiaoman. Sun Qing chuckled lightly, stating, if we were to abandon the trade of seafood over a bit of danger, our Yi family fleet would inevitably face starvation. Fear not. I always venture out accompanied by many, ensuring our timely escape from any peril. By the way, I have a favor to ask. Sun Qing lowered her voice. While seeking out the coach, I overheard Xiaoji you mention you possess a pickup truck. Where did you acquire it? Could you assist me in procuring one as well? The price is negotiable, as long as the quality is assured. Xia Xiaoman cast her a sidelong glance. I was wondering why you were so kind as to bring me live fish. It seems you were merely biding your time here. Sun Qing smiled. Xiao Jia and I plan to embark on our entrepreneurial journey, and the first step requires a vehicle. Most of Yuan City's cars were swept away in the tsunami. Obtaining one now is akin to scaling a mountain. Considering those live fish, I will tell you this. Head to transaction point no. 3 near Qinyang community and seek out a staff member named Qin Guangli. He was the one who facilitated my acquisition of the vehicle. However, I recently passed by the repair shop and noticed it had caught fire. I am uncertain if there are any operational vehicles left. Upon hearing this, Sun Qing expressed her gratitude. Understood. If I manage to secure a vehicle, I shall have Xiao Jia send you a box of her treasured fish glue. Xia Xiaoman waved her hand. Let us first secure the vehicle. Sun Qing nodded, exchanged a few more words with her, and then returned to her tasks. After unloading the seafood meant for trade with Shuiwa Bay, she directed her subordinates to drive to their previous lodging. The haze had only briefly hindered the people's movements upon its arrival. Within a few days, the residents of Floating City had grown accustomed to it. Business resumed as usual. Vendors set up their stalls, and those inclined to theft continued their nefarious activities under the cover of the fog. On the second day of her arrival in Floating City, Sun Qing began selling seafood. Due to the haze, the number of customers was somewhat diminished compared to her last visit, yet the seafood remained popular, particularly the seaweed and kelp. 2 pounds of dried kelp, once rehydrated, could sustain a family of 4 for an entire day, proving more economical than rice. In just a few days, most of the seafood she had brought sold out, leaving only a small quantity. With no time to continue selling, she decided to sell the remainder at a lower price to Shuiwei Bay. After attending to her seafood, Sun Qing sought out Qin Guangli based on the information Xia Xiaoman had provided. Upon learning that she was referred by Xia Xiaoman, Qin Guangli wasted no time and promptly led her to find Brother Ma Wei. Meanwhile, Fu Baiwei had somehow learned that Xia Xiaoman possessed several live fish. Just as Xia Xiaoman was returning home with a bucket full of fish, Fu Baiwei caught wind of the scent and hurried over. Xiaoman, I have heard that you possess live fish. Would you be willing to sell me one? I could offer you this in exchange. Fu Baiwei opened her bag, revealing potatoes the size of a fist. Xiaoman glanced at them, her enthusiasm waning. I am not particularly fond of potatoes. Do you have anything else? Upon hearing this, Fu Baiwei promptly clarified. Xiaoman, these are not ordinary potatoes. They are a newly harvested variety cultivated indoors. They are drought-resistant and can withstand high temperatures, with a short maturation period and high yield. This type of potato only requires moist soil during its seedling stage. Once it has matured, it only needs a minimal amount of water each day to thrive. Within 3 months, they can be ready for harvest. You may keep this bag of potatoes to plant. If you cultivate them well, you can harvest at least 500 pounds within 2 months. Chapter 130. The development of new agricultural produce across regions. The optimal temperature for the seedling stage of ordinary potatoes is 78 F, while the juvenile stage requires 10 to 12 C. And the ideal growth temperature lies between 20 to 22 C. Throughout their growth cycle, it is essential to provide ample moisture to ensure high yields. In contrast, the newly cultivated potatoes require only about 25 C during the seedling stage to germinate, and maintaining a temperature of approximately 30 C during the juvenile stage ensures their survival. As for the growth phase, as long as temperatures do not exceed 45 C, they can continue to flourish until maturity. Moreover, during the cultivation of these novel potatoes, apart from the seedling and juvenile stages where sufficient moisture must be maintained, the other periods demand merely a light daily watering, which does not adversely affect the yield. The growth cycle of ordinary potatoes spans approximately 90 to 120 days, yielding around 5,000 gene per mu, whereas the new variety matures in just 60 to 70 days, yielding an impressive 7,000 gene per mu. Regrettably, Fu Baiwei sighed in disappointment, lamenting that a tornado had devastated several indoor cultivation sites, resulting in significant losses of crops on the verge of harvest. I heard from Grandpa Luo that had it not been for the tornado, this batch of crops could have been partially sold at the trading point. However, due to the insufficient supply of potatoes, they must all be reserved for planting the next crop. This bag of potatoes was given to her boyfriend as a gesture of goodwill from the power station, totaling 5 gene, which she traded for 2 fish. Surely a fair exchange? Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. She held little interest in ordinary potatoes, but the new variety could potentially be useful in the future. You're giving me all 5 gene? Aren't you keeping any for yourself? Fu Baiwei shook her head, explaining that she and Ayun had no time for farming and lacked the skills, fearing they might waste the 5 gene of potatoes. Having just joined the shooting team, her work hours were dedicated to patrolling the community with the guards, and her breaks were spent assisting the captain in organizing archery practice for the team, leaving her no opportunity for gardening at home. Rather than squander these potatoes, she preferred to exchange them for 2 live fish to satisfy her cravings. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Xiaoman exchanged 2 sea fish for the potatoes. With the fish in hand, Fu Baiwei joyfully dashed home, planning to steam the fish for dinner. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman retrieved several buckets from her space and ventured into the yard to collect some soil in preparation for planting the potatoes. Although the earth in the yard was not particularly fertile, finding rich soil in the current environment was challenging, and having any soil for cultivation was a blessing. The potatoes were the size of fists, with numerous sprouting eyes. One potato could yield 7 or 8 sprouts. While cutting the sprouts, Xia Xiaoman noticed an abundance of fibers within the potatoes, reminiscent of aged kudzu root, with fiber content surpassing that of starch. Additionally, the potatoes were rather dry, akin to partially sun-dried kudzu, and upon touching the cross-section, she felt a thin layer of powder without any moisture to speak of. Xia Xiaoman felt a twinge of regret. These potatoes appeared unpalatable at first glance. Alas, it was her momentary curiosity that led her to investigate whether this new variety was truly as remarkable as rumored. Without considering the quality of taste, no wonder Fu Baiwei had emphasized the advantages of the new potatoes, neglecting to mention any drawbacks. Nevertheless, she resolved to plant a batch of potatoes. When the time came to exchange goods in the future, they would not stand out so starkly. In the blink of an eye, the day had arrived once again for the Yi family fleet to sell seafood in Floating City. Xia Xiaoman presented 2 specially reserved varieties of high-yield potatoes to Sun Qing. The Floating City had developed these prolific potatoes not merely for their own benefit but surely intended to share a portion with neighboring cities to assist them in overcoming hardships. After all, how could they afford to spare even a fraction of the tens of thousands of potatoes for sale? Thus, she speculated that Yuan City, not far from Floating City, was likely already cultivating these potatoes, and perhaps in the near future, Sun Qing and her companions would effortlessly acquire these new varieties. However, identical goods can possess vastly different values at different times. For instance, at present, coastal cities were in dire need of starch. If they took these new potatoes back for cultivation, they could sell the freshly harvested potatoes at a premium before the official announcement of the new variety in 2 months, undoubtedly reaping substantial profits. Investing in potatoes to yield watermelons. Sun Qing accepted the potatoes and carefully retrieved a small watermelon, about the size of a volleyball, from the compartment. While you in Floating City have developed high-yield potatoes, we in Yuan City are not to be outdone, having cultivated drought-resistant watermelons, she proclaimed. She placed the watermelon in Xia Xiaoman's arms, emphasizing that despite its small size, it was full of moisture and remarkably resilient to drought and heat. After you finish the watermelon, dry the seeds in the shade, then place them in a cup of water. Once the seedlings grow to 30 centimeters, find a patch of loose soil to plant them, watering every 3 to 5 days, and in about 90 days, you will reap a bountiful harvest of watermelons. These watermelons are quite durable. If stored in a cool, dry place after picking, they can last at least 45 days. The only downside is their mediocre taste, which can lead to discomfort if consumed in excess. We primarily use them as an emergency water source, resorting to eating them only when absolutely necessary. Intrigued, Xia Xiaoman tapped on the watermelon rind, producing a dull thud. Is this watermelon ripe? It sounds rather unripe, she inquired. Quite ripe, Sun Qing assured her. It simply has a thicker, harder rind, much like a coconut. Nodding, Xia Xiaoman carefully stored the watermelon and casually asked, last time you mentioned acquiring a vehicle. Have you managed to find one? Regrettably, no. The repair shop was reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. However, I did find a talented individual named Yang Wei. You should know him. Yang Wei. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brows, trying to recall. Ah, the one with the ponytail. You managed to recruit him? Sun Qing nodded. His skills are commendable. He not only repairs cars but also boats. Finding a vehicle in Yuan City is quite challenging, but locating a broken boat is far easier. Xiaojia and I have managed to acquire a few boats for him to repair. Once the boats are ready, we will possess our own fleet. As for the vehicle, if necessary, we will find a way to rent one. There is always a solution. After leaving the seafood from the transaction with Shuiwei Bay, Sun Qing departed with her team. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman immediately sliced open the watermelon Sun Qing had given her, realizing she had not tasted fruit in nearly a year. With a decisive chop, the knife struck the watermelon, leaving a mere 1 centimeter deep incision. Xia Xiaoman, Sun Qing remarked that the watermelon rind was as hard as a coconut. Initially, Xia Xiaoman thought Sun Qing was jesting, but to her surprise, it was indeed the truth. After several vigorous strikes, she finally cleaved the watermelon in 2, and the juice spilled generously across the table, visibly abundant. Eagerly, Xia Xiaoman took a bite, and in an instant exclaimed, "What on earth is this? It's utterly dreadful." The taste of this coconut-like watermelon was neither distinctly sour nor sweet. It resembled the flavor of dishwater, albeit lacking the layer of greasiness. It was no wonder it was regarded as an emergency source of hydration. If it weren't for the lack of water, who would willingly consume such a distasteful thing? Chapter 131. Cultivating vegetables. Though the coconut shell watermelon may not be palatable, this batch of watermelons has undeniably saved numerous lives. Yuan City, nestled by the sea, boasts abundant water resources both above and below ground. Even in the absence of underground water, they can extract seawater to produce distilled water for quenching their thirst. Floating City, as its name suggests, is renowned for its association with water. Apart from its low hills, the city is encircled by meandering rivers. Legend has it that these hills once floated upon the waters, hence the name Floating City. One can easily surmise the richness of its underground water. However, not all cities are blessed with such plentiful underground reserves. For instance, Yin City. Yin City, famed for its mineral wealth, suffers from a scarcity of groundwater. A prolonged drought lasting over half a year, compounded by a locust plague, has driven Yin City to the brink of despair. Transporting water from distant cities is impractical, setting aside whether the weather is suitable for long-distance water transport. Where would one procure the necessary containers? It is hardly feasible to scavenge plastic bottles for such a purpose. Furthermore, the round trips for water not only deplete vehicles, but also waste considerable fuel. The coconut shell watermelon developed by Yuan City provides a timely solution to Yin City's pressing predicament. The first batch of these watermelons was primarily dispatched to Yin City. Once Yin City cultivates a second batch, the fear of thirst-induced fatalities will dissipate. Xia Xiaoman regards the coconut shell watermelon with trepidation. She would not touch it unless absolutely necessary. Disposing of the unfinished watermelon into her spatial realm, she pondered that, given the current temperate conditions, it would be more prudent to cultivate her own fruits rather than waiting for others to do so. With ample time on her hands at home, she retrieved various containers from her space, filled them with soil, and began her agricultural endeavor. Utilizing the seeds procured from the black market, Xia Xiaoman planted 5 pots of watermelon, 5 pots of cantaloupe, 2 pots of scallions, 3 pots of shepherd's purse, 3 pots of mustard greens, 3 pots of tomatoes, 3 pots of chives, and 3 pots of romaine lettuce. The crops requiring ample sunlight, such as watermelon, tomatoes, and cantaloupe, were relocated to the attic, which fortuitously had a large hole suitable for cultivating these plants. Crops that thrive with less sunlight, such as chives and shepherd's purse, were placed in the adjacent room on the second floor where livestock were kept. Do not inquire why she did not plant in the yard. Given the frequency of natural disasters, who could predict what calamity might strike next? By cultivating in pots, she could swiftly retrieve her crops into her space should any misfortune arise. If planted in the yard, any sudden hail or extreme weather could spell disaster for her painstakingly nurtured plants. Busy with her gardening, a month slipped by unnoticed. Throughout this month, the haze neither dissipated nor intensified. Floating City remained shrouded in a perpetual murk, and the populace gradually adapted to this dim, nebulous existence. During this time, Shuiwei Bay collaborated multiple times with the Yi family's fleet to trade in seafood, allowing the majority of the community to amass some provisions, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman's crops began to sprout and flourish. Now, her daily routine commenced with watering her plants, followed by tending to her rabbits and chickens. Drawing a small bucket of bathing water from the space, she ascended to the attic with the intention of watering her crops. Suddenly, a small gray creature darted past her. Xia Xiaoman quickly pursued it, only to see it vanish into a corner, leaving behind a few gray fur strands. Could it be a rabbit that had escaped? Or perhaps a mouse? After searching for a while without success, Xia Xiaoman decided to abandon her quest and return to watering her plants. Upon reaching her watermelon seedlings, her eyes widened in disbelief. Where were her precious seedlings? After a month of diligent care, they had finally sprouted, and her tomato seedlings were missing as well. Xia Xiaoman's face turned green with rage. It was that audacious creature daring to snatch away her hard work. Examining the remnants of the tiny stems left in the soil, she noted that the broken ends were evidently gnawed. With a stern expression, Xia Xiaoman returned to the second floor, counting the rabbits. None were missing. This indicated that it was not the rabbits that had caused the damage. It was most likely a mouse. She turned and entered the adjacent room, where the freshly sprouted chives remained intact, but several of the chicken feather vegetables had been nibbled by the mouse. Xia Xiaoman immediately began searching through her space, hoping to find something to catch the mouse. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, she reluctantly collected all her belongings into the space for a thorough cleaning. She then gathered some bricks from the yard to seal off any potential entry points for the mouse, before rearranging her furniture. The few pots of crops in the attic were moved down to the second-floor room and locked away, aside from watering. She resolved to keep them secure from any mouse incursions. As she was busy with her tasks, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed at the door. Xia Xiaoman. Are you home? Xia Xiaoman. Coming. Please don't knock so hard. You'll break my door. As she opened the door, Wang Shijin eagerly thrust a package towards her. This is the rent. Quick, give me the car keys. It's a matter of life and death. Xia Xiaoman, bewildered, handed him the keys, questioning, what do you mean? A matter of life and death? What has happened? Wang Shijin grabbed the keys and hurried to the garage to start the car, explaining as he went. Someone has been bitten by a sharp-nosed rat and has started showing symptoms. All the cars in the community have left, so I had to come borrow yours. What sharp-nosed rat? What symptoms? Xia Xiaoman inquired. I'll explain when I get back. The property management will announce it over the loudspeaker later. You'll find out soon enough. I must hurry to help. Before she could respond, Wang Shijin revved the engine and sped away. Xia Xiaoman was left in a haze. Though she could surmise that a certain mouse problem had emerged in Floating City, and being bitten could lead to illness, perhaps even a threat to life, which explained Wang Shijin's urgency. With this thought lingering, she conducted another thorough check of her home, ensuring there were no mice and that they could not enter, which brought her some relief. Just as she began to relax, the sound of the loudspeaker blared outside. Attention all residents! Attention all residents! The sharp-nosed rats are rampant in Floating City. If bitten by a sharp-nosed rat, please seek medical attention promptly to prevent rabies infection. Currently, 14 residents in our community have unfortunately contracted rabies, with 8 succumbing despite rescue efforts, while the remaining 6 are still receiving treatment. We urge all residents to exercise caution while stepping outside to avoid being attacked by the sharp-nosed rats. Please secure your food at home. And if you discover any signs of gnawing by these rodents, refrain from consuming those items. Chapter 132. The shrew upon hearing the sounds emanating from the horn outside. A chill of dread enveloped Xia Xiaoman. She was acutely aware of the horrors of rabies in her hometown. She had witnessed a family's son fall prey to a rabid dog. They had rushed him to receive the rabies vaccine, yet within a mere 3 days, the child succumbed to madness and convulsions, ultimately perishing. The mortality rate of rabies is nearly 100. Even with vaccination, there is no absolute guarantee of efficacy. Her apprehension grew as she conducted a thorough inspection of her home for the 3rd time, sealing every crevice with wire mesh, leaving no chance for the rodent to intrude. When Wang Shijin returned with the vehicle shortly after 3 in the afternoon, she dared not venture outside in her canvas shoes, opting instead for a pair of high-top rain boots as she made her way to the garage. Have we already exhausted the vehicle's use? What became of the person taken to the medical station? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Wang Shijin, his countenance grim, slowly shook his head. There was no hope for him. The medical station lacked the rabies vaccine and could only provide basic emergency care. With a sigh, Xia Xiaoman pondered the nature of the shrew. What exactly is this creature? A newly emerged species? The shrew is actually known as the musk shrew. Its scientific name seems to be Sarex, Wang Shijin clarified. Upon hearing the name, she recognized it immediately. Musk shrews typically do not attack humans and seldom venture into human habitats. How could they suddenly appear in Floating City? It is said they have migrated from Wuchang, he continued. The lush, humid forest of Wuchang provided an ideal habitat for shrews. Before the natural disasters struck, shrews were frequently spotted among the mountains and fields of Wuchang. Following the calamities, they were driven into hiding, only to face an unprecedented drought and locust plague, which obliterated the vegetation and subterranean worms and insects. Deprived of sustenance, the shrews descended from the mountains in search of food. However, the city had transformed. Streets no longer bore remnants of uneaten meals, and alleyways lacked the scraps discarded by restaurants. Driven by hunger, the shrews became increasingly aggressive, not only attacking humans but also gnawing upon corpses. Those that consumed flesh became even more ferocious, their bodies laden with an increasing array of pathogens and viruses. As rabies cases began to surface in Wuchang, the local government finally took notice of the dangers posed by the shrews, initiating a citywide extermination campaign. Driven from their homes, the shrews journeyed southward, ultimately arriving in Floating City. Just 2 weeks prior, numerous shrews had emerged from the haze, attacking humans with their eyes glowing ominously red. A clear indication of danger. Wang Shijin, burdened by the gravity of the situation, remarked, "Initially, we dismissed these shrews as a trivial concern. It wasn't until our community experienced a spate of rabies cases that we recognized the potential peril they posed." Other areas of Floating City have also reported numerous rabies victims. The medical station is overwhelmed. On average, a rabies patient arrives every 5 minutes, and with no vaccine available, those brought in are left to await their fate. Xia Xiaoman understood that the musk shrew harbored toxins within its body, and should one be bitten, the wound would initially exhibit a fleeting numbness, followed by progressive redness and swelling, taking several days to subside. However, she was unaware of the peril posed by the sharp-nosed rat, which could transmit rabies upon biting. Does that mean anyone bitten by a sharp-nosed rat will contract rabies? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Wang Shijin shook his head. Not necessarily, but the likelihood of infection is quite high. At least 8 out of 10 will contract rabies. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. What does the higher authority intend to do? Will they just allow the sharp-nosed rats to proliferate? Uncle Luo had inquired. And it seemed that the higher-ups were preoccupied with a matter deemed more significant than the sharp-nosed rats, leaving them temporarily unable to address this issue. However, they had dispatched individuals to urgently manufacture rat traps, which would be sold at the trading post once completed. Xia Xiaoman seized on this pivotal point and asked, what could be more important than the sharp-nosed rats? Is a great disaster about to unfold? Wang Shijin let out a bitter laugh. If Uncle Luo couldn't uncover the details, who am I to ask? Well then, Xia Xiaoman pouted and shifted the topic. Do you know how to make rat traps? The government can produce them. And so can I. There's no need to wait for them to be available at the trading post. Wang Shijin shook his head. I can't, but Sun Haiyun likely can. You might ask Fu Baiwei. Since Fu Baiwei joined the shooting team, she rarely sought her out, and it was uncertain when she would come. Knowing Fu Baiwei's address, Xia Xiaoman gathered some rice and flour and set out to find her. Around 5 in the afternoon, Fu Baiwei returned home after a day's work and was pleasantly surprised to see Xia Xiaoman squatting at her doorstep. Xiaoman, what brings you here? Xia Xiaoman stood up and stretched, saying, I need to ask you something. Can your boyfriend make rat traps? Could he help me create a few? Rat traps? Have you been troubled by rats at home? Fu Baiwei asked as she opened the door to invite Xia Xiaoman inside. Upon entering, Xia Xiaoman noticed a transparent plastic oil bottle placed along the corridor. Inside, 2 sharp-nosed rats scurried excitedly, attempting to escape. Unfortunately, a plastic board secured the top of the bottle, preventing their escape. Is this the rat trap your boyfriend made? Xia Xiaoman queried. Fu Baiwei affirmed. This trap works quite well. It catches them effectively. However, once trapped, one must find a way to eliminate them, or else they'll scurry out as soon as the lid is opened. Could you help me make 10? I'll provide the materials, and this will be your compensation. Xia Xiaoman placed the rice and flour she had brought on the table. Fu Baiwei waved her hand dismissively. Take it back. It's just a few rat traps. What compensation is necessary? Just prepare the materials. Xia Xiaoman smiled. A deal is a deal. Take it. Relationships require reciprocity to maintain a long-lasting bond. One must avoid being overly opportunistic. Relenting, Fu Baiwei nodded. All right, I'll graciously accept it then. Bring the materials over later. And I'll have Ayun work on them tonight, aiming for delivery by tomorrow. There's no rush. A couple of days delay is fine. After a pause, she continued. By the way, since your boyfriend can make rat traps, why doesn't he produce more to sell? Currently, mouse traps are in dire scarcity. Merely taking them out will result in swift acquisition by others within mere minutes. Fu Baiwei cast a sidelong glance at her, exclaiming, Do you think I do not wish for this? It is simply due to a lack of materials. The few mouse traps we possess were painstakingly assembled. Sun Haiyun's traps are crafted from simple materials, sturdy iron wire, an oil drum, and a piece of plastic board. While iron wire and plastic boards are easily sourced, finding an oil drum or a container of similar dimensions proves to be quite the challenge. Consequently, Fu Baiwei can only watch helplessly as this golden opportunity for prosperity slips through her fingers. Chapter 133, Extermination of Rodents with a plethora of designs available. The mouse traps crafted by Sun Haiyun are merely one variant among many. The logistics department is also producing mouse traps, albeit in limited quantities, with a restriction of 5 per household, necessitating the provision of materials and labor. Their traps are of the type that captures a single mouse at a time. Would you like to purchase some? If so, I can place an order for you while I am at work, Fu Baiwei suggested, glancing at Xia Xiaoman. Are they the kind with sharp teeth? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Fu Baiwei nodded, noting that they are rather expensive. One must exchange 5 pounds of rice for a single trap. Given that they are made of iron, the price is understandably high. After contemplating for a moment, Xia Xiaoman replied, Please procure 5 for me. These traps are not only effective in catching mice but can also be reused as traps, providing good value for money. Very well, I will order them for you tomorrow. However, it may take 1 to 2 weeks to receive them, as there is a considerable demand for mouse traps in the community. The logistics department is busy sourcing materials and crafting the traps, so time is primarily wasted in the search for supplies. I'm not in a hurry. I can manage with your traps for now, Xia Xiaoman said. Unless there's anything else, I shall take my leave. I'll bring you the materials for making the traps tomorrow. With that, she rose to return home. Having been away for so long, she wondered if any mice had managed to infiltrate her abode. While traversing the path in her knee-high waterproof boots, a sudden flash of a red-eyed, sharp-nosed rat burst forth from the haze and collided with her foot. Startled, Xia Xiaoman barely had time to react as the frantic rodent scrambled to its feet and viciously bit her shoe, seemingly in retaliation for obstructing its path. A sense of alarm gripped her heart, prompting her to swiftly lift her foot and shake off the rat, ultimately crushing it beneath her heel. After the encounter, Xia Xiaoman dared not linger outdoors and quickened her pace towards home. Upon her return, she removed her waterproof boots and examined them. Noting that the rat's teeth were remarkably sharp, nearly puncturing the material, it appeared that next time she ventured out, she would need not only her waterproof boots, but also an additional thick pair of socks, just in case. Though the thought of wearing thick socks with waterproof boots in the sweltering heat was unappealing, the prospect of enduring a rat's bite was far worse. Having changed her attire and thoroughly inspected her home to confirm that no sharp-nosed rats had invaded, Xia Xiaoman finally relaxed and began preparing dinner. The following day, she provided Fu Baiwei with the materials for making mouse traps and the supplies for purchasing the traps. After returning home, she resolutely closed the door, choosing not to venture outside again until the traps were completed. When Fu Baiwei delivered the 8 traps, Xia Xiaoman strategically positioned them in areas where the sharp-nosed rats might intrude, perhaps due to the fact that all entry points in her home were secured with wire mesh. The traps remained unproductive for 7 to 8 days, capturing not a single rodent. Nonetheless, Xia Xiaoman remained uneasy. As soon as Fu Baiwei brought over the traps from the logistics department, she immediately placed them near the drain, beside the windows, and at the entrance. Observing Xia Xiaoman's vigilant demeanor, Fu Baiwei mockingly remarked, "You are exceedingly cautious. Your home is fortified to the point of being impenetrable. Yet you still purchase so many traps." Xia Xiaoman retorted, "There is no choice. One only has one life. A moment of carelessness could prove disastrous. Soon, there will be no need for such caution. A new notification has been issued by Floating City. 10 corpses of the pointed-nosed rat can be exchanged for a pound of grain. In recent days, many individuals have taken to the streets to catch these rats, and it is likely that it will not be long before the pointed-nosed rat disappears from our floating city." Upon hearing Baiwei Fu's words, Xia Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback. Did the authorities truly believe that ordinary citizens would catch pointed-nosed rats without fear of death? Fu shrugged, stating that no one could fathom the authorities' reasoning. "In any case, we at Shuiwei Bay would never risk our lives for a mere pound of grain. As Grandpa Luo had sternly warned us, Floating City lacks the necessary tools and pesticides for extermination, relying solely on human effort. Yet, they are already short-staffed. How could they possibly allocate more personnel for this endeavor? The allure of wealth stirs the heart. In the absence of conflicts of interest, the citizens of Floating City would simply act cautiously to avoid being bitten by the pointed-nosed rats, leaving the issue of their proliferation unperturbed. However, once profit is involved, some would be willing to take risks to eradicate the rats. 10 pointed-nosed rats for a pound of grain is, in the eyes of many rat catchers, akin to a gift of food." As soon as the news was released, numerous individuals armed themselves with tools and rushed to the streets. Consequently, the trading posts and medical stations in Floating City became bustling hubs. Those who successfully captured a multitude of pointed-nosed rats without sustaining bites flocked to the trading posts to exchange their catches for grain. Meanwhile, those who were bitten during their endeavors were promptly sent to medical stations, even though many met their demise at the jaws of the pointed-nosed rats. A considerable number continued to seek out these creatures in hopes of exchanging them for food. They clung to a sense of luck, believing that misfortune would not befall them. Yet, ironically, some were indeed unfortunate. In no time, the medical stations were overwhelmed, with daily reports of fatalities resulting from bites, and the death toll rose swiftly. Nevertheless, the Floating City government did not rescind their decision to allow the exchange of 10 pointed-nosed rats for a pound of grain. With the current rat infestation, a few additional fatalities were deemed acceptable in the initial stages of extermination. It was reasoned that as the population of pointed-nosed rats diminished over time, so too would the number of deaths. If the infestation were allowed to persist unchecked, the cumulative fatalities would far exceed the current figures. The extermination campaign continued for a month, and the pointed-nosed rats that once roamed freely began to vanish. Yet, Xia Xiaoman sensed that something was amiss. The pointed-nosed rats had only emerged half a month prior, and the authorities had taken minimal action, at most dispatching individuals to construct traps. What had prompted Floating City to suddenly offer grain as an incentive for capturing pointed-nosed rats? The corpses of these rats were neither edible nor useful. According to the historical tendencies of Floating City, it was inconceivable that grain would be exchanged for the worthless carcasses of pointed-nosed rats. One could hardly claim that the intent was to swiftly eradicate the rats for the safety of the populace, if that were truly the case. Why had there been no action taken when the pointed-nosed rats first appeared? Why wait until they had proliferated to such an extent before initiating extermination efforts? Before she could fully grasp the implications, another notification was issued by Floating City. "Dear residents, please be informed. The floating city authorities have mandated that all citizens participate in the cleaning of the sewers. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Personnel will arrive at the community to count heads and assign tasks. All residents are requested to gather at the community entrance at 6:40 a.m. tomorrow, bringing along personal identification. The patrol team's loudspeaker repeatedly broadcasts this announcement. Xia Xiaoman, with a grave expression, stands by the window, watching as the patrol team gradually vanishes into the haze. The city has experienced several calamities in the past, even during the post-disaster rebuilding efforts after mudslides. There was never a mandate for the entire populace to participate. Now, merely for the purpose of cleaning the drainage system, why has such a notification been issued? The more she contemplates, the more she feels something is amiss, an unsettling premonition stirring within her. After a moment of reflection, she changes her attire and ventures out, intending to seek out Fu Baiwei. Fu Baiwei has a wide network of acquaintances and may possess information that others are unaware of. Chapter 134. The causes of frequent natural disasters with a boyfriend entrenched within the system and two well-connected ministerial neighbors. Fu Baiwei consistently manages to glean internal news ahead of others. She requested a brief leave from her captain and pulled Xia Xiaoman aside, inquiring, "What has happened? Why are you seeking me out at this hour?" It was only 9 in the morning, an unusual time for Xia Xiaoman to visit her during work hours. "Did you hear the announcement from the patrol team? They've suddenly mandated us to clean the sewers. Have you received any updates?" Xia Xiaoman asked. Fu Baiwei glanced around to ensure their privacy and lowered her voice. "This situation is rather intricate. I'll come find you after my shift. Do not fret. If the sky falls, there is someone tall to hold it up. If we can't withstand it, we may as well face it together." Xia Xiaoman responded with a muted expression. "Now that you've mentioned death, how can I not be concerned?" After a day filled with anxious anticipation, Fu Baiwei finally arrived around 6 in the evening, accompanied by Sun Haiyun. Xia Xiaoman welcomed them in, poured 2 glasses of water, and then asked, "Is there something in the sewers? Why the sudden urgency to clean them?" Due to a lack of manpower and post-disaster reconstruction, only the surface sludge had been cleared. The underground muck remained untouched. Initially, they had planned to wait for the electricity to be restored before tackling it. But nature had bestowed upon them a series of calamities and pestilences, resulting in the floating city still being without power, and consequently, the sewer sludge had not been addressed. Fu Baiwei spoke up. "I heard from Aunt Xing that the cleaning of the sewers is because the authorities intend to establish an underground city. Hence the need to clear the sewers to lay the groundwork for its construction." "An underground city?" Xia Xiaoman murmured, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that they have detected something, concluding that the surface is uninhabitable for humans, thus necessitating the creation of an underground city? While the concept of an underground city might sound simple, its actual establishment poses significant challenges. The subterranean structure is intricate, with numerous underground rivers in the floating city, and a moment's inattention could result in a collapse. If the surface environment were not deemed unsuitable for human habitation, why would the floating city go to such lengths to construct an underground city? Fu Baiwei remained silent, glancing towards Sun Haiyun, who sighed deeply before posing a question of his own. "What do you believe is the cause of the frequent natural disasters we've experienced over the past year?" Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brows and murmured, "There are myriad reasons for disasters, but what could be causing them to occur so frequently?" Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Sun Haiyun. "Could it be a shift in the geomagnetic field?" Sun Haiyun nodded gravely. "Indeed. A friend of mine informed me that the authorities detected a deviation in the orbital trajectory of the blue planet, resulting in alterations to its core rotation and the accompanying geomagnetic movements, which has affected the planet's magnetic field. The unprecedented tsunami that struck Yuanqing may very well have been triggered by this magnetic shift and the resultant disturbances in lunar gravitational forces. The natural disasters we endure are indeed a consequence of changes in the Earth's magnetic field." Xia Xiaoman's expression darkened considerably. "If the magnetic field fails to revert to its original state, will our planet perpetually suffer from calamities?" Sun Haiyun offered a pale consolation, asserting that it was not necessarily so. "Everything undergoes an adjustment period, and perhaps when our planet adapts to its current trajectory, these disasters will gradually cease." "But how long will this adjustment take?" Fu Baiwei inquired. Sun Haiyun sighed and shook his head, admitting, "I do not know. It may require the transformation of seas into mulberry fields and deserts into oceans before these relentless calamities come to an end." Xia Xiaoman felt a heavy weight settle upon her. Anyone would be disheartened by the prospect of an impending future rife with disasters. The atmosphere in the living room grew oppressive. Sun Haiyun took a deep breath and attempted to inject some optimism into the conversation, stating, "In any case, we must prepare ourselves for a long struggle. The current trajectory of our planet is not conducive to human survival. Those in power are predicting that our nation, and indeed the entire Eastern Hemisphere, may soon enter a state of perpetual night or endless day. In a state of eternal night, we could rely on artificial lights for illumination. However, in a state of eternal day, if the temperatures during such a time resemble the extreme heat we've recently endured, we would find ourselves unable to venture outdoors, trapped within our homes. Constructing underground cities is no small feat, but to avert the sudden onset of perpetual daylight, the authorities are mandating that everyone participate in the clearing of the sewers. Should endless day arise, at least we could escape through the sewers to other locations, rather than languishing at home awaiting our demise. I surmise that once the sewers are cleared, there will be attempts to excavate tunnels beneath the city, allowing us free passage through these subterranean routes. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. Given the vastness of floating city, with many buildings having foundations several dozen meters deep, the prospect of tunneling seemed improbable. Fu Baiwei interjected. As long as our resolve does not wane, there will always be more solutions than difficulties, even if we do not devise a plan. Those in authority will find a way to create the tunnels. Sun Haiyun chuckled, remarking, the ship will naturally find its way to the bridge. We shall deal with future matters when they arise. The meteorological station is currently in disrepair, and no one can predict whether a catastrophic disaster will manifest on some future day. We must live each day as if it were our last, striving to leave no regrets. Xia Xiaoman, taken aback by the wisdom in his words, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. The following morning, at 6:40, Xia Xiaoman appeared punctually at the entrance of her community. The staff was already busy registering each person's information. Xia Xiaoman quietly joined a line, waiting patiently. After approximately half an hour, her turn arrived. Presenting her identification and household registration book, she observed the wooden sign nearby, which read sewer cleaning. They would provide meals for everyone, and additionally, each person would have their work points recorded. Though the purpose of these work points was not explicitly stated, she instinctively felt they must hold considerable significance. Perhaps they would serve as points for entry into the future underground city, or could be exchanged for items essential for survival. Having completed her registration, she was instructed to seek out her supervisor for work assignments. Upon finishing, the staff member presented Xia Xiaoman with an identification badge. She examined the badge, which bore her name and identification number. At the bottom of the identification number, the affiliated team and supervisor were indicated. Her designated team was the 12th Squad of Shuiwei Bay, presumably categorized by residential address. The supervisor's name was Zhou Wenyu, a designation that sounded quite refined. Holding the badge, Xia Xiaoman took a few steps forward and soon spotted an individual holding a wooden sign that read 12th Squad of Shuiwei Bay. Chapter 135. Clearing the sewers. Xia Xiaoman gazed at the scruffy man before her, brandishing a sign. Are you Zhou Wenyu? He nodded, glancing at her work badge. Xia Xiaoman. Right? Line up at the back. We'll depart once everyone is assembled. Clearing the sewers is not merely a frenzied rush to tackle the dirtiest spots. Each sewer's inlet and outlet varies, as do their respective directions. The regulations stipulate that 20 individuals form a small team, with 5 teams constituting a larger squad, and 10 squads responsible for a designated area. Fortuitously, Xia Xiaoman's team was assigned to clean the sewers from within the community outward. Positioned conveniently at the entrance of the neighborhood, the manhole covers had long since vanished, leaving only a wooden plank atop. In some areas, even the plank was absent. The sludge compacted beneath their feet, indistinguishable from the pavement. Zhou Wenyu, perhaps perceiving Xia Xiaoman's petite frame, allocated her a relatively easy task, pushing a cart laden with sludge to the soil transport vehicle for unloading, then returning for a refill. The team comprised residents of Shuiwei Bay, and they worked together harmoniously, with no one shirking responsibilities. After a busy morning, they ceased work at noon, and Zhou Wenyu led them to collect their lunch. The meal consisted of 2 palm-sized thick brown cakes, each weighing half a kilogram. With an enticing aroma wafting through the air, Xia Xiaoman took a small bite. Though initially bland, with only a hint of salt, the flavor intensified with each chew, proving quite delicious. Zhou, what are these cakes made of? They taste rather pleasant, she inquired. Zhou Wenyu chuckled. You might not want to know. Intrigued, Xia Xiaoman pressed on, recalling what Su Ran and others had mentioned about indoor farming, where some were tasked with cutting off locust heads. It wouldn't be made from locusts, would it? Zhou Wenyu paused for a moment, then replied, How did you know? Indeed, it is locusts, Xia Xiaoman exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. The nearby individuals, savoring their meal, momentarily froze, caught between continuing to eat or retching up what they had just consumed. Realizing he had unwittingly revealed too much, Zhou Wenyu merely smiled and clarified. These cakes are made from dried locust powder mixed with flour. Dried locusts taste quite good. You should indulge. Someone interjected, Aren't locusts toxic? Eating them in cakes, won't that poison us? Zhou Wenyu reassured them. Rest assured, any toxic parts have been thoroughly processed. These cakes are safe. Even the personnel in the military consume them. And you should too. Xia Xiaoman felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Is the city of Floating City so impoverished that it has resorted to eating insects? It's not about poverty, it's about conservation. In this environment, one can never predict what may happen next. Stockpiling food is simply a precaution, Zhou Wenyu stated, standing up. All right, once you're full, head home to rest. We will regroup at 2 o'clock at the entrance, and do not be late. With that, he strode away to report on the morning's progress to his superiors. At 1:50 in the afternoon, Xia Xiaoman arrived at the assembly point 10 minutes early. Just as she sought a place to sit and await team leader Zhou, a sudden, thunderous explosion startled her, prompting her to swiftly draw the axe from her waist and assume a defensive stance. Before she could comprehend what had transpired, 2 additional deafening sounds followed. This time, she discerned the source of the commotion. Someone was firing a gun. The audacity to shoot in broad daylight could only indicate that it was likely a military or security personnel involved. Curiously, she glanced around, noticing that everyone else, much like herself, was bewildered and searching for the origin of the gunfire. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, the gunshots ceased abruptly, and Zhou Wenyu and the others arrived, albeit belatedly. A curious individual inquired, "Team leader Zhou, was there someone shooting just now?" Zhou Wenyu replied with a calm smile, while others were out clearing the sewers. Someone attempted to steal from others and was caught by the security team while trying to escape, prompting them to open fire in order to intercept. Not everyone heeds orders to assist in sewer maintenance, and even mandatory requirements often prove futile. Certain gangs have grown accustomed to a life of unrestrained freedom. Asking them to conform to a laborer's existence is hardly appealing. It is often said that the law does not punish the masses, when dozens, even hundreds or thousands from a gang refuse to assist with sewer cleaning. What can the floating city government do? Indeed, the government finds itself powerless against those unwilling to participate. Yet, it is utterly reprehensible that these individuals would seize the opportunity, while others are occupied cleaning the sewers, to pilfer essential resources. Everyone is striving for a future where the floating city can enjoy unimpeded passage, and these scoundrels not only refuse to assist but also create chaos, which is utterly contemptible. When the directive was issued for all to partake in sewer cleaning, the security teams were informed that should they catch anyone attempting to rob or steal, they should not hesitate to apprehend them. If anyone dared to resist, they were authorized to use lethal force depending on the circumstances. Although theft and robbery are not uncommon, those apprehended typically face labor reform rather than the death penalty. However, it appears that the floating city government aims to instill a sense of deterrence. Upon discovering a thief, if they prove uncooperative, a firearm will be drawn without hesitation. Zhou Wenyu's recounting of the event bore a cautionary tone, suggesting it would be wise for them to obediently follow the arrangements and refrain from engaging in any unscrupulous activities. After diligently clearing the sewers for half a month, Xia Xiaoman noticed a gradual drop in temperature, and the daylight hours were noticeably shortening, contrary to the expected phenomenon of perpetual daylight. Previously, the sun would rise around 5 in the morning, but now it barely began to illuminate the sky until 6. Similarly, while the sun typically set around 8 in the evening, darkness now enveloped the surroundings before 7. Moreover, the haze was slowly dissipating, with visibility now exceeding 100 meters. And it would not be long before it vanished entirely. Team leader Zhou, given this weather, it seems unlikely we will experience perpetual daylight. Rather, it appears we might face a polar night. Zhou Wenyu's eyes twitched slightly as he remarked, "You seem quite knowledgeable. Where did you acquire this information?" "Oh, just something I happened to overhear," Xia Xiaoman replied, deftly shifting the topic. "Since it seems perpetual daylight is off the table, should we not cease the sewer cleaning efforts?" Zhou Wenyu cast her a fleeting glance, having yet to receive any pertinent notifications, and resolutely continued her work. Xia Xiaoman pouted slightly, returning to the ranks to immerse herself once more in her diligent labor. Chapter 136, Transporting Coal. As the weather gradually turns cooler, the haze slowly dissipates. Those unaware of the situation believe that the weather is finally returning to normal. Discussing how the floating city will undertake its post-disaster reconstruction and how they might secure a comfortable job in the recovery efforts. However, those privy to the truth speculate that an eternal night is approaching and are making various preparations in advance. What does eternal night signify? It suggests a prolonged period, perhaps even an eternity, during which the sun may never again grace this land. Without the warmth of solar radiation, this territory will inevitably be blanketed in ice and snow, transforming into yet another glacial expanse on the blue planet. To avoid succumbing to the cold, one must gather fuel as much as possible before the onset of eternal night. Noticing the change in weather, the property management of Watermoon Bay convened several meetings and ultimately decided to organize 2 teams, one to venture into the outskirts at night to chop wood and gather fuel, and the other to drive to Flame City. Flame City is renowned as a mining hub, boasting 2 major coal mines along with several smaller ones. From what they have gathered, The floating city has already negotiated terms to procure coal from Flame City. Old Luo wishes for Wang Shijin to lead a convoy to accompany the coal transport team to Flame City. It is well understood that the two large mines are certainly under the control of Flame City, but perhaps it might be possible to acquire some coal from the smaller mines. When Wang Shijin came to borrow a vehicle, Xia Xiaoman was in the henhouse collecting eggs. After raising the chickens for over half a year, they finally began to lay eggs. Although there was only one egg, the fact that they had started laying meant she could enjoy fresh eggs every day from now on. After placing the egg safely, Xia Xiaoman rushed downstairs to open the door. Knowing Wang Shijin intended to borrow a vehicle for coal transport, she inquired, "If you lead the team to transport coal, who will take over the business with the Yi family shipping team?" Even though they were busy every day clearing the sewers, the cooperation with the Yi family shipping team had not ceased. It had merely shifted from daytime to nighttime transactions. Aunt Xing will arrange for someone to handle it. Compared to business, transporting coal is the priority, Wang Shijin replied after a pause. This time, borrowing the vehicle may take quite a while. The community has a large population, but there are few vehicles capable of transporting coal. We may need to make repeated trips to Flame City until we have enough coal. Xia Xiaoman understood. The deposit must be paid, but the rental fee can be offset with coal. Just set aside 200 Jin for me each time you return with coal. All right. No problem. There's one more thing. I noticed there's a tricycle in your garage. Could we borrow that as well? Wang Shijin looked at her with an earnest expression. Xia Xiaoman was speechless. Are you just targeting me for all your requests? Wang Shijin chuckled. Not at all. I've asked everyone in the community who owns vehicles. Since your family is relatively affluent with 2 vehicles, I thought it would be reasonable to ask twice. Xia Xiaoman retorted. What do you need the tricycle for? Are you planning to ride it to Flame City? Now it was Wang Shijin's turn to be at a loss for words. Even if I were insane, I would never ride a tricycle to Flame City. The tricycle is for the team going into the outskirts to chop wood. All the vehicles in the community have been taken, and without transportation, they would have to carry the wood back on their backs. Your tricycle is quite spacious, and the rear compartment can accommodate a significant amount of timber, making it easier to transport wood back. The deposit is equivalent to 2 pounds of gold, and the rental fee is 1.5 loads of firewood per day. If you agree, please provide the deposit. Among brothers, accounts must be clear. Even if it's merely a dilapidated tricycle, it cannot be used for free, though the rental fee may be slightly reduced. Numerous individuals have chosen to follow the official coal transport convoy to Flame City. Besides Watermoonbake, others are also aware of the impending arrival of Eternal Night and have discreetly taken leave to trail behind the official convoy. The coal transport team has not driven these individuals away. On the contrary, they welcome the prospect of these people bringing back additional coal, which might alleviate the burden on the officials should the extreme cold of Eternal Night descend upon them. The convoy heading to Flame City consists predominantly of cargo trucks, pickups, and vans capable of carrying substantial loads, with the exception of the final vehicle, which is a rather unimpressive off-road vehicle. Inside, Xia Xiaoman takes a couple of sips from the nearby water bottle filled with strong tea, only to grimace at its bitterness. She had underestimated the potency of the green tea, brewed with half a pound, hoping to stave off drowsiness during the long drive. Little did she know it would be so bitter, almost rivaling traditional Chinese medicine. Suddenly, the convoy ahead pulled over to the roadside, seemingly to rest for a moment. Observing this, Xia Xiaoman also stopped her vehicle but remained inside, stretching lazily across the driver's seat. Although the theory of Eternal Night has yet to be confirmed, the recent actions of the officials suggest a significant likelihood of its occurrence. If Eternal Night does arrive, fuel will become the most scarce resource. With Wang Shijin providing her with a mere 200 pounds of coal each time he returns, she wonders when she will ever accumulate enough coal to endure the Eternal Night. Rather than waiting for others to offer assistance, it would be more prudent for her to venture to Flame City herself, secure a sufficient supply of coal, and then return. Lost in thought about how to procure coal upon arriving in Flame City, she notices 2 individuals disembarking from the vehicle ahead, seemingly approaching her. Xia Xiaoman dons her mask and adjusts her cap, as she does not wish to be recognized by Wang Shijin, who is within the convoy. A knock at her window interrupts her thoughts, accompanied by their indistinct murmurs. Unable to hear clearly, she retrieves her firearm from her pocket. Her gaze icy as she commands them to leave. Upon seeing the gun, the 2 individuals freeze momentarily before awkwardly retreating to a safe distance and returning to their vehicle. After a 15-minute break, the convoy resumes its journey. The drive from Floating City to Flame City typically takes around 14 hours under smooth conditions, and with the breaks included. They expect to arrive in approximately 15 hours. The convoy departed at 7 a.m., and they have already been traveling for nearly 6 hours. This is Xia Xiaoman's first time driving for such an extended period. Her backside has grown numb, and her concentration is waning. Finally, The convoy halts once more beside a vast, flat field for lunch. To avoid detection by Wang Shijin and his companions, Xia Xiaoman climbs to the back seat to stretch her body and loosen her limbs. Fortunately, her petite stature allows her enough space within the off-road vehicle to stretch comfortably. After thoroughly stretching her entire body, she retrieved a meticulously prepared lunchbox from her space and indulged in it with great delight. The meal had been prepared the previous night, featuring fragrant rice at the bottom, topped with slices of luncheon meat, Chinese cabbage, and braised smoked duck with vegetables, showcasing a harmonious balance of meat and vegetables for optimal nutrition. Just as she was savoring her meal, a person from the vehicle ahead abruptly dashed towards her car, igniting a cigarette and swiftly joining the convoy ahead. Startled, Xiaoman hastily stored her unfinished lunch in her space, ignited her engine, and promptly followed suit. Chapter 137. What an excellent target. After driving for a while, Xia Xiaoman caught sight of a dozen vehicles pursuing them in the rearview mirror. Though these vehicles were quite a distance away, they were traveling at an alarming speed. Initially, she could only make out a few dark shapes, but in the blink of an eye, she could discern the types of cars they were driving. Their remarkable speed and ability to deftly navigate the potholes and debris suggested a deep familiarity with the area. Xia Xiaoman, feeling the urgency of the situation, accelerated and overtook 3 cars in front of her. The 3 vehicles left behind erupted in frustration, attempting to regain their position. But their modest trucks were no match for the powerful SUVs, leaving them to fume impotently. Before long, those 3 cars were cornered and blocked. The official convoy, having successfully shaken off their would-be assailants, found a suitable spot to halt and rest. Xia Xiaoman finished the remaining portion of her boxed meal and closed her eyes for a brief respite of over 10 minutes. As the convoy prepared to resume their journey, she promptly started her vehicle to follow suit. After driving for more than 2 hours, disaster struck when one of the vehicles in the convoy suffered a flat tire. The owner pulled over to the roadside and waved desperately for assistance from the passing cars, but to no avail. When Xia Xiaoman passed by, the unfortunate driver, realizing this was likely the last vehicle, stood defiantly in the middle of the road, determined to halt her. Xia Xiaoman glanced at him, noting his unfamiliar face which did not belong to anyone from Shuiwei Bay, and accelerated past without hesitation. The driver, seeing her indifference, hurriedly sidestepped to avoid being struck. As he picked himself up from the ground, the SUV had already sped far ahead, leaving him infuriated and cursing. After an uneventful yet exhausting 15-hour drive, they finally arrived in Yin City. Upon entering, Xia Xiaoman promptly separated from the convoy, seeking a secluded spot to store her vehicle in the spatial compartment. She then inquired about the location of the market in Yin City. The person she approached was a kindly elderly woman who gestured animatedly but failed to provide clear directions. Just as Xia Xiaoman was about to lose her patience, the old woman exclaimed, "Oh dear, my child, I truly can't explain where the market is. How about this? I'll take you there. I could use to buy a few things at the market myself." Xia Xiaoman narrowed her eyes, her primary purpose for coming to Yin City being to procure coal, and she preferred to avoid complications. "No, thank you. I'll find it myself," she replied, turning to leave. "Wait, dear." The elderly woman grasped Xia Xiaoman's wrist tightly. "The market in Yin City is difficult to locate, especially at this late hour. It's risky for a young girl like you to wander about alone. Let me guide you. The market closes at midnight, and since it's already past 11, you might arrive only to find it closed. Come, let me take you this way." The old woman insisted, pulling Xia Xiaoman along. Xia Xiaoman's expression had already turned cold, yet she refrained from voicing any further refusals. Since the old woman was so insistent on taking her away, she decided to follow and see what sort of place could compel the elderly lady to persist. As they meandered through a dimly lit alley, just as she was about to draw her axe, the old woman abruptly turned around, revealing a sinister smile. In the next instant, she brandished a spray bottle towards Xia Xiaoman. Just as the old woman was about to press the nozzle, Xia Xiaoman swiftly unsheathed her axe and struck down upon the hand that held the spray bottle. The old woman let out a piercing scream, relinquishing her grip on the bottle. Quick-witted, Xia Xiaoman caught the spray bottle and tucked it into her pocket. If her instincts were correct, the contents resembled an ether-like sedative, a valuable substance that wealth alone could not procure. Having secured the spray bottle, Xia Xiaoman lifted her leg and kicked the old woman away. The elderly lady, frail and suffering from osteoporosis, found herself unable to rise after being knocked down. Xia Xiaoman approached with her axe, prepared to claim the old woman's life. At that moment, a door at the far end of the alley swung open, revealing a burly man stepping out. Upon seeing the man, the old woman shouted hoarsely, "Ajay! Quick, capture her!" The man, hearing her call, fixed his sharp gaze on Xia Xiaoman and charged forward. However, Xia Xiaoman harbored no thoughts of fleeing or dodging. A stationary target presented an excellent opportunity. Clutching her axe tightly, she hurled it directly at him. immediately followed by drawing 2 fruit knives from her waist and flinging them as well. The burly man managed to evade the axe, but he could not escape the 2 fruit knives, which struck him, causing him to scream and stumble to the ground. Xia Xiaoman did not halt her actions. Instead, she retrieved a watermelon knife and approached the man to deliver the final blow. The man, eyes wide with disbelief, realized that he had been dispatched in an instant without even having touched her. A surge of resentment welled up within him as darkness enveloped his vision, and he ceased to breathe. Witnessing Xia Xiaoman eliminate the man in mere minutes, the old woman curled up in fright, attempting to diminish her presence. Xia Xiaoman picked up her axe, extracted the 2 fruit knives embedded in the man's body, and leisurely approached the old woman, speaking gently, "Grandmother, were we not to go to the market together? How is it that you have brought me to this alley?" The old woman trembled, her face ashen, appearing as though she might faint at any moment. Stammering, she pleaded, "Dear girl, it was my folly to misjudge you. Look, you are unharmed. Could you possibly let me go?" Xia Xiaoman smiled sweetly and replied softly, "Grandmother, what nonsense are you speaking? I was counting on you to take me to the market. How could I possibly release you? I will take you to the market. Will you spare me?" The old woman's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope. Xia Xiaoman chuckled lightly, but suddenly her expression hardened as she plunged her knife into the old woman's shoulder. "Bargaining with me? Do you believe you are worthy? Speak plainly. Where is the market in Yin City?" The old woman let out a wail of agony, took a moment to compose herself, and promptly divulged, "It is at Jiaqing Square. The market is at Jiaqing Square. Exit this alley and walk along the mainland for over 20 minutes to reach the marketplace." Xiaoman scoffed. "It would have been better to be honest from the start. Why endure a knife wound? Allow me to pose another question. Where in Yin City can one purchase coal? Or alternatively, where is coal mined?" Chapter 138. Securing raw coal. The elderly woman had married into Yin City in her 20s and was well aware of its circumstances. Currently, coal was unobtainable in Yin City, as all coal yards had been requisitioned by the authorities. To procure coal, one had to seek it from official sources. However, the old woman glanced at Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman frowned. "However, what?" The old woman coughed twice and continued, "But I know of an old coal yard. The place where my late husband worked in his youth. It has been abandoned for quite some time. Only we older generations are aware of its location." "Abandoned? Can coal still be extracted from there?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. The old woman nodded eagerly, affirming, "Certainly. The reason it was abandoned was due to a collapse in the mine that claimed many lives. Consequently, the authorities had no choice but to shut it down." Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. Even if extraction were possible, she had no intention of mining. Who knew how long it would take for her to learn that skill? Is there coal that can be used directly? The old woman hesitated for a moment, then recalled, "I remember there being 2 large piles of raw coal. In my youth, I often went there with others to collect coal for making briquettes." Xia Xiaoman's expression brightened. "Where's the coal yard located?" The old woman hesitated, clearly wanting to negotiate. Xia Xiaoman huffed, "If you help me find the raw coal, I will let you go." Upon hearing this, the old woman immediately replied, "Behind the old railway in the eastern suburbs." As soon as the words left her lips, Xia Xiaoman pulled out a black cloth and rope, binding the old woman tightly and covering her eyes. She then entered the room where the burly man had emerged and collected all the useful supplies within the space. The man's quarters were filled with various provisions: rice, flour, oil, everything one could need. However, there were no women's clothing, just the old woman's worn garments. This suggested that the 2 of them had conspired to abduct individuals, likely intending to sell them. Of course, it was also possible that this was not their operational base. Nevertheless, such matters were of no concern to her. She was not Uncle Hat and had no obligation to investigate the whereabouts of the missing. After gathering the supplies, Xia Xiaoman dragged the elderly woman, bound like a rice dumpling, to a secluded area where she retrieved an off-road vehicle. She tossed the old woman into the car, removed the blindfold from her eyes, and commanded, "Direct me to the eastern suburbs." The old woman surveyed the interior of the vehicle before squirming in an attempt to free herself from the ropes. "Child, this rope is quite uncomfortable. Could you please help me loosen it? Rest assured, I won't run away. Just look at my battered state. I couldn't possibly flee." Xia Xiaoman clicked her tongue, her expression one of palpable annoyance, as she produced a fruit knife and plunged it into the old woman's leg. The elderly woman trembled in pain, crying out for mercy. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I will guide you now right away." Xia Xiaoman replied coldly, "Behave yourself. If you dare to act up again, I will shatter each of your bones." Having received another stab, the old woman dared not misbehave further and obediently directed Xia Xiaoman on how to proceed. After driving for over an hour, they finally arrived at the location indicated by the old woman. The old woman led her to 2 large mounds of earth, pointing at them and saying, "These heaps contain raw coal. If you dig through the top layer of soil, you will uncover the coal." Xia Xiaoman, somewhat skeptical, approached one of the mounds and began to dig with her hands. At that moment, the old woman, having stealthily untied herself, retrieved a folded cloth from her pocket. As she cautiously approached Xia Xiaoman, she carefully unfolded the cloth. Just as she was about to reach Xia Xiaoman from behind, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through her uninjured right leg, where an unknown fruit knife had embedded itself. Looking up, she saw Xia Xiaoman had already turned around, standing tall with a short-handled axe in her hand. "Have I not warned you not to provoke me?" After a long day of driving, Xia Xiaoman was utterly exhausted and irritable, and this obstinate old woman seemed entirely oblivious, repeatedly taunting her. Losing all patience, Xia Xiaoman strode over, seizing the old woman's hand tightly around the axe, and struck down with the blunt edge. "Ah, no, please. I was wrong. I truly regret it. Spare me, please." The old woman screamed, her tears flowing as she begged for mercy. Xia Xiaoman showed no signs of compassion, continuing until the old woman's hand was left a bloody mess. "Now, will you finally confess where the raw coal is?" Over there." The old woman trembled, pointing towards a nearby mound. Xia Xiaoman followed her finger, using the axe to dig through the surface layer of earth. Indeed, beneath the soil lay an abundance of raw coal. The old woman's previous words were half-truths. It was true that a mining collapse had resulted in fatalities, and the existence of 2 mounds of raw coal was also accurate. When the mine had experienced its calamity, many workers had failed to receive their wages. In their desperation to reclaim their earnings, they had concealed these 2 large heaps of coal. One of the mounds had been sold off privately, but as regulations tightened against the illicit sale of coal, the remaining mound fell into neglect. Though only 1 mound remained, it was enough to last her for many years, even with daily use. Having found the raw coal, Xia Xiaoman returned to fetch her vehicle. On her way back, she spotted the old woman crawling on the ground, attempting to escape. Xia Xiaoman drew her knife and approached. The old woman, pale with fear, said, "You promised that if I found the coal, you would let me go. You cannot go back on your word." Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "I did say I would let you go, but I never specified that it would be while you were still alive. Once you are dead, your soul can wander wherever it wishes. I shall not impede it." With that, a glint of cold steel flashed, and a deep gash appeared on the old woman's neck. After cleaning the blood from the knife and stowing it away, Xia Xiaoman climbed into her vehicle and parked it beside the mound of raw coal. She ascended to the peak of the mound and surveyed her surroundings with binoculars. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the area was devoid of any presence. Reassured, she retrieved a hoe from her storage and began to scrape away the top layer of soil from the coal mound. The mound was neither too large nor too small. She toiled for over 2 hours to clear away most of the dirt. Subsequently, she placed her hand upon the coal, gradually absorbing it into her storage. As she gazed upon the ever-increasing space filled with raw charcoal, Xia Xiaoman, who had toiled relentlessly throughout the day, finally revealed a genuine smile. At around 5 in the morning, after collecting the charcoal, she drove to a secluded spot to rest, having gone without sleep for a day and a night. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Within mere minutes of closing her eyes, she succumbed to slumber. When she awoke again, it was past 3 in the afternoon. Xia Xiaoman did not rush back to Floating City. Instead, she retrieved a boxed meal from her storage to satisfy her hunger. After a brief respite, she practiced her martial skills on the open ground. As dusk began to fall, she returned to the mine she had visited the previous night, inscribing the words "coal mine" on the ground with a branch. Following this, she launched 7 or 8 outdoor distress flares before departing in her vehicle. Chapter 139. Peril on the return journey. As the eternal night approaches, the entire Xia kingdom is destined to plunge into darkness. During this time, the various regions of Xia will require coal for heating, yet no one can ascertain the quantity necessary for survival. It is indeed a lamentable waste that this little-known coal mine lies abandoned. Though she is reluctant to share the resources from her own space with others, she resolves to discreetly disclose the existence of the coal mine within her means. The addition of another coal mine may very well enable the official coal transport team to haul back more coal to Floating City. After firing a signal flare, Xia Xiaoman promptly drove away, deliberately taking a longer route to avoid the soldiers from Flame City heading towards the flare's launch site. Upon reaching a location near the official coal transport team, she parked in a concealed spot, planning to follow the official convoy back to Floating City at dawn. Wang Shijin had previously informed her that, in order to secure additional coal before the eternal night descended, the official convoy had already coordinated with the personnel at the Flame City mine prior to departure. They would load their cargo the day after arriving in Flame City, rest for a night, and then set off back, which would total about 3 days for the round trip, including loading time. Thus, she was confident that the official convoy would indeed set off the following day. At 6:30 in the morning, Xia Xiaoman stealthily approached the official convoy. Observing that they were preparing for departure, she hurriedly drove to the rear of the procession. The return journey, burdened with coal, was slower than the outward trip. Xia Xiaoman estimated that it would take at least 16 hours to return to Floating City. Several times, she felt the urge to overtake the convoy and make her way back, but recalling the numerous bandit vehicles encountered on the way here, she restrained herself, obediently trailing behind the convoy at a slow pace. Suddenly, the convoy came to a halt. After waiting for a considerable time, the lead vehicle neither pulled over nor resumed movement, remaining stationary in the middle of the road. Pondering the situation, Xia Xiaoman retrieved her binoculars and leaned out to survey the surroundings. She noticed several individuals disembarking from the lead vehicle, seemingly searching for something in the middle of the road. Before long, they returned with an assortment of items and restarted their vehicle to proceed forward. Xia Xiaoman closely followed the convoy. After advancing several dozen meters, a few vehicles suddenly emerged from both sides of the road, effectively trapping 5 cargo trucks in the middle of the convoy. Concurrently, sensing trouble from behind, the lead vehicle halted, and its occupants readied themselves, drawing their firearms to confront the bandit vehicles. Initially, the official convoy had chosen to disregard the bandits to avoid delays, but now, with every truck laden with coal, they could not allow anyone to seize their precious cargo. The sound of gunfire erupted fiercely, rather than retreating. The bandit vehicles responded by deploying additional units to assault the lead vehicle, concerned for their safety. The private convoy following the official team began to reverse in an attempt to escape the fray, to avoid collisions with other vehicles. Xia Xiaoman had no choice but to pull over, clearing a path for those fleeing. In the midst of this chaos, she observed Wang Shijin and others wielding crossbows provided by the logistics department, aiding the official convoy in their defense against the bandits. At that moment, a convoy of 5 cargo trucks seemed to have inadvertently provoked the bandits, attracting the pursuit of 3 bandit vehicles. In the midst of chaos, 3 robbers emerged from their vehicles, brandishing firearms and unleashing gunfire upon the cargo trucks. In a panic, several cargo trucks careened wildly, seemingly on the verge of colliding with her. With determination, Xia Xiaoman gritted her teeth, retrieved a Molotov cocktail from her space, ignited it, and hurled it ahead. The truck driver, startled by the sudden blaze, swerved violently, crashing into one of the robbers' vehicles, spilling coal across the ground. A large cargo truck obstructed her path, thwarting many vehicles attempting to withdraw. The occupants of those vehicles, cursing vehemently, swiftly altered their course in search of alternate routes. Meanwhile, the lead vehicle, well trained, successfully subdued 5 of the robbers' cars. Sensing the tide turning unfavorably, the remaining robbers began to contemplate retreat. The official convoy, laden with coal, could not impede their departure, resorting instead to firing a few reluctant shots at the robbers' vehicles. As the gunfire gradually subsided, Xia Xiaoman navigated around the large truck and merged onto the main road, where the occupants of the lead vehicle were already tending to the aftermath of the skirmish. Private convoys, seizing the opportunity, joined in, but not out of benevolence. They were instead eager to pilfer supplies from the robbers' vehicles. The members of the official convoy, discerning these ulterior motives with a mere glance, promptly ordered a thorough search of all the robbers' vehicles, confiscating firearms and other hazardous items. Though Xia Xiaoman harbored thoughts of acquiring a handgun for herself, the sight of the official convoy's numerous personnel extinguished her ambitions. Once the official team had finished clearing the area, they did not await the return of the private convoys and proceeded directly back to Floating City. The journey was smooth, and they arrived in Floating City shortly after midnight. Xia Xiaoman did not return directly to Shuiwei Bay, but instead sought refuge elsewhere for the day, timing her return to avoid detection. Upon arriving at Shuiwei Bay, she fortuitously encountered the Yi family fleet. Sun Qing waved at her. "Xiaoman, where have you been? I inquired about you with the folks at Shuiwei Bay. They said you took leave and hadn't returned for several days. I had some personal matters to attend to." Xia Xiaoman deftly shifted the topic. "You all arrived quite early this time, just past 7. Sun Qing chuckled. "We brought live fish this time, eager to sell them quickly, hence we departed an hour earlier. With the weather turning cooler, it's challenging to dry seafood. Lacking sufficient dried goods, we opted for live fish, which sell better, although the transportation costs are higher. If it weren't for the difficulty in gathering enough dried goods, we wouldn't have considered selling live fish. What are your plans for selling these live fish?" Xia Xiaoman inquired with curiosity. If the prices were reasonable, she wished to purchase a few, intending to kill them and store them in her space, allowing her to enjoy fresh fish regularly. Sun Qing replied, "This shipment is primarily intended to barter for warm clothing items, such as blankets, cotton, and down jackets." Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. "Why do you need so many warm items?" Sun Qing laughed, playfully chastising her. "Stop pretending. I don't believe you are unaware of the eternal night situation. Just yesterday, I heard someone in Yin City spotted Wang Shijin. You all went to Yin City? Xia Xiaoman exclaimed, astonished. I didn't go, others did. Sun Qing elucidated. As you are aware, the watermelon developed by our Yuan City has alleviated the pressing concerns of Yin City, for which they are exceedingly grateful to us. Consequently, anyone from Yuan City is able to procure coal there. Upon learning of this, Shao Jia organized a convoy to transport coal to Yin City. It remains unclear who let the cat out of the bag, but the eldest brother of the Yi family became aware of the situation and seized control of it. The coal was successfully transported back, yet when it came time for distribution, Shao Jia was allotted merely 1/3. The remaining 2/3 were retained by him, with one portion given to the Yi family's maternal home. When Sun Qing learned of this, she was infuriated, nearly contemplating a physical confrontation with the eldest brother of the Yi family. The convoy had been painstakingly organized by Shao Jia, only to be commandeered at the moment of departure by the eldest brother of the Yi family. It is one thing to commandeer, considering they are siblings, and a fair division of the coal could have been arranged. However, to receive only 1/3, a portion of which was comprised of coal dust, is utterly unacceptable. Such treatment is unbecoming, especially from an elder brother. It is simply outrageous. Chapter 140. Preparation. Xia Xiaoman also felt that his elder brother was not a good person. But the main issue lay with Yi Xiaojie. In such turbulent times, certain attachments must be relinquished. One cannot forfeit tangible benefits merely for the sake of a fleeting familial bond. Sun Qing sighed in melancholy. Noting the difficulty of such decisions, one cannot simply sever ties as one wishes. Uncle and Aunt Yi were residing with Ye's elder brother, and Xiaojie, despite her grievances, did not want to create a rift with him. If Ye's parents had shared the same sentiments as their son, Xiaojie could have resolutely ignored Ye's family. Unfortunately, Ye's parents genuinely cared for her, and while she could afford to overlook her brother's family, she could not disregard her parents. Changing the subject, Sun Qing continued, however. Xiaojie and I plan to collaborate with the coach and his team. We will supply the materials while they will provide the manpower to find a convoy to transport coal. The coal brought back will be split 80-20. They will take 20% while Xiaojie and I take 80%. We have just begun to find convoys in Yuanqing. But as soon as Ye's elder brother catches wind of it, he will intervene. However, if we seek convoys in Fuqing, he will find it difficult to meddle. She did not invite Xia Xiaoman to join their venture, knowing that Xia Xiaoman was now associated with Shui Weibei, and even in collaboration, Xia Xiaoman would prioritize Shui Weibei. It's quite challenging to find convoys now. Do you have any connections in that regard? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Sun Qing nodded. Yes. Brother Yang used to repair vehicles in this area and knows quite a few people with trucks. I brought him along to assist the coach in organizing the convoy. After a moment of thought, she added, So, are you planning to reside in the sewers during the eternal night? Xia Xiaoman slowly shook her head, uncertain. No announcements have been made yet, but we are still required to continue clearing the sewers. Perhaps we really will have to live there. A hint of envy flickered in Sun Qing's eyes. You are quite fortunate. You can still reside in the sewers. Xia Xiaoman was amused by her envious tone. What is so good about living in the sewers? If you wish, you could clear out the sewer near your home and stay there too. Sun Qing sighed. The sewers in Yuanqing are uninhabitable. Many have collapsed due to the tsunami, and those that remain are damp and foul-smelling, unsuitable for human habitation. Xia Xiaoman paused, pondering. Then where do you plan to stay during the eternal night? Will you remain in the buildings? There are several notable mountains in Yuanqing. The government has already sent people to investigate if there are suitable caves for habitation. If not, they will have to excavate temporary shelters, Sun Qing explained. Xiaojie and I believe that even if there are suitable caves, we won't be able to claim one. So we plan to reinforce our current residence and set up 2 heated Kong stoves. There are only a few mountains, even with great effort. Securing a spot will be challenging. It is better to become self-reliant and create our own safe haven. Can you build a Kong stove? Xia Xiaoman asked. I've seen my grandfather do it before. It's quite simple, though materials can be hard to procure. When you have some free time, teach me how to make one. She replied. Sun Qing was surprised. Aren't you supposed to be living in the sewers? Why bother with a Kong stove? Xia Xiaoman spoke up. I haven't decided whether to stay in the sewer yet. Even if I do, it won't hinder me from making a heated Kong at home. All right. When I return this time, I will find some time to write down the details of constructing the Kong and bring it to you next time. Sun Qing readily agreed. The two continued their conversation on various topics until the transaction with Shui Weibei was completed, at which point Sun Qing departed with her team. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman hurried to feed the rabbits and chickens that had been hungry for 2 or 3 days. In her absence, the other 3 hens had laid eggs, and there were now a remarkable 11 eggs in the nest. Additionally, one of the female rabbits had given birth, bringing her total count of rabbits to 12, including the original 4. Once these little rabbits matured, they would transform into exquisite dishes of spicy rabbit meat. The following morning, Xia Xiaoman arrived at work punctually. Having taken a few days off, any further absence would result in a deduction of her work points. Upon seeing her, Zhou Wenyu immediately inquired, "You were away for a few days. How much coal did you bring back?" Xia Xiaoman forced a laugh, responding, "Coal? I took leave to handle some personal matters." Zhou Wenyu regarded her with a bemused expression, uncertain whether he believed her words. Xia Xiaoman mused internally that the soldier's instincts were exceedingly sharp. She had deliberately returned at a different time, yet was still suspected of transporting coal. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn broke her thoughts. Turning around, she saw Wang Shijin driving her dilapidated pickup truck. Wang Shijin leaned out of the window and called, "You weren't home when I returned yesterday, so I took back the rent. I'll bring you the rent for these 2 times when I come back in a couple of days." Xia Xiaoman nodded and asked, "Are you all heading to Yinqing again?" "Yes, we're following the official convoy. It's too dangerous to go alone." The scene from the other day, where they were ambushed by robbers, was still fresh in her mind. It had taken considerable effort for the armed convoy to repel the attackers, and if they ventured to Yinqing alone, there would be nowhere to flee in the event of another ambush. Wang Shijin bid Xia Xiaoman farewell and hastily rushed to join the official convoy. Later that day, after completing her work, Xia Xiaoman returned home and, after dinner, found herself with nothing to do. She began to take stock of her supplies. Among her winter items, she had quite a few blankets and comforters, all obtained through zero-cost purchases at the supermarket. Although their quality was mediocre, they sufficed for warmth. She also had some clothing, shoes, socks, hats, and earmuffs, but they were limited in quantity and not sufficiently thick. She needed to devise a way to acquire a few sets of down jackets and snow boots. Glancing at the time, she noticed it was past 7, and the trading post had not yet closed. Xia Xiaoman secured the doors and windows, hopped on her bicycle, and headed to the nearest trading post. "Hello, do you have any down jackets or snow boots?" she inquired. The staff member looked up and replied, "You're too late. We had 2 sets a few days ago, but they've already been sold." Xia Xiaoman frowned. "Are there any other trading posts that might have them? Or do you know where I could find these supplies?" As she spoke, she placed a pack of cigarettes on the table. The staff member picked up the cigarettes, examined them, and, finding them to be ordinary, tossed them back onto the table, responding disinterestedly, "I don't know. You might want to ask around at other places." Xia Xiaoman thought, "Never mind. It is better to engage with the familiar than the unfamiliar. I shall seek out Qin Guangli for answers." Finding a secluded and desolate spot, she retrieved her off-road vehicle from her space and drove for over 20 minutes, ultimately arriving at the trading post where Qin Guangli had previously worked. Chapter 141. Acquiring warm winter supplies. Qin Guangli, feeling exceedingly bored, dozed off until he spotted Xia Xiaoman emerging from the off-road vehicle, instantly revitalized. With a smile, he exclaimed, "Little girl, it's been ages. Where have you been making your fortune lately?" Xia Xiaoman tossed the pack of unmailed cigarettes to Qin Guangli, remarking, "In this day and age, it's a blessing to survive. Fortune is hardly attainable. Brother Qin, do you have any down jackets or snow boots? Could you help me procure a few sets?" Qin Guangli, undeterred by the quality of the cigarettes, casually opened the pack and lit one. Currently, items for warmth are in high demand, making them quite difficult to find in the market. However, you've come to the right person. A friend of mine has a batch of excellent goods, untouched by water, unopened. Brand new high-end down jackets. Besides jackets, he also has wool sweaters, scarves, socks, and gloves. Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but interrupt. "Is your friend a former clothing seller? How did you know?" Qin Guangli replied, eager to promote. "Before the calamity, my friend indeed dealt in clothing. So you can rest assured about the quality of his stock, absolutely top-notch. It's just the pricing." Xia Xiaoman interjected, "The price is negotiable. As long as the goods are of good quality, I can accept a higher price." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangli immediately beamed with delight. "I knew you had an eye for quality. Just wait a moment. I'll inform my colleague, and then I'll take you to my friend's place." Before long, Qin Guangli was seated in Xia Xiaoman's off-road vehicle, directing her on the route to his friend's home. After a drive of over 10 minutes, they arrived at a 2-story self-built villa. Qin Guangli pointed to the house and said, "This is my friend S. place. At this hour, he is likely at the black market stall, but his wife should be home." Xia Xiaoman nodded and parked the car, accompanying Qin Guangli to the villa's entrance. Qin Guangli knocked on the door, calling out loudly, "Sister-in-law, it's me, Xiaochun." After several calls, the lights suddenly flickered on, and the door opened to reveal a graceful woman. She glanced at Qin Guangli and Xia Xiaoman, asking, "What brings you here?" With a smile, Qin Guangli replied, "This young lady wishes to purchase some warm clothing. I recalled that you have quite a bit of stock, so I brought her to have a look." The woman scrutinized Xia Xiaoman for a moment, and upon discerning that she posed no threat, she stepped aside to invite them in. As they entered, Chen Guangli introduced. "This is Liang Ru. You may call her Sister Ru." Xia Xiaoman nodded toward Liang Ru and inquired, "Sister Ru, may I see your merchandise?" "Follow me," Liang Ru said, her heels clicking elegantly as she led them into the first floor partition. The items on the left were salvaged from the flood and dried out. The ones on the right are brand new. Feel free to choose, and we can discuss pricing afterward. With that, Liang Ru seemed unconcerned about their potential dishonesty. Turning back to the living room, where she sat on the sofa, slowly savoring a glass of wine, Chen Guangli leaned closer to Xia Xiaoman and whispered, "Take your time selecting, but don't entertain any ill intentions. Although Sister Ru may appear delicate, she can be more formidable than anyone when it comes to handling matters." With that, he exited the partition to join Liang Ru in conversation. Xia Xiaoman did not take Chen Guangli's words to heart. Although she had a penchant for greed, she was aware of what was appropriate and what was not. Since they had agreed to come for supplies, she would not engage in petty theft. The room was stocked with numerous goods, including clothing and footwear, yet it lacked hats. However, this was not a significant issue. In the absence of hats, she would select several down jackets with hoods. After sifting through the items, she chose 6 thick down jackets and down pants, 5 ordinary cotton jackets, 10 woolen sweaters, 2 woolen scarves, 20 pairs of woolen socks, 5 pairs of woolen gloves, 4 sets of thick thermal underwear, and 10 pairs of snow boots. Once she had gathered her selections and moved them to the living room, Xia Xiaoman spoke up. "Sister Ru, I will take all of these. Could you calculate the total cost?" Liang Ru exhaled a puff of smoke, extinguished her cigarette, and approached to tally the items Xia Xiaoman had chosen. 2,000 jin of coal. Once the coal is in hand, you can take these items with you. 2,000 jin of coal? Xia Xiaoman frowned. If Liang Ru required other supplies, she could allocate some from her space, but coal. Chen Guangli sensed her predicament and interjected, "Sister-in-law, coal is hard to come by now. Perhaps we could exchange for different supplies?" Upon hearing this, Liang Ru's expression darkened slightly. Just then, a baby's cries echoed from upstairs, and Liang Ru's demeanor shifted instantly as she hurried up the stairs. Chen Guangli, noticing that Liang Ru had left them abruptly, was concerned Xia Xiaoman might feel displeased. He explained, "Upstairs is my sister-in-law's son, only 7 months old. He might be uncomfortable, and she is understandably anxious, so please do not take it to heart." Xia Xiaoman shook her head, responding, "It's fine. It's perfectly normal for a child to cry." After waiting for about half an hour, the baby's wails gradually subsided. Shortly thereafter, Liang Ru descended the stairs. Seeing Xia Xiaoman and Chen Guangli still present, she said impatiently, "These clothes can only be exchanged for coal. If you're willing to trade, then we can proceed. If not, please leave." Her tone was far from amiable, but Xia Xiaoman, considering that she had just given birth, chose not to engage in an argument. She proposed, "I can procure some formula. Would you accept formula in exchange?" "Formula?" Liang Ru looked at Xia Xiaoman in surprise. "Are you referring to the kind that infants consume?" Xia Xiaoman nodded. "Would 30 cans of formula suffice for these clothes? It is not easy to obtain formula these days." Liang Ru furrowed her brow, contemplating. "If your formula is of good quality, then 50 cans could be exchanged for these items. That is a steep price. I can assure you that the formula I procure is of the highest quality. Sister Ru, you must know that it is nearly impossible to find quality infant formula in Floating City. 30 cans is already the best offer I can make. The extreme heat and humidity could compromise even the best sealed formula, yet the formula in her space remained unchanged from the moment it was stored to when it was retrieved, making it truly unique in Floating City." After a brief moment of contemplation, Liang Ru replied, 30 cans of formula, plus 5 baby bottles." Xia Xiaoman hesitated for a moment, mentally searching her space for supplies. Once she confirmed that there were indeed baby bottles available, she slowly nodded. "Very well, I will bring the formula and bottles tomorrow evening." Around this time, after both parties reached an agreement regarding the transaction, Xia Xiaoman did not linger and promptly expressed her intent to take her leave. Upon returning to the car, Chen Guangli, with a look of regret, said, "My apologies, young lady. Liang Ru was never this unapproachable, ever since she had the baby. She has grown increasingly cold and indifferent to everyone. Please do not take it to heart." Xia Xiaoman smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing serious. My objective is to acquire the down jacket, not to forge friendships. Her attitude is of no concern to me, as long as I can obtain the goods." After speaking, she retrieved a pack of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes from her bag and handed it to him. "Chen Gu, thank you for facilitating this. I shall come by myself tomorrow. No need to trouble you." Upon seeing the unopened yellow Crane Tower, Chen Guangli instantly beamed with joy, declaring, "Not a bother at all. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to reach out. If there is anything I can do to help, I will certainly oblige. Chapter 142. Gathering supplies for warmth. The following evening, Xia Xiaoman exchanged 30 cans of milk powder and 5 baby bottles with Liang Ru. After successfully acquiring warm clothing, she felt reassured staying at Shuiwei Bay, venturing outside only to clear the drainage and remaining indoors for the rest of the time. The next day, Wang Shijin returned after a day's rest. Around 6 in the evening, he arrived with a cart carrying 400 pounds of coal for Xia Xiaoman. He was punctual with the rent, ensuring no delays. "Shall we weigh it?" he inquired. "No need," Xia Xiaoman replied with a smile, assisting him in unloading several bags of coal from the cart. "Do you intend to burn this coal directly, or will you turn some into briquettes?" Wang Shijin asked. "I plan to use half for briquettes, but I lack the necessary tools. Although making briquettes is somewhat cumbersome, they burn longer than coal," she explained. Wang Shijin suggested, "You could purchase the tools from the logistics department. They plan to procure some yellow clay for briquettes in the next few days and should have extra presses available." Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I shall inquire with the logistics department tomorrow." With polite curiosity, she then asked, "Was your outing successful?" "Very successful," Wang Shijin replied. Slightly exhilarated. "During our last trip to Yinqing, a group attempted to ambush us but was driven away by the official convoy. This time, the convoy was well prepared, bringing along a military unit to subdue those robbers. You should have seen the scene. It was like a real-life action movie, far more thrilling than a 5D film. As a man, who doesn't he harbor dreams of being a superhero? He wished he could transform into a soldier, pursuing the fleeing robbers with a gun in hand. The thought alone thrilled him. Those robbers were insatiable, having already plundered so many resources, yet they dared to target the official convoy. They truly bit off more than they could chew. After apprehending the robbers, the official convoy proceeded to their hideout, which housed over 30 vehicles, 18 trucks among them, with the remainder being sedans and SUVs. Remarkably, these vehicles were all intact and could be driven away with gasoline. In addition to the vehicles, a vast cache of supplies was found: rice, flour, oil, clothing, shoes, tobacco, alcohol, pharmaceuticals, handguns, and ammunition filled the warehouse. It took 21 trucks for the official convoy to transport all these goods. Fortunately, the robbers had amassed so many large trucks, otherwise it would have been quite troublesome to move everything at once. Upon hearing about the handguns and ammunition, Xia Xiaoman felt a fleeting pang of regret. Had she known those individuals possessed firearms, she might have discreetly taken a closer look. However, infiltrating such a large group would not have been easy. She resigned herself to the notion that she wasn't destined for sudden wealth. Rather, she preferred a modest, secure existence. With the official acquisition of so many large trucks, wouldn't they be able to transport more coal to Yinqing in the future? Wang Shijin shook his head, saying, "You're mistaken. It's not merely a matter of how many trucks you have to transport coal. Although Yinqing has abundant coal mines, there are many buyers competing to purchase from them. The allocation of coal from Yin City to Floating City is strictly regulated. Once the prescribed limit is exceeded, Floating City is unable to continue its coal transportation. How can you procure coal then?" inquired Xia Xiaoman. "Our connections are extensive," Wang Shijin replied proudly. "Yang Xiaomai's brother is in the Yin City military. I can take her there, and with just a word from him, we can acquire coal." This illustrates the advantages of having influential connections. Being well-connected is invariably preferable to being isolated. However, there is still a limit. Each individual is entitled to only 2,000 jin. Each trip to Yin City requires me to bring the identification of the district's homeowners to utilize their quotas for coal purchases. Once I exhaust the quotas from those several buildings, I will borrow from your villa district. Xia Xiaoman interjected, "You better be swift, with so many people in the district. Don't wait until the eternal night comes and you still haven't used up the quotas." "I am not worried about time," he replied. "Even if the eternal night descends, it won't cool down immediately. My primary concern is whether we have enough supplies to exchange for coal. After just 2 exchanges, our resources are already dwindling." Wang Shijin wore a look of melancholy but felt reassured by their collaboration with the Yi family fleet. As long as their partnership continued, they would not starve. "Are you purchasing processed coal? Why not try buying raw coal? It should be cheaper," Xia Xiaoman suggested. Wang Shijin explained. "Raw coal is heavier and contains more impurities than processed coal. When calculated, the cost of raw coal is nearly equivalent to that of processed coal." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he clapped his hands in excitement. "How could I forget? We can burn charcoal. Charcoal burns longer than wood and produces less smoke, though it is a bit more troublesome. But at this moment, we are least afraid of trouble. I won't chat with you any longer. I'm off to find old Luo," Wang Shijin declared before dashing towards the property management department. Floating City is characterized by its low hills, where many lumber mills have contracted to plant eucalyptus trees. Consequently, Eucalyptus is ubiquitous in Floating City, and every few years, lumber companies send people to cut down these trees for sale. After the locusts have feasted, only the sturdy trunks remain standing, making it even easier for people to harvest them. Within just a few days, Shuiwei Bei had transported over 10,000 tons of wood back. Wang Shijin was unfamiliar with the process of charcoal burning, but the older generation in the district had some knowledge of the steps involved. The next day, while Xia Xiaoman was out clearing the drains, she noticed individuals building kilns in the district square. The soldiers dispatched to count heads saw this scene but chose not to intervene. Who cares about environmental pollution when merely surviving is a greater priority? Suddenly, coal trucks began to appear in Floating City, and all winter clothing at the trading post was sold out. Many individuals ventured into the mountains to gather firewood. Ordinary citizens, who were slow to catch on, began to devise ways to stockpile winter supplies. A palpable sense of tension and urgency enveloped Floating City. Even the rotten wood by the roadside became the subject of fierce competition, resulting in injuries. Yet, none of this concerned Xia Xiaoman, who continued to lead her simple life, traversing the same 2 points each day. In the early morning, I ventured out to clear the drains, and upon finishing, returned home for a much-needed slumber. Occasionally, Sun Qing would visit, and she would exchange recent news with me at the entrance of our community. On this particular day, Sun Qing brought over a delivery. Upon receiving her message, I made my way to the community entrance, arriving just in time. I have been diligently constructing the heated bed according to your notes and have completed a significant portion. Yet I remain uncertain about its correctness and have hesitated to seal the top. Do you have a moment to spare to take a look? If all is well, I shall proceed to cap it later. Sun Qing nodded in agreement, stating that she would come over to inspect it once I had arranged everything here. Just as she finished speaking, something suddenly struck her shoulder, and instinctively, she glanced to see what had hit her. Before she could discern the object on the ground, she heard Xia Xiaoman exclaim loudly, "Hail! Hail is falling. Quickly find a place to take cover. Run." Chapter 143. Hailstorm. The sky abruptly darkened, fierce winds howled, and thunder rumbled ominously. Hailstones the size of fists pierced through the mist, mingling with rain as they plummeted to the ground, accumulating rapidly in mere seconds. Xia Xiaoman grasped Sun Qing with one hand, while the other shielded her head, hastily dashing for the eaves to evade the hail. Midway, Sun Qing, realizing the urgency, broke free from Xia Xiaoman's grip and insisted, "You go take cover first. I will join you shortly." Without waiting for a reply, she turned back towards the entrance, directing her subordinates to return the goods that had been unloaded from the vehicle, urging them to find shelter from the hail. At that moment, a figure clad in a helmet rushed out from the community, waving and shouting, "Come in, to the basement." Quickly, the patrolling guards swiftly removed the barriers. And upon seeing this, Sun Qing promptly commanded her team to drive into the basement. Xia Xiaoman watched in astonishment. If her memory served her correctly, the basement of Shuiwei Bei had long been designated for logistical operations and storage. How could the property management permit Sun Qing and her group to enter? This irregularity sparked a sense of conspiracy within Xia Xiaoman, leading her to suspect that someone might be plotting against Sun Qing. Just then, old Luo emerged from the property management office, standing under the eaves to observe the weather. Rushing over, Xia Xiaoman inquired, "Old Luo, how did the Yi family fleet gain access to the community? Aren't outsiders prohibited from entering?" Old Luo cast a glance at her and replied, "The Yi family fleet is our partner at Shuiwei Bei. Given the intensity of this hailstorm, it is only reasonable to allow them refuge." Understanding her concerns, he added, "Rest assured, they will not be permitted in the logistical areas. As long as they do not wander about, they will enter and exit as they please." Hearing this, Xia Xiaoman felt a slight sense of relief, knowing that the order permitting Sun Qing and her group to enter had come from old Luo. The likelihood of trouble diminished significantly. What she feared was the possibility of someone acting duplicitously, intending to ensnare Sun Qing by luring them inside. Meanwhile, Sun Qing followed the lead vehicle into the basement, parking as instructed by the guide. Upon exiting the vehicle, the guide quickly informed them, "Your designated area is confined to this section. You must not exceed the specified limits. If you need to use the restroom, you may approach the guards stationed over there to escort you. Leaving unaccompanied is prohibited." Sun Qing glanced in the direction indicated, discovering a line of individuals standing like a wall, blocking the deeper access to the basement, each wielding a crossbow. She had no doubt that should anyone attempt to leave or force their way into the basement, they would be met with a hail of arrows. After delivering his instructions, the guy did not wait for a response and swiftly exited the basement, leading injured residents seeking shelter from the hail to the nearest eaves. The hailstones, comparable in size to fists, relentlessly battered the ground, creating a cacophony of sound. Passers-by, in a state of panic, scattered in all directions, desperately searching for refuge. Yet, The speed of the falling hail was merciless. Many had barely taken a few steps before being struck, resulting in bruises and wounds, while some, gravely injured, collapsed in a pool of blood. Some individuals yearned to flee, but in their haste, they inadvertently stepped onto the hail, slipping beneath their feet and tumbling heavily to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. The property management swung open the doors, allowing all injured persons to enter for treatment. Yet the sheer number of the wounded soon filled the space to capacity within mere minutes. Xia Xiaoman, initially standing in a relatively spacious area beneath the eaves, found herself cornered against the wall as the crowd surged. "Don't come any closer. There's no room," shouted a person in the front row, their voice hoarse from panic, directed at those attempting to rush in. However, the incoming individuals, nearly driven mad by the hail's assault, disregarded the warnings, clamoring, "Let me in for shelter. Let me through. Damn it. I told you there's no room. Can't you see?" The front row was nearly shoved down the steps, their exasperation boiling over into furious curses. A kind soul suggested heading to the neighboring residential building, just a few steps away. "Instead of lingering here, you might as well run over. It's easy for you to say. Why don't you go? Step aside. Let me in. I might get killed out here." In the face of danger, the darker aspects of human nature became starkly apparent. Neighbors, who typically exchanged pleasantries, now turned against one another, shoving and hurling insults, all for a mere scrap of space beneath the eaves. Suddenly, a hand gripped Xia Xiaoman's shoulder tightly, attempting to push her outward. Her expression hardened. She swiftly drew a fruit knife and, without hesitation, slashed. A scream pierced the air as the assailant recoiled in pain, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering those nearby and startling them considerably. The injured man clutched his arm with his left hand, desperately trying to staunch the flow of blood while casting a furious glare at Xia Xiaoman. "You'll pay for this," he spat, leaving behind a menacing threat as he struggled to extricate himself from the throng, raising his injured hand to demand entry for treatment. Surrounding onlookers regarded Xia Xiaoman with astonished expressions, taken aback by her sudden aggression. Ignoring their stares, she expressionlessly stowed the knife away and quietly resumed her position in the corner. 20 minutes had barely passed since the hail began. Yet the accumulation on the ground had reached nearly half a meter in height, the chilling ice creeping up the steps. Those at the front not only faced the relentless battering of wind and rain but also endured the torturous chill of the hail freezing their feet. Unable to withstand it any longer, they shifted back slightly, causing discomfort to those behind them. Xia Xiaoman glanced up at the sky. It appeared the hail would not cease any time soon, and she worried about whether her solar panels had sustained damage. After nearly half an hour beneath the eaves, the hail gradually subsided, leaving only the cold rain to fall from the heavens. Someone extended a hand out to test the conditions, confirming that the hail had ceased, and attempted to step onto the icy mass, hoping to navigate home. However, the accumulation was over half a meter deep, and as they stepped down, they immediately sank into the hail, retreating after just a few steps due to the unbearable cold. With no other options, the crowd remained under the eaves, waiting for the hail to melt sufficiently before returning home. During this interval, some individuals produced water bottles to collect rainwater, while others retrieved bags to gather the hail from the ground. Approximately half an hour later, the hail on the ground had melted considerably. Some individuals cautiously took a few steps outside, finding the temperature of the melting hail water bearable, and hurried back home, seeing others gradually departing. Xiaoman ventured out from under the eaves to assess the temperature of the hail water on the steps. Finding it acceptable, she promptly gathered her resolve and swiftly returned home. Chapter 144. A matter of pride. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman hurried to the attic to inspect the solar panels. As expected, the panels were utterly destroyed, and a considerable amount of hail had accumulated in the attic. With a sigh, she gathered the shattered panels, intending to take them to the logistics department in a couple of days to see if they could be repaired. After securing the panels, she retrieved several buckets from her space to place beneath the large hole in the attic to collect water, then changed into a dry outfit and donned her knee-high waterproof shoes to search for Sun Qing. During the hailstorm, the Yi family's fleet had completed a transaction with Shuiwei Bay. As Xia Xiaoman approached the underground parking lot, she found Sun Qing directing her subordinates as they drove out of Shuiwei Bay. Upon noticing Xia Xiaoman's arrival, Sun Qing's face expressed regret. "Xiaoman, I'm so sorry. Things got a bit hectic today, and I couldn't assist you with the Kong bed." Xia Xiaoman smiled, reassuring her, "It's all right. We can make the Kong bed whenever. There's no rush. Is everything okay on your end?" Sun Qing shook her head, relieved. "Fortunately, we managed to get into the parking lot just in time. Only a few car windows were shattered. There wasn't much damage. The hail had come unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. Thankfully, they had just finished unloading cargo. Had they been in the midst of a transaction with goods piled at the entrance, the losses would have been substantial." After exchanging a few more words with Xia Xiaoman, Sun Qing waited until all vehicles had exited the parking lot before taking her leave. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman, after watching Sun Qing depart, was about to head home when she was stopped by a patrolling officer. Are you Xia Xiaoman? We received reports of someone wielding a knife in the community. Please accompany us to the operations department. Frowning slightly, Xia Xiaoman silently followed the officer. In the operations department, the man whom she had cut on the wrist sat sullenly to one side. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoman approach, he instantly sprang up with agitation. Uncle Luo. This wretched girl is the one who cut my hand. Be quiet. Uncle Luo shot him a disapproving glare. The man seemed intimidated by Uncle Luo. And after receiving the reprimand, he begrudgingly fell silent and sat back down. Uncle Luo turned his attention to Xia Xiaoman. Did you injure his hand? Xia Xiaoman nodded, explaining. He attempted to push me outside to face certain danger, so I retaliated in kind. That's absurd. When did I push you? I merely brushed against your shoulder. The man vehemently denied her accusation. Silence. Do I need to repeat myself a third time? Uncle Luo glared at him. The man, realizing Uncle Luo's genuine anger, reluctantly complied and fell silent. Seeing that he had settled down, Uncle Luo continued his inquiry. Do you have any evidence to support your claim that he pushed you? Or any witnesses who can attest to this? No, but he has no evidence to prove that he did not push me either, does he? Xia Xiaoman countered. I have no enmity or prior acquaintance with him. If he hadn't done something to provoke my response, why would I harm a stranger? After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Luo remarked, you should be aware of the community rules against malicious harm or violence. I harbor no intent to harm. I acted solely in self-defense. Xia Xiaoman replied calmly. Given the severity of the hail outside, if he had pushed me out, the consequences would be dire. He intended to take my life. Was it not entirely reasonable for me to defend myself by inflicting a wound upon him? Yet, do you comprehend that this very act severed the tendons in his hand? Under the current circumstances, the only way to reattach them is to transport him to the military medical station. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. So what? Do you wish for me to escort him to the military medical station? Old Luo spoke up. There is no need for you to take him to the military medical station, but you will be responsible for the medical expenses. Absolutely not. Xia Xiaoman refused without a moment's hesitation. I have stated that he sought to kill me, and it was solely self-defense that led me to inflict that wound. I will not pay a single cent of his medical fees. In that case, we must kindly ask you to vacate Shuiwei Bay, Old Luo said slowly. Xia Xiaoman snorted coldly. If Shuiwei Bay is such a place devoid of justice, how does it differ from the outside world? I shall depart tomorrow. Please ensure the 2 vehicles I rented are returned promptly. With that, Xia Xiaoman left the property management office without a backward glance. As she exited, she collided with Fu Baiwei. Fu Baiwei, uncertain of how long she had eavesdropped, awkwardly smiled upon seeing her emerge. Xia Xiaoman, disinterested in engaging with her, merely nodded in acknowledgement before continuing on her way. Noticing this, Fu Baiwei hurriedly followed. Hey, Xiaoman, are you truly leaving Shuiwei Bay? Xia Xiaoman remained silent. Walking home under the umbrella, Fu Baiwei sighed helplessly. Old Luo's insistence on you covering the medical expenses is for your own good. The individual you injured has a father in the military, and his rank appears to be quite significant. He is also the sole heir of his family, having been pampered since childhood. If he decides to send his father after you, even with Old Luo's backing, it would be difficult to protect you. By paying the medical fees, perhaps Old Luo could mediate and reduce the severity of this matter. If you insist on leaving the community, Old Luo may find it impossible to assist you in the future. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman's expression softened slightly, yet she remained resolute. I will not pay for his medical expenses. He deserved the injury I inflicted. If his father wishes to cause me trouble, let him come. I'll deal with 1 man as I would with 1, and 2 men as I would with 2. If they expect me to yield, they shall find no avenue for such a concession. Fu Baiwei looked pained. Why must it be this way? This is a matter that could be resolved with a minimal medical fee. I refuse to be a doormat any longer. I have endured enough. It is inconceivable for me to bow down. In my youth, I suffered beatings from my parents for the sake of a full belly, and as I grew, I faced the scorn and derision of others for my education. With the world on the brink of chaos, must I continue to endure? Why should I? Let those who wish to endure do so. I will not, even if it leads to my demise. Fu Baiwei sighed in resignation. Then I shall speak to Old Luo on your behalf. Perhaps he may reconsider. With that, she turned back towards the property management office. Xia Xiaoman did not stop her, knowing that Old Luo was a man of unwavering resolve, unlikely to change his mind. Upon returning home, she immediately began to pack her belongings, intending to leave Shuiwei Bay once the 2 vehicles were returned the following day. Though she referred to packing, there was little to organize. She could simply stow her items in her spatial compartment. All day long, nothing seemed to go right for Xia Xiaoman, leaving her in a rather dismal mood. After tidying up for a while, She lost her motivation and tossed her belongings aside, resorting to practicing boxing in the living room to vent her frustrations. After several rounds of punches, the weight of her discontent gradually began to dissipate. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, wiping the sweat from her brow. Xia Xiaoman approached and opened the door. There stood Fu Baiwei, beaming with a radiant smile. The issue has been resolved. Grandpa Luo has decided not to pursue the matter regarding your injury, and you may continue to reside at Shuiwei. Chapter 145. The arrival of Endless Night. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback from the demeanor of the old man Luo. It was evident that he was not one to change his decisions lightly. How could he possibly agree to allow me to stay? Wang Jiabao, the individual you injured, has connections through his grandfather, which facilitated his father's transfer back to the capital, and he intends to accompany him. Grandpa Luo mentioned that during this critical juncture of the transfer, Wang Jiabao's father would not dare to act recklessly towards you. Thus, remaining in the community is somewhat safer than being outside. Wang Jiabao had originally relocated to Fucheng following his father's transfer. The year before last, his mother fell ill and passed away, leading him to return to the capital for a period. He found it difficult to adapt to the lifestyle there, prompting his return to Fucheng. Wang Jiabao's father, being acquainted with the old man Luo, purchased a residence in Shuiwei, entrusting Luo to keep an eye on Wang Jiabao. Consequently, the old man Luo was well aware of Wang Jiabao's family circumstances. Given the Wang family's deep affection for their son, if they were to learn of his incapacitated hand, Xia Xiaoman would undoubtedly face dire consequences. If the Wang family were to withdraw from Fucheng, he was confident he could protect Xia Xiaoman. Her emotions were tumultuous. Had the old man Luo been indiscriminate, even if she were permitted to stay, she would have left without hesitation. However, the situation was not as she had anticipated. If she insisted on departing at this juncture, it would reflect a lack of discernment. She refrained from clearly informing Fu Baiwei of her intentions to stay, opting instead to deliberate before making a decision. Troubled, she found it difficult to sleep soundly, tossing and turning for some time before slowly drifting into slumber. In a daze, she awoke to the sound of an alarm. Groggily, she reached out to silence it and then struggled to rise. A glance at the curtains revealed an impenetrable darkness outside. Was it still raining? It was already 6 in the morning, yet not a ray of light penetrated the gloom. With a heart full of confusion, she drew back the curtains, only to find the outside world shrouded in inky blackness, devoid of any glimmer. A chill ran through her. Had the endless night truly arrived? With a heavy heart, she changed into fresh clothes, hastily consumed a bit of breakfast, and proceeded to gather at the doorway to clear the drains. At 7 o'clock, Zhou Wenyu arrived punctually at the community entrance. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, from this day forth, there would be no more daylight for a considerable while. This is a spotlight. Wear it on your head to facilitate your work while clearing the drains, he said, distributing the lights among them. The rain had ceased, leaving only puddles from the hail that had fallen the previous night. The air carried a coolness that oddly resembled the onset of autumn. Xia Xiaoman tightened her clothing, donned her spotlight, and joined the procession to clear the drains. They had been laboring on the drains for over a month, and they were nearing completion. Perhaps within a few days, they would no longer need to rise early to toil. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Wenyu halted the group as they were about to head home. Wait, there is something I need to discuss with you all. Tomorrow, our group will be divided. Half will remain here to continue clearing the drains, while the other half will accompany me into the sewers to set up the exhaust pipes. Exhaust pipes? Someone queried in surprise. Captain Zhou, are we going to live in the sewers now? Who knows what the future holds? Do not ask so many questions. Just get to work. Upon concluding her remarks, Zhou Wenyu named several individuals, instructing them to accompany her the following day to install the exhaust pipes, while the remaining members were tasked with cleaning the drainage system in the morning under the supervision of an overseer. Those selected were all tall and slender individuals, and due to her height, Xia Xiaoman was excluded, continuing instead with the drainage duties. On her way home, Xia Xiaoman pondered for quite some time before ultimately deciding to remain at Shuiwei. As night descended, darkness enveloped the surroundings, presenting an opportune moment for wrongdoing. In such perilous circumstances, vacating Shuiwei was not a prudent choice. Meanwhile, after completing her current tasks, Sun Qing couldn't shake off her promise to Xia Xiaoman regarding assistance with the heating bed. Thus, during the procurement of materials, she ventured to Shuiwei to find Xia Xiaoman. Upon her arrival, Xia Xiaoman had yet to finish work, compelling Sun Qing to wait at the security booth at the entrance. By chance, Fu Baiwei was patrolling nearby, and they exchanged a few words. Sun Qing recounted the incident from a few days prior, when Xia Xiaoman had injured someone, nearly leading to her expulsion from the community. Urging Fu Baiwei to counsel Xia Xiaoman not to dwell on the matter, Sun Qing nodded in agreement, but upon meeting Xia Xiaoman, She expressed her indignation. I heard you almost got kicked out of Shuiwei Bay the other day? Why didn't you come to me if you were in trouble? If Shuiwei Bay wanted to accommodate you, there are plenty of places in Yuanqing where you can stay. Pack your things and return with me tomorrow. Let us not endure this here. Xia Xiaoman felt somewhat swayed by her words, but after a moment's reflection, politely declined, no need, I'm quite comfortable here. The previous incident had its reasons and has been resolved. Sun Qing, already dependent on others, realized that accompanying Xia Xiaoman would only complicate matters further for both her and Yi Xiaojia. No matter the reason, one cannot simply force someone to leave. She asserted, frustrated. You're at least a minor heiress, and you possess fighting skills. Why stay in a place that brings you distress? Xia Xiaoman chuckled gently. I haven't truly suffered. In the end, the one at a loss was the other party, who received a wound from me. I, on the other hand, emerged unscathed and without loss of resources. Let us move on from this matter. I'll take you to my home. You've visited so many times, yet it seems you've never been to my place. Changing the subject, she led Sun Qing to her residence. Upon seeing the rabbits and chickens she kept on the second floor, Sun Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. These rabbits are remarkably plump. Are they edible? Xia Xiaoman coldly refused. No, they are for breeding. However, I can gift you a pair if you wish to raise them yourself. Sun Qing waved her hand dismissively. I wouldn't mind eating them. But raising them is out of the question. I lack sufficient resources to feed rabbits. They are nourished with locusts, which are inexpensive and highly nutritious. My chickens, having feasted on locusts, lay large quantities of eggs, often yielding double-yolked ones daily. As she spoke, Xia Xiaoman rummaged through the chicken coop. In a short while, she produced 4 eggs, one of which was notably larger, likely a double-yolked egg. Here, take this home and cook it for yourself. Sun Qing accepted the egg without hesitation. What a pity. If you had a rooster, you could potentially breed them and start a poultry farm. The vendor of chicks was quite astute, selling exclusively pullets and refraining from offering a single cockerel. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Xia Xiaoman took Sun Qing to inspect the fire kong she had constructed. Please have a look and see if there are any issues with my work. If everything is in order, I shall finalize it tomorrow. Sun Qing examined the structure carefully, identifying a few minor flaws, and assisted in rectifying them before completion. By the time they finished, it was already past 9 in the evening. Chapter 146. The uses of contribution points. Xia Xiaoman accompanied Sun Qing out of the community. As they walked, they observed a multitude of individuals emerging from the complex, brandishing weapons. Sun Qing, intrigued, inquired, what are they doing with those knives? Are they going to fight? Uncertain, Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. She hadn't heard the gong signaling an attack on the community, thus, it seemed improbable that they were under siege. Yet, with so many armed individuals rushing out, could it be that a coal transport team had encountered trouble? While pondering this, she spotted Fu Baiwei, who was armed with a crossbow, running in formation with the group. She called out, Fu Baiwei, where are you all headed? Fu Baiwei glanced back, spotting Xia Xiaoman, and shouted as she ran, the firewood gathering team has clashed with others. We are going to assist. With that, she hastily joined the ranks and exited the community. Sun Qing, witnessing this, asked, are you going to help? Xia Xiaoman replied, the gong for defense has not sounded. There is no need for us to intervene. The patrol and shooting teams will come to the rescue. Sun Qing nodded, then I shall return for now. If you decide you wish to accompany me to Yuan City, do not hesitate to seek me out. Xia Xiaoman acknowledged her with a nod and watched her depart. Once Sun Qing was out of sight, she turned back towards her home. After walking a few steps, she noticed someone carrying an injured person back into the community, and it appeared the injuries were quite severe. The next morning, Xia Xiaoman set out promptly to clear the drainage system. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her from behind and turned to find Fu Baiwei approaching on her tricycle. Do you not have patrol duty today? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Fu Baiwei replied affirmatively. The casualties from yesterday's firewood gathering team were too numerous. Our shooting team must take their place and continue gathering firewood. How did the firewood team end up in a conflict with others? Was it a deliberate disturbance? Not quite. It was a territorial dispute, Fu Baiwei explained. The news of the eternal night has spread throughout the nation. Some individuals, eager to hoard wood, gathered a large group to seize territory. The Shuiwei Bay had consistently gathered firewood from the back mountain. After the onset of eternal night, nearby residents also joined the Shuiwei Bay team in their efforts, as it was more convenient. However, human greed knows no bounds. Seeing Shuiwei Bay's unified efforts, the surrounding residents, fearing that the back mountain would be stripped bare, organized themselves to confront Shuiwei Bay, attempting to claim the entire back mountain for themselves. Outnumbered, the firewood gathering team struggled to subdue the opposition and had to send someone back to the community for help. When we arrived to provide support, those individuals indignantly accused us, claiming that Shui Bei had sent so many to gather firewood, leaving no opportunity for the nearby residents. Bah! They ought to consider how many people reside in Shui Bei. We only dispatched 200 to gather firewood, which is quite minimal. If every household sent one person, there would be at least 400 or 500. Fu Baiwei expressed her indignation. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow again. Are many people going to the mountain to gather firewood? Fu Baiwei affirmed. Indeed. With fuel in short supply, any stick of wood spotted along the way is immediately claimed. We originally planned to gather firewood at night while continuing our work during the day. Aunt Xing remarked that the drainage system had been sufficiently cleared, and even if we took leave, it would not impede the progress. She urged us to gather firewood during the day to procure additional fuel. Indeed. The drainage had been nearly completed. The areas that Xia Xiaoman had cleared were already connected with other teams yesterday and today. We merely needed to tidy up some corners and crevices. Suddenly, from a distance, someone called out to Fu Baiwei. She glanced towards the source of the voice and hurriedly replied, I can't talk right now. The captain is calling me. Before she could finish, she hastily departed on her tricycle. Xia Xiaoman continued her work in the drainage, and before the noon break, the area had been thoroughly cleaned. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Wenyu arrived to confirm the cleanliness of the drainage and recorded the work points for each member. With the drainage completed, your tasks are also concluded. Here's the tally of your accrued work points. Please verify if there are any discrepancies. Xia Xiaoman leaned in to take a look. One could earn 5 work points for a day's effort in clearing the drainage. The team had worked for 48 days, yielding 240 points for each member. However, having taken 4 days off, she had accrued 20 points less than her peers, totaling 220 points. Someone from the team inquired, Zhou team, what are these work points for? I will submit the points later. Tomorrow, the trading post will have your work point records, which you can exchange for warm clothing. Xia Xiaoman interjected. Are work points exclusively for warm clothing? Can they be exchanged for other items? Zhou Wenyu glanced at her and explained, besides warm clothing. If you wish to reside in the drainage system in the future, you will also need to use work points for that. This will apply to coal exchanges as well. Thus, I advise you not to exhaust your points. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to secure accommodation in the basement. Upon hearing this, someone muttered quietly. The drainage is filthy and suffocating. Who would want to live there? Xia Xiaoman remained silent as she began to grasp the significance of the work points. They seemed to be a safeguard provided by the authorities for the populace. Warm and insulating supplies would be crucial in the forthcoming days, if sold freely. The affluent would hoard them, leaving the less fortunate unable to purchase what they needed. By redeeming work points for these supplies, the authorities could ensure that the majority of ordinary survivors received essential warmth, while simultaneously motivating the populace to contribute to government efforts in exchange for points. One must commend the floating city government for their comprehensive planning. This arrangement is far superior to allowing the populace to trade material goods for warmth, as not everyone possesses resources to barter for such necessities. After confirming that the work points were accurate and returning the flashlight, Xia Xiaoman turned back towards her community. As fate would have it, she encountered Fu Baiwei again on her way home. At the entrance of the community, a man and woman were blocking Fu Baiwei's path, preventing her from leaving. Her countenance was grim, seemingly struggling to contain her fury. As Xia Xiaoman approached, she overheard the woman's sharp, piercing voice. I raised you all these years, and you think you can just walk away? Do you have any conscience at all? The man echoed her anger, exclaiming, Ungrateful wretch, you truly are a white-eyed wolf. How fortunate it is that both your mother and I were concerned about whether you could survive being swept away by the water. Yet here you are, alive and well, with no intention of returning home, only indulging in reckless escapades. Upon hearing this address, Xia Xiaoman suddenly comprehended that this couple was none other than Fu Baiwei's biased parents. Chapter 147. Wildfire Fu Baiwei was being forcibly pulled outside by her parents, who sought to take her home against her will. Come back with us. During your absence, your sister has lost a considerable amount of weight and nearly suffered a relapse of her heart condition. How can you be so heartless, wandering about? Fu Bihui, her father, grasped her hand firmly and began to walk away. Upon hearing these words, Fu Baiwei could no longer contain her frustration and shook off her parents' grasp. Enough. What does my sister's heart condition have to do with me? Her weight loss is irrelevant to me. Since you all despise me and favor my sister, wouldn't it be better for you three to live together happily? Why do you want me to return? Mother, didn't you say that I always wear a grim expression when I come home? Wouldn't it be better if I remained outside and never returned? Father, didn't you also claim that I am a daughter who brings misfortune to my parents and family? Why would you want me back? Aren't you afraid I might bring you further calamity? Before she could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Fu Bihui struck Fu Baiwei across the face. You ungrateful girl! Who permitted you to speak to us in such a manner? We have provided for you, nurtured you, and this is how you repay us? I would rather have no parents than you. Fu Baiwei cried, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. From the moment you allowed me to be swept away by the flood for the sake of a mere bag of supplies, I have already lost my parents. Fu Bihui and his wife trembled with rage. Are you seeking to sever all ties with us? Yes. We should have severed ties long ago, Fu Baiwei declared resolutely. Very well. You have grown wings and dare to defy your parents. If you wish to cut ties, do not even think about it. Fu Bihui retorted angrily. I gave you life, raised you. Your blood runs through my veins. If you wish to sever ties with your mother and me, you must consider whether the law would agree. Then go ahead and sue me. You are not even at retirement age, even in the face of natural disasters. The court will not grant you support at this moment, Fu Baiwei replied, seemingly wounded beyond measure. After uttering this, she turned and walked away with determination. Fu Bihui and his wife, unable to enter the community, erupted in a fit of rage at the security booth. Upon witnessing the couple's desperate antics, Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but recall her own parents, long forgotten in the recesses of her mind, and wondered if they were still alive. Fu Baiwei's parents caused a commotion at the community entrance for several days. Upon learning that Fu Baiwei had a boyfriend of considerable means, they became relentless in their pursuit, constantly blocking her path. In her youth, Fu Baiwei had also enjoyed her parents' affection. Unlike Xia Xiaoman, she found it difficult to be so ruthless and could only hide within the community, doing her utmost to avoid encounters with them. After several days of evasion, Fu Baiwei's sister, Fu Qingning, aware of their relentless pursuit, dragged her ailing body to persuade their parents to return home. Upon hearing that a frail girl was waiting at the entrance, Fu Baiwei immediately deduced it was her sister, Fu Qingning. She harbored no malice towards Qingning. The partiality of their parents was not instigated by Fu Qingning. At times, Fu Qingning even endeavored to persuade their parents to treat her with more kindness. However, their parents remained obstinate, disregarding both her feelings and those of Fu Qingning. As Fu Baiwei approached the entrance of the community, she found that Fu Qingning had successfully convinced their parents to leave. Turning around, she saw Fu Qingning, who instructed their parents to remain still while she approached them. Sister. Fu Qingning managed a faint smile. Are you doing well here? Fu Baiwei paused in silence before nodding. I am quite well here. The residents of the community are very kind to me, and my boyfriend treats me well too. That's good, Fu Qingning murmured. Sister, I'm sorry. Her eyes glistening with tears. If it weren't for me, our parents wouldn't treat you this way. I truly apologize. Fu Baiwei interjected. What our parents have done is not your fault. You need not apologize. Fu Qingning shook her head. How can it not be related to me? If it weren't for my heart condition, they would not be so biased. Sister, rest assured. I have spoken to our parents. They will not disturb you any longer. You must be cautious out here. I shall return now, lest our parents grow anxious. Wait. Fu Baiwei removed the crossbow and arrows from her person, placing them into Fu Qingning's embrace. Take this. Your health is fragile. You cannot win in a fight. If danger arises, use the crossbow to defend yourself. Upon hearing her concern, tears streamed down Fu Qingning's face. She wished to shield Fu Baiwei from worry, nodding hurriedly, clutching the crossbow as she returned to her parents, guiding them away. The dread brought forth by the eternal night compelled everyone to gather supplies for warmth. In a mere few days, a substantial number of trees on the mountain were felled, exposing barren yellow slopes. Xia Xiaoman, relieved from work, stayed indoors, crafting 2 more heated platforms at home. Drawing from her previous experience, the subsequent platforms were exquisitely constructed. One was placed in the living room, alongside 2 stoves, one for boiling water and another for cooking meals. This arrangement spared her the need to venture into the kitchen during the cold weather. With the onset of eternal night, temperatures noticeably dropped. While fetching water, she observed many had transitioned from short sleeves to long sleeves, and some even donned jackets to feel warm. As she queued for water, a sudden cry erupted from the crowd. Fire! Look over there! A fire! Xia Xiaoman jolted at the sound, fearing a blaze had ignited in the community. Looking up, she realized it was a wildfire raging on a distant mountain. The mountain was littered with parched timber, and the flames spread rapidly, soon engulfing a vast area. Watching the expanse of forest ignited by the flames, Xia Xiaoman felt a pang of regret. So much wood, if it had not been consumed by the fire, would have sufficed her for years. Fortunately, during this time, everyone had been intent on hoarding firewood, resulting in the nearby forest being completely cleared. Hence, the fire could not encroach upon the urban area of Floating City. However, the unfortunate reality remained that the fire was colossal. Extinguishing the fire proved to be an arduous task, as official organizations mobilized tens of thousands to combat the blaze. It took over 10 days to carve out a firebreak, ultimately bringing the inferno under control. Within this brief span, countless trees were consumed by the flames, inflicting immense damage upon the city of Floating City. Moreover, during these fleeting days, temperatures plummeted significantly, as if urging everyone on. reminding them that time was of the essence and they must hasten their preparations for the impending winter chill. Chapter 148. Robbing the rich to aid the poor. The source of the forest fire was uncovered on the third day of its outbreak, revealing it to be an act of arson. The perpetrator had initially ventured into the mountains to gather firewood. After a day of labor, he had successfully collected his wood, only to be robbed by a group of individuals. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, he reluctantly surrendered his hard-earned wood. However, upon his return to gather more, he was informed that the area was their territory and that he would need to pay a fee to collect wood. Life was already fraught with difficulties, and now even the simple act of gathering firewood became an avenue for further bullying. In a surge of anger, the honest man resolved that if he could not gather wood, then neither would anyone else, leading him to impulsively set the forest ablaze. The arsonist was subsequently executed, for regardless of the circumstances, the crime of setting fire to the mountains was unforgivable. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman felt a twinge of regret. Impulsiveness is a devil that harms not only others but oneself as well. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Xia Xiaoman donned a jacket and stepped outside. Standing at the threshold was Wang Shijin, delivering coal. Here, 200 pounds of coal, along with a coal press, he announced. Xia Xiaoman accepted the delivery but noticed the bruises adorning Wang Shijin's face. What happened to you? Did someone hit you? She inquired. Wang Shijin averted his gaze. No. I just had a little accident and fell. Surely a fall couldn't cause such a mess. Come on, show me how you managed that, she teased, eyeing his blackened eyes. Acknowledging the inadequacy of his excuse, Wang Shijin sighed and confessed, all right, no more jesting. I was beaten by old Master Luo. Beaten by old Master Luo? What did you do to deserve such a thrashing? Xia Xiaoman asked, her curiosity piqued. Wang Shijin hesitated to divulge the details but eventually admitted. With the temperature dropping and our supplies running low, I feared we wouldn't have enough resources to purchase coal in Yin City, so I resorted to robbing the rich to aid the poor. Robbing whom? Xia Xiaoman questioned, not fully grasping his words. Wang Shijin reiterated, undercover law enforcement. Robbing the rich to aid the poor. What fish are you catching and whose wealth are you seizing? She probed further. Of course, those despicable robbers. I aim to seize the supplies from the very criminals who prey upon others, he explained, drawing inspiration from the official convoy. Instead of exhausting himself to gather resources, he devised a plan to lure the robbers out, subsequently locating their hideouts and confiscating their supplies. Using this method, he and his coal transport team dismantled several robber dens and returned with considerable resources. Old Master Luo, upon witnessing their meager coal haul but an abundance of disordered supplies, quickly sensed something amiss. After questioning the team members who had accompanied Wang Shijin, he discovered they had acted as bandits themselves, which infuriated him. He pursued Wang Shijin, wielding a thick stick, and chased him for over half an hour. Wang Shijin protested, those robbers deserve their fate. By eliminating them and seizing their spoils, I not only rid the community of a menace but also acquired resources in a short time. Isn't that a win-win situation? However, old Master Luo vehemently disagreed, asserting that my actions were not distinguishable from those of a bandit leader. Xia Xiaoman, please adjudicate this matter for me. How am I akin to a bandit leader? I neither harm others nor deceive them. I merely eliminated a few robbers. Why does it seem as though I am guilty of heinous crimes? And why have I been beaten to such an extent? Wang Shijin felt utterly aggrieved, convinced that he was in the right. Xia Xiaoman did not respond directly but inquired. When you besieged the robbers, did you employ any disguise? Wang Shijin sheepishly rubbed the tip of his nose. At that time, it was dark. Even without a disguise, they would hardly recognize us, would they? Xia Xiaoman pressed further. Did you ensure that those who recognized you were silenced? During the chaos, I didn't pay much attention. It seems a few individuals managed to escape. Xia Xiaoman was at a loss for words. So, you attempted to rob the rich to aid the poor without any disguise, openly revealing yourselves as members of Shui Wei, and you left some alive? Wang Shijin corrected her. We never claimed to be from Shui Wei. Is there really a distinction? Your face is well known in the vicinity. Anyone could inquire and find out. No wonder you were beaten. You practically invited it upon yourself. It is acceptable to seize resources from robbers, but one must at least execute the groundwork properly. Either disguise yourselves to conceal your identity as members of Shui Wei, or eliminate all witnesses. Leaving a few alive could provoke retaliation. Rendering Wang Shijin's rob the rich to aid the poor endeavor tantamount to inviting enmity upon Shui Wei. Wang Shijin recognized his folly and, with a downcast demeanor, asked, what should we do now? Should we hunt down those individuals and silence them? The city is neither large nor small. How do you propose we find them? Moreover, so much time has passed. Who knows if they have divulged this incident to others? Xia Xiaoman spoke earnestly. Let bygones be bygones. In the future, if you wish to rob the rich to aid the poor, ensure you have comprehensive preparations and plans. Do not act impulsively. Wang Shijin nodded instinctively but suddenly realized and halted his nodding. Aren't you younger than I am? Why are you admonishing me in the tone of an elder? All right. Enough of this conversation. I came to chat with you, yet I ended up receiving a lecture. I shall take my leave now. Please allow me to borrow your vehicle for a few more days. I will exchange the remaining supplies for coal. With that, he departed without waiting for Xia Xiaoman's response. Xia Xiaoman's lips twitched. Her well-meaning advice was met with disdain for being overly loquacious. Nevertheless, Wang Shijin's visit reminded her that the temperatures were dropping daily, necessitating the wearing of sweaters to venture outside. It was also time to tidy up her home and make room for coal briquettes. She gathered all the items from the first floor to clear space, then ventured into the yard to excavate a mound of yellow clay. Using a hoe, she crushed and mixed the yellow clay with raw coal, adding a precise amount of water to create a uniform mixture. She then utilized a coal press to mold the mixture into neat briquettes, which she arranged in the corner of the living room to dry. During the drying process, she procured some iron sheets and wooden boards to repair the gaping hole in the attic caused by the tornado. The engine and air conditioning unit were disassembled and stored away. Subsequently, she relocated the rabbit and the chicken, placing them beside the small Kong on the first floor. When the weather turned cold, she intended to light the Kong, ensuring that the rabbit and the chicken would not succumb to the freezing temperatures. As for the vegetables planted indoors on the second floor, without electricity, they could not thrive, so she opted to leave them to grow naturally. However, the potatoes she had planted 2 months prior were nearing maturity. Concerned that further cultivation might yield no results, Xia Xiaoman decided to harvest them. Discovering that the potatoes had grown satisfactorily, albeit smaller than expected, she pulled up all the potatoes, gathering approximately 30 pounds, which would suffice for her sustenance for a while. After tidying up her home, Xia Xiaoman's daily task became the production of honeycomb coal. With no space to store the honeycomb coal, she placed the still damp coal into her storage, planning to make a larger quantity of raw bricks before allowing them to dry gradually, thus avoiding the risk of the external soil freezing as temperatures dropped. Chapter 149. Purchasing winter garments as the weather gradually turned cooler and winter approached. The logistics department of Shuiwei finally commenced the sale of charcoal and honeycomb coal. Those who had participated in the production of either charcoal or honeycomb coal could exchange their work hours for these resources. Individuals who had not been involved in the production but had contributed materials could present their receipts for a trade. However, those like Xia Xiaoman, who had neither participated in the production nor provided materials, would need to purchase charcoal and honeycomb coal outright. While she could make honeycomb coal herself, Xia Xiaoman was entirely unfamiliar with the process of burning charcoal. Therefore, upon learning of the logistics department's sale of charcoal, she exchanged surplus blankets from her storage space for 500 pounds of charcoal. She intended to use this charcoal for cooking, particularly for barbecuing. 500 pounds would suffice for her needs. For everyday cooking, she would continue to utilize honeycomb coal. In her leisure time, she constructed a heated Kong and fireplace in the basement, with the smoke vent and ventilation pipe installed with the assistance of Wang Shijin. Concerned that the winter might bring snowdrifts several meters deep, she specifically asked Wang Shijin to extend the smoke vent and ventilation pipe along the wall to the roof, ensuring they would not be blocked by accumulated snow. After 2 days of diligent work, the extended smoke vent and ventilation pipe were finally completed. Xia Xiaoman presented Wang Shijin with more than 20 pairs of men's cotton socks, saying, "Here you go. This is your payment for the work you've done over the past 2 days." She had an abundance of these socks in her storage, all standard supermarket quality, not particularly exceptional, yet adequate for warmth when layered in winter. Wang Shijin, taking the pristine socks with a hint of embarrassment, thanked her. "If there are more such opportunities in the future, please do call me. I will certainly come whenever I am free." Just then, Fu Baiwei appeared with a flashlight, inquiring, "What good fortune? Why wasn't I called?" Wang Shijin turned to her and replied, "We're building a smoke vent. What use would it be to call you? Can you carry bricks or assemble pipes? Who do you look down upon?" Fu Baiwei retorted, "It's just a smoke vent. How difficult could it be? I was part of the team that built the charcoal kiln in the square with Aunt Xing and the others." Every time Fu Baiwei and Wang Shijin met, they exchanged barbs. After giving Wang Shijin a good-natured scolding, she turned to Xia Xiaoman and said, "Xiaoman, at the trading point, you can exchange work credits for warm clothing. I've seen some quality garments being traded. Would you like to go and exchange for a couple of pieces?" Considering she needed a few hats to shield against the wind and cold, Xia Xiaoman agreed and secured the doors and windows before heading to the trading point with Fu Baiwei. Wang Shijin also wished to exchange for a few cotton coats and followed along. Upon arrival, they found a considerable number of individuals queuing at the trading point for warm clothing, with Xia Xiaoman and her companions waiting nearly 20 minutes before it was their turn. The exchange prices for warm garments were clearly displayed at the trading point's window, cotton jackets and pants were 10 work credits each. Thermal undergarments were 10 work credits per set, and thin autumn tops and bottoms were 8 work credits per set. Sweaters were categorized into ordinary and woolen varieties, with ordinary sweaters priced at 5 work credits each, all being thick garments, while woolen sweaters were 8 work credits each. Thin knit tops were available for 4 work credits each, but few opted to purchase them, as their warmth was insufficient. Most preferred to spend an additional work credit for the ordinary sweaters. The woolen coat, down jacket, and mink coat, all of which possess exceptional warmth, are rather expensive, with each piece costing 20 work points. Moreover, each individual is permitted to purchase a maximum of 2 sets of thermal clothing. Any transactions exceeding this limit are prohibited at the trading point. After much deliberation, Fu Baiwei gritted her teeth and purchased 2 down jackets. She also acquired 2 sets of cotton clothing, thermal underwear, autumn shirts and trousers, sweaters, scarves, gloves, and thick socks. By the end of her shopping, her work points had diminished by more than half. Wang Shijin found himself in a similar predicament, having bought the necessary winter apparel, resulting in a significant reduction of his work points. When it was Xia Xiaoman's turn, she carefully selected 2 hats. One was a tactical cap that could cover her ears, and the other was a rugged hat lined with thick plush. Both hats were exceedingly unattractive, yet their warmth was unparalleled, leaving Xia Xiaoman quite satisfied. During the payment process, identification was required. The personnel at the trading point would verify her identity against the provided documentation before deducting the corresponding work points from her account. Noticing Xia Xiaoman's modest purchase, Fu Baiwei inquired, "Is that all you are buying? Aren't you getting 2 coats as well?" Xia Xiaoman shook her head, explaining that she had already acquired all the necessary winter gear, leaving only the 2 hats to purchase. Wang Shijin then asked, "Where did you buy your clothes? Were they inexpensive?" "Not cheap," Xia Xiaoman replied. "They cost significantly more than at the trading point, and I had to trade goods for them. However, the quality is comparatively superior." She refrained from boasting, knowing that the down jackets purchased by Fu Baiwei, albeit costly, were not as thick or of as fine a fabric as her own. Yet, one gets what one pays for. The cost-effectiveness of purchasing down jackets at the trading point was higher. As the group strolled back while engaged in conversation, a figure suddenly dashed in front of them. Fu Baiwei and Wang Shijin instinctively shielded their winter attire, wary of a potential theft, while Xia Xiaoman reached for an axe at her waist, prepared for any eventuality. Before she could make her next move, the person blocking their path called out, "Xia Xiaoman, Fu Baiwei. What a coincidence! Are you here to exchange for winter clothing as well?" Upon hearing her name, Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow and asked, "Who are you?" The newcomer wiped her face and swept her unruly hair back, responding, "I am Wang Dandan. You don't recognize me?" The name sounded somewhat familiar. Yet Xia Xiaoman could not immediately recall the individual before her. However, Fu Baiwei recognized her, exclaiming in shock, "You are Wang Dandan? How have you lost so much weight?" Wang Dandan chuckled, "I've starved myself, you see. Before, I would indulge in fried chicken, burgers, and roasted sweet potatoes, eating whatever I pleased, yet my weight wouldn't budge. Now, without those junk foods, my hunger has led to this weight loss." Finally recalling who Wang Dandan was, Xia Xiaoman remembered her as a classmate from university. Before the calamity, Wang Dandan had frequently boasted about her dieting efforts while simultaneously recommending delicious snacks from the food street just outside the campus. Prior to the disaster, Wang Dandan had been a hefty individual nearing 160 pounds. It was unfathomable for Xia Xiaoman to see her now, transformed into a slender figure. Wang Dandan then asked, "Have you all purchased enough winter clothing? If you haven't purchased enough, I have some winter clothing available at a low price without limit. Would you be interested in acquiring another 2 sets?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shijin interjected, "Are there options for both men and women? How low is the price?" "There are indeed options for both genders. For a cotton jacket like the one you have, you can exchange it for merely 5 jin of grain." "So inexpensive?" Wang Shijin was somewhat incredulous, sensing it might be a trap. Wang Dandan replied, "However, these are all second-hand items. The clothing might be somewhat dirty. If you don't mind, I can take you to select a couple of pieces." Wang Shijin remained silent, looking towards Xia Xiaoman and Fu Baiwei. Fu Baiwei suggested, "Shall we go take a look?" Xia Xiaoman pondered for a moment and nodded, "Let's go see. If the quality is acceptable, we could purchase 2 more sets of winter clothing. Wearing 2 tattered garments over our clothes would not only keep us warm, but also serve as a form of disguise." Chapter 150. The Black Workshop winding through the alleyways. They followed Wang Dandan until they arrived at a dilapidated, half-collapsed old apartment building. Wang Dandan led Xia Xiaoman and the others up to the 3rd floor, produced a key, and unlocked the door to one of the bedrooms. Inside the room, an assortment of clothing was haphazardly piled. "Choose what you like. Once you've made your selections, I'll calculate the price for you," she instructed. Upon entering, Fu Baiwei immediately fixed her gaze on a long men's cotton coat. She picked it up and, upon inspection, felt something was amiss. It didn't feel like cotton. What was stuffed inside? Wang Dandan chuckled awkwardly, confessing, I added a bit of scrap fabric to enhance its warmth. Fu Baiwei frowned but remained silent. Xia Xiaoman casually grabbed a large puffer jacket to try on, but as she unzipped it, she noticed a side seam had come undone, revealing a small piece of blood-stained fabric. Touching the dried bloodstain, she inquired, where did you source the scrap fabric stuffed in these clothes? Wang Dandan replied, the scraps sewn into the clothing are remnants from quilt cuttings. Rest assured, they are all quality materials. We are classmates. Do you really think I would deceive you? Xia Xiaoman tossed the cotton coat back onto the floor. I bought plenty of winter clothing previously, so I won't be purchasing anything this time. Do either of you wish to buy? She turned to Wang Shijin and Fu Baiwei. Fu Baiwei shook her head. I intended to buy a coat for Ayun, but I don't know his size. I'll take him shopping when he is free. Noticing Wang Shijin was about to speak, Fu Baiwei quickly grasped his hand, saying, Brother Jin, you came here to help Grandfather Luo find a coat, right? Do you know his size? Don't make a mistake. Wang Shijin, puzzled by the sudden endearment, only then realized what she meant and responded, I would have forgotten without your reminder. Old Master Luo is quite particular. If the size is incorrect, he likely won't wear it. He then turned to Wang Dandan and said, apologies, miss. I initially intended to buy a coat for an elder in my family, but I forgot to confirm the size. I'll inquire about it when I return and will come back to purchase a coat. Upon hearing that none of them intended to buy, Wang Dandan's expression darkened instantly, her face clouding over as she replied, no problem, come back next time. Wang Shijin offered an awkward smile before leading Xia Xiaoman and Fu Baiwei back downstairs. As they reached the second floor, Wang Dandan suddenly shouted, someone's stealing. Stop them. Before they could react, the door to the second-floor apartment burst open, and 5 or 6 individuals rushed out, while the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from above. They looked up to see 4 burly men charging down the stairs, looking fierce. Seeing this, Fu Baiwei asked, her face devoid of expression, Wang Dandan, what does this mean? What do you mean? You've stolen my clothes, and you still have the audacity to ask me that? Wang Dandan retorted with a sneer. Fu Baiwei furrowed her brow. When did we steal your clothes? If you didn't steal my clothes, then what is that in your hand? Wang Dandan shot back. Fu Baiwei scoffed coldly. This attire is something I acquired at the trading point. It has no bearing on you whatsoever. Raising her chin, she spoke condescendingly. If you are willing to relinquish these garments voluntarily, considering you are my classmates, I can ensure your safe departure. Otherwise what? Are you planning to rob us? Xia Xiaoman's expression turned icy. Then come and try. Let's see if you possess the capability to do so. Wang Dandan retorted dismissively. You are refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink. With that, she signaled to the burly men beside her, who immediately rushed forward to snatch the clothes from Fu Baiwei's grasp. Wang Shijin swiftly drew a small knife he carried and positioned himself protectively in front of Fu Baiwei. Just as one of the hulking men was about to seize Wang Shijin's hand that held the knife, a hatchet flew through the air, embedding itself with a sickening thud into the man's skull. In quick succession, Xia Xiaoman brandished 2 cleavers, skillfully slicing at the men below. Wang Shijin regained his wits, handing his own clothes to Fu Baiwei and stepping aside. He then yanked the hatchet from the fallen man's head and, wielding both the hatchet and the knife, brandished them menacingly at the remaining 3 hulks above. With Wang Shijin leading the charge and Xia Xiaoman at his back, Fu Baiwei found a momentary respite. She placed the clothes acquired from the trading point on the ground, shed her outer coat, and retrieved the crossbow and arrows concealed behind her back. Without hesitation, she aimed at Wang Dandan and pulled the trigger. Wang Dandan screamed in agony, clutching her chest where the arrow had struck. Before she could recover, Fu Baiwei loosed another arrow. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman, utilizing her petite frame, darted nimbly through the narrow staircase. In a flash, she positioned herself behind the foremost adversary. Before he could react, her cleaver pierced through his back, blood gushing forth. By the time he realized her presence, she had already leaped onto the staircase railing and swiftly returned to the rear, executing a clean throat-slitting maneuver. In under 10 minutes, the 6 assailants blocking their path had been dispatched one by Xia Xiaoman. The hulks upstairs were similarly vanquished by the combined efforts of Fu Baiwei and Wang Shijin. Wang Dandan still drew breath, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at Xia Xiaoman and the others, unable to fathom how they had so swiftly overcome her men. Seeing that she still lived, Fu Baiwei unsheathed her knife and approached her, swiftly slicing through her throat. Cleaning the blood from her knife, Fu Baiwei sighed, reflecting on how Wang Dandan had once been vivacious and kind, a source of joy for many. How had she transformed into this? As Wang Dandan hovered on the brink of death, her mind drifted back to her former self before the calamity. Indeed, how had she become this villain? She had once been so benevolent, unable to harm even a kitten. Having dealt with the adversaries on the staircase, Xia Xiaoman entered a room on the second floor. Inside, 7 or 8 wounded women stared blankly at them. Gripping her hatchet tightly, Xia Xiaoman asked warily, "Who are you?" One woman, upon seeing the bloodied hatchet in Xia Xiaoman's hand, immediately curled up in fright, exclaiming, "Please don't kill me. I can work. I won't run away anymore. Please, just don't kill me." Upon hearing her words, the other women, like startled birds caught in a sudden fright, each curled up on the ground, clutching their heads in a plea for mercy. Chapter 151. The joy of acquiring a generator upon witnessing the group of women. Their bodies marred with scars and surrounded by unfinished quilts, Xia Xiaoman and her companions quickly deduced that these individuals were likely forced laborers, confined here against their will. Fu Baiwei spoke gently, reassuring them, "Do not fear. We come not as harbingers of death. Were you captured by those nefarious individuals? Aside from your group, are there others here?" Noticing that Fu Baiwei and her friends bore no intention of violence, the women gradually calmed down. Are you here to rescue us?" One of them stammered. Fu Baiwei nodded with a warm smile, affirming, "Indeed, we have come to save you. Might you share how you came to be in this place?" Before she could finish her sentence, one woman burst into tears, exclaiming, "Finally, someone has come to save us. I can go home now. I can go home." The other women wiped their tears in excitement. "We were deceived," a woman with darker skin recounted. "The 3 of us heard a woman named Wang say they were hiring seamstresses here, so we came for an interview. Little did we know, upon entering, we were trapped in this house, forced to dismantle cotton clothing and extract the cotton to make quilts. I longed to return home, but I was beaten the moment I attempted to leave." With tears streaming down her face, she continued, "We rise at 6 in the morning to toil, and do not retire until midnight, receiving but 1 meal a day, 2 meager grain cakes." Xia Xiaoman remarked, "This black workshop is utterly ruthless. Not even the production teams treat their workers with such cruelty." As they listened to the women's harrowing accounts, Xia Xiaoman and her companions began to grasp the true nature of this building. As night fell and the temperature dropped, opportunists seized the moment, collecting cotton clothing while stripping the deceased of their garments. In their relentless pursuit of profit, they would cut open the collected cotton clothing, replacing the cotton with the clothing of the dead, using the cotton to craft quilts. However, due to a lack of seamstresses, they resorted to deceit, luring women under the guise of recruitment. Wang Dandan had initially been among the deceived. After a failed escape attempt, she was violently apprehended and beaten. Over time, the relentless oppression altered her psyche. To better her own situation, she began to associate with a minor leader and assisted the workshop in ensnaring more seamstresses among the women, for had been lured in by Wang Dandan under the pretense of job opportunities. The others had come seeking affordable cotton clothing, only to be captured by Wang Dandan, who preyed on their vulnerability. Originally, this place solely sold substandard cotton clothing, but for reasons unknown, the thugs began to raid customers for their supplies. If someone arrived to purchase cotton clothes while carrying goods, they would be violently assaulted and robbed. Men would be released after the beating, while women. The woman paused, but all present understood the grim fate that awaited solitary women at the hands of a group of men. The unscrupulous cotton garments and quilts we produce are sometimes sold at trading points, while others find their way to the black market. As the woman spoke, her brow furrowed. These substandard cotton clothes and quilts are not only of poor quality but may also harbor diseases over time. The fabric they provide often bears a viscous, foul-smelling liquid, reminiscent of something scavenged from a decaying corpse. Those wretches do not even bother to wash them, merely rubbing them with dirt before we are compelled to sew them into the cotton garments. Upon hearing that half of these tainted cotton clothes are dispatched to trading points, Fu Baiwei and Wang Shijin felt a wave of unease wash over them. They immediately retrieved the cotton coats they had purchased from the trading point, scrutinizing them closely, and only relaxed slightly when they deemed them not to be the illicit cotton goods. "Is this workshop the only one?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. The woman shook her head, stating that this was merely one small workshop among many. She paused before adding, "Good-hearted individuals, I have said all I can. May we leave now?" Upon hearing this, Fu Baiwei and Wang Shijin instinctively turned to Xia Xiaoman. She shrugged, suggesting they make their own decision as she ascended to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor housed not only the tainted cotton garments and quilts but also supplies that had been deceitfully acquired by Wang Dandan and her cohorts. Xia Xiaoman did not examine those supplies. Instead, she continued her search of the bedrooms. Upon entering one, she finally spotted something of interest, a generator. In a perpetual night, light is essential for the sewing of cotton garments and quilts. This black workshop, primarily engaged in the production of clothing and bedding, is aware of the flammable nature of their materials. They understand that the seamstresses they have captured harbor deep resentment, Utilizing open flames for light could lead to a calamitous fire should someone act impulsively. Thus, they have procured a small generator to provide illumination within the building. Upon inspecting the generator, Xia Xiaoman noted its output was around 20 kilowatts, somewhat modest, yet sufficient. A diesel generator? Exclaimed Wang Shijin as he ascended the stairs, his face alight with excitement. What a fortunate find. I never expected to come away with a generator. I will take this generator, Xia Xiaoman declared. And you two can divide the other supplies. Wang Shijin was momentarily taken aback. Do you not already possess a generator? That one is broken, Xia Xiaoman retorted. And even if it were not, do you truly believe a solar-powered generator would function in such darkness? Wang Shijin remained silent. Sensing their hesitance, Xia Xiaoman added, I noticed several supplies in the adjacent bedroom: rice, flour, seasonings, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and cured meats, along with some clean cotton garments and quilts. In comparison, the supplies in that room are far more essential to you at this moment. The generator's utility in this eternal night pales in significance, does it not? Wang Shijin and Fu Baiwei exchanged glances before venturing into the neighboring bedroom. They found the supplies indeed plentiful and desperately needed. Very well, then this generator shall be yours. As for the remaining supplies, Vivi and I shall divide them between us. After a moment, he added, there is one more matter I wish to address. Once I relocate the supplies from here, I intend to report the existence of this illicit workshop. I fear that someone may unwittingly purchase garments tainted with cadaveric fluids, while one might endure the sight of soiled clothing. The presence of such contaminants could potentially trigger an outbreak of infectious diseases, leaving no one unscathed. Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement, saying, feel free to proceed. But do not involve me. Let it be as though I never set foot here. She had no desire for accolades, nor did she wish to invite trouble upon herself. It is through discretion that one truly thrives. Chapter 152. The sewers open, driving the supplies from the building back to the community. Wang Shijin and Fu Baiwei promptly reported the matter. Over the next few days, the authorities uncovered a dozen illicit workshops through the sale of cotton clothing, seizing dozens of trucks filled with substandard cotton garments and quilts. However, rather than being destroyed, these items were subjected to high-temperature boiling for sterilization and disinfection, then cleaned and dried before being sold at a low price. With the complete cessation of production in Xiagua, fabric has become a coveted resource. The seized cotton clothing and quilts were merely inferior in quality and somewhat soiled. After the disinfection and cleaning process, many were willing to purchase them at a bargain. Meanwhile, as the protagonists in dismantling one of the illicit workshops, Wang Shijin and Fu Baiwei were also rewarded, each receiving 200 work points. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, temperatures plummeted from the suffocating heat of 60 to 70 degrees just 2 months prior to a brisk 7 to 8 degrees. The rapid drop in temperature was astonishing, yet it provided them with a gradual adjustment period. Thus, when people opened their doors to find a layer of frost on the ground, they had become accustomed to it, returning indoors to don an additional layer before stepping out without a hint of concern. After retrieving water, Xia Xiaoman resumed her task of digging clay to make honeycomb coal. After days of labor, she had excavated a substantial pit in the yard. She had no intention of refilling the hole, contemplating the possibility of crafting a trap within it when time allowed. After laboring for half the day on the honeycomb coal, she heard a commotion outside. It was the patrolling officer at the community gate notifying her of the arrival of the Yi family fleet. Xia Xiaoman changed her clothes and followed the officer outside. And from a distance, she spotted Sun Qing, elegantly draped in a mink coat. Xia Xiaoman chuckled. It's so cold today. Why don the mink coat? Sun Qing shook her fur coat, declaring, wearing this makes me look like a real boss. Striking a pose with hands on her hips and head held high, she added, just tell me if I don't look the part. Xia Xiaoman burst into laughter. Indeed, you look like quite the fool. Sun Qing shot her a sidelong glance, tossing the mink coat towards her. This is for you. After we sell our goods and return, who knows when we might meet again. Just as Xia Xiaoman was about to return the coat, she halted, asking, what do you mean? Not that. Sun Qing shook her head. It's just that the weather is too cold, making it difficult to transport seafood, and sales are sluggish. I worry that if we encounter a blizzard on our next journey, our entire fleet could be stranded. Perhaps we should wait until the weather warms up before returning to Floating City. Xia Xiaoman frowned, pondering the fact that Floating City had not experienced snowfall in decades, with temperatures rarely dropping below 2 or 3 degrees. However, in this eternal night, anything was conceivable, and the possibility of a blizzard was not far-fetched. If you're not selling seafood, how will you sustain yourselves? For the time being, we are uncertain. It depends on how the weather unfolds, Sun Qing replied. Her expression clouded with uncertainty. If the chill isn't too severe, we might continue fishing at sea and selling to nearby towns. If conditions worsen, we have enough stored supplies to last us about 6 months. Xia Xiaoman paused for a moment, then said, wait for me, I will return shortly. With that, she turned and dashed back into the community, leaving Sun Qing calling after her, but to no avail. Seeing Xia Xiaoman run off, Sun Qing had no choice but to attend to the business with Shuiwei Bei first, explaining clearly the reasons for discontinuing future dealings. Wang Shijin expressed his regret at not being able to continue trading with the Yi family's fleet, yet he understood the inherent dangers of the eternal night. Encountering a blizzard could lead to total annihilation. Hadn't old Luo prohibited him from venturing out to transport coal these past few days, concerned for his safety on the road? As Sun Qing discussed the termination of their contract with Wang Shijin, she caught a glimpse of Xia Xiaoman approaching with a cage. When Xia Xiaoman drew nearer, Sun Qing realized what was inside the cage. Wow, how generous of you to gift me 4 rabbits. You mentioned that you were uncertain about your future plans. So I caught you a pair of rabbits, Xia Xiaoman replied. These rabbits are quite resilient. You could try raising them for meat once you return home. Sun Qing shook her head. No way, I can manage to eat them, but raising them is beyond my capabilities. Take them home and give it a shot. If you can keep them alive, wonderful. If not, then you can slaughter them, Xia Xiaoman insisted, thrusting the cage into her hands. Sun Qing hesitated for a moment before conceding. All right, I'll take them back and see if Xiao Jie can manage to keep them alive. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Sun Qing reluctantly took her leave. Once Sun Qing departed, Xia Xiaoman settled in at home, dedicating her day to making briquettes. In the morning, after finishing breakfast and practicing some martial arts, Xia Xiaoman grabbed a shovel and a bucket and stepped outside to gather yellow clay. Upon opening the door, the searchlight illuminated the ground, reflecting off a layer of snow. Xia Xiaoman paused, crouched down to scoop up some snow, and murmured, "It snowed? No wonder it feels so much colder today." Dropping the snow, she went to her usual spot to dig for soil, but found it frozen solid. After a few attempts, she yielded little. With a sigh, she turned to head home. Just then, a patrol team passed by, blaring their horns. "Attention residents. Please be advised. The authorities have opened the sewer system. The temperature in the sewers is higher than on the surface. For 50 work points, you can rent a spot. Residents seeking refuge from the cold are encouraged to sign up at the property management office." Xia Xiaoman stood still, absorbing the announcements. After considerable reflection, she found herself unable to accept the idea of sharing living quarters with others. She had a basement, as long as the house remained standing. Her basement was no different from the sewer, and in fact, offered better privacy. Though it had snowed, the snowfall was light and ceased shortly after. The weather was not particularly cold, remaining within a bearable range for humans, so few ventured into the sewers for warmth. While waiting in line for water, Xia Xiaoman overheard passers-by discussing the sewer conditions. Renting a spot for 50 work points, each space measured only 5 meters long and 1 meter wide. Each location was equipped with a smoke vent, allowing residents to set up a stove underneath if they felt chilly. The confined space of the sewer could indeed provide warmth in such weather, making it a viable refuge from the cold. However, those who have cleaned the sewers are well aware that the width of the drainage system is merely 2 meters. Half of that space is occupied by residents, leaving the other half as a narrow passageway. Everyone resides within this confined corridor, so closely packed that even the sound of one's slumbering flatulence can be heard, rendering any semblance of privacy utterly non-existent. Just the thought of it causes Xiaoman to vehemently resist the idea of living in the sewer. She harbors too many secrets, and residing in such a precarious environment feels overwhelmingly unsafe. Chapter 153. The breach in the sewers. As the temperature continues to drop, the north wind quietly approaches. Xia Xiaoman has already donned her heavy cotton clothing, and the heated Kong in her home is ablaze. Occasionally, delicate snowflakes drift from the sky, and during such moments, she retrieves containers from her space to gather the snow, accumulating enough to fill a barrel before switching to a new one to continue collecting the pristine white flakes. Upon awakening in the morning and discovering that it had not snowed outside, Xia Xiaoman felt a twinge of disappointment. After enjoying her breakfast, she took some room-temperature beverages from her space and placed them on the second-floor balcony, while bringing in the drink she had left out there the previous day, before heading downstairs to exercise. As mealtime approached, Xia Xiaoman prepared a pot of spicy, braised duck, deliberately adding 10 tiger skin eggs. On such a frosty day, savoring a bowl of the fiery dish caused beads of sweat to form on her brow. Just as she was about to take a moment to rest after her meal, the sudden sound of a gong echoed, signaling that someone had intruded into the community. Startled, Xia Xiaoman sprang to her feet, securing all doors and windows, and placed several mousetraps at the entrance before arming herself with a crossbow and stepping outside. This time, she refrained from rushing to the community gate and instead lingered behind the crowd to assess the situation. Before long, she noticed a scuffle near the sewer in the square. The dim light of the eternal night made it difficult for many to discern who was who, and only by drawing closer could one identify the faces involved. Just as she hesitated to step forward and offer assistance, a voice rang out. Damn it. Those bastards crawled in through the sewer. Brothers and sisters. Boil water and pour it down the sewer to scald them. Simultaneously, two large lights from nearby buildings illuminated the square, allowing the residents of Shui Weibei to distinguish friend from foe, and they swiftly and decisively took action. Xia Xiaoman readied her crossbow for long-range shooting, while the community's archery team also drew their bows, aiming at the intruders. The logistics team, indeed heeding the advice of others, rushed into their homes to fetch boiling water, handing it to the agile individuals to pour into the sewer. Just then, the sound of gunfire erupted near the sewer, and someone shouted, "Those sons of bitches have guns. Stay away from the sewer." Bang, bang. Two more shots rang out, followed by a wave of chaos. Damn it. They actually have guns. What are the security personnel guarding the sewer doing? One person cursed. Everyone be careful. Do not approach the sewer. Those bastards are shooting from there. Another warned. The residents of Shui Weibei immediately scattered, seeking cover while defending themselves. Xia Xiaoman ducked behind a nearby stone pillar, observing the situation at the sewer. Everyone, spread out and shoot from a distance. A man commanded. Understood. Came the chorus of responses from the others. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Xiaoman aimed her crossbow at a figure that had just emerged from the sewer, releasing an arrow that struck true. The man let out a piercing scream before tumbling back into the sewer, his fate uncertain. Good shot, someone exclaimed, turning her head. Xia Xiaoman recognized the voice belonged to Wang Shijin and smiled at him before returning to her aim. On the other side, the community shooting team swiftly dispersed, forming a circle around the sewer entrance as their focal point. The moment they spotted anyone emerging from the sewer, they unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. It appeared that the opposing side possessed only 2 or 3 firearms, and their ammunition was limited. After a few rounds, silence enveloped the scene. The shooting team and the patrol unit gradually closed in on the sewer entrance, methodically eliminating all those who dared to surface. As they approached the entrance, Wang Shijin, summoning his courage, peered into the inky darkness of the sewer. He tossed down a torch, only to discover that the occupants had long since fled. Damn it, fooled again. If they have the guts to run, let us see if I can't track them down. Someone cursed in frustration. Given the commotion, where were the security personnel assigned to the sewer? Their negligence seemed egregious. The absence of any response suggested that the guards might have abandoned their post. Otherwise, it was inconceivable they would remain absent. Should we descend to investigate? Perhaps those rascals are still hiding below? One inquired. Just then, the tardy old Luo interjected. No one is permitted to go down. Ajin, take a few men to the barracks and have them come sweep the nearby sewers. With the adversaries armed, and their own team equipped only with bows and crossbows, venturing down could lead to ambush and casualties. It was prudent to leave such matters to the professionals. Wang Shijin complied, sending a few individuals to the barracks. Old Luo further instructed. Deploy a shooting team and a patrol unit at each sewer entrance within the community and its vicinity, and maintain vigilance until the military arrives. The shooting and patrol leaders present nodded in agreement, seeing that her involvement was no longer required. Xia Xiaoman began to pack away her bow and crossbow and turned to leave. However, after taking only a couple of steps, old Luo called out to her. Young lady, your archery skills have improved significantly. Would you be interested in becoming a shooting team leader? Xia Xiaoman paused momentarily before decisively shaking her head. I fear for my life. If I were to become a shooting team leader and things went awry, I would be the first to flee with my teammates. Old Luo appeared unconvinced, suspecting she still harbored resentment over his previous decision to expel her from the community. I know you are not that type of person. If you were truly afraid of death, you would not be here now. Xia Xiaoman thought to herself, she indeed feared for her life. Her presence here was merely a recognition that, in a world where chaos reigned, if she did not join others in driving away the villains, she would be the next to be besieged. Old Luo continued to coax her. By joining the shooting team, you would receive 5 pieces of coal daily, along with a warm quilt and a set of winter clothing. Noticing her indifference, he added another incentive. I can see you possess commendable skills. You likely practice some martial arts. If you join the shooting team, I can teach you to wield dual knives. My technique far surpasses those trivial martial arts. In my youth, I relied on this knife technique to dispatch numerous invaders. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman felt a flicker of interest. In a perilous world, acquiring an additional combat skill equated to securing another means of survival. However, considering that the shooting team must patrol daily, Xia Xiaoman ultimately decided against it. Old man, I truly have no interest in the shooting team leader. However, I am quite intrigued by your knife techniques. Would you be willing to exchange your skills for 2 bottles of Maotai? What do you say? Old Luo instantly changed his demeanor, exclaiming, do you think my knife techniques are so easily acquired? You believe 2 bottles of mediocre liquor can secure my skills? Dream on. Then how about 5 bottles? Xia Xiaoman suggested thoughtfully. With a cold snort, old Luo retorted, don't even mention 5 bottles. Not even 10 would tempt me. Xia Xiaoman gritted her teeth and replied, all right then. I will offer you 10 bottles of Maodai and 10 bottles of Wuliangye. This is the highest price I can offer. After a brief moment of hesitation, old Luo finally relented. Deal. Tomorrow morning at 8, come to the property management office to find me. Chapter 154. The Plum Blossom Twin Blades. After agreeing to teach her the art of swordsmanship, old Luo would diligently arrive at the property management office every morning at 8 o'clock, where he would engage in 4 hours of practice before returning for lunch and a brief respite. In the afternoon, he would resume training for another 4 hours starting at 2. The sword techniques passed down through old Luo's ancestors were based on the Plum Blossom Twin Blades, which he later enhanced with the principles of the Wuji swordplay learned during his military service. This fusion resulted in a more lethal version of the Plum Blossom Twin Blades. During her training, Xia Xiaoman discovered that in this modified version, 8 out of 10 techniques were offensive strikes, with only a scant few defensive maneuvers. Employing this style against adversaries could leave them utterly vanquished. However, a moment's inattention could easily result in injury. Xia Xiaoman felt that this combat style suited her well, as she believed that offense was the best form of defense. In her view, an excess of defensive techniques could hinder one's ability to confront an opponent effectively. Xia Xiaoman was not the only student practicing under old Luo's tutelage. A considerable number of military offspring from the community joined in, regardless of gender. Among them was Wang Shijin, who, being exceptionally busy with his responsibilities in the patrol team and liaising with logistics for external transactions, was seldom seen at the property management office. After 5 or 6 days of studying the sword techniques, Xia Xiaoman increasingly felt that the 20 bottles of wine she had gifted were indeed a worthy investment. Here, not only could she learn the Plum Blossom Twin Blades, but she also had the opportunity to spar with others, which was far more beneficial than monotonously practicing punches and kicks alone. Her favorite segment during each visit to the property management office was the PK, player kill, session, where she engaged in one-on-one matches with fellow students. These bouts invigorated her spirit and significantly enhanced her reflexes. Meanwhile, investigations into the recent intrusion of criminals via the sewers at Shuiwei Bay had reached a conclusion. The group of malefactors had previously participated in clearing the nearby sewer system, during which they memorized the layout and vulnerabilities of the passages. With recent drops in temperature and snowfall, the sewers were opened, providing them with the perfect opportunity to infiltrate. After observing the sewer system for a day, they discerned the patrol routes and positions of the security personnel. Seizing the moment during a shift change, they launched a surprise attack on the guards, overpowering them and seizing their firearms. The criminals believed that possessing firearms would facilitate their conquest of Shuiwei Bay. Yet they were taken aback to discover that the area was equipped with crossbows, which rendered them unable to show their faces and forced them into a hasty retreat. However, the sounds of gunfire had already drawn a large contingent of security personnel to the scene. Before long, they were encircled and apprehended without exception. When Wang Shijin arrived at the property management office the following morning for sword practice, he took the opportunity to inform his fellow students about the incident, mentioning that there were plans for public executions of the criminals in the open space near the trading point. Are you all going? He inquired. Public execution? Is the authority aiming to set an example? One of the female students remarked. A male student nearby nodded in agreement. It seems so. I've heard that many have taken advantage of the perpetual darkness during the eternal night to commit robberies, especially in the alleyways a short distance from the trading point, where thefts occur daily. Feel free to go if you wish. I shall refrain. The authorities aim to make an example of them. I am no monkey and do not wish to partake in such spectacles, another student retorted. Young man, do you not know how to speak? Those who go to watch the commotion are the real monkeys. A single remark offended all the senior brothers and sisters eager to witness the execution, culminating in a collective assault upon Wang Shijin. After indulging in playful banter with his peers, he turned to the diligently practicing Xia Xiaoman and inquired, Xiaoman, will you be attending the execution? No, Xia Xiaoman replied, her focus unwavering on her swordsmanship, offering him not even a glance. What significance is there in watching others take a life? It would be far more intriguing if I were the one pulling the trigger. Wang Shijin felt a twinge of disappointment. Well, I had hoped that if you were to join, you could bring along your tricycle to fetch some potatoes from the trading post. Potatoes? Are they a new variety? Wang Shijin nodded. The second batch has been harvested. They are reasonably priced. I wish to purchase a substantial amount to augment our dietary fiber. Otherwise, one may find it quite difficult to relieve oneself. What else is there besides potatoes? Are there any vegetables? Xia Xiaoman inquired. What do you think? Even if there were vegetables, would we be fortunate enough to taste them? The first yield of vegetables is reserved for the high officials of Floating City. the second for the military, and the third for various low-ranking leaders within the organization. With each batch being siphoned off, there are hardly any leftover vegetables to sell at the trading post. Upon hearing that there were no vegetables, Xia Xiaoman's interest waned, and she resumed her practice with the plum blossom twin knives. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the room, followed by a deafening roar. What in the world? Thunder in the dead of winter? A senior brother scratched his head in confusion. Could it be an explosion somewhere? Before the senior sister could finish her thought, another flash burst forth, accompanied by the crack of thunder. By the heavens, it truly is thunder. The brother's eyes widened as he rushed to the window, eager to discern the source. As he opened the window, a fierce gust of wind surged inside, nearly toppling him to the ground. Sensing the peculiar turn of events, Xia Xiaoman donned her coat and opened the door. In an instant, a biting wind struck her, propelling her back 2 or 3 meters. Wang Shijin quickly grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Where did this ferocious wind come from?" Xia Xiaoman steadied herself and stated, "It might be a snowstorm. You must alert old Luo and ensure the residents are prepared to stay indoors." "Understood. I shall inform him immediately. You should remain here in the property management office." Wang Shijin responded before darting to the adjacent office to find old Luo. Old Luo had already sensed something amiss upon hearing the thunder and, upon realizing the strong winds outside, promptly arranged for notifications to be sent to all residents, advising them to stay indoors. He also dispatched 2 patrol teams to escort the property management staff home. After spending some time in the property management office, Xia Xiaoman realized there was little she could assist with. She covered her head with her hands and attempted to step outside. However, after just 2 steps, the fierce wind immobilized her. Wang Shijin, having organized the personnel, was about to venture out to notify the residents when he spotted Xia Xiaoman struggling against the wind. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he called out, "You're too light. You'll never make it back on your own. Come, take our hands and we shall escort you home." Confronted by the formidable forces of nature, Xia Xiaoman, despite her considerable skills, found herself utterly powerless. Resigned, she grasped the hands of Wang Shijin and another patrolling officer, and with their assistance, she managed to advance. The wind was ferocious, nearly toppling her several times. Throughout the journey, she struggled to keep her eyes open against the relentless gusts, relying solely on her instincts to navigate step by step. After what felt like an eternity, her hands nearly numb from the cold, she finally heard Wang Shijin's voice. "We have arrived. Hold on to the door frame, and don't let the wind sweep you away." Chapter 155. The blizzard. Xia Xiaoman gently opened her eyes, realizing she had arrived at her doorstep. She slowly released her grip on Wang Shijin's hand and firmly grasped the door frame. After a moment, she freed her other hand, retrieved her keys, and unlocked the door to enter. Wang Shijin, content that she had reached home safely, signaled to the other patrollers to leave and inform the residents of the community. Once inside, Xia Xiaoman exerted considerable effort to close the door, aware of the fierce wind outside that could potentially force the door open. She retrieved 2 wooden planks from her space and secured them against the back of the door for additional reinforcement. She also affixed boards or strips of wood behind the windows on both the first and second floors. After securing the doors and windows, her hands and feet had grown numb from the cold. She hurriedly lit the fire in the living room and ignited the stove. Once the stove was ablaze, she fetched a large pot from her space, filled it with snow melt, and boiled it to warm her frozen extremities, finally feeling the chill dissipate from her body. Meanwhile, outside, the winds howled, snowflakes danced in the air, and the temperature plummeted rapidly. Sitting on the heated platform in the living room, Xia Xiaoman could feel the wind seeping through the gaps around her. After a moment of contemplation, she took out some plastic sheeting from her space and secured it over the windows and doors to block the wind, leaving only the staircase on the second floor open for ventilation. With the cold winds barred from entering, the rate at which the indoor temperature fell slowed. Xia Xiaoman stood still for a moment to assess the temperature, deeming it bearable for her current condition. Deciding against sitting on the heated platform, she opted to pace around the living room to acclimatize to the frigid atmosphere. Outside, thunder rumbled and the wind roared. Within an hour, the snow had accumulated to a depth of nearly 1 meter. An hour prior, the outside temperature had been 7 degrees. Yet it had plummeted to 19 degrees and continued its descent. Initially, Xia Xiaoman had been moving about in her cotton clothing, but the relentless cold forced her to change into a down jacket and pants, topped with a fur coat gifted by Sun Qing, which provided her much-needed warmth. After over 2 hours of pacing, the thunder outside gradually faded, though the roar of the wind persisted, and the snow continued to swirl. Holding a flashlight, Xia Xiaoman shone it out the window and observed that the snow had crept up to the glass, estimating that it would not be long before the entire window would be buried beneath the snow. Rubbing her frozen face, she returned to the stove to sit, and took out hot pot ingredients from her space, preparing for lunch. Once well fed, Xia Xiaoman chose not to nestle on the heated platform, but rather took advantage of her warmth to ascend to the second floor and acclimate to the cold. Such extreme cold weather might become a regular occurrence in the future, and she needed to adapt. Otherwise, she would lack the capacity to resist if ambushed. Today, she decided to sleep in the living room, planning to relocate to the basement once the temperature dropped further. This blizzard lasted longer than Xia Xiaoman had anticipated, enduring for a full half-month, with temperatures plummeting to over -50 degrees. Despite her thorough preparations to adapt to the cold, she found it impossible to acclimatize to such frigid conditions within the span of half a month. During the final 5 days of this period, Xia Xiaoman remained almost permanently on the heated platform, descending only when absolutely necessary. Hearing the profound silence outside, Xia Xiaoman donned her fur coat and ascended to the attic, illuminating her surroundings with a powerful flashlight. The good news was that the blizzard had ceased. The bad news was that the snow had completely inundated the first floor. Encroaching upon the second, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a stick from her storage space and prodded the snow below. The stick sank effortlessly into the snow, indicating her inability to leap into it to shovel. If the snow remained unaddressed, another blizzard could potentially submerge the entire house. With a sigh, she tied a climbing rope securely, squeezed through the window, and dangled in midair, gradually filling a bucket with snow to store in her space. Before long, her storage was brimming with snow, which she melted into water sufficient for an extended period. Utilizing her storage to clear the snow, she created a passage within a single morning. After 4 consecutive days of labor, she finally cleared the snow from the yard and subsequently tackled the accumulation on the roof. While shoveling the roof snow, she noticed flickering lights in certain areas of the community, speculating that the patrol team was busy clearing the neighborhood snow. Sure enough, days later, the patrol team had carved a path to her doorstep. Wang Shijin, astonished by the pristine state of the snow around Xia Xiaoman's home, exclaimed, "How did you manage to clear all this snow? It's remarkable." "I simply ventured out to clear the snow since I had nothing else to occupy my time," she replied. With the blizzard quelled and an eerie stillness enveloping the surroundings, Xia Xiaoman felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, as if she were the only person left in the world. To stave off such thoughts, she resolved to rise early each day and clear the snow post-breakfast. The busyness left no room for idle musings. "How is the community faring?" she inquired. Wang Shijin sighed. "Not well. The blizzard struck unexpectedly, with temperatures plummeting rapidly. Many elderly residents succumbed to the harsh conditions. Old Mr. Luo and Aunt Xing have fallen ill. Additionally, several young individuals, unprepared for such adversity, have perished from the cold. After the blizzard, I took the patrol team door to door to confirm the death toll. In some cases, we had to force our way in, only to discover entire families frozen together in their beds. Old Mr. Luo suggested that everyone relocate to the sewers, where official oversight would presumably prevent such tragedies from occurring. Those in the community who received the notification began preparing to move to the sewers. "Will you consider moving as well?" Wang Shijin asked. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoman declined. "No. I have a basement. If worst comes to worst, I will retreat there. The lack of privacy in the sewers is unacceptable. I will only move if absolutely necessary." Wang Shijin, concerned, urged her, "Even if you choose not to relocate, you might consider renting a spot there. Should you later decide to move, at least you would have a place to stay." Having endured the blizzard, many were eager to secure a position in the sewers. However, the limited space could not accommodate everyone from the floating city. If one did not rent a spot in advance, there would be no room to move into the sewers during the next blizzard. Xia Xiaoman pondered for a moment and found some merit in the suggestion, then replied, "Could you assist me in renting a location? It is necessary for the individual to personally handle the rental of the sewer. Others cannot act on their behalf. To secure the sewer, one must utilize their own labor points, as Xia Xiaoman's points cannot be employed by another." Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Where should I go to rent it? To the property management department?" "No," Wang Shijin clarified. "Previously, it was managed by the property department, which endeavored to arrange everyone within the same vicinity. However, due to the overwhelming number of individuals seeking to rent the sewer, the property department is unable to accommodate requests and one must now handle the rental independently. If you wish to rent, you may access the sewer from the community square. Official personnel will be present there, and you can approach them for the rental process. Dear friends, I sincerely apologize. Due to certain matters today, I can only update 2 chapters, but I will return to 3 chapters tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding." Chapter 156. Renting the sewers. Having just endured a fierce snowstorm, most residents of the community resigned themselves to seeking refuge in the sewers. Xia Xiaoman arrived at the community square and surveyed her surroundings. There were quite a number of individuals renting out the sewers, each huddled and shivering as they stood in line. Just as Xia Xiaoman was about to join the queue, she heard a familiar voice. Ayan, look. Doesn't he that resemble a fluffy bear? Turning around, she spotted Fu Baiwei and Sun Haiyan standing not far from her. Who looks like a bear? Xia Xiaoman retorted. Upon hearing the familiar voice of an old acquaintance, Fu Baiwei couldn't help but mock her further. Haha, Xia Xiaoman, where on earth did you acquire that mink coat? From behind, it looks just like an underage bear. Xia Xiaoman curled her lips, so what if she resembled a bear? The addition of underage seemed to mock her height. The coat was a gift from Sun Qing. It might be unsightly, but it was quite warm. Are you two also planning to rent the sewers? Fu Baiwei sighed, almost as if pouring out her grievances. We have no choice. It's too cold at home. She continued, you can't imagine how frigid it was a while back. Look at my hands and ears. They're frostbitten. As she spoke, she extended her weathered hands. The chill of those snowy days had been unbearable. Living on a high floor, no matter how they blocked the drafts, the wind still seeped in. It was so cold we didn't dare sleep, fearing we might never wake again. She recalled a neighbor from downstairs who, reluctant to burn too many heating pots, had gone to sleep one night and never awakened. When the patrollers found them, they were frozen in bed, still in the posture of sweet dreams. Reflecting on this, Fu Baiwei felt a shiver of fear. Fortunately, on the day of the severe temperature drop, she and Sun Haiyan had stayed awake. Otherwise, they might have become part of the icy tableau. In the subsequent days following the snowstorm, they had taken refuge with Grandpa Luo and Aunt Xing, 3 families squeezed into a small room with 6 heating pots to survive. Their stockpiled fuel was limited. If more storms like that came, she and Sun Haiyan would eventually face the same fate. Xiaoman, are you also moving to the sewers? I remember Wang Shijin mentioning that your family had a heated Kong, so you shouldn't need to move to the sewers, right? Xia Xiaoman responded, the weather is unpredictable. Who knows if the temperatures will continue to drop? I'd rather secure a spot now. If an emergency arises, at least I could seek shelter in the sewers. Fu Baiwei sighed. The temperature is already quite low. If it drops further, I wonder if humanity can endure. Sun Haiyan chimed in, the adaptability of humans is unimaginable. The regions inhabited by the Inuit can reach temperatures as low as -70 degrees. We are only facing around -50. Given time to acclimate, we could traverse this snowy expanse with ease. Fu Baiwei scoffed. The Inuit have been adapting to the extreme cold since birth. For us, it would take at least 20 years to adjust. Do you think heaven will grant us such a lengthy period for adaptation? Sun Haiyan chuckled, if all else fails, we can just hide in the sewers and not come out. As long as the nation endures, there will always be a glimmer of hope. A group of individuals engaged in conversation soon found themselves queuing to enter the sewer. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Xia Xiaoman removed her mink coat and draped it over her arm. Are you here to rent a space? Inquired a staff member. Xia Xiaoman and her companions nodded, producing their identification. After verifying their IDs and deducting the necessary points, the staff member gestured in a particular direction, stating, follow the signs to Zone D. 378 is for Xia Xiaoman, 379 for Fu Baiwei, and 380 for Sun Haiyan. Please take your assigned seats and refrain from wandering. The 3 responded affirmatively and proceeded towards the indicated area. The sewer was not particularly spacious. Xia Xiaoman, being of shorter stature, could walk upright, while Sun Haiyan had to stoop to avoid hitting her head. This was an expanded sewer, and had it not been renovated, someone of Sun Haiyan's height would likely have found it impossible to enter. As they walked, they encountered many individuals already setting up their shelters and some who had lit stoves, explaining the warmth of the sewer. After winding through several turns, they finally located their designated spots. Each sewer entrance featured public restrooms, but Xia Xiaoman and her friends were fortunate. Their positions were situated in the middle of the tunnel, away from the toilets. The spaces were outlined in white paint. Xia Xiaoman measured with her foot. Although 5 meters sounded ample, in reality, it was rather limited. After accounting for the 1.8-meter sleeping area and approximately 1 meter for the stove, only about 2 meters remained for storing supplies. If one's household provisions were plentiful, it might not suffice. Noticing the small space, Fu Baiwei expressed concern. Xiaoman, are you not planning to move down here temporarily? Xia Xiaoman nodded. I have a basement. As long as the house remains standing, I want to relocate. Living in the sewer is too stifling. Could you rent this space to me? Fu Baiwei asked, as she and Sun Haiyan had an abundance of supplies that could not fit into 2 spaces. Xia Xiaoman readily agreed. Of course, even if you don't rent it, I intend to lease it to someone else. Leaving it vacant would be a waste. Fu Baiwei's face brightened at this. Xiaoman, you are too kind. I adore you. A chill ran through Xia Xiaoman. Do not get too close. It's 10 kilograms of grain a month, and if I ever need to move down, you must clear the space for me. Sun Haiyan handed the grain to Xia Xiaoman and then said, Old Master Luo has passed away. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. How could this be? Wasn't he in good health? Just half a month ago, he was still teaching them how to wield the broadsword. How could it suddenly be? Chapter 157. Illness, it was so sudden. Just half a month ago, he was full of life, yet now he has departed. Sun Haiyan exhaled a heavy sigh and said gloomily, on the day the temperature dropped, old Master Luo caught a cold. And he has recovered in these past 2 weeks. In his youth, he fought alongside the army, enduring numerous hidden injuries, though they were not apparent before. His frail state has made them all manifest now that he is ill. Aunt Xing prescribed several remedies, but they have proven ineffective. After the blizzard subsided, they contemplated sending old Master Luo to the sewer, where it would be warmer than his dwelling. However, the old man seemed aware of his impending demise and steadfastly refused to leave the comfort of his home. Xia Xiaoman remained silent for a moment before speaking. I shall go up and see him. After all, he is like a mentor to me, and it is only right that I pay my respects in his final moments. Many had come to bid farewell to old Master Luo. Xia Xiaoman followed Sun Haiyan upstairs and found that most of the people in the building had gathered in front of his door. Fu Baiwei supported Aunt Xing by the bedside, her sobs echoing through the room. Old Master Luo had always treated her kindly, allowing her to experience a sense of familial warmth she had long missed. Yet, she never anticipated that this bond would be so fleeting. With his wife having passed away and no children to carry on his legacy, old Master Luo's departure was not solitary. 4 Wang Shijin and several other close military descendants knelt beside his bed, fulfilling the role of his children in these final moments. Xia Xiaoman gazed upon old Master Luo, who appeared serene in his passing. To the unknowing observer, one might think he was merely asleep. Everyone was enveloped in sorrow. After an indeterminate period, Aunt Xing spoke up, urging everyone to rise from their kneeling positions, for death is akin to extinguishing a flame. It was time to carry old Luo away. As she uttered the final word, tears streamed down her face. How could one remain unmoved after decades of friendship? Wang Shijin and the others bowed their heads in respect before lifting old Master Luo onto a stretcher, preparing to take him to the mortuary. The rest followed closely behind, escorting him out of the community. Xia Xiaoman trailed behind until old Master Luo was loaded onto the vehicle and driven away. Upon returning home, perhaps influenced by the somber event, she found herself devoid of energy, her spirit waning, lacking the motivation to move. Xia Xiaoman nibbled on a couple of bites of bread and added a few pieces of coal to the heated bed, lying down as drowsiness overtook her. In a hazy stupor, she felt as though she were enveloped in flames, her body nearly melting from the heat, while her mouth was parched. The desire for water surged within her, yet her eyelids felt glued shut. With great effort, she managed to pry them open. As her surroundings came into focus, her thoughts gradually returned, and she struggled to sit up, only to find her muscles aching all over. Not dwelling on her discomfort, she retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her space and took a few refreshing gulps, the icy sensation invigorating her slightly. Raising her hand to touch her forehead, she felt a burning temperature radiating from her skin, prompting a weary sigh. It must be the result of the day's exposure to the cold and heat in the sewer, leaving her with a cold and a fever. From the depths of her storage, Xia Xiaoman retrieved a box of antipyretics and, with a sip of water, swallowed 2 pills before retreating back under the covers to rest. After indulging in a nap, she awoke drenched in sweat, sensing that her fever had subsided, her forehead no longer radiating heat. This illness lingered for a full 10 days before she was completely restored. During this time, the snow had gone unshoveled, accumulating once more in her yard. However, compared to the previous blizzard, the snow was negligible, and within 2 days, she had cleared it away. Once the snow was removed, Xia Xiaoman entered a phase of idleness, prompting her to take out containers from her space to melt the snow into water, which she poured into the containers and left outside to freeze. As the water transformed into crystalline ice blocks, she extracted them and stored them back in her space, refilling the containers to create more ice. After half a month of continuous effort, she had amassed a veritable mountain of ice. While these blocks would serve no purpose during the eternal frigid nights, one could never be too prepared for a return to the scorching drought of the past. With ample storage space at her disposal, she resolved to create an ice wall around her yard. Determined, she procured a rectangular storage box, perfectly suited for crafting the ice bricks needed for her wall. Each morning, after breakfast and practicing her sword techniques, Xia Xiaoman ventured outside to shovel snow, melting it down for the storage box, freezing it into ice, and meticulously stacking the blocks to form a wall. As she repeated this daily, she noticed her acclimatization to the harsh cold intensifying. Suddenly, the sound of barking dogs drifted through the biting wind, causing Xia Xiaoman to pause in disbelief. Perking her ears to listen intently, she confirmed that it indeed was the sound of dogs. She quickly climbed atop the wall she had constructed to survey her surroundings, spotting a moving light not far off. In the beam of light, she discerned the silhouettes of dogs. Moments later, 8 large Alaskan huskies appeared, pulling a sled that carried a person, coming to a halt before her yard. The sight of 8 dogs, especially pulling a sled, left Xia Xiaoman in stunned silence for several seconds before she regained her composure and coldly inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to Shuiwei Bay?" Lacking a flashlight, she melded into the shadows, and the person on the sled paused, momentarily taken aback, before removing their goggles to search for her presence. "I'm sorry. I thought this place was uninhabited. I was hoping to scavenge for supplies." Xia Xiaoman's gaze fell upon the sled laden with goods, and she frowned. "There are people living here. If you're looking for supplies, seek elsewhere." The stranger did not leave, but instead asked, "Are you the only one living around here?" Xia Xiaoman's expression hardened, and she retorted sharply, "Why all the questions? Just leave." "Miss, don't misunderstand. I mean no harm," the man replied with a smile. "Do you have any coal? I have clean blankets on my sled that I'd like to trade for some." "I don't have any. Leave now, or I won't be so polite." With that, Xia Xiaoman drew her crossbow, aiming it at the man. Upon witnessing the scene, the man immediately donned an ingratiating smile and said, all right, I shall leave. I will depart at once." As he spoke, he tugged at the reins. Yet the dogs remained utterly motionless. He muttered under his breath, "Defu, let us go. Why are you not moving? Are you hungry?" While uttering these words, he descended from the sled and approached the lead dog, gently stroking its head, seemingly attempting to coax it into action. Xia Xiaoman fixed her gaze intently upon the man's every movement, and in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The lead dog, having somehow freed itself from the harness, lunged ferociously at Xia Xiaoman. Instinctively, she pulled the trigger, and the arrow flew forth, striking the massive dog squarely in the chest. Chapter 158. The sledge. The large dog, struck by an arrow, did not retreat. Instead, it ignited a fierce determination, charging even more ferociously at Xia Xiaoman. Simultaneously, the man released the other 7 dogs. The position atop the wall hindered her ability to move freely, forcing Xia Xiaoman to leap down and flee into the courtyard. The 8 large dogs relentlessly pursued her, following her into the enclosure. Faced with 8 adult men, Xia Xiaoman harbored confidence in her ability to defeat them. However, against 8 dogs more formidable than any man, she could only evade and seek opportunities to counterattack. A bite from such a large creature would surely cost her flesh. "Go on, Defu. Bite her. Kill that filthy woman. She's your dinner for tonight." The man incessantly incited the dogs to attack Xia Xiaoman. Upon hearing his words, she finally understood how these dogs had been raised, fed with human flesh, oblivious to the day when hunger might turn them against their master. While evading the massive jaws of the dogs, Xia Xiaoman surveyed her surroundings, confirming that not a soul could be seen for miles. She conjured a long-handled shovel from thin air and swatted one of the dogs attempting to bite her. Following that, she executed a swift maneuver, sending the giant dog behind her sprawling backward. Gripping the shovel tightly, she spun it around twice, forcing the encircling dogs to retreat. With the dogs momentarily withdrawn, Xia Xiaoman seized the opportunity to catch her breath, formulating a strategy to eliminate them. Meanwhile, the man watching from the doorway was baffled by how she had conjured a shovel out of nowhere. Before he could comprehend it, the shovel vanished from her grasp, only for a mahogany table to plummet from above, crashing down upon several of the dogs. Animals possess keen instincts, and the dogs seemed to sense the impending danger, attempting to dodge aside. Yet, their movements were a fraction too slow, and they were struck by the massive weight of the table. In the instant the table fell, Xia Xiaoman propelled herself off it, leaving the remaining dogs behind, and drew an axe from her waist, charging at the man. The remaining dogs, sensing their owner's peril, disregarded their fallen companions beneath the table and chased after Xia Xiaoman. Glancing back at her pursuers, she wore a confident smile. Just as the dogs closed in on her, a towering iceberg descended from above, engulfing the relentless beasts. The man stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape as he gazed at Xia Xiaoman. "You, what kind of monster are you? How can you?" Xia Xiaoman offered no reply. Instead, she surged forward, raising her axe to strike him. The man instinctively dodged, then turned to flee. Xia Xiaoman pursued, hurling her axe, which landed heavily on his back. However, due to his bulky clothing, he remained unscathed. Frustrated, she clicked her tongue and drew 2 large blades, continuing the chase. The man, aware that Xia Xiaoman would not relent, ran desperately forward, regretting ever provoking her. Before encountering Xia Xiaoman, he had relied on the dogs he had raised since childhood to rob travelers of their supplies. After the blizzard, he found that many had retreated to the sewers. Some individuals, overwhelmed by an excess of supplies, find their homes unable to accommodate such an abundance, leading them to store items within their dwellings. Aware of this predicament, he ingeniously crafted a sled, allowing Defu and others to assist him in traversing through unoccupied houses. When encountering an empty residence, he would swiftly evacuate its contents. If faced with a household containing few inhabitants, he would instruct the food to neutralize the homeowner before seizing the supplies. On this occasion, he discovered Xia Xiaoman, a woman living alone, whom he presumed would be easily dealt with. To his astonishment, this woman proved to be a formidable entity, capable of conjuring objects seemingly out of thin air. The instinct for survival in humanity, once ignited, can be fearsome. The man, driven by panic, sprinted forward, while Xia Xiaoman, confident in her physical prowess, found herself unable to catch up after a considerable distance, fearing that the secret of her space would be revealed. Xia Xiaoman gritted her teeth and retrieved a handgun from her space, firing a shot at the man's retreating figure. With a resounding crack, the man collapsed. She hastily approached, brandishing a small knife to deliver a fatal blow to his neck. With the man dispatched, Xia Xiaoman sat in the snow, breathless, recuperating her strength. Once her vitality was restored, she rifled through the man's clothing, pilfering his valuable gold chain and goggles. Having expended a bullet, she hoped to recover her losses from the sled laden with supplies. Just as she contemplated what provisions might be in the sled, two massive dogs charged out from her yard, ferociously sprinting towards her. Cursing under her breath, Xia Xiaoman acknowledged their tenacity. They were still alive. She felt confident in her ability to vanquish the two dogs. Without hesitation, she drew two large knives and attacked using the paired sword technique taught by old Luo. In less than 10 minutes, both dogs lay slain at her feet. Returning to her yard, she stored the frozen carcasses in her space. While the 6 dogs trapped beneath were bloodied and on the verge of death, Xia Xiaoman dared not approach, fearing a last-ditch retaliation from the dying creatures. Instead, she distanced herself and readied her crossbow, targeting the dogs' necks. Once the last of them had breathed its last, she used her knife to ensure their demise. Before dragging their lifeless bodies away, she did not consume dog meat, especially considering these dogs had feasted on human flesh. Who knew what diseases they might carry? It was better to dispose of them. After discarding the carcasses, she retrieved the sled and brought it indoors to inspect its contents. The supplies within the sled were a haphazard assortment, including blankets, clothing, potatoes, rice, flour, and various spices in jars. While the quantity appeared substantial to Xia Xiaoman, it paled in comparison to the value of a single bullet. With a melancholic sigh, she stored the items in her space. Just as she finished, she heard someone calling her name from outside. Xia Xiaoman donned her hat and coat, stepping outside to find Wang Shijin, Fu Baiwei, and Sun Haiyan. Fu Baiwei glanced at the bloodstains still visible in the yard, concern etched on her face. "We heard gunfire outside and were worried about your safety. So we came to check on you. Are you injured?" Xia Xiaoman shook her head. "No, I am unharmed. It is others who have suffered. You arrived just in time. There are several dead dogs here. They have consumed human flesh, so if you do not mind, you may take them back to eat." As she spoke, she led Baiwei and the others to the site where she had disposed of the bodies. Upon seeing the butchered dogs, Wang Shijin remarked, "These dogs are truly enormous. Each must weigh over 100 pounds. Xia Xiaoman interjected, "I can't say for certain. If you are brave enough to eat them, take them back. If not, we could always skin them and tan the hides." In times of natural disasters and chaos, there is no room to speak of protecting small animals. When humanity itself is unprotected, what hope is there for the preservation of animals? Chapter 159. A desperate cry. Wang Shijin pried open the eye of a dog, observing the clear, bloodless eyeball, and remarked, "This dog is still fit for consumption. However, if its eyeball were to turn red, it would no longer be suitable." Dogs with red eyes are typically afflicted by diseases such as rabies. Xia Xiaoman interjected, "There are 8 dogs in total. The other 2 are ahead. Each of your families can take 4. Sun Haiyan shook his head, stating, "Our family does not require them. We only need the hides. Wei Wei and I cannot prepare dog meat, so it would be a waste to give it to us." Fu Baiwei concurred, "We only desire the hides. These dogs have plentiful fur, and 2 combined should suffice for a blanket." Upon hearing this, Wang Shijin proposed, "Then let it be thus. All the dog meat from the 8 dogs will belong to me, while the hides will be yours." Fu Baiwei nodded. "As long as you do not feel it is an unfair deal." Wang Shijin chuckled, "That remark should be mine. The collective weight of the dog meat may exceed 1,000 pounds, hence it is you who should be concerned about the loss." After finalizing the distribution of the dogs, Wang Shijin descended into the sewer to summon a few close acquaintances to assist in slaughtering the dogs and preparing the meat for transport. Carrying such large dogs into the sewer would be cumbersome, and killing them there could attract unwanted attention. It was wiser to process them outside and then bring them down. They chose to handle the task directly in Xia Xiaoman's yard. Noticing that the individuals arriving were her fellow students in the art of plum blossom dual blades, she permitted them to proceed as they wished, provided they cleaned up after themselves. while Wang Shijin and his companions worked on the dog meat. Fu Baiwei assisted Xia Xiaoman in stacking ice bricks to build a wall. How have you been faring in the sewer? Fu Baiwei sighed. It's manageable. The sewer is warm, but it is excessively stuffy and foul-smelling. Our living quarters are cramped. A Yun can only stretch his back when lying down to sleep, and each day is a struggle. About 2 weeks prior, some flower pots and broken bottles had mysteriously appeared in the corridor, where they began cultivating a modified version of sweet potato, occupying half a meter of space. This left the passageway with only half a meter for movement, further constricting their already limited space. What does half a meter of corridor signify? A passerby with a broader stride could easily bump into objects on either side. Living in the sewer. Sleep is restless and meals are unsatisfactory. One can only say that it serves as a refuge for survival, with little hope for anything beyond that. Do you intend to continue residing in the sewer? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Fu Baiwei nodded. Of course, where else can we go? We cannot construct a heated bed. And even if we could, we lack the materials. In time, once the electricity is connected, the conditions in the sewer should improve significantly. Electricity? Xia Xiaoman asked, puzzled. Given the current situation, can the power station still be built? The power station has been under construction. Initially, they planned to install solar panels, but due to the haze, they switched to wind turbines. I heard from a Yun that they have been working on the blades lately, and once they are completed and delivered to the power station, he will return to work. With electricity, many issues will be resolved. As two individuals engaged in conversation, several security personnel approached, wielding flashlights. Upon spotting the lifeless canine carcasses on the ground, the officers furrowed their brows and inquired, "Are you the owners of these dogs?" Wang Shijin and his companions halted their actions and replied, "No, we found these deceased dogs on the road. Seeing such a large dog discarded by the roadside is rather unfortunate, so we decided to retrieve it for consumption. My friend, what happened to these dogs?" The security officer cast a glance at him and responded, "The resident of the villa at the intersection has passed away. Based on the wounds on the dogs, we deduced they were likely killed by a wild animal. Within a 10-mile radius, these are probably the only beasts. Have you seen the owner of these dogs?" "We suspect he may be a robber," inquired the officer. Xia Xiaoman interjected, "Yes, I saw him. That man was shot dead. His body lies not far ahead at the intersection, buried beneath the snow." The officer frowned. "Shot dead? How do you know?" Xia Xiaoman pointed toward the second-floor balcony, stating, "I witnessed it from the second floor. I heard a gunshot, and that individual collapsed. Did you see what the shooter looked like?" The officer pressed. Xia Xiaoman shook her head. "It's nighttime, and from such a distance, how could anyone discern?" After a few more inquiries yielded no satisfactory answers, the officers departed to locate the body of the gunshot victim, deeming the deceased robber more significant than the carcasses of the dogs. Once the officers were out of earshot, Fu Baiwei exhaled a sigh of relief. "Oh dear, you scared me. I thought you were going to be arrested as the murderer. This place is far too chaotic. Xiaoman, perhaps you should consider relocating to the sewer. Our side of the sewer is filled with residents from Shuiwei Bay. No one dares to cause trouble here." Xia Xiaoman declined. "I am quite content here. This was merely an unfortunate incident. Many others, like her, chose not to move to the sewer. Half of the villa district's residents remained. And her misfortune lay in her proximity to the main road, which led to an encounter with the assailants. The processed dog meat amounted to over 900 pounds. And transporting such a quantity to the sewer would undoubtedly cause quite a stir." Wang Shijin and his companions concealed the dog meat in a discreet location, each taking only 20 pounds home to consume, planning to return for more later. Upon returning to their sewer location with the meat, Wang Shijin eagerly rummaged through the supplies. Retrieving a packet of pre-prepared spices, he heated oil in a pot and began to cook a dog meat stew. As the stew reached a boil, the appetizing aroma wafted through the air, permeating the nearby sewers. The residents in the vicinity caught a whiff of the delightful scent, their eyes glimmering with envy as they gazed at Wang Shijin's pot. However, none dared approach to snatch it away, considering the strong fragrance of the stew. Wang Shijin deliberately invited several security personnel with whom he was friendly to partake in the meal, as they happened to be on break. With officers present, who would dare to steal? After simmering for about an hour, the meat was finally tenderized, and Wang Shijin swallowed hard as he lifted the lid. At that moment, a sudden and piercing scream shattered the stillness, causing him to nearly drop the lid he was holding. What kind of life is this? We are human beings, not vermin. Why must we endure existence in a sewer? I long to escape. After years of arduous study, I have finally become a lawyer. I possess a promising future. Why am I ensnared in this filthy, foul-smelling, cramped drain? Why? Get away. Do not obstruct me. I must break free." His desperate cries drew the attention of those around him. Wang Shijin glanced over, noting that the other did not seem inclined to snatch the meat. and thus returned his focus to the meal before him. Chapter 160. The Dragon Society. Such intermittent madness frequently occurs in the sewer, and Wang Shijin and his companions have grown accustomed to it. The confined and dimly lit space of the sewer makes it nearly impossible to enjoy a restful slumber. The sounds of snoring and grinding teeth echo from every direction, accompanied by the shuffling of feet as people traverse to the restroom. Prolonged exposure to such poor sleeping conditions, coupled with the perpetual darkness of the sewer, can gradually transform even the most ordinary individuals into irritable and uncontrollable lunatics. Take him for instance. Since moving into the sewer, he has engaged in 3 fights with his neighbors over territorial disputes. Sun Haiyan, a gentle and mild-mannered individual, has even resorted to physical confrontation due to the frequent petty thefts by others as they passed by his dwelling. Wang Shijin is convinced that if they continue to reside in the sewer, the psychological well-being of everyone will inevitably deteriorate. However, this presents an insurmountable dilemma. The only alternative to living in the sewer would be to seek shelter above ground, yet the frigid temperatures there are unbearable for ordinary people unless, of course, they possess a heated Kong and ample fuel like Xia Xiaoman. Upon returning home once, he found the absence of warmth. The icy walls were heavily frosted, and the corridors were laden with frost and ice, resembling an icy cavern that chilled him to the very core. Although residing in the sewer may lead to psychological issues, at least one remains alive. Conversely, a single night at home could render him a natural ice sculpture, weighing the lesser of 2 evils. Wang Shijin gritted his teeth and resolved to continue living in the sewer. Following the blizzard, temperatures consistently hovered around -50°C, with occasional light snowfalls that would dissipate within hours. After constructing a wall with ice bricks, Xia Xiaoman continued to spend time outdoors each day to acclimate to the frigid weather. As she cleared the accumulated snow from her yard and prepared to practice her swordsmanship, a figure suddenly dashed into her vicinity. Instinctively, Xia Xiaoman drew her axe and commanded, "Halt! Who goes there?" The newcomer, startled by her admonition, froze in place, pulling down his scarf to reveal a fair face. "I am the owner of Villa 16. My parents have caught a cold. Do you have any medicine to spare?" Xia Xiaoman recognized him as the young master residing in Villa 16, whom Wang Shijin mockingly referred to as young master. This term was not meant as a compliment, but rather as a derisive commentary on his obliviousness to the struggles of the world. Believing himself superior merely for residing in a villa community, he rarely ventured out except to fetch water, remaining ensconced in his home, contributing neither to the community's defense against external threats nor to the procurement of resources, exhibiting an air of entitlement. This young master, surviving the calamities of nature solely due to his parents' support, spoke with little regard for courtesy, immediately demanding medicine from others. Xia Xiaoman, her expression impassive, replied, "1 antipyretic tablet for 3 pounds of rice." 3 pounds of rice? Are you extorting me? The young master exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xia Xiaoman retorted sharply, "If you lack the means, do not act like a lord here. Be gone." The young master's face flushed with anger. "Do you know who I am? Do you believe I can have you expelled from the community?" Xia Xiaoman scrutinized him for a moment, silently raising her axe. "Do you believe I could cleave your head in 2 with a single swing?" The young master replied, "A true gentleman does not engage in quarrels with women. I shall let you go this time." He hastily uttered this with an air of forced dignity before darting away faster than a rabbit. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, stowed away her axe, and retrieved a large knife to practice her technique. As she immersed herself in her training, footsteps echoed behind her. Assuming it was that young master again, she impatiently turned and brandished her knife, admonishing, "Keep your distance. Can't you comprehend human speech?" "Ah, Sister Xiaoman, it's me. Xiao Zhiyu squealed, retreating hastily at the sight of the knife nearly descending upon him. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Xia Xiaoman paused momentarily. "Xiao Zhiyu? Where did you spring from?" Just as the words left her lips, the individual standing next to Xiao Zhiyu removed their mask. "Xiaoman, it has been a long time. Yue, why have you all come here?" Xia Xiaoman inquired, her expression one of astonishment. Li Yue chuckled, "It's a long story. We have a business proposition and wondered if you might have some time." Wang Shijin, who had accompanied them, overheard this and realized it was best for him to excuse himself, so he bid farewell to Xia Xiaoman and departed alone. Xia Xiaoman ushered Li Yue and Xiao Zhiyu inside. "How did you arrive here? Did you drive or walk?" Li Yue responded, "We traversed through the sewer, and it took us nearly a day to find the right path." The sewer's labyrinthine layout posed numerous risks of straying off course. As it was their first visit to Shuiwei Bay, they were unfamiliar with the routes and had taken many unnecessary detours to reach their destination. "Xiaoman, we came to discuss a collaboration to procure some supplies. Do you have any availability in the near future?" Xia Xiaoman did not rush to answer, but instead probed further. "What supplies are you referring to?" Where do you intend to acquire them? Li Yue glanced at Xiao Zhiyu before responding with a smile. Not long ago, Xiao Yu was kidnapped while out searching for supplies. Before she could finish, Xiao Zhiyu hastily interjected, Sister, there's no need to mention such embarrassing matters. What is so shameful about it? We're all friends here. Xiaoman wouldn't mock you, Li Yue continued. Xiao Yu was abducted and taken to the Dijin Hotel. The Dijin Hotel is quite renowned in Floating City, not for its size or prime location, but for its striking architecture and exorbitant prices. Constructed in a European style, the hotel resembles a castle from a fairy tale, with builders painstakingly replicating its intricate details. Both the interior and exterior are exquisitely crafted, pleasing to the eye. However, the most astonishing aspect remains its cost. A single night's stay is equivalent to an entire year's salary for an average person. Those fortunate enough to reside there are typically distinguished nobles and dignitaries. The builders devoted considerable effort to creating this fortress-like castle, which boasts a sturdiness comparable to that of city walls. Even after being submerged for months, it remains remarkably resilient. This opulent hotel once served the elite before the calamity, but has since been seized by a faction known as the Mad Dragon Society. The Dragon Society operates with a certain discretion, yet each of their maneuvers results in the acquisition of substantial resources. It is as if they possess foreknowledge of where valuable supplies are located, enabling them to swiftly organize and seize these assets. Li Yue spoke further, revealing rumors that the Dragon Society serves as the underhanded instrument of certain high-ranking officials seeking personal gain. The Empire Hotel, ostensibly the stronghold of the Dragon Society, functions in reality as a leisure club for these elite individuals. Every Saturday, the members of the Dragon Society host extravagant parties, during which these officials discreetly indulge in revelry at the Empire Hotel. Prior to each celebration, the Dragon Society members are known to abduct various young men and women, providing them as entertainment for the high-ranking officials. Entertainment? Xia Xiaoman glanced at Xiao Zhiyu. Upon meeting her penetrating gaze, Xiao Zhiyu immediately flared up, clutching his chest and exclaiming, What are you looking at me for? I am still innocent. Beside them, Li Yue stifled a laugh as she explained, Xiao Yu is fortunate. He managed to escape before being subjected to their whims. Chapter 161. The abundance of supplies at the Imperial Jin Hotel. Xiao Zhiyuan may not possess exceptional fighting skills, and his intelligence occasionally seems to falter, yet he appears to possess an innate radar akin to that of certain animals. Upon sensing an anomaly in his surroundings, he instinctively feigns weakness, subsequently relying on his inherent radar to subconsciously select a safe path. After being captured and confined within the Imperial Jin Hotel, he found himself alongside others in a dimly lit room, adorned with a crackling fireplace, where all concealed knives had been confiscated. After spending 2 hours in confinement, they were led away for washing and changing clothes. On the way to the washroom, the guard escorting him suffered from an upset stomach due to something he had eaten, thus entrusting Xiao Zhiyuan to another individual. This new guard was tasked with overseeing 2 captives, rendering it impossible for him to keep a constant watch on Xiao Zhiyuan. Seizing the opportunity while disrobing for a shower, Xiao Zhiyuan cleverly draped his clothing over the guard's head and delivered a swift kick to his groin, having incapacitated his captor. Xiao Zhiyuan wasted no time in making his escape. Utilizing his intrinsic radar, he navigated through the labyrinthine corridors of the castle, fortuitously finding his way into a storage room where the Quanglong Society kept their supplies. With a sense of pride, he remarked, It was fortuitous that I studied dance in the past 2 years, as my flexibility allowed me to squeeze through the vent. Those who had captured him could never have anticipated that he would emerge from the vent into the storage area. How did you manage to escape? Xia Xiaoman inquired. I waited in the storage room for 5 or 6 hours, believing that no one would be looking for me. Then I crawled out through the vent, evading the guards and making my way out through the back kitchen, Xiao Zhiyuan explained. Li Wei interjected, Xiao Yu's luck is beyond comprehension. If you say he is fortunate, the Quanglong Society chose to capture him while ignoring others. If you say he is unfortunate, he managed to smoothly evade the guards and escape through the kitchen. Upon his return, I and Xiao Yang thought that since the Imperial Jin Hotel was so easily accessible, we should enlist Xiao Yu to help us retrieve some supplies from the storage room. However, from a distance, we noticed 2 individuals guarding the kitchen, leaving me puzzled as to how Xiao Yu managed to escape so effortlessly. With an innocent expression, Xiao Zhiyuan replied, I really don't know how it happened. That day, I hardly encountered anyone while leaving the hotel. Perhaps they were all attending a party. Had this been anyone else, Xia Xiaoman would have immediately suspected ulterior motives. However, given Xiao Zhiyuan's nature, she dismissed the thought, reasoning that he lacked the cunning and audacity to deceive her. So, your proposed collaboration is to involve me in a heist at the Imperial Jin Hotel to procure supplies? Xia Xiaoman asked. Li Yue nodded. Xiaoyu mentioned that the storage room is stocked with all kinds of supplies, premium tobacco and alcohol, compressed biscuits, smoked ham, various canned meats, and fruit. Most importantly, it contains this. She gestured as if holding a handgun. Xiao Zhiyuan chimed in. Indeed, the storage is replete with firearms, handguns, ammunition, and grenades are all present. Xia Xiaoman then questioned, why didn't you take a few handguns when you escaped? The firearms are stored in a different room adjacent to the one holding the food supplies. From the ventilation shaft, I observed the presence of arms in the adjacent area, yet the shaft itself was too narrow for me to squeeze through. If they were stored in the same warehouse, they would certainly need to retrieve 6 or 7 handguns. Other supplies did not pique Xia Xiaoman's interest, but arms captivated her. In times of natural disasters and chaos, to lead a decent life, one must possess formidable weaponry. Do you have any plans for procuring supplies? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhiyu silently closed his mouth and turned his gaze elsewhere. Li Yue cast him a sidelong glance, suppressing a smile as she said, we intend to wait for the next party held by the Guanglong Society and have Xiaoyu infiltrate to devise a way to steal the warehouse keys. Phone good. Xiao Yang, Xiao Ran, and I will find a way to neutralize the guards in the kitchen, then join Xiaoyu from there. We can then use a delivery cart to transport the supplies out through the kitchen. How will Xiao Zhiyu manage to blend in? Will he have to sacrifice his looks? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Li Yue chuckled and nodded. Last time he caught someone's eye, so he should be able to be taken away this time as well. Xia Xiaoman found this rather unreliable, questioning whether Xiao Zhiyu could truly obtain the keys alone. If he were to be exposed, it could spell disaster for them all. Xiao Zhiyu interjected, Sister, you need not worry. Even if I fail to acquire the keys, I can still ensure my safety and avoid exposure. Xia Xiaoman coldly replied, I genuinely cannot feel at ease about you. Xiao Zhiyu. Li Yue, noticing the exchange, spoke up for him. Xiaoman, do not underestimate Xiaoyu. He has learned many evasion techniques over the past 6 months. While he may not excel in combat, give him a chance to escape, and within 10 minutes, he can vanish from sight. Xiao Zhiyu felt uneasy at her words. Sister Yue, are you praising me or disparaging me? Li Yue awkwardly laughed. Of course. I am praising you, commending your elusive nature that no one can capture. Xia Xiaoman remained skeptical, asserting that unforeseen circumstances could arise. After all, Xiao Zhiyu had been captured at the Dijin Hotel. Xiao Zhiyu clarified, that time, I was inadvertently caught due to someone else's actions. A fool attempted to escape and accidentally locked me in a confined space. I had no way out, which led to my capture. As long as I am not confined in a sealed room, I can find a way to escape. He was confident in his evasion skills. After much contemplation, Xia Xiaoman hesitated to abandon a cache of arms, yet she recognized that accompanying them to the Dijin Hotel could expose her to unpredictable dangers, with risks too high to ignore. After deliberating, she finally spoke. All right then. I shall join you to see if we can achieve overnight wealth. Li Wei smiled in response. Then it is settled. We will collaborate to steal supplies from the Dijin Hotel, and whatever we acquire will be shared equally. In truth, even if Xia Xiaoman chose not to participate, they would still dare to venture into the Dijin Hotel. Their supplies were limited, and without work. They were merely waiting for their resources to dwindle. If they did not devise a plan to procure some supplies, they would eventually face starvation or freezing. Inviting Xia Xiaoman was motivated by the belief that her strength could rival that of 2 grown men. Moreover, she is well equipped with an array of weapons. In addition to her crossbow, she possesses an electric baton, a handgun, and Molotov cocktails, all of which serve as vital instruments for her survival. Chapter 162. Re-entering the sewers. The next gathering of the Mad Dragon Society is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Xia Xiaoman has invited Li Yue and Xiao Zhiyu to stay at her home for the night, planning to set off together to find Wen Jianfeng and the others the following morning. Naturally, Li Yue and Xiao Zhiyu are not inclined to refuse the warmth of the heated Kong. Xiaoman, your Kong is quite well made, equipped with a stove. It not only warms the space but also heats the Kong, Li Yue remarked with envy. Xia Xiaoman poured the freshly gathered snow into the boiler, replying, Haven't you made a Kong yourselves? Didn't Sun Qing share the method with you? We did, but to conserve fuel, we constructed a large communal Kong on the first floor where everyone sleeps together. However, our Kong is not connected to the stove, so we usually cook in the fireplace, which isn't as convenient as yours, Li Yue explained. Xia Xiaoman chuckled lightly. It's not that convenient. The stove is positioned right by the head of the bed. If the food has a strong aroma, the bedding ends up smelling of smoke and oil. Therefore, before cooking, I always fold the blankets and toss them aside to avoid any stains. As they conversed, Xia Xiaoman skillfully prepared a large pot of fried eggs with noodles. With an abundance of noodles and 1 egg per person, she generously added seasonings, transforming the simple dish into a feast for the senses with its rich flavors and enticing aroma. Xiao Zhiyu slurped a mouthful of noodles, exclaiming in satisfaction, Aha! If only we had some chopped green onions or a clove of garlic to sprinkle on top. Li Wei shot him a disapproving glance. Having something to eat is already a blessing, don't be so picky. Although their usual meals were not as lavish as Xia Xiaoman's, they were certainly sufficient to fill their stomachs, albeit less indulgent in seasonings, leading to a rather bland diet, relishing the robust flavors of the meal. The two finished their bowls in no time. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoman had prepared an ample quantity of noodles, ensuring that all three were well fed. After a satisfying meal and a restful night, the trio prepared to set off early the next morning to rendezvous with Wen Jianfeng. The roads were blanketed in snow, necessitating their return through the sewers to meet with him. This marked Xia Xiaoman's second venture into the sewers, and she noted a stark contrast to her initial experience. During her first descent, the number of inhabitants was sparse. Although the air was stifling, it was not particularly foul or filthy. However, upon nearing the entrance this time, she was immediately assailed by a pungent odor. Xia Xiaoman frowned as she followed Li Yue and Xiao Zhiyu into the sewers. A soldier stationed at the entrance inquired about their purpose for entering. Upon learning they intended to traverse the sewers to reach another location, he issued them a pass. To deter unauthorized individuals from using the sewers for warmth, a soldier is stationed at the entrance around the clock. Those who descend are subjected to questioning. If they are renting a space, personnel will guide them to their designated area. If they are transporting goods or wish to pass through the sewers to another destination, each person must pay a toll of half a gene of grain. After paying the fee, the soldier will issue them a pass. Each pass permits a stay in the sewer for a mere 4 hours. Should this time elapse, one must either pay an additional fee to extend the pass or face expulsion from the sewer. Armed with their pass, Li Wei and Xiao Zhiyu led Xia Xiaoman back in the direction from which they had come. After traversing just one section of the sewer, Xia Xiaoman witnessed an altercation among 4 households vying for scant space, while another individual brazenly used a bag as a toilet, inciting a torrent of invective from the neighboring residents. Observing her expression of dismay, Xiao Zhiyu remarked, "Sister Xiaoman, you'll soon grow accustomed to it. The conditions in your Watermoon Bay are relatively better. Just the other day, when I was passing with Sister Yue, we encountered several areas that were far more filthy and chaotic, with refuse and coal ash carelessly strewn about, leaving no place to even set foot." Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman's brow knitted tighter. Isn't anyone addressing the state of the sewer? Such filth and disorder will surely lead to health issues over time, perhaps even infectious diseases. Xiao Zhiyu replied, "How can they manage? The sewer is merely this small. However, I have heard that the authorities are contemplating the construction of a power station. Once electricity is available, they may expand the sewer system. Just the other day, we saw several individuals in uniforms sketching on a wall of the sewer, seemingly calculating the excavation points for the expansion." Li Wei, who had been walking ahead, interjected, "Perhaps they intend to build an underground city." The rumors of an underground city had circulated since the days of Hayes, and many still firmly believed that the authorities were preparing for its establishment. Xia Xiaoman spoke up. Constructing an underground city necessitates a vast amount of building materials, with steel being an indispensable component. In such an environment, producing steel is no simple task. Without rebar to provide support, an underground city cannot be erected. Li Wei shook her head, "Not necessarily. In the aftermath of the floods, the authorities swiftly requisitioned all building materials. Think about it. Since the deluge, Haven T, we scarcely encountered any construction materials on the roads. Although Floating City does not boast an abundance of building supplies, there are several large manufacturers, even if these were swept away by the flood. Numerous small and medium-sized enterprises remain. How can we possibly be unable to locate any materials?" Contemplating this, Xia Xiaoman conceded that Li Wei had a point. However, she countered, "Even if the authorities seized all the building materials from Floating City, it still wouldn't suffice for the construction of an underground city." Li Wei responded, "But what of Yin City? There is a steel mill district there. If we lack sufficient steel here, we could transport some back from Yin City." As they conversed, they had already traversed through several sections of the sewer, leaving the Watermoon Bay area behind. Indeed, as Xiao Zhiyu had indicated, the conditions outside Watermoon Bay were even more deplorable, with refuse strewn about indiscriminately. Fortuitously, it was winter. Had it been summer, flies and mosquitoes would surely have swarmed the area. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams and shouts erupted from the right section of the sewer. Xia Xiaoman glanced over curiously and beheld a figure wielding a knife, wildly slashing about, shouting, "I'll make you pay for bullying me. I'll kill you for picking on honest people." A few soldiers, alerted by the commotion, hastened towards the source of the disturbance. Nearby, an onlooker shook his head in despair, lamenting yet another bout of madness. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, realizing that even residing in the sewers might not guarantee safety. Chapter 163. Discussing the battle plan. Having traversed the sewer once, Li Yue and Xiao Zhiyu were now well acquainted with the route home. Their journey to find Xia Xiaoman had taken nearly an entire day, yet their return was accomplished in merely 6 hours. After a 6-month separation, when Jian Feng had grown even more taciturn, while Su Ran had matured considerably, and Shou Qiuyang remained unchanged. The most notable transformation, however, was seen in the twins. 6 months prior, during a tempest, they had exhibited a certain childlike innocence. But upon this reunion, Lingling and Axu approached her with the seriousness of adults. Their eyes devoid of the innocence they once held, replaced instead by a wariness characteristic of maturity. Instinctively, Xia Xiaoman reached out to pat Lingling's head, but the latter instinctively recoiled. Realizing that it was Xia Xiaoman who wished to touch her, Lingling awkwardly explained, "Sister Xiaoman, I apologize. I thought my brother was attempting to ambush me." Observing this interaction, Li Yue interjected, "Lingling, Axu, it's time for your weighted stair climbing. Secure your sandbags and head up the stairs. Later, Annie will call you down for dinner." When Su and Wenling obediently complied, scurrying to a corner to fasten sandbags around their calves before ascending the stairs. Once the siblings were occupied, Li Yue turned to Xia Xiaoman and elaborated, "For a while, we were preoccupied with gathering supplies and overlooked Lingling and Axu. Consequently, a thief broke into our home, and the two of them managed to overpower and kill him. That incident left a profound impact on them, instilling a fear that kept them from staying home alone for a long time, often crying and insisting on accompanying us whenever we left. Outside, they inevitably faced the danger of robbery and ambushes. In sudden situations, it was impossible to shield the twins from harm. They witnessed multiple acts of violence, which rendered them increasingly silent, to the point of suffering high fevers and nightmares. On one occasion, when Ling was taken hostage, nearly losing her life. Following that incident, Brother Feng resolved to intensify their training, even compelling them to engage in lethal encounters. In the past, when Jian Feng had encouraged the twins to learn boxing and martial arts, but it was a slow, methodical approach akin to teaching beginners before the cataclysm. Now, however, he pushed them to their limits, forcing them to spar with real weapons, permitting injuries as long as they did not result in death. When confronted with peril, he refrained from providing complete protection, intentionally allowing them to face weaker adversaries to hone their skills. As time passed, the twins shed their childlike facade, learning to confront challenges with the pragmatism of adulthood. Xia Xiaoman fell silent for a moment before stating, "To perpetually shield a child under one's wings will ultimately lead to their incapacitation. This rigorous training from the coach is, in fact, the best safeguard for Lingling and Axu." Li Yue nodded in agreement. "I initially shared this sentiment, but now I find myself concerned that pushing them too hard may lead to unforeseen issues. You have not witnessed the chilling side of Lingling and Su committing murder. I could hardly fathom how two children, merely 7 or 8 years of age, could slay without so much as a blink. I fear that one day they may lose all reason and emotion in their acts of violence." Xia Xiaoman likely comprehends the underlying concern of Li Yue, perhaps fearing that the twins may develop psychological issues. This is a conundrum without resolution. Not only the twins, but even she, who enjoys living conditions and an environment far superior to that of ordinary individuals, often feels troubled in her psyche. In times of natural disasters and chaos, it is a rarity to find even one mentally sound individual among 10,000. The conversation grew too heavy, prompting Xiao Zhiyu to interject. "Were we not supposed to discuss how to infiltrate the Dijin Hotel tomorrow? Why have we veered into matters of child-rearing? Come, let us outline the specifics of our plan for tomorrow." Zhou Qiuyang then spoke. "We shall proceed according to our original plan. Tonight, you will visit the location where you were previously captured, feigning a search for supplies, ensuring you present yourself in a manner that will impress them." Xiao Zhiyu realized at last that sometimes, being good-looking is not necessarily advantageous. Shou Qiuyang continued, "The party hosted by the Quanglong Society commences around 3 or 4 in the afternoon and continues until dawn. The kitchen will begin preparing ingredients a day in advance, starting today. I surmise that the kitchen will be at its busiest between 5 and 6 in the evening, at which point the pre-prepared pastry ingredients should have been entirely utilized, necessitating the preparation of fresh ingredients to serve. Therefore, I propose we discreetly blend in during their peak busyness." Su Ran interjected, "During our reconnaissance at the Dijin Hotel, we noticed 2 guards positioned at the kitchen, both armed with submachine guns. Our immediate concern is how to incapacitate these guards without them firing a shot." Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, stating, "I possess a bottle of ether. A couple of sprays would suffice to bring down an adult man. However, the challenge lies in how we can approach them. I have a plan. Tomorrow I will take Xiao Ran to deal with the guards," Li Yue declared. Su Ran was puzzled. "What plan?" "You will find out tomorrow," Li Yue replied enigmatically. Shou Qiuyang then stated, "Very well, the issue of the kitchen guards will be entrusted to Sister Ware and Xiao Ran. Now, we are left with one more problem. How can we ensure that Xiao Xiu successfully acquires the key and reunites with us? The Dijin Hotel is neither too large nor too small, and its corridors are exceedingly intricate. One could easily lose their way if not careful. Moreover, they lack a map of the hotel, entering into a veritable abyss of uncertainty. Xiao Xiu, feeling disheartened, said, Yanggu, could you extend a modicum of trust towards me? I assure you I will secure the key. Once I have the warehouse key, I will devise a way to mark the path. You can enter through the kitchen and follow the markings to find me. Zhou Qiuyang spoke earnestly. Xiao Yu, it is not that I doubt you. But this mission concerns the lives of us all, and I must ensure that every precaution is taken. Moreover, how can you ensure the acquisition of the key when you are unaware of its current possessor? Is it possible to pick the lock? Xia Xiaoman inquired. If lock-picking were an option, it would circumvent the necessity of obtaining the key. Xiao Zhiyuan shook his head, explaining that the armory utilizes a combination key lock. It can only be opened either with a password or a key. Its keyhole is not compatible with standard keys and is not easily tampered with. I have already attempted to pick it. Xia Xiaoman fell into silence for a moment before suggesting. Would it be feasible to break open the ventilation shaft and enter through it? Xiao Zhiyuan nodded, acknowledging that it is indeed possible. Yet such an action would create considerable noise. The noise is inconsequential as long as we can breach the ventilation shaft. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, Tonight, I shall accompany Xiao Zhiyuan to the Dijin Hotel. It would be prudent for us to keep an eye on each other. Do you wish to be apprehended alongside Xiao Zhiyuan? Su Ran exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Xia Xiaoman responded affirmatively, asking, Is that a problem? It's not that it is impossible, but they may have a preference for more mature women. Su Ran replied delicately. Xia Xiaoman discerned the underlying implication in Su Ran's words and shot him a glare, exclaiming, Is my appearance truly lacking? Su Ran was at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. While Xia Xiaoman's appearance was not unappealing, her figure was somewhat less curvaceous. Chapter 164, Successfully Infiltrating the Hotel Unyielding in Her Determination. Xia Xiaoman insisted on accompanying Xiao Zhiyuan. Though not a paragon of beauty, she possessed a sweet and charming demeanor. After all, the bachelors in her village had once deemed her worth an extravagant sum of 80,000 yuan as a bride. How could she possibly be inferior to Xiao Zhiyuan? Arriving at the location where the Dragon Society typically apprehended individuals, Xia Xiaoman feigned a search for supplies alongside Xiao Zhiyuan, occasionally raising her voice to draw attention. After wandering for nearly an hour, a few men suddenly burst from an alleyway, one wielding a blunt weapon that rendered Xiao Zhiyuan unconscious. Xia Xiaoman struggled to suppress her urge to intervene, helplessly watching as they abducted him. As they prepared to vanish with Xiao Zhiyuan, and no one had yet come to her aid, Xia Xiaoman could no longer contain her anxiety. She sprinted after them, shouting, Stop. Put my brother down. She grasped Xiao Zhiyuan's hand, refusing to let go. The captors tugged at him unsuccessfully, their frustration mounting as they contemplated killing Xia Xiaoman. One of the accomplices, observing the situation, interjected, Forget it. Since she has come to us, we might as well take her too. This little dwarf, will anyone even want her back? Another mused. Not necessarily. Some people, while appearing virtuous, secretly enjoy such young girls. What is the term for it? Lolita? It's much like playing with schoolgirls. Last time, that logistics minister selected a few of these young girls. I heard he exhausted 2 of them in a single night. Very well. Then let us take her as well. With that, one of them struck Xia Xiaoman on the back of her neck, and she feigned unconsciousness. In the next moment, she felt herself hoisted onto someone's shoulder, who then gave her a light slap on the backside. Xia Xiaoman endured the indignity, barely suppressing her murderous rage. After being carried for approximately 40 minutes, she suddenly felt a wave of warmth envelop her. Are we back? Yes, fewer and fewer people are being caught lately. We only apprehended 6 individuals last night. They must have all taken refuge in the sewers. In a few days, things will improve. The supervisor has said the higher-ups have arranged for us to periodically venture into the sewers to select individuals, alleviating our burdens. Sewers? No thanks. The last time old Yang and his crew went there to capture someone, they nearly met their end. Oh, you blockhead. I told you the higher-ups have already made arrangements. It's just a matter of giving notice. As long as we don't stray into other territories, we can bring back as many as we wish. While they conversed, Xia Xiaoman discreetly opened her eyes to survey her surroundings. She found herself in a dimly lit corridor, its walls lined with numerous steel pipes. Xia Xiaoman surmised that the warmth in the hotel was due to a hot water heating system, and these pipes were likely part of the hot water circulation. Having just entered the hotel, the warmth was already palpable, revealing the extent of effort, fuel, and materials expended for heating. Indeed, it was evident that corrupt officials would never cease to be apprehended, regardless of time or place. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the person carrying her came to a halt. Before long, the sound of a door creaking open pierced the silence, and she was unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. A pair of large hands roamed over her body, confiscating the fruit knife she had concealed within the folds of her clothing. Aware of the impending search, she had cleverly stashed her axe and watermelon knife in a hidden space, leaving only a mediocre fruit knife on her person. Following the search, someone turned her over and bound her hands behind her back, securing her legs as well. After what felt like an eternity, the intruders in the room finished tying up their captives and left, locking the door behind them. Summer Xiaoman did not rush to open her eyes. Instead, she lay on the floor for nearly 2 hours, waiting until she heard the other captives stirring before she finally began to wake. The room was enveloped in complete darkness, rendering her unable to discern the features of those around her. Relying on instinct, she kicked the figure lying nearby, Xia Xiaoman, urging him to wake up. After several nudges, she heard his voice from behind. "Sister, I'm here." Summer Xiaoman silently murmured an apology to herself and withdrew her foot, leaning against the wall in a lackluster manner. Xia Xiaoman asked, "Sister, are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. What about you? I saw them hit you quite hard with that stick." Upon hearing her concerned tone, Xia Xiaoman lamented, "My neck is killing me. It feels like it might snap." "Then don't speak. Conserve your strength," she advised, before inching closer to him with her feet and backside. As the other captives awoke to the realization of their binding, some wept uncontrollably, others sought means of self-liberation. A few seethed with impotent rage, while some inquired about their predicament, eager to understand why they had been captured. Summer Xiaoman shut out their voices, focusing solely on maneuvering her way to Xia Xiaoman's side, leaning against him in an effort to retrieve a small knife from her hidden space to cut the ropes. Just as she procured the blade, Xia Xiaoman sensed her movements and whispered urgently, "Sister, don't be hasty in cutting the ropes. There is no escape route here aside from the main door. We should wait for them to take us for a shower and change our clothes before devising an escape plan." Taken aback, she glanced around and realized he was correct. There was indeed no avenue for flight. If she were to untie herself now, it would only serve to alarm their captors. After a moment of contemplation, she returned the knife to her hidden space, leaned back against the wall, and closed her eyes to conserve her energy. "Hey, you two over there against the wall. Why are you so calm? Do you know something? Share it with us. Perhaps we can escape together." Summer Xiaoman had no interest in idle chatter and continued to ignore everyone, keeping her eyes shut. Xia Xiaoman, however, was not one to remain still for long. He quietly asked, "Sister Xiaoman, may I discuss the situation here with them?" "Feel free, just don't disclose our plans," she replied. Letting others in on the details of the Imperial Jean Hotel could be beneficial. The more they knew, the more anxious they would become, potentially helping to create chaos and obscure the attention of the Guanglong Society. Receiving Summer Xiaoman's approval, Xia Xiaoman eagerly shared everything he knew with the others. The other captives grew increasingly alarmed as they listened, for they could scarcely fathom that in such tumultuous times, when famine plagued the land, the elite still possessed the audacity to orchestrate such extravagant and debauched gatherings. "I cannot perish here. My sister awaits my return," a woman exclaimed with a tremor of despair in her voice. "We must not succumb to inaction. We must devise a means to escape this place." Thus, they arranged themselves in a line, facing away from one another, bending down to gnaw through the ropes binding the hands of the person in front. As the words were spoken, a youth took the initiative, positioning himself behind one of his companions, and leaned forward to tear at the ropes encircling the other's wrist with his teeth. Chapter 165. The Escape. Xiao Zhiyu observed the peculiar postures of his companions as they bent down to gnaw at the ropes binding them, their lips nearly torn from the effort. Unable to bear the sight, he interjected, "Actually, there is no need for such haste in untying the ropes. I have escaped from here once before, during the time they took me for a shower and a change of clothes. This place lacks windows and vents. There is merely a locked door. Even if you manage to free yourselves from the ropes, escape remains impossible. It would be wiser to wait until they come to escort us for a change of attire before attempting to flee." The youth who had suggested biting the ropes glared at him. "Why didn't you say so earlier? My lips are already bleeding." Xiao Zhiyu shrugged. "Well, you didn't ask, did you?" "You." The boy was about to unleash a torrent of anger when a girl nearby intervened. "Enough, enough. It was our oversight for not asking more clearly. Let us wait for our captors to take us for a shower before devising our escape." "Then does that mean we are not to chew at the ropes anymore?" someone inquired. The girl nodded. "Yes, let us rest and conserve our strength." Although the room was dim, it was not cold. In the center of the wall, several pipes were installed, and one could distinctly feel a wave of warmth near them. The occupants, having awakened in a state of panic, began to calm down in the warm, subdued atmosphere, and soon, some succumbed to sleep on the floor. Of course, there were those of a more timid disposition who could not find rest and curled up, softly weeping. Xia Xiaoman, reassured of her temporary safety, closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. The following midday, the doors swung open, and several burly men entered, unbinding the ropes from Xia Xiaoman and her companions. "Behave yourselves. Line up and walk," barked one of the men, brandishing a submachine gun, his demeanor menacing. A few timid souls glanced at him and immediately burst into tears. Xia Xiaoman and Xiao Jiu fell in line as they proceeded forward. After approximately 15 minutes, they arrived at a brightly lit room furnished with several long tables, where bowls and chopsticks were neatly arranged. "Find a spot to sit, and don't try any tricks," the burly man commanded, shoving a young boy's shoulder, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. Once they were seated, two women pushed a food cart into the room. Placing several large basins of steamed buns on, the Xia Xiaoman took a deep breath, internally reciting, "For the pistol, for the bullets, for the grenades, endure." Before she could finish her silent mantra, someone entered from outside, urging impatiently, "What is going on? The guests have already arrived, and the goods aren't packaged yet. Hurry up and take them to bathe and change." It was clear that the man was in a foul mood as he kicked a chair and bellowed, "Are you all deaf and blind? Get out here quickly." All those who had been eating steamed buns ceased their actions, standing up and obediently lining up to follow the burly man. After about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the bathhouse. Although it was called a bathhouse, it was essentially a large room without any partitions, containing 20 bathtubs. Upon entering the room, the ropes binding Xia Xiaoman and her companions were untied. The burly man gruffly instructed, "Strip down and get in the bath. Don't get any funny ideas. If I catch anyone trying to escape, I'll break your legs." After his threats, he stepped aside to allow them entry. Inside the room, helpers were already arranged to assist Xia Xiaoman and the others with their baths. Scrubbing backs and shaving is necessary. One person, noticing the lack of privacy in the room, cautiously inquired, "Are men and women bathing together?" The burly man did not answer, but a smiling woman assisting with the baths replied, "Yes, men and women bathe together. Don't worry, to us, you're just a mass of pale flesh. So there is no need to feel embarrassed." Upon hearing her words, the questioner's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, unsure if from fright or shame. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman was discreetly observing her surroundings. Including herself and Xiao Jiu, there were a total of 34 captives. The women assisting with the baths numbered 20. While the kidnappers stood guard, 6 in total, one of whom was positioned right beside her. At that moment, a girl who had overheard the woman's comment exclaimed, "Bathe together? No way. There isn't even a piece of cloth for cover. If men and women bathe together, won't these men see everything?" Her voice attracted the attention of several kidnappers, one of whom coldly scolded, "What are you shouting about? You'll bathe as ordered. If you dare complain again, I'll shoot you." At the same time, Xia Xiaoman exchanged a glance with Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu subtly nudged the hand of the person in front of them, who then, feigning curiosity about the room, stepped forward, inadvertently brushing against the waist of the person standing before him. The girl stubbornly refused to undress, and the burly man, growing impatient, stepped forward and forcefully tore her clothing away. In that instant, the young man beside her seized the burly man's machine gun, while simultaneously, the other captives lunged at the 5 remaining kidnappers. Xia Xiaoman reached into her pocket and, in the next moment, produced a dagger, placing it into Xiao Jiu's hand. Then drew out another dagger to stab at the nearby kidnapper. The 20 women assisting with the baths were taken aback by this turn of events. But upon regaining their composure, they rushed forward to assist the kidnappers in subduing Xia Xiaoman and her companions. Xia Xiaoman swiftly dispatched one kidnapper, seizing their weapon to carry on her back, and then dashed towards the remaining 5 kidnappers. Those who sought to seize the firearm were not limited to her alone. In the midst of the chaotic skirmish, Xia Xiaoman and Xiao Jiu managed to acquire a submachine gun before hastily retreating from the bathing area. Before their departure, Xiao Jiu took a moment to urge the others to flee. Without their distraction of firepower, how could he and Xia Xiaoman hope to reach the warehouse unscathed? The young men and women still entangled in combat with the kidnappers, upon witnessing Xia Xiaoman's escape, momentarily cast aside their concerns and snatched the submachine gun before turning to flee. Chapter 166. Abundant supplies in the warehouse after an arduous struggle. All the goods that had been painstakingly retrieved had escaped, prompting the 2 surviving kidnappers to rush out in search of assistance. Meanwhile, relying on his previous memory, Xiao Jiu swiftly led Xia Xiaoman through the intricate corridors to a storeroom, where they hastily stacked the scattered stools and boxes. "Xiaoman, the ventilation duct is above. If you crawl in from here and head to your left, you will reach the warehouse," he instructed. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman removed her thick winter coat and sweater, then deftly climbed onto a stool to open the vent cover and squeeze inside. Just as Xiao Jiu was about to follow her, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside, indicating that someone was approaching. Grinding his teeth, Xiao Jiu quickly dismantled the neatly piled stools and boxes while saying, "Xiaoman, you go to the warehouse first. I will distract them outside and join you later. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, and as they neared the door, Xia Xiaoman, sensing the urgency, tossed a dagger to Xiaoxiu, urging, "Be careful." He accepted the dagger, poised to respond, but before he could utter a word, the door was flung open from the outside. Acting on instinct, he dashed out, using his body to push the door shut while silently urging Xia Xiaoman, "Cover the vent. Hurry." With a worried glance back at him, Xia Xiaoman retreated to secure the cover. The moment she fastened it, the door was violently slammed open, sending Xiao Zhiyu crashing to the ground. Initially inclined to fight back, he quickly reconsidered upon spotting 4 or 5 burly men wielding submachine guns at the entrance. And he wisely shrank into a submissive posture, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I won't escape again, I promise." Xiao Zhiyu's appearance was deceptively innocent, and with his pitiful expression, it was hard for anyone to remain unmoved. The lead thug, initially intent on teaching him a lesson, softened somewhat upon witnessing his compliance. Grabbing Xiao Zhiyu by the neck like a chicken, he tossed him to a subordinate, commanding, "Take him back and clean him up. We can't keep the guest waiting." The man acknowledged the order and seized Xiao Zhiyu by the arm, leading him away. After Xiao Zhiyu was taken, the thug surveyed the room, confirming that no one else was hiding, before exiting with his men. Xia Xiaoman, who had been crouched by the vent, felt a surge of relief upon realizing that Xiao Zhiyu was temporarily out of danger, and she proceeded to the warehouse. The ventilation duct was exceedingly narrow, making her crawl laborious. After approximately 15 minutes, she finally reached the warehouse Xiao Zhiyu had mentioned. The iron cover of the vent leading into the warehouse had been compromised by Xiao Zhiyu previously, allowing her to easily remove it with minimal effort. Once inside the warehouse, Xia Xiaoman did not pause to gather supplies, as the contents, food, tobacco, and alcohol, were far less enticing than the military arms stored in the adjacent warehouse. She located another vent, removed its cover, and crawled through for about 10 minutes until she arrived at the arms storage facility. The opening to this warehouse's vent was half the size of the previous ducts, and the iron grate guarding it was significantly sturdier than those she had encountered earlier. At last, Xia Xiaoman comprehended the fervor with which Xiao Zhiyuan and his companions pursued the key. The diminutive opening in the exceedingly narrow ventilation duct rendered it nearly impossible to enlarge the gap without the aid of electrical tools or other instruments. Xia Xiaoman retrieved a hammer from her space and struck the wall, delivering 5 or 6 blows until a brick became dislodged. With utmost caution, she pried it free, discovering that the ease with which it had yielded was due to the screw securing the vent cover being positioned adjacent to this particular brick. It seemed that the brick had been loosened during the cover's installation. The advantage of a brick structure is that once a single brick is extracted, the remaining ones can be effortlessly removed. Armed with a screwdriver and hammer, Xia Xiaoman painstakingly pried away several more bricks, working up a sweat, uncertain if it was from the heat or the tension of the moment. After approximately 20 minutes, she finally managed to create an opening large enough for her to enter, having also dismantled the cover above. Inside the warehouse, an array of unfamiliar firearms hung on the walls, while numerous boxes lay scattered on the floor. Upon opening one, she discovered grenades, handguns, ammunition, rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, and even sniper rifles. In addition to the firearms, there were cold weapons as well, daggers capable of slicing through iron, a Chinese broadsword she had only seen on television, multifunctional knives, and military shovels. The sheer quantity of weapons within the warehouse was staggering, enough to arm an entire company. Xia Xiaoman grew increasingly exhilarated. Ensuring there were no surveillance cameras in the warehouse, she hastily wielded an axe to pry open all the boxes, collecting the weapons into her space. While she might not personally require such an abundance of armaments, leaving these valuable items in the hands of nefarious individuals would only serve to empower them. Thus, even if she were to store these weapons as mere scrap metal in her space, she would not permit a single item to remain for the Quanlong Society. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, when Jianfeng and his associates observed someone rushing out from the kitchen, prompting 2 burly guards stationed there to chase after and apprehend the individual, escorting them back to the hotel, Su Qiuyang remarked, "It seems the situation has shifted. Why would someone escape at this moment? Has Xiao Zhiyuan's location been compromised?" Su Ran responded, "Whether Xiao Zhiyuan's position has been exposed is uncertain, but this is indeed our prime opportunity to infiltrate." The 2 guards have entered, allowing us to approach the kitchen unobstructed. "Sister Yui, should we proceed in advance?" He turned to Li Yui for her input. Li Yui sought Wen Jianfeng's opinion, asking, "Brother Feng, what do you think?" After a moment's hesitation, Wen Jianfeng advised, "Exercise caution. Once inside, change into the kitchen attire as swiftly as possible." With unanimous agreement, they resolved to enter the hotel ahead of schedule, prompting Li Yui to signal for Su Ran to move toward the kitchen. As they neared their destination, the 2 guards emerged from within and barked, "Who are you? Who permitted your entry? Li Yui's heart raced as her mind raced through potential responses. In the next instant, her eyes reddened as she pleaded, Big brother, I just saw my sister being taken inside. Could you please return her to me? I can offer you food in exchange. Please, will you help me get her back? Upon hearing this, the burly man impatiently urged her to leave, exclaiming, Begone. There is no place for your sister here. If you do not depart, be wary of my wrath. Yet, Li Yue did not retreat. Instead, she wiped away non-existent tears, revealing her exquisite countenance. With a melodious voice, she earnestly implored, Esteemed brother, I beseech you to assist me. I witnessed my sister being brought here with my own eyes. She must be within these confines. If you can return her to me, I shall acquiesce to any request of yours. Upon finishing, she gazed at the two burly men with her glistening eyes filled with hope. Chapter 167. Resources acquired. Companions united men are often irresistibly drawn to women who willingly offer themselves. The two guards at the door exchanged a knowing glance. Their faces contorted into lecherous grins as they approached, intent on dragging Li Wei away into the hotel. At that moment, Su Ran surged forward, positioning himself firmly between them. The men, believing Su Ran was impeding their intentions, brusquely shoved him aside. Concurrently, under Su Ran's protective cover, Li Wei retrieved a spray bottle containing ether. As the men pushed Su Ran away, she swiftly raised the bottle and sprayed it into their faces 3 or 4 times. Within mere seconds, the two men collapsed to the ground. From a distance, when Jianfeng and Shou Qiuyang witnessed the scene unfold and promptly advanced to drag the unconscious figures aside, stripping them of their clothing to don their attire, they then swiftly dispatched the two guards, with their identities assumed. When Jianfeng and Shou Qiuyang took their positions at the kitchen door, while Li Yue and Su Ran seized the opportunity to infiltrate the kitchen, donning the staff's uniforms and retreating to a corner to wash dishes, biding their time to reunite with Xia Xiaoman and the others. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman meticulously gathered all the weapons from the warehouse, stowing them in a concealed space before retracing her steps to the storeroom laden with tobacco, alcohol, and provisions, swiftly emptying it of its contents. After securing the supplies, she returned to the small room from which she had initially entered, cautiously peering through the door crack. Satisfied to see no one outside, she promptly exited in search of Xiaoxiu. On the ground, she noticed traces of coal dust, Xiaoxiu's mark. Following the trail, she could eventually reunite with him. The coal dust had been hidden in the hem of his trousers. As he moved, it would fall out. Originally intended as a signal for when Jianfeng and the others, but now serving her purpose. Following the trail, she soon arrived at the bathhouse they had previously visited. Gently, she opened the bathhouse door, peering through the gap to see 8 kidnappers, their backs turned, fixated on the bathing area ahead, contemplating her next move. Xia Xiaoman retrieved a Molotov cocktail from her bag, ignited it, and forcefully hurled it to land at the feet of the kidnappers before swiftly closing the door. After preparing a second incendiary device, she opened the door once more and threw it into the throng of kidnappers. In an instant, the 2 Molotov cocktails engulfed the 8 kidnappers in flames, their horrified screams drowning in the chaos as they writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the fire. Some, in sheer panic, leaped into the bathing area, seeking refuge in the tubs. Hearing the tumult within, Xia Xiaoman drew 2 large blades and charged inside, leaping to decapitate the burning man at the door. With fierce determination, she unleashed her blades upon the rolling figures, soon saturating the ground with blood. Her movements were swift and ruthless. When one kidnapper attempted to fire a weapon, she deftly severed his hands before he could utter a sound. Feeling the chilling grip of death close in on him, nearby, a kidnapper by the bathtub, frantic and enraged, raised his gun. But Xia Xiaoman's gaze hardened as she flung one of her blades, piercing his chest with deadly precision. The elderly women who assisted with bathing were initially paralyzed with fear. But instead of fleeing, they lunged forward, attempting to surround Xia Xiaoman. Those who were bound had varied responses, some retained a flicker of conscience, intervening to halt the bathing women, while others, timid as mice, hastily gathered a few garments and fled the bathhouse, disregarding the potential danger that may await Xia Xiaoman and her companions. The women, armed with nothing more than scrubbing brushes for their bodies, were met with Xia Xiaoman, who wielded a formidable blade without hesitation, striking down the bathing women as one would cleave a watermelon, their screams echoing throughout the bathhouse. Suddenly, the sharp crack of automatic gunfire pierced the air. Xia Xiaoman whirled around to confront the source of the noise, discovering a naked man discharging a weapon. She charged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground, berating him, "Are you out of your mind? With such a deafening racket, do you wish to invite more people here?" The man, rising to his feet, retorted defiantly, "Even without the gunfire, the commotion here is enough for others to hear." Xia Xiaoman scornfully replied, "If you're so dim-witted, perhaps you should read more. No amount of noise here can rival the sound of a gunshot." No matter how loud the cries of distress were, Soundproofing would ensure that only the floors above and below would hear. However, the gunfire, even with soundproofing, could be distinctly heard throughout the entire building. Those with malicious intent might mistakenly believe that someone was tormenting the bound victims upon hearing the screams. Yet, the unmistakable sound of gunfire would alert even the most oblivious that something was amiss, prompting them to send someone to investigate. Anticipating that someone might soon arrive, Xia Xiaoman could not afford to linger. She turned to search for Xiao Zhiyu, intent on departing swiftly. After a thorough search, she found no trace of him. She dashed to the place where clothes were discarded and rummaged until she discovered the garments Xiao Zhiyu had been wearing. Holding the clothes, she seized a bathing woman, demanding, "About an hour ago, was there a man brought in here?" The woman, trembling at the sight of the knife poised at her throat, stammered, Please, don't kill me. I don't know anything." With a cold expression, Xia Xiaoman clenched her fist and struck the woman's abdomen, insisting, "Was there a man brought in here an hour ago? All you need to answer is yes or no. If you utter another word, I will sever your head and use it as a ball for kicking." The bathing woman cried out in pain, clutching her abdomen, and replied, "Why, yes, yes." Xia Xiaoman pressed further, "Was he wearing these clothes? Don't attempt to deceive me. If I ask others later and their answers differ from yours, I shall cut off your legs." Tears and snot streaming down her face, the woman nodded. Yes, there was a boy wearing these clothes, around 18 or 19 years old. Upon hearing the description, Xia Xiaoman's expression softened slightly. "Where is he? Why isn't he in the bathhouse?" The woman stammered, "He was sent to entertain a client. He should be in room D808. That client always comes early and particularly favors young boys." Having extracted the information she sought, Xia Xiaoman swiftly dispatched the woman to the afterlife. Not trusting solely in her account, she apprehended 2 more individuals for questioning, receiving similar responses, and immediately rushed out of the bathhouse, following the room number to locate Xiao Zhiyu. Not long after exiting the bathhouse, Xia Xiaoman heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching her direction. There were no places nearby to conceal oneself, just as she was preparing for a fierce confrontation. The voice of Li Wei reached her, "Xiaoman, quickly hide in here." Xiaoman turned around to see Li Wei and Su Ran each pushing a food delivery cart. Without hesitation, Xiaoman dove into the cart, and Li Wei, along with Su Ran, covered the cart with a white cloth, concealing Xiaoman completely. Moments later, more than 20 armed men dashed around the corner, heading straight towards the bathhouse. Chapter 168, Convergence and Departure, pushing the food cart into a secluded corner. Li Wei spoke softly, "It's time, Xiaoman, come out." Xia Xiaoman lifted the dining cloth to peek outside and whispered, "Take me to D808. Xiao Zhiyu has been taken there. Hurry, we mustn't delay." Li Wei acknowledged and covered the cart again. "How did you end up separated from Xiao Yu?" she inquired. "It's a long story. We can discuss it once we are outside. First, we must locate Xiao Zhiyu, then gather supplies." "I've already retrieved the supplies," Xia Xiaoman replied, producing 2 handguns from her space and discreetly handing one to Li Wei. "Keep this for protection. We don't know what might unfold." Li Wei accepted the handgun, passing one to Su Ran as well. The 2 women maneuvered the cart while searching for room numbers. Suddenly, a girl dashed around the corner. Upon seeing Li Wei and the others, she skidded to a halt, hesitating for a moment before slipping into a nearby room. Not long after, 2 armed men approached. One of them menacingly inquired, "Hey, have you seen a woman?" Li Wei nodded, pointing towards the staircase not far away. "A woman with long hair just ran down there." The 2 men immediately took off in pursuit. Once the coast was clear, the girl cautiously emerged from the room. She expressed her gratitude to Li Wei and turned to flee in the opposite direction. Su Ran called out, "Wait, when you were running, did you see room D808? The girl shook her head. "I didn't pass by that room, but I did go through area D. You can reach the other building via this corridor. That leads to area D." She gestured towards the left corridor. Su Ran thanked her and, in return, directed her towards the kitchen for safety. Subsequently, she and Li Wei quickened their pace through the corridor, reaching the adjacent building. D609. "This is the 6th floor. We need to ascend to the 8th, Li Wei remarked, leading Su Ran to find the elevator. The entire hotel was powered, yet perhaps due to insufficient electricity, their previous building had only essential areas lit, while others, storage rooms and less traversed corridors, were shrouded in darkness. In contrast, this building was brightly illuminated, likely in preparation for guests. However, it was peculiar, since their arrival, Li Wei and her companions had not spotted a single surveillance camera. Perhaps they had refrained from installation to avoid capturing anything inappropriate. Upon reaching the 8th floor via the elevator, Li Wei promptly wheeled the cart to room 808. She knocked gently and, constricting her voice, called out, "Hello. Your ordered red wine has arrived. Could you please open the door?" After a moment of silence, she called again, "Sir, are you there?" Your red wine has arrived. Could you kindly come and retrieve it? At that moment, a rough voice responded from within, You're so late. I don't want it anymore. Take it back. Hearing this, Su Ran felt something was amiss and leaned closer to the door, whispering, Xiaoxiu, is that you? In the silence of the room. Just as Su Ran was about to inquire further, the door swung open from within. Xiaoxiu, upon seeing Li Yue and Su Ran, was nearly moved to tears. Why have you only just arrived? I was on the brink of losing my innocence. Su Ran intended to console him. Yet upon noticing the rabbit ears adorning his head, she could not suppress her laughter. Haha, Xiaoxiu, what sort of attire is this? Oh, how unfortunate that my phone is dead. Otherwise, I would have captured this moment for posterity. Xiaoxiu regarded her with a look of deep resentment. You heartless individual. I made such tremendous sacrifices to obtain supplies, and you dare to laugh. At that moment, Xia Xiaoman emerged from the dining cart, drawn by the commotion. Upon witnessing Xiaoxiu's ensemble, she, too, erupted into laughter. Xiaoxiu, this outfit actually suits you quite well. With a face resembling a withered melon. Xiaoxiu replied, Sister Xiaoman, please spare me your mockery. Are you the only one here? There's also a wretchedly fat pig whom I have rendered unconscious. When you knocked, I was preparing to drown that beast, he explained. What about the knife I gave you? It was confiscated. Had it not been taken, the fat pig would not merely be unconscious, but would have met its demise at my hands. Xia Xiaoman entered the room, swiftly dispatching the unconscious figure with a single stroke, then tossed the discarded clothing to Xiaoxiu. Put on your clothes. We must now procure the supplies. Xiaoxiu acknowledged her while donning the garments and inquired, Have all the supplies been gathered? Xia Xiaoman nodded. They are all securely hidden in the room leading to the ventilation shaft. 15 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman and her companions successfully returned to the small room adjacent to the ventilation shaft. She crawled into the duct, utilizing its cover to gradually extract supplies from her spatial pocket and drop them down. Xiaoxiu received the items and handed them to Su Ran and Li Yue, urging them to hide them well. With 2 carts filled with supplies, Li Yue and Su Ran pushed the carts towards the kitchen, where Wen Jianfeng and Shou Qiuyang awaited outside to assist in concealing the transported goods. After 4 trips, during the 5th journey to retrieve supplies, they passed through the kitchen when suddenly someone shouted, Wait, what are your names? I've never seen you two before. I. Li Yue racked her brain for a response when the chef, in an agitated tone, interjected, There's no fire. Quickly, fetch some coal. The person who had halted Li Yue and her companion responded promptly, right away. Then, addressing Su Ran, he said, You, come with me to carry coal. A big man like you should not be delivering meals but should take on the heavier tasks. Su Ran exchanged glances with Li Yue, nodding and acquiescing, All right. I'll go with you now. With Su Ran diverted, Li Yue was left to transport the supplies alone. Fortunately, the dining cart was spacious enough to accommodate a considerable load, and with several trips, she could transport all the supplies that Xia Xiaoman had gathered. Amidst the busyness, the Dijin Hotel welcomed esteemed guests as the weekly revelry commenced. Estimating that the supplies were nearly sufficient, Xia Xiaoman retrieved several timed explosives from her spatial pocket, setting the timers and placing them within the ventilation duct. As Li Yue left the hotel, she strategically planted several timed explosives along the way. You all go ahead and transport the supplies. I will find Su Ran, she instructed. After a brief moment, she returned from the kitchen, escorting a soot-covered Su Ran. Upon emerging, Su Ran exclaimed with fervor, Do you have any idea how much coal is stored in the hotel? There are nearly thousands of tons piled up in the back garden. If we manage to transport this coal, we shall never face a shortage in our lifetimes. However, Xiaoxiu swiftly shattered his dreams with a single remark, Stop dreaming. We lack a truck and can only carry a few hundred pounds of coal at most. Hastily, Xia Xiaoman urged, Enough chatter, let us expedite the transport of the supplies. This area still falls under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Society, and if we are discovered, our efforts will be in vain. The primary concern was the explosive she had set, as they needed to vacate the premises before detonation. Chapter 169. The destruction of the Mad Dragon Society. The landscape lay blanketed in pristine white snow, making the transportation of supplies a formidable task. Xia Xiaoman and her companions did not intend to carry all the provisions in one go. Instead, they aimed to first relocate the supplies from the territory of the Mad Dragon Society to a secluded spot, where they would bury them beneath the snow, gradually bringing them back later. After several trips back and forth, they finally managed to transport all the supplies. As they were making the final journey away, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the Dijin Hotel, startling Li Yue and the others, who feared their cover had been compromised. Xia Xiaoman glanced back at the hotel, set down the supplies she was carrying, and declared, I will return to take a look. You all proceed with the goods. Without waiting for Li Yue and the others to respond, she turned and dashed back toward the hotel. Upon nearing the vicinity of the hotel, Xia Xiaoman found an open area and retrieved several signal flares from her storage, igniting them and driving them into the ground before swiftly vacating the scene. The flares emitted a blinding light that stood out starkly against the night sky, visible to anyone in half of the floating city's urban area who merely glanced upward. This night, Xia Xiaoman was not only determined to obliterate the ravenous Dijin Hotel, but also to unveil its sinister activities to the public. Regardless of the multitude of protective forces surrounding the Dijin Hotel and the Mad Dragon Society, they could not silence the collective voice of the people. By amplifying the events occurring here, the Mad Dragon Society would inevitably face retribution. Inside the hotel, a grand ball was underway, with guests adorned in opulent gowns and suits, swirling gracefully across the dance floor amidst joyous laughter. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion disrupted the festivities, which should not have been marred by such calamity. As the deafening blast resonated, chaos ensued, and the previously exalted guests, under the protection of their bodyguards, scrambled and panicked to escape. The timed explosives that Xia Xiaoman had strategically placed were all TNT, powerful enough to demolish a wall with a single detonation. She had strategically positioned 5 or 6 bombs along her path, sufficient to obliterate an entire floor. The organizers of the ball, the Mad Dragon Society, swiftly ordered their subordinates to assess the situation, and soon reports came back confirming the sighting of the signal flares. At that moment, the president of the Mad Dragon Society realized that someone intended to strike at the Dijin Hotel and immediately instructed everyone to expedite the evacuation of all prominent guests present, in order to avoid detection. However, the scene was rife with disorder. Aside from the wealthy patrons seeking refuge, there were victims attempting to flee amidst the turmoil. Each guest, clad in formal attire, needed to change into heavy winter coats in the dressing rooms before they could leave in the rare snow vehicles of the floating city. By the time these guests had donned their outer garments and prepared to depart, the hotel was already encircled by a gathering crowd. Among the throngs were scavengers drawn by the sight of the flares, eager to seize a share of the chaos, as well as small gangs aware of the Dijin Hotel's presence, mistaking the flares for a sign of impending crisis and hoping to plunder the establishment. Furthermore, the nearby stationed military personnel, having witnessed the distress signal, mistakenly believed that someone was in urgent need of help and rushed to the scene without hesitation. The individuals in distress failed to notice the desperate escape of the victim from the hotel, yet they did observe the relentless pursuit of the Dragon Society. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman, having stirred a hornet's nest, swiftly returned to regroup with Li Yuer and the others. Upon her return, Xiao Zhiyu inquired, "Sister Xiaoman, was that signal flare you set off just now? Children should refrain from prying into the affairs of adults. Have the supplies been secured? Once hidden, we shall return home and come back tomorrow to transport everything back to the villa. This area will undoubtedly be under martial law tonight, making it difficult for them to retrieve the supplies. Once the night passes and the Imperial Jin Hotel has been thoroughly searched, there should be no further issues." Li Yuer interjected, "Everything is well hidden. I managed to secure several handguns, ammunition, submachine guns, grenades, and military knives. When we return home, we will distribute them among us." Xia Xiaoman nodded in acknowledgement, and the group swiftly departed with the provisions selected by Li Yuer. Upon arriving at the villa, they carefully placed the supplies on the heated con. Su Ren counted 24 handguns, 18 submachine guns, 18 rifles, with 6 individuals in total. Xia Xiaoman had ensured that the supplies were gathered in multiples of 6, thus eliminating any concerns over unequal distribution. These firearms, which they rarely even glimpsed in their daily lives, brought them immense joy, their smiles stretching from ear to ear at such a bounty. Xiao Zhiyu, brimming with excitement, picked up a gun and examined it before playfully aiming it at Su Ran's forehead, coldly commanding, "Raise your hands." Su Ran complied, only to receive a sharp slap to the back of his head. "You fool, don't you know not to point a firearm at your comrades? If it discharges, I'll haunt you as a ghost." Xiao Zhiyu retorted defiantly, "But my handgun isn't loaded." "Ah, how do you operate the submachine gun?" "Xiao Yang, you're young and knowledgeable. Come help me figure it out." Li Wei handed the submachine gun to Shou Qiuyang, and the two began to study its operation. When Jianfeng, seated nearby, compared the handguns he received and selected 2 smaller models, distributing one each to Wenling and Wensu. Xia Xiaoman transported all the firearms to the open balcony on the 2nd floor, meticulously practicing their operation to avoid any mishaps during critical moments. Most residents in the vicinity had relocated to the sewers, rendering any gunfire unlikely to attract attention. After testing all types of firearms, she reluctantly returned indoors. The following morning, Su Ran and Shou Qiuyang ventured near the Imperial Jin Hotel for a reconnaissance. The unscrupulous members of the Dragon Society had amassed a considerable haul, aided by those in power. In addition to the 2 warehouses Xia Xiaoman had secured, Another building contained abundant supplies: gasoline, diesel, winter clothing, blankets, motorcycles, off-road vehicles, and crates filled with gold, silver, jewelry, and a substantial amount of coal. As they approached the Imperial Jean Hotel, they observed a group of soldiers, resembling looters, hauling an immense quantity of supplies from the hotel. The sight suggested that their task would take quite some time to complete. Watching the boxes being loaded onto trucks, the two felt envious, nearly drooling at the sight. However, they harbored no resentment or greed. Having managed to procure firearms from the jaws of danger yesterday was already a stroke of luck. The supplies that were loaded onto the vehicles by the soldiers were of little use to those who might have stolen them, for they had no life left to spend. In addition to the supplies, many young boys and girls in the bloom of youth were rescued. The more fortunate among them were able to walk with the assistance of the soldiers, while the less fortunate were carried away on stretchers. The arriving family members of the victims wailed in despair. Those genuinely concerned for their loved ones accompanied the soldiers to the medical station for treatment. Conversely, some sought to exploit the situation, confronting the soldiers to demand an explanation in hopes of securing supplies. Su Ran and Shou Qiuyang observed the scene for a while, realizing that it would be impossible to transport the hidden supplies home that morning, and thus turned to leave. Chapter 170. Bountiful Harvest in the Afternoon. The Dijin Hotel still witnessed a few comings and goings, albeit significantly reduced compared to the morning hours. It seemed that by evening, or perhaps nightfall, the place would be deserted. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Xiaoman and her companions ventured out, intending to retrieve the supplies they had hidden the previous day. As they approached the vicinity of the hotel, they noticed a steady stream of individuals heading in the same direction, presumably seeking to take advantage of any overlooked resources at the hotel. Su Ran suggested, "Should we also check out the hotel? This morning, I saw that Brother Young and the soldiers moved a considerable amount of supplies out. Perhaps there are still some remnants in the basement waiting for us to discover." Xia Xiaoman, lacking enthusiasm, replied, "You all go ahead. I'll wait at the place where we hid the supplies." With the military involved, it's unlikely there would be any overlooked items. It would just be a fruitless trip. Li Yuer and her group, possessing fewer supplies than Xia Xiaoman, were unwilling to miss any potential opportunity to find resources, so they all proceeded to the Dijin Hotel. Approximately an hour later, as Xia Xiaoman had surmised, Li Yuer and her companions returned empty-handed. Xiao Zhiyu lamented loudly, "This is outrageous. It's as if bandits have invaded the village. Everything inside the hotel has been completely ransacked. Even the hot water pipes installed on the walls have been dismantled. Kitchenware, bedding, and mattresses from the guest rooms have all been taken. If it weren't for the difficulty in removing the bricks from the walls, I would suspect that they would have taken those as well." Li Yuer playfully tapped his head, admonishing, "If you can't speak appropriately, then keep quiet. Who describes it as bandits invading a village in such a manner?" Realizing his misstep, Xiao Zhiyu lightly smacked his own mouth in acknowledgement, failing to unearth any treasures. Li Yuer and her companions joined Xia Xiaoman in gradually transporting the supplies they had gathered back to the villa. By approximately midnight, all the supplies were finally returned home. The items Xia Xiaoman had retrieved were notably practical, comprising highly filling military rations, vacuum-sealed rice and flour, essential supplies such as sugar and salt, and a hefty 15-pound smoked ham. Additionally, she had salvaged some tobacco and liquor, which were indeed valuable commodities. As for other items, such as chocolate-filled confections, cookies, nuts, and layered pastries, she opted to leave those behind. They occupied considerable space, offered little sustenance, and had short shelf lives, making them unsuitable for Li Yuer and her group. She preferred to retain them for her own enjoyment. After sorting through the supplies, the following morning, Xiao Zhiyu stayed at the villa to watch the children, while the others assisted Xia Xiaoman in transporting her share of the goods back to Shuiwei Bay. Once back in the sewers, Xia Xiaoman quickly acclimated to the stuffy, foul air. Upon delivering the supplies to her home, Li Yuer and her group did not linger. They simply deposited the items and departed, having been away from home for 3 days. Xia Xiaoman hurried to the basement after their departure to check on the rabbits and hens. Before leaving, she had thoughtfully set up a diesel generator connected to an electric heater beside the rabbit hutch and chicken coop to prevent them from freezing to death. Upon entering the basement, she was relieved to find the rabbits and hens in good condition, all snuggled together in the warmth of the heater, soundly asleep. Xia Xiaoman extended her hand into the chicken coop, retrieving 11 eggs, alongside a shell of one that had been pecked apart. She provided the livestock with some dried locusts, ignited the nearby fireplace, and placed the rabbits and chickens beside it. After shutting down the generator, she returned to the living room to kindle the heated bed, where she began to organize the supplies within her space. The provisions she distributed to Li Yuer and the others represented merely the tip of the iceberg from the 2 warehouses, with the bulk of the treasures having been secured in her space. Within the armory, she had refrained from extracting some of the rarer high-tech weaponry. Now back home. She took the opportunity to play with those advanced arms. After indulging in her fascination with each weapon, Xia Xiaoman meticulously accounted for the supplies obtained from the other warehouse. The assortment there was both diverse and plentiful, filled with delightful items: canned tuna, braised beef, spicy beef, fermented fish, braised pork, and canned ham. Beyond the canned meats, there was an array of cured meats, smoked delicacies, beef jerky, and pork snacks. The canned fruits and vegetables were plentiful as well, featuring yellow peaches, sawtooth, pineapples, apricots, hawthorns, and loquats, accompanied by various dried fruits, vegetables, biscuits, nuts, and assorted snacks. The selections from the Crazy Dragon Society were indeed exceptional. Even the snacks were crafted from clean ingredient lists far superior to those she had found in the small supermarket. Some biscuits, such as the cookies, were exquisitely packaged. And upon opening a box, she noted that not a single cookie was crumbled. She marveled at how the members of Crazy Dragon Society managed to preserve these provisions. If only they directed their efforts towards more productive endeavors, the citizens of the floating city would not have to dwell in the sewers. With such a bounty of supplies acquired, Xia Xiaoman resolved to treat herself generously. She extracted a small table from her space, placed a portable stove atop it, and prepared a pot of hot pot, merely using a package of base broth and dried vegetables. Beside the table, she arranged 6 meat cans, allowing her to choose which meat to drop into the pot for a soak. The canned meats were already seasoned with salt, so she added none, allowing them to absorb the flavors of the broth. As she savored the meats, the vegetables in the pot soaked up the essence of the various meats, achieving peak tastiness at that moment. As the meats dwindled, she added a packet of wide noodles, pouring in the remaining meats to create a sumptuous pot of braised beef noodles. With the spicy and numbing noodles settling in her stomach, Xia Xiaoman felt a delightful sheen of sweat envelop her. After satisfying her hunger, she reclined on the heated bed to digest her meal, before rising to grab a snow-clearing tool and heading outdoors to sweep the snow. The recent days had brought only light flurries, and the accumulation in the yard was minimal. After an hour of work, she had nearly cleared it all. While clearing the snow beneath the icy wall, Xia Xiaoman paused. If her memory served her correctly, she had placed a mouse trap in that very spot before leaving home, and now the trap was missing. Furrowing her brow, she crouched down, repositioning her spotlight to illuminate the area where the trap had been laid, gently sweeping away the layer of snow above. As the top layer was removed, it revealed a mass of blood-red ice shards beneath. Chapter 171. The air raid shelter farm. Xia Xiaoman conducted a thorough inspection of the traps concealed within her courtyard. Noting that only the mouse trap near the entrance had gone missing, this indicated that someone had attempted to scale the wall into her home, only to trigger her cleverly placed traps, sustaining injuries from the mouse trap before making their hasty retreat. These traps were procured from the logistics department, designed specifically to eliminate the cunning sharp-nosed rodents, featuring long and pointed teeth to ensure a swift and effective capture, even when encased in thick clothing. A person ensnared by such a trap would undoubtedly suffer significant harm. After concealing the exposed trap, Xia Xiaoman proceeded to bury several sharp spikes in the snow close to the ice wall. To ensure their stability, she poured water beneath the spikes, allowing it to freeze solidly, thus securing them firmly in place. In addition to the spikes, she also arranged several inferior quality forks and knives in neat rows throughout the yard. Anyone attempting to breach the wall without permission would surely find themselves impaled by these sharp implements. With the traps meticulously set, Xia Xiaoman returned indoors to boil a pot of water for a foot soak, seeking warmth before retreating into her cozy bed for the night. Upon awakening the next day, she practiced the plum blossom dual knives 5 times before turning her attention to breakfast. A fervent admirer of carbohydrates, she prepared a delicious dish of noodles with minced meat and shiitake mushrooms. After cooking the alkaline noodles in boiling water, she combined them with the canned mixture, adding a splash of the noodle water and a spoonful of chili for an invigorating flavor. The noodles were both appetizing and satisfying. Finding the noodles too dry on their own, Xia Xiaoman also prepared a pot of frozen dumplings, enhancing them with a touch of vinegar and chili for a tangy kick. After enjoying her meal, she ventured down to the basement to check on the rabbits and chickens. The meat rabbits had multiplied swiftly, yielding a total of 28 offspring alongside the original 4, resulting in 32 rabbits. However, only 6 were of sufficient size for consumption, the remainder still being mere kits with scant meat. Weighing one of the larger rabbits in her hands, she resolved to prepare a spicy rabbit dish that very day. Meanwhile, the 4 hens consistently laid an egg each day. Xia Xiaoman collected the 4 eggs and stowed them away, supplementing the hens' diet with some locusts. After tending to her livestock, she cleared the snow from the courtyard, ensuring her traps remained undisturbed. With the snow cleared, Xia Xiaoman returned to the living room to practice her boxing and shooting skills, only pausing when mealtime approached. Having spent nearly half a month since returning from Li Wei's home, her daily routine had settled into a comforting rhythm. She would rise early to practice her knife techniques, enjoy breakfast, clear snow to aid digestion, then exercise in the living room, followed by a 2-hour rest after lunch. Upon awakening, she would continue her training until dinner, after which she would entertain herself with puzzles. At times, Xia Xiaoman felt the pangs of solitude, reflecting on the length of time without conversing with others and wondering if she might eventually lose her ability to speak. Yet, for the most part, she relished the tranquility of her solitude. There were no pressures to work, no financial burdens weighing her down, no compulsion to study subjects she found unappealing, and no one to criticize or deride her for her modest means. She merely needed to remain at home, indulging in the pursuits she desired. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered after a mere fortnight by an unexpected knock at the door. Immersed in a puzzle upon the heated bed, Xia Xiaoman was startled by the sudden sound, nearly toppling the table in her fright. With a perplexed frown, she wondered who would be so idle as to knock on her door at such a late hour. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she swiftly donned her clothing and shoes before stepping outside. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by 2 familiar figures, one tall and one short. "What brings you here at this hour?" Fu Baiwei paused momentarily at her inquiry. "Is it night already?" "My apologies, I hadn't noticed. Outside, whether day or night, it all appears equally dark, rendering me unable to distinguish between them. Life in the sewer lacks clocks, and with such limited movement, everyone drifts through their days in a haze, losing track of time. When tired, we sleep. Upon waking, we eat. Once satisfied, we sit idly. And one could easily become dull-witted. It's already past 9 in the evening. Do come in." Xia Xiaoman stepped aside to allow Fu Baiwei and Wang Shijin entrance. As they entered the living room, Wang Shijin remarked upon seeing the unfinished puzzle on the table, "Your life appears quite pleasant. Still having the leisure to engage in puzzle games. I've been rather bored alone at home, so I sought a little distraction," Xia Xiaoman replied, moving to the stove to prepare 2 cups of hot water, which she placed before them. Fu Baiwei cradled the cup to warm her hands and said, "We came to get some fresh air and to share some good news with you. The authorities have established an indoor farm in the air raid shelter, and it's now operational, looking to recruit workers. Will you join?" Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. "A farm in the air raid shelter? When did this commence? How come I've heard nothing about it?" Establishing a farm under extreme weather conditions is no small feat even with adequate resources and manpower. It would take at least a month or 2 to set up. During this period, I had not heard a whisper about the shelter being transformed into a farm. I assumed it would serve as a garrison for high-ranking officials and troops. Fu Baiwei elucidated, the farm was initiated before the eternal night. It appears there were material shortages that hindered temperature control within the shelter, which delayed its completion. Until it was finished, the information was kept under wraps. I learned of this from Ayun a few days ago. She returned to work at the power station and told me that the authorities seized a set of heating equipment half a month ago, which includes over 100,000 meters of heating pipes. They finally installed and tested the equipment just a couple of days ago, deemed it satisfactory, and subsequently released the news to recruit workers. Half a month ago they confiscated heating equipment? Xia Xiaoman murmured. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked up to inquire. Where did the authorities acquire this heating equipment? Have you heard of the Dragon Society? Without waiting for Xia Xiaoman to respond, Wang Shijin continued. The Dragon Society operates discreetly but possesses strength surpassing that of any other gang. Once you provoke the Dragon Society, be prepared for its annihilation. Initially, I held great admiration for the president of the Dragon Society, who skillfully managed the organization and displayed formidable prowess. However, a fortnight ago, the Dragon Society was dismantled by unknown individuals, who also launched several flares to draw nearby patrol officers and military forces to their location. Upon arrival, these forces were taken aback to see numerous familiar high-ranking leaders fleeing from within, alongside many disheveled young individuals. Sensing something amiss, the military swiftly mobilized additional units for support and conducted a forcible search of the Dragon Society. Despite the Society's attempts at resistance, they were swiftly subdued by the military. It was only upon entering the inner sanctum of the Dragon Society that they discovered this so-called organization was merely a front for a group of hypocritical elites and their minions. Chapter 172. Resolutely refusing to be a wage slave for the fiery Wang Shijin, the knowledge that certain individuals exploit their positions for personal gain, indifferent to the plight of the common folk, ignites a seething rage, one that would compel him to unearth the ancestral lineage of such miscreants merely to exact retribution. He unleashed a torrent of invective directed at the Guanglong Society for a full 5 minutes before steering the conversation back to the farm. The authorities had confiscated several large generators, heating equipment, and hundreds of thousands of tons of coal from the Guanglong Society. With these provisions, the farm and power station could continue their construction efforts. Otherwise, in such harsh weather conditions, acquiring these materials might take an interminable amount of time. The number of individuals applying for positions at the farm was scant. It was rumored that the higher-ups initially had no intention of hiring, believing their own personnel could manage the farm adequately. However, they recognized that with the entire city trapped in the sewers and lacking occupation, madness would inevitably ensue. Thus, they released a few job openings to provide some semblance of purpose. Few were privy to this information. We learned of it through a friend in the military. Without such connections, one would be hard-pressed to secure an application slot. Do you wish to apply? Wang Shijin inquired, glancing at Xia Xiaoman. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoman shook her head, declaring, "No, I have no interest in farming." It was absurd, with her vast reserves of supplies. Why would she scramble to become a wage slave? She had cultivated enough crops in her youth, and now that she faced no hardships, it would be sheer folly to return to the fields. Seeing her resolute refusal, Fu Baiwei kindly urged, "Xiaoman, I understand you have stockpiled considerable resources, but we do not know how long the eternal night will persist. If you do not venture out to earn more supplies, you could find yourself with nothing but empty cupboards one day." Xia Xiaoman responded vaguely, "If I run out, I will find a way to earn more. After all, I can feed myself and my family. As long as I have hands and feet, I shall not starve." Fu Baiwei, undeterred, continued to persuade her. The working conditions at the farm are quite favorable. They have installed heating equipment to encourage plant growth. And working there means you won't have to endure the cold while earning wages. It is said that payment is made daily. One can receive a pound of grain and a pound of coal, along with 3 meals a day. The benefits are exceptional. Are you truly not interested? Not interested, Xia Xiaoman reiterated, shaking her head. Observing her stubbornness, Fu Baiwei could only sigh in resignation. Very well. If you choose not to go, I shall offer my slot to someone else. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman asked, "Are you not applying?" Wang Shijin interjected. "Fu Baiwei is not going. Her boyfriend is gone to work, and she must stay behind to tend to the home. I have resolved to apply and have entrusted Aunt Xing to watch over the house." Xia Xiaoman turned to Fu Baiwei and asked, "Your boyfriend is working now. Does that signify that power will soon be restored?" Fu Baiwei nodded. "Indeed, according to Ayun, the earliest we can expect power restoration is within half a month, and at most a month. However, the power will only extend to the sewers. The conditions above ground are too harsh for wiring, and any installations would likely be damaged by the cold. Although the power may only reach the sewers, it nonetheless fills the populace with anticipation. With electricity, the farm could easily resolve its plant lighting issues, and the sewers could be expanded with the aid of electrical power." Upon noticing that Xia Xiaoman did not go to apply for the farm job, Fu Baiwei returned with Wang Shijin. Before leaving, she implored Xia Xiaoman to lend her a jigsaw puzzle to pass the time. Xia Xiaoman handed over several completed puzzles, which she had already played with once. Reassembling them held little intrigue. After bidding farewell to her guests, Xia Xiaoman's life returned to its tranquil routine. One morning, as she awakened and opened her eyes, she lay in bed contemplating what to have for breakfast. After a moment's reflection, she recalled the long-forgotten delight of an egg pancake. She rose, dressed, tidied the heated bed, and retrieved a basin to wash. Methodically, she poured in flour, eggs, and water, stirring gently until a smooth batter emerged, which she set aside to ferment. During the fermentation process, Xia Xiaoman took out a large knife and practiced the plum blossom double knives 5 times as per her routine. Once her morning exercise concluded, she stirred the batter with a spoon, noting that it had risen sufficiently. She diced a bit of ham, added salt, and a small spoon of 5-spice powder. Blending it all together, she then heated oil in a pan and began to cook the pancakes. Hungry after her workout, her stomach growled impatiently. By the time she was preparing the second egg pancake, the first one had already been devoured. Eating while cooking, by the time she finished, not a single pancake remained on the plate. All had found their way into Xia Xiaoman's belly. Sated and refreshed, she proceeded to sweep the snow outside as was her custom. The temperature had risen slightly over the past few days, causing the snow on the rooftops to melt and drip, resulting in long icicles hanging precariously from the eaves. These icicles were long and sharp, and if not cleared promptly, they could fall and cause injury. Xia Xiaoman raised her shovel and knocked down the icicles, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief as each crystalline shard fell. Just as she was fully engrossed in her task, a sudden sharp crack echoed from the courtyard. Xia Xiaoman instantly halted her movements, turning to scrutinize the area with heightened alertness. After observing for a moment, she saw nothing stirring. Contemplating the sound, she set her shovel aside and retrieved a flashlight from her pocket, illuminating the courtyard in a sweeping motion. Finding not a single shadow nearby, she began to question whether she had imagined the noise. Yet, dismissing that thought as improbable, She picked up her shovel again to inspect the traps hidden in the yard. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoman froze in place. Near the wall, a mouse trap held a tuft of snow-white fur. The sound she had heard earlier must have been caused by this little creature. The unfortunate animal had been caught and pierced through by the trap. Its snowy coat now stained crimson. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback to discover that, even in the frigid winter, life continued to stir outside. Curiously, she prodded the white fur with her shovel. The creature's little paws twitched weakly before falling still. Unwilling to directly touch the unknown, she carefully scooped the white tuft, trap included, into her living room. Upon entering, the brighter light revealed more details, and as she poked at the white mass, she gasped in surprise. A rabbit? In such weather, how could a little white rabbit be outside? Xia Xiaoman was filled with perplexity. The rabbit was petite, yet boasted a luxuriously thick and smooth coat, resembling a pet rather than a wild creature, leaving her to wonder how it had ended up in the snowy landscape. Could it be that a pet has escaped from someone's home? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Xia Xiaoman promptly dismissed it. Considering the current circumstances, even if someone did have a pet rabbit, it would likely have become a roasted delicacy by now. It was improbable that it could be so well cared for. Yet, if it were not a pet rabbit, whence did this white rabbit emerge? How has it managed to survive in this frigid eternal night? Chapter 173. The white rabbit. Xia Xiaoman retrieved the rabbit from the mousetrap, weighing it to find it less than half a kilogram. However, the rabbit's fur was exceedingly thick, appearing to be 3 times denser than that of the meat rabbits she raised. The ears of the white rabbit were notably different from those of ordinary rabbits, being both broader and shorter. Its limbs were also shorter than those of typical rabbits. Yet its teeth were comparatively larger. After studying the white rabbit for a while, Xia Xiaoman decided to dispose of it in her space once it had completely succumbed, as she had no intention of consuming anything of unknown origin until she could ascertain its absolute safety. Having secured the rabbit, Xia Xiaoman returned to sweeping the snow in the courtyard. Suddenly, a white shadow darted past her. Before she could clearly discern it, the figure vanished without a trace. Suspecting it might be another white rabbit, she activated her spotlight and searched the yard meticulously, but to no avail. Just as she was about to concede defeat, another white shadow flitted by. Xia Xiaoman hastily aimed her light in pursuit of the rabbit, but it dashed away too swiftly, its fur as white as snow, rendering it nearly undetectable when it lay motionless in the snow. For 2 hours, she pursued the elusive creature, growing increasingly exhausted. Each time she neared the brink of surrender, the wretched rabbit would leap and create a sound, luring her into the chase once more. After a lengthy pursuit, panting and fatigued, she realized that her carefully laid traps in the courtyard had been thoroughly disrupted. As lunchtime approached, Xia Xiaoman finally abandoned her quest for the rabbit, resetting the traps in the yard before returning home to the basement to capture a meat rabbit for roasting. If she could not catch the wild rabbit, surely she could catch a domesticated one. Grasping the meat rabbit by its ears, she cruelly remarked, "My dear little one, do not blame me. It is your errant relative who evaded me for so long, preventing me from even touching a single hair. I have no choice but to vent my frustration on you." The struggling meat rabbit seemed to protest. "You think yourself so noble, so remarkable, yet you are outsmarted by the wild rabbit. So let us take our grievances out on this unfortunate rabbit." After a hearty meal and a restorative nap, Xia Xiaoman intended to practice her martial skills. But her growing frustration only intensified. How could it be that she, who had been able to fell wild rabbits with a flying axe at the tender age of 10, now found herself unable to catch a rabbit in the eternal night? With her mind restless, she abandoned the practice, donned her gear, and ventured out once more to pursue the rabbits. Today, she vowed, she would not bear the name Xia Xiaoman unless she captured that frolicking wild rabbit. To facilitate her hunt, Xia Xiaoman equipped herself with a searchlight on her head and a spotlight in hand, while 2 large lamps hung at the entrance. Fully armed, she swung her broom to clear the snow, ensuring the rabbits would not remain still and feign death. After painstakingly probing the yard for over 10 minutes, a fleeting white shadow caught her eye, prompting her to direct her spotlight towards it. At last, she beheld the true visage of the elusive rabbit. The creature remained motionless, easily mistaken for a mere clump of snow if one did not look closely. Cautiously, Xia Xiaoman set aside her broom and drew a small knife, poised to strike. Yet, just as she was about to release it, the rabbit sprang away. By the time she redirected the light to pursue its form, the rabbit had vanished from sight. Frustrated, Xia Xiaoman cursed under her breath and resumed her search for the rabbit. After encountering the rabbit several times, she seemed to have discerned the speed of the white rabbit. In the absence of light, this rabbit could outpace even a cheetah, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. However, once illuminated, its speed diminished, rendering it comparable to an ordinary hare. Recognizing this, Xia Xiaoman hung several large lights in the courtyard, transforming it into a realm of brightness. Starkly visible against the enveloping darkness, Not long after the lights were installed, Xia Xiaoman spotted a white rabbit. The creature appeared distressed by the intense glare, seeking refuge in the shadows but finding no suitable dark corner. While the rabbit hesitated, Xia Xiaoman gripped her small knife, poised to throw it. Just then, an unfamiliar voice broke the silence. "Hey, you finally decided to come out." Startled by the voice, the rabbit leapt away, disappearing without a trace. Xia Xiaoman's expression darkened as she witnessed her opportunity slip away, and she coldly queried, "What do you want?" The newcomer was none other than the young master from Villa 16, who had sought medicine from Xia Xiaoman some time ago. With a look of indignation, he retorted, "How dare you ask me that? Do you have any idea that because you refused to lend me the medicine, my parents have died, and I've been forced to live in the sewers?" Recalling his recent life in the sewers, the young master felt a wave of despair. Arriving too late, he found no decent spot left. He had no choice but to settle next to the restroom. For the past few weeks, he had been enduring the stench, feeling as if he were drowning in filth. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Over half a month ago, I came to confront you and accidentally stepped on the mousetrap you left in your courtyard, injuring my foot. It took me half a month to recover enough to walk. You were the cause of my parents' demise and my injury. What do you expect me to say?" Xia Xiaoman paused, comprehending each word, yet struggling to grasp their combined meaning. How could she be responsible for his parents' death or his injury? What connection did his parents' demise have with her? Why should she bear the consequences of his unwarranted intrusion into her home and his subsequent injury from the trap? How can it not be related? The young master argued vehemently. "If you had lent me the medicine back then, my parents would still be alive, and I wouldn't have had to confront you. Had I not confronted you, the young master glanced back at her with a look of disdain, letting out a contemptuous hum before striding confidently inside. Xia Xiaoman's gaze turned icy as she swiftly drew two small daggers and hurled them simultaneously. The young master felt a sudden chill in his knees, followed by an excruciating pain, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Chapter 174. The ferocious rabbit. Xia Xiaoman approached the young master, her expression impassive as she extracted the knife embedded in his knee. "Ah, no, please don't kill me. Murder is against the law. You can't kill me." The fool, coddled by his parents for years, finally realized he had provoked someone he should not have, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Xia Xiaoman. With a cold smirk, Xia Xiaoman retorted, "Law? What law? I merely encountered an intruder violating my home. In the face of danger, I acted in self-defense. Even if a judge were present, they would only deem my actions excessive self-defense. Moreover, is there even a judge around?" Ignoring the young master's heart-wrenching cries, she seized one of his legs and began dragging him outside. "Ah, let me go? I was wrong. Mommy, save me. Dad, help," the young master wailed, clawing at the ground with his hands. Yet, Xia Xiaoman's strength was formidable. Despite his skin breaking from the effort, he could not prevent her from pulling him away. Xia Xiaoman had no intention of killing him. The fool had caused her no significant harm beyond his evident lack of intelligence. She was not a bloodthirsty killer, eager to plunge a knife into anyone she encountered. After discarding the young master by the roadside, she returned to her task of capturing the white rabbit. Just as she took a few steps, a horrifying scream erupted from behind her. Xia Xiaoman paused, turning to shine her flashlight towards the source of the commotion. To her astonishment, the man was thrashing about, desperately slapping at his neck. And upon his neck rested a white rabbit. Xia Xiaoman watched in disbelief as the rabbit, weighing less than 2 pounds, viciously gnawed at the man's throat. In mere moments, it had bitten away a substantial chunk of flesh. Blood splattered across the rabbit, transforming it into a vivid crimson creature. A shiver ran down Xia Xiaoman's spine, compelling her to involuntarily retract her neck. This was no ordinary rabbit, it was a beast of carnage. Realizing the danger posed by this rabbit, Xia Xiaoman became even more resolute in her mission to capture the rabbits in her yard. She also planned to seal off the entry points to prevent any further incursions. If she wished to leave, she could always scale the wall, though it might be tedious. It was far preferable to the prospect of being bitten to death by a rabbit in the dead of night. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman began fortifying the entrance with ice bricks, dedicating 2 hours to this task. Subsequently, she meticulously inspected the perimeter with her flashlight, ensuring no burrows had been dug by the rabbits before feeling a slight sense of relief. After her inspection, she retrieved several flashlights from her space and hung them along the wall, placing one every 2 meters to illuminate the entire yard. Armed with a small knife, she remained prepared to strike at the rabbits. Surrounded by light, the white rabbits had nowhere to conceal themselves. They hopped about in a frenzy, eventually seeking refuge in the shadows beneath the eaves. In the absence of snow there, the stark contrast of the white rabbit against the darkened area was unmistakable. Xia Xiaoman quickly spotted its hiding place and hurled her flying knife. In the next moment, the rabbit collapsed, its legs kicking in a futile struggle. Having dealt with the white rabbit, Xia Xiaoman exhaled in relief, intending to approach and ensure the creature was utterly defeated. However, just as she took a couple of steps, another white rabbit emerged from beneath the eaves. The white rabbit seemed to have caught a whiff of blood, leaping directly to the side of the injured rabbit. Just as Xia Xiaoman believed that the rabbit emerging from behind intended to rescue its wounded counterpart, the white rabbit tilted its head, opened its mouth, and sank its teeth into the injured rabbit, swiftly tearing away a chunk of flesh and indulging in its feast. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, appalled by the sheer brutality of the scene. If anyone were to claim that the white rabbit was adorable, she would vividly recount this gruesome spectacle of cannibalism to broaden their perspective. With a swift motion, she dispatched the other rabbit as well. And after searching the yard to ensure that not a single rabbit remained, she retrieved the lamp hanging on the wall. After a long day of toil, she had squandered her time for practicing her martial skills. She continued her training in the living room until 8 in the evening before preparing dinner. Feeling too lethargic to spend time cooking, she resorted to boiling 2 packets of turkey noodles for her meal. Once the noodles were cooked and mixed with the sauce, she added a generous squirt of ketchup, which was her favorite combination. With a hearty appetite, 2 packets of noodles only satisfied her partially, prompting her to fry 2 hot dogs, 2 eggs, and 12 dumplings. When she took out the frozen dumplings, she noticed the stock in her space was dwindling, reminding herself to set aside time to make more and store them away. After dinner, Xia Xiaoman went to the basement to add several honeycomb coals to the fireplace, ensuring that the rabbits and chickens would not freeze. Returning to the living room, she pulled out a puzzle to pass the time. By 11 o'clock, she went to bed punctually. The next day, the wind was rather strong, accompanied by a few snowflakes. Early in the morning, Xia Xiaoman donned a storm cap and wrapped a scarf around her neck as she swept the snow in the biting wind. While diligently clearing the snow, she caught a glimpse of a white figure in her peripheral vision. Turning around, she found only the freshly fallen snow on the ground. Having witnessed the white rabbit's ferocity the previous day, she dared not entertain any notions of luck. She promptly fetched a powerful flashlight from her space and hung it on the wall. The wind and snow were fierce, causing the lamp to sway chaotically as soon as it was hung. Unfazed, Xia Xiaoman secured all the lamps and picked up her tools to meticulously search for the rabbit's whereabouts. It was utterly perplexing. The ice wall she had built stood 2 meters high. How could the rabbit have entered from such a corner? She inspected the base of the wall but found no rabbit hole. Surely, it could not have fallen from the sky? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a white figure descended from above, landing steadily before Xia Xiaoman. The white rabbit remained crouched for a moment, then rose to sniff the air, setting its sights on the direction of the villa before leaping forward. Realizing the situation, Xia Xiaoman drew her axe and hurled it. The rabbit moved slowly under the bright light, and, in the blink of an eye, was struck, collapsing to the ground with blood gushing forth. The other 4 white rabbits hidden in the yard, drawn by the scent of blood, converged and swiftly devoured the injured rabbit. Seizing the opportunity while they indulged in their feast, Xia Xiaoman threw her knife, slaying all 4 rabbits. The metallic scent of blood wafted away with the cold wind. And just as she was about to collect the fallen rabbits, she spotted another rabbit bounding into the yard, drawn by the aroma. Xia Xiaoman's eyes twitched. This seemingly small rabbit possessed astonishing leaping abilities, effortlessly vaulting over a 2-meter-tall wall. After swiftly dealing with the white rabbit that had just entered the courtyard, Xia Xiaoman promptly stored its body in her space, keen to prevent attracting more rabbits, ensuring that not a single white rabbit remained in the yard. She began to boil snow water to create ice bricks, intending to raise the wall by another meter. She was determined to see if this little creature could indeed leap over a 3-meter-high barrier. Chapter 175. Secondary cooling. Raising the height of the wall by 1 meter sounds simple, yet the execution proves to be somewhat challenging. Xia Xiaoman must first freeze a substantial block of ice using storage boxes, then carry the ice brick up the stairs to place it atop the wall, followed by pouring warm water to bind the ice brick with the wall. To elevate the entire wall by a meter, she needs to repeat this process hundreds of times. While the other tasks are manageable, the act of lugging the ice brick up the stairs is particularly troublesome, as a moment's inattention could lead to a slip. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoman possesses considerable strength. Under normal circumstances, one would require at least 2 assistants for such a task. In recent days, the wind has been rather strong. Xia Xiaoman dons a bandit hat and layers it with a helmet to protect her face from frostbite. After detaching the frozen ice brick from its mold, she hoists it and ascends the ladder. Just as she reaches the top, a fierce gust of wind sweeps through, sending both her and the ladder crashing to the ground. In that fleeting moment of descent, she relinquishes her grip on the ladder, casting the ice brick aside and instinctively shielding her head as she falls. In the next instant, the ladder lands beside her, while the ice brick tumbles to her side. Thankfully, she has managed to avoid injury. As she rises, intent on assessing the situation, A sudden rush of wind snatches her helmet away. Xia Xiaoman feels a chill on her head and instinctively presses the hat back down, securing it tightly. The wind intensifies, and several times she is struck by snowflakes, cold and painful against her eyelids. Furrowing her brow, she speculates that a blizzard may be imminent. After stowing the ladder away, she braces herself against the fierce wind and rushes home to secure the doors and windows. Her prediction proves accurate. Within 10 minutes of returning indoors, the howling wind outside resembles the wails of tormented spirits, echoing as if 1,000 ghosts lament in her ears. The biting cold infiltrates through the crevices of the door, rendering Xia Xiaoman hesitant to remove her outer garments. The temperature within the room plummets, transforming the once comfortable space into a frigid chamber, as if the blizzard outside has seeped in. The windows and doors rattle violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. Xia Xiaoman adjusts her collar, hunching her neck as she murmurs, "Why does it feel even colder than the last drop in temperature? It has turned frigid so suddenly." She retrieves several wooden slats, nailing them over the doors and windows as she had done before, then affixing a layer of plastic sheeting to block the wind. By the time she completes this task, her face is turned pale from the cold, and her hands are beginning to show a bluish tint. Hastily, Xia Xiaoman removes her shoes and burrows into her warm bed for solace. As she lies on the heated Kong, her body gradually warms. Suddenly, a sharp sensation on her forehead jolts her. She reaches up to find a dampness. Curiously, she retrieves a flashlight to illuminate the ceiling, discovering a thin layer of frost that has formed unbeknownst to her. Above the Kong, where the warmth emanates, the frost has melted into droplets that begin to fall. Just as she contemplates whether to fetch a tool to wipe the ceiling dry, she observes the droplets above her coalescing into ice at a visible pace. Xia Xiaoman's eyes widen in disbelief. Before she can fully comprehend the situation, she senses the warmth from the Kong diminishing, with only the area closest to the fire retaining any heat. The changes around her signal a most unusual drop in temperature. Without the slightest hesitation, she clenched her teeth, donned her shoes, wrapped herself in a blanket, and dashed into the basement, securing the door behind her. Inside the basement, the rabbits and chickens huddled towards the fireplace. Had there been no cage separating them, she was certain these small creatures would have burrowed right into the hearth. She opened the fireplace and, using the tongs, placed a piece of glowing red coal into the basement's heated bed, followed by a few dry twigs and more coal. While waiting for the bed to warm, she took out plastic sheeting to seal the basement door, preventing the biting cold from seeping in through the cracks. The basement had ventilation pipes, so even with the door sealed, she was not overly concerned about the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. Once the door was secured, she felt her face turn pale from the cold, her body trembling uncontrollably. She had never experienced such frigid temperatures. As if she were trapped in the freezing compartment of a refrigerator, the chill penetrating her very bones. Her limbs felt stiff, as though she might freeze in place at any moment. The heated bed would not warm up quickly, and unable to endure the cold any longer, her teeth chattered incessantly. She retrieved several braziers from her supplies, igniting them and sitting close to their warmth until her rigid body gradually softened. Once her hands regained some mobility, she added a few more pieces of coal to the fireplace. With 3 braziers, 1 fireplace, and the heated bed, warmth began to permeate the basement, dispersing the cold. Feeling less frigid, she removed 2 braziers, leaving just one position between the rabbit and chicken cages. The severity of the cold surprised her, and she wondered if those working in the sewers could withstand the terrifying onslaught of this snowstorm. Having just endured the chill, she felt a pressing need to replenish her energy reserves, and noticing a particularly lethargic rabbit, she decided it would be her meal for the evening. Killing the rabbit in front of its companions felt inappropriate, so she turned her back to the cage and swiftly slit the rabbit's throat to let it bleed out. In such frigid conditions, nothing seemed more appealing than a hot pot. After cutting the rabbit into pieces and marinating them, she set up a metal rack over the brazier, then retrieved a pot from her supplies to prepare the hot pot. Once the pot was boiling, she added the rabbit meat to cook. The hot pot warmed her so much that beads of sweat formed on her brow, and she felt revitalized. Putting on her coat, she approached the basement door, wishing to acclimatize herself to the outside's bitter cold. As she opened the door just a crack, a gust of icy air rushed in. Holding a lantern, she illuminated the living room, only to find the fire in the heated bed had extinguished. Near the stove, a thick layer of frost had formed, likely due to the previous boiling of water. A shiver ran down her spine. Had she been living in the living room without the basement, she would surely have succumbed to the cold. After standing at the door for 2 minutes, braving the cold wind, she decisively surrendered. She recognized her limitations against the forces of nature and resolved to remain safely in the basement. As the snowstorm intensified, the doors and windows on both floors rattled violently against the fierce winds, even with wooden slats bracing them. Some gaps were so large that the plastic sheeting intended to block the wind had been torn apart, creating a cacophony of noise. The terrifying blizzard persisted for a full fortnight. Xia Xiaoman sensed that the howling winds outside were gradually subsiding and, donning her heavy attire, cautiously opened the door to the basement. Chapter 176, surrounded by snow. Upon opening the door, Xia Xiaoman was taken aback by the scene that greeted her in the living room. The front door had been forcefully blown open by the wind, allowing snow to cascade into the room. One of the windows, along with a section of the wall that she had subsequently barricaded, had collapsed, completely blocking the gaping hole with a blanket of pristine white snow. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all encrusted with frost, and icicles hung precariously from the staircase leading down from the second floor, where the biting cold draft could still be felt, wrapping the blanket tightly around her. Xia Xiaoman gingerly ascended to the second floor. All the windows on the upper level had been blown out by the wind, resulting in a thick layer of snow accumulating indoors. As she stepped onto it, the snow crunched beneath her feet. Xia Xiaoman slowly approached the window to peer outside. The wind continued to howl, though it was not as fierce as before, and no new snow was falling. Looking down, she noted that the snow in the yard had risen to about 10 centimeters below the windowsill of the second floor, completely submerging the ground floor. With such a considerable accumulation of snow, it was impossible to predict how long it would take to clear it away. Rubbing her somewhat numb cheeks, Xia Xiaoman stowed away the blanket and began to clear the snow indoors. Although the wind had not ceased, the temperature was relatively mild compared to the day the blizzard had struck. At least now, while clearing snow in the drafty room, she did not feel as if she were on the verge of freezing. After removing the snow from the attic and both floors, Xia Xiaoman returned to the basement to warm herself by the fire. Once her hands and feet had regained some warmth, she returned to the living room to board up the broken windows and doors with wooden planks, then lit the fire in the hearth to dispel the chill within. Having tidied up both the first and second floors, Xia Xiaoman resolved to move back into the living room. In a couple of days, when the wind had subsided, she would venture out to clear the snow. It was imperative to acclimate to the cold weather now, for she would need her strength when she eventually set about shoveling. Adding ample honeycomb coal to the hearth, she lay down on the warm bed, cocooned in 5 layers of blankets, and finally drifted into slumber. Creak, creak, creak. In the stillness of the night, even the slightest sound was amplified. Xia Xiaoman awoke abruptly to the eerie noise, her hand instinctively retrieving a gun from its concealed space within the blankets. Creak, creak. The sound persisted, seemingly emanating from the direction of the window. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, her mind swirling with questions. The entire ground floor was buried under snow. Who could possibly traverse the snow to pry open her window? Filled with curiosity, she donned her clothes with utmost care and cautiously approached the source of the noise. The sound appeared to be coming from the upper edge of the window she had boarded up with wooden planks. Straining her ears against the window, she discerned that something was amiss. Who would attempt to break into a window while continuously producing a creaking sound? It sounded as if something was gnawing at the wood. Suddenly standing upright, Xia Xiaoman's gaze fixed intently on the source of the sound. She realized what was making the noise. If she was not mistaken, it could very well be a ferocious white rabbit lurking outside. Xia Xiaoman removed her gloves and touched the source of the sound, confirming the location where the white rabbit had gnawed. After donning her gloves again, she retrieved the tang dao she had found at the Dragon Society. The blade was already sharpened to a razor's edge, glinting with a cold light as it was drawn. Unmistakably a rare and exquisite weapon. Gripping the tang dao tightly, her gaze sharpened as she swiftly unleashed the blade. In the next moment, the sword pierced through the window, and the creaking noise abruptly ceased. Withdrawing the blade, she noticed a few droplets of blood clinging to the tip. Xia Xiaoman cleaned the blade and stored it away, then proceeded to remove the wooden board, bringing the white rabbit, which had been punctured by the knife, into her space to prevent the scent of blood from attracting more rabbits. However, having dealt with the white rabbit did not bring her any relief. The villa was blanketed in snow, indicating that vulnerabilities surrounded the structure, allowing ferocious rabbits to infiltrate from multiple entry points. If she did not swiftly clear the snow from the yard, she feared that one day, while she slept, a vicious rabbit might deliver a fatal bite. The more she pondered, the less sleep she found, and ultimately, she decided against resting. She donned her clothes, resolved to begin clearing the snow that very day. Undeterred by the wind, which was not particularly strong at that moment, collecting the snow could not be done as one would with coal, for the snowflakes were adhered to one another. If she were to directly gather the snow into her space, it was highly likely that she would inadvertently remove all the snow from that area at once. Such an action would easily attract attention and lead to inquiries about her, as the space collected snow outward from her as the focal point. To avoid exposing her secret, she would have to shovel the snow first before transferring it into her space. After shoveling for 4 or 5 days, she had captured 18 rabbits. 5 of which had entered the house. She observed that these ferocious rabbits possessed a strong inclination to burrow into the basement, presumably drawn by the scent of food. On the 6th day of snow shoveling, Xia Xiaoman's mental state began to fray. It was not the shoveling that exhausted her, but rather the construction of walls that proved futile. The walls she had built had completely collapsed. A full circle of walls, save for the 2 layers of ice bricks connected to the ground, lay in ruins. Xia Xiaoman felt overwhelmed. The initial construction of that wall had taken her half a month, aided only occasionally by Wang Shijin and Fu Baiwei, which had quickened her progress. Now, with the walls demolished, she would need to rebuild them a meter higher, leaving her uncertain of when she could restore them. As she vented her frustrations, cursing the heavens while shoveling snow in agitation, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. In an instant, a white figure shot away from her. Gripping her chest tightly, she turned her gaze toward where the white figure landed, revealing a white rabbit, bleeding from all 7 orifices. This scene was reminiscent of a moment when she had first acquired her space. The space was unable to contain living creatures, should one be inadvertently collected. It would be expelled, often resulting in severe injury due to the pressure. In a moment of ignorance, she had once gathered a wild chicken into her space, only for it to be ejected immediately, bleeding profusely, while she too suffered a painful consequence that lingered for nearly a week. Rubbing her aching chest, her complexion paled. The white rabbit must have been inadvertently collected along with the snow she had shoveled moments earlier. The intense, throbbing pain in her chest made it somewhat difficult for her to breathe. Xia Xiaoman leaned against the wall and slowly made her way back to the living room, sitting on the heated brick bed to recuperate for a while before she regained her composure. Truly, she was beset by misfortune. The collapse of the surrounding wall was bad enough, yet she had also sustained internal injuries. The pain persisted for 3 days before gradually subsiding. Only when she felt a decrease in discomfort did she venture outside to continue clearing the accumulated snow. This time, she was cautious, ensuring that each shovelful of snow was scrutinized for any lurking ferocious rabbits. Only after confirming that not a single creature was present did she proceed to gather the snow into her storage space. After 7 or 8 days of diligent effort, she finally cleared the snow from the courtyard, even extending her efforts to the 3-meter-wide area beyond the gate to prevent the vicious rabbits from leaping over the wall. Once the snow was cleared, Xia Xiaoman began crafting ice bricks to rebuild the wall. The previous ice bricks were either shattered or stuck together, rendering them unusable, necessitating the creation of new ones. In her eagerness to expedite the wall's construction, she even fashioned an additional storage box of the same size to assist in producing ice bricks. Just as she was demolding the bricks, a distant rumbling sound caught her attention. Xia Xiaoman stood on her tiptoes to gaze into the distance, where all she could see was a wall of snow. Realizing her height limitation, she hurried upstairs to get a better view. To her surprise, she spotted a snowplow slowly making its way through the snowy expanse. Chapter 177. The snowplow's arrival. The snowplow approached slowly, its operators skillfully maneuvering the vehicle as the blade descended, brushing close to the ground. With each advance, the blade swiftly gathered a substantial amount of snow, casting it aside. The snow accumulated like miniature mountains, piled higher and higher by the relentless machine. In no time, the road, once veiled beneath a thick blanket of snow, began to reveal its dark asphalt surface. Observing this, Xia Xiaoman took out a bright flashlight and flashed it towards the snowplow. The driver, noticing the light, turned the vehicle in her direction. Although the snowplow moved at a leisurely pace, covering a mere few hundred meters took nearly 40 minutes as it cleared the snow while progressing forward. The driver speculated whether someone was trapped indoors by the snow, but upon closer inspection, he found the homeowner had already cleared the yard. He opened the window and inquired, "What did you call me here for?" Xia Xiaoman hurried to the yard, tossing a cigarette to him. "Big brother, could you help clear the snow? Please remove all snow within a 10-meter radius from my house." She felt slightly uneasy about the 5-meter distance, recalling the ferocious rabbit that had once leapt over a 2-meter wall. She doubted that such a creature wouldn't be able to jump 5 meters as well. Thus, she insisted on a 10-meter clearance, determined that the menacing rabbit could not possibly fly. The driver accepted the cigarette, perplexed. "Why are you cleaning up the area so thoroughly? In a couple of days, when it snows again, it will be the same." He added, "I'll just clear a path for you." Xia Xiaoman smiled, though her eyes did not reflect her amusement. "Big brother, I really dislike being surrounded by snow. Please help me clear it out, and once it's done, I'll reward you with a fine cigarette." The driver, intrigued by her offer, feigned reluctance before conceding. "All right then. But remember, once I finish, you owe me another cigarette." Xia Xiaoman nodded earnestly, and the driver proceeded to clear the snow. While he worked, she continued to construct a wall of ice bricks. Perhaps due to the presence of the snowplow, she was fortunate not to encounter the ferocious rabbit that day, allowing her to focus entirely on her task. After about 2 hours, The driver returned with the snowplow. Hey, it's all cleared. Come out and see if there are any issues. Xia Xiaoman stood atop her ice bricks, surveying the surroundings. Satisfied that the area was free of snow, she smiled and said, Thank you so much, big brother. You can go back to what you were doing now. The driver remained still. You haven't given me the cigarette yet, Xia Xiaoman replied. Haven't I already handed you one? The driver paused, bewildered. When did you give it to me? I gave it to you at the start. That cigarette is still in your vehicle. The driver's demeanor shifted, his displeasure evident. I say, young lady, how can you be so inconsiderate? We had an agreement that I would clear the snow. And you would give me another cigarette. Big brother, she countered. I meant after you finished the snow clearing. Look, isn't there already a cigarette right there in your vehicle? The driver realized she was playing a word game with him. You little rascal, after I toiled for 2 hours, you think a single cigarette is a fair trade? But that's not how one should conduct oneself. With that, the driver turned the vehicle back towards Xia Xiaoman. With a cold smirk, Xia Xiaoman withdrew a handgun from her pocket and aimed it at the driver's head. Why don't you enlighten me on how one ought to conduct oneself? The driver, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the firearm, stiffened his face and replied, Forget it, consider it my good deed for the day. Before he finished speaking, he hastily turned the steering wheel, steering the car away into the distance. After a safe distance had been put between them, the driver muttered to himself, cursing under his breath, What a stroke of bad luck. I thought I could earn a little extra today, but who would have guessed that girl had a gun? He resolved that in the future, when beckoned by others, he would first observe the situation. If the individual appeared easy to intimidate, he would demand a higher price to avoid being ensnared in verbal tricks. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman, seeing the driver retreat, holstered her gun and resumed her task of stacking ice blocks. Had it not been for the fact that this individual was affiliated with the authorities, killing him would have posed fewer complications. She could have easily dispatched him when he attempted to run her over, thereby acquiring a snowplow in the process. This snowplow had been borrowed from the north by Floating City, which, situated in the south, had not experienced snowfall of such magnitude in a century, less lacking even a single snowplow. Following the first blizzard, Floating City sent personnel north to borrow 10 snowplows. After a hurried journey, they managed to return just before the onset of the second storm. In addition to the 10 borrowed snowplows, Floating City had also constructed a few makeshift ones. Although these were not as efficient as the genuine article, they could still clear paths of accumulated snow. With the snowplows in operation, several passable roads had been established in the Watermoon Bay area within a few days. Xia Xiaoman, sequestered in her home, remained oblivious to the world outside, her sole focus being the construction of ice walls. Occasionally, she would freeze some ice blocks for her own consumption or prepare warm water from melted snow for future needs. The outdoor temperature had plummeted significantly, estimated to be at least minus 60 to 70 degrees. During the blizzard, it had dipped even lower, reaching over minus 90 or even 100 degrees, as evidenced by the frost forming indoors. The extreme cold left her perpetually fatigued and hungry. After a brief stint of wall building, she often found herself drained, with her stomach growling in protest. To satiate her hunger, she had ceased her evening puzzle sessions and turned her attention to cooking various dishes. For instance, she would prepare braised beef noodles by boiling alkaline noodles, letting them drain, then simmering canned beef in water until the flavors melted. Once ready, she would mix the noodles in and portion them out, ready to be enjoyed whenever hunger struck. In the depths of winter, such hearty meals were essential. After tiring from her labor, Xia Xiaoman paused to catch her breath and entered her space, contemplating what to eat next to replenish her strength. Hurry up. Over here. Keep up. A voice abruptly shattered her thoughts. Looking up ahead, she saw several figures, bundled tightly, indistinguishable in gender, approaching her with flashlights in one hand and makeshift weapons in the other. Xia Xiaoman's expression turned icy as she brandished her axe, glaring at the advancing group. It seemed she had not antagonized anyone recently. Where had these individuals emerged from? Could it be that the snowplow driver, feeling disgruntled after pondering for several days, has returned with companions to stir up trouble? As I contemplated this, I suddenly witnessed one individual thrusting a fork forcefully into the snow, while another nearby shouted in excitement, "You're too slow. It has dashed over there. Hurry, hurry. Don't let it escape." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a white figure leaped into the air, landing directly in front of Xia Xiaoman. Reacting instinctively, she swung an axe, striking down a ferocious rabbit. Chapter 178. The origin of the steel-toothed rabbit. Upon witnessing the brutal demise of the savage rabbit beneath the axe, Xia Xiaoman finally realized her misunderstanding. The individuals who had pursued her glanced at the house behind her, then at the axe embedded in the rabbit's head, and, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Xia Xiaoman?" Xia Xiaoman, bundled up tightly and donning a bandit hat, was scarcely recognizable to those unfamiliar with her. You are. One of them pulled down his windproof mask. "It's me, Gu Qinfeng, during our last contest, you nearly incapacitated me. Recognition dawned upon her during an exceptionally hot period. The patrolling team frequently sought her out for sparring, and Gu Qinfeng was among them. He was the most formidable opponent she had faced, tall and robust. He had overpowered her, prompting her to resort to a desperate move. Feeling a bit awkward, Xia Xiaoman tugged at her hat. Ah, it's you. Were you just chasing this rabbit? Gu Qinfeng nodded. However, you have slain the rabbit, so you may take it with you. He then cast a glance at the house behind her. Are you still living alone? Xia Xiaoman affirmed. I have grown accustomed to living alone. As soon as she spoke, the individuals behind Gu Qinfeng exchanged glances. Xia Xiaoman, seemingly oblivious, asked, This rabbit hardly has any meat. Why exert such effort to capture it? Gu Qinfeng appeared taken aback. You are not aware? While the flesh of these rabbits is meager, their pelts are remarkably thick. Garments crafted from these skins provide superior warmth compared to typical mink fur. Surviving in temperatures plunging to -70 or 80 degrees, these savage rabbits undeniably possess certain capabilities. They can sense impending blizzards and, prior to their arrival, burrow into snow caves to evade the storm. Their dense fur serves as the quintessential defense against the cold. For the humans presently ensconced in eternal night, the pelts of these savage rabbits represent a vital resource. At the trading post, rabbit skins and meat are both accepted. An intact, undamaged rabbit pelt can be exchanged for 5 blocks of honeycomb coal, while a whole rabbit carcass can be traded for 3 blocks. Xia Xiaoman considered Gu Qinfeng's words and nodded thoughtfully. 1 rabbit can be exchanged for 8 blocks of honeycomb coal, sufficient for a family to cook for a day. No wonder such effort is expended to capture them. But how much can a live rabbit yield? Gu Qinfeng responded. An unprocessed rabbit can only be traded for 7 blocks of honeycomb coal. Xia Xiaoman frowned. Isn't a living rabbit worth more than a dead one? It would be better to keep them for breeding. Gu Qinfeng shook his head. These rabbits are exceedingly savage, with particularly sharp teeth. Even when confined in iron cages, they can gnaw through the metal to escape. Moreover, they cannot be kept together unless for mating. Otherwise, they will turn on each other in a frenzy of violence. The authorities have attempted to breed these rabbits multiple times, but all efforts have been in vain, leading to the abandonment of their breeding program. Xia Xiaoman recalled the harrowing scene she had witnessed, where a group of ferocious rabbits had devoured an injured companion in the blink of an eye. She inquired, What species are these rabbits? How could so many suddenly emerge? It was rumored that they were a mutated new breed of wild hare. Mutation? Xia furrowed her brows. Is it a result of environmental factors? Gu Qinfeng pondered for a moment before responding. Rather than mutation, it would be more accurate to describe it as evolution. I have heard that these wild hares, during periods of drought, took refuge underground, rarely emerging except at night, subsisting on roots and grasses. Prolonged darkness, coupled with variations in geomagnetism, accelerated their evolutionary process, allowing them to adapt swiftly to a life in obscurity. It is likely that with the advent of perpetual night, these hares sensed an impending severe drop in temperature, compelling them to shed their gray fur in favor of soft, white, long hair. However, some assert that the geomagnetic fluctuations have resulted in the emergence of albino hares. All these white rabbits are afflicted with albinism. Without empirical experiments, all claims remain mere conjecture. Subject to the scrutiny of facts and reason, the authorities have designated these rabbits as steel-toothed hares. Their reproductive rate is astonishing, with a gestation period of merely 20 days, yielding between 8 to 16 offspring at a time. Furthermore, steel-toothed hares exhibit a fervent inclination towards reproduction after giving birth. The female emits a distinctive scent that attracts nearby males. The males, drawn by the aroma, approach the females to mate. A process that continues until the female is pregnant once more, at which point the scent dissipates. The female's capacity for reproduction is equally remarkable, often able to conceive again just an hour after giving birth. In addition, the growth rate of steel-toothed hares is nothing short of phenomenal. They can survive independently just 15 days post-birth. This terrifying reproductive capability is what allows them to thrive so abundantly in the streets. Xia Xiaoman felt a pang of frustration. After nurturing her domestic rabbits with care for nearly a year, she had only managed to raise a mere 30, many of which had perished. Meanwhile, these steel-toothed hares seemed to flourish effortlessly. Was she truly unfit for animal husbandry? We need to capture some steel-toothed hares, so I shall take my leave. Gu Qinfeng said, donning his mask in preparation to depart. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned back to say, I advise you against consuming the rabbit meat. Prior to the extreme cold, they fed on roots, but post-cold, they have resorted to various carcasses. Xia Xiaoman smiled slightly, saying, I understand. Thank you for the warning. No need for thanks. I will often be capturing rabbits in the neighborhood, so feel free to call upon me if you require assistance. With that, Gu Qinfeng departed. But not far, as he remained nearby, tracking the steel-toothed hares. While constructing the wall, Xia Xiaoman occasionally glanced up to see them, armed with flashlights, pursuing the hares. Whether it was her imagination or not, she couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Qinfeng and his companions frequently glanced her way during their hunt. In times of calamity and chaos, the hearts of men often change. Even decades-long friendships may falter when faced with the scarcity of resources, leading to potential betrayal. Her relationship with Gu Qinfeng could barely be described as an acquaintance. It is wholly understandable that he would set his sights on her. After all, she resides alone in a grand villa, making her appear to others as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, until the final moment, the distinction between prey and predator remains uncertain. Chapter 179. Temperatures beyond human survival. The pursuit of the steel-toothed rabbits was not solely undertaken by Gu Qinfeng and his companions. Others, too, emerged from their shelters, having acclimatized to the frigid climate, to hunt these elusive creatures. While constructing a wall, Xia Xiaoman observed several groups aimlessly chasing the rabbits. Some individuals employed lights to dazzle the steel-toothed rabbits, slowing their escape, while others, aware of the rabbit's sensitivity to the scent of blood, specifically procured freshly captured rabbits to draw the nearby ones for capture. Among these hunters were primarily the indigenous residents of Shuiwei Bay. They regarded Xia Xiaoman, laboring alone on her wall, without harboring any ill intentions. However, Xia Xiaoman was acutely aware that such superficial harmony could only endure for a limited time. Should a food crisis arise, or if security were to deteriorate due to a decline in property management capabilities, she and the other residents still residing in the villa area could face peril. As all eyes were drawn to the steel-toothed rabbits, the floating city was illuminated. One by one, lights flickered to life in the sewers, and long-installed exhaust fans roared into action. In the air-raid shelter farm, supplementary lights suddenly blazed, transforming the cavern into a scene reminiscent of daylight. With the power restored, officials promptly dispatched workers to commence excavation at designated sites to expand the sewer system. Meanwhile, another air raid shelter, cluttered with vehicle parts and various installation tools, also began its operations. Yet, none of this concerned Xia Xiaoman, who remained engrossed in her wall construction. As more and more people ventured out to hunt the steel-toothed rabbits, her sense of security waned. She needed to complete the wall swiftly and fill her yard with traps to feel safe within her home. However, progress was agonizingly slow when working alone. After much contemplation, Xia Xiaoman resolved to seek assistance. Entering the sewer, a pungent odor assaulted her senses, a mixture of foulness and a fishy scent. Following the directional signs, she encountered several households huddled around stoves, processing steel-toothed rabbits. The cramped space of the sewer was littered with entrails discarded by the roadside, emanating a strong stench. Furrowing her brow, Xia Xiaoman navigated through the narrow path and found Fu Baiwei, who was also engaged in processing the rabbits. Why are you also handling the rabbits? Did you catch these? Fu Baiwei, startled by the familiar voice, looked up abruptly. Ah, Xiaoman, what brings you down here? Planning to move into the sewers? Xia Xiaoman shook her head. No, I need your help to build a wall. I can offer 5 gen of grain a day, not including meals. Are you available? Fu Baiwei hesitated. Xiaoman, I'm sorry. I have to help others with their rabbits every day, so I can't leave. Xia Xiaoman paused. Helping others with their rabbits? Fu Baiwei nodded. Yes, I assist others with their rabbits. I earn 1 honeycomb coal for each rabbit. Normally, I can process around 15 a day. Xia Xiaoman thought for a moment. If you desire honeycomb coal, I can offer you 20 if you help me build the wall. As Fu Baiwei meticulously prepared the rabbits, she elucidated. One of my motivations for processing rabbits is to earn coal, and another is my desire to collect some rabbit fur to knit a sweater for Ion. However, processing rabbits entails more than merely slaughtering them. It requires the careful removal of the hide, followed by preliminary tanning and subsequently, the thorough cleansing of their entrails. Once these tasks are accomplished, the employer can exchange the rabbit meat and pelts for supplies at the trading post. During the tanning process, it is essential to comb the rabbit fur, as this will yield some of the naturally shed hairs. I collect these strands, dry them, and spin them into yarn, which will eventually be crafted into a sweater once I accumulate enough. With a sigh, Fu Baiwei continued, recently, we were nearly frozen to death during a blizzard. According to Sister Bing, who monitors the temperature, the outdoor quartz thermometer plummeted to a chilling -116 degrees. Can you fathom the implications of -116? In the depths of the polar ice caps, temperatures reach only -97, yet during that blizzard, the surface temperature sank to an astonishing -116 degrees Celsius, far beyond the limits of human survival. During those days, every inhabitant of the sewer had fires burning in braziers and stoves around the clock. The authorities distributed 20 pieces of coal daily to everyone. Ion and I huddled together, utilizing 1 stove and 2 braziers, barely able to feel any warmth. The sewer is not a completely sealed environment. To prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, multiple vents and flues are installed in each section. Therefore, even when sheltered underground, and despite a multitude of braziers ignited, it remains a challenge to raise the temperature. Many perished from the frost during that blizzard. Those who died suffered little. Their ordeal ended swiftly. The truly unfortunate were those who endured frostbite requiring amputation. Caught between life and death, they suffered immensely. Fu Baiwei's tone grew heavy, her former vivacity extinguished. Reflecting on Xia Xiaoman's visit, Fu Baiwei spoke again. If you require assistance in constructing a wall, I can recommend a few acquaintances of mine. They are all from the shooting team and possess good character. No need, I shall build it myself. Xia Xiaoman replied without a moment's hesitation, as she preferred not to invite unfamiliar individuals into her home. Noticing Fu Baiwei was occupied, Xia Xiaoman refrained from lingering, exchanging a few words before taking her leave. Fu Baiwei gazed down at her frostbitten hands, acknowledging Xia Xiaoman's departure with a few murmurs. Once Xia Xiaoman had distanced herself, Fu Baiwei lifted her gaze towards her retreating figure, a mixture of envy and jealousy flickering in her eyes. Amidst the turmoil of natural disasters and societal upheaval, she had exerted herself tirelessly. Why then did she continue to struggle so? It was deeply disheartening. Upon returning to the surface, Xia Xiaoman ambled towards her home. Just before reaching her doorstep, she heard a piercing scream emanating from her direction. Unfazed, she continued her slow approach, only drawing out 2 handguns as she neared her home. In the frigid weather, everyone is clad in thick garments. Under such circumstances, neither a broadsword nor a bow and arrow can offer any significant advantage. The optimal choice is to adapt to a handgun with formidable penetrating power. Upon reaching the threshold of my home, I beheld a figure writhing on the ground in anguish, covered entirely by steel-toothed rabbits. Nearby, Gu Qinfeng and several of his companions wielded sticks, attempting to drive the rabbits away from the unfortunate soul. Yet, for reasons unknown, the steel-toothed rabbits, seemingly frenzied, surged forth in relentless waves. In a matter of moments, the man's clothing was shredded to tatters, revealing his smooth skin. The next instant, that pristine skin was violently torn away by the rabbits, and warm, crimson blood gushed forth. Chapter 180. The insatiable greed. The relentless onslaught of the steel-toothed rabbits assailed the man on the ground, whose anguished cries echoed in despair. Gu Qinfeng and his companions rushed forward, desperate to fend off the marauding creatures, yet their efforts were futile. Before their makeshift weapons could connect, the rabbits had already torn away a substantial piece of flesh. Ah, Brother Gu, kill me. Please, I beg you, in my suffering. The man pleaded hopelessly, his voice tinged with desperation. Gu Qinfeng stood frozen, grappling with his hesitation as he drew his crossbow, aiming it at his fallen comrade. However, his finger lingered above the trigger, unable to pull it down. Suddenly, a steel-toothed rabbit seized the opportunity, leaping forth and sinking its teeth into the man's neck. He felt a sharp pain and instinctively raised his bloodied hands to clutch at the wound, crimson blood seeping through his fingers. Within moments, he breathed his last. Perhaps feeling the injustice of being slain by a rabbit, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth parted as if to utter a final word, yet time had slipped away, leaving him voiceless. Witnessing their companion fall prey to the rabbit, reduced to mere remnants, Gu Qinfeng and his companions stood powerless, their faces etched with profound sorrow. Eyes ablaze with anguish, Xia Xiaoman observed the unfolding tragedy with a cold gaze, a barely perceptible smirk gracing her lips. Suddenly, Gu Qinfeng turned sharply to glare at her, his voice laced with fury and grief. It's your fault. You are the one who caused his death. His words dripped with anger, as though he wished to consume Xia Xiaoman whole. With a derisive laugh, Xia Xiaoman replied, The traps I set were at the entrance of my home. Had you not trespassed, you would not have fallen victim. Blaming me for his demise is less accurate than attributing it to your own insatiable greed. Gu Qinfeng's expression darkened, his voice rising in indignation. Yes, I admit it was unethical to invade your home, but our intentions were merely to pilfer some supplies. We never intended to take a life. Is there truly a distinction between stealing supplies and taking a life? Do you believe that merely because you did not commit murder, you are somehow noble? Xia Xiaoman retorted scornfully. In this bitter cold, lacking provisions meant facing death by freezing or starvation. Supplies were synonymous with survival, thus, stealing from others equated to endangering their lives. She saw no fault in her rebuttal. Clenching his fists tightly, Gu Qinfeng seethed, You are right. Since stealing supplies is tantamount to murder, do not blame me. With that declaration, he raised his crossbow, aiming it at Xia Xiaoman, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Anticipating his move, Xia Xiaoman swiftly dodged to the side as he fired, her lips curling in mockery. The crossbow you wield is merely a replica crafted by old Luo from my original. If he were to discover that members of the patrol were using it against their own, he would undoubtedly emerge with a blade to slay you treacherous, hypocritical scoundrels. Gu Qinfeng, incensed by her taunts, bellowed for his companions to charge alongside him. With the line drawn, mercy was no longer an option today. It would be a fight to the death. Xia Xiaoman prepared to draw her pistol, ready to confront them one by one. Just as she was about to draw her pistol, a brilliant beam of light illuminated them. "Hey, what are you doing?" A deep voice echoed from behind. Xia Xiaoman swiftly withdrew her firearm and turned to face the source of the voice. Not far behind her, a snowmobile was parked at the roadside, occupied by 2 soldiers. The one in the rear seat held a flashlight in one hand and a handgun in the other. Observing that they had not taken further action, the soldier dismounted from the vehicle and inquired, "What just happened? Were you planning to engage in violence, or worse?" His piercing gaze fell upon Gu Qinfeng. Gu Qinfeng remained silent, but one of his subordinates spoke up. "Boss, this is a personal vendetta. This woman is responsible for the death of our brother, and we merely sought to vent our frustration." As he spoke, he gestured towards the nearby remains. The soldier's expression tightened as he noticed the bones gnawed upon by the steel-toothed rabbit in the snow. "Clarify the situation. What transpired, and what about that corpse?" The subordinate hesitated, glancing at Gu Qinfeng, uncertain whether to disclose their trespassing and theft of supplies. Xia Xiaoman, however, harbored no such reservations. "This house belongs to me. I stepped out to find someone and returned to discover these individuals attempting to rob me. I always set traps before leaving home to prevent my belongings from being stolen. The deceased unfortunate soul fell victim to one of my traps, which explains his current state." The soldier's lips twitched in disbelief. What sort of trap could reduce a living person to mere bones? Xia Xiaoman elucidated, "I placed a powder above the door. If someone forces entry, the sealed bag containing the powder is ruptured, scattering the contents onto the intruder. This powder is made from the dried innards of steel-toothed rabbits, which emit a foul odor. Once released, the surrounding steel-toothed rabbits are drawn to the scent and will attack any human present." She refrained from elaborating further. Yet all present understood the grim fate that befell those who came into contact with the powder. The soldier swallowed hard, contemplating the ruthlessness of her ingenious yet malicious trap. "Is this true? Do you have anything to add?" He directed his question to Gu Qinfeng and his group. They remained silent, having nothing to contest. Xia Xiaoman's account was devoid of fabrication. The soldier's expression darkened as he chastised the men. "You, a group of grown men, attempted to steal from a young girl's home. Don't you feel any shame? I feel embarrassed for you. You dare to trouble this young lady? Are you even worthy of being called men?" After reprimanding them, his tone shifted as he pointed at the skeletal remains. "And you, too. One should leave room for future encounters. While their attempt to rob you is certainly wrong, your actions were excessively harsh. Look at what has become of a living person. Can you sleep soundly at night?" Xia Xiaoman glanced at the remains on the ground. She could indeed sleep, but not peacefully. Before her loomed the steel-toothed rabbit, and behind her lingered several adversaries, including Gu Qinfeng, whose grievances remained unresolved. As long as the wall remained unconstructed, a peaceful night's rest would be a distant dream. Incidents of burglary were commonplace during times of frequent calamity, and Binggu had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Xia Xiaoman's actions were merely a case of excessive self-defense. A few words of admonition would suffice. Although one of Gu Qinfeng's group had perished, it was, to put it bluntly, a consequence of their own making. The loss of a companion could not absolve them of their misdeeds. Binggu apprehended Gu Qinfeng and his associates, taking them away for re-education. Before departing, he once again cautioned Xia Xiaoman to tread carefully and avoid igniting her own downfall. Xia Xiaoman responded with a perfunctory acknowledgement. But once Binggu and his men had left, she returned home to construct several more traps. The looks in Gu Qinfeng's eyes remained etched in her memory, those gazes that seemed poised to rend her apart. It was evident they would seek vengeance. If she did not set more traps, she knew she would truly find no peace in her slumber that night. Chapter 181. Birds soaring in the sky. Gu Qinfeng and her companions were uncertain how long they would be subjected to forced labor. Before their release, it was imperative for her to hastily construct the surrounding wall. Xia Xiaoman shortened her rest time, rising at 6 in the morning to eat, and by 6:30, she had finished feeding the livestock. She began shoveling snow to melt for water and freeze into ice bricks. By around 7, although the ice bricks had yet to fully solidify, a thick layer of ice had already formed outside. With careful consideration to avoid damaging the ice layer, she could extract the ice bricks to stack them for the wall. Around 10, a snack was necessary, for without it, one would grow hungry and weak. Lunch was at 12, followed by an hour's rest before resuming work. At 3 in the afternoon, another snack was taken, continuing until dinner at 6. After dinner, she rested for half an hour before resuming the wall construction until 9:30. At 9:30, work ceased, and she indulged in a late-night snack before retiring to bed promptly at 10:20. Over the course of several days, Xia Xiaoman felt her biceps grow considerably stronger. Though delivering a punch strong enough to fell a cow was somewhat arduous, she could easily dispatch an adult hunting dog. After laboring diligently for more than half a month, the wall was finally completed. As before, there was no gate. Anyone wishing to exit would need to scale the wall. While this posed some inconvenience, it was undoubtedly safer than leaving an entrance. During this time, the number of steel-toothed rabbits invading the courtyard had proliferated. The pace at which humans captured them could not keep up with their reproduction rate. These creatures possessed formidable teeth. They not only gnawed on frozen corpses, but also consumed roots and grasses buried underground. In extreme hunger, they would even attack their kind or other beings, including humans. The infestation of steel-toothed rabbits was rampant, yet, due to the value of their pelts, the authorities did not hinder their proliferation. Instead, they encouraged the populace to capture more. After all, the entire Summer Kingdom had succumbed to the relentless chill of eternal night, not just Floating City. The government required substantial quantities of fur to exchange for supplies from other regions, aiming to improve the lives of Floating City's citizens. According to investigations conducted by Floating City, traces of steel-toothed rabbits had been discovered in several surrounding cities, perhaps due to their southern location, where the temperature drop was not as swift as in the north. These rabbits had been afforded a fleeting opportunity to evolve bodies suited for survival in extreme cold. Throughout this period, Xia Xiaoman observed numerous individuals venturing out to capture steel-toothed rabbits, likely motivated by the substantial exchange value of the rabbits. Most individuals who encountered her alone harbored no ill intentions. However, a few misguided souls lingered near her home, and upon seeing her brandish a firearm, they fled with greater speed than the rabbits themselves. With the wall completed and the hidden steel-toothed rabbits cleared from the courtyard, Xia Xiaoman set traps throughout the area. Should anyone dare to intrude, they would surely be impaled by the concealed iron nails buried beneath the snow. With security concerns addressed, she relaxed at home for 2 days, indulging in ample food, sleeping, and engaging in leisurely activities. When boredom struck, she would retrieve the steel-toothed rabbit carcasses she had collected during this time for processing. During her last visit to Fubaiwei, Xia Xiaoman observed someone securing a hide to a wooden board, meticulously scraping away the grease with a small knife. Once the hide was cleansed, it was submerged in a vat of water infused with plant ash. Lacking the knowledge of tanning, she decided to experiment with the technique she had witnessed. While handling the pelt, Xia Xiaoman noted that the steel-toothed rabbit's skin differed from ordinary hides. The outer layer was adorned with coarse, bristly hair, the middle layer comprised fine, soft fur, and closest to the skin was a thick layer of short down. The coarse and long hairs served to repel the biting winds and snow, while the dense short down provided warmth. Xia Xiaoman placed the degreased rabbit skin into the water with plant ash, uncertain of the soaking duration. She planned to leave it for 3 to 5 days to observe any changes before proceeding further. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, as if something had collided with the wall. Furrowing her brow, she retrieved her handgun and ascended to the balcony on the 2nd floor, illuminating her surroundings with a powerful flashlight. Upon inspection, she found no immediate concerns. Just as she was about to turn back, a piercing, metallic sound sliced through the air. Instinctively, she directed the flashlight skyward, only to behold several large birds circling above. Before long, one of the birds swooped down, seizing a steel-toothed rabbit in its beak. Ascending rapidly, the bird released its grip, causing the rabbit to plummet to the ground with a resounding thud. The surrounding steel-toothed rabbits, detecting the scent of blood, rushed forward to dismember the fallen creature. However, before they could reach the dead rabbit, the bird snatched it up once more, and in a matter of moments, the rabbit was swallowed whole. Xia Xiaoman watched in astonishment. How could flying creatures exist in such frigid temperatures? Before she could process the scene, she saw 2 or 3 large birds pursuing a few humans, pecking at them mercilessly, prompting their frantic escape towards nearby buildings, hands shielding their heads. Amused by their comical flight, Xia Xiaoman couldn't help but smile. Yet, her mirth was short-lived as one of the birds spotted her and swooped down aggressively towards her head. Reacting instinctively, she raised her firearm, but the bird's speed was astonishing. Before she could pull the trigger, it was upon her. The bird grasped her raised hand, intending to lift her into the air. Its sharp talons pierced her clothing and sank into her arm, causing Xia Xiaoman to wince in pain. With her other hand, she drew a large knife from her space and swung it at the avian assailant. The bird, quick-witted, released its grip and ascended to the sky just in time to evade the strike. So it thought it could escape after injuring her? How naive. With a steely gaze, Xia Xiaoman raised her wounded hand and fired 3 shots at the bird. It evaded the first 2, but the final bullet struck true, sending the creature spiraling downward. Witnessing the bird tumble beyond the wall, she soon observed it being devoured by the steel-toothed rabbits. A wave of frustration washed over her. She had sustained an injury and wasted 3 precious bullets, only to end up with nothing to show for it, not even a morsel of bird meat. Seeing that the formidable bird was not to be trifled with, Xia Xiaoman retreated indoors, securing the doors and windows to prevent the avian intruder from entering. Chapter 182. Aerial bandits. The imposing figure of the great bird stood over half a meter tall, its expansive wingspan nearly capable of enveloping her entirely. And its talons were terrifyingly sharp. Xia Xiaoman returned to the first floor, shedding her coat and rolling up her sleeves, revealing 4 gaping wounds on her arms. She muttered a curse under her breath and retrieved some iodine for disinfection. The great birds not only targeted the steel-toothed rabbits, but also posed a threat to humans. Many who ventured out to capture these rabbits had been forced back into the sewers by the aggressive birds. For Xia Xiaoman, this situation was somewhat favorable. With the presence of these birds, no one dared to venture outside, and with no one outside, she need not worry about anyone harboring ill intentions towards her. Seizing the opportunity of solitude, she commenced heating oil in a pot, intending to prepare some food to store in her space, sparing her the daily chore of cooking amidst her busy life. Given the frigid weather, she focused on meals that offered warmth, such as noodle soup, rice noodles, dumplings, or hot porridge accompanied by various buns and deep-fried dough sticks. The dough sticks were not her creation but rather frozen semi-finished products procured from the supermarket, requiring no thawing, merely dropping them into the hot oil for frying. While frying the dough sticks, she also prepared some sweet rice cakes to fry alongside. The sweet rice cakes were easy to make: glutinous rice flour mixed with water to form a dough, allowed to rest, then shaped into small portions, filled with a bit of brown sugar or ground peanuts mixed with sesame, and finally fried until puffed up. As she rummaged through her ingredients, Xia Xiaoman stumbled upon the new variety of potatoes she had long neglected, prompting her to retrieve 2 for roasting on the stove. Once the dough sticks and sweet rice cakes were perfectly fried, the potatoes were also ready. Xia Xiaoman brushed off the ash from the surface of the potatoes and took a warm bite. While it bore a flavor similar to ordinary potatoes, its texture was vastly inferior. Unlike regular potatoes, which, though somewhat dry, retained a degree of moisture, this new variety was as parched as flour without water, filled with coarse fibers that necessitated considerable effort to dislodge from her teeth after each bite. Having consumed one, she stored the other in her space, intending to save it for when her provisions ran low. After a brief respite, as the oil in the pot cooled sufficiently, Xia Xiaoman prepared to transfer it into a container. Just then, a horn sounded outside. The distant noise was unclear, prompting her to rush to the second-floor window, where she opened a small gap and strained to listen. Attention, residents! Attention, residents! Recently, there have been numerous reports of large birds attacking humans. According to Professor Dong, an esteemed zoologist, these large birds are known as the great black-backed gulls. Predominantly black and gray in color, they are notorious for their ferocity, greed, and vengeful nature, often attacking various raptors. Residents wishing to venture out to capture steel-toothed rabbits must ensure to turn off all lights. Illuminating the great black-backed gulls may be perceived as a provocation, leading to assaults by these birds. By extinguishing your lights, their hostility towards humans will diminish, and residents may safely pursue the capture of steel-toothed rabbits. Upon hearing the term great black-backed gull, Xia Xiaoman understood the reason behind the ferocity of these birds. The great black-backed gull was renowned as the scourge of the seas, the aerial bandit, the rogue of the skies, and the hyena of the avian world. Just by hearing these few nicknames, one can discern that the thief gull is no noble creature. The reason it is called a thief gull is due to its indolence and penchant for pilfering the sustenance of others. It even resorts to appropriating the nests built by other birds for its own dwelling. In the animal kingdom, there exists not a single creature that harbors affection for the thief gull. Xia Xiaoman became acquainted with the thief gull during her college years while working part-time selling televisions, where she idly absorbed knowledge from the nature documentaries aired. Residing in the polar regions, these gulls are undeterred by the frigid temperatures. Their greatest delight lies in stealing penguin eggs and capturing penguin chicks. However, from what she recalls, the thief gulls depicted on television are diurnal and do not possess such size. Perhaps the flock of gulls soaring above has evolved similarly to the steel-toothed rabbit. The inability to illuminate their surroundings poses a significant challenge for those hunting the steel-toothed rabbit. The eternal night of extreme cold is not adorned with the twinkling stars of a typical night, nor does the moon shine like a silver disk. Instead, a thick blanket of clouds obscures any glimmer of light. Without illumination, those with poor eyesight venturing outside are rendered as blind as a bat, perceiving nothing. Nevertheless, this does not daunt the hunters. The steel-toothed rabbit is sensitive to the scent of blood. By ensnaring a single steel-toothed rabbit and using it as bait, they can attract countless others for capture. Life, disrupted by the thief gulls, gradually returns to its normal rhythm. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman retrieves a fishing net to construct traps in her yard. After days of consuming canned meat, she has grown weary of it. At long last, the appearance of other creatures, particularly the large birds, compels her to procure a couple, one for roasting and another for stew. These are protected species, and in the past, capturing one would require decades of toil on a sewing machine. Now, she can freely trap a few and stockpile them. What a stroke of fortune. Having secured the fishing net, she prepares to tie the other end of the rope when a sharp crack sounds from the vicinity of the wall. Instinctively, Xia Xiaoman turns around and sees a flurry of white fur thrashing about in the corner. Frowning, she carefully navigates around the trap and approaches the wall, discovering that, at some point, a steel-toothed rabbit has gnawed a hole in the corner. Is her food so enticing that it would compel an attempt to breach an ice wall? After placing an ice brick to seal the hole, Xia Xiaoman resumes setting up her traps. Once her traps are ready, she activates a powerful flashlight and waves it at the thief gulls overhead. These gulls have been capturing steel-toothed rabbits right at her doorstep. No sooner has she turned on the light than one of the gulls swoops down. In that fleeting moment of descent, Xia Xiaoman recalls something. Before she can ponder further, the gull is upon her. Instinctively, she yanks the rope, and in the next instant, the gull is ensnared within a large fishing net. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoman draws her crossbow and shoots 2 arrows at the gull. The gull's anguished cries and frantic flapping raise doubts in her mind about whether it might break free from the net. After a prolonged wait, the gull finally succumbs, and Xia Xiaoman swiftly discards it, net and all, into her storage space, lest the steel-toothed rabbits devour the remnants. With the thief gull secured, she refrains from immediately pursuing a second one. Instead, she retrieves a ladder and positions it beside the wall. She ascended the stairs and climbed onto the wall, retrieving a dim flashlight which she switched on, casting its beam around the vicinity of the barrier. Upon completing her inspection, Xia Xiaoman felt her blood pressure surge dramatically. Was it that despicable scoundrel who had splattered blood upon my family's wall? If he possesses any courage, he should confront me directly instead of resorting to underhanded tactics from behind. For heaven's sake, she pondered why the nearby thieving seagulls congregated by her doorstep, hunting for the steel-toothed rabbits. The icy wall was smeared with blood, and the scent lured the steel-toothed rabbits to her, causing the thieving seagulls to linger in her vicinity. Chapter 183. Drenched in blood, yelling furiously at the outside of the courtyard. All that responded were the raucous cries of the seagulls, devoid of any other commotion. Xia Xiaoman was infuriated. After dedicating so much time to constructing the wall, it had been ravaged within moments by the steel-toothed rabbits. Cursing under her breath, she retreated indoors to boil snow water, using the warm liquid to wash away the large patches of blood smeared across the wall. With the acute sense of smell possessed by these rabbits, she poured bucket after bucket, 20 or 30 in total, before the stench was sufficiently masked. Once the gruesome traces were dealt with, Xia Xiaoman resumed her efforts, casting her net to capture 3 seagulls. Intelligent creatures. The seagulls quickly discerned the trap during her attempt to catch the third one. It took considerable provocation before one finally fell for her bait. Back in the living room, she immediately set about boiling water and plucking the feathers. The seagulls, akin to ducks, were covered in fine down, and it took her quite some time to clean them thoroughly. Having not tasted fresh meat in a long while, Xia Xiaoman seasoned one of the birds with salt, adding slices of ginger and star anise to eliminate any fishy odor. During the marination, she chopped another bird into smaller pieces, placing them in a large clay pot along with dangshin, red dates, ginger, and goji berries to simmer slowly. As the broth cooked, she roasted the marinated bird over the fire. She held no fear of parasites within these seagulls. Their diet did not include humans, and their beaks restricted their consumption to small creatures or eggs. Furthermore, their digestive systems were remarkably robust. They could even ingest rodents that had been dead for days without risk of infection. As long as she avoided the internal organs and consumed only the flesh, there would be no issues. The aroma of roasting meat and the savory broth enveloped the entire living room, and Xia Xiaoman found herself swallowing her saliva repeatedly. Once the bird was ready, she eagerly tore off a large leg, devouring it with her bare hands, unperturbed by the heat. The leg was larger than her head, and despite her efforts, she found it challenging to finish. Growing weary of the roasted bird leg, she enjoyed a steaming bowl of bird soup, delighting in the indulgence of hearty eating and drinking. After satisfying her hunger, Xia Xiaoman stored the remaining roasted bird and broth in her space, ready to enjoy at her leisure. While cleaning the grill, she caught a glimpse of a bucket that had been resting by the stove for several days, containing a piece of rabbit hide soaking within. Picking it up with tongs, she noticed it was softer than before, so she set it aside to dry by the fire. The following morning, she inspected the now-dried hide, only to find that its initial softness had transformed into a stiff texture. With a sigh, She conceded that tanning leather was best left to professionals. After breakfast, she followed her routine of clearing the accumulated snow and checking the traps. Finding them intact, she retrieved a ladder to climb the wall and peer outside. To her dismay, she discovered that blood had once again been splattered. Who was the inconsiderate wretch responsible for this? Muttering curses, she returned to boil water and reapply a fresh layer to the wall, freezing the blood beneath the ice. After pouring more than 20 buckets, she finally succeeded in completely obscuring the bloody evidence. After tidying up her home, Xia Xiaoman packed the steel-toothed rabbit meat and pelts stored in her space into sealed bags. She slung the bags over her shoulder and navigated over the wall towards the sewer. Above, seagulls circled ominously, and she refrained from switching on any lights, fearing an attack from the birds. Fortunately, her memory served her well, despite the pitch darkness surrounding her. She was able to locate the entrance to the sewer by relying on her recollections and instincts. Upon reaching the trading point in the sewer, Xia Xiaoman opened the sealed bags, revealing a total of 47 pieces of rabbit meat and 46 unprocessed pelts. Please take account of these, she instructed. The staff at the trading point swiftly donned gloves, counted the contents of the bags, and recorded the quantities in a notebook. Everything checks out. What would you like to exchange for? Is it possible to swap for processed rabbit pelts? Or do you have any garments or bedding made from steel-toothed rabbit pelts? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the difference. The warmth of a down jacket pales in comparison to that of a mink coat. During the recent cold snap, she had been wearing the mink coat gifted by Sun Qing, pacing back and forth in the basement. Had it not been for the coat, she would have likely been glued to the heated bed, unable to leave for food or other necessities. To avoid being left without clothing in future cold spells, she had come specifically to exchange for some rabbit fur coats or blankets. Many others were also present at the trading point to acquire rabbit fur coats and blankets. The staff produced a list stating 50 processed steel-toothed rabbit pelts can be exchanged for one coat, while 80 pelts can be traded for a 2x1 8-meter rabbit fur blanket. Since your pelts are unprocessed, the price will increase by 10, meaning you will need 55 pelts to acquire a coat. If you wish to obtain a coat, you are short by 9 pelts. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. Could the remaining 9 pelts be offset with some of this rabbit meat? The staff member shook their head. No, to purchase the rabbit fur coat or blanket, you must exchange with rabbit pelts. Rabbit pelts were in high demand nationwide for making coats and blankets, prompting the floating city to enforce the requirement that these items must be exchanged with pelts. After pondering for a moment, Xia Xiaoman asked, "What if I do not have the skinned rabbit pelts? Can I still exchange?" "Yes, but the price will rise by 20. Thus, you will require 60 rabbits to acquire a coat. We will account for the rabbit meat separately, but the purchase price will be 10 lower than that of pure rabbit meat." Most people relied on catching steel-toothed rabbits to make a living, preferring to endure the extra effort of processing the meat and pelts rather than sacrificing 10 or 20 of their profits for convenience. Many had learned that processed pelts were more valuable than raw ones, and they often chose to take the pelts home for processing. As the staff prepared to hand Xia Xiaoman the pelts she intended to take back, she unexpectedly pushed the sealed bags forward, showing no intention of taking them with her. "I will leave these rabbit pelts and meat here for now. Please keep a record for me. I'm going to catch some steel-toothed rabbits." The staff member hesitated for a moment before responding. "All right, I will prepare a slip for you. Once you have caught enough steel-toothed rabbits, bring the slip back." With the newly issued slip in hand, Xia Xiaoman turned towards the exit. After taking a few steps, she recalled something and redirected her path towards another section of the sewer. After navigating several turns, they arrived at the location rented by Fu Baiwei and her companions. Sun Haiyan crouched by the hearth, meticulously tanning rabbit hides. Xia Xiaoman glanced around, failing to spot Fu Baiwei, and approached to inquire, "Sun Haiyan, why are you here alone? Where is Wei Wei?" Upon hearing her voice, Sun Haiyan lifted his head, his countenance weary and haggard. He forced a faint smile and, in a hoarse voice, replied, "Xiaoman, it's been a while. Wei Wei, she has gone out." Chapter 184. A dreadful environment that can drive one mad. Has Wei Wei gone out? Where could she be? Perhaps at Aunt Xing's? Xia Xiaoman inquired. She had been contemplating taking Fu Baiwei along to catch the steel-toothed rabbits, reasoning that many hands make light work, as her own strength was limited. Sun Haiyan slowly shook his head, preferring not to elaborate, as he diligently worked on tanning a rabbit's hide. Sensing something amiss, Xia Xiaoman spoke in a grave tone. "Is something wrong with Wei Wei?" Sun Haiyun remained silent. At that moment, Wang Shijin approached swiftly, bending slightly as he walked. "Ayun, I saw that girl Fu Baiwei." As soon as he uttered those words, Sun Haiyun dropped the rabbit hide and stood up abruptly, nearly colliding with the ceiling. Grasping Wang Shijin's shoulders with fervor, he inquired, "You saw Wei Wei? How is she? Is she hurt?" Wang Shijin was taken aback by his intensity and quickly reassured him. Calm down. She isn't injured. I can't say for certain how she is faring, but she appeared more spirited than before. Much like her former self during her time in the shooting team. She should be all right. Upon hearing this, Sun Haiyun let out a sigh of relief, yet soon after, he sank onto a nearby cot, murmuring, as long as she is well, that's what matters. If she's faring better than before, that's sufficient. Xia Xiaoman, bewildered, quietly approached Wang Shijin and whispered, what is going on? What happened between him and Wei Wei? Wang Shijin glanced at Sun Haiyun, who was still lost in thought, and pulled Xia Xiaoman aside, lowering his voice. He and Fu Baiwei have broken up. Broken up? Xia Xiaoman exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. But Fu Baiwei adored him so deeply. How could they part ways? Did Sun Haiyun do something to wrong her? Not long ago, Fu Baiwei had mentioned saving up rabbit fur to knit a sweater for Sun Haiyun. How could they have separated so soon? Wang Shijin, fearing Xia Xiaoman would misconstrue the situation, waved his hands dismissively. No, don't jump to conclusions. Sun Haiyun did not wrong Fu Baiwei, nor did she wrong him. Their separation is due to the unbearable environment of the sewers driving Fu Baiwei to the brink of madness. A dreadful environment can indeed push a rational person to the edge. Initially, when Fu Baiwei moved into the sewers, she felt little discomfort, comforted by the presence of familiar faces. Although the surroundings were less than ideal, she believed it was not a significant issue. Moreover, the weather was still bearable, allowing her to occasionally help with snow shoveling or chat with Xia Xiaoman. However, as time passed, she gradually became intolerant of everything in the sewers, the noise of the people and the squalid conditions. Each time she attempted to sleep, she was awakened by the sounds of others talking or moving about. Fortunately, Sun Haiyun's companionship provided some relief for her emotions. Yet, ever since he began working, she found herself devoid of any moments to breathe or relax. Each day, she remained stationed, guarding their possessions, unable to step away for even a moment. Fu Baiwei sat in her spot, vacantly watching the neighbors quarrel over trivial matters, listening to their incessant complaints about the place, constantly bombarded by a barrage of negative information. Her mental state began to deteriorate. What led to her complete breakdown was an incident that occurred half a month ago when Fu Baiwei delivered freshly tanned leather to her employer. Upon inspection, the employer discovered that some of the leather had not been tanned properly, demanding either a rework or a reduction in payment. At that moment, Fu Baiwei was at a loss, her emotions suddenly reaching a breaking point. She shouted like a madwoman, claiming that her hands were ruined from tanning, and yet they sought to withhold her wages. That day, Fu Baiwei created quite a scene. When I returned from work, I found her in a frenzied state, brandishing a knife and threatening violence. It took considerable effort for me to wrest the knife from her grasp. Wang Shijin sighed heavily, taken aback by how a seemingly ordinary person could be driven to such madness. Following that incident, Sun Haiyun refrained from allowing her to take on any tanning work. Yet, even in this respite, Fu Baiwei's condition did not improve. It deteriorated further. With no work to occupy her, despair enveloped Fu Baiwei. Gradually, she became assimilated into the toxic environment around her, quarreling over trivial matters and, at times, resorting to physical altercations. Occasionally, when she regained her composure, she would express regret and helplessness, weeping uncontrollably. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brows, suspecting that Fu Baiwei might be suffering from depression or a similar mental affliction. Wang Shijin nodded in agreement, as did Sun Haiyun. Upon recognizing this issue, Sun Haiyun took an extended leave to accompany Fu Baiwei, though it yielded little effect. In an environment like the sewer, even a close-knit group of a dozen individuals struggles to avoid the grips of depression. Recently, Hong Xuanyan came to hire help for tanning leather. For reasons unknown to her, Fu Baiwei engaged in a brief conversation with Hong Xuanyan and insisted on leaving with her. Hong Xuanyan? The wife of the decapitated corpse? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Wang Shijin confirmed, yes, indeed, the wife of that depraved individual. When the community vote failed, Hong Xuanyan departed from Shui Bei. She proved quite capable. After leaving, she moved into an old residential complex and, somehow, persuaded the residents there to adopt the management model from Shui Bei, thus becoming the leader of the complex. Now, she frequently takes the residents from her area to catch steel-toothed rabbits, although their methods are rather gruesome. Wang Shijin frowned, remarking, they seem to enjoy exposing vulnerabilities, enticing others to rob them, only to capture the robbers, binding them in iron cages, severing their veins to drain their blood and attract the steel-toothed rabbits. Typically, they aim to capture 3 to 5 adults daily for this purpose. This method of capturing steel-toothed rabbits struck Wang Shijin as perilous, akin to treading upon moral boundaries. With the ever-present risk of crossing the line, Xia Xiaoman asked, did Sun Haiyun agree to let her join Hong Xuanyan? Given her understanding of Sun Haiyun, She doubted he would permit Fu Baiwei to join such a dangerous group. Wang Shijin replied immediately. Of course, he did not agree. They had a quarrel over this very matter. Is that what led to their breakup? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Wang Shijin pondered for a moment before shaking his head and remarked. Strictly speaking, their separation cannot solely be attributed to this matter. Their relationship is rather intricate, and as a lifelong singleton, I find it perplexing to comprehend the reasons behind their breakup. Fu Baiwei's desire to join Hong Shuangyan is quite straightforward. She yearns to escape the confines of the sewer and venture into the world to forge her own path. No longer wishing to exist like a rat trapped in a gutter, Sun Haiyan, in an effort to win her back, contemplated finding a house with a basement above ground and even considered resigning to accompany Fu Baiwei in her pursuit of Hong Shuangdan. However, all these notions were firmly dismissed by Fu Baiwei. Chapter 185, Capturing the Steel-Toothed Rabbit. Sun Haiyan works at the power plant, a position that remains a steadfast source of livelihood both before and after the calamity. Fu Baiwei is acutely aware that should Sun Haiyan resign to join her in Hong Shuangdan's ranks, she would forfeit this secure job, leaving her future uncertain. Therefore, she cannot condone Sun Haiyan's resignation. Yet, Fu Baiwei must depart. Remaining in the sewers will inevitably drive her to madness. Accompanying Hong Shuangyan, she embarks on the pursuit of steel-toothed rabbits, without a fixed abode. At times, they linger in one area, while at others, they venture to another. Dictated primarily by the local population of steel-toothed rabbits and the number of hunters, Sun Haiyan, employed at the power station, cannot accompany Fu Baiwei on her escapades. Thus both harboring thoughts of each other must choose to part ways. Wang Shijin sighed, noting that Fu Baiwei's absence for a while might be beneficial, allowing her to breathe and release her pent-up emotions, lest she succumb to madness. Xia Xiaoman interjected, You live in the sewers with Sun Haiyan. Why haven't you both lost your minds? Wang Shijin shrugged. Both Sun Haiyan and I have jobs, enabling us to interact with others daily instead of being engulfed by negativity 24 hours a day. How could we possibly go mad? However, we are on the verge of turning into popsicles. He adjusted his clothing and continued, Since the second blizzard, the weather has turned grotesquely frigid. Outdoor temperatures plummet below -70 degrees, and even clad in all my garments, I still feel cold. I've heard that coats made from steel-toothed rabbit fur are warmer than ordinary cotton or down jackets. I am currently accumulating pelts to trade for one. Xia Xiaoman's eye sparkled at this revelation. You're collecting pelts too? Are you free now? Come with me to catch steel-toothed rabbits. Wang Shijin countered. There are thieves lurking outside. We cannot use lights. How can we see anything to capture them? Xia Xiaoman chuckled. Fear not, for the mountain folk have their clever methods. Just tell me if you'll join. Wang Shijin, skeptical yet intrigued, agreed. Very well, I will go. Let me witness your ingenious plan. About 15 minutes later, Xia Xiaoman led Wang Shijin to her home. Together, they froze a pile of ice blocks and arranged them into a square box, covering it with a thick iron sheet. Once the ice box was prepared, Xia Xiaoman handed Wang Shijin a solid wooden stick and sprinkled her homemade offal powder ahead of them. Barely had the offal powder settled when several steel-toothed rabbits, drawn by the scent, began to hop over, their white silhouettes barely discernible in the pitch-black night. They're coming. Strike now. With that, Xia Xiaoman and Wang Shijin raised their wooden sticks and dispatched the oncoming rabbits. The slain rabbits had no chance to be bitten by their companions before being swift. Xia Xiaoman and Wang Shijin were engaged in a relentless battle against the steel-toothed rabbits, akin to a game of whack-a-mole as they swiftly dispatched the creatures that approached. In the midst of this chaotic endeavor, Xia Xiaoman hurriedly disposed of the fallen rabbits into a nearby icebox. Just as she was immersed in her frantic task, Wang Shijin suddenly shouted, tackling Xia Xiaoman to the ground. Get away, he exclaimed as he spotted a thieving seagull attempting to pry open the iron lid resting atop the icebox. Without hesitation, he swung his wooden stick fiercely. Recovering from her fall, Xia Xiaoman paid no heed to the scattered steel-toothed rabbits and retrieved her crossbow from her bag. Aiming an arrow at the seagull's abdomen, the bird let out a shriek of despair, flapping its wings in indignation as it took flight. Impressive marksmanship, Wang Shijin remarked, his admiration evident. How did you manage to draw the bowstring in this frigid weather? Xia Xiaoman pondered how to explain without arousing suspicion. But before she could formulate a response, the injured seagull dove towards her, intent on revenge. The creature bore a grudge, having been struck by her arrow. It would not relent until it had exacted vengeance. Yet, Xia Xiaoman harbored her own resentment towards the foul beast, which had disrupted her efforts and caused her to miss countless steel-toothed rabbits. She was determined that if she did not bring it down to prepare for a spicy roasted bird, she would reverse her own name. As the seagull approached, Xia Xiaoman braced herself against the iron lid, leaping upward with a fierce determination, gripping the wooden stick tightly. She summoned her strength and delivered a powerful blow to the seagull. Weighing dozens of pounds, the creature was sent flying into a nearby snowbank. The blood that seeped from its abdomen quickly attracted several steel-toothed rabbits. Observing this, Xia Xiaoman shouted, "Retrieve that bird. Don't let the rabbits consume it all." No sooner had she spoken than Wang Shijin rushed to the fallen seagull, using his stick to scare off the rabbits that had approached, and collected the bird to deposit it securely in the icebox. The circling seagulls above, witnessing Xia Xiaoman and Wang Shijin's prowess, prudently chose not to provoke them further. Although they occasionally seized the opportunity to snatch a rabbit in the midst of their chaotic capture efforts. As Xia Xiaoman engaged in the pursuit of the steel-toothed rabbits, she came to fully comprehend the meaning of a veritable infestation. Just in front of her home, dozens of these rabbits had gathered. One could only imagine the numbers elsewhere. After having captured a substantial number of rabbits around her vicinity, Xia Xiaoman and Wang Shijin relocated to continue their hunt, ultimately securing over 200 rabbits before she decided to cease their efforts. "I have provided the methods and materials. These rabbits will be split 4 to 6. Do you have any objections?" she inquired. Wang Shijin, grinning from ear to ear at the sight of so many rabbits, waved his hand dismissively. "No objections at all. I am thoroughly satisfied with such a bountiful catch." He had previously attempted to lure the steel-toothed rabbits with items of a more pungent nature, but without a means to contain the scent. Each time he captured a rabbit and placed it into a sack, it would soon be devoured by others before he could even warm it. This time, however, with the rabbits stored in a box constructed of ice bricks. Not only were the steel-toothed rabbits deterred, but even the seagulls above could not contest their meal. Xia Xiaoman spoke up, expressing her satisfaction with the arrangement. "As long as you have no objections, I have large sealed bags here. When you handle the rabbits, do so swiftly, while the scent of blood still lingers. Seal the bags tightly." Wang Shijin nodded in agreement, and together they packed the rabbits, making 2 trips to transport all of them back to the sewer. Wang Shijin intended to process his rabbits before taking them to the trading point for exchange. Xia Xiaoman, however, found no desire to deal with the preparation. She simply transported the rabbits directly to the trading point, where she successfully exchanged them for a rabbit fur coat and a blanket. Once she donned the coat, Xia Xiaoman understood why the steel-toothed rabbits could endure such frigid temperatures. The fur of the steel-toothed rabbit was extraordinarily warm. Wearing a rabbit fur coat felt akin to donning 2 mink coats, providing an astonishing level of insulation. Chapter 186. The Bloodied Youth. The coat made of steel-toothed rabbit fur not only offers remarkable warmth, but also serves as an excellent means of concealment in the frigid wilderness. Each strand of steel-toothed rabbit hair is immaculate, and when draped in the rabbit fur coat and lying upon the snowy ground, one seamlessly blends into the landscape, betraying no hint of presence. Regrettably, the trading post offers only coats and blankets, devoid of shoes crafted from rabbit fur. It is said that the materials for shoemaking are scarce, with finished footwear prioritized for the military. The army frequently embarks on patrols, and on average, soldiers suffer from various ailments due to prolonged exposure to the cold, with severe cases potentially leading to amputation. They, more than anyone, require boots fashioned from steel-toothed rabbit fur to withstand the biting chill. Xia Xiaoman, adorned in her rabbit fur coat, lifted her icy feet and slowly made her way home. The pristine white coat enveloped her petite figure entirely, and from a distance, she resembled a moving snowman. Suddenly, a shadow darted around the corner and collided with Xia Xiaoman's shoulder. Reacting instinctively, she forcefully pushed the stranger away, creating a safe distance. The shadow, caught off guard, stumbled and fell, dropping the bucket it carried, the lid flying off. The individual, upon noticing the lid's fall, scrambled to retrieve it, hurriedly covering the bucket before rising and muttering an apology as he hastily departed. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow, watching the retreating figure for a moment. A nagging suspicion that he had engaged in some illicit activity gnawing at her, for why else would he appear so flustered? Before she could ponder further, a steel-toothed rabbit emerged from nowhere, crouching at the spot where the lid had fallen, bending down to nibble at the snow. In a flash, Xia Xiaoman had an epiphany and sprinted home. After navigating 2 turns, she arrived home to discover, indeed, blood splattered upon the surrounding wall, and in addition, some rabbit entrails lay strewn on the ground. The pungent scent of the entrails attracted the steel-toothed rabbit, which soon devoured them entirely. Xia Xiaoman, disregarding the blood on the wall, pivoted and pursued the direction in which the stranger had fled. Thankfully, her recent labor of building the wall had considerably enhanced her physical condition. Despite being bundled up like a bear, she moved swiftly. After Xia Xiaoman searched once more and discovered the identity of the other party, Li Yin, age 17, still a minor. Li Yin glared at Xia Xiaoman with a fierce intensity. Xia Xiaoman despised such rebellious gazes, for she often directed similar looks at her parents. She picked up a nearby bucket and hurled it at Li Yin, Challenging, you claim ignorance of the bloodshed. Then what is contained within this bucket? Why are you wandering around with it? Li Yin retorted defiantly, is carrying a bucket against the law? I simply enjoy roaming about with it. Who says I can't carry a bucket? Xia Xiaoman, amused yet infuriated, said through gritted teeth, very well, you wish to be obstinate. I hope you maintain that stubbornness and refrain from begging for mercy. With that, Xia Xiaoman seized his hair and forcefully slammed his head against the ground 5 or 6 times, releasing him only when blood flowed freely. She then grabbed a rope and began to drag him back home. No sooner had they taken a few steps than a steel-toothed rabbit, drawn by the scent of blood, hopped over to Li Yin. As Li Yin regained his senses, he opened his eyes to see the rabbit's gaping maw and, terrified, wriggled his body to fling the creature away. Let go of me. By what right do you seize me? Let me go? Li Yin shouted in distress. Xia Xiaoman remained silent as she continued to drag Li Yin back home, suspending him against the wall. You refuse to admit these bloodstains are your doing, is that so? Xia Xiaoman remarked coldly, no matter, you may observe closely. Once the entrails and blood you spilled have been devoured by the steel-toothed rabbit, I shall remove your shoes and carve a few lines upon your soles. Since you are so keen on luring steel-toothed rabbits to nibble at my wall, I shall grant you that, allowing you to entice them openly. Li Yan's face paled at her words, yet he stubbornly insisted he had not spilled any blood. Xia Xiaoman, uninterested in further debate, stood aside to watch the rabbit feast on the bloodstains at the base of the wall. When the rabbit had nearly finished its meal, she approached and began to unravel Li Yan's shoelaces with a small knife. Realizing Xia Xiaoman was serious, Li Yin instantly began to struggle, shouting, don't come near me. Help. Murder. Help. Xia Xiaoman scoffed. Patrols pass through this area at 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. at this hour. Even if you were to scream your lungs out, no one would come to your aid. With that, she seized one of Li Yan's feet, swiftly removed his shoe, and gently traced the knife's tip across the sole. Li Yin was paralyzed with fear, his voice trembling as he protested. Killing leads to execution. You cannot kill me. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. You are correct. Thus, I do not intend to kill you. I merely wish to make a few cuts upon your feet. The ones who will kill you are those steel-toothed rabbits. What connection do I have to that? Upon hearing this, Li Yan's expression grew even more dreadful. He could distinctly feel the knife penetrating his sock, should his soul be cut. The surrounding steel-toothed rabbits would surely leap upon him, reducing him to nothing but bones. Just as the knife was about to embed itself in his foot, Li Yin could no longer bear it, and, in despair, cried out, damn it. If you have the courage, just kill me. Go ahead and kill me. In a fit of rage, Li Yin resorted to violent invectives, seemingly attempting to provoke Xia Xiaoman into delivering the fatal blow. With a dismissive snort, Xia Xiaoman thrust a blade into the sole of Li Yan's foot. Vivid crimson blood dripped onto the ground, soon attracting the attention of the steel-toothed rabbits, who eagerly licked the crimson pool clean. A few of these creatures stood upright, sniffing the air until they pinpointed the source of the blood and leaped to sink their teeth into Li Yan's foot, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. An overwhelming wave of agony engulfed Li Yin, who cried out in torment, uncontrollably shedding tears and pleading for Xia Xiaoman to grant him a swift end. Observing that Li Yin was on the brink of losing consciousness from the pain, Xia Xiaoman dispatched the steel-toothed rabbits and retrieved a small sealed bag to wrap around his foot, stifling the scent of blood. Still unwilling to confess? Who commanded you to spill blood in my courtyard? Li Yin trembled uncontrollably, his lips already bloodied from biting down in distress. Yet he obstinately refused to admit his culpability in the bloodshed. Chapter 187. Mistaken enemy. Upon witnessing Li Yan's unyielding silence despite his dire state, Xia Xiaoman began to doubt her own judgment. Yet, the sight of that blood-soaked empty barrel was too stark to ignore. With a furrowed brow, she resolved to probe further and unfasten the sealed bag from Li Yan's ankle. Li Yin, sensing her movement, trembled in fear, his voice trembling with desperation as he implored. Just kill me. I beg you, in my life. What could be more terrifying than watching oneself being devoured? His face was marred by ice formed from tears, and as the sealed bag was about to be removed, his internal dread surged to an unbearable peak. He cried out in anguish, I confess it was my blood that was spilled. Please, do not take away the bag. I beg you. Li Yin lowered his head in despair, as if all vitality had drained from him. Xia Xiaoman regarded him coldly, questioning why he had spilled blood and what grievances lay between them. No sooner had she spoken than Li Yan's eyes widened with fervor as he retorted, what grievances? You killed my brother. You left his remains unrecognizable. What do you mean by grievances? Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. I killed your brother? Who was he? And when did I take his life? Li Yin momentarily faltered before bursting into a derisive laugh, laced with sarcasm and fury. Ha! Xia Xiaoman, how many people have you killed? You don't even recall when or whom you've slain. Xia Xiaoman's gaze turned frigid. I assure you, those I have killed deserve their fate. If your brother indeed fell by my hand, I would confidently state that he deserved to die. You are the one who truly deserves death. You are the most deserving of it. Li Yin writhed in agitation, his eyes filled with a murderous intent that could have easily slain her. My brother merely passed by your doorstep while hunting for steel-toothed rabbits, and you falsely accused him of theft. You smeared rabbit entrails on him, leading to his demise at the hands of those very creatures. Tell me, who truly deserves to die? You, the executioner, are the one who should perish. Why don't you just die? Die. Li Yin screamed in a frenzy. Xia Xiaoman, bewildered, wondered when she had ever accused anyone of stealing from her. In truth, it was she who had been robbed. I have never falsely accused anyone of theft. Over 2 months ago, a man named Gu Qifeng, along with several accomplices, invaded my home while I was away, attempting to steal from me. One of them fell into a trap I had set and was devoured alive by a steel-toothed rabbit. You're lying. It was you who accused my brother and his companions of stealing your supplies. Li Yin immediately countered. Rolling her eyes, Xia Xiaoman replied, I don't even know your brother. Why would I falsely accuse him? Li Yin was left speechless, realizing the absurdity of his situation. Indeed, his brother was unfamiliar with Xia Xiaoman. Why would she have any motive to frame him for theft? Before he could fully comprehend this, Xia Xiaoman pressed on. Who informed you that I accused your brother of theft? Was it Gu Qifeng? Li Yin opened his mouth, wanting to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. He was utterly bewildered. If Gu Qifeng and his companions were lying, then what was he to do about avenging his elder brother? As soon as the thought emerged, he suppressed it. Regardless, Xia Xiaoman was undoubtedly the murderer of his brother, and he must seek vengeance. Even if my brother had stolen your supplies, you could have reported it or reclaimed your goods. Why resort to such a cruel act of murder? Xia Xiaoman found this amusing. Little brother, you are truly adorable. I almost wish to cleave your head in two to see whether it contains a brain or merely a mass of tofu. In a world ravaged by disaster, resources are the lifeblood of humanity. Your brother's attempt to seize my supplies was tantamount to a death sentence for me. Was my retaliation truly unjust? Furthermore, at the moment your brother was attacked, I had not yet returned home. Gu Qifeng and his companions merely stood by, watching your brother being killed without lifting a finger to help. Instead of harboring resentment towards those who incited your brother to steal or those who stood idly by, you choose to blame me, the victim? Is the ornament around your neck merely for show? Li Yan's face shifted from pale to flushed as he murmured, Brother Gu told me it was you who caused my brother's death. Xia Xiaoman was at a loss for words. Just because he claimed I was responsible for your brother's demise, does that make it true? I could just as easily say excrement is fragrant. Why don't you go eat it? Please, engage that rusty brain of yours. If I truly had orchestrated your brother's death through malicious deceit, why did the patrolling soldiers not apprehend me, but instead took them away for labor reform? Do you think the soldiers are oblivious to the truth, unable to discern between slander and fact? Li Yin fell silent, gradually realizing that Brother Gu might have deceived him. Observing his disheartened expression, Xia Xiaoman smirked and continued, Did you come to my house to spew this filth out of your own volition? Or was it instigated by Gu Qifeng? At this point, Li Yin had little left to conceal. With a weary voice, he confessed, It was Brother Gu who instructed me, saying we should repay them in kind. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes. What about Gu Qifeng and his companions? Why did you come alone? They are still undergoing labor reform. I only found them half a month ago, and they told me you were responsible for my brother's death, claiming I could not defeat you and urging me to use this method to lure the steel-toothed rabbits to attack you. To collect the entrails and blood of these rabbits, I captured many steel-toothed rabbits, processing them daily, tanning their skins until my hands were cracked and bleeding. Reflecting on these actions now, they appear as nothing but a joke to others. Xia Xiaoman scoffed, You truly are foolish, being used as a pawn without even realizing it. With that, she drew her knife and severed the rope binding Li Yin. Caught off guard, he fell, his injured foot striking the ground, causing him to break into a cold sweat from the pain. Do not accuse me of being unreasonable. This time, I shall spare you. You may seek out the nearby patrolling soldiers to inquire whether it was I who caused your brother's death, or if it was Gu Qifeng who incited your brother to steal, only to abandon him in his moment of peril. Li Yin gazed at her in disbelief. You were letting me go? Xia Xiaoman replied impatiently, Get lost. While I have yet to change my mind. In seeking vengeance, one must first ascertain the identity of the adversary before taking action, lest one be foolishly manipulated as a mere pawn. Li Yin stood in stunned silence for a fleeting moment before hastily retrieving his shoes and springing to his feet, bounding toward the exit. Xia Xiaoman remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed upon his retreating figure as she murmured, Li Yin, do not let me down. You must ensure that you exact retribution upon your foe. Above all, do not allow Gu Qifeng to return alive. Chapter 188. Fireworks distress signal after sending Li Yin away. Xia Xiaoman meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from the wall before climbing back home. Just as she reached the top of the wall, a sudden bright light tore through the night sky, followed by a resounding explosion as bursts of fireworks illuminated the dark expanse. Before the last of the fireworks faded, a shadow descended from above. Xia Xiaoman paused, recognizing that the prodigal was signaling for help with fireworks. What an extravagant display. In the current state of Xia country, fireworks served as a desperate plea for assistance, akin to a distress signal. To dare use fireworks for such a purpose suggested that the family was likely involved in the pyrotechnics industry. Before she could fully ponder this, another bouquet of fireworks erupted. After 6 consecutive displays, Xia Xiaoman sensed something amiss. The first 3 fireworks were at least of the 80 decibel variety, breathtaking in their beauty and lingering for several minutes before dissipating. In stark contrast, the latter 3 were lackluster and fleeting, resembling mere flatulence, disappearing in under a minute. 3 long, 3 short. Was this not a distress signal? Curiosity piqued, Xia Xiaoman wondered who was in peril. Noticing that the source was not far from her, she rushed home to the attic, retrieving her night vision binoculars to observe the unfolding drama. The sight that met her eyes sent her blood pressure soaring. The fireworks were launched from a distant building situated on a hillside, where 6 or 7 individuals were mercilessly beating 2 others, while 3 figures on the rooftop frantically waved for help. What truly alarmed Xia Xiaoman was the sight of an individual riding a snowmobile in circles below, with a soldier bound behind, bloodied and seemingly lifeless. Had the hostage been a government official, she might have refrained from intervening, as the majority of the Dragon Club comprised high-ranking officials. However, seeing that the captive was a military man, someone who braved the cold and danger, always prioritizing the welfare of the common people, she felt compelled to act. Those brutes dragging a soldier behind a snowmobile were not just committing an affront to the military of Xia country. They were behaving worse than animals. Realizing that rushing over would be futile, Xia Xiaoman retrieved her sniper rifle, loaded it with ammunition, and affixed the scope, aiming at the driver. The individual appeared inexperienced with the snowmobile, moving at a relatively slow pace. With steady focus, Xia Xiaoman patiently awaited the moment the driver turned around. As the vehicle pivoted, she immediately squeezed the trigger. With a thunderous crack, pain shot through her shoulder where the rifle rested, yet she disregarded the agony, quickly raising her binoculars to survey the scene. Unfortunately, her first shot missed the mark. Though it failed to hit its target, the discharge sent the assailants into a frenzy, each drawing their weapons and scanning their surroundings. Emboldened by her initial experience, Xia Xiaoman continued to fire, honing her aim. With precision, she took another shot. A resounding blast echoed, striking one of the men in the head, presumably their leader. Panic ensued among the others as they witnessed their commander fall. The driver of the snowmobile dismounted, yet Xia Xiaoman did not cease her barrage. She had become entranced by the thrill of sniping, convinced that the sniper rifle was truly a divine instrument among ranged weapons. In rapid succession, she fired 5 shots, successfully hitting 3 individuals. The group of brutes searched high and low but could not locate the shooter, deciding instead to flee from this place of turmoil. At that moment, however, they spotted the military responding to the distress signals. After more than 20 minutes, the soldiers apprehended each member of the gang one by one. As Xia Xiaoman witnessed the capture of the ruffians, she prepared to lower her binoculars when, through the lenses, she recognized a familiar face, Qin Guangli. It turned out his family resided nearby, which explained the abundance of fireworks he had used as signal flares. Evidently, the trading post was quite lucrative. Muttering to herself, Xia Xiaoman descended the stairs. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her from outside. Turning around, she saw 2 patrolling soldiers approaching. "Hey, did you hear any sounds just now?" one of them inquired. "There were fireworks set off, quite loud," Xia Xiaoman replied, maintaining her composure. "Aside from the fireworks, did you hear anything else?" After a moment's contemplation, she responded, "I also heard some popping sounds. Perhaps someone was setting off firecrackers over by the fireworks." The soldier, assuming Xia Xiaoman was oblivious to the situation, refrained from further questioning and proceeded to the next house to inquire about gunfire. After sending the soldiers on their way, Xia Xiaoman returned to the first floor. It was nearing 6 in the evening, and she had hardly eaten anything throughout the day. Searching through her supplies, she found little that appealed to her. Thus, she decided to prepare a well-prepared seagull, chopping it into small pieces. After blanching it to eliminate the blood impurities, she placed it in an iron pot and added rehydrated deer antler mushrooms for a slow stew. The deer antler mushrooms, whether stewed or used in soup, had a delightful crispness that she adored. As the mushrooms simmered, an image flashed through Xia Xiaoman's mind, what she had seen through the binoculars moments earlier. Typically, when besieging a building, it is because there is something of value inside. The gang had forced the people to the rooftop, if it were merely for supplies. They could have dispatched personnel to both pry open the rooftop door and gather the goods within. Yet, the gang had not attempted to seize the supplies. Instead, they seemed quite leisurely, humiliating the soldiers below. It hardly seemed plausible they were seeking revenge. She had never encountered anyone avenging a wrong in such a relaxed manner. Suddenly, Xia Xiaoman recalled the final image she had witnessed. Chen Guangli hurriedly burying a bag in the snow atop the building upon seeing the soldiers arrive. That bag looked strikingly familiar, resembling the white powder bag she had unearthed in the abandoned factory. Could it be that they sought to steal the white powder? The more she pondered, the more disconcerted she became. Shaking her head, she resolved it mattered little whether the bag contained white powder. It was not her concern. At most, she would strive to avoid any dealings with Qin Guangli in the future to prevent being implicated. In the solitude of her undisturbed days, Xia Xiaoman maintained a remarkably regular routine. Even though she could no longer distinguish between day and night, she adhered strictly to her previous training regimen. Suddenly, a rumbling noise emanated from outside. Pricking up her ears, she listened and, finding the sound did not approach her vicinity, resumed her physical exercises. These rumbling sounds originated from the government-modified snowmobiles. With the availability of electricity, all production processes had become significantly more convenient. The authorities have repurposed previously excavated electric bicycles and ordinary motorcycles, transforming them into vehicles capable of traversing snowy terrains. When Xia Xiaoman first witnessed others riding snowmobiles to hunt for steel-toothed rabbits, she hurried to the trading post, eager to acquire one, only to discover that they were available for rent exclusively. Disappointed, she returned home empty-handed. The snowmobiles have been available for over 10 days now, and an increasing number of people have been renting them to pursue steel-toothed rabbits. Xia Xiaoman has grown accustomed to the thunderous sounds of engines emanating from outside her home. Suddenly, a few more roars of engines pierced the air, growing louder as they approached, seemingly headed in her direction. Furrowing her brows, Xia Xiaoman ceased her exercise, retrieved her gun, and swiftly ascended to the balcony on the second floor. Chapter 189. This deal is not a loss. Outside the walls, 6 or 7 snowmobiles slowly approached her home. Xia Xiaoman's expression was grave as she switched her handgun for a submachine gun, poised for action at any moment. Meanwhile, 7 snowmobiles were neatly parked outside the wall. 2 individuals disembarked from the lead vehicle. One, taller than the other, circled the yard. Upon discovering there was no entrance, he pulled down his scarf and shouted towards the inside, "Xia Xiaoman, are you home? Open the door." Xia Xiaoman paused at the sound of that familiar voice. Quickly descending the stairs, she positioned a ladder next to the wall and climbed up. "Sun Qing, is that really you? Weren't you supposed to avoid coming here in the dead of winter? What brings you back?" "We're here to purchase steel-toothed rabbit pelts. Floating City is the nearest to Yuan City, making it more convenient for us to acquire them," Sun Qing explained. She then inquired, "Why is there no main entrance to your home?" "To prevent the steel-toothed rabbits from getting in," Xia Xiaoman replied, sitting atop the wall. With her foot, she nudged the ladder to the outside. "Come up. It's too cold out here. Let's go inside for a cup of hot tea." Sun Qing nodded but did not rush to ascend the ladder. Instead, she assisted a bundled figure up the steps. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow at the sight. She was not particularly fond of strangers entering her home. Just as she was about to inquire about the identity of this person, the individual spoke. "There's no need to assist me. I'm perfectly fine." "You Xiao Jie?" Xia Xiaoman exclaimed, somewhat astonished to see her. "It's been a while." Yu Xiaojie smiled at her as she removed her scarf. Yu Xiaojie and Sun Qing followed Xia Xiaoman into the yard, leaving the others outside. Upon entering the living room, Sun Qing placed her backpack on the table. "Here, these are frozen sea fish that Xiaojie and I brought for you from afar." Xia Xiaoman smiled and remarked, "In this frigid weather, you still manage to fish?" "The seawater flows. As long as one breaks through the surface ice, fishing is possible," Yu Xiaojie explained as she began to remove her coat. Sun Qing helped her with the coat and noticed the frown on Yu Xiaojie's face. "Are you feeling unwell?" Yu Xiaojie shook her head. "It's nothing, just a bit of tightness in my chest. I'll be fine after a moment." Xia Xiaoman, observing her, asked with concern, "What is wrong with you, Xiaojie? Are you unwell?" "It's nothing. I'm just expecting a child," Yu Xiaojie replied with a smile. Xia Xiaoman stared in disbelief for 2 seconds, processing her words, and her eyes widened in astonishment. "You are pregnant?" Yu Xiaojie nodded, gently caressing her belly. "I'm 5 months along. In a few months, I will give birth." Xia Xiaoman remained stunned, pondering the harsh conditions and how reckless it seemed for Yu Xiaojie to conceive. Was she not afraid of any mishaps? Giving birth was akin to flirting with death. Perhaps her expression revealed her shock, as Yu Xiaojie smiled and clarified, "It's a family union. The father of the child is in poor health and is the last in 3 generations. His family possesses over 10 fishing vessels, each more than 100 meters long. If I bear a son, those vessels will belong to me." The concept of a dozen fishing vessels, each exceeding 100 meters in length, is staggering when lined up. They can almost rival a small island. Yi Xiaojie and Sun Qing have toiled tirelessly before the eternal night, and their assembled fleet pales in comparison to just one of those fishing boats. The prospect of birthing a child to acquire such a fleet seems an exceedingly profitable venture. While some may condemn her for exploiting a child for personal gain, what does it matter? In times of calamity and chaos, survival reigns supreme. With those fishing vessels and over 2,000 fishermen on board, alongside her loyal subordinates, she could surely carve out a sanctuary for herself, her family, and her friends amidst the turmoil, provided she manages it wisely. Furthermore, the child's father possesses decent looks, albeit he is somewhat frail. A mere exertion could lead to a fracture, and a gentle breeze may induce illness. Once the child is born, it is likely that he will inadvertently bring about his own demise without her intervention. Bringing her thoughts back to the matter at hand, Yi Xiaojie continued. Qing and I have come primarily to procure a batch of steel-toothed rabbit fur. I wonder if you might assist us in this endeavor? Xia Xiaoman did not respond immediately. Instead, she inquired, doesn't Qing have steel-toothed rabbits? No, Sun Qing interjected, shaking her head. For reasons unknown, it seems these rabbits prefer to avoid coastal areas. Their presence is entirely absent along the shore. However, we have seen numerous thieving seagulls. Speaking of the seagulls, Sun Qing's expression hardened. Those creatures truly live up to their name, often swooping down in droves to snatch fish during their fishing expeditions, causing considerable losses. Xia Xiaoman chuckled lightly. We in Floating City also find the thieving seagulls quite troublesome. When they are around, we cannot use lights while out at sea. Otherwise, we risk attracting their predatory attention. Sun Qing sighed, the seagulls are hardly a concern. They are merely flying pests. With a bit of strategy, they can be dealt with. The real issue lies in the harsh winds and waves along the coast. We lack sufficient means to keep warm, which is why we have come to Floating City to procure rabbit fur. Xia Xiaoman set 2 cups of tea in front of them, regarding the acquisition of rabbit fur. Rather than seeking me out, you would be better off negotiating directly with the trading post. For individual purchases of rabbit fur coats and blankets, each person is limited to 2 sets. If you engage with the trading post directly and offer a reasonable price, they may consider establishing a long-term partnership with you. The authorities are actively purchasing furs to exchange for supplies that Floating City lacks with other cities. Yi Xiaojie took a sip of her tea and replied. Upon our arrival in Floating City, we already inquired at the trading post. The supplies we brought, frozen seafood and sea salt, are not particularly scarce for them, resulting in inflated prices. Given that Floating City is not far from the coastal regions, representatives had already been dispatched before the eternal night to procure many dried fish and sea salt. Thus, the goods Yi Xiaojie and her companions brought hold little value in Floating City. Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brow. There are numerous items that can be exchanged for steel-toothed rabbit pelts at the trading post, most of which are in urgent demand. Your sea salt and frozen seafood indeed lack any competitive advantage. She pondered for a moment and then suggested, I propose that you find a venue to retail frozen seafood, while simultaneously arranging personnel to catch the steel-toothed rabbits. There are plenty of these rabbits in Floating City. With the right approach, one could capture hundreds in a single day. This is too cumbersome, they replied. The amount of sea salt and frozen seafood they brought is substantial. With fish caught by over a dozen large fishing vessels, it is uncertain how long it would take to sell everything. Sun Qing inquired, is Shuiwei Bay still open for business? Could you facilitate a connection for us to purchase rabbit pelts from them? She had previously approached Wang Shijin, only to learn that he had taken a job on a farm and no longer managed Shuiwei Bay's affairs. Thus, she sought Xia Xiaoman's assistance. Xia Xiaoman then remarked, after the first snowstorm, old man Luo passed away, and Aunt Xing's health has been unstable. With the 2 pillars of Shuiwei Bay fallen, the community has become disjointed. Now, only Qin Peichun from logistics is struggling to hold things together, yet she lacks authority in Shuiwei Bay, and many do not heed her. Hence, it is not that I am unwilling to assist, rather, Shuiwei Bay has transformed and it is exceedingly difficult to unite them for business as they once did. Chapter 190. Acquiring snowmobiles. The dim, clamorous, and cramped environment of the sewer had sullied the spirits of everyone in Shuiwei Bay. Even someone as cheerful as Fu Baiwei had been driven to an unusual state. While the others had not descended into madness, many harbored a sense of paranoia, feeling as though those around them were conspiring against them, coveting their resources. Even trivial matters were magnified beyond reason. In such circumstances, it was impossible to conduct business as they once did, as everyone instinctively guarded themselves against their neighbors, unable to trust one another. Feeling disheartened, Sun Qing sighed, pondering the futility of their situation in Shuiwei Bay. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she spoke up. Did you not know an employee at a trading point? Perhaps he could assist in procuring supplies? Xia Xiaoman paused, recalling Chen Guangli. Recently, she had harbored suspicions regarding Chen Guangli's involvement in drug trafficking. And the thought of seeking his aid was unappealing to her, fearing it might bring trouble. I have little rapport with him. He is rather mercenary. As long as it benefits him, he can be quite friendly with anyone. I can provide you with his address, and you may approach him for collaboration. However, exercise caution. He is quite cunning. Upon receiving Chen Guangli's address, Yi Xiaojie and Sun Qing expressed their intent to take their leave. Their visit to Xia Xiaoman served two purposes: to reminisce and strengthen their bond, not wanting to lose her as a connection, and to expedite their acquisition of rabbit fur through her assistance. With Xia Xiaoman unable to help, they resolved to seek collaboration with Chen Guangli instead. As Xia Xiaoman noticed their departure, she politely inquired, "It is quite cold outside. Have you secured accommodations? If not, you are welcome to stay at my place for a couple of days." Sun Qing shook her head. "No need. We arrived in a camper van. So we have a place to stay." Xia Xiaoman expressed surprise. "A camper van? Where have you struck it rich?" "We ventured north and returned with a batch of snowmobiles and camper vans. We owe much to Yi Xiaojie's child's father, as having his fleet of dozens of boats has greatly facilitated our procurement of supplies." Yi Xiaojie and Sun Qing understood well that time was of the essence. Shortly after becoming pregnant, Yi Xiaojie took charge of her fiancé's fleet of fishing boats and thousands of fishermen. After enduring the first blizzard, she realized that the coal reserves she, Sun Qing, and her fiancé had stored were insufficient. Once they adapted to the frigid conditions, she instructed the fishermen to harvest a significant quantity of marine goods in the shortest time possible, while also devising means to produce sea salt. The sea salt produced alongside the harvested seafood was sent to Yin City in exchange for coal. During one such trade, Sun Qing noticed an influx of snowmobiles in Yin City. Upon investigation, she learned that these snowmobiles had been transported from a northern city in exchange for coal. Upon discovering that snowmobiles were available for purchase in the north, Sun Qing returned to discuss the matter with Yi Xiaojie. They unanimously decided to embark on a journey northward to acquire snowmobiles. With a substantial supply of goods, they joined a convoy from the north heading to Yin City to trade for coal, encountering various dangers along the way. Yet, as long as they could secure a batch of snowmobiles, they deemed all risks manageable. In the inland regions, where both salt and fish are scarce, the supplies brought by Sun Qing and her companions proved to be exceedingly popular. Within just a few days, they established trade with a significant local gang, exchanging their goods for over 100 snowmobiles and several off-road vehicles designed for snowy terrains, including motorhomes. Considering that Yi Xiaojie was expecting, they had driven a motorhome equipped with a heating system to Fu City. Upon hearing about Sun Qing's recent adventures, Xia Xiaoman felt a twinge of envy, though it was merely envy, devoid of any jealousy. If she desired a snowmobile to venture outside and inquire which gang possessed them, she could easily infiltrate and procure one, albeit with some inconvenience. "Do you have many snowmobiles? Would you be willing to sell me one?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. "If we can resolve this with supplies, we should try to do so," Sun Qing remarked, glancing at Yi Xiaojie, who had returned with the snowmobiles in collaboration with her family through a marriage alliance. She was not authorized to sell them. "Selling you one isn't an issue, but if you don't frequently travel far, I wouldn't recommend it," Yi Xiaojie advised in a lowered voice. "The extreme cold won't persist indefinitely. If you invest a considerable sum in a snowmobile, once the cold abates, it will become futile, essentially wasting resources." The weight of her words caused Xia Xiaoman to squint. "Have you heard any news?" Yi Xiaojie shook her head, mentioning only vague rumors she had caught wind of, reports of the capital sending individuals to observe the planetary trajectories and the rotation of the blue star. The capital lay to the north, and during their trip to acquire snowmobiles, they had overheard discussions about the observations made at the boundary between perpetual daylight and eternal night. It was said that every few days, this boundary shifted forward by a certain distance. If the information held any truth, it suggested that the eternal night might gradually recede. However, this remained speculative. Until the sun was sighted, no one dared to assert that the eternal night would indeed vanish. Upon learning of the possibility of the eternal night's disappearance, Xia Xiaoman did not abandon her intention to purchase a snowmobile. Given the uncertainty of when the extreme cold would conclude, she resolved to buy one, believing that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, having a snowmobile would allow her to escape ahead of others. Yi Xiaojie pondered this and found merit in her reasoning. "Very well. If you wish to buy, I shall offer you when it cost, a snowmobile for 500 jin of grain. If you're not in a hurry, we can finalize the transaction once we have acquired rabbit fur before we depart." Xia Xiaoman nodded in agreement and exchanged a few more words with Yi Xiaojie before seeing them off. Yi Xiaojie and her group brought an abundance of goods for trade, with over 20 trucks filled with supplies. If they were to sell retail, It would likely take them months to deplete their inventory. They held little hope for Chun Guangli, having prepared for a return with empty hands. However, upon learning of the substantial quantities of seafood and sea salt they possessed, Chun Guangli immediately assured them that he would facilitate the arrangements. It is said that every creature has its own path. Just because trade points are not lacking in sea salt and seafood does not mean that others are not in need. In the floating city, numerous gangs have found themselves on the official blacklist. Once blacklisted, they are rendered incapable of trading at the supply points. Although these factions currently appear to thrive, indulging in their basic needs, such a state is but ephemeral. Once the resources in their vicinity are depleted, they will be left to endure the harsh winds of scarcity. Seafood, rich in protein, is indispensable, and the necessity of salt cannot be overstated. Humanity can forego many things, but salt is not among them. These two commodities can be readily sold to the blacklisted gangs, ensuring a constant market. Daily, these factions engage in the plunder of others' resources, with rabbit pelts being their most coveted prize. Each member can wear a maximum of 2 rabbit skin garments, leaving any excess unsellable. Thus, they trade the surplus with Xia Xiaoman and her associates. Chapter 191. The thief shouts to catch a thief in the past. Sun Qing would never have engaged in dealings with these nefarious gangs. It was not out of a sense of moral outrage, but rather from the fear of being ensnared in a blackmail scheme. However, this time, accompanied by Xia Xiaoman to Floating City, she had brought along a considerable number of personnel. If the other party dared to act, they must weigh their own capabilities carefully. After concluding the final transaction of rabbit pelts, Xia Xiaoman drove over the snowmobile promised to be sold to Xia Xiaoman. Upon hearing the roar of the engine, Xia Xiaoman rushed to the balcony, and upon seeing Xia Xiaoman and her companions, she began to carry the agreed-upon provisions outside the surrounding wall, piece by piece. "Have you sold all the goods you brought so quickly?" Sun Qing smiled and nodded, replying, "Indeed." While the price of the transaction was not particularly favorable, it was somewhat higher than what the trading point offered. After a few more exchanges, all the crew members will be able to don rabbit fur coats. "Will you be returning again soon?" Xia Xiaoman inquired. "Yes," Sun Qing responded. "With a sizable crew to ensure that the horses run well. One must provide them with good food and clothing. Otherwise, why would they wholeheartedly serve you?" Many in the fleet were dissatisfied with being managed by 2 women, and if they felt their treatment was being undermined, it would not be long before the crew disbanded. Sun Qing pushed the snowmobile in front of Xia Xiaoman and asked, "Have you ever operated one of these? Do you need me to teach you?" Just as Xia Xiaoman was about to reply that she did not need assistance, several shadowy figures suddenly emerged from around the corner, sprinting towards them. Instinctively, Xia Xiaoman placed her hand on her lower back, ready to draw her axe, only to discover that the approaching individuals were several uniformed special police officers. The officers, armed and swift, quickly surrounded Xia Xiaoman and her companions. "Put your hands up," came the cold voice of the lead officer. Confused, Xia Xiaoman and Xia Xiaoman raised their hands. "Officer, may I ask what crime we have committed? We have received reports of you smuggling narcotics. Which of you is Xia Xiaoman and which is Sun Qing?" Exchanging glances, Xia Xiaoman and Sun Qing simultaneously stepped forward, declaring, "I am Xia Xiaoman." "I am Sun Qing." Upon hearing this, one of the special police officers stepped forward and, rather roughly, pushed Sun Qing and Xia Xiaoman against the icy wall. Observing Xia Xiaoman stumble from the force, Sun Qing expressed her discontent, saying, "Be gentle, she is pregnant." Upon learning of Xia Xiaoman's condition, the officer softened his approach somewhat, yet remained firm, instructing Xia Xiaoman to face the wall, raise her hands, and lean against the wall while searching her for any dangerous items. Witnessing this, Xia Xiaoman recalled a recent incident she had observed through binoculars and spoke up, "Officer, who reported them for smuggling narcotics?" The leading officer shot her a sidelong glance, cautioning, "Refrain from asking questions that do not concern you. Your own suspicions have yet to be cleared. Focus on your own matters." Xia Xiaoman thought to herself, how did she become a suspect? It seemed she could bear the blame even while at home. To assert her innocence, she spoke again, "Officer, do you know Xie? He is also with the drug enforcement team. What? Trying to establish connections. I must inform you that while you may have avoided the perilous allure of narcotics, should you indulge, even the mightiest of figures would not shield you from my wrath. The nation of Xia has devoted countless years and sacrificed innumerable lives in the quest to eradicate this menace. If you possess even a modicum of conscience, you ought to steer clear of such vices." The lead officer's indignation grew with each utterance. Were it not for the uniform adorning his frame, he might have succumbed to uttering profanities. Xia Xiaoman, beset by his spittle, patiently awaited his tirade to subside before interjecting, "Sir, you misunderstand. I am not leveraging connections. I am not acquainted with Xie. Then why mention him? The officer retorted with irritation. Xia Xiaoman elaborated, on one occasion, during a mission, I fortuitously passed by and saved his life. Before she could complete her thought, the officer interrupted, and yet you claim no connections, revealing a debt of gratitude. Xia Xiaoman thought to herself, how on earth did this individual become an officer, when he does not allow a single coherent statement to be articulated? Unable to contain her frustration, she raised her voice in protest. When I saved him, he was in possession of a bag. The contents were narcotics. The officer's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you implying that Xia? To curtail any fanciful interpretations from the officer, Xia Xiaoman quickly clarified. His mission was to retrieve that bag of narcotics, not what you might be envisioning. The officer exhaled a sigh of relief. I was concerned that Xia was acting outside the law. Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes and continued, that bag belonged to me. I unearthed it from the ground, which left a lasting impression. Recently, I observed an individual possessing a similar bag. I cannot ascertain whether it contained narcotics. Thus I seek to inquire about the identity of the person who reported them. If it was indeed the individual with the bag, they might be the true perpetrator. The officer regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze, even if the informant was the one with the bag. How can you prove that they are not allied with these two women? Xia Xiaoman replied, do you not have drug detection dogs? Allow them to sniff and discern who the actual trafficker is. The officer furrowed his brow. You make a valid point. However, I must still ask you to accompany us. He reassured her, rest assured, once the investigation concludes, if you are indeed innocent, I shall personally escort you home. Xia Xiaoman, somewhat exasperated, conceded, I will accompany you. But you must assign someone to guard my home, or else I shall return to find it thoroughly looted. Also, please safeguard my newly purchased snowmobile. The officer's lips twitched, realizing that this individual viewed them as mere bodyguards. At all times, when it pertains to narcotics, it is not a trivial matter. It was the seemingly inconspicuous narcotic that nearly led to the obliteration of the entire nation of Xia from history. Hence, even as the current circumstances drive individuals to desperation, the prohibition of narcotics remains steadfast. Following the officer into the depths of the sewer, they navigated countless twists and turns until they arrived at a somewhat more spacious chamber. Upon entering this section of the sewer, Xia Xiaoman beheld Qin Guangli seated within the interrogation area. Chapter 192. Sometimes, retribution is inevitable. Qin Guangli, upon seeing Xia Xiaoman being brought in as well, felt a flicker of confusion within him. Yet he maintained an unperturbed demeanor while responding to the various inquiries of the special police. After several minutes, it was Yi Xiaojia's turn to enter, followed by Sun Qing, and finally, Xia Xiaoman. As soon as Xia Xiaoman took her seat, the special police officer across from her slid a tablet towards her, asking, is this the bag you have seen before? Xia Xiaoman glanced at the image and nodded with certainty. It is identical to the bag I uncovered while rescuing Xia last time. The officer pressed on. When you saw this bag, where exactly were you? Xia Xiaoman replied, at my home. The officer raised an eyebrow, adopting a skeptical expression, as if to say, are you joking? Are you confessing? Unfazed, Xia Xiaoman continued, some time ago, someone set off fireworks, and I thought those fireworks resembled a distress signal. Out of curiosity, I used my night vision binoculars to observe the area where the fireworks were being launched, and I happened to see someone holding this bag. The officer retorted, next time, try not to breathe so heavily while speaking. Your home is quite a distance from the incident. How can you be certain that the bag in that person's hand is indeed this one? It could just be a similar bag. With a hint of exasperation, Xia Xiaoman explained, the building where the fireworks were set off is only a few hundred meters away from my home in a straight line. Using my full-color night vision binoculars, I could clearly see every movement over there, including the appearance of the bag that person was holding. Did you see the person holding the bag? Is this him? The officer then swiped the tablet to reveal a photograph of Qin Guangli. Without hesitation, Xia Xiaoman nodded. Qin Guangli, whom she had introduced to Sun Qing, was fully aware of their close relationship and yet dared to orchestrate such a scheme against them, evidently underestimating her. Since Qin Guangli had shown no regard for her, she felt little obligation to conceal the truth. After all, their relationship was merely transactional, unworthy of any sacrifice for its fragile nature. The officer asked Xia Xiaoman a few more questions, to which she answered all she could, withholding any sensitive information. Upon exiting the interrogation room, Xia Xiaoman, Yi Xiaojia, Sun Qing, and Qin Guangli, along with an unfamiliar young man, were seated together, flanked by 4 armed officers, ready to react with lethal force at the slightest provocation. Seeing her emerge, Sun Qing anxiously inquired, are you all right? Did they give you any trouble? I'm fine. Xia Xiaoman replied, shaking her head. With a rare sense of guilt, she added, I apologize for not being clearer with you. It has led you to suffer this unforeseen calamity. Yi Xiaojia, overhearing, smiled and reassured, "It's not your fault. You had already warned us. Moreover, even without this incident, other conflicts could have arisen. Rest assured, we will be fine." Having dealt with gangs, both she and Sun Qing were well prepared for any eventuality. Noticing their calm composure, Xia Xiaoman sensed that they had a backup plan, and her feelings of guilt began to dissipate. "Hey, it's time for dinner. Come and collect your meal, one for each of you," called out a police officer as he approached with 5 boxes of food. Xia Xiaoman opened a takeout box, revealing an unfamiliar grain cake, presumably made from locust flour. Beneath the cake lay a half box of a sticky brown substance. Sun Qing, sitting nearby, inquired, "What is this goo?" The special police officer glanced over and replied, "Mashed potatoes." The mashed potatoes were still warm and emitted no unpleasant odor. Sun Qing took a spoonful and tasted it, finding the flavor quite agreeable. "Are the conditions for the prisoners this good now? They can eat well and stay warm without spending a dime," she joked. The officer, with a cold demeanor, retorted, "Whatever they eat will be deducted from their labor points." "And what if there are no labor points?" Xia Xiaoman asked. "During labor reform, they have to work extra days to cover their food costs." "What about death row inmates?" Sun Qing queried. The officer remained silent, clearly exasperated by their incessant, childlike questions about their current predicament. "Death row inmates only get one last meal. Do you wish to test that?" Sensing the officer's growing impatience, Xia Xiaoman and her companions fell silent, quietly consuming their meals. Before they could finish, Xia Yi entered with several special police officers, taking away Chen Guangli, who was still gnawing on the grain cake, along with another young man. Before leaving, he turned back to Xia Xiaoman and said, "We've clarified everything. Once you finish your meal and complete the paperwork, you'll be free to go." Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. The investigation had concluded remarkably quickly. The staff member assisting with their paperwork, overhearing the exchange, smiled and remarked, "It would have taken more time, but thanks to the crucial information you provided, we were able to resolve it swiftly." On the surface, Chen Guangli worked at a trading point, using his position to bridge connections in the gray areas, supplying valuable information to various gangs. In reality, he was a member of a smuggling gang before the disaster, often aiding in the retail sale of narcotics. Recently, when he went to retrieve supplies, he discovered that his supplier had died, not from assassination, but from a drunken stupor that led him to forget to stoke the fire and freeze to death in his sleep. Upon discovering the frozen corpse, Chen Guangli stealthily entered the home to search for resources, accidentally finding half a bag of narcotics. The disappearance of that half bag raised suspicions that Chen Guangli had taken it, leading to the fireworks signal incident. When they attempted to encircle him, they were instead captured by the soldiers, suffering significant losses, which temporarily deterred the factions from using force against him. Although no longer under attack, Chen Guangli was acutely aware of many watchful eyes upon him. To save his own skin, he redirected blame onto Sun Qing and her companions. As outsiders, if the missing half bag of narcotics were pinned on them, once they left, those gangs would be unable to confront them. After some time, when the dust settled, he planned to resume selling narcotics. Chen Guangli's reasoning was straightforward. He knew that Sun Qing had brought many people with her, and if the special police apprehended them, they would undoubtedly escape. Little did he anticipate that Sun Qing and Yu Xiaojie would venture to find Xia Xiaoman without any companions, only to be apprehended by the special police. In a bid for authenticity, Chen Guangli discreetly concealed several small packages of white powder in Sun Qing's truck while she and Yu Xiaojie were preoccupied with transactions. Upon learning the precise moment of Sun Qing's departure from Fucheng, he promptly hired a young accomplice to report the presence of narcotics in their vehicle. Yet, fate can be merciless. Chen Guangli, who never formed genuine connections and operated solely on self-interest devoid of morality, found his actions returning to haunt him. The young informant, equally bereft of ethical principles, immediately implicated Chen Guangli after being caught red-handed, betraying him in a heartbeat. The drug enforcement team, piecing together testimonies from all involved, swiftly unraveled the origins and developments of the incident. Chapter 193, The Unpredictability of Life. Chen Guangli, driven by a sense of trepidation regarding potential retribution from Sun Qing and her associates, resorted to hiring a young informant to report them. When confronted by the special police, his justification for this action was his fear of being held in contempt, coupled with a desire to not idly witness their transgressions against the law. However, in light of Xia Xiaoman's testimony, Chen Guangli's narrative became riddled with inconsistencies. During the interrogation of Xia Xiaoman and her companions, the authorities had already dispatched the narcotics team to search both Chen Guangli's residence and workplace. Naturally, the vehicles belonging to Sun Qing's group were also scrutinized. After a thorough investigation, the narcotics team uncovered hidden white powder concealed within the ceiling of Chen Guangli's workplace. With both eyewitness accounts and physical evidence at hand, Qin Guangli found himself devoid of any means of denial. Once the necessary procedures were completed, Xia Xiaoman and her companions accompanied the officials to reclaim the snowmobiles. These snowmobiles were not easily accessible to the sewers, typically stored within designated official buildings, where personnel were stationed to prevent theft. It appeared that Yi Xiaojia's associates had received prior intelligence, as they were waiting outside the building where the snowmobiles were stored. As Xia Xiaoman approached, she noticed a towering figure emerge from the crowd and stride towards Sun Qing. "Sister, are you all right?" he inquired. Sun Qing replied, "I'm fine. Have you taken care of what I entrusted to you?" The tall figure nodded affirmatively. "I've disposed of it within the steel-toothed rabbit's body, feeding it to a thieving seagull. Even if a narcotics dog were to arrive, it would be unable to locate the item." Just as Qin Guangli had carelessly discarded the white powder into the cargo truck, he was subsequently apprehended. With such a substantial amount of goods stored in the vehicle, it was implausible that a stranger could approach without deliberate intent. Qin Guangli had no genuine opportunity to near the truck. Sun Qing smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "Clever indeed. Just like one of our own." She then introduced the tall figure to Xia Xiaoman, stating, "This is my younger brother, Sun Yao, and this is Xia Xiaoman. You may call her Sister Xiaoman." Sun Yao grinned sheepishly at Xia Xiaoman. "Hello, Sister Xiaoman. I often hear my sister speak of you. She says you are quite skilled with an axe. May I learn from you someday?" Xia Xiaoman returned a courteous smile. "I would be happy to teach you if the opportunity arises." She then turned to Sun Qing. "When did you find your family?" "I found them while exchanging for snowmobiles in the north. My parents are gone, leaving only this silly brother, and I feel uneasy not having him by my side." Sun Qing spoke lightly, yet only she knew the depths of her despair upon learning of her parents' passing. Regaining her composure, Sun Qing inquired, "Will you need help moving the snowmobiles into the yard later? Should I call a few people to assist?" Xia Xiaoman shook her head. "No need. I will hide the vehicles outside." "Very well, we shall take our leave then. I will visit you again soon." Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoman curiously asked, "Will you be coming back soon?" Sun Qing replied, "Yes, we need to return for more rabbit pelts as the ones we acquired this time are insufficient. At least 2 more trips are needed." However, regarding Qin Guangli, understanding Xia Xiaoman's unspoken concerns, Sun Qing interjected, "Qin Guangli's arrest will not impede our plans. We already know whom to approach for the rabbit pelts, and we shall liaise directly with them. It is merely an inconvenience. Most of those individuals are utterly ruthless, requiring caution to avoid falling victim to their treachery." Xia Xiaoman harbored a certain admiration for Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojie. The 2 women had managed to carve out such a substantial enterprise amidst the chaos of this calamitous era, a feat not easily accomplished. However, admiration was all she could muster. The thought of laboring tirelessly to manage such a vast number of people and being responsible for their every need was beyond her capacity. After parting ways with Sun Qing and the others, Xia Xiaoman drove her snowmobile home. As she passed an intersection, she caught sight of the long-unseen Fu Baiwei. Fu Baiwei was surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals near a large iron cage, within which a man was bound. The man's calves were gruesomely mangled, intermittently being gnawed upon by several steel-toothed rabbits that ventured into the cage. Fu Baiwei and her cohorts observed coldly, and upon spotting the rabbits, she swiftly raised a sharp spear and impaled one, lifting it to toss into a prepared sealed bag. The man writhed in agony, howling in pain, his pleas for mercy scarcely articulated. Upon hearing the roar of an engine, Fu Baiwei glanced up and locked eyes with Xia Xiaoman. That frigid gaze rendered Xia Xiaoman inexplicably aware of the strangeness of the person before her. Fu Baiwei recognized Xia Xiaoman but offered no greeting, merely casting a cold glance before returning to her task of capturing the rabbits. Xia Xiaoman felt a tangle of emotions, not quite discomfort, but rather a reflection on the capriciousness of life and the fickleness of human nature. Suddenly, a rope emerged from the snow. Xia Xiaoman had no time to react before colliding with it, and in the next moment, both she and her vehicle tumbled into the snow. It had been a long time since she had found herself in such a disheveled state. Shaking her head, she stood up with a stern expression, regarding the group of individuals that had appeared around her. "Damn it, Zhao Laosan. I told you to raise the rope higher. Just block the person, not the vehicle. If you damage my car, I'll make you pay." The person named Zhao Laosan looked aggrieved. "Boss, you can't blame me. This guy is so short. His head is nearly level with the front of the car. If I had raised it higher, I might not have stopped him at all." The leader turned to Xia Xiaoman, pausing in silence before waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. You can't even handle a trivial matter. Now, listen here. If you know what is good for you, scram quickly. I'm in a good mood today, and will spare you this time. Don't linger around, or I'll send you to meet the king of hell." Xia Xiaoman regarded him with a cold stare and flexed her wrist. "You're in a good mood today? How unfortunate. I'm feeling rather ill at ease and cannot abide anyone in a better mood than I." With that, she drew an axe and hurled it with force. The leader, intending to berate Xia Xiaoman for her insolence, had not even uttered a word before the axe whirled toward him, prompting him to leap aside in fright. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman chose not to draw her firearm. The proximity to where the snowmobiles were parked made it too risky. Firing a weapon would undoubtedly attract the attention of the soldiers. Concealing herself with her coat, she retrieved a tang knife from her space, and the moment the axe flew, she pounced forth like a leopard. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, yet Xia Xiaoman could accurately pinpoint the location of each adversary. The sharp tang dao sliced through the biting wind, carving deep gashes into the man's flesh, his blood staining the pristine white snow beneath. The surrounding steel-toothed rabbits, drawn by the scent, lunged at the man, tearing at him with ferocity. Xia Xiaoman, swift as the wind, offered no respite to her adversaries. Her tang dao moved like a specter, relentlessly assailing the encroaching foes. Zhao Laosan and his companions wielded their machetes to defend themselves, yet the tang dao, prized by the Mad Dragon Society, was far superior to their mundane blades. After a few strikes, their machetes dulled, while Xia Xiaoman's weapon remained as sharp as ever. The heavy coats they wore were no match for the tang dao's prowess. As Xia Xiaoman's assault intensified, the wounds on Zhao Laosan and his comrades multiplied, and the steel-toothed rabbits began to gather in increasing numbers. Amidst the chaos wrought by the rabbits, within a mere 20 minutes, Zhao Laosan and his companions fell victim to their onslaught. After wiping the blood from her tang dao, Xia Xiaoman picked up an axe from the roadside. As she prepared to depart, she cast a glance back at the distant, coldly observing Fu Baiwei, sighed, and revved her motorcycle to leave. Chapter 194, Cold-Resistant Plants. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman noticed several soldiers loitering near her residence. These soldiers had received word of her arrival and, upon her return, requested her to check for any missing belongings. Only after confirming that nothing was amiss did they depart in an orderly fashion. Once the soldiers had moved on, Xia Xiaoman climbed onto the wall to survey her surroundings, ensuring that no one was in sight before she stowed her snowmobile away. Sitting on the heated brick bed, she shed her upper garments and examined her back in the mirror, discovering some redness and swelling on her left shoulder. Fortunately, the thickness of her clothing had mitigated the impact of her fall from the vehicle. Otherwise, her shoulder might have sustained at least a fracture. Xia Xiaoman retrieved some medicinal alcohol, warmed it in her palms, and vigorously rubbed it onto her shoulder. The throbbing pain radiating from her injury stirred feelings of irritation within her. The memory of Fu Baiwei's indifferent gaze only fueled her frustration further. She had done nothing to offend Fu Baiwei. Even if she had been too frightened to assist, could she not have simply voiced a warning upon seeing her approach? Instead, she had been left to stumble into a trap, washed with apathy. Not to mention, Fu Baiwei might not have even recognized her. With the bandit hat and tactical cap she wore, who could have mistaken her for anyone else? It was remarkable how much a person could change in just a short time apart. Indeed, the human heart is inscrutable. In future interactions, she resolved to be more vigilant to avoid falling into such pitfalls again. After silently lamenting for the better part of the day, she applied the medicinal alcohol to her shoulder, donned her clothes, and treated her two swollen knees as well. Once she had tended to her wounds, Xia Xiaoman ventured into the basement, retrieving 4 eggs to prepare a fried rice dish. Today had been physically taxing, and the boxed meal from the interrogation room had hardly sufficed. Even before returning home, her stomach had begun to protest. Xia Xiaoman was not fond of fried rice where the egg enveloped the rice grains. She preferred to scramble the eggs first, breaking them into small pieces with a spatula. Then adding chili and dried shrimp to infuse flavor before incorporating the rice and seasoning it to perfection. With the addition of chili, she could easily consume 3 large bowls of egg fried rice. In her growth years, she could have devoured at least 4. After relishing a delightful meal, her previously foul mood lifted remarkably. Xia Xiaoman then took out the seafood gifted by Sun Qing and Yi Xiaojia, consisting of common fish, considerably smaller than those sold to her during the peak heat. In such frigid weather, catching larger fish was a challenge. Nestled at the bottom was a small turtle, miraculously alive despite the freezing conditions. This was Xia Xiaoman's first encounter with a sea turtle. She filled a basin with lukewarm water and gently placed the turtle inside. Before long, the turtle emerged from its shell, curiously surveying its surroundings. Amused, Xia Xiaoman decided to keep it by the stove, occasionally tossing it some entrails from the steel-toothed rabbit for nourishment. After enduring 2 snowstorms, the outdoor temperature stabilized between -70 to 80 degrees. Taking advantage of the steadiness, Floating City hastened its agricultural development, expanded the sewer system, and established a safe harbor. During the winter months, Xia Xiaoman has been hibernating at home while the bomb shelter farm has cultivated a batch of cold-resistant sweet potatoes. Although the yield of these hardy sweet potatoes is modest, their vines flourish vigorously, akin to chives, sprouting anew after each harvest. Planting just a couple of these at home ensures a steady supply of fresh greens. Xia Xiaoman learned about cold-resistant sweet potatoes from Wang Shijin, who, knowing she lacked nothing but fresh vegetables, unscrupulously sold her a handful of tender sweet potato vines at an exorbitant price, claiming they were hard to procure from the overseer, and that most could not even obtain them. Unbeknownst to Xia Xiaoman, who was isolated at home and unaware of their abundance in the sewers, she paid dearly for a bunch of sweet potato vines. The tender sprouts Wang sold her were so fragile that she couldn't even keep a few alive for planting. After consuming the sweet potato greens, she sought to buy more and went to the sewer to find Wang Shijin. Upon her arrival, she discovered that these sweet potato vines were not rare at all. Nearly every household had cultivated one or two, with some even renting larger plots to grow dozens. Seeing that Xia Xiaoman had become aware of the existence of cold-resistant sweet potatoes, Wang Shijin brazenly remarked, "The sprouts I sold you were the finest. And gathering such a large bunch took considerable effort. To deliver them to your home, I had to cradle the vines to prevent them from freezing. Tell me, is it unreasonable to charge you 5 pounds of grain for this?" Xia Xiaoman rolled her eyes, disinterested in arguing, and simply plucked 2 robust sweet potato vines from Wang Shijin's patch to take home for planting. Wang Shijin shrugged nonchalantly, "Do as you wish. Just don't strip me bare." After securing the sweet potato vines, Xia Xiaoman inquired, "Is it true that you only cultivate sweet potatoes in the countryside? Are there no other crops?" Wang Shijin replied, "At present, sweet potatoes are all we can offer. However, I've heard that in Yin City, they've managed to grow some cold-resistant radishes and potatoes." "Potatoes again?" Wang Shijin explained, "The only crops that yield abundantly and withstand hardship are potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn. Corn stalks are too tall for indoor cultivation, so our focus remains on potatoes and sweet potatoes. The potatoes from Yin City are said to taste quite good, being denser than our drought-resistant variety and having fewer roots." Xia Xiaoman expressed indifference towards potatoes, asking instead about the radishes they had grown. Wang Shijin pondered for a moment and replied, "The radishes are decent, albeit with somewhat thick skins resembling tree bark. We've already procured seeds from Yin City and are currently planting potatoes on a large scale. Radishes are grown in lesser quantities since they don't provide as much satiety as potatoes. Could you help me acquire a few radish seeds?" "Just 1 or 2 will suffice," Xia Xiaoman requested. Wang Shijin's face showed hesitation. "I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee I'll succeed. The new variety planting area is under strict supervision, making it quite troublesome to obtain seeds or seedlings." Chapter 195, The Fallen Thieving Gull After Harvesting 2 Sweet Potato Vines. Xia Xiaoman promptly retrieved the pot used for planting vegetables and excavated 2 holes to plant the vines. This new variety of sweet potato is resilient to cold and requires minimal sunlight. However, it is not drought-resistant and necessitates thorough watering daily, lest it perish. In the depths of winter, water is abundantly available. When it runs low, one can simply venture outside to collect a bucket of snow, which can be melted and cooled for irrigation purposes. With the soil saturated, the sweet potato vines grow at a remarkable pace. Within just a week of planting, they had already reached over 1 meter in length. A few more days of growth would yield enough leaves for a delightful stir-fry. Xia Xiaoman relishes sweet potato leaves, especially when sautéed in lard, which imparts an irresistible fragrance. Regrettably, her storage lacks lard, despite being stocked with various oils. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed, followed by a sharp sound, as if something had plummeted onto the roof. Startled by the noise, Xia Xiaoman nearly severed the tender vines she had nurtured. She donned her coat and hat and stepped outside, soon discovering an injured thieving gull in the yard. The gull was severely hurt, flapping its wings desperately in an attempt to take flight. However, every effort proved futile, exacerbating its wounds and spilling bright red blood all around. While the trap set in the yard lay utterly ravaged, Xia Xiaoman brandished an axe and struck the gull on the head. With a single blow, it fell silent, lying motionless on the ground. Approaching the creature, she lifted its wing to inspect it, revealing a spear lodged deep in its abdomen, half embedded. A slight movement would cause blood to gush forth rapidly. It must have fallen nearby. "Everyone, please search. I believe it dropped into the yard. Should we climb the wall?" "Climbing the wall may not be prudent. This yard appears to be inhabited. Regardless of whether someone lives there, we are not here to steal. We merely wish to retrieve the fallen gull. What is there to fear? Indeed, if we do not take a look, what if the inhabitants take the gull for themselves?" Xia Xiaoman, overhearing the impolite chatter outside, rolled her eyes in exasperation, grasping the gull's talon and lifting it. She then produced a ladder and ascended. "Excuse me. Did you shoot this?" Upon seeing her holding the gull, the group outside exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, we did. Please, throw it back out. Thank you." In response, Xia Xiaoman tossed the gull back onto the ground and perched atop the ladder, addressing them. "As long as you acknowledge your involvement, that suffices. The bird you shot has caused damage to my roof and destroyed the traps I set in the yard. How do you propose to resolve this matter? The group outside was taken aback, incredulous that such a small goal could inflict damage upon the roof. Surely, you jest. Xia Xiaoman pointed to the area on the roof where the goal had struck. That corner had previously been damaged by debris swept up by a tornado. I had repaired it with wooden boards, but just moments ago, this goal has shattered 2 of those boards, which still dangle precariously above. The group followed the direction pointed by Xia Xiaoman and indeed spotted 2 rectangular dark shapes partially hanging from the eaves. This does not necessarily prove that we caused the damage. Perhaps it was already broken before, one of them remarked. Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. Evidence? Well, it is likely that feathers and blood from that thieving seagull remain on the board. Would you like me to take it down for you to examine? The leader awkwardly chuckled. No need for that. The fact that she can so calmly offer evidence suggests that the roof is likely damaged. I sincerely apologize for the damage to your roof. How about this? Let this steel-toothed rabbit serve as compensation. Would that be acceptable? With that, he produced a steel-toothed rabbit carcass from a sealed bag. Xia Xiaoman interjected, in addition to the roof, the trap I set in the yard has also been destroyed. No sooner had she finished speaking than someone voiced their displeasure. I believe you are intentionally trying to swindle us. It's just a broken trap. We can simply rebuild it. And now you want compensation. We only have one steel-toothed rabbit. Take it or leave it. The voice belonged to the same person who had previously suggested climbing over the wall. Xia Xiaoman cast a cold glance in his direction. He was a burly figure, which likely gave him the audacity to suggest such a thing. Since we cannot reach an agreement, so be it. I shall forego the compensation. But the thieving seagull that fell into my yard is mine, Xia Xiaoman stated nonchalantly. See, I told you she was trying to pocket our seagull. I was right. The leader halted his comrade, who was about to climb the wall. Don't act rashly. Let me discuss this further with her. Discuss? What is there to discuss? We have enough people to simply go in and take the seagull. Why waste time negotiating? One of them declared, stepping back a couple of paces before making a run at the wall, leaping up to climb it. Xu Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Come down. The leader shouted anxiously. The man named Xu Xiaoyu paid no heed, using his hands to push against the wall while placing his foot upon it. Xia Xiaoman remained composed, drawing her crossbow and aiming it at his head. As Xu Xiaoyu barely managed to place one foot on the wall and looked ahead, he found the crossbow aimed squarely at his forehead. At that moment, the leader yanked on Xu Xiaoyu's shirt from behind. Caught off guard, Xu Xiaoyu was pulled down and landed hard on the ground. Seeing him fall, the man was still not satisfied. He kicked Xu Xiaoyu twice, shouting, "What kind of fool do you think you are? Do you wish to throw your life away? If you want to die, fine. But don't drag us down with you." After kicking Xu Xiaoyu, the man's anger subsided somewhat. He retrieved 2 steel-toothed rabbits from the sealed bag, adjusted his expression, and attempted to speak kindly. "Miss, would 2 steel-toothed rabbits as compensation be acceptable to you?" Xia Xiaoman regarded him for a moment, then nodded. "All right, toss the rabbits over." The man complied, tossing the 2 steel-toothed rabbits into the yard. Observing this, Xia Xiaoman also hurled the thieving seagull, which landed squarely on Xu Xiaoyu's face, covering him with feathers. Xu Xiaoyu was immediately filled with a mix of embarrassment and fury, ready to unleash a tirade. However, before he could utter a sound, the leader of the group delivered a swift kick, demanding, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pick up the thieving seagull. Do you wish to be devoured by the steel-toothed rabbit?" Xu Xiaoyu, feeling humiliated, begrudgingly retrieved the seagull, letting out a petulant huff, and stormed off without a backward glance. The leader turned to Xia Xiaoman and offered an apologetic smile before hastily following in Xu Xiaoyu's footsteps with his companions. Chapter 196, The Little People After a Short Distance. Xu Xiaoyu indignantly remarked, "Wu Jun, why were you so afraid of her just now? She is alone. Even if she possesses a crossbow, she cannot possibly contend with so many of us. Moreover, we have long spears and bows. If necessary, we can simply shoot her with our long-range weapons. Is there really any need for such cowardice?" The leading man, Wu Jun, replied, "No matter how formidable our long-range weapons may be, can they truly rival this?" He gestured as if holding a handgun. Xu Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. "Does she have a handgun?" Wu Jun nodded. "I have only heard it from others. There is said to be a villa surrounded by ice walls in this area, and the owner possesses real firearms. At first, it did not occur to me. Then I wondered how someone could be so audacious as to challenge us and demand compensation when she was all alone against our numbers. To act so boldly. She must either be a fool or possess considerable confidence. The only thing that could provide her with such confidence is perhaps having something in her possession that could easily deal with us. That's when I recalled the rumors about someone in this area having a gun." Xu Xiaoyu countered, "You are merely repeating what you have heard. How can you be so certain that she possesses a firearm? What if she is just a reckless fool?" Wu Jun shot him an incredulous glance and retorted, To call someone else a fool, I think you are the real simpleton. Just consider, if she were truly foolish, how could she acquire a rabbit fur coat? How could she dare to live alone outside the sewer? Xia Xiaoman scoffed, huffing in annoyance. In a couple of days, I will report her to the authorities. Let us see if she still has the audacity without her gone. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jun kicked him lightly and said, Report? What will you use to make a report? Just because your lips touch, do you think the authorities will come running to confiscate her gone? You don't believe it when I say you are all brawn and no brains. If reporting were effective, a multitude would have already done so. Would there be a need for you? What would you even say when you report? That you tried to trespass into someone's yard. And they threatened you with a gun? Before you could successfully report her, you would find yourself arrested and sent to labor reform, enduring prison life. Xia Xiaoman remained unconvinced. But to avoid further scolding, he wisely chose to remain silent. The group continued their pursuit of the thieving gulls and steel-toothed rabbits. It was not until nearly 9 o'clock in the evening that they returned to the sewer, laden with the day's catch. As they approached the entrance of the sewer, Xia Xiaoman and his companions noticed someone scrambling out in a panic. Xia Xiaoman muttered, "Isn't the entrance meant for entry only? Why are they coming out? Have we taken a wrong turn?" There was no mistake. A red sign stood nearby, indicating that this was indeed the entrance. Wu Jun's expression grew serious as he fixated on the sewer entrance. Seeing someone rushing towards them, he quickly intercepted the individual and inquired, "Hey, brother. What happened in the sewer? Why is everyone coming out this way?" The person, gasping for breath, replied, "There's a madman. The sewer is on fire. It's all ablaze down there." "What?" Xia Xiaoman's voice rose dramatically, exclaiming that the sewer had caught fire. "What about our supplies? My newly purchased rabbit fur blanket hasn't tea even warmed up yet." Before he could finish speaking, Xia Xiaoman hastily dove towards the sewer. Wu Jun quickly reacted, seizing him by the waist. "What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear them say that everything down there is ablaze? Do you wish to meet your demise? Let go of me. My supplies are still down there. I must rescue them. Release me." Xia Xiaoman struggled frantically. Wu Jun, unable to endure any longer, forcefully brought Xia Xiaoman down and landed 2 solid punches to his face. "Calm down. What is more important, supplies or your life?" After being struck, Xia Xiaoman gradually regained his composure, but the tumult of anguish and frustration within him was impossible to suppress. "I understand your pain. I feel it too. But we must remain composed. The area is engulfed in flames. Venturing in would be a death sentence. Once the fire is extinguished, we can search for our belongings. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us, and the flames have not reached our supplies." Wu Jun sought to comfort Xia Xiaoman while also reassuring himself. Xia Xiaoman bit his lip, a flicker of despair flashing in his eyes. Those supplies were the result of their arduous efforts, and now consumed by flames. How would they manage in the days to come? He was not alone in his despair. Every individual who emerged from the sewer, having narrowly escaped, sat hopelessly in the snow. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman was busy rearranging the traps in the yard and then climbed to the rooftop to repair the house. Just as she was on the verge of completing the repairs, an immense blaze erupted in the distance. Against the pitch-black night, the flame was strikingly conspicuous. Impossible for Xia Xiaoman to ignore. The surrounding seagulls, drawn by the fiery spectacle, flew closer, only to sense the perilous heat and quickly retreat. Xia Xiaoman took out her binoculars to observe the source of the fire. To her astonishment, it was a sewer entrance, not far from the burning sewer. Another entrance was crowded with those who had fled. Among them, some bore burns, crouching on the ground, occasionally sprinkling snow on their wounds. Others, perhaps hastily dressed from their beds, shivered in scant clothing, huddled together for warmth. A few wept uncontrollably, their sorrow either stemming from lost family members or the abandoned supplies. After a while, several uniformed soldiers appeared, and though it was unclear what they said, those who had been crying or sitting in shock sprang into action. Throwing snow into the sewer, Xia Xiaoman observed for a while, noticing that the burning sewer was somewhat distant from where Wang Shijin and his group resided. She then put down her binoculars, tidied the rooftop, and returned to the living room. It was 8 days later that Xia Xiaoman learned the reason behind the sewer fire. Coincidentally, on that day, Sun Qing arrived in Floating City to exchange for rabbit fur. Wang Shijin, having heard some news, appeared right after Sun Qing visited her home. From her second-floor balcony, Xia Xiaoman spotted Wang Shijin outside the wall. As he descended to fetch a ladder beside it, "Aren't you supposed to be at work today? What brings you here?" Wang Shijin replied with a smile. "I've swapped shifts with someone. Is Sun Qing here with you? I need to discuss something with her." Curiously, Xia Xiaoman inquired, "What do you need to talk to her about? Selling sweet potato leaves?" Wang Shijin clicked his tongue. "Do I appear to be the sort of person who engages in such trivial business?" Without answering, Xia Xiaoman retorted, "Who was it that sold me sweet potato leaves at an exorbitant price not long ago?" Wang Shijin. In this matter, he was indeed at fault. Chapter 197. The breeding of steel-toothed rabbits. Xia Xiaoman perched upon the wall, maneuvering the ladder outside, beckoning Wang Shijin to ascend. As he climbed, Wang Shijin remarked, "Why not construct a door? Climbing up and down like this is rather inconvenient." "Precisely because it is inconvenient. It serves to deter those who might seek to pilfer our supplies," Xia Xiaoman replied. She ushered Wang Shijin into the living room, where Sun Qing, seated on the heated Kong, greeted him with a professional smile. "Brother Wang, it has been a while. How have you been faring lately?" Wang Shijin returned the smile. "Oh, it's been manageable, though nothing compared to your prosperity. I heard you recently traded several truckloads of supplies for rabbit pelts. It seems you've been quite profitable." Sun Qing humbly countered, "Not at all, merely making ends meet. I brought a considerable amount of supplies, and with many brothers to support. Each of us receives but a modest share." She then complimented Wang Shijin, "You are the astute one, recognizing the dire circumstances and withdrawing early." Xia Xiaoman, overhearing their commercial flattery, rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Let us stick to the matter at hand. Spare us the idle chatter, it's quite dry." Wang Shijin shook his head in disdain. "This is precisely why you are ill-suited for business. Your temperament is far too rigid." He then turned to Sun Qing, addressing the crux of the discussion. "Are you still intending to exchange for rabbit pelts this time?" Sun Qing nodded in affirmation. "Aside from the rabbit pelts, we have little urgent need for other supplies. Must the pelts be tanned? Would you consider accepting them with the meat still attached?" Wang Shijin inquired. Sun Qing hesitated before responding. "With meat attached? Are they alive or dead?" "Both options are viable. We can provide live ones if desired. Or the deceased if that is preferable," Wang Shijin clarified. Xia Xiaoman interjected with curiosity. "What do you mean? Have you begun breeding steel-toothed rabbits? Who would dare claim to have live ones unless they are raising them themselves? Capturing steel-toothed rabbits is far more challenging than merely hunting them." Wang Shijin nodded. "Indeed. My colleagues and I at the farm have been breeding a number of steel-toothed rabbits. Initially, it was merely a pastime, but unexpectedly, their numbers have multiplied. We can no longer sustain them, hence." Xia Xiaoman, puzzled, as the population of the steel-toothed rabbits proliferated, each rabbit required its own independent space. Consequently, we had no choice but to relocate them to an abandoned office building outside. Every day, we had to freeze ice bricks to construct individual little nests for their habitation. Furthermore, the discarded sweet potato vines were insufficient to sustain the rabbits, prompting us to scavenge for unwanted rabbit entrails or even collect carcasses from outside to feed them. "Collecting carcasses to feed the rabbits?" Sun Qing exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening. Wang Shijin nodded in affirmation, explaining that the steel-toothed rabbits were omnivorous, subsisting on both plants and carrion. With no means to provide them with an abundance of vegetation, we were left with no alternative but to gather carcasses. Initially, he found the notion rather unsettling, but over time, he grew accustomed to it. After all, even if the carcasses were not consumed by the rabbits, they would eventually be devoured by maggots or reduced to ashes by fire. Given this reality, it seemed more beneficial to utilize them for the rabbits' sustenance, thus serving a modicum of purpose. While we could maintain our composure when feeding the rabbits' carcasses, the officials might not be so inclined. If they were to engage in such practices, they could face condemnation and backlash from the public. The lack of adequate food sources rendered rabbit farming unfeasible, which likely led to the officials' decision to abandon the endeavor. Wang Shijin paused before adding, "Of course, there is a second possibility, that the authorities are deliberately refraining from farming, thereby providing a pretext for citizens to capture wild steel-toothed rabbits, indirectly channeling resources into the hands of the populace and preventing them from benefiting without effort." However, he regarded this second scenario as somewhat idealistic, leaning more towards the belief that the officials simply lacked sufficient food to sustain the rabbits. Sun Qing inquired, "How many steel-toothed rabbits are you currently raising?" "We have over 500 available for sale. Once we sell this batch, we do not intend to continue raising them. It consumes too many carcasses." Their first task each day after work is to scour for remains. The most abundant carcasses can be found near gang territories, and they are always anxious while dragging the bodies, fearing entanglement in gang conflicts. Additionally, witnessing the process of the rabbits gnawing the carcasses down to bones is quite distressing, and the daily task of clearing the bones from their nests induces considerable psychological strain. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Qing declared, "I will take these 500 rabbits. Ensure that they are all dispatched. Furthermore, procure 10 pairs of young rabbits for me to take back to Yuanqing and experiment with breeding." She was unconcerned about the lack of food for the rabbits. If necessary, she could simply fish more frequently to ensure they were fed. Seeing this, Wang Shijin promptly began negotiating the price with her. The two engaged in back-and-forth discussions for nearly an hour before settling on a price. With the agreement reached, Wang Shijin's spirits lifted as he took a sip of water and remarked, Sun Air, do not think poorly of the price I offered. I am left with no other choice. Recently, there was a fire in the sewer that destroyed the supplies of several of my coworkers. If it weren't for that loss, we wouldn't be so eager to sell the rabbits to you. Originally, they had planned to catch a portion of the rabbits periodically, process them, and sell them at trading points, thereby securing a higher price. However, due to several comrades losing all their supplies in a fire and urgently needing resources for survival, they decided to sell all the rabbits at once, dividing the acquired goods among themselves. Upon hearing him mention the fire, Xia Xiaoman casually inquired, "How did the fire start that day? Do you know who set it?" Chapter 198. Human Bait in the Biting Cold. Although the temperature within the sewers is somewhat warmer than the frigid outdoors, it still necessitates the use of fires for warmth. Each household possesses a stove, and a section of the sewer can contain a dozen or even 20 stoves. Thus, vigilance is paramount to prevent the outbreak of fires. To mitigate this risk, the authorities strictly mandate that every resident of the sewers must place a bucket of water beside their stove, ready to extinguish any flame should a fire occur. Throughout the duration of the sewer's operation, there have been instances of fires, yet each time, they were swiftly quelled by nearby inhabitants before they could escalate. However, this particular fire was ignited with malicious intent, resulting in a catastrophic loss for the residents of that sewer section. The arsonist was a middle-aged man who had lost his wife to a flood, leaving him to fend for himself and his child. One day, he exchanged tanned rabbit hides at a trading post for supplies, only to return home and discover that his son had vanished. He inquired of all those in the vicinity, but none could tell him the whereabouts of his child. Wang Shijin sighed and continued, stating that he later learned his son had been abducted to serve as human bait. "What is human bait?" Sun Qing asked. Xia Xiaoman explained. Human bait refers to individuals captured to lure steel-toothed rabbits by bleeding them. Despite her reclusive lifestyle, she had heard of this grim practice. The predatory seagulls circled overhead, causing those who sought to capture the rabbits to refrain from using lights for fear of drawing attention. Yet, in their desperation to ensnare steel-toothed rabbits for supplies, some resorted to insidious tactics, specifically targeting those who were alone, using them to attract the rabbits and capture them in large numbers. Wang Shijin continued, most of those taken as human bait end up as mere remnants of bones. The arsonist searched for several days until he stumbled upon his son's jade pendant beside a skeletal remains. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of his child, he became consumed with rage, vowing to seek vengeance against the perpetrator. On one occasion, while Fu Baiwei and his group were out capturing steel-toothed rabbits, the man saw them and, mistaking them for his son's captors, charged at them with a knife. Outnumbered 7 to 8 against 1, he was essentially courting death. Fortunately, Fu Baiwei's group showed restraint. Otherwise, he would have had no opportunity to commit arson. Was it Fu Baiwei and his group who did it? Xia Xiaoman inquired. Wang Shijin looked at her incredulously. How could it possibly be them? They only target those who commit heinous acts. They would never resort to abducting a child to use as bait. Xia Xiaoman remained silent, pondering the definition of a wicked person. If judged by the standards prior to the calamity, all present could be deemed as such. Unaware of her contemplative expression, Wang Shijin continued, the arsonist, after a prolonged search for the culprit, fortuitously returned to the sewer and overheard a neighboring couple arguing, during which a slip revealed that his child had not run away, but rather had been abducted. Most of the individuals present in the sewer at that time witnessed the entire abduction of the child, yet none dared to intervene, fearing the repercussions of getting involved. Sun Qing, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow but remained silent. It is not entirely fair to place blame on the bystanders. One can only lament the predatory nature of society. Wang Shijin took a sip of water to clear his throat, and upon learning the truth, the man became profoundly withdrawn, tirelessly processing orders for the steel-toothed rabbits, managing to handle 20 or 30 each day. His neighbors, observing his industriousness, presumed he had found clarity. Little did they know that his fervent efforts were aimed at accumulating rabbit fat and scraps of cloth, intending to incinerate them all. On the day of the arson, he deliberately ignited his own bed first. As the flames erupted, the surrounding individuals rushed to extinguish the fire with buckets they had placed near the stove. Seizing the opportunity while others were preoccupied, he set ablaze the cloth soaked in rabbit fat and hurled it onto a neighbor's bed, even toppling the stove in the process. The narrowness of the sewer, compounded by the accumulation of flammable materials, allowed the fire to rapidly engulf the bedding, igniting a fierce blaze that spread with alarming speed. By the time others attempted to extinguish the flames, the inferno had already consumed the entire section of the sewer. Sun Qing sighed, contemplating the situation. It was difficult to ascertain who bore the blame. Wang Shijin pursed his lips, conceding that everyone shared fault. The arsonist, after being apprehended, took his own life by crashing into a wall when the guard was distracted. Judging by his actions, it seemed he had never intended to survive. It was unfortunate for my fellow workers, who suffered the consequences without cause. When the child was abducted, they were laboring on the farm, entirely unaware of the events unfolding. Xia Xiaoman interjected, if your co-workers were unaware, then their families should be informed, correct? If their families know yet choose silence, then the victims are not entirely blameless. Wang Shijin fell silent. He was uncertain whether his co-worker's family was aware, but all the information regarding the arsonist had come from his co-worker. If his co-worker was oblivious, how could he possess such detailed knowledge? Sighing, he resolved to treat those co-workers as mere colleagues after selling this batch of rabbits, to avoid being sold out without realizing it. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired, Sun Air, has there been any recent activity in Yuanqing? Sun Qing was perplexed by his question. What kind of activity? Please clarify. Is there a plan to recruit retired soldiers to head north to the capital? To the capital? Sun Qing furrowed her brow. There is indeed a recruitment for retired soldiers. After the tsunami, Yuanqing requested all retired soldiers to return. However, I have not heard of any plans regarding the capital. Why? Is Floating City planning to recall retired soldiers to the capital? Wang Shijin nodded, adding that, in addition to recalling retired soldiers, there were rumors of a conscription underway. I initially intended to enlist in the military, however. The prospect of being stationed in the capital does not appeal to me. Upon hearing this, Xiaomai inquired, why not? The capital is undoubtedly a hub of talent, and there are numerous military bases in the vicinity. It is far safer there than in Floating City. Wang Shijin replied with a sense of resignation. I am aware of the advantages of the capital, yet the new recruits are not sent there for permanent stationing. Rather, they are tasked with reconnaissance. The journey from Floating City to the capital is nearly a circumvention of half the Summer Kingdom, not to mention the perils along the way. Should a snowstorm arise en route, it would lead to certain doom. Chapter 199. Gu Qifeng visits the expedition heading north to the capital was, to put it bluntly, a death squad. Wang Shijin's desire to enlist stemmed from his aspiration to partake in the construction of the underground city. He envisioned a future where, once completed, he could select a prime residence ahead of others. However, if the task at hand was to venture north to the capital as a scout, he would rather abstain. He had not yet attained the level of nobility required to sacrifice himself for the people of Floating City. Xia Xiaoman was puzzled as to why, at this juncture, the higher-ups sought to recruit soldiers for the capital. Wang Shijin elucidated, it is said that the underground city in the capital has taken shape, and the authorities wish to send individuals there to observe and learn about its construction, hoping to adopt their methodologies. Indeed, the capital has constructed an underground city? It truly lives up to its reputation, Sun Qing remarked, her admiration evident. Wang Shijin nodded in agreement, noting that the desire to learn from the capital city was not limited to Floating City. It seemed that Yin City and neighboring locales also aspired to glean insights. I surmise they will travel together to mitigate any potential mishaps along the way. Sun Qing interjected, I have not heard of this in Yuan City. However, I know that recently Yuan City has frequently dispatched convoys to Yin City. It remains uncertain whether this is to discuss matters of heading north. Yet, she felt this unlikely, as Yuan City's proximity to the coast rendered the subterranean structure unsuitable for the establishment of an underground city. The trio conversed on various topics until time grew late, prompting Wang Shijin and Sun Qing to take their leave. As dawn broke on a new day, Xia Xiaoman rose early to prepare a pot of porridge, pouring in a bag of 5 pounds of brown rice and water to simmer. Once the porridge was ready and allowed to cool slightly, she tossed in several locusts and carried it down to the basement to feed the chickens and rabbits. After having nurtured these animals for some time, her supply of locusts was nearly depleted, leaving her with no choice but to prepare the less savory brown rice porridge as their sustenance. Crouching before the rabbit hutch, Xia Xiaoman counted 49 rabbits in total, of which 34 were ready for harvest. This number was after she had already consumed a good number herself, had she abstained entirely. The population could have burgeoned to 70 or 80. Contemplating this, she resolved to slaughter 6 rabbits today, 2 for immediate consumption and 4 to store. Otherwise, the overwhelming number of rabbits would fill the basement with their unmistakable odor. Selecting 6 plump rabbits, she refrained from offering them any final meal and simply carried them to the living room to bleed them out. As she was in the midst of slaughtering the 5th rabbit, a chilling scream echoed from outside. Startled, Xia Xiaoman nearly severed the rabbit's head entirely. Observing the unblinking creature in her grasp, she maintained her composure, wiping the blade against its belly to clean off the blood before rushing to the second-floor balcony to peer outside. Beyond the walls, a person was bound within a colossal iron cage, surrounded by a pack of ferocious steel-toothed rabbits, which ravenously gnawed at the cage in a futile attempt to break in. A few individuals stood nearby, and the leader tipped his hat, calling out towards Xia Xiaoman. Xia Xiaoman, it has been a while. I never anticipated we would meet again. Did you? The voice struck a familiar chord, and squinting into the shadows, Xia Xiaoman scrutinized the figure for a moment before recognition dawned. Gu Qinfeng? Have you escaped? Upon hearing the words, Gu Qinfeng's expression twisted momentarily. He chose not to respond to Xia Xiaoman's inquiry, but instead reached into the cage, grasping the hair of the person within and compelling them to reveal their face. Xia Xiaoman, take a good look at who this is. This is a special gift I have prepared for you. Do you fancy it? Seeing Li Yan's half-dead visage within the cage, Xia Xiaoman furrowed her brows. What have you brought him here for? Gu Qinfeng let out a cold laugh. Oh, feigning ignorance, are we? If you had not incited this useless fool to confront me, he would never have sought me out. Xia Xiaoman adjusted her coat. And so? Just because you can manipulate him into confronting me, does that imply I cannot disclose the truth to him? Gu Qinfeng scoffed. What truth are you referring to? The truth is that you were responsible for the death of Li Yan's elder brother, and this fool, trusting you blindly, has come to confront me. He is truly a complete imbecile. Is it truly my fault that his brother is dead? Xia Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. When Li Yan's brother fell victim, you all had the chance to rescue him, yet you dawdled, perhaps secretly wishing for his demise to claim a portion of the spoils. Perhaps struck by her words, Gu Qinfeng, in a fit of rage, retorted, you are speaking nonsense. It was clearly your devious trap that harmed him. Yet you have the audacity to shift the blame onto us. With that, he gestured to a nearby subordinate, who opened the cage and released 2 steel-toothed rabbits inside. As soon as they entered, the rabbits eagerly began to gnaw on Li Yan's calves. Li Yan shrieked in agony, thrashing his legs. Gu Qinfeng turned to Xia Xiaoman. This fool came to trouble me because he heeded your words. If you come out to apologize, I shall release him. What do you say? Xia Xiaoman burst into laughter, as if she had heard a great joke. Gu Qinfeng, are you quite all right? He has repeatedly splattered blood on my walls. That I have not ended his life is already a show of mercy. You expect me to come out for him? Have you suffered a head injury? Gu Qinfeng's expression darkened at her words. Gripping Li Yan's hair, he forced him to face Xia Xiaoman. Fool. Open your eyes wide and see. You treat her words as divine decree, believing everything she says, while she would delight in your demise. Li Yan cast a fleeting glance at Xia Xiaoman before turning back to glare at Gu Qinfeng. You are no better. My brother trusted you. And I trusted you as well. What about you? You are a wretched creature. Oh, still have the strength to insult me? It appears the steel-toothed rabbits are not sufficient. With that, Gu Qinfeng signaled again to his subordinate, who opened the cage and released 7 or 8 more steel-toothed rabbits inside. Soon, Li Yan's cries of despair echoed from the cage. Xia Xiaoman remained indifferent, savoring a piece of chocolate with delight. Seeing her refusal to emerge, Gu Qinfeng hesitated, concerned that climbing over the wall might trigger traps, and ultimately decided on a more violent approach, opting to dismantle the wall with ice bricks. As he struck the wall, he taunted Xia Xiaoman. You are all alone, while we are 6. I advise you to come out and admit your faults, perhaps in a good mood. We might let you go. Otherwise, once we enter, there will be ample ways to deal with you. Xia Xiaoman let out a cold laugh, stuffing the remaining chocolate into her mouth before retreating indoors to fetch a Molotov cocktail. Upon returning to the balcony, she ignited the bottle and hurled it towards the position of Gu Qinfeng and his companions. How audacious of you. Last time, I allowed you to escape. And yet you dare to return. Since you have come, none shall leave. You shall all remain with me. Chapter 200. Recruitment. As the Molotov cocktail soared through the air, poised to land atop Gu Qinfeng and his companions, Xia Xiaoman unexpectedly brandished a pistol, firing 2 shots at the incendiary device. 1 bullet struck true, causing the bottle to shatter into fragments, its contents of alcohol erupting in a fiery spray. Simultaneously, blue flames swiftly enveloped Gu Qinfeng and his group. Ah! Fire! Fire! Damn it! Roll on the ground. In a panic, Gu Qinfeng and his companions tumbled across the snow-laden ground. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoman raised her firearm, systematically targeting each of them. Preoccupied with extinguishing the flames, they failed to notice her actions until it was far too late to evade her shots. The fire blazed upon them, rendering their attempts to flee futile. In the darkness, they became the most conspicuous targets. Xia Xiaoman needed little aim to strike her mark, firing 6 shots in quick succession, causing Gu Qinfeng and his companions to collapse. Xia Xiaoman did not rush to exit. Instead, she observed from the 2nd floor, waiting until the flames gradually extinguished. As the tantalizing scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, the steel-toothed rabbits approached the remains of the fallen. Only then did she descend and scale the wall to leave. In the iron cage, Li Yan lay on the brink of death, his legs gnawed to the thigh. Even if he were to survive, his chances of enduring thereafter appeared bleak. With great effort, he lifted his head, pleading, kill me, please. His elder brother had uttered the same desperate words. Xia Xiaoman regarded him coolly for a moment, then unsheathed a small knife to sever the ropes binding him, discarding the blade before him. If you wish to die, then do it yourself. With that, she strode away to deal with the bodies of Guqin Feng and his companions. There was little to manage. Once the corpses had been reduced to mere bones by the steel-toothed rabbits, she simply kicked the remnants to the roadside. After disposing of the bodies, she returned to the cage, finding Li Yin entirely covered by the rabbits, with the knife she had given him devoid of any blood. This indicated that he lacked even the courage to take his own life. With a self-deprecating smile, Xia Xiaoman dumped the remains of Li Yin and the steel-toothed rabbits out of the cage, subsequently stowing it away and reclaiming the knife. Upon returning home, Xia Xiaoman continued to process the rabbits. These creatures had remained caged since birth, their bodies coated in grease. Once she had properly prepared them, she intended to roast a whole rabbit for a feast when she heard commotion outside. Rushing to the second-floor balcony, she peered out to find two soldiers in uniform. Initially, Xia Xiaoman assumed they had come to investigate the gunfire, but soon realized that was not the case. The floating city is recruiting, both men and women. Would you like to enlist? Inquired the taller soldier. Xia Xiaoman regarded him incredulously. Do you think I could enlist with my height? The soldier paused, glancing at the petite Xia Xiaoman, who barely reached his shoulders, and stifled a laugh. For someone like you, they would likely assign you to a non-combat role. The height requirements for such positions are not as stringent, especially in these extraordinary times. If we adhered strictly to the pre-catastrophe criteria, I doubt many would meet the qualifications to enlist. However, the current situation is unique. Young individuals aged between 18 and 26, provided they possess no significant physical defects and come from uncomplicated backgrounds, are eligible to enlist in the military. Beyond the age of 26, the lack of discipline and adaptability renders joining the forces a mere waste of time. Of course, veterans are a different matter. Their return is not termed enlistment, but rather a reintegration into the ranks. Xia Xiaoman shook her head in refusal, asserting, I shall not participate. My temper is rather volatile, and I dislike being subjected to authority. The tall soldier, reluctant to concede, urged, enlisting offers numerous advantages. Once you join, your family can reside in the family quarters, ensuring their livelihood and safety. I have no family. The tall soldier replied, then your close friends or significant other could apply to stay in the family quarters. I have no partner, and my friends are faring far better than I am. They need not reside in the quarters to be free from want. The tall soldier, feeling exasperated, resorted to his final tactic. The military is filled with chiseled young men flaunting 8-pack abs. Once you enlist, you shall behold them at any moment. Xia Xiaoman was taken aback. Is the recruitment process so competitive now that even 8-pack abs are part of the appeal? Clearing her throat, she declared, I'm still quite young and have no interest in abs. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere. Seeing her resolute stance, the tall soldier, alongside his companions, departed in resignation. Recruitment is no longer as effortless as it once was. Prior to the natural disasters, most individuals felt a sense of pride if they had a family member serving in the military. During those times, with no wars to fight, it was universally understood that military service merely entailed a few years in the forces, bestowing honor and enhancing one's or some, all while being particularly safe. Consequently, many aspired to enlist, with some parents even compelling their children to sign up. However, times have changed. It is now common knowledge that enlisting may lead to being dispatched for various rescue missions, which are far more perilous than before, with life-threatening risks lurking at every turn. For instance, even a simple snow-clearing task could encounter robbers or violent criminals on the roads. Unless one has family desiring to reside in the family quarters, few are inclined to enlist at this juncture. The fear of death looms large. If asked to join the military to fight for the nation, they would readily comply. Yet, having witnessed the darker sides of human nature, no one is eager to protect those who are selfish and self-serving. Were it not for the difficulties in recruitment, soldiers would not need to personally solicit enlistments. On another note, Wang Shijin did decide to enlist, and Xing, now advanced in age, had been living in the sewers, her health fluctuating. Continuing in such a manner, one could never tell when she might follow old Luo into eternity. He negotiated with the soldier, proposing that if he enlisted, and Xing would be allowed to reside in the family quarters, where arrangements would be made for her proper care. Initially, and Xing was resistant. Although everyone in Shuiwei Bay had taken refuge in the sewers, she still felt a responsibility to guide the residents towards a better future. However, Wang Shijin believed that since old Luo's passing, Shuiwei Bay had already fragmented. Though they still inhabited the same area, they could never return to their former unity. After much persuasion, Aunt Xing finally agreed to move to the family quarters. The military family quarters are conveniently situated near the subway station. Although the subway station is underground, it is considerably more spacious and has a far more pleasant environment than the sewers. At the very least, Wang Shijin can stand upright and walk comfortably within the subway station. Moreover, the security at the subway station is notably superior, and the overall quality of life for its residents is higher than that in the sewers. With Aunt Xing residing in this vicinity, she can at least enjoy a restful night's sleep. After ensuring Aunt Xing's well-being, Wang Shijin was summoned for training. The new recruits training area is also located within the subway station, though not at the lowest level. Rather, it is situated at the entrance. The entrance is spacious, offering shelter from the wind and snow, making it the most suitable location for training new recruits. Chapter 201. The Little Wolf Cub. Within less than half a month of new recruit training, Wang Shijin was unfortunately selected to venture to the capital alongside seasoned soldiers. Shortly after his departure, Sun Qing arrived with a large contingent to exchange for rabbit pelts and fuching. Upon hearing of Wang Shijin's journey north, she expressed her regret, stating that she had hoped to console them on the care of the steel-toothed rabbits. The ones she had taken back perished shortly after their arrival. As she spoke, she placed a box she had brought onto the table. Seeing the box move, Xia Xiaoman interjected, "Don't tell me you've put the steel-toothed rabbits in there." If Sun Qing dared to nod, she would immediately toss both the person and the box out. She had constructed a 3-meter-high wall specifically to keep those rabbits out. Sun Qing looked at her in exasperation. How could such a flimsy box contain steel-toothed rabbits? "This is a little treasure I brought for you. Open it and see for yourself." "What treasure?" Xia Xiaoman asked. Her curiosity piqued as she began to unwrap the box. Upon opening it, she discovered a ball of fluff. Staring at it for a moment, she inquired, "Where did you get a puppy? It doesn't seem to be a month old yet." Sun Qing disdainfully replied, "What puppy? Look more closely at what this is." Xia Xiaoman grasped the fluffy creature by the scruff of its neck and examined it closely, realizing it was indeed a greyhound. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hesitantly asked, "Could it be a wolf?" Sun Qing chuckled softly. "Well done, you have some discernment. This little wolf was born to a female wolf that our team brought back while trading for snowmobiles. There were only 2 pups, and I chose the healthier one for you. You see, I treat you well." Xia Xiaoman regarded the lethargic wolf cub in her hands with skepticism, saying, "Are you sure this is the healthier one?" Sun Qing sheepishly rubbed her nose. "Perhaps it looks this way due to the long journey without rest. It will perk up in a couple of days." Xia Xiaoman placed the wolf cub back in the box and questioned, "Why are you giving me a wolf?" Sun Qing laughed. "I thought you might find it too dull living alone, so I brought you a wolf for some company. Do I look like someone who can care for a pet?" Xia Xiaoman retorted, "Unlike other pets, this wolf is different. If trained properly, it can handle 2 or 3 adults. It can become your most loyal bodyguard. Keeping it will certainly not be a loss," Sun Qing insisted, advocating for the little wolf cub. Seeing Sun Qing so enthusiastic about the wolf cub, Xia Xiaoman pressed, "Come on, what is your true intention in giving me this wolf? Don't pretend it's just to alleviate my boredom. Even you wouldn't believe that." Though their friendship was solid, it was based on mutual strength and benefit. If Sun Qing gifted her a wolf cub, Xia Xiaoman knew she would have to reciprocate in some manner, lest their fragile friendship be jeopardized. Sun Qing awkwardly scratched her head. "Wang Shijin is right. You are not cut out for business. Who else speaks so bluntly?" Muttering slightly, she delved into the main topic. "I do have a small matter that requires your assistance. I heard you acquired a batch of firearms. Could you sell me 2 guns? Xia Xiaoman did not rush to respond, but instead inquired, "Who told you that?" There was no need for concealment, and Sun Qing replied directly, "The coaches mentioned it. They said a few months ago, they collaborated with you on a shipment of arms. Then why don't you purchase from them? Their stock far exceeds mine." On the surface, when Jianfeng and his associates had received 4 to 5 times the amount of arms compared to her, as the distribution had been based on the number of individuals involved, Sun Qing explained, "They don't have enough arms for themselves to spare any for me." Xia Xiaoman, puzzled, remarked, "There are only a few of them. They rarely engage in activities. How could they possibly lack sufficient supplies? Have you not been in touch with the coaches for quite some time?" Xia Xiaoman hesitated, realizing it had indeed been a while since she last communicated with them. "What has happened?" Sun Qing sighed. After the second blizzard, the coaches ran short on coal. To procure more, they discreetly inquired which small gangs were frequently causing trouble. Once they identified them, they banded together to attack these gangs and seize their supplies. Earlier, when Sun Qing had enlisted their help to organize a convoy for coal transportation, their ambitions had already begun to swell. They were no longer content with merely assisting the authorities for meager wages. Subsequently, upon acquiring a batch of firearms, Li Wei and the others yearned to make a significant move and grow their own power, just as Sun Qing had. However, at that time, many individuals were hiding in the sewers, reluctant to emerge, making it difficult for them to recruit followers. Moreover, their group comprised a stay-at-home dad, a housewife, a quiet and honest man, 2 newly adult youths, and 2 children. Few would choose to join them upon seeing their composition. Furthermore, They had not yet reached a point of desperation that necessitated risking their lives for resources or territory, so they continued to hibernate at home. It was not until the second blizzard nearly cost them their lives that they recognized their coal supplies were woefully inadequate. Should another blizzard strike, they could very well perish from the cold due to a lack of coal. After much deliberation, Li Yuer and the others resolved to engage in black market dealings. The coaches regularly targeted and dismantled a small gang, gradually attracting a following. Witnessing their numbers swell, they decided to establish their own gang, naming it the Lingshu Gang after Wen Ling and Wen Su. Once the gang was formed, they had to conserve their firearms, wary of potential betrayal among their subordinates. So you can't procure arms from the coaches and have turned to me instead? Xia Xiaoman queried. Sun Qing chuckled awkwardly. Firearms are difficult to come by. Among those I know, aside from the coaches, you are the only one with any. If I don't seek you out, who else could I turn to? Isn't Yi Xiaojia's in-laws with so many ships able to procure any arms? Don't mention that. You have no idea how stringent the control in Yuanqing is. Sun Qing sighed. After the tsunami, many personnel were dispatched to Yuanqing for rescue operations. Subsequently, as disasters became more frequent, these rescue troops remained stationed there. The presence of these troops has enabled Yuanqing to swiftly recover from the natural disaster. However, a downside is the abundance of soldiers, should they entertain any nefarious intentions. They are swiftly apprehended before they can act. Were it not for the excellent public order in Yuanqing, it would be quite challenging for her and Yu Xiaojie to navigate life here. Nonetheless, the commendable security has its inconveniences, particularly when it comes to procuring prohibited goods, which proves to be exceedingly difficult. Strolling along the streets, if one possesses a knife of considerable length, they would certainly be stopped and questioned by the patrolling soldiers, let alone any contraband. Chapter 202. The Wolf Cub. Upon hearing the phrase good public security, Xia Xiaoman felt a twinge of excitement. However, the thought of relocating, with the long journey ahead in the unfamiliar coastal territory, coupled with the potential threat of a tsunami, made her reconsider. Perhaps it was wiser to remain in Floating City, where at least the risk of a tsunami was non-existent. What firearms do you wish to acquire? What is your budget? Upon hearing Xia Xiaoman relent, Sun Qing instantly beamed with delight. I can exchange 2 compact handguns for a 2-seat tracked snow vehicle. Xia Xiaoman showed little interest in the snow vehicle. She already owned a snowmobile and saw no point in acquiring another. How about a recreational vehicle instead? Sun Qing raised an eyebrow. You certainly have bold aspirations. Do you comprehend the value of a recreational vehicle? Xia Xiaoman smirked, unperturbed by the challenge. As long as the price was right, she could procure anything, even a grand cruise ship if she so desired. Procure for me a high-performance recreational vehicle, and I shall offer you 2 handguns and 2 rifles, each accompanied by 100 rounds of ammunition. Sun Qing's heart leapt at the proposition, though she maintained a poker face to negotiate further. Recreational vehicles are hard to come by. Most of the ones in our southern region have been submerged. We would need to source one from the north. How about this? 2 handguns, for rifles, each with 100 rounds. Xia Xiaoman contemplated for a moment before responding. 2 handguns, 2 rifles, and 2 submachine guns, each with 100 rounds. That is my final offer. Agreed, Sun Qing replied readily. Once I return to Yuan City, I will bring over Xiaojie's recreational vehicle. It is of excellent quality, equipped with a heating system and anti-skid chains, allowing you to drive it wherever you wish. This vehicle was specifically prepared for Yu Xiaojie during her postpartum period. The heating system works remarkably well, ensuring warmth inside the vehicle, even when one needs to use the restroom. In contrast, a house would only provide warmth while sitting on the kind, and an accidental excess of coal could render the heated bed uncomfortably hot. However, compared to firearms, enduring some discomfort during postpartum recovery is a small price to pay. At worst, one could light a few extra braziers indoors. Having finalized the deal, Sun Qing prepared to depart, but not before reminding Xia Xiaoman. This wolf cub is not yet a month old, so be sure to feed it some porridge. If it dies, I will help you select a better one when the mother wolf gives birth again. The little wolf cub, seemingly displeased by Sun Qing's ominous remark, protested with soft whimpers. Xia Xiaoman found it amusing and playfully tapped its forehead with her finger. The fierce little creature, still devoid of teeth, attempted to snarl at her. Quite the spirited one. A bit of ferocity is necessary to deter foes. But be cautious whom you challenge. Dare to growl at me again, and I shall twist your head off. With that, she playfully gave the cub a gentle bop on the head. Once Sun Qing had left, Xia Xiaoman retrieved some formula from her supplies and prepared a bowl of infant milk, placing it before the little wolf cub. Starving and enticed by the scent of milk, the cub eagerly extended its tongue and lapped it up, finishing the entire bowl in no time. As Xia Xiaoman observed the little wolf cub's belly swell, she recognized that it had been sufficiently fed, thus refraining from preparing more formula. She took a clean small towel, dampened it with warm water, and gently wiped the cub's body. Initially reluctant, the cub submitted to her ministrations after receiving a playful tap on the head from Xia Xiaoman. Sitting there with a pitiful expression, having been taken away shortly after its birth, the cub was not particularly dirty. Xia Xiaoman's intention behind wiping its body was to erase the sin of the mother wolf, for only by doing so could the cub gradually grow closer to her. Looking at the little creature that allowed her to handle it freely, Xia Xiaoman smiled and declared, "From now on, you shall be called Mao Dan." For a humble name ensures a hearty upbringing. Mao Dan seemed to disapprove of this moniker, biting down on Xia Xiaoman's finger in protest. However, with no teeth yet developed, its attempts only resulted in a layer of drool. After adopting Mao Dan, Xia Xiaoman's daily life remained largely unchanged. Each morning, her first task was still to prepare feed for the livestock, while also preparing Mao Dan as formula. During her exercise routines, she would release Mao Dan to allow it some freedom to roam about the house. Well fed and well cared for, Mao Dan grew at an astonishing pace, changing almost daily. Within 5 or 6 days, it had sprouted its milk teeth. With the emergence of these teeth, Mao Dan became quite mischievous, often gnawing on table legs to sharpen its teeth, or playfully pouncing on Xia Xiaoman's pant legs as she walked. Noticing Mao Dan's abundant energy, Xia Xiaoman resolved to begin training it immediately, lest it grow up unrecognizing its owner. Wolves possess intelligence on par with, if not exceeding, that of most dogs. After 3 days of training, Mao Dan had already learned commands such as sit, stand, and lie down. Each time Mao Dan successfully executed a command, she rewarded it with a small piece of rabbit meat, tenderly stewed to ensure it was easy to consume even without a full set of teeth. Woof! Mao Dan barked, having completed another command, wagging its little tail in anticipation of the rabbit meat. Xia Xiaoman affectionately ruffled its fluffy head, retrieving a piece of rabbit meat from her space and placing it in her palm. The moment Mao Dan caught a whiff of the meat, its tail wagged even more vigorously as it anxiously tapped its paw against the food bowl, demanding, "Put it in the bowl, put it in the bowl." After enticing the cub for a while, Xia Xiaoman, satisfied with its eagerness, placed the meat into the bowl. The moment the rabbit meat landed in the bowl, Mao Dan dove in eagerly, relishing its meal. By fostering a habit of not eating anything outside its bowl, Xia Xiaoman aimed to avert the risk of the cub being poisoned by others and to prevent it from becoming possessive over its food. Once Mao Dan finished its meal, Xia Xiaoman set up a small training area in the living room using a stool and a wooden board, repeatedly instructing Mao Dan on how to leap over obstacles, traverse a narrow plank, and crouch to crawl through tight spaces, training it as one would a police dog. True to its potential, after 7 or 8 days of training, Mao Dan was able to complete the training course on its own. As Mao Dan continued to grow, its energy level soared, and each day after training, it still had enough vigor left to wreak havoc in the house. Upon discovering that Mao Dan had dismantled the house for the 3rd time, Xia Xiaoman resolved to have it run up and down the stairs 50 times daily, followed by its essential training regimen. After a day of rigorous training, Mao Dan lay exhausted on the ground, utterly unwilling to even take a few steps, let alone wreak havoc. That day, Xia Xiaoman, as was her custom, watched Mao Dan ascend and descend the stairs. Suddenly, in a moment of spontaneity, Mao Dan leapt halfway down from the upper floor, baring its teeth menacingly at the front door. Upon witnessing this, Xia Xiaoman immediately sensed that something unusual was afoot outside. Sure enough, before long, she heard the distant roar of an engine drawing nearer, eventually coming to a halt in the vicinity of her home.